Chapter 1. Rebirth. Chu Lingyue. I want you to die in agony. Boom. Lightning struck, and heavy rain poured down. A delicately crafted three-clawed iron chain was tightly fastened around the collarbone of a teenage girl, forcibly gouging out 6 bloody craters. As she was dragged, streams of blood flowed freely. The girl's beauty was utterly destroyed, her body covered in sores as she died with eyes wide open. Suddenly, the girl dragging her abruptly stopped, and, wielding a sharp dagger, plunged it deep into her heart. Blood spurted everywhere, one stab after another, each more brutal than the last, ensuring she was truly dead. Mo Rujuang laughed hysterically at the corpse that had long been tortured beyond human form. Ha! Chu Lingyue, Brother Yuan belongs to me, and the title of Holy Maiden is mine too. How dare you, this useless trash, try to compete with me. I will make sure you never reincarnate. Suddenly, the lifeless girl whose breath had just vanished had her pupils snap back into focus, filled with vengeful energy, as if the god of death had returned. What? Before Mo Rujuang could react, the resurrected corpse sat up and violently grabbed her by the hair. How dare you cut my heart out? Chu Lingyue's voice spat with killing intent, and suddenly she ripped the dagger embedded in her heart out, thrusting it into Mo Rujuang's shoulder before kicking her away with force. Standing up, Chu Lingyue endured the pain and pulled out the cruel three-clawed iron chain from her own collarbone with an agonizing rip. Despite the gushing blood, she acted as if she felt no pain. Suddenly, her head began to throb in unbearable pain, countless memories that were not hers forcefully flooding into her mind. Born with great omen, the original owner was gifted since childhood and chosen by the high priest to be the Holy Maiden of Sierra City. But at the age of 8, after a sudden illness, her spirit veins were damaged, losing her cultivation. 3 days ago, having turned 15, she underwent a spiritual power test where she was determined to only possess first-stage ability and spirit energy. She was publicly humiliated by Nan Mingyuan, who broke off their engagement, completely ruining her reputation. On this 3rd day, trusted confidant Mo Rujuang privately lured her to the Sierra Forest for magic beasts, claiming to have discovered herbs capable of restoring her damaged spirit veins. The unsuspecting original owner followed without hesitation. Not only was she flogged with a soul-stealing whip dipped in corpse-burning water, but her face was also disfigured, dragged by the three-clawed iron chain, had her heart cut out, and eventually bled to death from immense pain. Yet, some mysterious cosmic connection forcibly summoned her soul here, forcing her to take over the body of the previous host. The cruel methods left everyone horrified. She was Chu Lingyue, the renowned 5-element sorceress of the 31st century, someone who, even when surrounded by 10,000 experts trying to kill her, never endured such unimaginable torment. Mo Rujuang. Her eyes flared in fury, her face splattered with blood, looking like a demon rising from hell. How can your worthless life still endure? Haven't you died yet? Mo Rujuang rose to her feet, tearing the dagger from her chest, and stared with shocked malice at this monstrous being. You must die. Without hesitation, she unleashed all her spiritual energy, fueled by hate, gripping Chu Lingyue's wounded collarbone and crazily shoving her toward the cliff edge. Chu Lingyue screamed in pain, retreating step by step until finally she was cornered against the edge of the precipice. To die? Then let us both perish together. Her voice was like the tolling of a death knell. You're insane. Mo Rujuang's pupils dilated, her whole body trembling. Yes, she went mad immediately after being reborn. Chu Lingyue fiercely grabbed hold of Mo Rujuang's shoulders and leaped off the edge, plunging into the bottomless abyss that was surely thousands of zhang deep. Just as Mo Rujuang thought she would die in the fall, fatefully, she got caught on a tree halfway down the mountain, watching helplessly as Chu Lingyue fell into the pitch-black void of the endless abyss. Ha. Heaven has not forsaken me. Chu Lingyue, even if you had 3 heads and 6 arms, there's absolutely no way you could survive. Relieved by this fortunate escape, she grinned in post-catastrophe joy, then channeled her spirit power to ascend. Gravity caused Chu Lingyue to plummet rapidly. The wind howled past her ears, blinding her completely. Her entire body seemed distorted, her internal organs feeling torn apart by unseen forces. Was she about to die again? She refused to accept it. How unbearably regretful. Chapter 2. Absolutely demand revenge. Just as she was about to splatter her brains, a thud sounded by her ear. It seemed as though she had passed through some kind of barrier, and her battered body was instantly held steady by an invisible force. Chu Lingyue opened her eyes only to see something in front of her sucking the blood that seeped from her wounds. This shocking sight made her subconsciously hold her breath. Immediately after, a burst of red light emanated from the thing, its dazzling brilliance forcing her to close her eyes again. There was a snap, and a clear sound of something cracking reached her ears. It sounded like an egg breaking. Mama. Chu Lingyue opened her eyes again to find a soft, cute little child, about 4 or 5 years old, suddenly in front of her, throwing itself into her arms for cuddles and affection. Her expression became utterly shocked. Well, this was unexpected. She had merely fallen off a cliff, yet somehow ended up with this small child clinging onto her. That was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a chill pierced her bones, causing her to look up sharply. In the thin air, her unsettled gaze collided with an icy stare. A man cloaked in black and purple stood mid-air, surrounded by a white protective boundary. The palm of his right hand emitted glowing firelight, while below him churned a sea of molten magma. His face revealed intentions of cold execution. Jun Yeming's long neck tilted slightly to the left, and his hair, flowing like a waterfall, slid down with his movement. His dark, deep eyes stared fixedly at Chu Lingwei, who descended from the heavens, filled with rage. He had sought out an extreme yang location and spent 7 days and nights cleansing the countless impurities absorbed by the ancient holy beast, the Vermilion bird, in the void realm during its incubation. He thought it would soon break out of its shell and recognize its master. But at this critical moment, a bloodied woman had intruded into the protective boundary he'd erected above the infinite grounds, seizing the initiative. How splendid. He absolutely must shred this woman limb from limb, grind her bones to powder, and scatter them. A horrifying pressure came. The air around Chu Lingwei was instantaneously sucked dry, turning her face red and leaving her gasping for breath. Ugh! She let out a painful groan. With a flash, Jun Yiming appeared before Chu Lingwei. Extending his long arm, his slender fingers tightly gripped her delicate neck. Just a slight exertion, and it could be easily broken. Speak. How do you wish to die? Chu Lingwei hadn't even managed to speak when her already battered body lost all control. Her eyes rolled back, leaving her powerless to struggle. At that moment, the newly hatched Vermilion bird holy beast, still dazed and confused, saw its father attacking its mother. This was unacceptable. Without hesitation, it clung to Jun Yiming's leg, wailing, "Wah? I want mama. Daddy, don't kill mama. Wah." Its cries were earth-shattering. "This ugly woman is not your mother." Jun Yiming immediately clenched his teeth. Indeed, with its memories reset, the intelligence of the Vermilion bird holy beast was akin to that of a 5-year-old child, temporarily forgetting everything. The moment it broke free of its shell, it recognized what it saw without a second thought. Jun Yiming's eyes burned with murderous intent, preparing to snap Chu Lingwei's neck. Instantly, the Vermilion bird holy beast spread its chubby arms fearlessly between them, declaring, "I've already formed a blood pact with mama. If you kill mama, then either way I'm doomed. You might as well kill me first." Jun Yiming raged uncontrollably. Curse! With a wave of his hand, a powerful wave brushed past Chu Lingwei's cheeks, and then she knew no more. Chapter 3. A Chance to Live. Chu Lingwei woke up, the sunlight blinding her. She instinctively tried to shield her eyes with her hands, but her arms were weak. Instead, she turned her head slightly and realized that she was covered with a dark blue robe. At that moment, Jun Yiming sensed that she had awakened. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of her from 100 miles away. His long fingers tightly gripped her neck, and the surrounding trees trembled under the pressure of his terrifying aura. "I'll give you one chance to live. Break the blood pact." It all happened so fast that Chu Lingwei's face turned red due to the chokehold, and the robe slipped off her body, revealing her smooth skin. Let me go first." Seeing this, Jun Yiming turned his face away out of embarrassment, but still did not loosen his grip. "Father, didn't you say you wouldn't hurt mother? Please let go of mother." Suddenly, a chubby little figure stepped between them. The tiny hands pulled at Jun Yiming's arm, which was gripping Chu Lingwei, its eyes filled with both determination and sorrow. Cough, cough, cough. Jun Yiming abruptly released her, standing stiffly while averting his gaze. Carefully observed, his earlobes were flushed red as if bleeding. Chu Lingwei gasped for fresh air, sitting on the ground coughing uncontrollably. Earlier, she really thought this man would strangle her to death. She noticed that her clothes were torn, yet calmly picked up the fallen robe and draped it over herself. When she shifted her shoulders slightly, she was astonished to find that the 6 bloody holes on her collarbone and the whip marks on her body were completely healed. Even her face, when she gently touched it, felt smooth without any scars. Could it be that this man had helped her? If he could save her, he must not be entirely bad. Lifting her head, Chu Lingwei looked at the man. Seeing her half-naked state, he averted his gaze bashfully. Was he still just a pure young wolf pup? She couldn't help but feel amused. "Dear, turn around and cover your eyes," she said to the Zhuke sacred beast, who obediently turned and covered his eyes. Chu Lingwei's lips curled slightly upward as she directly took a set of pure white clothing from the space ring on her left index finger and began changing right in front of the man without the slightest trace of modesty. Jun Yiming turned around as though composed, but his earlobes were red like burning fire. For 10,000 years, it was the first time a woman had completely disregarded decency and changed clothes right before his eyes. This truly exposed her true intentions. "I'm done, you can look now." Chu Lingwei patted the small shoulders of the Zhuke sacred beast, who immediately turned around, anxiously checking his mother's neck, his eyes turning red, nearly crying. "Mother, are you alright? Did father hurt you?" It had been hatched because of the nourishment of its mother's blood, and they were already spiritually connected. I'm fine." Chu Lingwei was dazed, unable to comprehend why she suddenly had a child calling her mother while referring to this man who wanted to kill her as father. "She is not your mother. I am your father. It is I who tirelessly purified and nurtured you." Jun Yiming straightened himself, infuriated by the mention of this title. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? He spent days in the infinite realm refining molten magma to nurture the ancient Zhuke sacred beast for 7 days and nights, only to see his efforts benefit another. He wished nothing more than to instantly smash her skull to relieve his fury. The Zhuke sacred beast began to sulk, his hands continuously stirring in anxiety. "Without mother's blood, I certainly would not have been born smoothly, so father, relying solely on you wouldn't work at all." Jun Yiming was enraged. Even the Zhuke dared to challenge him. Just as he wanted to grab the Zhuke sacred beast and fling it far away, Chu Lingwei stepped in to protect it. "You should not be so violent. It is just a child." Alright, she had finally understood. It was because of her own blood that this cute chubby little one had hatched and recognized her as its master. If that were the case, then she might as well. Chapter 4. Reaching an agreement. Mommy, Daddy is so scary. The Vermilion bird's sacred beast was scared and shivering in Chu Lingyue's arms, its fiery red eyes brimming with tears, as if truly frightened. But secretly, he was thinking how warm his mother's embrace was. Hee hee. Dear, don't be afraid. Daddy isn't fierce at all. Chu Lingyue protectively kept the Vermilion bird close, tilting her head slightly as she looked at the man standing just a meter away from her. He was dressed in a deep purple robe, his dark hair tied high up. His handsome face carried an extraordinary air around him. In her previous life, she hadn't seen such an irresistible man. However, his expression right now was less than pleasant. Chu Lingyue smiled awkwardly, shrugging her hands to show her helplessness. I'm really sorry, but my current spirit energy is too weak, so I can't undo it. Jun Yiming's thoughts focused, and suddenly the surroundings began shaking violently again. His handsome face became terribly gloomy, as if he wished for her blood to spill right there. If that's the case, then I'll have no choice but to forcefully sever our lifelines. This will be a fight to the death between us. Jun Yiming smirked wickedly at Chu Lingyue, indicating that he was serious. Chu Lingyue remained calm. If I don't wish to undo it, even killing me won't make a difference. She said this earnestly, knowing that breaking a blood contract wasn't just simple. It would mean her death meant his demise too. Moreover, why save her if he wanted to kill her? Chu Lingyue didn't know yet, but in fact, saving her required little effort on his part. They couldn't let the Vermilion bird mourn her while holding her severely wounded body. She then continued, once I reach the realm of a spirit emperor, I will immediately dissolve the blood pact between us and vanish from your sight, without wasting another second of your time. Her small eyes were filled with sincerity and determination. Though the original owner was currently just at the first level of the spirit realm stage, she still declared confidently. Based on the memories she inherited, Canglan Continent prioritized power, with martial spirits ruling above all. Martial spirit cultivation stages were divided into spirit practitioners, spirit warriors, spirit cultivators, spirit kings, spirit emperors, and spirit lords, each having 7 levels. Beyond the spirit emperor level, there were the supreme spirit masters. For some unknown reason, ever since she was 8 years old, the original owner's spiritual veins had been damaged, preventing her from gathering spirit energy no matter how hard she trained. Jun Yiming quickly scanned Chu Lingyue from top to bottom, giving her an extremely disdainful look. How could someone without any spirit energy possibly ascend to the rank of a spirit emperor? Are you just delaying your death? I am indeed very weak now, but that doesn't mean I'll remain weak forever. Although my spirit vein has been damaged, it doesn't mean it cannot be repaired. But Chu Lingyue scrutinized the man before her with flattery, noticing from his appearance alone that he possessed an extraordinary ability to draw in spirit energy, a rare celestial gift. Anyone with such fortune would naturally be either immensely wealthy or incredibly powerful, and with his aid, her own cultivation would likely see double the progress. So, this leg must be latched onto. But what? The murderous intent surrounding Jun Yiming surged. If you help me cultivate and keep me alive until I become a spirit emperor, then I will fulfill your wishes. Chu Lingyue tilted her head back, questioning him. Are you negotiating terms with me? Jun Yiming's lips curled into a maverick smile. Indeed, at present, he couldn't touch her, not while the Vermilion bird's blood contract protected her. Very well. Since that was the case, he didn't mind indulging in this game with her. If you find the cyan spirit herb, I can repair your damaged spiritual vein. Suddenly, an image flashed through Jun Yiming's mind, the blush she wore during their therapy session, prompting both shame and annoyance within him. He hadn't felt emotions for 1,000 years, yet he had reacted to her merely because she was somewhat pleasing to the eye. It was infuriating. All right, I'll go find it. As long as her spiritual veins could be restored, ascending cliffs of blades and descending into oceans of fire wouldn't faze her one bit. Living a second life, she was determined to make those who harmed her pay dearly. As for where the cyan spirit herb grew, she had vague recollections from her memories. It seemed she had seen it in the ancient texts of the Chu family, needing only to return and search thoroughly. Chapter 5. You shall not follow this woman. At this moment, Chu Lingyue's teasing yet resolute face caught Jun Yiming's eye, bringing with it a peculiar sensation. Then, you may leave now. Jun Yiming casually glanced at Chu Lingyue, his mind suddenly acting as if bewitched. He started to automatically replay fragments of yesterday in his head, scenes that drove him to near frustration. Mother, I'll go with you. Upon hearing that his mother was leaving, Zhuke's sacred beast tightly held onto Chu Lingyue's hand, refusing to let go. Jun Yiming frowned and scowled angrily. No, you shall not follow this woman. Zhuke's sacred beast was so scared that his whole body trembled. Quickly, he clung to his mother, sobbing while complaining. Wah wah wah. Mother, father roared at me. I'm so scared. Now, father didn't mean to. Chu Lingyue quickly consoled him gently, then shot Jun Yiming an angry look. Can you just speak properly? Scared the kid to tears. Now what are you going to do about it? Jun Yiming feigned complete innocence. What had he done wrong? From beginning to end, he was the real victim. How about this? The child stays with me first. His spirit force is connected to mine, presumably, yours too. Once I find the cyan spirit grass, I'll have the child call for you. In your current state of irascibility, you're not fit to take care of a baby. Don't worry, before that happens, I will absolutely take good care of him. Chu Lingyue devised a perfect solution. She truly looked like a proper mother now. Zhukei's sacred beast nodded repeatedly. Mother is right. The two were clearly united against the other. By now, Zhukei's sacred beast had already chosen his master, and there was no way Jun Yiming could forcibly take him back. Also, since the Zhukei sacred beast had just undergone purification, his intellect level was only that of a 5-year-old. Even if he returned with Jun Yiming to the Unillusioned God Palace, he wouldn't be able to enter the Void Realm in the short term. Instead, letting him lay low and keep developing might be the best plan after some consideration. With a wave of his arm, a streak of red light suddenly entered Zhukei's sacred beast's body. You've just hatched. Your power isn't stable yet. Conceal your aura for now. And thus, both Chu Lingyue and Zhukei's sacred beast were driven away because he needed some peace and quiet. Just before being driven out, she introduced herself, casually learning his name. The instant Chu Lingyue led Zhukei's sacred beast away, a black figure swiftly appeared before Jun Yiming. He had indeed been terrified earlier and hadn't dared to reveal himself. For 1,000 years, every person who threatened their divine lord met an unfortunate end. But the woman from earlier not only walked off with the ancient Zhukei sacred beast he had nurtured, but also managed to stir up feelings within their master without getting her head ripped off immediately. She was certainly the first. Lord Divine, we've received news from the Void Realm. Elder Lu has embarked on a journey toward the Unillusioned God Palace. Please return immediately. Not in a hurry. Jun Yiming stood confidently, his hands behind him, gazing in the direction Chu Lingyue had left. He exuded a sense of grandeur, though inexplicably, he felt an undercurrent of worry whether Chu Lingyue, whose spiritual power was so weak as to be almost negligible, could safely exit this Hilson demon beast forest. No, he wasn't worried about the rude-mouthed woman. He was concerned for the safety of Zhukei's sacred beast that she'd taken away. Definitely so. Mo Sha, take my divine command token and return to the Unillusioned God Palace first. As soon as he spoke, Jun Yiming lost his cool upon realizing his 100 treasures bag, containing his most important keepsake, was missing. Damn. Realizing something, Jun Yiming's expression darkened instantly. A flick of his flowing sleeves tore through space, and he vanished into thin air. Mo Sha. Jun Yiming. Probably no one named Jun can be found across all of Canglan Continent, but it didn't matter as long as her head remained attached to her neck. Chu Lingyue strolled leisurely through the Sorsen demon beast forest, greedily inhaling fresh air, with a 5-year-old boy holding her hand. Chapter 6. You really are a troublemaker. Now, her mind was consumed with thoughts of where to find the Tsongqing spirit grass he had mentioned. It was crucial for restoring her spiritual meridians. Chu Lingyue was frustrated. Mother, here, this is for you. The Zhukei divine beast suddenly grinned and handed her a 100 treasure pouch embroidered with golden flowing clouds. What's this? Chu Lingyue tilted her head slightly, looking at the Zhukei divine beast with surprise. Something I took from father. Humph, how dare he try to kill you? The Zhukei divine beast pouted, showing a proud expression. Her own mother was so weak and definitely needed things for self-defense. He was truly the most considerate little warm-hearted person. Chu Lingyue couldn't help but laugh and cry. She had no idea when the Zhukei divine beast had made his move. Aren't you afraid he'll come after you? The Zhukei divine beast showed no fear and forcefully shoved the 100 treasure pouch he had swiped from Jun Yiming into Chu Lingyue's hands. I'm not scared. Mother, don't be afraid either. I will protect you. Chu Lingyue's lips curved up as she accepted the 100 treasure pouch and used divine awareness to sense it. Wow, it was packed full of bottles and jars of all sizes, all containing emperor-level spirit liquid. This discovery nearly shocked her out of her wits. Spiritual herbs are classified into lower-grade spirit herbs, middle grade, upper grade, superior grade, ultra-superior grade, emperor ultra-superior grade. Among these, the emperor-level spirit liquid is considered the best. It could be said that none of the spiritual herb masters in the entire Canglan Continent could refine this emperor-level spirit liquid. Yet Jun Yiming carried them all with him. Being tied to such a mysterious person, Chu Lingyue felt her future days would be interesting. When the Zhukei divine beast saw Chu Lingyue lost in thought, he assumed she was afraid of their father and gave her a firm look of support. Mother, what belongs to father is yours now. Besides, mother must need this now. Indeed, she needed it now more than ever. Without any hesitation, she happily accepted it. All right then, I'll keep it for now. Next time, do not do this anymore. Father will get angry. Children must be educated properly from a young age. Okay, I understand. The Zhukei divine beast agreed wholeheartedly, but agreement or not, if father dared to harm her mother again, he wouldn't hesitate. This was exactly what you'd call troublemaking. Chu Lingyue put away the 100 treasure pouch and led the Zhukei divine beast walking through the Hilson demon beast forest. Let's call you Xiao Qingtuan from now on. You look chubby and cute, just like Xiao Qingtuan. Seeing him, she couldn't resist wanting to bite into him. Yay, Xiao Qingtuan has a name now. Xiao Qingtuan happily danced around. Under Xiao Qingtuan's lead, they soon arrived at the outskirts of the Hilson demon beast forest. Along the way, they encountered many groups of people going deep into the mountains of the demon beast forest to hunt demon beasts. Ruzhuang, are you sure you were separated ahead? Brother Yuan, it's right there. Lingyue received word that deep within the Hilson demon beast's mountains, there were medicinal herbs that could repair her spiritual meridians. She invited me along, but we unexpectedly encountered a mid-tier ferocious beast. I was injured. At that time, Lingyue saved me by drawing away the ferocious beast and fell off a cliff. I really wanted to save her, but relying on my strength alone, I was utterly powerless. Although you two have ended your engagement, Roujuang begs you, help me find Lingwe. We want to see her alive or dead because Lingwe did it all for saving me. This matter is not related to you. Don't blame yourself. Even if there's no trace of her remains, it would be her own fault for her demise. When mentioning Chu Lingwe, Nan Mingyuan's eyes flashed with disdain. If it weren't for Mo Roujuang who cried her eyes red over this matter, he wouldn't have bothered leading people to search. In fact, he wished that worthless person would die here, ending everything. By coincidence, Chu Lingwe heard their conversation while passing by and calmly hid behind a tree with Xiao Qingtuan. Uncontrollable anger welled up inside her. Chapter 7. Keeping you for entertainment. What a clever escape. Mo Roujuang. You actually survived, and you described killing me so elegantly. Since that's the case, I've changed my mind. I won't kill you right away. I'll keep you around to play with. Let you slowly taste what it means to wish for death. Chu Lingwe led Xiao Qingtuan back. Xiao Qingtuan, since you're a divine beast, surely you can command lower-ranked magical beasts? Yeah, no problem. Xiao Qingtuan replied innocently, though he didn't know what his mother intended to do, but anything she wanted to do must be right. Chu Lingwe gave a mysterious smile. Help me out later. She took out the hairpin Mo Roujuang had given her from her spatial ring, formed the 5 Elements spirit seal with both hands, and immediately golden threads appeared, binding the hairpin. She was ecstatic. She knew her abilities as a 5 Elements mystic had returned along with her rebirth. The 5 Elements spirit arts include alchemy, divination, soul extraction, transfer, and rewriting fate. Rewriting fate is something she has never used before because fate cannot be defied easily without risk of counteraction. The others, well, she occasionally played around with them for fun or performed divinations and refined elixirs for people to make some money. 5 Elements spirit art, condensed within. Divination, she muttered incantations. In no time, she divined the route that Mo Roujuang and the others would soon take. This is one of the 5 Elements spirit arts, divination through objects. She held the hairpin and skillfully laid down a locking array on their upcoming path. Once Mo Roujuang passed by, they would definitely be locked by this array. All she had to do was sit back and enjoy the show like eating sunflower seeds. Within half an incense stick's burning time, Mo Roujuang, just as she predicted, entered the array with Nan Mingyuan and others. A strand of golden thread quietly bound Mo Roujuang. Chu Lingwe sat leisurely on a towering tree branch, gently moving the hairpin in her hand. The moment has arrived. She handed the hairpin to Xiao Qingtuan. Xiao Qingtuan, simply lead a group of magical beasts. Do not kill anyone. Mother wants to keep them alive for future entertainment. Go now and be safe. Got it, mother. Expect good news from Xiao Qingtuan. Xiao Qingtuan listened to his mother's plan and immediately lit up with excitement. His figure flashed, turning from human form into a soft, adorable little red bird that quickly disappeared into the forest. He never imagined that summoning the beasts could be so much fun. Chu Lingwe couldn't help but feel thrilled. Xiao Qingtuan was indeed a double-formed divine beast. She hit the jackpot. On another side, Mo Roujuang and Nan Mingyuan met Chu Sibi unexpectedly, who was searching for Chu Lingwe. Chu Sibi looked aggressive, her blessed sword nearly touching Mo Roujuang's neck. Mo Roujuang, where have you hidden Chu Lingwe? Hand her over now. Chu Sibi was irate. She brought a group of spirit-possessed servants from the Chu family to search for Chu Lingwe in the Hilson magical beast forest for 3 whole days, yet still could not find her. When news came that Chu Lingwe had gone missing in the magical beast forest, she just didn't believe that her non-blood-related sister could be so brainless. Yuan brother. Mo Roujuang hid behind Nan Mingyuan with a piteous expression, seeking protection. I've said everything I needed to say. We understand each other. How could I do such a thing? Miss Chu, this matter has nothing to do with Roujuang. Don't keep blaming her. If you have the free time, you should rather go look for your sister whose fate is uncertain. Perhaps there is still hope. Nan Mingyuan coldly stated. How dare you say such things? Chu Lingwe is your fiancé. How could you possibly conspire with Mo Roujuang behind closed doors? If this spreads, aren't you afraid the world will mock you? Chu Sibi angrily retorted. Truly, if Chu Lingwe was such a waste, being played with like a fool without even realizing it, then she really was as stupid as a pig. Chapter 8. Where did you hide Chu Lingwe? A brainless person dared to invite Mo Roujuang to the perilous Hilson demon beast forest. She absolutely didn't believe it. As soon as Mo Roujuang heard this, she immediately became aggrieved. Miss Chu, the third young lady, my relationship with brother Yuan is clean and pure. Even though you are Ling Yue's younger sister, you cannot slander me like this. If this gets out, people will think that brother Yuan and I. Nan Mingyuan frowned. Third Miss Chu, one can eat carelessly, but words must be chosen wisely. My relationship with Chu Lingwe has been clearly defined long ago. It's my freedom to be with whoever I choose. You have your freedom, and I also have my freedom to hit you. Without saying more, Chu Siyu picked up her sharp-edged long sword and headed straight for Nan Mingyuan and Mo Roujuang. Brother Yuan, watch out. Chu Lingwe, hiding in the shadows, saw this scene, and her eyes almost popped out in shock. She never expected Chu Siyu, who always went head-to-head with her, to actually come searching for her in the Hilson Demon Beast Forest, and to even stand up for her. Chu Siyu was an adopted daughter of her uncle Chu Sheng from outside, known for being impulsive and straightforward, stubbornly so since childhood. They had always been at odds with each other. As the three were already engaged in a fight, the people brought by Nan Mingyuan were watching from a safe position, never imagining Chu Siyu would act so impulsively to challenge 2 top experts of Hill City. After all, Mo Roswang was at the first stage of spiritual cultivation, while Nanming Yuan's strength had reached the third stage of spiritual cultivation. Chu Siyu had just broken through to the seventh stage of spiritual warrior. Each stage was a gap that most cultivators found impossible to bridge. Where did she get her courage from? Everyone present couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. Sure enough, after just 3 to 5 rounds, Chu Siyu began to show significant weakness. Dealing with one of them was already tough, yet unexpectedly, she took on both at once. She was simply fearless. With a slap, Chu Siyu was, without surprise, sent flying by Nanming Yuan. She spun around 360 degrees in the air before landing steadily on the ground. Her sword slipped from her hand and flew off, embedding itself firmly in the tree where Chu Lingyue was hiding. This sword only missed hitting her by a few centimeters, shocking Chu Lingyue. Watching Chu Siyu closely, she spat out a mouthful of blood and clutched her heart, which throbbed painfully, yet her gaze remained firm and determined. Let's go again. Chu Siyu slightly opened her pink lips, her hand boldly drawing in energy, causing the sword to fly back into her grasp as if it had its own spirit, and she charged towards Mo Roswang again. Miss Chu, you're no match for me. Don't keep fighting, Mo Roswang advised, but her eyebrows lifted in satisfaction. Since Chu Siyu was looking for death, she could blame herself for any ruthlessness that followed. Every move of Mo Roswang's targeted Chu Siyu's weaknesses with cruel precision. Chu Lingyue watched as the two continued to grapple with each other, and she shook her head in frustration. Standing up for her wasn't supposed to happen like this. Being so impulsive would only harm her further. Tearing off a piece of her clothing to cover her face, Chu Lingyue knew her damaged spiritual veins meant she could only resort to using 5 elements spirit techniques to educate Mo Roswang and the others. Not to mention, in everyone's eyes, she was already considered dead. No one on the Canglan Continent currently practiced 5 element spirit techniques. Revealing herself now might lead to being regarded as some sort of resurrected monster. With a casual movement, she tore down a few leaves and, gracefully leaping into the air, landed beside Chu Siyu, who was being completely overpowered by Mo Roswang. Her eyes fixed resolutely, she powerfully caught the black hair scaly soul stealing whip aimed at Chu Siyu. A surge of anger welled up within her. It was precisely this whip that caused the previous host's demise. Excellent. Mo Roswang was greatly surprised by this unexpected interloper who dared to ruin her fun. Impulsiveness will get you hurt. Chu Lingyue lowered her voice, mocking Chu Siyu with a tone of mockery, then nimbly flipped 180 degrees in midair, landing firmly in front of Mo Roswang. Grasping her long whip in reverse, she ferociously struck toward Mo Roswang. Chapter 9. Don't mess around, let's fight. Mo Roswang saw the situation wasn't good and quickly dodged to the side. The seizing soul whip viciously lashed at the large tree beside her, instantly leaving a deep whip mark. Her scalp went numb. Unable to imagine what would happen if this whip had hit her instead, her ribs might have been shattered. Who exactly are you? Not just Mo Roswang. All present were left stunned by the sudden chaotic attack. Chu Lingyue's lips curled slightly under her veil. I am someone who helps the weak. Her gaze turned serious, a flash of purple in her left eye went almost unnoticed, while the leaf hidden in her palm suddenly revealed a streak of golden pattern before it vanished again. She suddenly hurled it towards Mo Roswang, the leaf shooting out from her hand like an arrow. A sharp bang was heard. Unprepared, Mo Roswang let out a painful wail. Ah! An unknown object exploded on her right arm, causing immediate bloodshed. Mo Roswang fell to the ground, her face pale as she clutched her injured right arm. My arm hurts so much, Brother Yuan. This woman has harmed me with something unknown. Nanming Yuan, upon seeing this, felt immense heartache and immediately took out low-grade 5th stage hemostatic spirit liquid from his spatial ring for Mo Roswang to drink. Though the bleeding stopped, the pain continued, causing her to roll on the ground in agony. Chu Lingyue retreated to Chu Siyu's side. Although Mo Roswang's alertness prevented more severe injuries, it was indeed a pity that only her arm got slightly injured, not having it broken into pieces altogether. Everyone watching this situation was truly shocked with mouths agape, disbelief etched on their faces. From beginning to end, none of them had clearly seen how Mo Roswang got hurt. Just one loud bang, and she was lying in a pool of blood. This mysterious woman, her strength must have reached what level, to harm Mo Roswang effortlessly? A first-level spiritual cultivator? Chu Siyu, witnessing Mo Roswang's cries of pain, applauded approvingly, but was also surprised. Wow. A master, how did you do it? That Mo Roswang is a first-level spiritual cultivator. I couldn't even stand against her. Nanming Yuan eyed cautiously. He hadn't detected any spiritual energy fluctuation from this woman, yet her strength was undoubtedly superior to his. How can someone like you sneak attacks on others? Your methods are truly despicable. Chu Lingyue laughed coldly. I just cannot tolerate people using their strength to oppress the weak. Seeing injustice and offering help, making her experience being beaten by a strong person. Why are you so angry and embarrassed? You. Growing up, no one dared to criticize him directly like this. A hint of anger flashed in Nanming Yuan's eyes. He then channeled his spiritual power to launch an attack on Chu Lingyue. Brother Yuan, be careful. Master Yu. Stand aside and watch well, I'll teach them a lesson, Chu Lingyue said, then engaged Nanming Yuan once again. It's true that mastering spiritual force isn't a joke. With every move she made to defend, she could distinctly feel her hand going numb. Though unable to match him in terms of spiritual power alone, She could use some petty tricks based on her 5-element spirit art, making him suffer a little. Chu Lingyue used her old trick again, increasing the distance between her fight with Nan Mingyuan, throwing 3 leaves simultaneously with great precision. 3 loud bangs were heard. When they looked again, Nan Mingyuan's handsome and elegant appearance was completely blackened. Smoke rose from his body. His hair stood up straight. There were multiple holes in his clothes, with fresh blood spurting out continuously. It was quite comical. In such a disheveled state. Unbearable pain spread throughout Nan Mingyuan's body. Detecting that he had been played with, red flashes passed through his eyes filled with hatred, wishing to cut this person into 10,000 pieces. Yet, he had no time to dwell on it, quickly drinking the healing spirit liquid he carried with him. Chapter 10. I'm going to kill you. The onlookers were stunned, their eyes wide open. Even a strong person like Nan Mingyuan suffered a defeat at the hands of this woman. What kind of secret art did she use? Master, how did you do that? Teach me. Chu Sibei, who was arrogant just now, immediately turned into a starstruck fan, wishing she could stick to Chu Lingyue. She could never associate her talentless sister with the extraordinary young lady in front of her. If she knew, she would definitely be shocked. Not to mention Chu Sibei, even Mo Ruchuang and others couldn't connect the talentless Chu Lingyue with the woman in front of them. Before Chu Lingyue could speak, she heard an array of commotion from not far away. In her consciousness, the excited voice of Xiao Qingtuan came. Mommy, I've brought a group of beast brothers. Something's coming, good luck to you. Chu Lingyue stared blankly at Nan Mingyuan and others, kindly reminding them. What? Although Chu Sibei had always been against her since childhood, at least for saving her earlier, she couldn't let her suffer here. Want to learn my skills? Catch up with me. Chu Lingyue mysteriously smiled, then leapt. Her agile figure immediately disappeared among the treetops in the forest. Seeing this, Chu Sibei couldn't let such a master go. She wanted to learn the skills to make Mo Ruchuang and Nan Mingyuan crawl around on all fours. So she quickly called her companions and rushed after her. All right. This time she even forgot about her sister whose fate was uncertain, only focusing on grabbing onto this great opportunity. Nan Mingyuan harbored resentment, his gaze menacing. He was the pride of heaven. When had he ever suffered such a loss? Just as he was about to rush forward, Mo Ruchuang grabbed him. Big brother Yuan, are you all right? She showed full concern. It's all because of me you got injured by that woman. Her moves were indeed cruel. I will rip her apart. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the ground suddenly started shaking violently, making it hard to stand. Panicked, she clung onto Nan Mingyuan, completely unaware of the current situation. Big brother Yuan, what is this? Calm down. Terrible. It's a wave of beasts. Run for your lives. Someone in the crowd cried out in panic. In the midst of dark clouds, a swarm of rampaging magical beasts roared towards them. A black mass surged forward, let alone Mo Ruchuang. Even Nan Mingyuan was terrified by this sight. Big brother Yuan, save me. Everyone was scared witless, fleeing in all directions. No one dared to stay. Saving their lives was the priority. Mo Ruchuang and Nan Mingyuan fled rapidly in the opposite direction, but it was as if there were location markers on their bodies. The swarm of dark beasts relentlessly pursued them. Unable to resist, they were ultimately overwhelmed and trampled by the wave of magical beasts. Suddenly recalling the words the woman said before leaving, Mo Ruchuang became wildly angry. I'll kill you. Her frenzied screams were drowned out by the overwhelming roar of the beasts. On another side, Chu Lingyue led Chu Sibei away from the reach of the wave of beasts. With ease, she used a transfer technique to evade Chu Sibei. Chu Sibei chased for a while, but still lost the mysterious master. Frustrated, looking back, she found the position where she had come from flattened by the sudden arrival of the wave of beasts. Was it the intention of the high-level master not to involve her that she deliberately led her here? Chu Sibei felt moved, quickly gathered her people to rescue her so-called waste of a sister, and then seek that mysterious master again. She must become her disciple. Chapter 11. A Sharpened Edge. After a cup of tea, Chu Lingyue had already appeared outside the Hilson Demon Beast Forest. On her shoulder sat a little red puff no bigger than a palm, flapping its wings, looking just like an owl with a long tail. Absolutely adorable. This was Little Qingtuan's initial form. Maintaining a human shape would drain a lot of energy, and this way not only saved strength, but also concealed their presence. The earlier directed Demon Beast Surge was Chu Lingyue's doing, her signature move. One of the 5 element spirit arts was divination, and she simply used items to apply the principle of reverse divination to locate Mo Ruchuang's position. Then she had Little Qingtuan take the hairpin imbued with the soul-ensnaring spell to instigate the Beast Surge. She wanted Mo Ruchuang to feel powerless, unable to save herself, a taste of wretched helplessness. But this was just an appetizer. She would make Mo Ruchuang pay dearly for her actions sooner or later. Of course, on the premise that Mo Ruchuang could safely survive the Beast Surge and appear in front of her. Great job. You'll get chicken legs as a reward when we go back. Chu Lingyue praised. I don't eat chicken legs. I'm still growing, so I need spiritual liquid, as much as possible. Little Qingtuan flapped its wings excitedly. Chu Lingyue suddenly remembered the bao bag Little Qingtuan had swiped from Jun Yiming. Without hesitation, she pulled out several bottles filled with emperor-level spiritual liquid and fed it generously. Eat as much as you want. Mother has plenty. Wow. Thank you, Mother. Just as Chu Lingyue led Little Qingtuan away from the Hilson Demon Beast Forest, a shadow lurking in the darkness followed the direction she left. How dare this girl blatantly kidnap his Vermilion bird sacred beast? Not only that, but the Vermilion bird actually colluded and stole his bao bag for its mother. She truly deserved a beating. Chu Lingyue had no idea Jun Yiming was trailing after her, and she boldly returned to the Chu residence. The news of her returning unscathed from the Hilson Demon Beast Forest spread like wildfire. As soon as she reached the door, she encountered Lingli, her personal maidservant, whose eyes were red from crying. Upon seeing Chu Lingyue, the maid darted off faster than a rabbit. Hurry up and inform master. The miss has returned. Chu Sheng, still recovering from illness, rushed over anxiously, holding a whip with an ominous bluish-black hue. Seeing Chu Lingyue, he immediately berated her sternly. Chu Lingyue, are you getting too bold? How dare you go to the Hilson Demon Beast Forest without permission? Are you so arrogant? Unmoved by his fury, Chu Lingyue calmly stepped forward and knelt before Chu Sheng with both knees. Uncle, I've made you worry, and I know I've erred. I will never do it again. Having lost her parents at a young age, Chu Lingyue was raised by her uncle, who loved her like his own daughter, yet she behaved like a rebellious son, causing him distress daily. This act of disobedience needed to be corrected. That whipping, she indeed deserved. But Chu Sheng's planned lecture died on his lips. He was utterly dumbfounded by Chu Lingyue's unexpected 360-degree confession of guilt. Could this really be Chu Lingyue, who was normally reckless to the point of incompetence, endlessly chasing Nen Mingyuan around? Before Chu Sheng could continue reprimanding her, Chu Shua's personal attendant came rushing in panicked. Master, bad news. The young master isn't well. What? Both turned and rushed toward Chu Shua's Xianfeng pavilion. There they found Chu Shua convulsing on his bed, rolling his white eyes, foaming at the mouth, a clear sign of deep poisoning. Quick, call the physician. Chu Sheng was overcome with anguish. With his nephew in trouble at Star Luo Academy unresolved, and now Chu Lingyue being equally problematic, the stress almost made him bleed from anger. Without hesitation, Chu Lingyue tore off a piece of her gown, wrapping it carefully around her hand before calmly forcing it into Chu Shua's mouth. In a blink, her left eye was overtaken by a purple glow. Her hands rapidly formed seals, and golden threads emerged into the air. Heaven and Earth Unlimited Elemental Spirit Arts, activate. Golden threads immediately shot through the air, enveloping Chu Shua. Dual spells for capturing souls and transferring sensations took effect. She controlled Chu Shua's consciousness and transferred all his pain to herself. Phew! Chu Lingyue immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Sheng stood rooted to the spot, at a loss. Chapter 12, taking the initiative. He had no idea what had happened. Just now, Chu Shua, who was still foaming at the mouth, suddenly calmed down and fell into a deep sleep. Chu Lingyue clutched her aching chest. She could hardly imagine how much unspeakable pain Chu Shua must endure each time his poison flared up. Brother has been poisoned by the red 100-day flower powder. As he is now in critical condition, it causes frequent nightmares. Lingyue, what exactly is going on? How do you know this? Chu Sheng moved forward to support the swaying Chu Lingyue. A flash of surprise flickered across his eyes. Wasn't his niece a total useless one? When had she learned such mysterious secret arts? Not only that, but she even detected the severe poisoning of Chu Sheng. Uncle, these past few days I've gone through many things beyond your imagination. I met an extraordinary master who enlightened me and taught me these secret skills. Earlier, I didn't understand matters, causing you worry. Now, it's my turn to protect the family, Chu Lingyue declared with unshakable determination. Since she couldn't tell the truth, she used this opportunity to provide an explanation. For some unknown reason, Chu Sheng saw a glimmer of perseverance in Chu Lingyue's eyes. Given her ability to detect Chu Shua's poison, he began to inexplicably believe that after this experience, she had indeed changed. Chu Sheng couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Since you have such a heart, Uncle has the face to meet our ancestors. Don't say such things, Uncle. You should live for 100 years. Our Chu family will only get better, increasingly prosperous. Chu Lingyue consoled him immediately. But why did brother become poisoned? Her face revealed confusion. Sighing deeply, Chu Sheng began. It's a long story. In the past, you didn't care about family affairs, and with Shua, well, Shua since young was exceptionally talented, chosen by the high priest to study at the Star Luo Academy. However, within less than 2 years, he was carried back by the academy personnel. At that point, he already had more exhales than inhales. I sought out every pharmacist in the world, barely saving his life, unfortunately leaving him unable to stand. Initially, he would fall ill at least 5 times a month. Recently, it has become progressively worse. Almost every other day he gets sick, each time more severe than the last. Now, he merely lingers in agony. I truly fear the day when an old man buries his son. If possible, I'd rather be the one lying there. Chu Sheng clenched his fists tightly, shaking his head repeatedly, regretting that his old body couldn't do more. Uncle, stop saying such things. I can cure brother's poison. Give me some time, Chu Lingyue asserted firmly. The art of alchemy was something she had perfected over time. The red 100-day flower powder first disables its victim, then gradually erodes their vital energy channels. Whoever used such cruel tactics? How dare someone harm her own brother of the same mother? Star Luo Academy. She would definitely go there and demand justice. Really? Subconsciously, Chu Sheng leaned on Chu Lingyue, holding on to a faint hope that somehow Chu Shua could recover. Yes, Uncle, I will not let you down. She vowed. Not only would she ensure Chu Shua recovers, but also enable him to personally take revenge on his enemies. Just as Chu Sheng thought the Chu family had lost all hope, Chu Lingyue stood up. In his darkened world, points of hopeful light finally appeared. Lingyue, our family depends on you. That night, a pure white figure emerged in the black market, like a flower standing tall on a high ridge, contrasting starkly with the surrounding dark environment. Chu Lingyue wore a white hood and moved swiftly, akin to bringing down dew under the starlit sky. Wherever she went, everyone's gaze was drawn to her unfamiliar figure, yet she ignored them all completely. Chapter 13, Big Brother will be fine. Her goal was clear, to go to the trading market, post a notice, and find a mercenary group that would accompany her to the perilous depths of the Shilson magical beast mountain range. During the day, she combed through ancient texts, and finally, she found what she sought. The Jiangzhu Ling herb and the Cangqing Ling herb, which could cure the Bai Rihong flower poison, grew in the same ominous place. Mother, I've just hatched, my strength is too weak. The netherworld is in while I am young. I might not be much help. Little Qingtuan secretly vowed that he would become extremely powerful and protect his mother. I know. Chu Lingyue conversed with Little Qingtuan via spiritual awareness. She could picture his face, eager to help, yet feeling powerless. Her spirit veins were severely damaged, and her mastery over 5-element magic alone was insufficient for her to make this journey. Chu Shua's life hung by a thread. Both urgent matters needed immediate attention, so she must set out on this quest herself. After crossing 2 long streets, she reached the depth of the black market, where the mercenary guild trading market lay. The red light illuminated the streets, people bustling about, a lively scene everywhere. Chu Lingyue's slight and delicate figure easily glided through the crowded throng, and she calmly stepped through the heavily painted grand gates of the mercenary trading market. Her arrival drew no significant attention since most who came here to post tasks were rather mysterious figures, an already common sight. The mercenary market hall was spacious, with many people coming and going to discuss tasks. It measured at least 500 square meters wide, the ceiling rising 10 meters high, its classical decoration grandiose. At once, 8 or 9 large screens mounted on walls caught her eyes. Their characters floated elegantly. These projections were created with special magical assistance using spiritual energy, truly impressive. Her gaze quickly locked onto the most prominent section, where lists ranked from 1 to 20, undoubtedly the current top-ranked mercenary groups. She didn't come here to issue a task but to negotiate with one of these groups to take her along. Of course, she had prepared with utmost sincerity. Before setting out, she had spent several hours locked in her room, modifying a bottle of King Jun Yiming's Emperor-grade advanced spiritual essence into 5 bottles of high-grade essence instead. To her knowledge, only once had such a high-grade essence been auctioned at the Star Constellation Auction House in Hill City, and it caused a fierce bidding war. These 5 bottles were indeed quite valuable. But if Jun Yiming knew she had refined his Emperor-grade essence into 5 bottles of lesser grade, wouldn't he get mad enough to spit blood? Chu Lingyue's gaze, hidden under her hood, narrowed as she immediately identified her target, then moved toward the reception desk. A young woman in a red dress greeted her, looking elegant and pretty. Could you help me contact the leader of the Tsang Yin mercenary group? I wish to discuss business. The young woman flipped through some records and replied, the Tsang Yin mercenary group? Would you like to issue a task? Unfortunately, the leader just took one, and they'll depart the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? How coincidental. She also wished to set out soon. Before she could say more, a loud and rough voice suddenly thundered beside her ear. I am Tsang Yin, leader of the Tsang Yin mercenary group. Lady, have you called us to issue a task? Chu Lingyue looked up upon hearing this voice and saw a robust man with a huge broadsword studded with iron rings resting on his shoulder. His face was unexpectedly handsome, especially those eyes, resembling a gentle scholar, entirely contrasting with his rugged outfit. Can we talk somewhere private? Chu Lingyue asked politely. This way, please. Tsang Yin treated Chu Lingyue with due respect. He understood his job centered around treating employers well. Leading her directly to a corner reserved for Tsang Yan's team rest area, they began their conversation. Chapter 14, Hatred for Her. She immediately saw 4 people like Ru Chongyan. Upon seeing her, their eyes did not show any surprise. Indeed, we've heard that you will set out for the Hilson Magic Beast Forest the day after tomorrow. I want to make a trip to the Netherworld, and I wish to ask you to escort me on your way back after completing the task. It won't take up too much of your time. As a reward, I will pay with 5 bottles of high-grade Ascension Elixir. Chu Lingyue directly stated her purpose. As soon as Chu Lingyue finished speaking, the previously composed group immediately burst into an uproar. What? 5 bottles of high-grade Ascension Elixir? They had been in this line of work for so long and had never seen such an elixir before. This high-grade Ascension Elixir could instantly help those below the Spirit King level successfully ascend, and it could also boost their strength by 1 rank. It was truly a godly assistant elixir. And right before their eyes, this young woman with concealed features easily took out 5 bottles. Such extravagance left them stunned. Yes, I am going to the Netherworld. There are many savage beasts there, and there is always a risk of getting injured or dying. Chu Lingyue said lightly, with risks and temptations coexisting. It all depended on whether they dared to accept. Then, one of them quickly became interested and whispered to Chongyan. This temptation was absolutely irresistible. Leader, we've been stuck at our current level for almost half a year. The Chongyan mercenary group also needs to enhance its strength. Why don't we? Seeing Chongyan's hesitant expression, likely doubting her credibility, Chu Lingyue waved her palm, and 5 identical small porcelain bottles immediately appeared in her hand. I welcome you to inspect them. And since they were the core 5 members, these 5 bottles were enough. Chongyan simply couldn't believe that the slim woman in front of him could produce 5 bottles of high-grade ascension elixir at once, and immediately grabbed one to check. However, upon inspection, his eyes widened even larger than Belle's. He nearly stopped breathing. This is indeed a high-grade ascension elixir. Just from inhaling a bit of it, he felt his spirit veins heat up, giving signs that he was about to break through. He immediately tightened the cap and handed it back to Chu Linghua, fearing that he might lose control and drink it all at once. You see, he had been stuck at the 7th stage of spirit cultivation for almost half a year, unable to advance to the Spirit King realm. For him, this ascension elixir was absolutely the best choice. I can accompany Miss. Hold on. Just as Chongyan was about to agree, a sharp and arrogant voice suddenly interrupted their deal. A woman dressed in goose-yellow clothes quickly strode over to them, casting unfriendly glances at Chu Linghua, accompanied by a strong killing intent. Leader, how dare you conduct such a big transaction behind my back? 5 bottles of high-grade ascension elixir. You 5 split them among yourselves while leaving me out? I'm also going on the mission 2 days later. We're supposed to be one team. This woman's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. What? 5 bottles of high-grade ascension elixir? Who is being so generous? Since last month, a high-grade ascension elixir appeared only once at the Star Constellation Auction House, but now it was suddenly brought up again, immediately capturing everyone's attention. They all stared at the group, their ears perked up. Chu Linghua's gaze slightly narrowed. She recognized this person. She was the younger sister of Nan Mingyuan, Nan Ziyu. She didn't expect that she was also part of the Chongyan mercenary group. Neither of these siblings were good individuals. Look at you, so young, yet unwilling to reveal your true face. Are these 5 bottles of high-grade ascension elixir of unknown origin? Nan Ziyu ground her teeth and accused her outright. After receiving the news of the mission, she rushed over immediately, not expecting Chongyan and others to secretly conduct this kind of business behind her back. These were 5 bottles of high-grade ascension elixir. She had been stuck at the 1st stage of spirit cultivation for quite some time, unable to break through. Chapter 15, High-Quality Advancement Elixir. And they hadn't even thought of haggling to get a bottle for themselves, but luckily she appeared in time, or else she wouldn't have even known she was being taken advantage of. Nan Zio's remarks clearly were picking on her, sour grapes over missing out on the deal. Chu Linghua completely ignored Nan Zio and directly looked at Song Yin, saying, "It seems our deal cannot be made." She had no interest in being aligned with Nan Zio, nor did she want to counter her. There were plenty of mercenary groups who wanted to trade with her, so she could look elsewhere. When the members of Song Yan's group heard this, they stared wistfully at the few bottles of elixir in Chu Linghua's hand, feeling resentment towards Nan Zio. Why hadn't they noticed before how bitter and harsh she was? They didn't want to miss this excellent opportunity for promotion. Opportunities like this don't come often. "Miss, we do intend to make a deal with you." Song Yan attempted to interject and recover from the situation. However, Nan Zio suddenly interrupted angrily. "Leader, this woman has an unknown background. We have no secure channel to verify these goods. We can't accept something like this. Be careful not to bring calamity upon us. Moreover, who knows if there is actually any problem with this high-quality advancement elixir? If she couldn't get it, then no one should." Driven by jealousy, Nan Zio's words only drew a light response from Chu Linghua. "This elixir was personally refined by my late master. I am more than willing to support its verification. Even if the deal does not go through, respect should still be maintained." With South Zio publicly humiliating her in front of everyone like that, she couldn't pretend not to see it. As for this deceased master, that was just a story she fabricated. Since her own abilities weren't strong enough, it would be best not to expose it. She could only let Jun Yiming take the role of her mentor for now. Suddenly, a graceful young lord holding a fan stepped forward from the crowd. He had been intrigued ever since Chu Linghua walked into the Mercenaries Guild door. This was the first time he had seen someone remain so calm after being defamed by Nan Zio. "Verification? I'm the expert. Why don't I handle it?" Hearing the voice, Chu Linghua glanced over and felt somewhat surprised upon seeing Mu Lingfeng. She didn't know him well. Shilin City was located in the easternmost small city closest to Shilin Forest Monster Mountain on the southern continent. Even though it was resource-rich, the city was divided among 4 major families: Wood, South, Imo, and Chu, each balancing against the others. Above these 4 great families was the Grand Priest who governed the entire Shilin City. Mu Lingfeng was the sole legitimate son of the Mu family. Since he was willing to step up, she had no objections, as the Mu family mainly specialized in martial spirits. Though inexplicably, Mu Lingfeng himself cultivated medicinal spirits instead, changing the entire Mu family's spirit vein all by himself. "Yes, Master Mu is here. Why not let Master Mu inspect the goods? Whatever Master Mu says will definitely be accurate." "Yes, support Master Mu's inspection." Everyone agreed unanimously because they too were very curious. Was this truly a high-quality advancement elixir? Even if the business with Song Yin mercenary group fell through, they were eager to help instead. With someone supporting her, she was more than happy to oblige. She simply threw all 5 bottles of high-quality advancement elixirs to Mu Lingfeng, simultaneously stirring some animosity toward him. Mu Lingfeng was initially stunned, but his gentle face soon became serious as he began verifying the elixirs one by one. Instantly, his eyes lit up before he quickly returned them to her. "This elixir is indeed a high-quality advancement elixir, with purity above 98%. Everyone's eyes went wide. Had they heard correctly? It really was a high-quality advancement elixir. Chapter 16. I Want Your Life. Chu Lingyue wasted no words, immediately pocketing the spirit liquid and concealing her gaze under her bamboo hat as it swept over Tsang Yin and others. Then she moved towards the large screen to look for new targets. Offers of alliance came one after another from all around her, leaving her surrounded with no way out. Such broad-mindedness and high-class ambition absolutely made her a great employer. Nanzio watched the scene unfolding before her eyes. Wasn't this just slapping her face? Her cheeks alternated between red and white as she recalled starting the quarrel first, but was now unwilling to let go. She vowed not to let this person leave the black market alive. Humph. Unable to bear staying any longer, Nanzio growled in anger and then pushed her way through the crowd, running away quickly. Song Yin and his companions gritted their teeth even harder, harboring hatred towards Nanzio. If it weren't for her objections and hindrance, they wouldn't have missed such a golden opportunity for advancement. They must find a way to expel her from the Tsang Yin mercenary group at all costs. Mu Lingfeng fanned open his folding fan, dispersing the annoying crowd surrounding him, and boldly approached Chu Lingyue. He started striking up a conversation. His interest in this mysterious woman grew more intense. After all, she effortlessly took out 5 bottles of high-grade spirit liquids, a treasure that others could only dream about obtaining. Miss, I hear you're going to the Abyssal Realm. Coincidentally, my mercenary group is heading in the same direction as you. If you don't mind, we could travel together. Chu Lingyue stared at Mu Lingfeng through the white veil covering her face. Mu Lingfeng, unnerved by her gaze, quickly added, I merely feel a connection with you, Mississippi. The high-grade spirit liquids, I don't want them. Of course, the strength of our mercenary group is indisputable, and I promise to make sure you are satisfied. He had already stepped back repeatedly to befriend this mysterious woman. How approachable was this? How could such a friend not be quickly gained? Why hesitate? Chu Lingyue stared silently into his eyes, making Mu Lingfeng start questioning himself. Could he have been too straightforward and given her the wrong impression? During the wait for Chu Lingyue's response, Mu Lingfeng's smile almost froze on his face, fearing rejection above all. When do we depart? It took at least a minute before these 4 words came out of Chu Lingyue's mouth. At sunrise on the day after tomorrow. We'll meet at the entrance of Hilson Beast Forest then. Having received an accurate time, Chu Lingyue stopped searching further and turned to leave directly. Mu Lingfeng opened his folding fan, eyeing Chu Lingyue's retreating figure among the crowd with a smile. Excluding Nan Mingyuan, the most famous person in Hill City would be Mu Lingfeng. Seeking his company was undoubtedly far more efficient than looking for other mercenary groups. Despite a promising deal being snatched away by Mu Lingfeng, everyone dared not protest because of his standing and power, so they accepted the reality grudgingly. Realizing someone was following her, Chu Lingyue quickly exited the black market. Given her current weak abilities, she needed to avoid direct confrontations as much as possible. Mother, the pursuers share the same aura as those who opposed you before, Xia Qingtuan reminded her from within her mental lake. Yes, I know. It was Nanzio. Apparently, she couldn't stand being humiliated in front of everyone like that. Turning left into a narrow alleyway, Chu Lingyue swiftly made hand signs. A strand of golden light suddenly appeared, swirling around her hands as she prepared to use the teleportation technique to return home. Suddenly, a big hand tightly gripped her wrist. In an instant, something yanked her into a beam of light, causing her to disappear. Nanzio and her followers soon arrived, where Chu Lingyue had disappeared moments earlier. Where did she go? Her expression turned cruel. Cursed. She slipped away again. Clenching her fists, she slammed a furious blow against the wall. She hadn't managed to capture this person, but she was certain she'd be heading to the Hilson Beast Forest. She'd simply wait at the entrance to the Abyssal Realm next time. She'd definitely not let her escape from her grasp next time. Chu Lingyue reappeared, already at Xianfeng Garden. Unsteady on her feet, she fell forward abruptly. She landed squarely in the warm, yet firm embrace of someone else. Her bamboo had also slipped off and fell to the ground. Chapter 17. Is he truly this pure? The soft girl clung tightly to him. Jun Yiming, looking at the person who had thrown herself into his arms, found her ears inexplicably red again. He wanted to push her away but did not. How much longer do you intend to hold me? Sorry. Chu Lingyue stabilized herself and immediately pulled away from Jun Yiming, only to find that he followed her. Could it be that he had been tracking her all along, saving the damsel in distress when she was surrounded? Hand it over. Jun Yiming stretched out his hand, his tone extremely calm, devoid of any emotion. What? Chu Lingyue looked confused, her expression innocent. 100 treasures pouch. Jun Yiming glanced at her, truly doubting that Chu Lingyue was pretending to be dumb, yet finding no evidence. It turned out, he wasn't there to help her out of trouble, but rather for the 100 treasures pouch, causing her to indulge in wild fantasies just now. Her heart felt a bit disappointed. Here, Chu Lingyue pouted slightly and handed the 100 treasures pouch back to him. She was just about to tell him that she had used his Emperor-grade spirit liquid to refine 5 bottles of high-quality spirit liquid today when he casually pulled something out from the pouch and tossed it back to her. Don't you want it? Chu Lingyue was shocked, looking first at the pouch in her hand, then at him. Jun Yiming's disdainful gaze swept over her. You're too weak right now. Stay alive for the Vermilion bird. I'll let you keep it with you temporarily. Wasn't he showing concern? How considerate, even making arrangements for her. Do you live here? His voice trailing off, Jun Yiming inspected the surroundings, then walked directly to her bed, rudely lying down and closing his eyes to take a nap. Chu Lingyue! Exclamation point. What are you doing? Chu Lingyue saw that Jun Yiming had already lain down comfortably and went teasingly towards him. Seeing his relaxed posture, her heart couldn't help but flutter. She'd never seen a man as enchantingly handsome as Jun Yiming before, causing her heart to stir. Resting. Two thin words slowly slipped out from his mouth. Oh. Chu Lingyue became even more interested and flipped right inside, propping her head on one hand, and said gently, "Since you're willing to stay, I'm very pleased." Frivolous. Jun Yiming felt the soft fragrance of the girl pressing up against him, his eyes that were shut tight suddenly opening wide, and then he got up and vanished from the room without pausing. Did he flee in disarray? That's it. Not staying anymore. Chu Lingyue mocked Jun Yiming at the empty air, which greatly lifted her mood. He was indeed so pure-hearted, plenty of fun to come in the future. Just as she leaned on the soft bed, sleepiness came on, and she slumped to a deep sleep with her head tilted. The next day, Chu family library. Chu Lingyue was still flipping through ancient books, absorbing more knowledge, when Ling Li rushed in with news. Miss Mo is here, waiting for you at the gate. Chu Lingyue snapped the ancient book closed, her eyes shining. Good. Somehow, she had escaped the tide of beasts she sent. Well then, let's play. As soon as she arrived in the front courtyard, she bumped straight into Chu Sishu. Chu Sishu began glowering as soon as she saw her, grumbling unhappily. Chu Lingyue, I searched for you for 3 days and 4 nights in the demon beast forest, and you didn't even bother sending someone with a message. If I hadn't heard you returned, I don't know how long I would have kept searching. Chu Lingyue didn't have the patience to deal with Chu Sishu's nagging and walked around her to leave. Chu Sishu, seeing Chu Lingyue ignore her, grew indignant instantly, yelling and chasing after her. Chu Lingyue, can't you even say something nice? Chapter 18. It's you who are unworthy now. If you want to watch, then keep quiet. Chu Lingyue had a headache from Chu Siyu's constant noise and scolded her. Surprisingly, Chu Siyu instinctively stopped arguing with her. I'd like to see what tricks you're going to pull. Outside the Chu family's gate, Mo Rushuang had been pacing back and forth for quite a while, lost in thought. She had barely managed to escape from the wave of magical beasts and return to Hill City. The moment she heard that Chu Lingyue had brazenly returned from the magical beast forest, she immediately came over to verify whether it was true or not. The image of Chu Lingyue, who she had tormented until there wasn't an inch of unbruised skin on her body before pushing her down into the endless abyss, kept circling in her mind. At that time, Chu Lingyue had already been near death, beyond saving. That was the endless abyss. No one in history had ever escaped its molten depths unscathed. Until now, before she actually saw Chu Lingyue, Mo Rushuang simply could not believe that a dead person could return alive and perfectly fine. But reality slapped her face hard. It stung. You, how can you possibly? Upon seeing Chu Lingyue right in front of her, Mo Rushuang's face turned pale, transitioning from red to white, then white to purple. She was overwhelmed with fear, an interesting spectacle indeed. Seeing this, Chu Lingyue slowly walked towards Mo Rushuang. What? Are you surprised that I'm still alive? She enjoyed the look of hatred on Mo Rushuang's face, someone she disliked so much yet couldn't defeat. No, it's impossible. It can't be. In the face of Chu Lingyue's relentless approach, Mo Rushuang staggered backward step by step, until she was pressed against the wall, unable to retreat any further. Her complex emotions at that moment were indescribable. It felt as if she were seeing a ghost walking under the sun. Chu Lingyue's thin lips curled slightly, and a murderous intent appeared in her pitch-black pupils. Why don't you try to kill me again? Just like before, use your soul-stealing whip coated with corpse-burning water to flog me senseless, disfigure me, break my collarbone, and gouge out my heart. Beside her, Chu Siyu was left speechless after hearing Chu Lingyue's words. She knew very well that the disappearance of the brainless Chu Lingyue in the magical beast forest was related to Mo Rushuang. Yet here she was, alive and well, standing right before her. Why? As she spoke, Chu Lingyue's gaze suddenly focused, landing on the ruby hairpin adorning Mo Rushuang's head. Her expression soured. How dare Mo Rushuang, or the pearl hairpin she once gifted, symbolizing friendship and trust. Now, it was clear, Mo Rushuang no longer deserved such an honor. With a swift motion, Chu Lingyue yanked it off. Mo Rushuang's long tresses cascaded down, scattering all around. What are you planning to do? Mo Rushuang's expression was filled with terror, and she immediately prepared to snatch it back. I intend to torment you slowly until you die. Chu Lingyue hissed, lashing out mercilessly with the sharp end of the hairpin, targeting Mo Rushuang's white neck. There was a distinct satisfaction in her retaliation. A loud slicing sound echoed through the air as blood spurted everywhere. Mo Rushuang, caught off guard, clasped her neck tightly, watching as the blood continuously oozed through her fingers. Not just Mo Rushuang herself, but everyone present was stunned by Chu Lingyue's actions. Bystanders passing by halted, pointing fingers, whispering amongst themselves, exchanging bewildered glances. Has Chu Lingyue gone mad? Hurting someone in broad daylight. This Mo young lady has always befriended the worthless Chu Lingyue. Today, though, they're clashing blades. Chu Lingyue even injured Miss Mo. I heard that Chu Lingyue went missing in the magical beast forest 2 days ago. Miss Mo sent people specifically to search for her, and now their reunion ends up like this? Clearly, Chu Lingyue is an ungrateful wolf raised in kindness. It's a pity Miss Mo cared about her so deeply. Ugh. Mo Rushuang collapsed onto the ground in disgrace. holding her bleeding neck tightly and glaring at Chu Lingyue with a mixture of hatred and disbelief. She couldn't have imagined Chu Lingyue would attempt to kill her in such a public place. Chapter 19. Big Brother Yuan won't let you go. Chu Lingyue crouched down, toying with a blood-stained cinnabar hairpin in her hand as she said faintly, "Have you tasted the flavor of helplessness yet? Just like how you killed me before, rest assured, I didn't sever your main artery. I merely wanted to give you a lesson. You dare hurt me, Yuan? Big Brother Yuan won't let you get away with this." Mo Rougeong gritted her teeth. Waves of pain relentlessly invaded her. She wished to tear Chu Lingyue into pieces. How could such a waste of space dare harm her? You wouldn't bring it up if it wasn't better. Your mention made me remember something I need to resolve personally. Neither of you two will be spared. I'll return what's yours and ensure you suffer well. With that, Chu Lingyue stood up. Lingli, grind the ink. This is no longer Nan Mingyuan ending the engagement with me. It's me who ends my engagement with Nan Mingyuan. There would be no room for others to humiliate her. Chu Lingyue immediately called for one of the household servants and threw Mo Rougeong out onto the street. Lingli did not dare delay even a bit and quickly went to the study to grind the ink. Seeing Chu Lingyue stride confidently back to the courtyard, Chu Siyu hurried after her. Goodness, was this still the waste of a sister she remembered? Could she actually confront both Mo Rougeong and Nan Mingyuan publicly? In less than half an hour, Chu Lingyue personally wrote the marriage annulment notice and posted it on the most prominent announcement board in Hill City. It was equivalent to declaring war on both Mo Rougeong and Nan Mingyuan. In no time, this event caused a huge stir throughout Hill City. Everyone thought Chu Lingyue had drastically changed in temperament after her trip to the Demon Beast Forest. Some even boldly claimed she'd gone mad, and the story grew more fantastical with each retelling. In the floral parlor of the Chu family residence, Chu Sheng sat in his elevated position, visibly tense as the atmosphere remained stiff. Chu Lingyue, however, seemed eerily calm. You've injured the miss from the Mo family. Mo Qin will never leave this matter alone. Chu Sheng looked at Chu Lingyue and slowly spoke. Though accustomed to his willful niece's behavior, this was the first time she'd ever hurt someone. So what? Uncle, do you know why I injured her? Chu Lingyue asked. Chu Siyu sat silently by the side, her eyes roving over Chu Lingyue, examining her. She felt like her once useless sister had changed somehow. Why? That day, it was Mo Rougeong who secretly invited me to the Hilson Demon Beast Forest. She whipped me and then pushed me off a cliff. If it weren't for my great fortune, today I might not have been able to continue living under your roof. Chu Lingyue's eyes burned with fury, but she suppressed the full brunt of her anger deep within. To avoid alarming Chu Sheng too much, she left out details like disfigurement, 3-clawed iron chains on her collarbone, and heart removal, all acts that could justify killing Mo Rougeong 1,000 times over. But there was no rush. She planned to keep Mo Rougeong around to play with, eventually making her repay every ounce of pain she suffered. Lingyue, Chu Sheng was greatly shocked, his expression filled with anguish. He already knew. His niece never harbored harmful intentions unless someone touched her bottom line. Did she injure any part of you? When Chu Lingyue returned yesterday, he hadn't found the time to carefully inquire about her well-being. It was his own negligence. Uncle, I'm fine. That day, I just happened to encounter a mysterious person who saved me, so? Chu Lingyue didn't elaborate further, leaving out everything important. As soon as Chu Siyu heard the phrase, mysterious person, she immediately linked it to the expert who had rescued Chu Lingyue in the Demon Beast Forest. You mean a masked woman in white clothes? Chu Lingyue burst out laughing inwardly upon hearing Chu Siyu's wild imagination. Given the situation, she decided to go along with it. Yes, how did you know? I met her. Chu Siyu couldn't keep secrets, so she blurted it out right away. Indeed, based solely on Chu Lingyue's abilities, it was impossible for her to navigate through the demon beast-infested forest alone. There must have been some master who helped her. At this moment, she became even more determined to find that master and learn from her. Master, the head of the Mo family has arrived. Mo Qin's unexpected arrival interrupted their conversation. Chapter 20, Gods Fighting. Chu Sheng suddenly stood up, flung his wide sleeves, and walked out with head held high. His eyes were full of uncontrollable anger. You dare to harm Lingyue, and still have the face to come. Lingyue, don't worry. Your uncle will definitely get justice for you. It was proven that Chu Sheng also favored his own. Chu Lingyue rose and followed him out. Yes, uncle. Chu Lingyue, get out here. The voice preceded the person. Mao Qin entered in fury, wearing a dark robe, his powerful aura seemingly enough to shake the foundation of the Chu family estate. What are you yelling about? This is the Chu family, not your Mao family. Chu Sheng's voice like a lion roar silenced Mao Qin. His eyes locked fiercely on Mao Qin, radiating formidable energy. Chu Lingyue appeared behind Chu Sheng, and immediately, Mao Qin's wolf-like gaze locked onto her. Chu Lingyue, my son considered you a confidant, yet you dared to hurt my son. I will make you pay back 100-fold. Thinking of Mo Rougeong lying on the bed, near death, he wanted nothing more than to kill Chu Lingyue. Chu Sheng, seeing this, quickly protected Chu Lingyue behind him. Do you have the audacity to say this? If it wasn't for your daughter scheming against Lingyue first, Lingyue wouldn't have made such a move. Nonsense. My son has a pure heart. Surely Chu Lingyue attacked first. Chu Sheng, quickly bring out Chu Lingyue to apologize humbly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Mao Qin roared, and then summoned his spiritual power, ready to fight Chu Sheng. An intense spiritual force erupted from Mao Qin, a terrifying pressure directly threatening Chu Lingyue. her brows slightly furrowed. She had never expected that Mao Qin had the strength of a 5th-stage spirit king. Seeing this, Chu Sheng immediately mobilized his spirit energy to protect her in front of him. As long as I am here, you can't touch even a hair on Linghua, unless you step over my corpse today. Spirit King 6th stage. Mao Qin was shocked. He hadn't formally fought Chu Sheng for 7 or 8 years. When had he reached the strength of the 6th stage Spirit King? In the entire Sierra City, apart from the High Priest, there was now another Chu Sheng who could match him. He felt an unprecedented threat to his unshakable position. Since things have come to this, then blame him not for being ruthless. He concentrated his gaze and swiftly launched an attack on Chu Sheng. See you, protect your sister. Chu Sheng ordered. Before the two girls could recover their senses, he rushed forward and quickly engaged in a fierce battle with Mao Qin. This battle he must win. Even though his strength was above Mao Qin's, he couldn't underestimate him. After all, these years, in order to protect the Chu family, he only secludes himself for cultivation and rarely engages in actual combat, whereas Mao Qin frequently goes to the Sierra Forest Demon Beast Forest to improve his strength. His methods far outnumber his own. Chu Lingyue's gaze remained fixed on the two green lights colliding in midair. They moved too fast. Her spirit energy was too weak. She could only see the continuously intersecting and clashing lights, unable to discern their techniques. Her cultivation only caused leaks, so she really couldn't offer much help, but she tightly clenched her hands hidden under her skirt sleeves, intending to use the 5 element spirit techniques, but then refrained. Until the last moment, she absolutely could not reveal herself, at least not before she could cultivate martial spirits. Since you have realized that Mo Ruguang is not good news, keep your distance from her in the future. With Grandpa around, he will surely settle everything. Chu Sisu proudly stated. Although she criticized Chu Lingyue for being disloyal, she agreed with her actions this time. She hoped Chu Lingyue would continue doing what's right instead of getting foolishly used by Mo Ruguang. Chu Lingyue did not respond. TSK, after going to the Sieter Sun Beast Forest, you've become aloof. Chu Sisu pouted in dissatisfaction. Chapter 21. Just humiliating you one-sided. The fight between the two had already drawn attention from countless people outside the Chu residence. They stood still, pointing and whispering as they watched the battle of the immortals. Look, I said it. Chu Lingyue is about to get her comeuppance. How could Miss Mo be someone she should dare to offend? How could the head of the Mo family let her off? Yes, though Chu Lingyue may be the holy maiden of Sierra City, sooner or later she will be discarded. That Miss Mo is the beloved daughter of the head of the Mo family. Would she just sit by and watch Chu Lingyue bully her? What holy maiden? All show and no substance. In my view, this title of holy maiden would be better given to Miss Mo. This will be a good show. All around were voices chiming in one after another, most agreeing that not only was Chu Lingyue going to face a big misfortune, but even the Chu family might be dragged into trouble. It looks like the Chu family has it coming for offending the Mo family. Before anyone could react further, an elegant figure darted out from the crowd straight toward the Chu mansion entrance. The young master of the Nan family actually showed up too? How rare. Looks like Chu Lingyue is really in deep trouble. Chu Lingyue. Nan Mingyuan stood with one hand behind his back, glaring angrily at Chu Lingyue standing in the front hall. He stomped forward powerfully, picked up the divorce notice posted all over town, balled it up, and hurled it fiercely in her direction. Do you have to make everyone lose face? His eyes were bloodshot. It wasn't enough that Chu Lingyue hurt Mo Ruguang. She also dared to provoke him publicly. He wished he could slice her 1,000 times. Chu Lingyue tried to move forward, but was stopped by Chu Siyu. Are you still not accepting reality? She was truly frustrated by her failure. After all, they've just humiliated her. Chu Lingyue made Chu Siyu release her grip and gave her a calming look before stepping forward 2 paces. With deliberate ease, she picked up the crumpled divorce document from the ground and looked at it mockingly. I think you've got it wrong. This is me unilaterally humiliating you. Not only did South Mingyuan's expression turn red with embarrassment, even Chu Siyu's jaw dropped from what Chu Lingyue said. Oh my god, has Chu Lingyue truly changed? Nan Mingyuan couldn't believe that Chu Lingyue would take such an attitude towards him. Didn't she used to buzz around him like a fly? Exactly. It must be something like that. Here, he began feeling nauseated by Chu Lingyue. Ho, are you trying to play hard to get with me? Let me tell you, I've broken off our engagement, and I suggest you give up on that nonsense. Nan Mingyuan spoke arrogantly, full of disdain. He was certainly not the kind of person a loser like Chu Lingyue could aspire to match. Only a girl like the divine princess could be worthy of him. And you'd better go immediately and beg Mo Ruguang for forgiveness on your knees. Otherwise, not only will Mo Baihu spare you no leniency, neither will I. I am right here. See if you can restore justice for your little sweetheart. Chu Lingyue's gaze was tranquil as she responded slowly. Nan Mingyuan smirked, his lips curling upward slightly, as green spiritual force spread around him. He was infuriated by Chu Lingyue's words. If you won't take the easier path, then prepare for punishment. Chu Siyu started worrying for Chu Lingyue. Once they started fighting, Nan Mingyuan, who was at the 3rd stage of spirit cultivation, was not someone a waste of talent like Chu Lingyue could endure. She didn't know where Chu Lingyue found the courage to challenge a powerful warrior so boldly. But before Chu Siyu had a chance to mediate, Nan Mingyuan had already acted. How could he allow Chu Lingyue to be so audacious and unruly in front of him? Today, she must be bound and taken to apologize humbly on her knees to Mo Ruguang. Chapter 22. Killing to silence someone. However, before Nan Mingyuan could rush to Chu Lingyue, she took the initiative, holding the divorce letter and rushing out like flying, yelling while running, "Help! Nan Mingyuan wants to kill me to silence me. Just because I know about his scandalous affair with Miss Mo's daughter, and I propose the divorce, he comes here to take my life." The divorce letter is filled with heartfelt truths. Every word is true. If there's a single falsehood, may heaven strike me down with thunder. Chu Lingwei directly took out dozens of pre-prepared divorce letters from her space ring and threw them into the crowd. They floated down from the air, ensuring everyone got at least one. A glint of intelligence flashed in Chu Lingyue's eyes. This divorce letter was much more exciting than the one she had previously hung up. She was eager to see if Nan Mingyuan and Mo Rosewang would be drowned in the spittle of criticism. The truly stunned Chu Siyu, who was preparing to fight tooth and nail, realized that this absolutely wasn't the sister she remembered. Nan Mingyuan was furious with embarrassment. How could he have not thought Chu Lingwei would dare to put him on the spot? His face immediately turned deathly pale. Driven by rage, with a wave of his hand, an ethereal jade sword appeared, and he attacked immediately. Oh no! Chu Siyu inwardly screamed, knowing she couldn't win against him, but still rushed forward anyway. No matter how much she disliked Chu Lingwei, she definitely couldn't let her own people lose the upper hand. Just as Nan Mingyuan stepped out of the Chu family gates, a brand new divorce paper fluttered down in front of him. Upon seeing it, his eyes widened furiously, and with all 5 fingers clenched together, the divorce letter emitted a loud blue light, and instantly turned to ashes. Chu Lingwei, how dare you defame my relationship with Rishuang? Today I must claim your life. Look everyone, Nan Mingyuan has admitted without being questioned. Although I cannot cultivate, I still have principles. My fiancé consorting with another woman behind my back. How can I not feel hatred? These words clearly explained her reason for harming Mo Rosewang. Everyone present was shocked by this sudden truth. So, everything Chu Lingwei did had its traceable reasons. Could it really be so? Young Master Nan and the young lady from the Mo family don't seem like such people. Seeing everyone doubting, Chu Lingwei once again used her acting spirit, looking pitiful. All of you. You just don't know, because I am unable to cultivate. The Chu family is gradually fading, and Nan Mingyuan has long been unfaithful. A couple of days ago, they even tricked me into going to the Hilson Demon Beast Forest, attempting to kill me to silence me. Luckily, I survived and now have this chance to reveal their true identities. Today, I exposed their true faces, so I expect I won't survive this day. Chu Lingwei. Nan Mingyuan was already overwhelmed with anger, caring nothing for the people around him, wielding the jade sword, gathering spiritual energy, and charging straight toward Chu Lingwei. Everyone present wanted to help upon seeing the situation, but they were pushed back by his immense pressure. Chu Siyu chased out, and seeing that Nan Mingyuan truly intended to kill Chu Lingwei, quickly advanced forward to intercept this fatal attack on her behalf. However, her strength wasn't sufficient enough, getting directly thrown backward and landing hard on the ground, spitting out blood from her lips. Chu Lingyue's gaze grew serious and received Nan Mingyuan's slashing sword manually. Her weak spirit power was no match for him. Moreover, the other only sought to end her life. She was immediately thrown away by the impact. Chu Lingwei, run fast. I'll block him. Chu Siyu struggled to rise, swung her hand, and obtained a long sword, confronting Nan Mingyuan. On one side, Chu Sheng battled fiercely with Mo Qin, neither having the advantage over each other, while on the other side, Chu Siyu was one-sidedly getting beaten by Nan Mingyuan. Chapter 23 Spirit King Level Magical Beast. Mother, are you alright, mother? Little Qingtuan in the Shunyan Heart Lake sensed her mother had been shaken to the heart meridian and asked with concern, wanting to rush out of the Heart Lake, but was held back by Chu Lingwei. Don't worry, I'm fine. She consoled little Qingtuan. The current situation no longer allowed her to remain a mere spectator. The hands hidden under her wide sleeves suddenly formed seals, and a golden light shot into Chu Siyu's sword feathers in an instant. A thunderous sound echoed as Nan Mingyuan was thrown off by Chu Siyu's sword energy and fierce wind. Suddenly, his jade sword slipped out of his hand, and his palms turned numb. Nan Mingyuan was burning with rage, having lost all reason. A green glow erupted from him. A shadow gradually coalesced behind him. Oh, accompanied by a deep roar, terrifying pressure spread. Behind him, there appeared a leopard-tiger magical beast that stood at least 5 feet tall. It was indeed a Spirit King-level leopard-tiger magical beast. Despite being only at cultivation level 3, Nan Mingyuan could control a Spirit King-level magical beast that was 1 level higher than himself. How ferocious was this? Chu Siyu and Chu Lingwei were immediately overwhelmed by this pressure and found it hard to stand up. Chu Sheng and Mo Qin were also attracted by the horrifying roar. Lingwei, Siyu. Chu Sheng was shocked when he saw his 2 dear ones beaten by Nan Mingyuan. He could no longer care about what was right in front of him, using fierce wind to send Mo Qin flying away before immediately rushing forward, supporting himself with both hands to create a safe area for them. Lingwei, Siyu, are you okay? They had all suffered internal injuries from the overwhelming force, experiencing dull pains in their organs. Large beads of sweat slid down their foreheads. No problem. Chu Siyu lay on the ground, wiping the blood trickling from her lips. She herself hadn't figured out how she managed to throw Nan Mingyuan back just then. Mother, let me out, mother. Little Qingtuan in the Shunyan Heart Lake was almost crying, as someone actually dared harm his mother. He truly wanted to scratch that person to death. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Chu Lingwei had promised Jun Yeming to take good care of little Qingtuan, absolutely not revealing his existence, which would place him in danger. After all, this was the only Zhuqiu sacred beast known to have manifested in the Canglan Continent. If people knew, it would surely bring infinite calamities. Especially now that she wasn't yet strong enough, she would absolutely not allow little Qingtuan to risk himself. Nan Mingyuan kept applying pressure. He had already been provoked by Chu Lingyue, unable to calm down, and wanted nothing more than to sever her head from her neck. Once a magical beast of a spirit king level emerged, blood must be drawn before it could be reined in. To control a higher-grade magical beast, he would have to seize the reward for this summoning for the leopard tiger magical beast. Mo Qin, seeing Chu Sheng restrained, couldn't hide his joy. This was the perfect opportunity. Even if he couldn't take Chu Sheng's life, he would make sure to leave him severely injured. His figure silently disappeared in the air, reappearing behind Chu Sheng. With a bang, palm thrust, at least storing all of his Spirit King level 5 might, the blow hit Chu Sheng hard from behind. Ah! Chu Sheng cried out in pain, spurting out blood from his mouth instantly, directly absorbed into thin air by the leopard tiger magical beast, and then collapsed unconscious. Uncle! Father! Chu Lingyue and Chu Siyu screamed simultaneously. They could only helplessly watch as Chu Sheng got injured. None of them had imagined that Mo Qin would take the chance to launch a surprise attack. That leopard tiger magical beast, having tasted blood, wore a satisfied expression and was no longer willing to be commanded by Nan Mingyuan, instantly withdrawing its soul essence back to his mental lake. Chapter 24. A fate worse than death. Uncle, are you alright? Uncle, wake up. Chu Lingyue and Chu Sibiu immediately rushed to Chu Sheng's side. If she were only strong enough, Chu Sheng wouldn't have suffered at their hands. Right now, she deeply hated herself for picking a fight before she was fully prepared. She resolved that she must grow as soon as possible, to stand on her own 2 feet. She would protect the Chu family. Namings Yuan, can you swear that the claims in the annulment letter are false? Your affair with Mo Rushuang is an undeniable fact. I'll help you both, but I will make sure you repay 100-fold for injuring my uncle today. Chu Lingyue's eyes, filled with hatred, swept across Mo Qin and Namings Yuan, each word deliberate. Even though he tried to pull himself together, he appeared somewhat guilty, unable to respond with an oath. His original purpose had been merely to silence Chu Lingyue, but it looked like this situation stemmed from his collusion with Mo Qin. He indirectly harmed Chu Sheng, leaving him tongue-tied. However, he absolutely did not commit any improper deed with Mo Rushuang. This was mutual affection. My feelings for Rushuang are deep, and I have no sentiments towards you whatsoever. He weakly protested, his face slightly pale. And you still deny the misconduct? From today forward, I officially sever my engagement with you, Namings Yuan. Our marriages shall be no concern of one another. Chu Lingyue coldly laughed. Mo Qin stood behind her, hands crossed behind his back, looking down arrogantly. Chu Sheng has sustained serious injuries. Even if he fights again, he won't be able to compete against me. Chu Lingyue, go beg for forgiveness from Rushuang, and I'll spare your family. Chu Lingyue stood tall, showing neither submission nor arrogance. Instead of wasting our breath arguing, why don't you hurry to find ice heart grass to stop the incessant bleeding on her wound? The more time passes, the sooner within 7 days, she'll die from blood loss. Indeed, when harming Mo Rushuang, Chu Lingyue had deliberately held back, using the 5 elements spiritual art. The wounds could only be healed through the refined essence of ice heart grass, capable of promoting healing. Otherwise, why would she easily let Mo Rushuang off? Ice heart grass grows in a remote place called the Abyssal Lands, and retrieving it is extremely difficult. This time, Mo Rushuang's survival was hanging by a thread, 9 out of 10 times leading to death. What? Both Mo Qin and Namings Yuan showed immense shock. They hadn't expected Chu Lingyue to be so ruthless. Chu Lingyue, if anything happens to my daughter, I'll take your life as recompense. Without wasting another moment, Mo Qin turned around anxiously running toward the Mo residence. Namings Yuan, consumed entirely by thoughts of Mo Rushuang, no longer cared about his reputation. Both of them left swiftly. The crowd that had been watching the spectacle dared to peek their heads out finally. They saw that outside the Chu family residence, the street was already in shambles. This had indeed been quite a dramatic scene. Who would have thought Chu Lingyue was telling the truth? That young Master Nan of the South and Miss Mo of the Mo family truly engaged in impropriety. They couldn't help but sympathize with Chu Lingyue. Hurry, support uncle inside. Chu Lingyue immediately summoned the Chu family servants, and they collectively carried the unconscious Chu Sheng back for treatment. Today's humiliation, she would etch into her memory. She would ensure they paid dearly for it. At the Mo family residence, seeing Mo Rushuang lying on the bed, appearing lifeless, Mo Qin and Namings Yuan genuinely panicked. A doctor beside them hesitated and said, Lord Mo, Miss Mo has already taken the restoring spirit elixir, ingesting and applying it externally. However, these wounds are strange, refusing to heal, with blood continuously seeping out. I fear, get out. Mo Qin roared furiously, driving the doctor away. Rushuang, my dear child, if anything were to happen to you, how could I possibly go on living? Mo Qin grieved heavily, unable to detect what underhanded means Chu Lingyue had employed. Deep bitterness arose in his heart. Rest assured, I will ensure Chu Lingyue suffers a fate worse than death. Chapter 25. A superior opportunity. Uncle, within 7 days, I will surely find the ice heart grass for Rujiang. Nan Mingyuan made up his mind. If it weren't for him, Mo Rujiang wouldn't have been injured by Chu Lingyue, and he felt unbearably heartbroken. But the ice heart grass grows in the nether realm. Emochin said. Father-in-law, Rajang was also injured because of me. Uncle, rest assured, I will definitely retrieve the ice heart grass. According to what I know, the ice heart grass grows on the outskirts of the nether realm's mountain range, so it won't be hard to obtain, said Nan Mingyuan with a determined gaze. Good. I believe in your true intentions toward my daughter. At the Chu family residence, Chu Linghua had just finished treating Chu Shang. Emochin's palm strike directly hit the central meridian, and since Jun Yiming's spiritual elixirs were too pure, Chu Shang's weakened body could not handle it. She locked herself in her room for at least 2 hours to refine them into higher quality healing elixirs, which she then fed to him. He only woke up late at night. After waking up, Chu Shang saw Chu Linghua and Chu Sibir still by his bedside and felt deeply comforted. Chu Linghua briefly recounted the aftermath of the events. Chu Shang dismissed them to rest while claiming he needed to meditate in seclusion. Knowing well that Emochin would certainly not let this go, in order to protect the children at home, he also resolved not to suppress his strength any longer. In the back garden corridor, Chu Linghua, Chu Sibir called out to Chu Linghua. The bright moonlight slanted over Chu Linghua, giving her an indescribably light and elegant aura. Her steps paused momentarily. Could she be here to challenge her? Chu Sibir approached Chu Linghua and said proudly, You did very well today. I thought you were here to scold me. Chu Linghua chuckled. Chu Sibir's cheeks flushed slightly. Perhaps I would have in the past, but today, you weren't entirely senseless. Although our family suffered losses, neither did they gain any advantage. Chu Sibir secretly vowed to herself that she must grow stronger and acquire the power to protect the entire Chu family, absolutely refusing to remain passive as she had been today. She was adopted by Chu Shang from a young age and already regarded this place as her own home. Chu Linghua's lips curled slightly upwards as she scrutinized Chu Sibir with glowing eyes. Chu Sibir, only a month younger than her, already had distinct features. Her intense brows stood out clearly, refined and clear-cut, her eyes radiating vitality, a model of justice and family devotion. Her appearance seemed to carry hints of brilliance. Significant changes awaited her not far in the future. Chu Linghua subtly pinched her fingers hidden under her flowing sleeves, a golden thread flickering before vanishing immediately. Realizing something, yet since there was no formal pact between her and Chu Sibir, heavenly secrets could not be revealed. How interesting. Then, she turned around and left in large strides. She didn't easily read someone's fortune and certainly wouldn't waste time on those without destiny. She simply wanted to live longer, not become bored, risking divine retribution against the Tao. Aside from Jun Yiming, Chu Sibir was the second person whose fortune she read. However, due to neither actively forming a formal agreement with her nor offering equal value in return, she couldn't delve deeply into more profound meanings. Reading fortune is free. Divination requires extra charge. What's interesting? Chu Sibir stood dumbfounded, utterly lost about what Chu Linghua referred to. That night, Chu Linghua quietly entered Chu Shua's courtyard, using the 5 Elements spirit art to keep him sound asleep. Though the ailment wouldn't recur in the next few days, detoxification should still be expedited. The longer Bai Rihong Hua remained in his body, the smaller his chances became of returning to his original peak state. The noble demeanor filled the features of the youthful Chu Shua, destined to dominate in the future, yet now constrained by this dark mist. Brother, I will help you break through this cocoon. Chu Linghua's determination showed unshakable resolve in her eyes. Chapter 26 Heading to Silson Monster Forest. The next day, at the hour of Mao, Chu Linghua appeared on time at the entrance of Silson Monster Forest, wearing a light pink gradient fairy dress. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind as her white hood concealed her face, giving off an elegant and aloof demeanor. She had cast a divination for her journey last night. Though it foretold dangers on all sides, she would still be able to achieve her wishes. However, the chart suggested that the choices she was about to make could lead to different outcomes for others. What kind of choice will it be? She was eager to find out. Mother, why didn't you let me out yesterday? Xiao Qingtuan transformed into a little red bird and perched on Chu Linghua's shoulder, angrily accusing her. Are you still mad? Chu Linghua's eyes curved like a crescent moon, and she immediately took out a bottle of emperor-level spiritual liquid from her 100 treasures pouch to soothe him. Last night, no matter how he called her, Xiao Qingtuan didn't acknowledge her because he was angry. When Xiao Qingtuan saw the emperor-level spiritual liquid, his 2 eyes shone with light. He hastily gulped down, and then licked his lips hungrily. Cough. Mother, don't be so reckless next time. Not only me, but father will worry too. He was indeed easy to placate. All right, I understand. Chu Linghua put back the blue and white porcelain bottle and joked with Xiao Qingtuan a few more times. A few figures appeared not far away, quickly catching up to her field of vision. She immediately stored Xiao Qingtuan into her divine mind lake. Leading them was Mu Lingfeng, who enthusiastically rushed towards her. Young lady. Mu Lingfeng approached, warmly bowing with restrained joy in his darkened eyes. These past 2 days, he worried that she might flake on him, but surprisingly, she really came. Today, Mu Lingfeng's complexion seemed unlike usual. Upon closer observation, it was evident that he hadn't been through easy days lately, but this did not concern her. Chu Linghua slightly nodded her head, her gaze sweeping over the 7 people behind Mu Lingfeng. Every one of them looked righteous and amiable, suggesting they should be easy to get along with. My surname is Jun, and my given name is Ling. Chu Linghua lowered her voice slightly, sounding somewhat cold. I am Dong Jiao, the captain of Divine Wind Mercenary Group, while young Master Mu is our vice captain. The rest are 6 brothers in arms who have shared life and death experiences with me. They are ranked accordingly. Dong Yi, Dong Air, Dong Si, Dong Wu, Dong Qi, Dong Ba, said the man clad in black robes, covered in stubble as he introduced everyone one by one. Hello, Miss June. Everyone greeted her in unison. Please, don't be too formal. It seemed that Divine Wind Mercenary Group had sacrificed members in previous battles. Chu Lingwei did not ask further. Let's go. Immediately, she turned around and took large steps into Silson Monster Forest. Mu Lingfeng followed her closely like a tail, while Dong Jiao and others were considerate enough to keep their distance but still stayed close behind. Miss June, so your surname is June? June Ling, famous as the name implies with hundreds of birds. What a beautiful name. Do you mind if I may know more about your background? And what about your family? Mu Lingfeng buzzed around Chu Lingwei like a fly, filled with questions as he had never heard of anyone surnamed June in Hill City. A person from another place. Chu Lingwei answered indifferently. What do you intend to do in the netherworld? Mu Lingfeng rephrased his question when she gave brief responses. How many days will you need for the mission? Perhaps I could wait for you at the entrance to the netherworld? Chu Lingwei suggested, obviously unwilling to answer Mu Lingfeng's questions. Mu Lingfeng realized his nosiness and quickly replied, it won't take long, definitely won't delay you. He didn't want to miss any moment with Chu Lingwei. If we escort you, the reward you give will naturally not be lacking. But just like before, I can only offer 5 bottles of premium spirit liquid for each step upgrade. That means you'll divide it among yourselves. I won't take advantage unfairly nor withhold any more than necessary. Chapter 27, Flaying Her Skin. Chu Lingyue's integrity left Mu Lingfeng in a difficult position to refuse, so he conveniently accepted her kindness. It was his decision not to take it, but the crowd of Shenfeng mercenary group behind him absolutely couldn't afford to lose out. They had barely entered the Zilson Demon Beast Forest when the Cyan Flame mercenary group arrived on their heels. 2 figures followed from behind. Brother, you must avenge me then. How dare that mysterious woman make me look bad in public at the black market? I'll definitely flay her skin. Nanziyu immediately revealed her malice. The anger she had held for a long time must be repaid. Nanming Yuan's mind wasn't on Nanziyu's hatred at all. He only thought about hurrying to the Yuming Mountains to find the Bingxing grass and come back to treat the person he loved, Mo Roswang. We'll see when we get there. Nanming Yuan clearly wasn't focused. Brother, can you bear to watch me bullied by others? Nanziyu coaxed while pulling on Nanming Yuan's arm. Anyway, the fact that you can join this group this time is because I helped you. Otherwise, would Cyan Flame even agree to escort you on such a dangerous trip? That place is Yuming territory. Even its periphery is fraught with danger. Nanziyu continued. I've already given the remuneration, Nanming Yuan rebuked. Do you think your sister-in-law's life isn't more important than your matters? But she hasn't even crossed the threshold yet, right? You just ended your engagement with Chu Lingwei, and how fast could our father arrange another proposal for you? I'm your real younger sister. Nanziyu replied with dissatisfaction. Being his real sister, how could she be valued less than an outsider? She still liked Mo Roswang as a future sister-in-law. However, once it came down to a choice between the two, she hoped her brother would stand by her side. All right. If we meet her, I will definitely retrieve justice for you. Nanming Yuan reluctantly agreed upon hearing Chu Lingyue's name again, utterly disliking it. He just wanted to avoid Nanziyu nagging incessantly. Upon hearing this, Nanziyu became immediately pleased. I knew brother cares for me the most. Her brother was the #1 genius of Zilson. She wouldn't believe that she couldn't teach a lesson to a mere woman. For 4 consecutive days, Chu Lingwei had followed the Shenfeng mercenary group, observing them complete their missions without interfering. The closer they got to Yuming territory, the more mercenary groups joined the expedition. As night fell, Chu Lingwei and her group had reached within a kilometer of the entrance to Yuming territory to rest. Standing atop the mountain ridge, Chu Lingyue's light pink scaled gown fluttered gracefully with the wind, revealing a glimpse of her veil. Her profound gaze looked far into the depths of the forest. In the horizon's meeting place, there were scattered arrays of green auroras. Those were the signs of Yuming territory. The nearer they approached, the denser the spiritual energy they could feel. From time to time, around them resounded fierce roars of demon beasts competing for territory. To say it, the Zilson Demon Beast mountain range stretched over tens of thousands of miles, rich in resources, being the densest gathering place of demon beasts in the Canglan Continent. It was also the boundary where Wujia and Yuming territories intersected. Right at the core, every day countless people gathered here. Yet the nearby hill city, the closest to the Zilson Demon Beast Forest, deviated from the main route. Despite having its fame spread widely, its city planning wasn't optimal. Mom, what do you think Dad is doing these past few days? Xiao Qingtuan asked, missing him somewhat inside the divine thought lake. I don't know. Are you missing him? Chu Lingwei responded via telepathy. Yes, if Dad was here, getting things Mom needed would be easy as pie, Xiao Qingtuan said. Ahaha. Chu Lingwei chuckled lightly. Some things must be done independently. We shouldn't always depend on Dad just because he's powerful, right? Besides, she herself was asking favors of others. Although she might have thick skin, she wasn't shameless enough to ask for everything. Chapter 28. Danger lurks everywhere. That means we need to find the things Mother wants quickly, then go look for Father. Xiao Qingtuan was all smiles. After being separated for 6 or 7 days, he couldn't wait anymore. All right, Miss June. Mu Lingfeng's voice called out, and Chu Lingwei leisurely lowered the silk curtain. What is it? Mu Lingfeng moved quickly, originally thinking he might get a glimpse of her true face, but unfortunately, she reacted faster. He suddenly felt somewhat frustrated. The food has been roasted. Please join us. Thank you. Her words were courteous, but her actions showed no politeness as she bypassed Mu Lingfeng and returned. Mu Lingfeng propped his chin with one hand, the black pupils reflecting Chu Lingyue's cold back figure. He didn't know what he was contemplating after 4 days of traveling together, but she never took off her bamboo hat once. She stepped forward, and Dong Jiu immediately handed her a piece of roasted wild game. They had become familiar in these few days. Thank you. Around them, at least 10 mercenary groups were camped. Those close by had already recognized her. That's the girl who appeared at the black market that day. She's from outside, and she also quarreled with Miss Nan of the Nan family. Right away, she paid 5 bottles of high-grade Ascension spiritual liquid. Very extravagant. Looks like Divine Wind mercenaries got lucky. I was at the scene back then. I even went out of my way today to see if I would meet her again, and I really did. It said that the monsters in the underworld are much more ferocious than those outside in the Hilson Monster Forest. It's uncertain if they will come out alive. Who knows why this young lady has come to the underworld? That place is famously known as the Devil Slaughter Ground. Easy to enter, but hard to leave. Oh, I heard Master Nan came to pick the ice heart grass for Miss Mo. Is Miss Chu Lingyue truly so cruel, endangering Miss Mo's life? There are rumors that Master Nan was caught cavorting with Miss Mo by Chu Lingyue, and she attacked Miss Mo because of it. Then, Master Nan sought explanations and used his leopard tiger spirit beast, whose power rivals that of a spirit king, injuring both Chu Lingyue and her father, Chu Sheng. Truly? Poor Chu Lingyue can't practice cultivation anyway, and it remains unknown whether she'll keep her holy maiden title. Now, on top of that, she's wearing a green hat. Everyone whispered among themselves. Every word entered Chu Lingyue's ears. She knew that Nan Mingyuan would come. She must settle the score indirectly about how Nan Mingyuan caused harm to her uncle. As for Mo Qin, when she regains her spiritual vein and becomes stronger, she'll take it all back. After eating and drinking her fill, Chu Lingyue learned from Dong Jiu that their task was completed. The next morning, they could escort her into the underworld. She turned around, leaped onto a tree branch, and found a strong spot to sit cross-legged for some rest, preserving her strength. Mu Lingfeng merely glanced at Chu Lingyue laying comfortably on the tree branch, starting to question himself. Was it because his appearance wasn't handsome enough? Not charming enough? Wasn't able to catch her attention? That can't be. All the women in Hill City liked him. Alas, on the other side, the members of the Tsunyan mercenaries group had arrived at the only entrance to the underworld ahead of time after completing their tasks. Nan Mingyuan couldn't wait to fetch the ice heart grass. He had delayed 4 days on the road, and there was absolutely no more time to waste. Without resting at all, everyone gritted their teeth and made another grand entry into the underworld during the night. When the scorching sunlight poured down over Hilson, all the mercenary groups watched with their own eyes as Chu Lingyue and others passed through the entrance to the underworld. Although the spectacle was over, they didn't rush to leave either. Instead, they set up camp nearby, determined to see how they would come out alive. As soon as they entered, towering trees pierced through the clouds, and the temperature dropped sharply, becoming freezing and terrifying. There were countless bones scattered around, the sight heart-wrenching. Chapter 29, The Treacherous Woman. Every step they took forward was filled with caution. Chu Lingyue held a map she had drawn in the Chu family study at the front. She couldn't gather her martial spirit, so it was especially necessary to protect herself in this dangerous place. This was why she had the Divine Wind mercenary group following her. In order to successfully obtain the Cyan spirit herb to repair her damaged spiritual veins, and the Vermilion spirit herb to counteract the effects of the red blossom powder, they would have to pass through the territory of the fierce beast, the Qi Lang. She alone wouldn't be enough. Boom. After only half a day's journey forward, they heard an immense rumbling sound from afar. Trees were shaken violently, the noise never ending. All present were tense. Miss June, what shall we do now? Mu Lingfeng was somewhat unsure as they followed Chu Lingyue around this eerie land for half a day without fully understanding what she was searching for. Chu Lingyue compared the map's location with the reality before them. It was indeed where they needed to pass through. It was also where the ice heart grass grew. There should be no mistake. Those affected by the ferocious howls were probably Nan Mingyuan and his group. Perfect. Sure enough, even before they could take another step forward, chaotic footsteps approached. Run, quickly run. I've already successfully obtained the ice heart grass. Do not stay. Nan Mingyuan shouted loudly, tightly gripping a completely silver-white ice heart grass in his hand. The fierce beast guarding the ice heart grass was far too savage. Even his panther tiger magic beast was injured and unable to fight back. All of their group members were hurt in varying degrees during the battle. This was still the outer area of the Eerie Lands. If they ventured further inside, they would surely perish here. At a glance, several groups of people fleeing appeared one after another in front of Chu Lingyue. Brother, it's her. Nan Zio was supported by Nan Mingyuan, standing raggedly in front of Chu Lingyue. Her clothes were torn, and her body was riddled with large and small wounds, making her appear utterly disheveled. To bump into this woman just as they were escaping was perfect. Just right. Since she had already left the danger behind, he must let her face some consequences. Miss Song Yin and others instantly thought of the 5 precious high-grade bottles of Ascension Spirit liquid they lost because of her, almost regretting until blood came out. Everyone hated Nanzio all over again in their hearts. The 2 siblings were absolutely unreliable. They agreed to leave once they got the ice heart grass. They could have easily escaped unharmed. But Nanzio insisted on taking the egg of the ice-blazed beast. Because of that, all of them got injured. That was the egg of a regional tyrant. Could she simply covet something like that? Brother, Facing Chu Lingyue with hostility, Nan Mingyuan completely forgot about whether the ice blaze beast might chase them. It's you. Even though Chu Lingyue was wearing a hat, he immediately recognized her as the woman who had teased him and Mo Ruisong that day. He would recognize her even if she turned to ashes. With piercing eyes, Nan Mingyuan realized that the person who offended both Nan Zio and himself was the same person. Even if Nan Zio didn't mention it, he would still demand justice. Brother, you know her? Nan Zio was surprised. Nan Mingyuan released the grip on Nan Zio, carefully stashing away the ice heart grass as if it were a priceless treasure. He took a few steps forward, speaking harshly to Chu Lingyue. It was your doing that caused the monster tide that day. What resentment do you hold against me that you must treat me in such a way, Mississippi? Mu Lingfeng, Dong Jio, and others all stared at Chu Lingyue in shock. What happened? Why did the situation change like this? Mu Lingfeng, how dare you associate with such a treacherous woman? You. Nan Mingyuan's face was redder than liver color in anger. Though I don't know the details of your disputes, I stand on Miss Jun's side. Mu Lingfeng shrugged and stood elegantly beside Chu Lingyue, clearly indicating his position. Joking. Chu Lingyue was undoubtedly the most individualistic woman he'd ever met. The beauty under that hat was sure to be exquisite. How could a woman as cold and elegant as a mountain flower be described as treacherous? Chapter 30. If you don't agree, then we fight. Besides, he had no good relationship with the prodigy Nan Mingyuan. Chu Lingyue glanced at Nan Mingyuan meaningfully. He must have suffered a lot today. Like Nan Zio, there was no spot on him that wasn't hurt. His once magnificent face was smeared with blood, looking particularly ragged. It was truly a pity for people like Song Yin who were forced to be dragged into this messy situation. Even if she admitted that the previous wave of magical beasts was indeed drawn by her, what was there to talk about between her and Nan Mingyuan? She had come here to conceal her identity, and there was no way she'd let him act arrogant before her. Quit talking nonsense. If you don't agree, then let's fight. Chu Lingyue's eyes narrowed, and then she broke off a branch from the tree beside her. A purple light flashed from her left eye, golden threads flowing from her palm into the veins of the branch. Seeing this, how could Nan Mingyuan possibly lecture Chu Lingyue decently? Since she had provoked him, challenging him to a fight, it would be in vain to blame him for being ruthless. Immediately, a jade sword was drawn out in midair. A trace of fierce killing intent flashed in his dark eyes as he quickly gathered his spiritual power and attacked her. Brother, you must beat her to a pulp, preferably break her legs, cut her tendons. Nan Zio stepped aside and couldn't help but applaud in excitement. It was truly gratifying. Song Yin and others gritted their teeth as they shot an angry glance at Nan Zio. They had actually kept such a venomous woman in their team, which was an utter disgrace. Upon returning this time, they must certainly expel her from their mercenary group. Wood Young Master, Lady Jun, Dong Jio and others saw the situation and wanted to rush in. How could they bear to watch Nan Mingyuan bully a frail girl? In their eyes, except for her rather cold words and mild tastes, Chu Lingyue was absolutely unable to hurt even a chicken. In these few days spent together with them, she hadn't even stepped on an ant. However, Mu Lingfeng stopped them in time. Rest assured, with me around, Lady Jun won't suffer any losses. From the information Nan Mingyuan had revealed, Chu Lingyue was not someone to be easily bullied. He was quite interested to see just how far her spiritual powers had reached. These past few days traveling together, he hadn't sensed anything at all from her. Either she had hidden herself too deeply, or what? Mu Lingfeng was suddenly shocked by the scene right before his eyes. Not only could he not sense Chu Lingyue's spiritual power fluctuations, but astonishingly, she relied solely on a wooden branch to skillfully exchange dozens of blows with Nan Mingyuan. Her movements were so graceful and fluid as though she was playing a game of flower fencing, with a light and exquisite posture. And the wooden branch in her hand was sturdy like steel, unable to be broken by Nan Mingyuan's superior quality jade sword. That was an upper-grade spiritual tool. What a tremendous event. Chu Lingyue had perfectly utilized the 5 elements of spirit artistry. But despite this, she was still at a disadvantage against Nan Mingyuan due to her lack of spiritual energy. Each time she parried one of his moves, pain from the vibrations spread through her tiger's mouth and through her meridians, throughout her body. This was known as spiritual power suppression. Even though her 5-element spirit artistry was extraordinary, it wasn't sufficient enough to withstand him, causing her to be thrown back several times. Improving herself urgently needed. If she wished to become stronger, she must repair her damaged spiritual meridians. Since Chu Lingyue entered the mystic abyss, the refreshing coldness had rendered the little green orb within her mental sea dazed and confused, unable to assist even if it wanted to. Humph. Nan Mingyuan was extremely shocked. Just like their last encounter, a woman without any spiritual force fluctuations had made both him and Mo Ruchuang swallow their losses in silence. His expression turned grave immediately. Even so, it could not hinder the satisfaction flashing in his eyes. You strike behind my back, and now that I've met you, I'll surely give you a lesson. Chapter 31. Nan Mingyuan is utterly defeated. That's called standing up for justice. Chu Lingyue's eyebrows shot up, a flash of dark purple appearing in her left eye. Already, between her left index finger and middle finger were 3 sharp leaves with gears. Black magic. Nan Mingyuan's eyes widened in horror as he vividly recalled being ambushed by this woman before. It was chilling, and his heart cried out in distress. He thrust both hands forward, directly propelling her backwards. Chu Lingyue used the force to retreat, her lithe figure spinning backward 360 degrees. Her light pink flowing cloud dress shimmered under the sunlight. She abruptly kicked her foot back, striking forcefully against a centuries-old tree. Her bamboo hat slipped off as she moved, falling to the ground, just as everyone held their breath, preparing to catch a glimpse of her face. What? She was wearing a veil. Only her black eyes were exposed, with the rest concealed tightly by the white veil. That's what true skill looks like. She still had something left in reserve. The silver-plated cherry blossom tassel in her hair jingled delightfully on her cloud bun, while her ink-black hair cascaded gracefully down to her waist. Her delicately sculpted brows arched, radiating an imposing aura. Simply imagining it revealed how stunning the features hidden beneath the veil must be. SSS. Mu Lingfeng realized he had lost composure and quickly opened his landscape fan to cover his face, revealing a pair of round, bulging eyes that were fixed straight onto Chu Linghua. This woman was not only beautiful but also formidable. She could match Nan Mingyuan without even showing her battle spirit. If she were to show just a little bit more, wouldn't she easily dominate everyone present? Chu Linghua's lips curved faintly. All she had done was employ the long-lost five-element spirit technique from the Canglan Continent. Why was it being called black magic? This isn't black magic at all. It's merely a small trick to teach you a lesson. As she spoke, her right hand, which had been bent against her chest, slightly stretched out. The three gear-edged leaves reappeared in her hand. A gleam of determination flashed through her eyes as golden patterns vanished into the leaves, then dissipated. With that, her right foot, propped against the tree, suddenly propelled forwards. Her light and graceful figure spun 180 degrees in midair, swiftly using the momentum to hurl the leaves towards Nan Mingyuan. Swish, swish, swish. The leaves sliced through the air with astonishing speed, flying toward him at lightning pace. Nan Mingyuan's expression hardened immediately. Then, in rapid succession, clang, clang, clang. 3 flashes of sparks illuminated the scene as he precisely deflected Chu Linghua's attack. However, before he could even take a breath, Chu Linghua, holding a branch, seemed to vanish into thin air. Like a shadow, she moved inexorably, directly aiming at the hand wielding his sword. Her voice softly intoned. Boundless universe, 5 elements spirit art, summon. A streak of golden light swiftly disappeared into the branch. Her intent was crystal clear, to cripple his right hand. Not good. By the time Nan Mingyuan reacted, Chu Linghua had already rushed forward. In her hands, the seemingly plain branch now appeared infused with spiritual energy, launching an aggressive attack against him. Instinctively, he raised his jade sword to block. But all they heard was a blood-curdling scream, rending the skies apart. Instantly, blood gushed out. His right hand separated from his body, losing its vitality as it flew out along with the jade sword. Thus fell the world-renowned prodigy, defeated by a mere woman. The crowd regained their senses once more, their stunned gazes landing on Nan Mingyuan. They saw his right wrist cruelly severed by Chu Linghua using nothing but a simple branch. His body collapsed like a broken kite, writhing on the ground in excruciating pain. Nanzio, Mu Lingfeng, Song Yan and Dong Jiao et al. Whoa! Every single person present couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Chapter 32, The Taste of Living Worse Than Dying. A fleeting moment of combat erupted instantly. The result was already decided, and they hadn't even seen how Linghua Chu had struck. Chu Linghua was like a wicked spirit crawling out of hell, her eyes fixed on Nan Mingyuan without any fluctuation in emotion. This was pure satisfaction. Her wooden branch was drenched in fresh blood, the stench of it spreading around, dripping steadily. She soon threw it away in disdain. The branch, once released from her grip, was just a piece of dead wood. Because she couldn't cultivate, Nan Mingyuan saw her as a stain, cast her aside like trash, and kept hinting to Mo Roswang to constantly bully and humiliate her. In the end, he even came to kill her. She had sworn to make Nan Mingyuan pay a heavy price. She wanted to see if Nan Mingyuan could still fly with Mo Roswang now that he'd lost his right hand. Mo Roswang might be too repulsed to even think about him. Brother, Nan Zhio's pupils trembled, taking a long time to react. She quickly moved forward, wanting to help Nan Mingyuan up, but she was shaking all over in fear, not knowing what to do. Only Song Yan, who had seen countless killings, reacted swiftly. He immediately took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and poured it into Nan Mingyuan's mouth, stopping the bleeding. Nan Mingyuan then fainted in pain. That hand was completely ruined. The first genius of Sil City was thus extinguished. He never would have thought that Chu Linghua would actually harm Nan Mingyuan so cruelly. Nan Mingyuan was under his protection. Something happening to him would make him unable to face the patriarch of the Nan family. Miss Song Yan hesitated, not knowing what deep enmity had caused Chu Linghua to act this way. Roar! The ferocious beasts of the Yuming region smelled the fresh blood and started roaring loudly. The surrounding trees began to go berserk. If you don't want to die, leave. Chu Linghua lowered her voice, speaking calmly. She wouldn't take Nan Mingyuan's life. She wanted him to suffer more than death. Thank you, miss, for sparing my life. Nanjio looked both dumbfounded and panicked. Her mind was unable to think clearly. She could only be carried away by Song Yan and others. Before leaving, she didn't forget to take away Nan Mingyuan's severed hand, quickly disappearing into the depths of the jungle. Leave. Before Mu Lingfeng or others could speak, Chu Linghua lightly touched her foot and disappeared to the left front. Mu Lingfeng and the others followed quickly. This left Dong Jiao and the others shocked. That was the future head of the Nan family, and he had been disabled just like that? The retaliation from the Nan family. This Junling girl would surely. Half a day later, Chu Linghua finally stopped in a safe area and rested briefly. I know what you want to ask. It's my grudge with Nan Mingyuan. It will not affect you all. Feel free to place all the blame on me. I'm going deeper into the Yumming Mountains to look for the red crimson herb. There's no need for you to accompany me further. You may leave now and clear all ties with me. Chu Lingyue said indifferently. This was the longest sentence she had spoken since traveling with them. Subsequently, she took 5 bottles of high-grade spiritual liquids from her treasure pouch and tossed them to Mu Lingfeng. Her hands hung loosely at her sides as she turned and walked away without looking back. Mu Lingfeng looked at the 5 bottles of spiritual liquid in his hands. Determination flashed across his eyes as he glanced over Dong Jiao and the others before simply tossing them over to him. Take it and go. You're merely fulfilling a mission. Just say, I expelled you. What else could be done? From the moment he intentionally approached Chu Lingyue, he had decided to follow her. Anyway, he had no connections with that Nan Mingyuan. Even if the Nan family held someone accountable, it wouldn't be on him. Miss, wait for me. Mu Lingfeng quickly followed after her. Even though Chu Lingyue was strong, she couldn't cross the territory of ferocious beasts alone. Her frail body wouldn't last long against just a few ferocious beasts. Chapter 33, plunged into a hard battle. Dong Jiao and the others quickly followed, blocking Chu Lingyue's path. Lady June, since we've accepted the mission, we will protect Lady June until it's over. As for your grievances with Nan Mingyuan, that is none of our business. They were absolutely not cowards. Chu Lingyue slightly raised her pink lips. Fine. She stopped talking and took out a map, following its instructions to continue advancing. On the way, they encountered various levels of ferocious beasts, all of which were eliminated by Dong Jiao and the others. As the sunset glow lingered, Chu Lingyue and the group quietly arrived at the gathering place of the ferocious beasts, Qi Langs. Even before they got close, they could smell the strong stench of blood in the air, making them feel sick. Loud sounds of fierce fighting could be heard from ahead. After walking less than 50 meters forward, Chu Lingyue saw corpses scattered everywhere, trees toppled over, with signs of battles left behind everywhere. She couldn't help but frown deeply. Is this the territory of the Qi Lang beasts? Or did someone forcibly break through? Miss June, it's dangerous ahead. Dong Er, and I will go check first. Please wait here. Dong Jiao immediately stepped forward as he and Dong Er advanced swiftly. Chu Lingyue and Mu Lingfeng slowly walked along behind. Mu Lingfeng was now preoccupied with thoughts about how Nan Mingyuan had offended Chu Lingyue, making her take such harsh actions against him. Not killing him, but only crippling his hands. Wasn't that equivalent to ruining his future? It was more painful than death itself. But looking at her, she didn't seem like a ruthless killer. He couldn't figure it out and didn't dare to ask. Dong Er, run. Hearing Dong Jiao's voice from ahead, Chu Lingyue and the others knew something was wrong and quickly pursued forward. They found Dong Jiao and Dong Er surrounded by dozens of ferocious beasts known as Qi Langs, their arms injured and more strangers mixed in among them. Chu Lingyue casually tore off some leaves, silently chanting a spell. With a throw, the leaves turned sharp and flew toward the Qi Lang beasts. Whistle, whistle, whistle. The air was filled with the sound of sharp objects slicing through it. Suddenly, the Qi Lang beasts surrounding Dong Jiao and Dong Er collapsed to the ground. Mu Lingfeng also transformed his folding fan into a weapon, sending it flying around the beasts, causing several of them to fall instantly. Chu Lingyue leaped forward, landing beside Dong Jiao and the others, readying herself for defense. Her sharp gaze focused on the Qi Lang beasts glaring menacingly at them. By rough estimate, there were still over 100 of them. At their feet, piles of dead Qi Lang bodies soaked her skirt with blood. It wasn't clear how long these people had been battling with the ferocious Qi Lang beasts. Qi Lang beasts were equivalent in strength to Wu Ling practitioners of medium rank, but excelled in numbers, often numbering at least tens of thousands. They had sharp teeth and liked eating meat, capable of draining even a person just through exhaustion. They were highly united. Angering one was akin to angering an entire team. They would track their prey by scent, relentlessly chasing after it to the ends of the earth. To escape safely, all of them must be destroyed. Evidently, these creatures had already been thoroughly enraged before their arrival. Getting away unscathed was now impossible, only by fighting. Not far away, hidden among the treetops, was another individual watching the newcomers intensely, his expression grave. Who are you? Chu Lingyue asked. She noticed the more than 10 well-dressed strangers who had clearly suffered losses. Tearing wounds covered their entire bodies, and who had stirred up the beast's wrath. Such behavior was strictly forbidden, yet these strangers showed no fear. And who are you? The leader of those strangers questioned back, his face completely smeared with red blood, rendering it hard to identify. Before Mu Lingfeng or the others could answer, the ferocious Qi Lang beasts launched another powerful assault. Chapter 34, Rising Intent to Kill. They were plunged into another grueling battle. Watch out. Chu Lingyue nearly got knocked down several times by the galloping wolves. Mu Lingfeng was quick on his feet and managed to block each attack just in time. She had no spiritual energy, so naturally, she was at a disadvantage in the melee. Mu Lingfeng also noticed this. In such a dangerous situation, Chu Lingyue hadn't used even a trace of spiritual energy. Could it be that she didn't have any? Was she unable to cultivate martial spirits? Though he thought this way, there wasn't definitive evidence, as Chu Lingyue showed more strength than someone with spiritual energy, behaving much more ferociously. Now not just Mu Lingfeng, but Dong Jiao and others also guarded Chu Lingyue closely. They had taken their payment, so they would definitely protect her well. The struggle lasted for at least an hour. When the last fierce galloping wolf fell, everyone was panting heavily, variously injured. The group of strangers, seeing the danger removed, immediately took out spirit liquid and consumed it, resting briefly. Mu Lingfeng generously took out 7 or 8 bottles of low-grade spirit liquid for Dong Jiao and the others to drink, offering 1 bottle to Chu Linghua as well. The last ray of twilight cast its glow over them, hazily enveloping them in a layer of shadow. The person who had been hiding behind the tree branch gripped the tree tightly. She hadn't expected her meticulously planned strategy to be ruined by a woman who had entered unexpectedly. Thank you all for saving our lives. Chu Linghua's cool gaze swept over the dozen or so strangers. This man's eyes irritated her. She turned away, then her gaze shifted to a distant tree branch where leaves rustled slightly. Her eyes sharpened. Why are you here? She asked, reclaiming her gaze. This person's pupils flickered as he bowed respectfully to Chu Linghua. His tone was somewhat condescending but still polite. We received news that my younger sister wandered here, so my father sent us to fetch her back. However, we met the ferocious galloping wolves halfway and almost lost our lives. Thanks to your intervention, we managed to survive. We are deeply grateful. Chu Linghua wasn't moved by his explanation. Oh, what pretense. From the shadows near the treetop, a figure quietly disappeared after realizing the plan failed. The branches swayed lightly, indicating that the snoop had left. Chu Linghua lightly stepped forward and flew over. She then plucked a leaf from the tree, concealing golden light, tossing it to Mu Lingfeng. Who knows if more galloping wolves might come. You take this and lead them to find a safe place to recuperate while I follow her. Without allowing room for argument, she set off, immediately chasing after the fleeting figure ahead. She had a premonition. This must be the result of her divination. Mu Lingfeng grasped nothing at first, but when he spread his hand again, he found a whole leaf lying in his palm. What was going on? Had she just left them like that? Well, they better find a safe place first. Using her art of teleportation, Chu Linghua quickly caught up with the retreating silhouette. Strangely, following the woman, she didn't encounter a single ferocious beast. Why are you chasing me? The person in front saw that she couldn't shake this little tail, so she stopped reluctantly, glaring unkindly at Chu Linghua. Both stood before a 1,000-meter waterfall. Why are you running? Chu Linghua retorted, taking 2 steps forward and finding a smooth stone to sit on. Her nerves had been tightly wound all day. It was rare to relax a bit. Pale moonlight cascaded down from the sky, adding a chilling air. She realized she had chased this woman deep into the night. She tilted her head, looking at the petite figure in front of her. A young girl, apparently close to her age, but her eyes carried heavy resentment. It probably wasn't aimed at Chu Linghua, but at those people earlier. Based on this, Chu Linghua made a bold conjecture. It was you who led those people to the gathering place of the galloping wolves, wasn't it? Chapter 35. This counts as compensation. The woman before her didn't argue. So what if it is? Why did you save them? She was becoming increasingly agitated, and if it weren't for Chu Linghua's interruption, those people would have already died beneath the claws of the Chi wolves. How could they still be alive and kicking now? She deeply regretted not being able to kill them herself. Chu Linghua's long fingers lightly tapped on the smooth stone surface as she continuously reflected on the divination she performed before coming here. Her choice would lead to different outcomes for others. Could it be? The figure shown in the divination, was it her? Well, it's the will of heaven. She chose to comply. I didn't save them. I was forced into teaming up. At that urgent moment, Dong Jiao and Dong Air had already fallen into the hands of the Chi wolves. How could she just sit by and do nothing? In the past, the always independent her wouldn't bother taking time to patiently explain herself to others. If you think my presence hindered you, then you can go kill them now. She continued, knowing well it was merely deep-seated hatred that led to this situation, and she never intended to interfere. How am I supposed to kill them? My carefully laid plans were ruined by you. The woman glared angrily at Chu Linghua. This was her best opportunity, and now it was impossible to kill them. Fine, you may leave. The woman ultimately said. Schwa. Suddenly, something floating in the air caught the woman's attention. Instinctively reacting, she grabbed the object thrown through thin air. It turned out to be a golden-veined leaf. This thing is for you. If you ever need help, crush it, and I'll come immediately. Consider this as compensation for disrupting your plan. My name is Chu Linghua. Chu Linghua's eyes gleamed like a crescent moon hanging high in the sky, dazzling with light. Was this her way of extending goodwill? The woman was filled with complicated thoughts. She hadn't anticipated such an outcome. Her previous resentment towards Chu Linghua immediately subsided somewhat, but her inherent arrogance wouldn't allow her to humble herself and seek reconciliation. Humph. She swiftly turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye beyond the other side of the waterfall. Chu Linghua stood up and couldn't see the woman's silhouette anymore. She absently touched her chin, pondering. TSK? An intriguing clue from the divination. Just as she was about to turn away, under the moonlight, suddenly a radiant glow appeared directly beneath the waterfall, instantly catching her gaze. Wow, this is effortless. She immediately leaped down only to find a cluster of cyan spirit herbs right in front of her, accompanied by scattered bits of vermilion spirit herbs. One emitted a white light, while the other a soft red one. So, following the woman accidentally brought her deeper into the Yama Mountains, where her mood brightened considerably. With a graceful wave of her hand, she stored both types of spirit herbs in her spatial ring, returning home fully laden. 3 hours later, Chu Linghua reunited with Mu Lingfeng and the others just before dawn. The earlier group had already left. Where are they? Chu Linghua asked. They left an hour ago, saying they were going to look for the younger sister. Mu Lingfeng replied. Chu Linghua no longer inquired further. Thinking about it, if that woman didn't show up, the earlier group might also be unable to find her within this perilous Yama terrain. After all, observing her ease moving in and out of this place suggested great familiarity. Are you all well? Chu Lingwei asked. Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. It's only some superficial injuries. We've gotten much better, Dong Jia replied. Let's go, she said. Have you obtained what you sought? Yes, let's go. She didn't say more, only wanting to leave the place as soon as possible. The longer they stayed, the greater the danger. For unknown reasons, their return route was completely free of ferocious beasts, allowing them to leave smoothly. Chapter 36. How can she be so tsundere? After Chu Lingwei and the others left, a petite figure riding a gentle yet ferocious beast, the wind-chasing wolf, appeared at the exit. She examined the leaf Chu Lingwei had given her. Its golden veins flickered in and out of sight, stirring some inexplicable emotions within her. That's right. The reason Chu Lingwei and the others were able to leave smoothly was only because she had quietly cleared the way for them. Well. She carefully tucked away the leaf, then urged her mount, the wind-chasing wolf, disappearing into the depths of the netherworld. The mercenary groups that had been waiting outside were nearly falling out of their eyes when they saw them emerge unscathed. Heavens! They actually came out safely. Yesterday, the young master of the Nan family was carried out badly injured from the netherworld. He's likely going to be crippled for the rest of his life, apparently due to this woman. Is this woman really as venomous as a snake? All present murmured in astonishment, yet none dared to provoke them. Chu Lingwei ignored the sighs around her and proceeded to the safe zone, parting ways with Mu Lingfeng and the others, departing quickly. Mu Lingfeng gazed wistfully at her retreating back, as free as the wind, feeling somewhat disheartened. This farewell might mean they wouldn't meet again for a long time. Forget it. He still hadn't figured out his own situation. This time returning to the Mu family, he'd likely receive no small amount of punishment. Chu Lingwei changed into a light green dress, removed her veil, altered her appearance subtly, and inconspicuously avoided the crowd, heading toward the boundless realm. Upon exiting the netherworld, Xiao Qingtuan's condition had clearly improved greatly, reverting to the form of a 5-year-old child walking beside her, blinking his fiery red eyes curiously, asking, Mother, how did you know father would be waiting for us in the boundless realm? I guessed, she answered casually. Could it be that mother and father share a spiritual connection? Xiao Qingtuan's eyes gleamed with cunning. Proudly strutting about, it was indeed worthy of him to have guessed this correctly. Clever little thing. Chu Lingwei chuckled, holding Xiao Qingtuan's hand as they headed east. But just halfway through their journey, the air beside her suddenly rippled invisibly. Chu Lingwei tightly held onto Xiao Qingtuan, standing still. In an instant, a shadow appeared behind her, abruptly grabbing her and Xiao Qingtuan at the waist, tearing through the void, vanishing on the spot. When they reappeared, they had already arrived in the boundless realm. Father! Xiao Qingtuan cried out, flapping his stubby arms enthusiastically to throw himself into Jun Yeming's embrace. However, reality wasn't as rosy as imagined. Plop! Xiao Qingtuan was ruthlessly slapped away. Humph! The Zhuke divine beast who always sided with outsiders actually thought he could be embraced? Never. Wow, mother! Xiao Qingtuan sulked in a corner drawing circles, tears streaming endlessly like an inexhaustible fountain, feeling utterly wronged. Chu Lingwei pressed her forehead, hurriedly comforting him. Father didn't do it on purpose. The extreme personalities of these two really were unpredictable. Did you get it? Jun Yeming stood before Chu Lingwei, leaning slightly forward, his handsome features growing more prominent, emanating an immensely noble aura. There was also a faint hint of prideful shyness. Chu Lingwei's gaze held a teasing glint as she took the cyanic spiritual grass from her treasure pouch and displayed it before Jun Yeming. The cyanic spiritual grass was completely white, with 5 rhombus-shaped leaves extending from its main branch, each showing visible cyanic veins. She was not greedy, having only picked the best-growing one. Jun Yeming's thin lips curled into a devilish smile, and then with a wave of his right hand in front of her, a streak of white light passed by her, causing her to lose consciousness and fall asleep. Chapter 37. A Fated Encounter. He quickly caught Chu Lingwei as she fell, pulling her into his arms, while the cyan green spirit grass was already in his hand. Seeing how Chu Lingwei trusted him without reservation, a strange emotion stirred within him. What if he were a bad man? Would she still allow him to do whatever he pleased? Mother! Little Qingtuan immediately came forward, feeling disgruntled. Watching his father hold his mother in a princess hug made his face flush. He covered his face with his hands, though his fingers were honest, too beautiful a sight for him to bear. I knew it. Father feels differently towards mother. Zhuke, stay here and guard, Jun Yeming instructed before carrying Chu Lingwei into the boundless realm. An entire day and night passed. Jun Yeming used the molten lava from the boundless realm to refine the cyan green spirit grass and infused his spiritual energy into Chu Lingwei's body, helping her mend her damaged spirit meridians. When Chu Lingwei woke up, the first thing she saw were those deep, dark eyes. Realizing it was Jun Yeming, she became more alert instantly. Mother, you're awake. Little Qingtuan bounced over, grabbing her sleeve and looking at her pitifully. It seemed there had been some friction between her and Jun Yeming again. Chu Lingwei sat up, feeling entirely relaxed and light, almost weightless. She could sense her damaged spirit meridians were repaired, and there was even a subtle heat emanating from her dantian. A mysterious sensation coursed through her meridians. Her 5 senses, especially, had become much sharper. Even the faintest sounds in the air weren't missed by her. Closing her eyes, she roamed within her consciousness and vividly saw her spirit meridians glowing with purple light inside her body. It felt like something was stirring at the core of that purple center. Was this the magic of cultivating martial spirit? She could feel it. A spirit artisan? Jun Yiming seemed lost in thought, realizing the woman before him was the last elemental spirit artisan in the whole Canglan Continent. How do you know? Chu Lingwe opened her eyes, calmly meeting Jun Yiming's gaze with no surprise. Canglan Continent respects power. The cultivation system includes martial spirits, green, artifact spirits, white, medicine spirits, orange, devil spirits, black, and spirit artisans, purple. The stronger one's spiritual energy, the purer the talent displayed. Subsequently, his long fingers gently tapped on her smooth forehead, releasing a streak of purple light that seemed ethereal and wrapped around his fingertips. The 5 elements spirit arts have been forbidden for over 100 years. If you want to survive, you cannot reveal them in front of others. A white light suddenly emerged from his hand, gradually winding around the purple glow, then covering it, reconcealing it back into Chu Lingye's forehead. The light disappeared as soon as it came, leaving Jun Yiming startled as if electrocuted, hastily increasing the distance between him and Chu Lingye. This drew even more astonished gazes. How could this be? His gaze on Chu Lingye grew stern. Just now, when helping her conceal the 5 elements, the instant he touched her spiritual root, he certainly hadn't misjudged it. The purple hidden, the cyan, white, and orange spirit meridians interwoven presented themselves before him. A tri-talent genius? No, a quad-talent genius. It was common knowledge that martial spirits accounted for 90% of the entire continent, artifact spirits for 5%, medicine spirits for 4%, and the remaining 1% were the 5 elements spirit artisans, proficient in all 4 systems, a feat yet unmatched anywhere in the continent. And the unremarkable woman before him was this quad-talent genius. What is it? Chu Lingye reprobed with her divine awareness, noticing the transformation in her spirit meridians, hidden purple and interwoven cyan, white, and orange colors. Quad-talent genius? That explained why Jun Yiming reacted so surprisingly. Lu Qinlan's words to him flashed across his mind. His profound eyes focused on Chu Lingye, then let go. Perhaps this was destiny. Jun Yiming said nothing further, conjuring a purple book out of thin air and handing it to her. You and it are fated. Cultivate well. Chapter 38. The First Gift. A book was seen with 4 large words written in an elegant and bold script. Billionairebooktok. Before you grow stronger, never display your 4-element abilities in front of others, or it will bring you grave danger. Jun Yiming kindly reminded her, his gaze filled with curiosity as he looked at Chu Lingye. Indeed, quite interesting. I understand. Chu Lingye replied, storing the billionairebooktok into her spatial ring. You should channel your spiritual power to test it. Jun Yiming was clearly impatient, eager to see the strength that would be displayed by a 4-element prodigy for the first time. All right. Chu Lingye stood up, utilizing the method of whooshing spirit art to channel the spiritual energy inside her. A brilliant blue light suddenly surged from her body. Her martial spirit instantly boomed upward. Spiritualist 7th rank. Spirit Scholar 1st rank. Spirit Scholar 2nd rank. Spirit Scholar 3rd rank. Finally stopping at the 7th rank of Spirit Scholar. Just a little more, and she could break through into spiritual cultivation. Chu Lingye then retracted her spiritual force, feeling elated. Our deal continues, but it will be valid for 3 years. During this period, I will protect you. After these 3 years, no matter how much you have grown, you must sever the blood contract with the Vermilion bird divine beast. This was the first time Jun Yiming had actively put forward conditions. Chu Lingye gazed in amazement at the handsome man before her. He possessed the rare phenomenon of celestial spirit absorption and held great destiny in him. Having him by her side surely would bring her all advantages of heaven, earth, and humanity. Would she Chu Lingye pass on a good deal? Agreed. But Chu Lingye's lips curved upwards, and her brown left eye pupil was suddenly covered with a vivid trace of purple. She brought her hands together to form the spirit art seal, and beneath their feet, the golden 28 lunar mansions array disc manifested out of nowhere, its positions constantly rotating. Heaven and earth are boundless. Whooshing spirit art, agreement spirit contract. Activate. Suddenly, a beam of purple life-light passed through the star mansion fate disc, covering both of them, then disappeared instantly. The spell formation dissolved with the wind. The agreement was in effect. That's it. For the next 3 years, I'll definitely honor my promise. Chu Lingye said slowly, her smile wild and unrestrained. This was a prediction technique using the 28 star mansion's fate disc, also a spirit contract. Within the duration of the effective contract, neither she nor Jun Yiming could make any promises to a second person. Once the spirit contract is established, it cannot be dissolved until completed. Now even if Jun Yiming wanted to go back on his word, he couldn't. It's not that she feared Jun Yiming going back on his promise. She just wanted another layer of protection. The only person she could rely on was the incomparably mysterious and powerful Jun Yiming. Jun Yiming gazed at the sly Chu Lingye and couldn't help but feel amused. Such audacious behavior seemed unique to her alone. That night, a flash of void opened, and Jun Yiming appeared smoothly carrying Chu Lingye to her Xianfeng pavilion. What if I don't leave tonight? Chu Lingye glanced at the tall figure of Jun Yiming and coyly suggested. Teasing him was indeed quite amusing. However, as soon as her words fell, she found herself pinned hard against the dressing table. Surprised, she looked up, and her gaze collided with Jun Yiming's fiery one in the air. If you're sincere, I'll comply reluctantly. His warm and pleasant breath brushed her forehead, causing her entire body to tremble and her heart to race uncontrollably. Hiss. Seductively evil creature. He actually started to take it seriously. Unfortunately, who exactly was she Chu Lingye? Would she easily let go? Of course, she was determined to provoke this alluring devil till he was restless. Chu Lingyue tiptoed, lifted her head, closed her eyes, and shortened the distance between them to mere millimeters, softly saying, "All right." Jun Yeming, seeing the person willingly closing in, felt irrationally irked and annoyed. A strange heat began rising from his abdomen. Damn it! He cursed deeply in his heart, feeling aggrieved and angry, then released the hand that was holding her and tore through the void to leave. Chapter 39, Escaped Again. Just as her lips were about to approach someone's, she suddenly found herself let go. As expected, that person had fled again. Too innocent. I like it. Chu Lingyue was overjoyed and secretly decided that she must find a way to win Jun Yeming over. This man belonged to her. For several consecutive days, Chu Lingyue locked herself in the room refining the Jiang Zhu spirit grass, completely blocking everything around her. She wanted to make Chu Shuo regain consciousness in the shortest possible time. The news of Nan Mingyuan's injury caused a great uproar. The entire Sheer City was searching for that mysterious woman. Nan Jian got the message and immediately led people towards the Mu family to look for Mu Lingfeng. The Nan family. Mo Ruxiang woke up and learned that Nan Mingyuan had been severely injured, saving her in the Yuming realm. Without hesitation, she rushed towards the Nan family. After waking up, Nan Mingyuan was like a cripple, his right hand wrapped tightly with white bandages. He kept smashing things around. There were tinkling sounds inside the room. Get out. All of you, get out. His eyes were filled with blood vessels. After becoming conscious, he realized his right hand could no longer be restored, leading to a drastic change in his character. In just one night, he fell from his pedestal. Everything changed. He was no longer the first genius praised by everyone in Hill City. How could his arrogant nature accept this? Brother, don't be like this. Eat something. You haven't eaten for several days. Nan Zio stood at the door holding food, trembling all over by what she saw. Tears streamed down uncontrollably, not knowing what to do. Get out. Nan Mingyuan was furious with overwhelming hatred that had clouded his vision. Brother Yuan. From afar, Mo Ruxiang hurriedly ran in, her tear-filled eyes blurred with sorrow. She simply couldn't believe that Nan Mingyuan's right hand was permanently damaged. When Mo Ruxiang appeared before Nan Mingyuan, he finally stopped his frenzied behavior, muttering, Rust. But soon he turned away, hiding in disgrace. Go away. I don't want to see you. His proud nature could no longer contain his emotions as he shed tears uncontrollably. Mo Ruxiang quickly moved forward and hugged Nan Mingyuan from behind. Brother Yuan, regardless of how you change, in my eyes, you will always be the most perfect man. So please don't drive me away. Her heart ached so much. It was all because of her that Nan Mingyuan ended up like this. Under Mo Ruxiang's comfort, Nan Mingyuan's explosive mood eventually calmed down. Will you turn around and let me take a look? Nan Mingyuan slowly turned around. When she saw his ruined right hand, she was heartbroken. Does it hurt? Her fingertips trembled, afraid to even touch it. Ruxiang, do you really not detest me? Nan Mingyuan quivered as he asked, fearing he might never give her the happiness she most desires. What nonsense is this, Brother Yuan? If it wasn't for rescuing Ruxiang, your hand wouldn't have been injured like this. Tell me, who did this to you? A blazing fire ignited in Mo Ruxiang's eyes. She felt unbearable hatred. This was the first love of her budding affection, now having his wings broken cruelly. It's that mysterious woman who initiated the beast tide. Nan Mingyuan gritted his teeth, determined to personally exact revenge for this grudge. Mo Ruxiang looked frightened. It's her. First, she initiates the beast tide, then she cripples Brother Yuan. What profound grudge do we have with her that she needs to act so mercilessly? Where is she? I'll seek revenge immediately. Nan Mingyuan grabbed Mo Ruxiang's hand and said, that woman once appeared together with Mu Lingfeng, but now their whereabouts are unknown. Father has already led a group to the Mu family. Chapter 40, Pulverized Corpses. Since that's the case, Brother Yuan, you must cheer up and avenge yourself on our enemy. After saying this, Mo Roswang immediately had Nan Zio enter with food and gently fed it to Nan Mingyuan bite by bite. Roswang, your neck. Nan Mingyuan noticed that Mo Roswang's neck was wrapped with a silk ribbon, so he reached out to pull it off, but she dodged aside. She lowered her eyelids, covering her neck as tears continuously rolled down her cheeks. Brother Yuan, although I'm fine, the wound on my neck can't be repaired anymore. You shouldn't look. Let me see. Nan Mingyuan became enraged and forcibly pulled off the white ribbon around Mo Roswang's neck. A hideous scar appeared in front of him, startling him into sucking in a deep breath. Hiss. A crooked red scar resembling a vivid centipede coiled across her smooth neck, looking absolutely horrifying. Chu Lingyue. Nan Mingyuan rose angrily, unable to restrain his fury. How dare she harm the one he cherished most? He would make Chu Lingyue pay back hundredfold. Mo Roswang saw the situation and grabbed onto Nan Mingyuan's garment edge at once. Brother Yuan, don't lose your temper. It's all over, don't keep pursuing it. Aren't I fine? But, there's no buts. Just consider Chu Lingyue no longer my close friend. That's all. Her eyes under her lashes were fierce. Since she couldn't kill Chu Lingyue with her own hands, she would have someone else do it for her. Looking at Mo Roswang's kind-hearted and soft demeanor, a surge of pain rose in his heart. Anyone who harms Roswang will end up being torn apart by me piece by piece. At Mu family ancestral hall, Mu Lingfeng had been kneeling ever since he returned, without touching even a drop of water, already beaten senseless until he lost any sign of vitality. Who exactly is that demoness? Are you still unwilling to tell the truth? If it weren't for having a late child in his old age, an irate Mu Zhengang with gray temples wished nothing more than to throw Mu Lingfeng out there and let Nan Jian beat him to death. I've said it. I only took the assignment. I didn't have much contact with that young woman, nor did I expect she'd attack Nan Mingyuan. Do you know how they talk about it outside? They say you and that demoness worked together to cripple Nan Mingyuan. Now you're still protecting her. Mu Zhengang delivered a heavy kick to Mu Lingfeng's waist, sending him sprawling onto the ground. If it weren't for the fact that the Mu family line depends solely on you, I'd beat you to death right here. Despite the pain, Mu Lingfeng got up from the ground and continued kneeling in front of Mu Zhengang with an air of irreverence. Yes, yes, yes. You've never liked me, haven't you? Because I failed to meet your expectations, wasted my martial abilities, and turned toward pharmacological cultivation instead? Not only am I opposing you, but now I'm stuck in a position where I'm neither high enough nor low enough. Even after practicing for years, all I managed to achieve is inferior grade spirit fluid, what everyone looks down upon. Indeed, Mu Lingfeng single-handedly converted his martial energy to pharmacological cultivation. The Mu family desperately needed a successor, so in others' eyes, he was the bravest and unique among them. But within the Mu family, he endured insults, accused of betraying their ancestors' tradition. Tradition was a significant matter, much like how people wouldn't lightly make vows. The crux of the matter was that he hadn't achieved anything noteworthy. Practicing pharmaceutical techniques requires natural talent. Clearly, you're material suited for martial cultivation, yet you insist on taking the wrong path. This was something that always made Mu Zhengang infuriated. If Mu Lingfeng were a dual talent prodigy, then he could let it go, but why had the boy born with martial spirit meridians gone against the tide and tried to change his destiny? Spirit meridians are determined from the moment one is born. How could he change? Suddenly, Mu Lingfeng stood up and confronted Mu Zhengang. What's the wrong path? Did you just watch as my mother's life slipped away while being helpless to do anything about it? If you had agreed to save mother initially, how could she possibly have? Chapter 41 Removal from the Family Tree. Don't mention your mother. You have no right. Mu Zhengang suddenly lost his temper and slapped Mu Lingfeng across the face, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. The air suddenly froze. Heh, good hit. Mu Lingfeng turned his head and said, I'll still say this. What happened between that girl and me was just a task exchange, then we parted ways. Even if you hand me over, I dare to say the same. Good, good, good. Now you've got wings ready to fly? Go ahead. My Mu family can't accommodate a great figure like you. Mu Zhengang waved his wide sleeves, leaving with disdain, regretting Mu Lingfeng's stubbornness. Mu Lingfeng stood still, chuckling lightly. Freeing himself from the Mu family was precisely what he wanted. Miss June, thank you for subtly pushing things forward. Outside the Mu family gates, Nan Jian arrived with a large group, furiously surrounding the Mu residence so tightly no water could pass through. Mu Zhengang, hand over Mu Lingfeng. Mu Zhengang wasn't one to back down easily either. He simply had people drag Mu Lingfeng out from the ancestral hall and threw him mercilessly in front of Nan Jian. I have formally removed this traitor from the Mu family tree. Mr. Nan, please do as you wish, displaying an attitude of absolute indifference towards the matter. Onlookers around were astonished by the scene before them, shaking their heads in disbelief. What Mu Zhengang did was impeccable, cutting off even his own son. Regardless of whatever Nan Jian argued, he wouldn't budge. The Mu family has been a single heir per generation for 10 generations, and you're removing Mu Lingfeng from the family tree just for this unclear matter? Could it be that Mu Lingfeng really teamed up with the mysterious enchantress to cripple Nan Mingyuan? That's impossible. Mu Lingfeng and Nan Mingyuan barely crossed paths, not to mention any known grudges. The crowd murmured in confusion, discussing heatedly among themselves while standing afar to observe the commotion. Nan Jian stepped forward, fiercely grabbing Mu Lingfeng by the collar, lifting him up from the ground, full of menacing authority. Where is that woman now? He had heard from Nan Mingyuan that the mysterious enchantress was closely linked to Mu Lingfeng, disregarding everything and storming into the Mu family to capture him. Nan uncle, even if you kill me, I don't know where she is. We met briefly, completed our deal, and parted ways. You may ask the members of the Divine Wind Mercenary Guild and the Crimson Flame Mercenary Guild if you don't believe me. They can all vouch for me. As if they had heard of Mu Lingfeng being wrongfully accused, members of the Divine Wind Mercenary Guild and the Crimson Flame Mercenary Guild hurriedly arrived. Seeing Nan Jian already restraining Mu Lingfeng, they immediately intervened on his behalf. Head of the Nan family, this matter has nothing to do with young Master Mu. Please let him go. Dong Jiao and others immediately approached, clasping their hands in respect toward Nan Jian. We merely accepted a task commissioned by Miss June, then parted ways after receiving the reward. We swear upon our lives here and now that young Master Mu absolutely knows nothing. In the Canglan Continent, making a vow carries mystical power, and no one dares to take such an oath lightly. Once the vows were made, the weather fluctuated between light and shadow, causing no discomfort at all. Yes, we can also make a similar vow that young Master Mu knows nothing. We dealt with that young lady before and didn't notice anything unusual. The members of the Crimson Flame Mercenary Guild immediately spoke up as well. He vowed never to falsely accuse a good person, nor would he let a bad one go unpunished. Even though Chu Lingwei disabled Nan Mingyuan's right hand, they didn't view her as some chaos-spreading enchantress. However, why she did so was indeed perplexing. Nan Jian's eyes glared sharply as his hand clutched Mu Lingfeng tightly, wishing fervently to tear him apart into 1,000 pieces to vent his wrath. Chapter 42. Give me an explanation. It was all his fault for not acting sooner. Now it would take more effort to explain, and with the presence of the two mercenary groups, Song Yin and Xin Feng, it would be impossible to act against Mu Lingfeng. My son has suffered at your hands, and none of you will escape responsibility. I give you a half-month deadline. You must find that demoness. Or don't blame me for showing no mercy. Nan Jian had already thrown caution to the wind. This was his only son whose future was now half ruined with his right hand disabled. Everyone present bore some responsibility. Half a month? Lord Nan, where do you expect us to look for her? Besides, this matter has nothing to do with us. Song Yin gritted his teeth and said, initially, it was your daughter, Nan Ziyu, who insisted on bringing along your son. Now that things have gone awry, it's suddenly our fault. Do you not know the rules of the mercenary group? Once you join, life or death is irrelevant. My son paid you. Not only did you fail to protect him, but you also allowed that demoness to harm him like this. Nan Jian spoke. He wasn't there when it happened and couldn't find anyone else to blame, so he targeted Song Yin and others. It was truly pitiful that Nan Mingyuan couldn't even locate the person responsible for breaking his arm. If it weren't for Nan Ziyu's begging, we'd never have gone to the dangerous Yuming region. Your children acted rashly, almost causing all of us to perish. If you insist on placing blame, why don't you accuse the head of Mo family instead? Wasn't it Mo Jia's son, Nan Mingyuan, sent to search for Bingxing grass? Where's the head of Mo family now? Song Yin loudly retaliated. There's no such reason in this world. Anyway, everything we needed to say, we've said. To bring someone back to your Nan family already shows extreme leniency. After speaking, Song Yin and his group were about to turn around and leave. But Nan Jian had already lost control of his anger. Letting go of Mu Lingfeng, he immediately leaped forward to block Song Yin and the others' path. You think you can just leave? Song Yin and his companions drew their weapons and prepared for defense. What? Is Lord Nan planning to fight us? We're not cowards, letting you manipulate us as you wish. Song Yin had completely given up, activating his martial spirit and preparing for a battle. The surrounding spectators were immediately frightened and retreated to a safe distance. It seemed a serious fight was about to happen. Dong Jiao and others saw the situation and came forward to mediate. Gentlemen, please don't fight. How about this? We'll help look for her, but we won't involve ourselves in this matter. Dong Jiao suggested, making his final compromise since ultimately, the woman had taken the action. They needed to settle their own feud. Nan Jian still didn't intend to back down, continuing to hold firm. Lord Nan, let's speak clearly. This matter originally has nothing to do with us. If you force us to act, we certainly won't be polite. At worst, both sides suffer. Dong Jiao gritted his teeth and spoke. In the end, Nan Jian was persuaded to stop. Offending two major mercenary groups at once wasn't wise. All right then, as you said, if you manage to find any trace of that demoness, report it to me immediately. Then we'll take our leave. Dong Jiao and the others made no further delay, bowing respectfully to Nan Jian before turning around and leaving. Song Yin and the group also left. Nan Jian glanced at Mu Zhonggang and Mu Lingfeng, and then stormed off with his people, angry. The crowd watching from the streets were all baffled. Where was the anticipated fight? Fine. On the street, Mu Lingfeng stood calmly outside the gates of the Mu family residence, while Mu Zhonggang refused to even look at him, ordering the gates closed. Such an unruly son deserved to learn humility through suffering. Mu Lingfeng sighed heavily. In just one night, he had become penniless. In less than half a day, the news of Mu Lingfeng being expelled from home by Mu Zhonggang quickly spread throughout the entire Hillock city. On the other hand, upon learning that Nan Mingyuan had lost his right hand in the Yuming region, Mo Qin shut himself indoors, choosing to remain silent and indifferent to the situation. Chapter 43, Chu Shuo woke up. Though Nan Mingyuan was exceptionally talented and gentlemanly, the injury he suffered for Mo Rashuang's sake was severe, and he had promised earlier to help maintain the overall situation. But Mo family's daughter absolutely cannot marry a cripple. 2 days later, the spirit liquid had successfully matured, offering hope for Chu Shuo. Chu Lingwei dared not delay. Carrying the spirit liquid, she rushed off towards Chu Shuo's room in high spirits. Even though Chu Siyu hadn't left the house these past few days, given how serious things were in Hill City, she couldn't help but feel somewhat uneasy. Could it be that the mysterious enchantress they spoke of was the same enigmatic master she'd encountered before? No, she must find a way to discreetly inquire about it. Chu Siyu, who was practicing her swordsmanship in the back courtyard, was immediately attracted by the sight of a pale pink figure passing by. Chu Lingwei, where are you going? She called out. But Chu Lingwei walked away without even turning her head, as if she hadn't heard a word of what Chu Siyu said. Chu Siyu grew flustered. She quickly sheathed her long sword and hurried after her. Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you not hear me? Where have you been these past days? And why did you lock yourself in your room upon returning? Where is Uncle Dad? Chu Lingwei completely ignored Chu Siyu's questions and asked her instead. My father is still meditating in the back mountain. He hasn't come out yet. Go fetch him and bring him to brother's room. Quickly, Chu Lingwei commanded without wasting words on unnecessary chatter with Chu Siyu. Okay, alright. For some reason, upon hearing Chu Lingwei give her an order, Chu Siyu immediately obeyed without hesitation. It wasn't until halfway there that she realized something odd and began stomping her feet in anger along the corridor. Damn it, when did she become so compliant? I'll definitely make her regret this next time. Despite her resentment, Chu Siyu puffed up her cheeks and continued to head toward the back mountain. At Xianfeng Courtyard, as soon as Chu Lingwei arrived at the entrance, she heard Chu Shuo painfully screaming. At just the right moment, she noticed the servant stepping out to report news. With a quick calculation, she confirmed that the 5 elements spirit art she placed on Chu Shua had conveniently unraveled precisely at this time. Without further ado, she entered the room. Her hands pressed onto Chu Shua's shoulder blades while her left eye's pupil turned stark purple. Heaven and Earth Infinite. 5 elements spirit art. Capturing soul. Activate. The moment Chu Shua, who had just opened his eyes, caught sight of Chu Lingyue's gaze, he instantly stopped thrashing around. She quickly poured the spirit liquid into his mouth. Her hands formed intricate seals as a golden filament suddenly appeared and landed on his forehead. Slowly descending, the golden line then vanished within Chu Shua's body. She was currently using the 5 elements spirit art to catalyze the dispersal of the medicine's effects. When Chu Sheng, who had been in meditation, arrived hurriedly, he saw exactly this scene. Stunned beside him stood Chu Siyu, shocked out of her wits. This was not the recalcitrant and inept sister she remembered from her memories. She truly had changed. Dare not disturb the process. Chu Sheng grabbed Chu Siyu and stood patiently nearby, waiting anxiously. Chu Lingyue stimulated the circulation of the spirit liquid through one cycle in Chu Shua's body. In less than the duration of a burning incense stick, Chu Shua suddenly sprang up and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Chu Lingyue was overjoyed. Brother, having ceased the use of her spirit art, she immediately helped support Chu Shua. Upon regaining clarity, Chu Shua surveyed the area. Seeing his less than adequate younger sister in front of him, he sighed inwardly. Uncle Dad, he weakly called out. Although his body felt feeble, his mind had become clear. Shua. Chu Sheng also immediately stepped forward. Seeing Chu Shua, who had been dazed for many months, finally awakened filled him with indescribable excitement. Shua, do you feel any better? The trouble has worried Uncle Dad. Much improved, Chu Shua responded weakly. Strangely, after expelling that black blood, he only felt completely light and at ease, no longer as heavy-headed as before. The poison in brother's body is now dissolved, but he requires gradual rest and recuperation. As expected, she had combined the essence of the Vermilion Zhu spirit grass, locking herself inside for 3 days while utilizing the 5 elements spirit art to refine it thoroughly. Would he not naturally recover well? Chapter 44, Unveiling the Truth. She's a genius in alchemy. That's good, that's good. Now I am relieved. There is hope for our Chu family. Tears streamed down Chu Sheng's face as he finally let go of his long-standing concerns. Uncle, it wasn't for Lingyue, I wouldn't know when I'd find out. Don't speak, rest well. Chu Sheng calmed his excitement and then stood up. Lingyue, come with me to the study. Chu Shua, who had been saved by Chu Lingyue, needed to be told everything at this point. A confused Chu Shua had just awakened. Chu Siyu also wanted to follow but was stopped by Chu Sheng. Siyu, you stay here and take care of Shua. All right. Chu Siyu pouted. Inside the study, Chu Sheng retrieved from the bookshelf a completely black sandalwood box, carefully placing it before Chu Lingyue. What is this? Chu Lingyue was full of confusion. Wiping his tears, Chu Sheng then said, Your mother instructed me to give this to you at the right time. I think now is the most appropriate moment. My mother? Didn't she years ago? Chu Lingyue was astonished. In her memory, both her parents had passed away long ago. When your father came back from his travels with your mother, they already had your brother. Your grandfather argued endlessly with your father about this. After your grandfather passed away, less than a year later, your father suffered a sudden heart ailment, but it wasn't what appeared on the surface. Your mother organized an elaborate funeral, using a clever deception plan, and took your father away. They disappeared for 7 years without any news. From that day on, you were unable to gather spiritual energy. You should keep this item first. This lock was formed by your mother using your blood. Try opening it when you can gather spiritual energy again. However, just as Chu Sheng finished speaking, the green lock emitted a snap and unlocked itself. Chu Sheng. He was greatly shocked. Lingyue, Uncle, I can cultivate now. Chu Lingyue revealed a bright smile like spring. Just when did you? During my seclusion. Chu Lingyue briefly explained and decided not to say more. Chu Sheng was also wise enough not to press further. It's good you can cultivate now, it really is. 2 major joys happened in one day, and his joy was impossible to hide. In front of Chu Sheng, Chu Lingyue opened the box, revealing only an old sealed letter inside, with the paper still as clear as it had been many years ago. Next to the letter lay a deep red jade ring. Her expression changed as she read the contents swiftly. Before she finished reading, Chu Sheng dared not disturb her. Chu Lingyue's expression transitioned from no reaction to furrowed brows, and eventually, relief. What did your mother say? He eagerly asked. Mother says she took father to the city of supreme beings for treatment. Due to my young age, I couldn't bear the responsibility as the holy maiden, so she destroyed my spirit veins. She tells me, upon seeing this letter, not to hold grudges against her. The words themselves caused her immense sorrow. The city of supreme beings. When Chu Lingyue mentioned the city of supreme beings, Chu Sheng became noticeably cautious. After some thought, he chuckled. No wonder. No wonder. I only know your mother's name is Cold Yuru. Lingyue must seek understanding. Her eyes determined, while the reasons were explained in the letter, destroying her spirit veins was indeed wrong. She had to investigate this thoroughly. Moreover, if it was truly a fake death to escape, why hadn't they returned after all these years? Could it be they left her and her brother behind? You have grown. You're no longer the unlearned Lingyue of before. Uncle hopes the best for you, Chu Sheng said, as if having made a significant resolution. Chapter 45, I must go. With a deep tone, I know your temperament. Once you've decided on something, it won't change. But if you want to enter the City of Supreme Beings, you must go to the Starlore Academy in Ao Dan City and obtain the pass to enter the City of Supreme Beings. But before that, you need to figure out how to enter Starluo Academy. Every year, the number of admissions allocated to our Hill City is not much. This year's opportunity has already passed, so we can only wait until after July, Chu Xing said. Although he hadn't stepped out of the city gate of Hill City these years, he was fully aware of everything outside. I understand. There is another matter. Your father arranged a marriage for your brother with Ao Dan Shui, the daughter of the city lord of Ao Dan City. It was she who sent your brother back from Star Luo Academy, and then there was no news afterward. Now that your brother's situation is greatly improved and his age has reached, but it's been so long, I don't know if this arrangement still stands. If possible, I think you should go together with Shure. Regardless of the outcome of the marriage, an explanation needs to be given. No one at home can leave, so this matter will be left to you. Ling, you will keep it in mind. Chu Sheng was greatly comforted. By the time they came out of the conversation, it was already evening. Chu Lingwei carefully kept the things Chu Sheng gave her, then went to Xianfeng Garden. Chu Shua had already heard about the recent happenings from Chu Siyu. The way Chu Shua looked at Chu Lingwei was different. Did his once dejected sister truly undergo a personality change? Why are you looking at me like this? Chu Lingwei stood in front of Chu Shua and tilted her head while asking. Are you really? Brother, you've been unconscious for several months. A lot has happened during that time. I can now practice cultivation. From now on, I will protect both of you and protect the Chu family. I absolutely won't let anyone bully us anymore, Chu Lingwei said. Seeing Chu Lingyue's wise expression, Chu Shua smiled faintly. It seems that I slept through all these days, and you have changed quite a bit. That's a relief. Brother, let me check your pulse. She immediately brought over a stool and sat next to Chu Shua, lightly placing her jade-like fingers on his pulse as she continued. I already know about my damaged spiritual veins. I will definitely find our parents. Chu Shua was surprised. So, how did you get poisoned? Chu Lingwei asked. At this point, Chu Shua chuckled again, but his laughter carried more helplessness and bitterness. It's because of underestimating the enemy. It seemed that for now, he didn't want to discuss much about how he got poisoned. So be it. I will cultivate well. Brother, do not neglect your own efforts, Chu Lingwei said, releasing her hands. She added, there is still residual poison inside your body, and I will slowly help you adjust it. I've already promised Uncle to join you in entering Star Luo Academy. It's getting late. I'll return to my room first. Brother, rest early. Chu Lingwei was utterly without idle chatter, leaving Chu Shua feeling like there was nothing he could interject. His blood-related sister indeed became very different. She handled matters systematically. As soon as she stepped out, Chu Siyu came holding food for Chu Shua, stopping her immediately. After placing the food inside the room, she turned around. Chu Lingwei, do you remember the mysterious person who saved you before? It seems they've gotten themselves into a big trouble. Chu Siyu chattered on, not knowing why she was telling Chu Lingwei. Maybe because they had similar experiences. Chu Lingwei flicked her eyes, revealing her long, curled lashes shimmering slightly. The other day, when Nan Mingyun had his right hand cut off, it caused quite a commotion. The entire Hill City was almost overturned by the Nan family to find the person who severed his hand, and apparently, it was the same mysterious high-level expert we encountered. Chu Siyu said sincerely. Chapter 46, The Talkative Book Spirit. Apparently, because of this matter, Mu Lingfeng was expelled from the Mu family and now roams the streets, implicating several mercenary groups. The Nan family hired many mercenaries to search for that mysterious master in the Bwosog forest. If they're found, there will inevitably be a storm of blood and wind. How do you know it's that person's doing? Chu Lingwei retorted, not caring at all in her heart. As long as she didn't appear in another identity, even if the Nan family turned over the entire Hill City, they wouldn't find her. But she never expected that in the end, it would still implicate Mu Lingfeng and others. I'm guessing. Chu Siyu struggled for quite a while before coming up with these words of speculation. Guessing isn't real. It serves him right to be incapacitated. Why worry so much? We'll wait until the Nan family captures the person, Chu Lingwei said casually, then turned and left. Chu Siyu stood frozen in place, incredulous. Could Chu Lingwei really have such an indifferent attitude? What if that mysterious expert is really captured? No way. She has to think of some ways. Chu Lingwei returned to the Xianfeng courtyard. Summoning out Xiao Qingtuan, she immediately took out the Bailuo Zijia that Jun Yiming had given her. She brushed off the invisible dust on it and carefully inspected it. Is mother just looking, perhaps missing father? Xiao Qingtuan asked with a sneaky smile, tilting his head. Yes, I miss him dearly. Chu Lingyue's lips curved slightly. Her mind was full of bashful thoughts about Jun Yiming. She wondered what he was doing, and since they had been separated for a number of days, she hadn't seen him come by to check if she was slacking off in her cultivation. Well, if we can't wait for father, why don't we look through the things father gave to mother? There must be some surprises. Xiao Qingtuan started to anticipate excitedly. This time, he was completely obedient and did nothing to trick his father. All right. Chu Lingyue then flipped open the first page, but instead of anything else, a gentle breeze swept toward her. Upon contact with her, the book suddenly seemed imbued with spirit, glowing faint purple light. It then floated in midair, pages flipping rapidly until they stopped. Under her calm gaze, the book abruptly transformed into a purple phantom. Like a wisp of ethereal flame, it hovered before her. Bing! Wow! It spoke! Xiao Qingtuan exclaimed in surprise, tightly holding onto Chu Lingyue without letting go. Master, hello? I am the spirit of Bailuo Zijia. Call me the book's spirit. Nonsense. Virtually every word was redundant. Chu Lingyue's lips stiffened. Did its entrance have to be so funny? I want to cultivate. Cough, all right. Please sit down, master. The book spirit noticed the awkward atmosphere between them, and after seeing her settled down cross-legged, a phantom-like hand extended from the ethereal fire and gently touched her forehead. With a ding, Chu Lingyue's consciousness was instantly drawn into a purely white void. The ethereal fire followed her, floating right in front of her eyes. Master, I have examined your current strength. Currently, only the seal of the first chapter can be unlocked. Do you wish to continue? Nonsense. Chu Lingyue sincerely felt that the book spirit was not only overly talkative, but also filled with superfluous chatter. Wasn't she here for cultivation? Please prepare yourself. Book spirit shall transmit the first chapter of Bailuo Zijia, the Bailuo, Xianyu sword, into your consciousness. Once again, a streak of white light flashed. Chu Lingyue's mind began frantically receiving the sword manual, deeply engraving each move and technique within her memory. When she opened her eyes again, a night had passed. She activated her martial spirit, feeling a faint trace of sword energy lingering within her body. After cultivating through the night, she was surprisingly refreshed. Master, the first chapter of the Bailuo Xianyu sword consists of 18 moves. You've only learned the first one, implying that she still had 17 more moves to learn. Chapter 47, Xing Luo Auction House. All right, I understand, she said, rising and stretching her shoulders before calling Lingli to prepare breakfast. Afterward, she went to help Chu Shua remove the remaining toxins from his body. For an entire month, Chu Lingyue's life revolved around only two places, and she paid no attention to the outside world at all. A month ago, after seeing Chu Siyu, it was as if she had disappeared without returning, according to Chu Sheng, who said she went to practice in the Demon Beast Forest. It seemed that she wouldn't give up on searching for the mysterious master she spoke of, unaware that he was right before her eyes. The Nan family searched tirelessly for a month, but couldn't find any trace of her. The fervor surrounding this matter gradually subsided, but never truly ended. Nan Jian would not rest until he found her. Unfortunately for Mu Lingfeng, who served as the scapegoat, he was expelled from home by Mu Zhenggang, and no one knew where he had gone. Rumors claimed that he sought refuge with the Divine Wind mercenary group. Over the span of the month, Chu Lingyue had already practiced the 18 moves of the Bailuo Xianyu sword technique until she reached a highly refined level, though she hadn't yet tested them in actual combat. Chu Shua's remaining toxins were now cleared, allowing him to walk on his own feet. However, his frail body still needed careful recuperation. It would be better to proceed with cultivation step by step through a cyclic process. All things were slowly improving. Outside the courtyard, people moved about busily in preparation for tonight's grand auction at the Star Luo Auction House, which usually took place every 3 months. It should have been scheduled at the end of this month, but for some reason, it had been brought forward. Within the courtyard, the sunlight was bright, tranquil, and undisturbed. Every day, Chu Lingyue made time to support Chu Shua as they slowly strolled in the yard. Having lain in bed for too long, his muscles had slightly atrophied, leaving him entirely weak. Sister has faith in you. Take slow steps. Chu Lingyue released her hand from supporting Chu Shua. Without her support, Chu Shua almost fell but managed to steady himself. He slowly extended his leg forward, moving 1 step, then 2, then 3. You're doing wonderfully, brother. Chu Lingyue felt nearly elated, the bond between them strong, as she watched her brother steadily recover. After today, your sister will no longer provide physiotherapy. Chu Lingyue's smile bloomed like a flower, and these secluded 30 days had been the happiest she'd ever experienced. Only through mutual concern between family could such a serene heart be attained. Why? Chu Shua sat down, perplexed. Gently laughing, Chu Lingyue replied, brother's body has greatly recovered. You simply need more exercise to improve your physical constitution and gradually return to peak condition. Physiotherapy is now unnecessary. All right. Chu Shua agreed, noting how clever his younger sister had become lately. He wasn't sure what scheme she might be plotting. If you are busy, just come back to see me once you're done. Yes, brother, Chu Lingyue affirmed. Just that girl, Yu, hasn't returned even after being out for over a month, causing worry. Chu Shua said, do not fret, brother. Uncle has sent people to search for her. She will surely return within the next few days, Chu Lingyue responded confidently. She well understood that Chu Shua had always looked upon Chu Siyu as his own younger sister, as did she herself. That's good. I'm feeling a bit weary, so you may go attend to other matters, Chu Shua instructed, allowing his personal attendant to assist him step by step back to the Xianfeng manor. Only after Chu Shua was out of sight did Chu Lingyue turn away. Inside her room, she summoned little Qingtuan. Tonight, she intended to visit the Star Luo auction house for fun. However, the unexpected advancement of the auction left her unprepared, without an invitation readily available. The unfortunate honor of obtaining one fell squarely on Jun Yeming. Mother, little Qingtuan, can you summon father for mother? Chu Lingyue squatted in front of little Qingtuan, presenting him 2 bottles of emperor-grade spiritual liquid while asking sweetly. Upon spotting the 2 bottles of emperor-grade spiritual liquid, little Qingtuan's eyes gleamed with desire. Snatching them immediately, he gulped them down first before enthusiastically promising, patting his chest repeatedly, rest assured, mother, little Qingtuan will handle this small matter easily. His fiery red eyes darted mischievously. Chapter 48, People Want It. In less than 2 months, the spiritual liquid in Jun Yeming's 100 treasure pouch, given to her, had been eaten up by little King Tuang. It was necessary to find a way to replenish it. In the evening, Chu Lingyue waited patiently in the courtyard. She propped her head with both hands, her thoughts wandering somewhere else, her mind full of Jun Yiming. Little King Tuang, why hasn't your father come yet? With the evening approaching, further delays would mean missing the auction. As soon as she finished complaining, a gentle breeze came, and an intangible sense of oppression immediately appeared behind her. Chu Lingyue was ecstatic, her eyes flashing with excitement. She immediately stood up, only to stumble right into his arms. She covered her aching forehead, almost knocking herself out. Jun Yiming quickly caught Chu Lingyue and pulled her into his arms, preventing her from having an intimate collision with the ground. Sensing how close they were, he suddenly turned red at the ears and let her go, his handsome face turning cold, attempting to cover up his unusual state. What is so urgent that you called me here? He was busy dealing with demon spirits in the void when he received an urgent signal from Zhuke Saint Beast, assuming that Chu Lingyue had encountered some problem. He abandoned everything and tore through the void in haste only to find her standing perfectly intact in front of him. So why pull a fast one? I haven't seen you for a month, I miss you. Chu Lingyue suddenly became coquettish, her little hands restless as they played with the jet black hair hanging down in front of Jun Yiming. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Even the air seemed to be filled with pink bubbles. However, Jun Yiming cruelly slapped away her little hand, turning his body to the side while maintaining a safe distance. Speak about the main thing. His tone suddenly became annoyed, revealing a hint of inappropriate sentiment. Chu Lingyue looked at her slapped hand and pondered. Apparently, winning Jun Yiming's heart still has a long way to go. No rush, she could proceed step by step. In this case, the Starry Night auction will open tonight, but I don't have an invitation, so I need your help. Chu Lingyue blinked her big beautiful eyes at Jun Yiming with heartfelt sincerity. Jun Yiming couldn't help but glance at her, his well-shaped brows slightly frowning. Is it just for this matter? Not entirely, I mainly wanted to see you. Missing you every day feels like missing 3 autumns. In front of Jun Yiming, she didn't want to hide her emotions at all. How could Jun Yiming not understand Chu Lingyue's little schemes? For her own purposes, she could talk nonsense, adaptable and flexible. What words can she not say? But what was the meaning of this joy in her heart? It shouldn't be. He absolutely wouldn't allow himself to fall in love with this small person. Therefore, Mo Sha. At Jun Yiming's command, a man in black robes suddenly appeared behind him, kneeling down on one knee. Master, go get an invitation. Yes. In less than half an incense stick's time, Mo Sha reappeared, a black invitation edged in gold clearly in his hand. Chu Lingyue's eyes widened. She had indeed found herself a powerful ally. Take it. Next time there's no need to call me for such trifles. Then, Jun Yiming tossed the invitation to Chu Lingyue and turned around, walking into the void and disappearing before her. Chu Lingyue, truly swift coming and going, without even a farewell. To what extent did he look down on her in his heart? She opened the golden invitation and found a black card tucked inside. She used her divine awareness to sense its power and exclaimed in disbelief. It was an unlimited credit black card. Does this mean she can swipe it at will? It seems he truly cannot bear to watch her go empty-handed. Chapter 49 Hidden Affection. Says one thing but does another, huh? Her heart's telling the truth. She felt a flutter in her heart and wanted even more to tie Jun Yiming, this towering tree, tightly to her waistband. Mommy, didn't I say Daddy would come? Xiao Qingtuan was almost laughing uncontrollably, covering her mouth. Although she didn't know how Xiao Qingtuan managed to make Jun Yiming spare time from his busy schedule to attend to her, she felt greatly comforted. Well done. Keep it up next time. Okay, Xiao Qingtuan will. He was determined to trick her father into falling for her mother. As night fell, Chu Lingyue held her invitation and boldly headed toward the Star Luminary Auction House. Chu Xiu, who had searched in vain in the Hilson Beast Forest, heard that today's Star Luminary Auction House was opening a month early and rushed back, hoping to find the mysterious expert there. Fortunately, last time she spent a large sum of money to pre-book an invitation for this auction, otherwise she wouldn't know where to cry. On the other side, Lord God, isn't this excessive favoritism towards Miss Chu? Mo Sha half knelt by Jun Yiming's side and carefully spoke. After all, he felt something odd about his master, very odd. In the past, he never cared about these trifling matters, nor did he personally involve himself in them. Jun Yiming turned back and emitted an overpowering forceful presence, instantly knocking Mo Sha to the ground. My affairs do not tolerate your interference. Yes. Mo Sha was too frightened to utter more words. Jun Yiming then thought of Chu Lingyue, weak and unarmed, as well as Zhuke's sacred beast who hadn't yet recovered its strength, and spoke out immediately. I must handle the matter of the spirit in the void realm. You secretly protect her. But, Lord God, you. Jun Yiming's icy gaze swept over Mo Sha. Mo Sha lowered his head in fright. Mo Sha obeys the order. As lanterns lit up and prosperity shone around, various people came and went busily, and vendors hawking continued incessantly. Chu Lingyue appeared quietly at the entrance of the Star Luminary Auction House in a light blue silk gown, with a pure white phoenix hairpin adorning her simple hairstyle. With a slight lift of her eyebrows, she glanced at the ornate signboard, exuding grace and elegance in every movement. Today, she was attending such a grand event under her own identity for the first time. Her arrival immediately caused a commotion among the crowd. Isn't this Chu Lingyue? Our Saintess of Hillock City who just broke off her engagement with the young lord of the Southern family, only for him to encounter misfortune. It said that it was Southern Minuan who first defiled Miss Mo of Moke family, so breaking the engagement is actually damage control. What kind of saintess is this? Just a name without substance. Being depowered by the great shaman was inevitable. Don't be so sure. Over a month and a half has passed since the spiritual power test, yet we haven't seen the great shaman take away her title as Saintess. So why has she, a mere waste unable to gather any spirit energy, come here? Could she really be here to enter the Star Luminary auction house? People surrounded Chu Lingyue, discussing her fervently, each having their own opinions. It seemed the lesson given last time to Southern Mingyuan and Mo Ruxiang had reaped its rewards. Without surprise, the balance tipped entirely in her favor. But the two words, waste, were truly offensive. Wait, isn't that the young lord of the Southern family coming? Someone shouted in the crowd, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Even Chu Lingyue, who was about to step into the threshold of the Star Luminary auction house, was drawn in, following everyone's gaze. Her beautiful eyes slightly bowed as she saw Southern Mingyuan slowly approaching her location through the crowd, his hands hidden in wide sleeves unmoving, one arm obviously dangling lifelessly. Facing the crowd's discussions, he appeared colder than ever, like an iceberg, choosing to ignore them completely. Following closely by his side was Mo Ruxiang, dressed refreshingly elegant like an innocent little rabbit, except her neck bore a colorful silk ribbon. Chapter 50, especially envious. Because Chu Lingyue had broken her engagement with Nan Mingyuan, she was now openly traveling with him. Being talked about by others, she meekly hid herself close to Nan Mingyuan, never leaving his side. That colorful silk ribbon, it carried a profound meaning. Chu Lingyue's lips curled slightly. She knew what was hidden beneath that ribbon, wounds that could not fully heal, relying daily on medicine to keep the scars from growing bigger and bigger. This was her devastating approach, using objects as a medium to incite pent-up spirit magic through blood to capture the soul. It wouldn't easily take lives, but would gradually erode the victim's mind, night after night, endlessly tormenting them. What took effect wasn't the wound, it was Mo Ruguang's heart. She harbored fear for Chu Lingyue, leading her repeatedly in unconsciousness to tear at her own wounds, forming larger scars, making them progressively worse each day. If it weren't for deep-seated hatred, she would never harm others. Seeing her now only fueled her envy even more. Everyone paused in front of the Star Cluster auction house, stunned. This marked their first formal meeting outside, not knowing what sparks would ignite between them. Chu Lingyue. When Mo Ruguang saw Chu Lingyue, an involuntary chill ran down her spine. The feeling returned. The newly healed wounds on her neck started itching again. She shyly hid behind Nan Mingyuan. Despite earlier vowing confidently to shred her into pieces, she completely shrank in fear upon seeing Chu Lingyue. No, why should she be afraid? Chu Lingyue couldn't provide any evidence. So she quickly calmed herself, bravely stepping forward. Nan Mingyuan's eyes were cold, his left hand tightly clenched into a fist under the wide sleeves, unsettled by the ghastly scar on Mo Ruguang's neck, which he hadn't settled accounts for yet. Mo Ruguang tugged at Nan Mingyuan's sleeve, initiating conversation with Chu Lingyue. What a coincidence, Miss Chu. Miss Chu. Chu Lingyue tilted her head slightly, standing high above on the steps, looking down at Mo Ruguang with clear eyes. You used to call me Lingyue so affectionately. Now you call me Miss Chu. Isn't that too distant? She was smiling. But to Mo Ruguang, this smile wasn't a good omen. She still vividly remembered how Chu Lingyue smiled last time when she did something awful. No. Mo Ruguang averted her guilty face, instinctively scratching at the scar beneath the silk ribbon, retreating back beside Nan Mingyuan and gazing at him pitifully. Let's just forget it. We'll go inside. The sight of Mo Ruguang not fighting back made Nan Mingyuan's heart ache immensely. How heartbreaking. With anger mingling, he harshly asked, Chu Lingyue, our past is already over. What else do you want? Such a sudden accusation not only shocked Chu Lingyue, but also everyone present. Hadn't Chu Lingyue said anything? It was they who had done wrong, yet somehow it became her fault. Though everyone wanted to speak up for her, they hesitated. After all, Nan Mingyuan was the chosen one despite having lost his right hand, protected by this title, making it impossible for anyone to confront him directly in the street. Even Nan Zio, who had been confined indoors for half a month, arrived. Hearing the argument, she immediately rushed over, seeing the tension between Nan Mingyuan and Chu Lingyue. These days, she had somewhat heard some truth from Mo Ruguang, becoming infuriated at Chu Lingyue and utterly despising her despicable nature of attacking from the shadows. Chu Lingyue, do you still have the face to appear here? Is your harming of Sister Ruguang just going to be forgotten like this? Look at the terrible things you've done. Sister Ruguang's neck still hasn't healed, and she has to rely on medicine. You woman, truly cruel-hearted. Indeed, South Zio was always impulsive. She stepped forward and immediately revealed the scars on Mo Ruguang's body, causing sighs of sympathy among the crowd. Chapter 51, Initial Exposure. Miss Mo's neck is ruined? Can't be. No wonder she has been covering her neck with a silk scarf ever since. It turns out it's related to Chu Lingyue. Mo Ruisong's scar was revealed by Nan Zio, making her feel humiliated and angry. She immediately threw herself into Nan Ming's arms and cried, Brother Yuan, Ruisong feels so wronged. Zio, stop saying this. Nan Ming scolded, as the matter concerned a young woman's reputation. How could she expose this in front of everyone? Wasn't she deliberately embarrassing Mo Ruisong in public? But, Nan Zio retorted, it's Chu Lingyue's fault. We shouldn't let her off so easily. We must reclaim justice for Sister Ruisong. Oh, to reclaim justice? Let's be straightforward then. Who is right and who is wrong? Chu Lingyue's gaze shifted. She feared nothing, and now we will see if Mo Ruisong can withstand. No, it's fine. It's all in the past. Miss Chu made a mistake unintentionally at that time. Even if Mo Ruizong bit her teeth to prevent Nan Ziyo from seeking justice on her behalf, some things were better handled behind closed doors rather than openly exposing them, where she would only end up being the one losing out. After that incident, Chu Lingyue was no longer the naive and stupid girl she used to be. If challenged, she wouldn't hesitate, consequences be damned. Miss Mo, are you scared? Chu Lingyue appeared calm and composed, like a spring breeze caressing those around her. The crowd blinked, many thinking that she had changed after breaking off her engagement with Nan Mingyan. Brother Yuan, let's go inside. Don't miss the auction. Mo Ruishang didn't want to engage with Chu Lingyue. All she wanted was to leave as soon as possible, avoiding unwanted scrutiny. As for revenge, there would be plenty of time for that later. No need to rush. However, she had underestimated Nan Ziyu's determination to stand up for her. Encountering Chu Lingyue now, they definitely couldn't let her off easily. Sister Ruisong, you can't leave. We must demand an explanation from Chu Lingyue. Nan Ziyu shouted loudly. Brother, your enemy is right here. Can you bear to watch Sister Ruisong suffer? This comment stopped Chu Lingyue, who was originally planning to casually walk to the auction later. What difference did it make? What? Do you want to fight? Chu Lingyue said ominously, but she wasn't the same person who was once bullied endlessly. None of them stood a chance against her alone. Brother, look how arrogant she is, practically riding roughshod over Sister Ruizong. Nan Ziyu certainly knew how to stir up trouble. Now Mo Ruizong was trapped in this situation, biting her lips inwardly while cursing Nan Ziyu for bringing this disaster upon her. They both knew Nan Mingyan still wasn't adept with his left hand when wielding a sword, yet Ziyu chose to provoke regardless. No sooner had Nan Ziyu finished speaking than instead of letting Mo Ruizong mediate, Nan Mingyan suddenly summoned his jade sword and charged forward. Fighting started. Nan Mingyan was fighting Chu Lingyue. The atmosphere turned stiff. Everyone stared astonished at what unfolded, assuming Chu Lingyue, the supposed useless one, was about to be beaten again. Unexpectedly, she lightly leapt aside, evading Nan Ming's attack effortlessly. What happened? Not just the crowd. Even Mo Ruizong was shocked, knowing she had damaged spirit veins. How was it possible for her to evade Nan Ming's attacks so easily? Nan Mingyan grew angrier, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. This was the first time Chu Lingyue managed to dodge his moves. A flash of cunning passed through Chu Lingyue's eyes. It was time to showcase her training results. She flicked her delicate hand, revealing a streak of blue light, stunning everyone. Spiritual Warrior Rank 7. Chu Lingyue is actually Spiritual Warrior Rank 7. Can she cultivate now? News of her ability to cultivate caused an uproar in the crowd. Chapter 52. Chu Lingyue's Victory. Mo Ruyang could hardly contain her astonishment. This waste of a person could actually practice cultivation. Damn it. But when exactly did this happen? On the other hand, Nan Ziyu seemed somewhat relieved and was further fanning the flames from the side. Chu Lingyue is only at the 7th rank of a spirit warrior. Brother, defeat her. Avenge Sister Ruziang. The astonishment quickly faded from Nan Mingyuan's face. So what if she was at the 7th rank? She was still no match for him. His eyes hardened as he channeled his spiritual energy and, with his left hand, wielded the jade sword once again toward Chu Lingyue. Filled with overconfidence, he thought that his overwhelming strength would easily suppress Chu Lingyue, forgetting completely that he was no longer capable of wielding the sword with his right hand. Chu Lingyue executed each move of the 18 techniques of Bai Luo Xian Yu cleanly and decisively. Within just 3 or 5 exchanges, Nan Mingyuan, having lost the advantage, flew straight out, landing awkwardly on one hand. Many spectators hadn't even seen clearly which moves Chu Lingyue had used before it all ended. With a clink, the cold jade sword embedded itself in front of Nan Mingyuan, causing him to break out in cold sweat. He couldn't help questioning himself. How could he possibly have lost to Chu Lingyue? After all, a month ago, Chu Lingyue was entirely under his control. In just one short month, what on earth had happened? That ruthless gaze swept past Chu Lingyue. For him today, his pride and reputation were utterly shattered. Chu Lingyue stood tall in front of Nan Mingyuan, coldly declaring, I don't mind disabling your other hand too. Facing so many people, he had suffered such an embarrassing loss to Chu Lingyue. Overwhelmed with shame and anger, he tried to summon the leopard tiger magical beast but failed. No matter how hard he summoned, the magical beast refused to appear. Even it had begun to look down on him as nothing more than a useless individual, refusing his commands. Upon seeing this, Mo Ruziang immediately rushed forward to support Nan Mingyuan. Brother Yuan, are you alright? Deep inside, she hated Nan Ziyu to the core, wondering if this was helping her or digging her grave. Everyone knew this was an unusual period. Why must she thrust herself forward to be humiliated by Chu Lingyue? Nan Mingyuan despised himself for losing his right hand. How could he, the pride of heaven, be defeated by Chu Lingyue? There's nothing wrong, Brother Yuan. Mo Ruziang whispered gently into Nan Mingyuan's ear, trying to comfort him. We're not here to fight today. Don't forget our purpose. Seeing their brother beaten up, Nan Ziyu flew into a rage, rushing up and grappling with Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue, how dare you strike my brother? Watch me tear your face apart. Fierce fighting ensued again, but Chu Lingyue skillfully evaded Nan Ziyu's attacks. Although both were ranked 7th as spirit warriors, anyone with keen eyes could see that Nan Ziyu was no match for Chu Lingyue. Sure enough, after merely 3 or 5 exchanges, Nan Ziyu was sent flying with a whoosh, smashing the floor tiles beneath her. Chu Lingyue calmly clapped her hands together, asking casually, Still want to continue? You. Filled with anger, Nanziu wiped the blood off her lips, climbing back to her feet with murderous intent rushing forward. However, before she could even touch the hem of Chu Lingyue's clothes, suddenly a gorgeous woman in red descended between them, blocking her. With a gentle wave of her hand, she struck Nanziu unconscious with a single blow. Xia Ying, hearing commotion at the Star Luo auction house and realizing it obstructed important guests, immediately stepped forward to intervene. This is in front of the Star Luo auction house. Fighting is forbidden. Her voice, soft as water, carried an ironclad resolve, matching the formidable aura she exuded. Xia Ying's arrival infused the scene with an air of intrigue. Chu Lingyue, now aware of Xia Ying's presence, promptly suppressed her martial spirit without any intention of continuing the fight with Nanziu. Poor Nanziu fell victim to Xia Ying's fierce palm wind, far heavier than Chu Lingyue's blows, undoubtedly requiring 10 months or more to recover. Chapter 53, determined to wash away humiliation with blood. Sorry, I didn't want to fight. It was them who started it. Everyone here can testify to that. Chu Lingyue lazily shrugged and immediately clarified the reason for the brawl. Indeed, this was a world where martial spirits reigned supreme. Xia Ying's power in her earlier palm strike was something even Chu Lingyue hadn't fully seen. She was grateful she had refrained in time. Otherwise, more than just Nanziu would have suffered. Xia Ying's pitch-black eyes were extraordinarily beautiful, with an otherworldly demeanor. Her lazy gaze merely swept past Chu Lingyue as she asked, "Young lady, do you have an invitation?" Chu Lingyue immediately pulled out the invitation given by Jun Yiming and handed it over to Xia Ying. Yes. Upon examining the invitation, Xia Ying's eyes lit up in surprise, and her attitude towards Chu Lingyue instantly became respectful. Esteemed guest, the auction is about to begin. Please follow me. Everyone. Mo Rizhuang, Nan Mingyuan. They all witnessed Xia Ying welcoming Chu Lingyue into the Xinglua auction house's main door, puzzled by where she'd obtained an invitation. Yuan brother. Tears welled in Mo Rizhuang's eyes, her little face filled with grievance. To her, Nan Mingyuan had always been a proud existence who had never been humiliated like this. No problem. Let's go inside first, said Nan Mingyuan while holding his aching chest. He had now deeply held a grudge against Chu Lingyue, determined one day to make her pay dearly, to cleanse today's humiliation with blood. He then ordered someone to send the unconscious Nanziu back home before entering the Xinglua auction house, supported by Mo Rizhuang. As soon as Chu Lingyue stepped into the Xinglua auction, intense stares followed her. Impossible. Did that woman get personally welcomed in by the owner of the Xinglua auction house? To the 8th floor? That's the highest class section, reserved exclusively for esteemed guests. Who exactly is she? Isn't she Chu Lingyue, the so-called Holy Maiden of Sil City? No way. It can't be her. Led by Xia Ying, Chu Lingyue ascended to the 8th floor. The entire 8th floor contained only one room. After pushing the door open, Xia Ying gestured for her to enter and immediately arranged for servants to assist her. Before leaving, she respectfully returned the invitation. May I ask, where did you obtain the invitation? After holding back her curiosity throughout the walk, Xia Ying finally voiced her full-fledged question. The image of Jun Yiming's flawless and handsome face flashed in Chu Lingyue's mind. With a radiant smile, she replied, "It came from my future husband." Upon hearing these words, Xia Ying's heart stirred with shock. Her previously steady gaze turned hesitant, and even her elegant posture seemed to bow slightly. If there's anything you need, lady, please let me know. I will attend to the preparations for the auction downstairs. Thank you for your efforts. The sudden respectfulness from Xia Ying left Chu Lingyue momentarily perplexed but delighted. It was likely because of Jun Yiming's reputation, she thought to herself. Although she knew nothing of him, his origins, his address, or how many family members he had, one thing was clear. His status must certainly be noble and mysterious. With him by her side, she wouldn't dare to strut across the Canglan Continent sideways. She'd definitely hit the jackpot. Giggling inwardly, she felt fortunate. Inside the luxurious chamber, the faint scent of incense refreshed the mind and soul. Chu Lingyue approached a floating panel that had appeared in midair. This was none other than an ultimate display spirit device, identical to those used by mercenary groups. The screen clearly showed the exact center of the auction hall, and no matter how minute the details, they could be seen clearly. Next to it was a button that, once pressed, allowed her to bid by broadcasting her voice across the entire auction house without needing to show her face. It was truly a novel invention, so advanced, dignified, and classy. Before long, a maid arrived with fruits and pastries and promptly withdrew after setting them down. She summoned little Qingtuan to accompany her in the feast. The confrontation between her and Nan Mingyuan at the auction house entrance quickly spread throughout the building. All the bidders' gazes were fixed on the 8th floor where Chu Lingyue resided. None could believe their own ears and eyes. Could it be that the so-called worthless Holy Maiden of Sil City was about to rise? Chapter 54, Used to Farewells. Chu Lingyue idly adjusted the lens, clearly observing the entire hall of the Xing Luo auction house. With the auction stage at its center, a panoramic view of 360 degrees unfolded in stunning beauty. The lit-up rooms indicated the presence of guests inside. The Xing Luo auction house was internally divided into 8 floors, its rank progressively increasing from low to high in pyramid-like formation. The 1st to 6th floors each had 5 guest rooms. The 7th floor had 2 guest rooms, and on the 8th floor, there was only her room. She had just observed correctly that Nan Mingyuan went to the 4th floor with Mo Riyang's support. So, what was their objective here today? Let's wait and see. Mother, Tangerine. All right. Chu Lingyue set down the jade teacup, peeled a tangerine for little Qingtuan, then broke it apart and handed it to him, full of affection. Mother is so good. Little Qingtuan's mouth was almost overstuffed. Chu Lingyue's pink lips slightly curved. Am I as good as your father? At the mention of Jun Yiming, little Qingtuan felt like he had 10,000 bitter words to vent. That's definite. Don't be fooled by father's enchantingly handsome face. He's actually very rigid, and he doesn't understand any kind of fun. All he knows is fighting and killing. Hey, how do I know all this? Upon finishing his sentence, little Qingtuan suddenly paused, utterly surprised by what slipped out. It bore no resemblance to his memory. Chu Lingyue calmly poured herself a cup of hot tea, savoring it lightly. It appeared little Qingtuan's memories were slowly returning. She remembered Jun Yiming saying that little Qingtuan had been cleansed and recast by him, and thus, his current self would gradually recover his strength and memory. So when little Qingtuan fully restored his power and memories, would it be time for him to leave her? She treasured the present moments even more. Father said, you merely lost your memory temporarily, and it might be gradually recovering. Chu Lingyue smiled. In her past life, she always enjoyed fortune-telling for others. Having seen many farewells, she now faced them with a sense of calm acceptance. Father said, why did father say that? Why not mother? Little Qingtuan blinked his fiery red large eyes at her, his gaze filled with confusion. This? Chu Lingyue hesitated momentarily. How should she respond? Should she tell him that she accidentally formed a blood pact with Jun Yiming, making her existence before this non-existent? Time will give you the answers. Before you figure it out, mother and father will both be by your side, alright? Chu Lingyue consoled him gently. Okay, little Qingtuan understands. Though outwardly compliant, in his heart he was scheming. How could he bind his parents together forever, so they'd never separate again? Both mother and father must stay by his side. While Chu Lingyue and little Qingtuan conversed, far away in Hilson Beast Forest, Chu Sibei hurriedly arrived, accompanied this time by Chu Sheng. After handing over an invitation, they were directly led up to the third floor by a servant. She paid a hefty sum to secure one of the few spots available on the third floor. With such a grand event happening today, surely that mysterious master would show up, right? On the fourth floor of Xing Luo Auction House, Mo Ruyang and Nan Mingyuan noticed Chu Sibei, a flash of hatred crossing their eyes. Brother Yuan, no matter what, Ruyang will help you bid for the supreme Heavenly Pearl Phantasm Crystal Essence Liquid, she declared firmly, staring at the crystal screen. Half a month ago, Mo Ruyang learned about the quiet emergence of the supreme Heavenly Pearl Phantasm Crystal Essence Liquid, which would soon be available in the upcoming Xing Luo auction. Capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones, it could easily reattach his severed right hand. This was why they came, ready to go to any lengths to secure the Heavenly Pearl Crystal. Just then, Mo Qin discovered that Mo Ruyang had secretly taken his invitation to the Xing Luo auction and rushed furiously inside. Seething with rage, Mo Qin dragged Mo Ruyang aside. Go back with me. Chapter 55. I will not leave Brother Yuan. Mo Rizhuang broke free from Mo Qin's grip, panicking, and immediately knelt down. Father, no matter what you say, I will not leave Brother Yuan. Today the Tianju illusion crystal has appeared in the world. Brother Yuan will surely get better. Please, give us a chance. Since Nan Mingyuan was injured, after Mo Rizhuang visited him once, she was locked in her room by Mo Qin, forbidden to see each other. Today, not only did Mo Rizhuang sneak out, but she also took Mo Qin's invitation, which naturally infuriated him. Cousin, please give nephew and Rizhuang a chance. Nan Mingyuan also knelt down on both knees with utmost sincerity. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold, but he was willing to humble himself for Mo Rizhuang once. Mo Rizhuang was shocked. No man had ever treated her this way, forsaking his own dignity just to be with her. Brother Yuan, please get up, quickly get up. Rizhuang isn't worth your doing this. She was heartbroken and moved, rising to help Nan Mingyuan up, but he refused under any circumstance, showing his sincerity towards Mo Rizhuang. Mo Qin stared at Nan Mingyuan. Before he knelt, Mo Qin was really about to explode with anger over Mo Rizhuang. Seeing how steadfast Nan Mingyuan was, he felt powerless. Nan Mingyuan truly had talent. If his right hand could be repaired, he would surely become a promising individual. Now, with the opportunity before him, coupled with his feelings for Mo Rizhuang, Mo Qin gritted his teeth and agreed. Alright, I'll give you one chance. Regardless of how many soul coins it costs, the Tianju illusion crystal must be secured. With Mo Qin's consent, both of them were overjoyed to tears, embracing together. In their adjacent private room, Nan Jian had already arrived and never noticed Nan Mingyuan's presence, thinking that he had fallen into despair and didn't want to leave his home. His purpose today was the same as Mo Rizhuang and others, to obtain the Tianju illusion crystal at any cost. After all, it was crucial for restoring Nan Mingyuan's right hand. 15 minutes later, the Xingluo auction house was completely filled. As Xiaoying entered, the entire auction site fell silent like mice. Chu Lingyue watched her figure wrapped in a striking red gown on the large screen before her, swaying gracefully as she stepped toward the auction stage. At the center of the hall, suddenly, a towering pillar emerged from the ground, holding the first item for auction today. Thank you all for attending the Xingluo auction. The first treasure up for auction is the Guiyuan Sword Manual. Practicing this manual can strengthen the body and assist cultivation, suitable for anyone below the Lingxiu level. Starting bid, 500 soul coins. Increments of 50 or more. The soul coin is the popular trading currency at present. 550 soul coins, 600 soul coins, 700 soul coins. The ones bidding were mostly those below the Lingxiu level, seeking to enhance their strength and physical health. This was merely an appetizer. Chu Lingyue was more interested in the treasures that would follow. In the end, the Guiyuan sword manual was bought by a bidder upstairs for 900 soul coins. The second and third treasures were less impressive, but found their respective owners. Until the fourth, something surprising came out. A high-grade magic-infused chi spirit. In the Hill City, mid-grade chi spirits were the most common, high-grade ones extremely rare, let alone a spirit infused with a demon's soul. None had even heard of such a thing. Xiaoying held up a freshly sharpened curved blade with both hands. With a single wave, an illusory demon's soul still in slumber materialized, stunning everyone. She slowly introduced, "This is a high-grade chi spirit, crafted from the fangs of the electric horse demon beast, then irrigated with its demonic blood, injecting the demon's soul. The electric horse demon beast's soul hasn't been fully awakened yet, waiting for a destined master. Starting price, 5,000 soul coins, increments of no less than 100 soul coins." Chapter 56, The Soul Weapon Revealed. Xia Ying's brief introduction immediately caused an uproar. All the merchants' eyes focused on this upper-class weapon spirit infused with a magic soul. They had never seen such an esoteric weapon spirit. There were almost no weapon spirits in the entire continent that had successfully been infused with a magic soul. No one knew at what level of cultivation a weapon spirit master would need to achieve to create a weapon spirit with a magic soul. Soon, there were more bidders at the auction, and the bids started coming in fast and furious. In the private room on the 8th floor, Chu Lingyue looked at the big screen with her beautiful eyes raised slightly. An upper-class weapon spirit with a magic soul. Isn't that just plucking the fangs of an electric stallion beast alive, then refining a weapon spirit right on the spot? Then, before the barely breathing electric stallion beast breathes its last, releasing its blood to pour over the weapon spirit and stripping away the magic soul to transfer it into this curved sword. This was different from a willing sacrifice by a beast. It was cruel harm inflicted upon a living being. It could only be accomplished by someone who had done unspeakable evil, yet Xia Ying glossed over it with just a few words, making it sound elegant and transcendent. If the crowd knew just how brutal the method of creating this weapon spirit was, would they still feel so excited? Tut tut. Chu Lingyue couldn't help but sigh. The electric stallion beast is mild-mannered. Besides liking to discharge electricity, it also likes to eat vegetarian food. I never expected it to be turned into an upper-class weapon spirit for others to control. How detestable. Xiao Qingtuan, who liked to eat a lot, lost her appetite and felt quite depressed. "Mother, we can't have this weapon spirit." Xiao Qingtuan sniffled, on the verge of tears. "Yes, even if they gave it to us for free, we couldn't accept it," Chu Lingyue concurred, holding Xiao Qingtuan in her arms to comfort her. She thought he might have been frightened. Very soon, this high-class weapon spirit infused with a magic soul fetched the highest price in history at the auction, 15,000 soul spirit coins. The loudest noise came from the private room number 1 on the 5th floor, which shouted out a very high bid directly. 15,500 soul spirit coins. Shocked. What? Not only was the public shocked, but even Chu Lingyue was surprised. Who was capable of bringing out so many soul spirit coins? After all, once you've placed the winning bid, you have to buy back the item even if it costs everything you own. Faced with the highest bid in history, Xia Ying remained calm. Her sweet voice, like a yellow aureole, rang out. "Is there anyone willing to bid higher than the young master in private room number 1 on the 5th floor?" Chu Lingyue stared at the large screen, but the private room number 1 on the 5th floor was pitch black except for the voice. Nothing else could be seen. This big screen had one advantage. If you wanted people to see inside, you could press the button on the left, otherwise, you could turn it off. It seemed that the other party did not want to reveal their true identity. Before that, some people had enthusiastically followed the bidding process, but now they were completely silenced. Even though they longed to own such an esoteric weapon spirit, they simply didn't have the financial strength. They eventually had to give up with great regret. Seeing that no one was calling out any further bids, Xia Ying was about to finalize the deal with a hammer strike. 15,500 soul spirit coins once. 15,500 soul spirit coins twice. 15,500 soul spirit coins thrice. Congratulations to the young master in private room number 1 on the 5th floor for successfully bidding. Inside private room number 1 on the 5th floor, a teenager of about 17 or 18 years old stared intently at the big screen with his piercing gaze. His face was flat, with rough eyebrows and eyes, looking somewhat fierce. He enjoyed being admired. "Why are you buying this weapon spirit? Don't forget our purpose for coming here." A boy of similar age next to him reminded him unhappily. "The upper-class weapon spirit for infusing magic souls has suddenly appeared. To my knowledge, there are only 3 across the entire Canglan Continent. 2 months ago, one of them perished. Although this is merely an upper-class weapon spirit, it cannot compare with those 3 full of spirit weapon spirits, but I can take it back and study its principle. Perhaps I can create an ultra-high-grade weapon spirit. By reasoning thus, through repeated practice, before long, dominating heaven and earth may become possible within an instant." This baseless speculation brought madness to the teenager's face. In his mind, this trip was worth it. "Do as you please, but don't forget our purpose for coming here." "I know." Chapter 57, Ultimate Heavenly Pearl Phantasm Crystal Liquid. In private room number 2 on the 7th floor, a faint scent of sandalwood permeated the air. The atmosphere was serene yet somber. A man dressed in dark robes with a handsome and ethereal appearance sat before a large screen, focused on savoring tea. The most conspicuous feature was the red mole between his eyebrows, which left an indelible impression upon a single glance. High Priest, why don't we make our move? The woman standing beside him asked respectfully, her tone somewhat urgent. The superior spirit essence cultivated with demon souls may seem like a good thing, but it has no benefits and only causes harm. Every time the owner uses this kind of spirit essence, they are unconsciously controlled by the malevolent aura inside it, until their spiritual power is completely overtaken by the demon soul, turning them into mindless puppets. With all this considered, do you still think this demonic spirit essence is valuable? The man called High Priest said coldly. But we can't just sit back and let it cause destruction, the woman argued passionately. The cycle of the heavens and earth ensures that all things have spirits. Many events are beyond our control. Xin Xiao, you must cultivate not just your martial spirit, but also your heart, the High Priest said calmly, his lips slightly curved upward, revealing unfathomable depths in his eyes. I'm merely here to observe today. After being enlightened by the High Priest, she followed his words even though she had only grasped their literal meaning. Understood, Xin Xiao will remember. Until the seventh item came up. This is the Heavenly Pearl Phantasm Crystal, Ultimate Elixir. It was painstakingly developed over decades by the renowned Elder Ouyang Ao Tian of the Star Luo Academy, resulting in only one bottle. This elixir possesses supernatural restorative powers, capable of reattaching severed limbs as if they were new. Starting bid, 8,000 soul spirit coins. Increments must be no less than 100 soul spirit coins. Auction begins. As Xiaoying spoke, countless merchants' greed was aroused instantly, but the starting price of 8,000 soul spirit coins deterred many from participating. This year, for some unknown reason, the starting prices kept climbing higher, making them unable to keep up. The scene fell silent. However, there was unrest in the private room on the fourth floor. Mo Rujing wanted to place a bid, but was immediately held back by Mo Qin. Rujing, stay calm and observe first before acting. Yes, father. Mo Rujing withdrew quietly, sitting next to Nan Mingyuan, clutching his hand nervously. In the private room on the 8th floor, Chu Lingyue gazed at the large screen, her thoughts clear now. So Nan Mingyuan and Mo Rujing came here for the ultimate Heavenly Pearl Phantasm Crystal Elixir? That explained why their match with her ended so hastily. Their minds clearly weren't on her. She touched her pointed chin thoughtfully, her eyes spinning rapidly. Since that was the case, then she'd play along nicely and not waste this opportunity. But before she could bid, someone else did first. 9,000 soul spirit coins. Private room 5 on the 4th floor suddenly shouted out loud with an arrogant tone, as if daring anyone to compete against him. A dazed Nan Mingyuan, whose senses were clouded by the allure of the Heavenly Pearl Phantasm, failed to recognize his own father's voice. Realizing the opponent opened with 9,000 soul spirit coins, he couldn't help feeling anxious, afraid to lose it. Quickly pressing the speaking button, fearing ridicule if recognized, he deliberately altered his natural voice using the room's built-in voice changer. 9,900 soul spirit coins. Chu Lingyue began cracking sunflower seeds casually, entertained by Nan Mingyuan engaging in a bidding war without her intervention, sparing her the effort. Upon hearing this audacity, Nanjian immediately roared loudly. 10,000 soul spirit coins. He simply wouldn't believe he couldn't obtain this Heavenly Pearl Phantasm Elixir that could heal Nan Mingyuan's right hand. Brother Yuan, no matter the cost, we must secure the Heavenly Pearl Phantasm Crystal Elixir. Bid confidently. I'm with my father here, Mo Rujing said firmly, pulling her otherwise reluctant father Mo Qin directly into the situation. Chapter 58. The wool comes from the sheep itself. Spit. Mo Qin immediately sprayed out a mouthful of tea. His eyes were wide open. Where's there such a daughter that screws her old man? Nan Mingyuan held Mo Ruzhuang's hand, deeply and resolutely. Ruzhuang, don't worry. I will definitely get the Celestial Pearl Phantasm Essence liquid to repair my right hand and marry you. Mo Ruzhuang looked shy. Yuan brother, Ruzhuang believes in you. It was as if all the beautiful things were just around the corner. Mo Qin was particularly embarrassed when he saw this, but he didn't know what to say. After all, Nan Mingyuan had saved Mo Ruzhuang's life, and he himself had acknowledged it. So be it. As long as Nan Mingyuan can restore his right hand, he would tacitly approve. 15,000 soul coins. Nan Mingyuan was really going all out to get the Celestial Pearl Phantasm. The crowd was startled by the sudden price hike and could only watch. Those who originally intended to bid for it gave up. They were more curious about who was in the two opposing private rooms on the 4th floor. The people in private room number 1 on the 5th floor weren't even interested in this top-grade essence liquid, so they just watched them push up the price. When Nan Jian in private room number 5 on the 4th floor heard someone shouting 15,000 soul coins, he flew into a rage. He pressed the button and immediately roared, his voice reverberating throughout the Star Network auction house. I'm the head of the Southern family in Hill City, who doesn't have eyes and is competing with me for the Celestial Pearl Phantasm. What? All the people present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It turns out the person in private room number 5 on the 4th floor was Nan Jian. No wonder he offered such a high price. He originally wanted to win the Celestial Pearl Phantasm Essence liquid for his right-hand disabled Nan Mingyuan. Little did he know, besides him, there was someone else who had their eye on it. Not to mention the others. Even Nan Mingyuan and his companions in private room number 1 on the 4th floor were stunned. It turned out they were the ones being taken advantage of. They really wished they could split in half. Unbelievable. They kept vying back and forth, and in the end, it turned out to be their own family. Now well done. Single-handedly pushed the price of the Celestial Pearl Phantasm Essence Liquid to 15,000 soul coins. How could it be my father? Just as Nan Mingyuan was about to add more money, he accidentally knocked over the speaking button, instantly sending out this sentence. Upon hearing this, Nan Jian suddenly froze. You honor? He wasn't sure whether this person with a changed voice was really his son. Father you. Damn. Nan Mingyuan was vague in his words. No matter how much he calculated, he never included his old father in his plans. He should have foreseen that his father would definitely come. Alright, the mystery has been completely uncovered. After 3 seconds of silence, followed by a burst of laughter. Huh? After raising the price for such a long time, we found out we were our own people. Why didn't the head of the Southern family communicate beforehand? Yes, now we've spent double the price for this Celestial Pearl Phantasm crystal unnecessarily. How could we lose? The Southern family is the top merchant in Hill City. A mere 15,000 soul coins is nothing. Today, all the funny points were handled by Nan Mingyuan and his group. Since they were destined not to obtain it, adding some humor was still acceptable. The sarcastic voices from the crowd made Nan Mingyuan and his group red in the face, wishing they could find a crack to crawl into. But it wasn't over yet. Amidst their sarcastic taunts, a jarring voice suddenly rang out. 20,000 soul coins. As soon as Chu Lingyue's voice sounded, it caused an uproar. Everyone focused inwardly, more surprised than when Nan Mingyuan discovered that the other party was his father. She didn't use any voice-changing device. It was a solid, unaltered voice. Goodness. Is this Chu Lingyue, our city's waste holy maiden from Hill City? How is she on the 8th floor? Chapter 59, having capital to shout. With a clink, the white jade teacup in the hands of the grand sacrificer sitting solemnly on the 7th floor suddenly shattered, and the atmosphere in the room abruptly became eerie, suffocating. Xin Xiao felt panic rising in her heart and immediately knelt before him. Grand sacrificer, the person who fought at the door earlier was also Miss Chu. Subsequently, she recounted the details of the fight in full detail. More or less that's what happened. It was my own decision not to report it. Please punish me, Grand Sacrificer. By the time Shang Su had recovered his composure, his tone lacked any accusation. Why did you only say this now? Because I thought matters of no importance shouldn't disturb the Grand Sacrificer, Xin Xiao replied. He focused on the large screen displaying images from the 8th floor, but it was pitch black. He had been lying low for so long, and today was finally the day he'd waited for. Since such events were happening, there was no point pretending to ignore them anymore. Now it is necessary. Invite the Holy Maiden to the priest temple tomorrow, the Grand Sacrificer instructed. Yes. On the 3rd floor, Chu Siyu also couldn't stay calm, pacing back and forth inside her room. How could her useless sister have received an invitation to the 8th floor? That was not a place just anyone could go. What left the deepest impression would probably be Nan Mingyuan and Mo Rosewang. Her sudden intervention terrified them beyond belief. Chu Lingyue, Mo Rosewang glared furiously, taking action even before Nan Mingyuan by pressing the button and shouting irrationally. What exactly do you want? You've already harmed me. Are you still unsatisfied? Do you really intend to obliterate me entirely? Why did Chu Lingyue always need to compete with her over everything? In what way was she inferior to her? On the day in the Beast Forest, she should have let her die completely. Her hatred for Chu Lingyue intensified, causing her neck scar to itch more often. She scratched unconsciously, almost wanting to cut off the scar along with the skin. Hatred twisted her otherwise exquisite features, making her look nothing like the usually gentle Mo Rosewang. Nan Mingyuan was secretly startled. This absolutely wasn't the Mo Rosewang he knew. Miss Mo, your words obliterate are too heavy. I merely covet the Celestial Pearl Phantasm. So what? Am I not allowed to make a bid? Chu Lingyue said indifferently. Can you come up with 20,000 soul crystals and still dare to make such outrageous bids? Mo Rosewang yelled in anger, fury evident in her voice as her neck turned red from holding her breath. It's not something Miss Mo needs to worry about whether I can afford it or not. If you're afraid, hand it over to me willingly, Chu Lingyue responded calmly, holding the limitless soul crystal card given by Jun Yiming. She could use it however she wanted. Jun Yiming inadvertently provided her with capital to confront Mo Rosewang. Thank you, thank you. Seeing Mo Rosewang continuously scratching her scar, Nan Mingyuan forgot everything in his concern, holding her hand while trying to soothe her incessantly. Rosewang, stop scratching. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Mo Rosewang, feeling Nan Mingyuan's concern, buried herself in his embrace, her eyes bloodshot, and her eyelashes trembling lightly, reluctant to cry but filled with pain. Chu Lingyue, whatever you have to fight, direct it towards me. Don't harm brother Yuan. Chu Lingyue, we haven't settled accounts yet for how you injured my daughter. Since your father couldn't discipline you properly, plenty of others will step in. Mo Qin beside her couldn't restrain himself anymore, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for Chu Lingyue, his daughter wouldn't bear such a huge scar on her neck. Chu Lingyue's phoenix-like eyes grew slightly colder. When Mo Qin brought up family education, her uncle could tolerate it, but her aunt couldn't. They began arguing immediately. You don't even manage your own daughter well. What qualifications do you have to boast here? If it hadn't been Mo Rosewang luring Nan Mingyuan first, the two of us would have flown away together long ago. These words made Chu Lingyue feel sick. Lying with a clear conscience really hurts. Chapter 60. Humiliation on the spot. Nonsense. Mo Qin was so angry that his old face turned red, yet he couldn't rebut a single word. I just ended my engagement with Nan Mingyuan, and those two were already arm in arm, going out together as a pair. We're not fools. Chu Lingyue's character was exactly like this, facing challenges head on. If you don't have any shame, she'll be even less ashamed. My sister is right. Back when my sister went missing in the Hilson Beast Forest, I personally saw Nan Mingyuan and Mo Roswang arm in arm, clearly very pleased. We even fought over it at the time. Many people saw that. Chu Siyu was also straightforward. Seeing the situation turning in their favor, she immediately brought up that incident in front of everyone. Great assistance, well done. Chu Lingwei gave Chu Siyu a mental thumbs up. I won't allow you to defame my daughter's reputation. Mo Qin was so furious that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Before Chu Lingwei could refute, someone in the private room on the 5th floor irritatedly nudged Mo Qin. Head of the Mo family, please resolve your issues privately. Don't delay the progress of the auction. Let's hurry and move on to the next item. Father, let it go, father. It's not worth it to stoop to her level. Right now, what's most important is the celestial pearl spirit crystal. Just as Mo Qin was about to erupt, he was promptly stopped by Mo Roswang. She understood better than anyone that everything Chu Lingwei said was true. The longer the confrontation lasted, the more humiliating it would become for their Mo family. I focus on the matter, not the person. I've defamed no one. If none of you are going to bid further, madam, please confirm the sale now. I'll pay with my card on the spot. Chu Lingwei sneered, playing psychological warfare as she gradually dismantled Mo Roswang from the inside out. I'll offer 30,000 soul coins. At that moment, from the 5th room on the 4th floor, Nan Jian boldly shouted out a price, attempting to block Chu Lingwei. His arrogant demeanor seemed to urge her to know her place and accept the deal while it was still good. Ho! Nan Jian's extravagant bid left everyone momentarily stunned. Truly, the #1 wealthy household in Shilin City lived up to its reputation, shouting out 30,000 soul coins without blinking an eye. Chu Lingwei had initially intended to simply make them spend more soul coins slightly, serving as a minor punishment for a major warning. Now, she changed her mind. 50,000 soul coins. Chu Lingwei splurged extravagantly. As the price was called out, the crowd at the scene felt suffocated. Chu Lingwei had utterly crossed the line with both the Nan and Mo families, openly challenging them. Who didn't know that Nan Jian and Mo Qin were here for the top-tier restoration spirit liquid? Chu Lingwei, do you really intend to provoke me? Nan Jian looked so enraged that his features became grotesque. Even Chu Sheng hadn't dared act so brazenly in front of him. How dare she? Chu Lingwei responded mockingly. This spirit liquid is up for anyone to bid on. Why say it's targeting someone? Please place a bid, Nan family head. 55,000 soul coins. 55,100 soul coins. In short, no matter how much Nan Jian added, Chu Lingwei would always outbid him by an extra 100 soul coins. The originally 10,000 soul coin valued celestial pearl spirit crystal was forcibly driven to a sky-high price, leaving Nan Jian and others extremely frustrated, yet helpless against her tactics. She was never one to hold grudges. Any enmity was repaid on the spot. Everyone began whispering among themselves. Wasn't this humiliating others? Wouldn't offending the two great families of Mo and Nan in public lead to repercussions later? Chu Siyu appeared calm, thinking that though they hadn't yet traced the mysterious master, it was satisfying enough to watch Chu Lingwei teach the shameless duo a lesson, making the audience feel vindicated. When Chu Lingwei placed a bid of 100,100 soul coins, Nan Jian completely lost his composure and started cursing at her. If you can't play fair, why play at all? What does cursing accomplish? You're showing absolutely no class, Chu Lingwei disdainfully remarked. Here's the deal. I'll offer 10,000 soul coins. If you can outbid that, I'll step aside gracefully. If not, let's stop stalling and finalize the transaction via card. Chapter 61, Price Hiking. Since Chu Lingwei was so generous, Xiaoying couldn't possibly refuse her, and she silently approved. After all, the invitation she held was unique across the entire Canglan Continent, so it was better not to offend her. As the young lady has said, if anyone is willing to pay more than you for this spiritual liquid, poof. Would 15 million soul coins be any different from robbery? Nan Jian could not afford a higher price than 10 million. Just that amount would drain the entire Nan family. Yet she effortlessly bid 15 million. He'd die before he could afford 15 million. Well, he gave up on the bid. Mo Ruxiang didn't have time to consider much and knelt in front of Mo Qin, pleading bitterly. Father, please help me get the celestial pearl illusory crystal at all costs. This is my only hope. Nan Jian had already drained his resources for Nan Mingyuan. Was her father really going to stand by idly? Yet no matter how Mo Ruxiang begged, Mo Qin refused stubbornly. Get up. Is Nan Jian too stingy to offer soul coins? And we must also be dragged into this mess. Chu Lingwei had clearly stated that she wouldn't increase her offer beyond 15 million soul coins. So according to that, he would need to add another 5 million soul coins? This deal was absolutely unworthy of his investment. What if Nan Jian accused him of shamelessly chasing after favors? Anyway, he wasn't going to do a losing business. Seeing her old man's indifference, Mo Ruxiang suddenly pulled out a cold, gleaming dagger from her spatial ring and firmly pressed it against her own neck with a resolute look of readiness to die. Father, if you don't help me, I won't live either. Seeing this, Nan Mingyuan was startled speechless. Ruxiang, don't be impulsive. Daughter, why go to such extremes? Mo Qin smacked his palm against his other hand in desperation, caught between two difficult choices. As they hesitated, Xiaoying had already begun to announce. 15 million soul coins once. 15 million soul coins twice. 15 million soul coins thrice. It's a deal. Congratulations to the young lady for successfully auctioning off the top-grade celestial pearl illusory crystal spiritual liquid. Xiaoying slightly bowed towards the room where Chu Lingwei was. Chu Lingyue took out her soul coin card and confidently brushed it over the crystal screen in front of her to make an immediate payment. The dagger dropped as Mo Ruxian collapsed to the ground like a lost soul. It's over. Everything was over. Nan Mingyuan immediately lashed out furiously. Chu Lingyue, what are your intentions? Must you make everyone lose face? Chu Lingyue remained calm. So, am I the one who failed to be magnanimous? In that case, I'll sell it on the spot. Starting bid, 20 million soul coins. Both Nan Mingyuan and Nan Jian spat blood right there in public, almost fainting from the shock. Whispers spread continuously, selling it on the spot, treating the Star Luo auction house like a vegetable market, playing games. Indeed, Chu Lingyue pulls this kind of stunt. There's never been a deal like this under heaven. Just after winning an auction, you turn around and sell it, and still jack up the price, demanding 20 million soul coins. Why doesn't she just rob people outright? Boss, does the Star Luo auction house forbid selling items immediately after purchasing? Chu Lingyue asked. Not at all. Xia Ying smiled faintly, effectively silencing the whispers. However, doing something so spiteful might not happen again. Chu Lingyue deserved her title as the first person ever to pull this off. I've already paid. If you want to bid, bid. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Chu Lingyue said without hesitation. Now, everyone sat back waiting for the drama, seeing whether Nan Mingyuan at all dared to place a bid. Upon hearing that there was still a possibility, Mo Ruxiang immediately knelt down and began knocking her head repeatedly against the floor in front of Mo Qin. Father, I've never asked you for anything, but now I beg you this one time. Help brother Yuan. Chapter 62, The Mad Saintess. No matter how many soul coins it cost, she had to obtain the extreme great celestial pearl phantasm spirit liquid. This was her last hope. As for Chu Lingyue, she would definitely make her pay for today's rashness. Nan Mingyuan didn't care about losing face and knelt down with Mo Roshuang, his intentions obvious. A man may endure a little Wojcik. He was determined to restore his right hand and wash away the shame Chu Lingyue had brought upon him. Seeing that Mo Roshuang's forehead was already bloodied, Mo Qin's heart softened. Who could blame him when he had only this one cherished daughter? Even if it bankrupted him, he had to help her once. All right, I will help you this one time. But remember, this is something you owe to Roshuang. You must not betray her trust. Otherwise, I will be the first one not to forgive you. Mo Qin's eyes glinted ferociously as he secretly hated Chu Lingyue with every fiber of his being. Not a single person from the Chu family would be left standing. Yes, please rest assured, uncle. Your nephew will always keep this in mind. Thus, Nan Jian and Mo Qin. These two suckers, each bleeding 3 pints of blood, flushed 10,000 soul coins each to buy the celestial pearl phantasm from Chu Lingyue. Mom's so awesome. Good child, later mom will buy you even more spirit liquid. She had cleanly earned 5,000 soul coins, filling her coffers and feeling very satisfied. As for this extreme great celestial pearl phantasm spirit liquid, giving it to them was just fine. Even if Nan Mingyuan's arm recovered, she still had countless ways to beat him into the ground. At this, everyone was terrified. Chu Lingyue truly made money walking the edge of a blade. Boldly raising prices on the two big families of Nan and Mo. Wasn't she afraid of retaliation? Nan Jian and Mo Qin both lost heavily on the spot, their intestines twisting in pain. They swore they would ensure Chu Lingyue met a horrible end. Chu Xiu, on the other hand, admired Chu Lingyue's wisdom with awe, utterly bowing before her genius. With no intention to linger further, lest she forget any details of this humiliation, she hurried home to tell Chu Sheng and Chu Shuo about such a gratifying show. All thoughts of searching for some mysterious powerful elder were now forgotten. The two young men on the 5th floor watched with keen interest. They hadn't expected Hill City to have such an intriguing woman, making this trip seem all the more worthwhile. On the 7th floor private room, at the exact moment the deal was sealed, the room was empty within seconds. Without delay, Nan Mingyuan and his group took the extreme grade celestial pearl phantasm and immediately headed out of the Star Luo auction house. With today's open defiance against the Nan and Mo families, Chu Lingyue became famous in a single battle, earning herself the title Mad Saintess. After the drama dispersed, the following few items up for auction were nothing remarkable, until the final auction piece. Xia Ying revealed the black curtain covering the iron cage, uncovering a deep red firebird before everyone. It was roughly the size of half an ostrich, covered in injuries, gasping its last breaths but still proudly holding its long neck high with haughty eyes, as if mocking everyone. This is a millennium-practicing divine beast fire phoenix, unfortunately having its elemental core stripped. Its shape remains, but lacks form. Starting price 1,000 soul coins, free bidding. The expressions of the young men on the 5th floor went from surprise to disappointment. They were precisely here for this divine beast fire phoenix, yet never did they expect the core elemental energy to be stripped, leaving behind just an empty shell. While it retained its physical form, without its true essence, buying it back would serve no purpose. Were they supposed to waste 100 years waiting for the fire phoenix to regather its elemental core? Huh, as if anyone had the spare time for that. Let's go, this isn't interesting anymore. The pair returned disgruntled. The remaining merchants who stayed also sighed regretfully, showing looks of disappointment. What a pity. Rarely does a divine beast appear, yet it has lost its elemental core, merely an empty husk. Could it be bought back just to roast it? Not worth it, certainly not. None were willing to spend big sums on such a losing investment. Mother, that fire phoenix is so pitiful, its elemental core was stripped away. Can we take care of it? Little Qingtuan stared with shimmering eyes, compassion overwhelming once again. Chu Linghua carefully appraised the fire phoenix. Still a touch of arrogance in its eyes. Just what she liked, and coincidentally Little Qingtuan lacked a companion, so she consented. All right. Chapter 63. Kept as a pet. Is there no one willing to bid? Just as Xiaoying thought that no one would place a bid, Chu Linghua spoke up. 1,001 soul coins, I'll take it. She wouldn't pay a single coin more. The merchants began teasing her in jest. Ha ha, Miss Chu is going to take it home to roast the fire phoenix? Chu Linghua smiled faintly. Not necessarily. It might do well if raised properly, and could become a pet. Fire phoenix. It immediately lost all good feelings towards Chu Linghua. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than this young lady? Xiaoying asked. Lacking enthusiasm, no one responded. Giving it away would barely be acceptable. Spending over 1,000 soul coins on an auction just wouldn't be worth it. 1,001 soul coins, once. 1,001 soul coins, twice. 1,001 soul coins, thrice. Bang! The hammer struck decisively. Congratulations, young lady, for successfully bidding with 1,001 soul coins. Xiaoying bowed slightly toward the direction where Chu Linghua was, showing respect. The auction concluded perfectly, and groups of merchants left the Xing Luo auction house, occasionally bringing up today's laughs to recount, with the main characters being none other than her and Nan Mingyuan. On the 8th floor, as footsteps approached from outside, Little Qingtuan, go back to Mother's Heart Lake first. With a wave of her hand, Chu Linghua took Little Qingtuan into the Divine Awareness Heart Lake. Then, at that moment, a knock came on the door. Young lady. It was Xiaoying. Without haste, Chu Linghua stepped out. Please follow me, young lady. My thanks. She followed Xiaoying politely, traversing the corridor filled with ancient fragrance. Xiaoying, dressed in a red dress, stood half a head taller than Chu Linghua. Her attractive figure was alluring, swaying her waist as she walked, quite seductive. It wasn't only the men whose eyes couldn't help but linger on her. Even hers would inadvertently glance. Her eyes unconsciously passed over her own plain chest. When would she grow like Xiaoying, creating waves that make Jun Yiming unable to let go? At the pickup counter of the Xing Luo auction house, Xiaoying removed the curtain, and the fire phoenix lying in the cage immediately raised its proud head, its reddened eyes glaring at her, clearly angered by the comment about it becoming a pet. This fire phoenix, although a divine beast, has not only lost its beast core, but also bears many injuries. It will need much time to recuperate and regain strength. So perhaps, as the young lady said, it can only be raised as a pet for viewing after recovery. Xiaoying laughed, thinking that Chu Linghua purchasing this fire phoenix was indeed a disadvantage. Chu Linghua thought things through clearly, and would not quarrel over trivial matters like these. What mattered most was that she was happy. No problem, I happen to lack a pet. Especially the look in the divine beast fire phoenix's eyes, full of pride and disdain. It was clear who was actually the one at the mercy of others. She lightly touched her finger, imprinting her mark between the fire phoenix's brows, then immediately drew it into the Divine Awareness Heart Lake. This is the 50,000 soul coins you've earned. After deducting the commission and the cost of the Fire Phoenix auction, 1,001 soul coins, there remains 45,500 soul coins. I've taken the liberty to transfer all this into this card on your behalf. After finishing, Xiaoying handed her a shiny platinum card, which bore the words Xing Luo Bank. Chu Linghua's phoenix-like eyes were surprised. Xiaoying had handled everything comprehensively, even upgrading her to a Xing Luo Bank exclusive platinum card. Thank you. She accepted it without hesitation. Her eyes stared intently at Xiaoying. She noticed her seductive features, pale white skin, abundant and full eye corners, bright and sharp eyes. But between her eyebrows interwove a flickering black shadow. This was a sign of overwhelming bad romance fortune leading to loss of both people and money, misfortune clinging onto her, and already, someone else had started attaching themselves to her. She usually doesn't meddle in others' affairs. But since there's a karmic connection, why not lend a helping hand? Chapter 64. Good deeds bring good returns. Why do you look at me like that, miss? Xiaoying shyly touched her cheek. Is there anything on my face? Nothing. Chu Linghua then took a tooth-edged leaf from her spatial ring. It was emerald green and translucent, with golden veins flashing before disappearing. This is for you. It can save you in critical moments, but can only be used once. Consider it my apology for the fight at the entrance of the Xing Luo auction house today. She had nothing substantial in her arsenal of talismans, but fortunately, she still had some leaves from her last visit to the netherworld stored in her spatial ring, which she imbued with the 5 Elements Magic as a makeshift protective charm. Rose presents bring residual fragrance. She believed that good deeds would bring about positive returns. Xiaoying looked at this seemingly ordinary leaf and couldn't discern its mysterious properties. Naturally, she didn't pay much attention to Chu Lingyue's words. How could a little girl predict one's fortune? Nevertheless, someone who had interacted with Lord So-and-so certainly wasn't an ordinary woman. Thank you, miss. Since it was Chu Lingyue's sincere offering, Xiaoying naturally wouldn't refuse it and immediately tucked it away close to her person, treating it as if it were forgotten someday. The night is deep. Miss, I fear it might not be safe for you to return alone. I will have someone escort you back. Xiaoying reciprocated the favor. Thank you for your trouble. Chu Linghua did not decline. By the time she returned to the Chu residence, it was nearly midnight. Just stepping into the yard, she found the front hall blazing with lights, as if they were waiting specifically for her. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, Chu Siyu came hurrying straight toward her, dragging her inside. Chu Linghua, how come you're just coming back now? We've been waiting anxiously for you. You must tell brother and father that everything I said today is true. They don't believe me. What did you say? Chu Lingyue asked meaningfully, remembering that Chu Siyu was also present at the Star Luo auction house earlier, though unsure when exactly she slipped away. I told them you beat both Nan Mingyuan and Nan Ziyu soundly today, and shamed them thoroughly while you're at it. Your reputation will soon spread far and wide. That doesn't make sense. When did you start cultivating martial arts? Chu Siyu rubbed his chin, circling around Chu Lingyue, examining her closely. Could her good-for-nothing older sister finally rise? Hey, none of those matter. The important thing is that you beat them to a pulp. Chu Siyu happily dragged her into the main hall. Sure enough, Chu Sheng and Chu Shua were already glaring at her with serious expressions, the atmosphere turning strange and tense. Brother, uncle, every word I spoke is true. If you don't believe me, ask Chu Lingyue. Chu Siyu insisted earnestly, without any hint of falsehood. Is what Xiaoyu said true? Chu Sheng finally broke the silence and questioned. Standing upright in the middle of the grand hall, Chu Lingyue replied solemnly. Yes, I just went to see the commotion. It was them who started unreasonably, thus I reacted accordingly. Chu Lingyue assumed it was about her confrontation with the Nan and Mo families, which made Chu Sheng unhappy. Suddenly standing up, Chu Sheng approached her. Are you hurt? Did they manage to strike you? Mo Qin and Nan Jian are not people to be trifled with lightly. You embarrass their families publicly, they surely won't let it go, but don't worry, your uncle will stand by your side, no one can oppress you. Uncle, Chu Lingyue felt an unexpected surge of emotion within her heart, thinking Chu Sheng was here to question her, but instead supported her. A girl shouldn't come home so late. What if you met someone with ill intentions? And also, where did you get the invitation? Before Chu Lingyue could even finish feeling moved, Chu Sheng's words instantly killed all the emotions she had been brewing. Chu Lingyue was momentarily speechless. Beside him, Chu Shua sat quietly amused, watching it unfold. Indeed, only their uncle truly held sway over her within the household. Chapter 65. I thought I was a burden. Chu Lingyue quickly glanced at Chu Siyu with a resentful look. Chu Siyu tightly covered her mouth, looking innocent as she continuously shook her head. Apart from the two grand scenes where she fought with Nan Mingyuan and confronted the Nan and Mo families, she hadn't said anything. She was wronged. Don't look at your sister. Your sister hasn't said anything. Without an invitation, how did you go to the Star Luo auction house? Confess everything. Chu Sheng interrogated. Uncle, this invitation was given to me by the great master who saved me last time. Chu Lingyue gave a forced smile. Since things were going this way, she would playfully tease Chu Siyu and make sure she couldn't hide anything. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Siyu heard this, all her worries were thrown into oblivion. She excitedly pulled Chu Lingyue and asked, when was it? I spent a month in the magical beast forest without finding her. Wah, you actually didn't tell me, and I missed another opportunity. Hurry up and say, can you cultivate because of help from that mysterious master? Yes. To Chu Lingyue's surprise, Chu Siyu had such a wild imagination, so she just decided to go along with it. I knew something this good wouldn't happen to me. Although Chu Siyu felt frustrated for a moment, she quickly regained energy, pointing at Chu Lingyue one word at a time. Next time if there's something this good, take me along. All right, I will. Chu Lingyue answered. Chu Shua, who had been silent, suddenly leaned on something and stood up. Chu Sheng immediately went to support him. Uncle, I'm feeling a bit tired. Let me rest back at Xianfeng Garden. Lingyue, help me. Uncle, Ayu, it's late. You should rest early. Lingyue, I'll let you help my brother back to Xianfeng Garden. Chu Lingyue flickered her eyes and understood immediately. She moved forward and slowly helped Chu Shua leave. These two siblings were obviously deliberately avoiding him, so Chu Sheng could do nothing but head back to rest. Hey, Chu Lingyue, we haven't finished our conversation yet. Chu Siyu watched as Chu Lingyue left with Chu Shua, thinking, maybe I'll ask tomorrow? At Xianfeng Garden, Chu Lingyue successfully defused the situation with Chu Shua's help. Thank you, brother. Chu Lingyue smiled sweetly. You're welcome. Next time don't do anything so dangerous. Uncle only worries that you might get taken advantage of. Brother hasn't fully recovered yet, and I won't be able to protect you. Chu Shua raised his thin lips, and his smile was very pleasing to the eye. The features of these two siblings were quite similar. Chu Shua just had stronger eyebrows and eyes, emanating a distinctly masculine vigor. According to Chu Sheng, Chu Shua looked more like their father, while she resembled their mother. I know, brother. Chu Lingyue threw herself into Chu Shua's arms and acted cute. Aside from Jun Yiming, she hadn't willingly hugged anyone else. You're not a kid anymore. Why are you still acting like one? Chu Shua chuckled helplessly but patiently indulged her. When you were little, you relied on me just like this. But after mom and dad left, you never smiled at me again. Chu Lingyue felt a jolt in her mind, her heart sinking slightly. Many memories floated up. After I got seriously sick when I was 8, I couldn't cultivate anymore. I thought, you all saw me as a burden. How could we ever think that? You're my own younger sister. Besides, aren't you able to cultivate now? I'm truly happy for you and proud of you. Chu Shua sincerely replied. As the conversation grew deeper, Chu Lingyue's emotions surged, and she couldn't help but sniffle. It's getting late. I need to go back and rest. See you tomorrow, brother. She gently pushed Chu Shua away and turned her head down, quickly leaving. She didn't want anyone to see her disheveled state. Alas, Chu Shua watched as Chu Lingyue disappeared into the night. His little sister had always been like this, sensitive yet stubborn like a mule. Xianfeng Manor. Once Chu Lingyue calmed down, she released Little Qingtuan and Fire Phoenix. Even though Fire Phoenix was covered in wounds, it proudly held its head high and seemed unfriendly towards Chu Lingwei. Chapter 66. The Arrogant Divine Beast. Mother, it must be because it's injured that it's so impolite. Little Qingtuan was solemnly talking nonsense. Chu Lingwei. Fire Phoenix. Chu Lingyue's lips twitched. Could little Qingtuan not see that Fire Phoenix genuinely disliked her? It doesn't matter. I bought it to keep you company anyway. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly, and then started examining Fire Phoenix's physical condition. Foolish human. What do you intend to do to this divine beast? Fire Phoenix glared suspiciously, but its weak body couldn't move at all. Its outburst was in vain. To examine your body? Or maybe roast you? Chu Lingyue arched an eyebrow with a smile. She'd lived for such a long time. Yet this was the first time she'd been called foolish by an unarmed spirit beast. Seeing several gruesome wounds on its body still oozing blood, she took out the last bottle of Emperor-grade healing spiritual liquid from her 100 treasures sack and forcibly fed it to the Phoenix. You foolish human. Fire Phoenix was forced to drink the healing liquid and struggled futilely, infuriated. Chu Lingyue didn't say much. It might as well consider itself lucky for this favor. That's all gone now, little Qingtuan. That was the last bottle. Chu Lingyue said with apparent concern. Jun Yiming had given her quite a lot, but little Qingtuan had used them up entirely within a month. There's no need to worry, mother. If we run out, we can simply ask father for more. Little Qingtuan began to comfort Chu Lingyue instead. From hiding nearby, Emo Sha almost fell over in surprise. Clearly, Zhuke's sacred beast after losing its memory was indeed troublesome. In fact, we don't even have to specifically trouble father. Mother can also refine some. It's just that the purity is slightly lower, unless little Qingtuan minds. Chu Lingyue narrowed her eyes into a crescent moon. Children needed proper education early. Little Qingtuan had grown accustomed to a life of abundance since birth, receiving the best from Jun Yiming. Now here, lowering the standards indeed made him feel a bit slighted. Never mind, mother, as long as I'm with you, eating anything is fine. Little Qingtuan pouted cutely in Chu Lingyue's embrace. As Fire Phoenix felt its wounds gradually healing, it was truly astonished, though it tried hard to maintain its aloof demeanor. Although it lost its most important spirit core, there was no way it would bow its head for this little act of kindness. What about you? Chu Lingyue examined Fire Phoenix carefully. Its fiery red wings were folded tightly, curling up on her bed, sharp and arrogantly staring. Regardless, it clearly didn't respect her, its purchaser, in the slightest. What do you intend to do? Though this divine beast has lost its spirit core, I still possess my dignity. You may as well cook me and eat me. I will absolutely never bow to a mere human like you. Fire Phoenix held its neck stubbornly, willing to stake its life, glaring at her furiously as if they had some bitter grudge. Humph, you've got some spirit. Chu Lingyue rose slowly from where she squatted, moving gracefully toward the table. Her delicate fingers lightly flicked, sending a streak of golden light out from her fingertips, heating the teapot, thus preparing a steaming cup of tea. She poured herself a cup and sipped leisurely from the jade teacup. This was her boiling spirit seal technique. It followed the principle of infusing elemental spirit techniques into objects for her command. It took her a long time to master it successfully. Saving you was merely so that little Qingtuan could have a companion. Don't take yourself too seriously. Without the spirit core, you're nothing. Even if I let you go, you wouldn't be able to get far. If it weren't for your kind, how could I lose my spirit core? Fire Phoenix retorted fiercely, hatred blazing wildly in its eyes, though it wasn't directed at Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue glanced sidelong. There are good and bad among humans. Let's just say your luck wasn't great being captured by someone with ill intentions. I humph. Fire Phoenix's attitude remained arrogant, but it ceased to argue further. Indeed, its luck wasn't good. Cautiously hiding for 1,000 years, it finally succeeded in overcoming the celestial calamity, shedding its beast form. Yet, due to momentary carelessness, it was taken advantage of by humans who stole its spirit core, leaving its empty carcass dumped here and auctioned off to the very humans it despised. Chu Lingyue chuckled immediately afterwards. It's fortunate you met me. Don't worry. Since I brought you back, I will treat you well. Whether you have a spirit core or not isn't a major issue for me. Did this count as punishing it first, and then giving it a reward? Barely. Anyway, apart from staying with her, Fire Phoenix had nowhere else to go. Sending it to the Hilson Demon Forest would likely result only in being torn apart by fierce beasts. No, I do care. Fire Phoenix gazed resolutely, saying, I don't know if you're deliberately saying these things to test me. Though our spirit beasts can regenerate a new spirit core every 100 years, it would take a minimum of a millennium to recover what I lost this time. Without the spirit core, it's akin to your humans having their spirit veins severed, worse than death. That was true. Then what do you want? Chu Lingyue asked. Since you've bought me back, why not take full responsibility? Help me retrieve my spirit core, and I'll serve you for 100 years. How does that sound? The Fire Phoenix didn't even bother with pleasantries, directly proposing a deal to her. Its gaze seemed to say, I'm doing you a favor by dealing with you. Don't overestimate yourself. Chu Lingyue raised an eyebrow, growing more interested. So you're negotiating terms with me? Not terms, but a trade. Human, will you accept it or not? The Fire Phoenix remained arrogantly proud, like a prince who had fallen from the heavens, untainted by worldly affairs. I am the Millennium Fire Phoenix. The humans wanting to trade with me could circle the Canglan Continent 10 times. It's your good fortune that it's you. How were you captured then? Chu Lingyue delivered her cutting question. The Fire Phoenix became agitated. Can't a divine beast simply trust the wrong person? Do you know that I will help you? Perhaps I'm just another scoundrel. She questioned slowly and deliberately. I don't believe so. I have nothing. What could you possibly gain? Besides, he doesn't carry a trace of human aura, yet he calls you mother with such devotion. You treat him so kindly. You wouldn't treat me any worse. The Fire Phoenix compared itself with little Qingtuan. Human, this is your chance. So now I need to thank you for giving me a chance? Don't forget that you possess nothing to bargain with. Are you going to pledge your future? Whether your spirit core has been refined, and whether we can reclaim it are two different matters. Chu Lingyue was nearly amused by the Fire Phoenix's antics. What kind of divine beast still thinks so highly of itself after losing everything? The Fire Phoenix was temporarily speechless, silenced by Chu Lingyue's logic. The once arrogant Fire Phoenix now looked deflated, like an unripe eggplant. Then what should I do? The spirit core is my most important thing. It realized its hopes shouldn't rest on the humans who had heard it before. Mother, it's so pitiful, why don't we help it? Little Qingtuan felt sympathy, tugging at Chu Lingyue's sleeve in a cajoling manner. Chu Lingyue had originally planned to humble the Fire Phoenix's arrogance, but she softened immediately upon Little Qingtuan's plea. Well fine. I'll help you this time. Chapter 67. At your command for 100 years. Give me one of your feathers. Chu Lingyue stood up and walked to the phoenix's front, looking down at it. What do you want to do? The Fire Phoenix became agitated, glaring at her with hostility. You're asking for my help, right? Fine, I'll help you once. If we can successfully retrieve your beast essence, you will be at my command for 100 years. Chu Lingyue said that there was no problem in signing a master-servant contract with the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix painfully pulled out a completely fiery red feather from its hidden place and handed it to her. It treasured its own red, shiny feathers. Here. Chu Lingyue took the feather, formed the 5 Elements Spirit Seal with both hands, and her left eye pupil was suddenly covered by purple. 5 Elements Spirit Art, gather within. Divination. Golden threads constantly condensed in her hands, pulling together with the fiery red feather. At this moment, the Fire Phoenix could only feel amazed at the mysterious scene before its eyes. This woman was not ordinary. Little Qingtuan leaned close to the Phoenix's ear and softly said, "This is divination using an object. Although my mother may seem weak, her 5 Elements Spirit Art is incredibly powerful. There's nothing in this world she cannot find." Her voice carried a little confidence and pride. Suddenly, a fire-red light spot slowly rose from the feather and finally disappeared towards the southeast direction. Chu Lingyue retracted the divination formation. Her slightly serious expression seemed deep in thought. Southeast direction. Hilson Demon Beast Forest. What is this Hilson Demon Beast Forest? Asked the Fire Phoenix. Aren't you a local spiritual beast? Chu Lingyue was surprised. Is the world so vast that there is only the Hilson Demon Beast Forest? A hint of disdain showed in the Phoenix's proud eyes. It would never admit being misled after cultivating for 1,000 years, so as to be deceived by humans. Oh, so this divine phoenix was arrogant and easily deceived? From the divination situation, your beast essence is currently safe, located in the southeast direction of the Hilson Demon Beast Forest. To my knowledge, further east is the underworld, which belongs to Een and conflicts with your beast essence. Chu Lingyue speculated while rubbing her chin. Qingtuan was a Zhuke sacred beast, even unable to move freely in the underworld due to its low strength. Indeed, she couldn't think of a good reason why the Phoenix's beast essence would appear there. The Phoenix proudly proclaimed, "Naturally, my beast essence already has the divine spirit of spiritual beasts, enduring thousands of years of storms. Ordinary people cannot refine it." That was also the reason why it wanted Chu Lingyue to help retrieve its beast essence. Qingtuan immediately raised her small claw and, showing off her intelligence, said, "Mother, little Qingtuan knows. The underworld does not harmonize with our fire attribute spiritual beasts. Unless necessary, we wouldn't go to such a place. It must be someone intentionally carrying its beast essence there." Chu Lingyue snapped her fingers. Correct answer. Well, what are you waiting for? Quickly go retrieve the divine phoenix's beast essence. Qingtuan suddenly reached out and slapped the phoenix on its head. You stop calling yourself divine beast all the time. Don't tell mother what to do. Be more modest and respectful, or mother won't like you. Why did you hit this divine beast? The phoenix was angry. Slap. The phoenix's head was hit again by Qingtuan. You must show respect to mother. Don't call yourself divine beast. Otherwise, mother won't help you. Chu Lingyue's eyebrows arched gracefully. She wasn't wrong. Her adorable little Zhuke truly understood her nature well. Qingtuan crossed her arms, warning fiercely with her eyes. When do we set out then? Finally, the phoenix submitted to Qingtuan, revealing a pitiful look. Cough, cough. Chu Lingyue coughed slightly, assuming an air of authority. We'll set out after I've finished handling my matters. When will you finish? Slap. The phoenix was educated by Qingtuan again. Do not question mother's actions. Since she promised to help, she will definitely do so. In the future, treat mother with humility. Don't argue. Other rules I will teach you gradually since I'm the elder brother anyway. Qingtuan declared confidently, acting like a real big brother. With delight, he finally had a junior. The phoenix was very unwilling but couldn't help it. Without its beast essence, it was defenseless, not to mention walking a few steps left it panting. Since it had no choice, it would endure the humiliation temporarily, lying low for now until it could grow stronger. Once it got its beast essence back, it would snatch the elder brother position for itself first thing. It would make Qingtuan bow to it and call it elder brother. Yes, exactly like this. I understand. The phoenix replied humbly, clearly more subdued now. But Chu Lingyue didn't care about their antics. After spending half the day dealing with issues, she jumped onto the bed, nestled against the soft pillow, and fell asleep. Early next morning, Qing Tuan and the Fire Phoenix didn't know what time they stopped playing. They sprawled around Chu Lingyue, snoring loudly. With a wave of her hand, she sucked them into her mental heart lake. She hadn't yet officially contracted with the Fire Phoenix, only imprinted her mark on it, which is why it could enter and exit her mental heart lake with little Qing Tuan so freely. Breakfast was arranged in Chu Shua's courtyard. Her brother still needed to be closer, as Chu Shang had been busy cultivating recently and was generally unseen in the mornings. Chu Siyu also came, staring at her intently with a somewhat mystic look. Chu Lingyue didn't find this annoying and continued drinking her porridge without any interruption. Do you know that the news of your massacre yesterday at Star Array Auction House has spread throughout Hilson City? Chu Siyu asked in an exaggerated serious tone. Chu Lingyue responded indifferently. What was the big deal? She would make Mo Rujuang pay the price with her life sooner or later. Chu Siyu slapped her chopsticks down, getting excited enough to stand on one leg while placing her other foot on the bench, vigorously slapping her thigh as if she cared little for manners. You and what? Show some normal reaction. A girl should not be so crude, you. Chu Shua gently rebuked. Okay. Chu Siyu immediately put her foot down and sat back properly, but wouldn't give up. Chu Lingyue, I'm talking to you. Chu Lingyue lifted her eyelids slightly, revealing a subtle smile. What are you trying to say? Don't you care at all? They're calling you a lunatic saintess, claiming how ruthless you've become, daring to confront the Southern Mo clan directly. You're undoubtedly the first person to do that. Lunatic saintess? That description really was quite exaggerated. No worries, let them say whatever they want. I will take responsibility for my actions. Chu Lingyue remained nonchalant. Chu Siyu's lips twitched slightly, suddenly realizing how pointless her efforts were when the person herself didn't care, yet she kept insisting on standing up for her. Well, Miss Xian Xiao from the High Priest's residence has arrived and is waiting for you in the front hall. Ling Li quickly came to report. Chu Lingyue paused momentarily. Xian Xiao was the High Priest's confidant. Could it be that they had decided to strip her of the title of Saintess because of her enmity with the Southern Mo clans? She put down her bowl and chopsticks, but before she stood up fully, Chu Shua stopped her. Lingyue. Brother, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Chu Lingyue gave him an assuring look before heading toward the front hall. As Chu Lingyue disappeared around the corner, Chu Shua's expression turned anxious. Ayu, go get uncle quickly. All right. Chapter 68. A Genius in 3 Disciplines. Inside the front hall. Saintess, the High Priest has invited you. Xian Xiao greeted Chu Lingyue with a bow, her tone flat, yet her probing gaze lingered on her. Chu Lingyue met Xian Xiao's gaze calmly and respectfully. Their eyes locked, and Xian Xiao subtly looked away first, then made a gesture of invitation while walking confidently ahead to lead the way. By the time Chu Sheng hurried over, they had already reached the priest's temple. He was deeply worried about any problems Chu Lingyue might face, so he quickly rallied Chu Sibiu to try to get to the priest's temple. The entire journey was silent. The priest's temple exuded solemnity and dignity. Xian Xiao led her inside, and then stepped out. Chu Lingyue, dressed in a white gown, stood upright at the center of the 7-foot-high priest's temple, concentrating her gaze. Before her stood a half-person-tall altar, where 3 incense sticks as thick as fingers were slowly burning, spreading a mild fragrance throughout the air. The surroundings were silent. Suddenly, she heard a faint rustling sound in her ear. The air began to flow, causing Chu Lingyue's phoenix-like eyes to widen. She spread her arms and instinctively leaned backward. Countless thumb-sized darts whistled through the air before her eyes. Bang, bang, bang. 10 arrows shot forth all at once, their tips plunging into the sacrificial platform's surface. Chu Lingyue was shocked. Even though both items were made of iron, the darts clearly pierced better, breaking through the sacrificial platform. The opponent gave her no opportunity to rest, swiftly charging forward with a fierce assault that could tear through bamboo. Spirit Emperor Rank 1. A powerful gust of wind hit Chu Lingyue suddenly. She immediately spread her arms and unleashed her martial spirit. Before her appeared a green barrier that resisted the ferocious attack. Although she was gradually being pushed back, she only possessed Spirit Warrior Rank 7 strength. How could she possibly compare with someone at Spirit Emperor Rank 1? The gap between them could be likened to a galaxy. As there was no space left for her to retreat, Chu Lingyue decided to stop resisting and simply stood still. The figure's large hand stopped just 5 centimeters from her. High Priest. Her pink lips parted lightly. Though the previous moves had been intense, no trace of lethal intent had emerged against her. Despite the man wearing a copper mask, it did not prevent her from recognizing him instantly. Who besides the High Priest Dongfang Yu could enter and exit the temple freely since the establishment of Hill City? Dongfang Yu, now identified, dissolved his martial spirit and lifted off the copper mask that covered half his face, revealing an enchantingly handsome face. The fresh red mole between his eyebrows marked him distinctly. His slender phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and Dongfang Yu stood gracefully, one hand placed behind his back, his thin lips curved up faintly. Why didn't you tell me earlier when you began cultivating, forcing me to hear about it from others? His words carried a hint of criticism but lacked sternness. Though appearing youthful and spirited, his voice was measured and matured. If others were unaware, they would assume him to be a young man in his early 20s. Since Hill City's existence, Dongfang Yu had taken up the role of High Priest, rarely showing his true self to the public. When Chu Lingyue was still a child, Dongfang Yu always faced her with his real visage. Not long ago, I hadn't found the chance yet. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly, remembering that Dongfang Yu had always treated her kindly. But ever since her spiritual meridians were damaged during a serious illness at the age of 8, he had summoned her very infrequently. Even during the last test of her spiritual meridians, Dongfang Yu had not said a single caring word to her, merely dismissing her home casually. This was the first time since she turned 8 that she directly conversed with him. The girl has grown taller. Dongfang Yu's tone softened like that of an elder reaching out to her, only for her to evade his hand, making the reunion atmosphere awkwardly stiff. Chu Lingyue quietly shifted her body, leaving Dongfang Yu momentarily startled. His heart sank heavily, as if struck by a million-volt shock. Surely this girl was resenting him? In fact, Chu Lingyue didn't have such feelings at all. Being older now, she understood gender distinctions, hence keeping distance. She could not allow herself to be embraced like in her childhood anymore. Dongfang Yu's whole body froze, his gaze fixed blankly on her, unsure how to react. From his expression, it was clear he felt lost. Males and females must remain respectful to each other, and I've grown up. Chu Lingyue explained gently, not wanting to see his disappointment or thinking that she held grudges. I see. 2 months ago, you had come of age, and it's indeed necessary to maintain propriety. Dongfang Yu understood suddenly, and his gloomy expression improved. Follow me this way. Dongfang Yu spoke, finding it a bit awkward not holding on to Chu Lingyue, so he crossed his hands behind his back. Chu Lingyue followed at a leisurely pace. Within the vast priest's temple, there were only the two of them. Deep memories swirled in her mind. Her last visit here was on her coming-of-age day, testing her talents, which became the laughingstock of the entire Hill City. The moment her spiritual force was tested as zero, tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at him pitifully. Standing there helplessly with the talent stone in both hands, she didn't know what to do, but he merely glanced at her briefly and turned away. Before, the reason I ignored you was because I didn't want anyone with ulterior motives to target you. Dongfang Yu explained slowly, as if making a significant decision. He gazed at the ascending sacrificial steps and continued, his back facing Chu Lingyue. I have always known that your spirit meridians were damaged, but their repair so quickly has been unexpected. Chu Lingyue felt no ripples inside. She had always believed that Dongfang Yu knew about her situation but chose not to interfere due to certain reasons, even pretending not to care. Little girl, will you blame me? Dongfang Yu turned around, his narrow phoenix eyes carrying faint pain and guilt. He had been enduring everything silently. Chu Lingyue shook her head. I don't blame anyone, and you don't need to feel responsible for me. From the day you selected me to be the saintess, some things were fated. She replied freely and easily. Dongfang Yu's expression was filled with astonishment. Chu Lingyue standing tall before him had changed. She was no longer the same person who cried when encountering issues, helpless without his assistance or acting rashly without propriety. Her words were now logical and orderly, supported by reason. If it weren't for her really standing before him, he might have thought this person wasn't her. Let's retest again. For spiritual power and talent. Dongfang Yu smiled faintly. All right. With a wave of Dongfang Yu's right hand, an oval-shaped talent stone appeared clearly in his grasp. He extended it, signaling Chu Lingyue to place her hand on it. The talent stone could precisely measure her current highest martial spirit and hidden talent. Chu Lingyue gazed at the emerald-colored jade-like talent stone before her, urging her martial spirit and gently placing her right hand on top. The emerald-colored talent stone lit up. A flash of blue light appeared. Dongfang Yu stared intently at the talent stone. 7th rank of spirit soldier? Not just that. The blue light immediately transformed. It ultimately changed into 3 intertwined colors, azure, white, and orange, shining brightly and mutually restricting each other within the talent stone. The shock in Dongfang Yu's eyes grew deeper and deeper, like the first time Chu Lingyue underwent a talent test in front of him, a genius proficient in all 3 disciplines. She withdrew her spiritual force, her inner feelings remaining undisturbed. To avoid trouble, the streak of purple in her spiritual veins had been concealed by Jun Yiming. Chapter 69 Preparation for the Sacrificial Ceremony. I thought that after your spirit veins were repaired, you wouldn't be a 3-attribute cultivation genius anymore. Dongfang Yu, after putting away the talent stone, glanced at her with a wry smile, though there was relief in his voice. What am I then? My spirit veins are damaged, not destroyed. Chu Lingyue responded with feigned ease. For some reason, she always felt that every time Dongfang Yu looked at her, there was an indescribable melancholy in his eyes. Dongfang Yu, changing his usual demeanor, instructed. The recruitment information of Xinghua Academy has already been announced. The city of Hill has received 5 slots. This year, there's abundant talent. If you wish to stand out among 10,000 people and obtain one of the spots, there are less than 6 months left. You must quickly enhance your strength. Born with all-around cultivation talents, don't waste your gifts. Don't only focus on one of the 3 attributes. All right. Chu Lingyue nodded, agreeing with him fully. In 5 days' time is Hill City's once-in-a-decade sacrificial blessing ceremony to ensure good weather, prosperous crops, and the eternal prosperity of its citizens. As the Holy Maiden, this duty falls squarely upon you. I hope to see a different transformation from you. Can you bear this responsibility? Dongfang Yu questioned. Chu Lingyue bent her knees slightly, neither arrogant nor humble. I will not disgrace my mission. I'm curious. Why did you choose me as the Holy Maiden alone? The matter of spiritual energy testing had become public knowledge throughout the city. Despite that, Dongfang Yu never once considered deposing her. Hill City needed a Holy Maiden capable of protecting its people, not someone like her who achieved nothing, useful for nothing. Dongfang Yu was momentarily startled, gazing intently at Chu Lingyue. In the days he'd spent deliberately ignoring her growth, she had quietly grown up into a poised and beautiful young woman of great charm. As you say, many things are destined by heaven, and so are you. The person chosen by the heavens. It's my role to wait for the right moment. And now is exactly that perfect timing, replied Dongfang Yu, carefully answering each word. All right, understood. Chu Lingwei responded, feeling further questioning would be futile. Prepare well for the ceremonial blessing festival in 5 days. I'll order Xian Xiao to assist you. If there's anything you need, discuss it with her. Fulfillable requests shall be fulfilled. Those impossible to fulfill, come seek me directly, said Dongfang Yu in a soft tone. Good. Chu Lingwei turned without hesitation and departed the priestess hall. In just a few words exchanged, she could feel how much favor Dongfang Yu extended toward her. It was beyond what she imagined. Xian Xiao waited outside the temple hall and returned after escorting Chu Lingwei away from the priestess hall. She knelt in the temple hall. Grandmaster, this servant has escorted the holy maiden away from the hall. Did the holy maiden ask you anything? Unlike what Chu Lingwei saw earlier, Dongfang Yu had donned a bronze mask, casually sitting atop the priest's dais with one hand supporting his chin, eyes piercing and distant. Not at all, Grandmaster. Xian Xiao hung her head, not daring to look straight into Dongfang Yu's eyes. Remember, what words should be spoken and which shouldn't. Now leave, said Dongfang Yu. Yes, Xian Xiao will keep the teachings of the great priest in mind. Xian Xiao didn't dare to slack off, immediately rising to leave. Dongfang Yu gazed steadfastly at the door of the priestess hall, recalling Chu Lingyue's charming face and calm demeanor when dealing with him, lost in thought. No matter how you change, you're still the same you, after all. Chu Lingwei had just left the priestess hall when Chu Sheng, accompanied by Chu Sibian, stormed angrily up the long steps. Spying her from afar, they excitedly greeted her. Lingwei, uncle, why have you come? Chu Lingwei appeared puzzled. Didn't she already tell them there was nothing to worry about? Wasn't it because of you we feared the high priest might devour you alive? Chu Sibian crossed her arms and remarked sarcastically. How serious can that be? He just gave me some instructions. Chu Lingwei laughed lightly, narrating the events in detail. It was roughly something like that. There's no need to overly concern yourselves. For so many years, I've been useless, but the high priest hasn't mentioned removing me yet. As long as Lingwei is fine, let's go back and discuss more, said Chu Sheng, relaxing from his initial tension, pulling Chu Lingwei along as they returned home. At the Chu family estate, with 2 days left until the blessing sacrifice, news of Chu Lingwei being involved in the ritual had spread across all of Hill City. Reactions were mixed. Many came to mock her, while others were filled with anticipation. Mo Roswang, particularly, was looking forward to seeing Chu Lingwei make a fool of herself during the ceremony. Nan Jian, having obtained the premium Tianju Phantom Crystal Essence Liquid, immediately invited the most prestigious physician in Hill City to restore Ninming Yuan's right hand. It was now the 4th day of seclusion, but there was still no movement. In the back garden, Chu Lingwei was diligently practicing her blessings dance in preparation for the event. Xian Xiao had delivered everything needed for the day, including costumes and props, and supervised her daily practice before leaving. How many years has it been since you last performed the blessing dance? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? Chu Sibian, lying lazily on the stone table, gave Chu Lingwei a disdainful glance, her tone genuine. Chu Shua sat on the side, silently appreciating Chu Lingwei's graceful dance. The challenge of the blessing dance lay in integrating spiritual energy into the performance, making it a part of the ritual. After finishing the dance, Chu Lingwei sat down beside them and drank a cup of tea before slowly saying, Have you heard of making up for deficiencies through hard work? Can 5 days be enough to make up? Chu Siyu posed the impossible question. She knew she couldn't achieve that. Perhaps I possess an extraordinary talent. Chu Lingwei replied with another smile. You possessing extraordinary talent? Give me a break. Haven't you seen yourself clearly? People outside call you a grounded sparrow with feathers, wanting to fly but never reaching the heights. Chu Siyu said, Does it matter how high I can fly when it is not defined by others? To master something deeply yet be accused of cheating, isn't that ironic? No matter what one achieves, there's always talk. Is it so hard to acknowledge excellence? Chu Lingwei blinked her beautiful eyes and countered. Chu Siyu struggled to refute her, yet admitted that Chu Lingwei had a point. Anyway, I'm cheering for you. She sounded reluctant, but her sentiment was genuine. Chu Shua merely watched quietly as quarreling between the two sisters had become routine. I understand. It's getting late. Let's practice only up to this point today. Chu Lingwei smiled gently, aware that Chu Siyu wasn't intentionally belittling her. It was just her usual manner of speaking, which came out a bit too sharp. You go back first. I'll send brother off shortly. Chu Siyu said, caring about Chu Lingwei but unwilling to admit it. That's very kind of you. Chu Lingwei replied. Besides being sharp-tongued, Chu Siyu had a righteous heart, especially towards her family. Brother, I'll rest now. Loosening her stiff neck unconsciously, she realized she'd practiced all day without rest. At Xianfeng Pavilion, Chu Lingwei summoned little Qingtuan and sat by the table, propping her cheeks with her hands, lost in thought. Mother, are you upset? Little Qingtuan tilted his head, his eyebrows almost forming a straight line. Little Qingtuan, would you bring father here? Mother has something to tell him. Chu Lingwei blinked her big, watery eyes. No problem. Little Qingtuan slapped his chest confidently. This was a piece of cake for him. Never mind. Chu Lingwei changed her mind. Last time when she summoned Jun Yiming, she was reprimanded, reminding her that certain boundaries must be approached carefully and gradually. Just pass a message for me, saying that at the sacrificial ceremony 2 days later, I hope he will come. Chapter 70. Intermediate Third Stage Artifact Spirit. Understood. Xiao Qingtuan immediately stood upright in front of Chu Lingwei. tightly closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and mumbled words as if he were concentrating on casting a spell, but it was unclear what he was saying. In the void, Jun Yiming was calmly sweeping his wide sleeves. Countless devil spirits rushing towards him instantly turned to ashes. Without the Vermilion bird divine beast by his side, he had to face more dangers. He heard Xiao Qingtuan's voice resonating in his consciousness, and upon hearing his request, Jun Yiming's ears instantly turned red. So, Father, Mother is really looking forward to your appearance at the sacrificial ceremony in 2 days. She misses you so much, day and night. Even in her sleep talk, it's all about you. She wants to stick to you, but she's also afraid that you might find her annoying. After hesitating for a long time, she still didn't dare to disturb you. So Xiao Qingtuan took the initiative to look for you, Father. You must come in 2 days, otherwise Mother will definitely be very disappointed. The sovereign understands. Jun Yiming's handsome face blushed deeply. Could it be that Chu Lingwei really cared about him as much as the Vermilion bird divine beast described? Before he could dwell on it further, he started activating the array seal to close the gaps forming above the void land. Chu family, Xianfeng Garden. Xiao Qingtuan suddenly opened his eyes after muttering at least half an incense stick time, with great surprise and joy. Mother. Father agreed. Really? That's wonderful. Chu Lingyue clasped her hands together, clapping them continuously, taking another step closer to her plan of conquest. Xiao Qingtuan chuckled secretly inside. It seemed his efforts as a divine assistant weren't futile. Sooner or later, he would tie father and mother together and soon realize the 3-member family. The next morning, Chu Lingyue's light figure reappeared in the black market. After quietly performing blessings at home for several days, she finally couldn't help herself and came out to breathe some fresh air today. Some parts of the black market are open even during the day, though certain special transactions must take place at night. She had visited multiple times to search for a suitable alchemy furnace. There was no other way. There were now 2 little ones to raise at home. Though Fire Phoenix's external injuries were healed, without the beast origin, it almost always remained in a drowsy state. At the last Star Luo auction house event, she gained fame through a battle, and now everywhere she went, there was no one who did not recognize her. Plus, entrusted by Dongfang Yu, she was vigorously promoting the blessing ceremony throughout Sil City, making her name widely known. Unlike before when everyone wanted to drive her away, people now warmly welcomed her. Come on. If the Holy Maiden can cultivate again and has been given an important task by the High Priestess, does that not mean the world knows that the once gifted Holy Maiden has returned? People were eager to flatter her. Holy Maiden, take a look at my stall. Is there anything you like? I have items too, Holy Maiden. Why not pick a few? This Zhu hairpin matches your temperament perfectly. Holy Maiden. Sorry, another time. Chu Lingyue politely declined everyone's enthusiasm and walked straight into the depths of the black market, directly heading to the Artifact Spirit Street, which was bustling with activity the moment she entered. Clank, clank, clank. Everywhere, you could hear the sound of artifact spirits being refined. On both sides of the street, artifact spirit shops lined up, setting up makeshift huts outside their doors. The refining sounds came from within these structures, where white flames continually refined newly created artifact spirits. These were methods merchants used to attract customers and had recently become popular in Sil City. Isn't this the renowned Holy Maiden of our Sil City? Many vendors recognized her and stopped refining their weapons to curiously stare at her. I've come to buy an artifact spirit. She smiled. Immediately, quick-thinking vendors stepped forward and unceremoniously pulled her towards their own stores. Come, take a look at ours. From large cauldrons to small hairpins, we've got everything you need. Meaning, they take any business they could get. Our store employs artifact spirit makers with 50 years of experience, famous throughout this whole street. There isn't a single type of artifact spirit they can't forge. Holy Maiden, what kind of style do you want? Could it be in preparation for the upcoming blessing ceremony in 2 days? If so, we've just launched a set of floral hairpins that will suit you perfectly. The shopkeeper quickly ordered the apprentices to bring over a newly forged set of floral hairpins to place in front of Chu Lingyue. His intent was clear, leveraging the influence of the Holy Maiden to promote the reputation of his artifact spirit shop. However, Chu Lingyue hadn't come for those today. Do you have any alchemy furnaces? She asked straightforwardly, showing no interest in the flower hairpins. Had it not been for the fact that she hadn't found suitable materials to make one herself, she would have already crafted her own alchemy furnace. The shopkeepers were taken aback. Having run their artifact spirit shops for many years, none of them had ever seen a young woman come shopping for an alchemy furnace. We do have them. What would the Holy Maiden need it for? Without a cultivating medicinal spirit, what was the point of buying an alchemy furnace? Nowadays, the number of medicinal spirit masters in Sil City had dwindled significantly, and the entire city could not even produce 3 medicinal spirit masters capable of refining middle-grade spirit liquids. No, that's not right. Could she be a medicinal spirit master? Impossible. Though the Holy Maiden was gifted since childhood, her talent lay in martial spirits. Could she possibly be a dual-attribute genius? It will be useful. Could you please bring out your best alchemy furnace for me to examine? If it suits my needs, I will also buy this set of head ornaments. Chu Lingyue deflected the question. The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, immediately invited Chu Lingyue upstairs to the second-floor artifact spirit display hall. Holy Maiden, please come upstairs. We have various artifact spirits available here. If you find anything unsuitable, we can also request our artifact spirit masters to make modifications on the spot until you are satisfied. The pre-sale and after-sale services were truly impeccable. She liked it. Upstairs, Chu Lingyue pointed at the alchemy furnace displayed in front of her on the counter and said, "This one. This was a delicate and small alchemy furnace, roughly the size of a hand warmer. The intricate and hollow carvings of peaches and flowers were especially exquisite. It stood firmly on 3 tripod legs, shimmering with a silvery light. The shopkeeper was stunned. He had thought Chu Lingyue would select a larger and more practical model, but instead, she chose a decorative alchemy furnace with fine craftsmanship. Oh, he sighed internally. It seemed he had gotten his hopes up prematurely, thinking Sil City might welcome another medicinal spirit master, but she probably just bought it for fun. Wrap the set of head ornaments as well. I'll take all of them. Chu Lingyue smiled. The shopkeeper's eyes betrayed his disappointment. After paying in soul coins, the shopkeeper even offered her an 80% discount. Watching Chu Lingyue happily leave the street with a tiny alchemy furnace in hand, the shopkeeper couldn't help but sigh continuously. It seemed Sil City would never see another medicinal spirit master. As Chu Lingyue exited the artifact spirit street, she continuously played with the silver alchemy furnace in her hand. It was no bigger than the size of her palm, petite and exquisitely crafted, appearing like a gaudy piece of art. But Chu Lingyue knew that such delicate and beautiful crafts were always the hardest to make unless the material was completely pure and transparent. She meticulously examined the alchemy furnace in her hand. It was forged by an intermediate third-stage artifact spirit master whose forging skills were average. She planned to carefully study it when she returned home. The shopkeeper's sigh lingered long behind her as she walked away from the street, contentedly clutching her small alchemy furnace. Sil City indeed wouldn't have a new medicinal spirit master anytime soon. Chapter 71. Landing without dust within 3 seconds. Artificer spirit masters are divided into lower, middle, upper, extreme, and ultra-extreme qualities. Each quality is further divided into 3 stages. The Emperor quality is extremely rare, akin to the existence of divine artifacts, just as an otherworldly Emperor-level spirit liquid would be. Artificer spirit masters and pharmacist spirit masters both have annual assessment programs established at the Xing Luo Academy that require certification to practice. There's a large gap between artificer spirit masters and pharmacist spirit masters, but they are also closely related. Artificer spirit masters categorize spirit tools by their ranks, while pharmacist spirit masters rely on the final purity of the refined spirit liquids they produce. This purity is not only determined by the innate talent of the pharmacist spirit master, but also inseparably linked to the spirit tools they use. Although seemingly unrelated, these 2 roles complement each other. However, it's nearly impossible to find a high-quality artificer spirit master in the market. Those with better potential are usually secretly recruited by academies, while those with average potential often open up spirit tool shops when they reach a certain age, simply because supporting their families is more important. Buy and leave. She wouldn't ask any more questions about the information regarding artificer spirit masters. After leaving the artificer spirit street, she turned her head and went directly to the Xing Luo medicine shop. The Xing Luo medicine shop was different from ordinary pharmacies outside. Everything here was gathered deep within the Hilson magic beast forest. Some mercenary groups would specialize solely in taking on missions for medicine shops to earn higher pay as mercenaries. As Chu Lingyue walked to the door, a figure suddenly rushed out in front of her. She reacted quickly, swiftly dodging to the side. But this person couldn't dodge in time, lost their balance, and fell clumsily onto the ground. Chu Lingyue saw the herbs in her hands that hadn't yet been stored in her spatial ring fall all over the ground. Chu Lingyue narrowed her phoenix-like eyes slightly and immediately recognized this person. Who else could it be but Nanzio? Chu Lingyue. Nanzio stood up after hitting her head painfully against the ground, brushing off the dust on her clothes. Upon seeing it was Chu Lingyue, her anger instantly flared. Why did nothing good ever happen whenever she met her? The last time she got beaten by the shopkeeper's wife of the Xing Luo auction house, and now this again. It was your own fault that you fell. It has nothing to do with me. Chu Lingyue calmly replied. While watching Nanzio make a fool of herself pleased her, she didn't want to appear too smug or lack grace. Chu Lingyue, you deliberately caused this. Nanzio planted her hands firmly on her hips and loudly accused her, immediately drawing an audience. Chu Lingyue wasn't in a hurry to refute her accusations. Instead, she glanced at the herbs scattered all over the ground. Why don't you pick them up first? I've heard that if something falls, it doesn't get dusty until after 3 seconds. Well, it had already been more than 3 seconds. Nanzio flushed bright red with anger, though she didn't continue to argue. These herbs were crucial for her brother. She needed to send them back right away. Upon noticing the situation, the assistant at the Xing Luo medicine shop hurriedly brought new grease paper to replace the old one. While Nanzio squatted down to pick up the herbs, Chu Lingyue caught sight of some fresh herbs among them, in addition to some dried medicinal slices. She identified them. This was called blood chi chow, or another name being blood sees sorrow. It is cold in nature, enters the blood channel, can cool the blood to stop bleeding, and can also break up blood stasis. It can be used for all cases of excessive bleeding due to blood heat, and its effect is even stronger when paired with squid bone. So, these were prepared for Nan Mingyuan? Had it been several days already, and his severed right hand still hadn't been reattached? Or was there a side effect? It seems the doctors in Hill City weren't up to the task. A pharmacist spirit master must be called instead. In the Canglan Continent, where pharmacist spirit masters are extremely scarce, physicians are widespread and have tried to gradually replace pharmacist spirit masters with bitter medicines. However, every time a pharmacist spirit master appears, people tend to automatically overlook physicians. Simply put, they are substitutes, occasionally brought onto the field but quickly pushed aside again. Nanzio learned her lesson this time, and promptly stored the herbs into her spatial ring. I have more important things to do, so I won't bother with you this time. If I see you again, I'll beat you up every time. Nanzio shook her hard fists in front of Chu Lingyue as a warning, looking quite ready to throw a punch. More and more people gathered around the pharmacy, pointing fingers and gossiping about the two. Can it be? Nanzio dares to hit even the holy maiden. Haven't you learned your lesson from the incident at the Xing Luo auction house last time? Chu Lingyue stared at the fist less than 5 centimeters from her face without batting an eyelash, showing great composure. Wow, the holy maiden isn't intimidated at all. She's so cool, said female A admiringly. Yeah. The holy maiden is dressed plainly yet incredibly beautiful. How did we not notice before? Added female C. Aren't you supposed to be busy with something? Hurry up and go, Chu Lingyue said faintly. She was waiting for the day when Nan Mingyuan recovered his right hand. Oops. Reminded by this, Nanzio withdrew her hand and turned to run, needing to hurry back to deliver the herbs. Any longer, and her brother's life might be in danger. Only when Nanzio left did the densely packed crowd disperse, and Chu Lingyue entered the pharmacy slowly. It seemed that Nan Mingyuan was facing a tribulation this time. She waited to see what would happen next. Inside the pharmacy, an astute apprentice had already run to inform Xia Ying. Chu Lingyue was completely unaware that not long after she and Xia Ying had parted ways, she had been betrayed by her lover and stabbed in the back. It was only because of the effect of the leaf she had given that the blade missed her vital organs. Otherwise, she might already be dead now. That very leaf turned into flowing light and dissipated right before her eyes. Realizing she had survived a great calamity, Xia Ying ordered all shops under Xing Luo's name in Hill City to keep track of Chu Lingyue's movements, and if she appeared, they were to report immediately. Of course, Xia Ying knew Chu Lingyue was with the Chu family, but for various reasons, it would be better not to disturb her there. So, she decided to simply wait like a hunter near his trap, hoping Chu Lingyue would come to the black market. And indeed, within less than 3 days, she managed to catch her prey. Xia Ying rushed just in time to appear at the pharmacy under the Starnet banner. Chu Lingyue was still happily selecting the herbs she needed, mainly those suitable for warming tonics that could be refined into spirit liquids without any harmful effects when consumed, or herbs to refine for enhancing one's power. Holy maiden. Xia Ying arrived in front of Chu Lingyue and dismissed all the apprentices. The formerly aloof beauty revealed her gratitude. She remained as enchantingly seductive as ever, moving with a swaying grace that mesmerized everyone who looked upon her delicate face. Every step she took caused the hairpins on her coiled bun to tinkle melodiously. Boss lady, you look more radiant after only a few days' absence. Chu Lingyue smiled, noticing the faint black mist between Xia Ying's eyebrows had vanished, replaced by rosy, glowing skin. It seemed her calamity had been successfully avoided. Xia Ying grabbed Chu Lingyue's hand in excitement. Holy maiden, thank you. How did you know my fate held impending doom? That's a secret, but it's resolved now. Chu Lingyue responded, knowing from the moment Xia Ying's calamity had been averted, the relationship between them would be purely one of mutual benefit. You must have a talent for divination? Xia Ying asked, looking deeply into Chu Lingyue's eyes. She had always known Chu Lingyue wasn't ordinary, but this was beyond extraordinary. Fortunately, she'd kept the leaf when it was given to her. Otherwise, her life would surely have ended. As for the scoundrel who had used her, he'd already been chopped up and fed to dogs, completely unworthy of her sincere affection. Heaven forbid I dabble in fortune-telling. Chu Lingyue replied, noting divining fate equated to tampering with destiny, a practice forbidden by celestial law which carried heavy penalties, including sacrificing years of life. Such actions weren't something she indulged in. Chapter 72, Sacrificial Prayer Ceremony. So last time, Xia Ying asked, sitting down in front of her with determination. I would like to ask the Holy Maiden to help me again. This is face divination. There's no problem redoing another reading, but I've already helped you once last time. Your calamity was resolved, and our connection ended. Chu Lingyue replied with a gentle smile. I'll renew that connection. All your expenses today will be on me. Xia Ying quickly offered, fearing Chu Lingyue might change her mind and refuse to perform another divination for her. Xia Ying was being quite cooperative, perfectly to Chu Lingyue's liking. All right, she readily agreed. So, what kind of fortune do you want to ask about? When it comes to my most accurate predictions, I specialize in matters of romance. With that, Chu Lingyue pulled out 3 battered soul spirit coins from her spatial ring. Romance. I want to know where my true partner lies and when they will arrive, Xia Ying said eagerly. Her life up to this point had been far too bitter. All she wanted in her later years was to live peacefully in Hill City, having someone reliable by her side. Chu Lingyue learned Xia Ying's request and asked her to hold the soul spirit coins in her hands, closing her eyes while sincerely praying. Holding Xia Ying's hands together, Chu Lingyue softly intoned, 5 Elements Divination, floating in 4 directions. She then gently let the coins fall. The spirit coins made a clear clatter as they landed on the stone table, spinning multiple times before finally coming to rest in a straight line pointing due west. At the sight of this result, Chu Lingyue immediately realized, your destined love lies in the exact west direction. Previously obstructed by external forces, this connection has suffered setbacks. But if Madame Xia decides to act now, you can go look for him immediately and form a happy union. Of course, Chu Lingyue kept quiet about all the trials and tests ahead that were related to their relationship. For Xia Ying, this prediction was enough to show who her true partner was. Though difficulties may lie ahead, ultimately, a perfect union was foreseen. As long as the ending is good, the process, whether painful or not, is worthwhile. Due west. Suddenly, a shadow flashed through Xia Ying's mind, and her expression dimmed slightly. Could it really be him? Chu Lingwen knew that the Star Alliance Auction House's headquarters was exactly to the west in Aolon City. So perhaps Xia Ying had come here to work precisely because she was running away from something? I understand. Thank you, Holy Maiden. All of your expenses at the Star Alliance Apothecary today are on me. No need to be polite. Xia Ying gathered herself, harboring even greater respect for Chu Lingwe. All right. Chu Lingwe didn't press further, figuring Xia Ying should know who this person in the prophecy referred to. Whether or not to follow this clue was entirely up to Xia Ying. After all, she was merely a diviner. Madam Xia, if anyone close to you needs a divination, you can refer them to me. Friends get a 10% discount, or we can trade equivalently. Chu Lingwe added, immediately capitalizing on Xia Ying's influence to spread her reputation. Divination by 5 elements was truly her forte, and she aimed to make more soul spirit coins to provide extra nourishment for Xiao Er and Huofeng. Although Jun Yiming had given her an unlimited black card, it couldn't be used. Fishing with a long line always yields bigger catches, and Jun Yiming was exactly the big fish she intended to reel in. She guessed that Jun Yiming probably liked cool, strong women who could also play the role of a damsel in distress. Sure, I will, Xia Ying replied. Not sure why. She found an excuse after chatting for just a few sentences following Chu Lingwe's predictions and left. Chu Lingwe didn't hesitate to take the various herbs she fancied, considering this part of balancing payment for Xia Ying seeking her services. Xianfeng Garden. Deep into the night, Chu Lingwe was still studying the tiny alchemy furnace. The joints are done so meticulously, the craftsmanship must have taken either 40 or 50 years to achieve such excellence, she remarked thoughtfully. Though the creator of this alchemy stove was only a third-grade intermediate artificer master, he had actually used top-grade mystic iron in its construction. Chu Lingwe channeled her 5-element spiritual energy into a leaf, found a relatively concealed spot, lightly scraped off a layer of powder, and used a special technique to refine it. As expected, the result confirmed that it was indeed high-quality mystic iron, the best material for creating spirits. On the outside, the furnace was merely coated with a layer of silver-white color, seemingly intentionally hidden to resemble a piece of fine art, making people unlikely to associate it with mystic iron. Excellent. It's a great piece of work. Chu Lingwe examined it closely. Mother. Little Qingtuan woke up, rubbing his drowsy eyes, noticing his mother was still sitting by the table, murmuring over the alchemy stove. Did I wake you up? Sorry, Chu Lingwe whispered. To her surprise, Feng Hua, Fire Phoenix, was also sleeping soundly outside near Little Qingtuan, much deeper in slumber than the little one, and showing no signs of waking anytime soon. Little Qingtuan threw off the blanket and toddled towards Chu Lingwe on his stubby legs, opening his arms wide for a hug. Mother, hold me. Pouting. Chu Lingwe was utterly powerless against this cuteness. Though she had lived for so long, this was her first time caring for a child. Thankfully, the kid was well behaved, causing her no trouble aside from eating and drinking. All right, my dear. Chu Lingwe put down the alchemy stove and held Little Qingtuan in her arms, gently patting his back. Little Qingtuan kept snuggling into Chu Lingwe's embrace, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Mother's hug is so warm, it's really a pity that father can't enjoy it. What's wrong? Chu Lingwe asked softly, thinking it was too cold at night. She held Little Qingtuan and climbed onto the bed, covering him well with blankets before lying down beside him. Mother, hold me. Little Qingtuan snuggled into Chu Lingwe's arms, so cute it could melt anyone's heart. How could Chu Lingwe refuse? She just comforted the child to make him sleep faster. Phoenix, who was sound asleep, was woken up by the noise, glaring disdainfully at Little Qingtuan and grumbling inwardly. Immature. Then he went back to sleep. In the blink of an eye, the day of the sacrificial prayer ceremony arrived. The citizens of Hill City had already gathered in the sacrificial grand shrine, surrounding the sacrificial altar burning incense, quiet and respectful, all waiting for the most sacred moment of Hill City. Chu Lingwe, dressed in a wide-sleeved dress with alternating green and white colors, draped in a red gauze coat, with green-white hairpins entwined in her hairdo, walked barefoot, and gradually appeared before 10,000 people. With every step she took, the golden bells on her ankles jingling melodiously, creating a scene like stepping on blooming lotuses. On the sacrificial altar, Chu Lingwe spread her arms wide, and suddenly fell to her knees dramatically facing the front of the sacrificial shrine. Instantly, the central crowd in the grand shrine followed by kneeling down. After the 3 bows and 9 kowtows, she stood up, her eyes focused intently as she stepped gracefully onto the central platform of the sacrificial altar. Every movement radiated elegance and grace, spinning lightly with slender waist, sideways glances filled with poise, and every move perfectly captured the charm of the blessing dance. Clad in flowing robes, delicate features glowing, Chu Lingwe appeared unearthly beautiful, stunning everyone present. This wasn't all. As the blessing dance reached its peak, the clear sky above filled with rolling clouds, and suddenly a streak of colorful cloud appeared. This was an omen of auspicious heaven-sent blessings. The last time such a miraculous scene happened was 10 years ago. No one expected that after 10 years, Chu Lingwe's blessing dance would bring about the same marvel again. The sight struck awe in the hearts of the common people. They fell to their knees in reverence, completely devout. Holy Maiden! Holy Maiden! Holy Maiden! Above the sacrificial shrine, Dongfang Yu stood with his hands behind his back. In his eyes, the auspicious beauty faded into insignificance. Only the exquisite figure dancing stood out. Chapter 73, Jun Yiming's absence. The little girl who always cried in his memories has grown up. In the crowd at the most advantageous position, Chu Sheng and others had already been quietly observing for a long time, tears streaming down their faces as they watched. Their most rebellious child had finally grown up. However, among those kneeling in a corner, Mo Rashwang's hands were almost embedded into her own flesh as she glared furiously at Chu Lingyue dancing gracefully on the sacrificial platform. Jealousy had clouded her eyes. This Saint Maiden position was supposed to be hers, and the one worshipped by 10,000 people should have been her too. Why her? Why her? Why must it be her? Chu Lingyue, senior sister Rushuang. Chu Lingyue is really too arrogant. We must give her a severe punishment during the recruitment competition 5 months from now, making her wish she wasn't alive. Knelt beside Mo Roswang. Nanzio clenched her teeth and said softly. Such thoughts never ceased to exist in her mind. A person as venomous as Chu Lingyue had no right to sit on the throne of the Saint Maiden. She was determined to make all the citizens of Hill City see her true face. Mo Roswang looked at Nanzio, a plan forming in her heart. Zio, let's just stop. We can't match against her. How could we just let go after what she did to you? Rest assured, I will definitely take revenge for you. Nanzio angrily said. She had already made up her mind. She would expose Chu Lingyue's real nature during the recruitment competition. Really? Zio, even if it's not me, brother will certainly reclaim justice for you. You rest assured, his right hand has been reconnected and will heal soon. He will be back at the peak. Soon, you'll be my sister-in-law. Zio, it's good to have you. Mo Roswang said full of virtue. This directly stirred Nanzio's sense of justice. She was determined to let the entire Hill City understand Chu Lingyue's true nature. After finishing the dance, Chu Lingyue couldn't find the figure she wanted to see in the crowd. Jun Yeming. He didn't come. Mother, father didn't come, I cannot contact him. In the spiritual lake of her heart, Qingtuan piteously expressed herself. Perhaps something detained him. Chu Lingyue responded with spirit talk, pretending not to care outwardly, acting nonchalantly, yet deep inside she felt extremely disappointed. Fire Phoenix remained silent. The feelings of humans are very complicated. How could a divine beast like it fully understand? After the prayer ceremony ended, Chu Lingyue finished her task and went home. For a while, her name became well known throughout Hill City. Everyone was talking about how flawlessly brilliant the ritual was, praising the crazy Saint Maiden who managed the grand sacrifice perfectly. Many households sought her out, but all were turned away gracefully by Chu Sheng. Chu Lingyue cared little about what others outside might discuss regarding her. Her mind was occupied solely by Jun Yeming. If he promised, why didn't he come? Why promise when you wouldn't show up? After all, the dance today was exclusively for him. He didn't come. Who was she dancing for then? For this reason, Chu Lingyue felt utterly frustrated. That evening, Chu Sheng and the others insisted on dragging her to celebrate, and she ended up getting them all thoroughly drunk. She stayed sober though. Chu Lingyue arranged them to stay in her room, returned to pack some necessities into the spatial ring, placed an already written letter, and quietly left the Chu family home. Upon stepping outside the city gates, she immediately spotted a shadow draped in black waiting there, as if expecting her. She quickly walked towards him. Dongfang Yu uncovered the bronze mask, standing in front of her with his profound phoenix eyes showing mixed emotions, love and worry alike. High Priest, how did you know I'd be here? Chu Lingyue asked, unable to say if she was truly delighted since, in her memory, the High Priest always played the role of a father-like figure. I'm just seeing you off. Dongfang Yu looked at her intently, wanting to say more, but held back. It seems he truly knows everything about her affairs. Chu Lingyue pinched lightly under her sleeve and instantly frowned as she found she couldn't obtain any information on Dongfang Yu. This only showed that he isn't as simple as he appears. Regarding this, she grew increasingly curious about Dongfang Yu. It's not necessary. Just send me until here. Looking forward to the new student competition in 5 months, I am determined to secure the freshman spot at Xinghua Academy. Chu Lingyue said coolly, revealing minimal emotion in her words. All right, I'll wait for your return. Dongfang Yu spoke, reaching out to Chu Lingyue, intending to touch her face, but she instinctively moved back. High Priest, I'm no longer a child. Chu Lingyue increased the distance between them. Internally, she resisted Dongfang Yu's proximity because she had Jun Yeming, and from now on, she would not be overly intimate with another man. Her views were quite old-fashioned. With her lover in her heart, she would resolutely not touch anyone else. Being rejected multiple times by Chu Lingyue, Dongfang Yu stiffened. The same familiar aura lingered before him, but somehow, something seemed subtly different. All right, may the wind be at your back and return soon. I'll be waiting for you in Hill City, Dongfang Yu said without a trace of sentiment. Chu Lingyue responded, then sidestepped Dongfang Yu and walked proudly towards the direction of Hill City's beast forest. Dongfang Yu stood rooted to the spot for a long while, until he could no longer see her figure, then gave a bitter smile before leaving desolately. The next morning, the Chu household was thrown into an uproar. What? Chu Lingyue has run away from home. Chu Suyu exclaimed in shock. There stood Chu Sheng, holding the letter left by Chu Lingyue, shaking with anger. She has grown too bold, a daughter too rebellious to keep. She would dare run away. Father, I'll go to the Hill City Beast Forest and bring Chu Lingyue back. Chu Suyu volunteered. Forget it. Let her be. Chu Sheng appeared dispirited but still harbored worry within him, contemplating whether to respect Chu Lingyue's choice after all. After all, he couldn't chain her to his side forever. She must be heading off for the grand competition after 5 months for Xinghua Academy recruitment. You, on the other hand, should not fall behind. Pack up and head out for your own training. Chu Sheng said. Though Chu Suyu was his adopted daughter whom he picked up, he hoped she would make a name for herself, carving out her own piece of sky. What about brother? Chu Suyu asked. I'll take care of him. Hurry and pack. Whether or not you catch up with your sister depends on yourself, Chu Sheng replied, intending perhaps for Chu Suyu to follow closely on Chu Lingyue's movements. Go ahead, Chu Shua said gently. His body had recovered quite well, so there was no need for constant attendance by others. Yes. Without hesitation, Chu Suyu returned, packed up her things, and departed. Time passed swiftly. Chu Lingyue had been missing from home for more than a month. Clad in a blue and white flowing skirt, she sat atop a high tree branch, idly twirling a fresh foxtail grass between her fingers. Walking towards her was the Spirit Wind mercenary group, among whom she spotted Mu Lingfeng's figure. It had been almost 3 months since their last farewell. Earlier, she felt something peculiar about Mu Lingfeng's appearance. Recalling her pre-travel divination when the hexagram revealed unusual results, she redivined carefully. Unexpectedly, there were sub-hexagrams within the primary ones that pointed to 2 outcomes, one involving that young woman, and the other involving Mu Lingfeng himself. Such was the mysterious nature of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. What you think might only be your assumption. Some hidden hexagrams are not as they seem on the surface. They require thorough analysis to interpret correctly. He conversed happily with Dong Jiao and others, completely oblivious to Chu Lingyue sitting quietly among the branches above. Chapter 74, Injured. Mother, I've seen these people before. Did we come here specifically to meet them? Little Qingtuan sat next to her, tilting his head in confusion, and asked. Indeed, Chu Lingyue had specially consulted a divination for Mu Lingfeng, learned his location, and rushed here just to see how he was doing in the Divine Wind mercenary group. It's fine now, let's go. Chu Lingyue's pink lips slightly curved as she watched Mu Lingfeng and others walk past her. She lightly touched the ground with her foot, took Little Qingtuan by the hand, and left in the opposite direction. Mu Lingfeng, who was talking with Dong Jiao and others, seemed to sense something and suddenly turned back, only to see a blue and white figure holding a little child disappear into the depths of the forest, with their back to him. For a moment, his mind flashed with the image of that woman. How could it be? He must have seen wrongly. Mother, why didn't we greet that uncle? Little Qingtuan asked while walking. If there is a connection, we will meet again, Chu Lingyue replied. You're still young now, you'll gradually understand as you grow up. This concept of connections is indeed wonderful. People read the script of their next life before reincarnating, but forget afterward. She believed in fate. Oh, Little Qingtuan was half-dazed, but believed whatever mother said was right. Roar. The roar of beasts in the demon beast forest suddenly rang out, and this time it was very close to them. Mother, recently I feel the demon beast forest is not peaceful at all. We must be careful. Little Qingtuan pulled Chu Lingyue and changed direction slightly to leave. At a rest place 1 kilometer away from the extreme land, they had settled down here a small half-month ago. To others, the closer to the extreme land, the more dangerous the place is, so rarely anyone comes around. This brought her great convenience. Because Little Qingtuan was with her, the surrounding demon beasts became friendly after getting familiar and occasionally came to practice with her. However, some demon beasts deeply resisted humans and would never come close. Demon beasts are divided into ordinary demon beasts, beginner demon beasts, intermediate demon beasts, advanced demon beasts, divine beasts, super divine beasts, holy beasts, super holy beasts, and each promotion process has first class, second class, third class stages. An advanced first-class demon beast equates to the strength of a spirit king among humans. These demon beasts often possess intelligence and are at the critical stage of transforming from beast form to human form. After divine beasts pass through heavenly tribulations, they can transform into human shape. These kinds of demon beasts dislike being bound the most. Some demon beasts are quite proud. They look down on masters weaker than themselves and won't sign contracts easily. Take the first-class leopard tiger demon beast owned by Nan Minyuan, which compares to a spirit king level demon beast. It's not that he can naturally control a demon beast higher than his level. Maybe they just reached a consensus, so the leopard tiger demon beast reluctantly follows his commands. Once cracks or betrayal occur between the two, the relationship falls apart instantly. She is different from Little Qingtuan. The blood contract was signed when he was still in the egg. As for Fire Phoenix, they haven't formally contracted yet, just an agreement. After completing the agreement, the Fire Phoenix promised to let her use it freely for 100 years, which could also be considered a kind of peculiar contract between them. As soon as Chu Lingyue returned to their resting place, the talkative book spirit struggled out from her spiritual consciousness lake. Master, shouldn't we continue practicing? An hour ago, Chu Lingyue suddenly drew it into her heart lake and hurriedly walked off with Little Qingtuan. Not even finished the second chapter of the Bai Luo Xian Yu sword technique. Yes, half a month ago, Chu Lingyue broke through the 3rd rank of spirit cultivation and successfully unlocked the content of the 2nd chapter of the Bai Luo ZG manual. Since coming to the demon beast forest for training, her martial soul skyrocketed rapidly. In just over a month, it made a qualitative leap. Okay, said Chu Lingyue, casually picking up the branch she had previously discarded under the tree, and started practicing the Bai Luo Xian Yu sword technique again. Unfortunately, she didn't have any suitable weapons at hand, so it was necessary to find a proper long sword. Chu Lingyue's moves flowed smoothly like clouds and water, and her graceful posture danced according to her movements. Her right hand held the wooden sword flower gracefully, and the stick in her hand moved as if its shadow shifted along with her actions. The wonderful sight of practicing sword techniques captivated onlookers. Chu Lingyue suddenly felt that the Bai Luo ZG wasn't simply about swordsmanship. It seemed to carry a trace of dancing postures too, like casually drawing a sword flower. Yes, Mother, you're amazing. Little Qingtuan sat on a stone by the stream, his pants rolled up, both feet in the water splashing continuously, and beside him squatted a completely red divine beast. Fire Phoenix glanced coldly at Little Qingtuan. The water splashes were hitting it, but it couldn't do anything about it since it lost its vital energy and wasn't Little Qingtuan's match. Thus, it quietly moved aside without making a fuss. After finishing the training, Chu Lingyue threw the branch in her hand toward Little Qingtuan in a perfect arc, flying straight to him. She had originally just wanted to play around with Little Qingtuan and Fire Phoenix, but never expected a tear in the air to suddenly appear, from which an unknown object fell out without warning, landing in the water together with the branch she had just thrown. Splash! A huge splash of water flew up, and the previously clear stream water was instantly dyed red with blood, carried away by the current, slowly flowing downstream. Chu Lingyue's whole body stiffened, her black pupils widening dramatically. Jun Yiming. Without a second thought, she rushed towards the small stream, not caring about the water rising to her waist as she pulled the person who had fallen into the water, using all her strength to place his dangling arms over her slender shoulders. Jun Yiming, wake up. Chu Lingyue gently shook the unconscious Jun Yiming. The blood seeping from his body had soaked her clothes, and his back was covered with countless wounds of various sizes. Daddy. Seeing this, Little Qingtuan was also greatly startled, jumping into the water in an attempt to help, but his little legs couldn't touch the bottom, causing him to swallow several gulps of water. Wailing. You're only making things worse. Fire Phoenix looked at Little Qingtuan bobbing up and down in the water and sighed helplessly. It flew over and struggled to grab his shoulders with its claws, pulling him up and tossing him onto the shore. Having lost its vital energy, it had no power left, and after just lifting Little Qingtuan from the water, it felt completely drained. At this moment, Mo Sha, hidden nearby, appeared and, together with Chu Lingyue, hoisted the unconscious Jun Yiming onto their shoulders, dragging him hard onto the shore. Jun Yiming, you can't die on me. Chu Lingyue temporarily placed Jun Yiming on the ground. His handsome face was deathly pale, his lips tightly shut as if he were in great pain. Without hesitation, Chu Lingyue clasped her hands together, quickly forming a seal. Her purple eye turned solid black, and golden threads immediately shot out from her hands, wrapping around Jun Yiming, activating both soul capture and transfer techniques. She attempted to take control of Jun Yiming's consciousness and transfer all his pain onto herself. Infinite heavens and earth, 5 elements spirit art, spirit capture, activate. At the command of her mind, the golden threads were instantly severed by an invisible barrier. Spit. A rush of blood surged upward inside her, directly forcing her to be blown back by the powerful gust from his body. Cough, cough, cough. No, the gap between her strength and Jun Yiming's was too vast for her to perform the 5 elements spirit art on him. Chapter 75. Got you. Miss Chu, are you alright? Mo Sha was shocked, never expecting that even Chu Lingyue's 5-element spirit art would have no effect on the master. I'm fine. He built a protective barrier around himself, so my 5-element spirit art can't get close. Chu Lingyue got up, ignoring the pain, and returned to Jun Yiming's side. She wiped the blood on her hands haphazardly on her body and grabbed his hand to check his pulse. Excessive blood loss had caused spiritual vein disorder, and his breath was faint. What happened to the master? Mo Sha asked. The bleeding must be stopped first. Yes, stop the bleeding. Chu Lingyue's gaze was calm. Without paying attention to Mo Sha, she directly took out several bottles of high-quality, hemostatic spiritual liquid from her space ring and fed it to Jun Yiming. However, no matter how much she poured in, he wouldn't open his mouth. Huh. At this moment, the blood mixed in the stream flowed downstream, causing unrest among the monsters. Forget it. Chu Lingyue fed the hemostatic spiritual liquid into her own mouth, leaned down, pried him open, and directly transferred it to Jun Yiming's mouth. Mo Sha and Xiao Qingtuan were stunned on the spot, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg. Heavens! Too intense. Chu Lingyue poured one bottle after another. Eventually, at least 5 bottles went into Jun Yiming. Looking up, she saw them all dumbfoundedly staring at her with red faces. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and help. Her small frame could not manage alone. Oh, okay. Mo Sha realized late, immediately stepping forward, spreading his arms, and carrying Jun Yiming. With a wave of her hand, Chu Lingyue first gathered the book's spirits and the exhausted Fire Phoenix into her divine consciousness heart lake. She then quickly went forward to help Mo Sha carry Jun Yiming to her place of stay. In short, it was a natural cave. A soaking wet Xiao Qingtuan was running ahead with little legs, searching for firewood. Inside the cave, Chu Lingyue, regardless of Mo Sha's surprised gaze, tore off Jun Yiming's shirt in one swift motion. His broad back was full of grotesque scars, some so deep they reached the bone. Others had long healed, but new wounds added to old ones, shocking to look at. Her fingers trembled lightly, and she felt inexplicable pain. Seeing Chu Lingyue planning to peel more off, Mo Sha immediately stepped forward to stop her. Miss Chu, you mustn't. This woman was too bold, completely disregarding differences between men and women. Huh? Do you want to see him die? Chu Lingyue asked seriously. Though it was the first time she met Mo Sha, judging from his protective actions, Jun Yiming must have trained him well. No, this subordinate. Then don't stand in my way, Chu Lingyue said. She didn't know why Jun Yiming suffered such serious injuries, but before losing consciousness, he found her, which meant he trusted her enough. But, Mo Sha was torn, unsure what the master would feel if he woke knowing. He didn't dare to think about it. Then you heal him, I'll leave. Chu Lingyue stood up straightforwardly, abandoning everything. However, within 3 seconds, Mo Sha darted out of the cave, disappearing without a trace. Chu Lingyue took out all the usable spirit liquids from her space ring, being utterly generous, throwing them all to Jun Yiming. Seeing he couldn't drink, she used herself as a medium, feeding him sip by sip. Unable to apply the 5-element spirit art on him, she had no choice but to adopt this clumsy method. The wounds on his back visibly began healing. For 2 days and nights, Chu Lingyue stayed by Jun Yiming's side, never leaving, occasionally wiping his body, afraid he would run a high fever. It wasn't until the 3rd day that Jun Yiming slowly awakened. He rose, eyes gleaming coldly, focusing his gaze on Chu Lingyue who was asleep beside him, instantly reining in the piercing killing intent. Master, you're awake. Mo Sha noticed Jun Yiming's awakening and immediately appeared before him. Shoo. Jun Yiming gestured for silence, and Mo Sha wisely shut up, but it still roused Chu Lingyue. She opened her sleepy eyes, tilted her head, gazed at Jun Yiming sitting up, suddenly leapt forward and hugged him tightly. You're awake, wailing wailingly. You scared me to death. The soft warmth from the person hugging him exuded an exclusive fragrance of a young maiden swirling near his nose. His heart skipped a beat without reason, followed by an uncontrollable rapid thump. His whole body froze stiff, his mind momentarily blanking for 3 seconds, unable to respond. You were unconscious for 2 days and nights. I've tried every method I know. Fortunately, you finally awakened. You really scared me to death, wailing. Chu Lingyue kept burrowing deeper into Jun Yiming's embrace, refusing to come out. Mo Sha bowed his head. This absolutely wasn't something he should witness or hear. Unable to stay a second longer, he turned away and vanished. Only Jun Yiming and Chu Lingyue remained in the cave. She continued sobbing softly, creating a wonderful and unique atmosphere. Thank you for taking care of me while I was unconscious. Jun Yiming tried to change the subject. His earlobes under his black hair were blushing furiously. Chu Lingyue reluctantly left Jun Yiming's embrace, her curling eyelashes still carrying glistening tears, proving that she had genuinely cried. Deeply moved by the emotions, she shed tears and said, although I don't know why you were injured, please don't sustain such serious wounds again. Do you know how worried I was about you? She knelt on both knees in front of Jun Yiming, tightly grabbing his sleeves, with teardrops about to roll out from her phoenix eyes. Jun Yiming's heart suddenly felt like a broken string, inexplicably wiping away her tears at the bottom of her eyes, adding rather arrogantly, I understand. You went off to do dangerous things without even telling me, making me worry unnecessarily. You didn't even come to the blessing ceremony as promised. Fortunately, you finally came looking for me. What if it were someone else? How could they save you? As she spoke, the tone suddenly shifted. Chu Lingyue shook off Jun Yiming's hand and stormed out of the cave angrily. Jun Yiming flickered into motion and abruptly blocked Chu Lingyue's way. Chu Lingyue rushed towards him and eventually clung to him. At this moment, Xiao Qingtuan, who had just returned with firewood, was shocked to see his parents hugging each other. The firewood in his hands fell to the ground with a snap. He tightly covered his eyes but peeked through the gap, his face turning red. I won't look. Children shouldn't watch. Mo Sha appeared and directly scooped up Xiao Qingtuan and flew off. Sorry for making you worry. Jun Yiming and Chu Lingyue almost simultaneously spoke, choking back her well-prepared reproaches. She originally intended to be more sentimental. Miraculously, Jun Yiming actually apologized. Could it be that he truly felt her sincere concern? Excellent. So I'll forgive you this time. But next time, you're not allowed to do this. If you get injured and someone else finds you, I won't bother. Chu Lingyue used reverse psychology, fully ensnaring Jun Yiming's innocent heart. A certain part deep within Jun Yiming's heart was suddenly stirred, trying to capture the feeling but losing it as soon as it emerged. He turned away, increasing the distance between them, once again making the atmosphere delicate. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Lingyue's lips slightly curved upward, savoring her success. Indeed, to win Jun Yiming's heart completely, playing hard to get was necessary. Chapter 76, Tempting the Heartstrings. Give me your hand, let me check your injuries. Chu Lingyue appeared very calm on the surface, but inside, she was elated. But she absolutely could not show it. So, Jun Yiming inexplicably handed his hand to Chu Lingyue. She leaned closer to him, her delicate fingers lightly falling on his wrist as she carefully took his pulse. The intimate touch and the fragrance of the young girl simultaneously reached Jun Yiming. Catching him off guard, she flitted into his vision like a dragonfly skimming water. What's going on? It was as if he had been bewitched, unable to look away. Your injury has healed for the most part, but you should still rest for a while. You're a bit weak. Chu Lingyue withdrew her hand, raising her eyelids slightly to glance at Jun Yiming casually. His handsome face was turned sideways, revealing a jawline sharp as if carved. Truly enough, his ears were red. It would be best if you stayed by my side. I'll help you recover before leaving. Chu Lingyue seized the opportunity to continue, as now she had all the time in the world to interact with Jun Yiming alone, aiming to cultivate some feelings between them. Who made her like him? Since she already cared deeply about him, no matter how difficult it might be, she had to win over Jun Yiming. Cough, cough. Jun Yiming held his fist against his lips and gently coughed, pretending nonchalantly. Yes, incidentally we will also check your training results. He pretended to get ready for combat. Chu Lingyue. Her phoenix-like eyes widened dramatically. What? Check my training results too. This was a case of shooting for profit, but ending up losing something instead. No matter what, as long as it helped her foster feelings with Jun Yiming, let the checks happen. Fine. For fairness' sake, You mustn't use your spirit weapon. Neither shall I. Let's stop when we've proven our point, all right? Chu Lingwei said. That's natural. When do we conduct the inspection? Chu Lingwei asked. Jun Yiming's gaze flickered. Now. Little Qingtuan was sitting in a grove, his pocket piled with delicious fruits. Occasionally, he would pass one to Mo Sha, who sat beside him. His fiery red eyes stared straight ahead at that patch of empty land. While munching on fruit, he mumbled unclearly. Uncle Mo Sha, until when will father and mother keep fighting? The sun had already climbed high. They were hugging just fine before, and I thought they'd soon make another little kid like Qingtuan. Little Qingtuan expressed regret in every word. Alas, after so much planning, things didn't work out as hoped. In less than half a day, little Qingtuan had grown close to Mo Sha. Calling him Uncle Mo Sha, Mo Sha found nothing strange about it anymore. Mo Sha twitched his mouth, truly an annoying person. Suddenly recalling those few days their master was unconscious and constantly taken advantage of by Miss Chu, he couldn't decide how the master would react. Outraged? Furiously enraged? Sigh. At this moment, Mo Sha wasn't sure. He wondered whether he should inform the master about this matter, or maybe give a hint beforehand, so the master has some mental preparation. Sniff, sniff, what to do? The master's 1,000-year-long purity is lost, yet he dares not speak. That's right, Uncle Mo Sha, haven't we met somewhere before? Little Qingtuan chewed on the fruit in his mouth, innocently asking. Mo Sha paused mid-motion eating the fruit. Bad news. He momentarily forgot that the amnesiac Vermilion bird holy beast hadn't recovered his memory, so he could not recall who Mo Sha was. Let's say we've met. I've always followed the master. Oh, so Uncle Mo Sha is with father. No wonder I thought we have met before. Little Qingtuan suddenly understood, connecting fragmented memories flashing through his mind. Just then, Chu Lingwei held a branch and fought with Jun Yiming among the trees, exchanging over 100 rounds. Although no clear winner emerged, her stamina obviously lagged behind Jun Yiming's steps. Again, Jun Yiming stood there leisurely, his hands clasped behind his back as though fighting Chu Lingwei for 100 rounds did not affect him at all. Chu Lingwei clenched her teeth and mentally cursed Jun Yiming from head to toe. Wasn't it supposed to be just practice? Why so serious? These skills meant nothing to Jun Yiming, as after performing the first 2 chapters of Bai Luo Ziji, he remained completely unfazed. There's none left. I've only deciphered the contents of the first 2 chapters of Bai Luo Ziji. Chu Lingwei raised her voice, her thoughts spinning rapidly. It seemed that her method to seduce Jun Yiming was ineffective. She needed a new approach. In a flash, Jun Yiming moved, like a breeze brushing past. In an instant, he appeared in front of Chu Lingwei, gazing down at her, and calmly asked, "Why did you only decipher the contents of the first 2 chapters?" Chu Lingwei lifted her head, and looked at the handsome face only 5 centimeters from hers. Immediately drawing a deep breath of cold air, she recalled the scene where she fed him the spirit liquid via mouth to mouth. Mama ya, forget mentioning it. Endlessly delightful. Just looking at him gave her joy. However, Chu Lingwei did not retreat. Instead, she advanced against the difficulty, her eyes becoming increasingly mischievous. Currently, I'm at spirit cultivation level 3. My strength isn't enough to decipher the chapters after the first 2 of Bai Luo Ziji. Why have you only reached spirit cultivation level 3 in 2 months? The tone of Jun Yiming suddenly changed, feigning gentleness as he avoided meeting her gaze directly. Chu Lingwei. Only a man like Jun Yiming, with his mysterious power, would ask such a ruthless question. After all, within 2 short months, she had progressed from being unable to cultivate spirit abilities to reaching spirit cultivation level 3. This kind of talent was something the entire Canglan Continent aspired for. Some people could only manage opening their spirit veins in their entire lifetime. Yet, he dared to speak so coldly, so audaciously, it made her want to laugh to death, right? Unacceptable. You are too slack. If you continue like this, you won't reach the Divine Spirit Emperor level within 3 years. Starting today, daily additional training will be enforced. I will supervise you. What? Chu Lingwei was utterly bewildered. This wasn't just forced buying and selling, was it? From then on, day and night, the routine didn't stop. In the past, only the book spirits supervised her cultivation, but now Jun Yiming joined in. Still, seeing Jun Yiming's handsome presence every moment was actually not bad at all. Time flew swiftly by over the next 7 days, and recently, more mercenary groups were coming to the Herson Beast Forest. Chu Lingwei and her companions constantly changed locations to train. But as they went deeper into the Beast Forest, various monstrous beasts began to appear more frequently. Under Jun Yiming's supervision, Chu Lingwei was already able to take on mid-level spirit beasts below level 3 alone. Just now, Chu Lingwei grabbed a handful of leaves, her face grim as she faced Jun Yiming, while sweat dripped down her hairline, sticking to her body in a sticky mess. Although the results of her training were significant, these few days Jun Yiming hadn't trained her as a human should be, showing absolutely no mercy or tenderness. Only because of her good stamina had she managed not to go limp under Jun Yiming's devilish training. Use the Bai Luo Xianyu sword art and do it again, Jun Yiming said faintly as he gazed at Chu Lingwei. These past few days, he had figured out her combat pattern. Without a doubt, she was a natural for spirit abilities, her constitution perfectly suited for cultivating the Bai Luo Ziji. In merely 7 days, she advanced from spirit cultivation level 3 to level 7 and would soon break through to spirit king level. More importantly, within 7 days, she had deciphered the 4th chapter of Bai Luo Ziji. The Bai Luo Xianyu sword art had 4 chapters, each with 18 postures. She had mastered them all, proving her extremely high talent. Chu Lingyue glared up at Jun Yiming, who stood high above her, remaining silent. Chapter 77. Jun Yiming ran away. Continue. Jun Yiming raised an eyebrow slightly, but there was one thing he couldn't fully grasp about Chu Lingyue's temperament. She could change her mood at the drop of a hat. Chu Lingyue thought to herself that if she had known earlier, she should have taken more advantage of Jun Yiming, so that when she went through her brutal training, she might have felt a bit more balanced psychologically. But Jun Yiming had no idea at all that while he was injured and unconscious, Chu Lingyue had already taken advantage of him. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning it. Especially Mo Sha. Not only did he avoid mentioning it, he didn't even dare to show up in front of his master, spending all day helping take care of the child. I don't have a handy weapon, and you won't let me use the 5-element magic arts. I can't possibly win against you. Chu Lingyue began to feign laziness, sitting on the tree branch and resting against it with a stubborn expression as she looked at Jun Yiming. The floating book spirit, seeing this, swayed back and forth in front of her, glowing purple with a strange light, and urged, "Master, please hurry." To be personally tutored by the great demon king was an unattainable blessing in 8 lifetimes. But strangely enough, its master acted lackadaisically and defied the great demon king. Chu Lingyue cast a glance at the book spirit, puffing out her cheeks. "Although you were given to me by him, I am still your master. Don't betray me." "Master, I am doing this for your own good." The book spirit was almost stomping its foot anxiously, even though it technically doesn't have any. "Well, if he allows me to use the 5-element magic arts, then I will," Chu Lingyue said, her teasing nature bubbling up. She was starting to want to flirt with Jun Yiming. "Day after day, I have been practicing under you, and I think I've suffered enough. How about this? You can use Wu Ling against me, and I'll use the 5-element magic arts on you. We'll stop as soon as someone gets hit, deal?" Chu Lingyue's lips curved mischievously. In these past few days, she'd gone through quite a bit under Jun Yiming's hand, and she intended to tease him right back. Jun Yiming stared intently at Chu Lingyue, thinking to himself that he had indeed been too strict. Not allowing her to use the 5-element magic arts was one thing, but at the end for her physical exercise, even disallowing Wu Ling seemed overdone, so he agreed. This is the only exception. There will be no second time. Since it was decided, Chu Lingyue wasn't going to hesitate. She would thoroughly attend to Jun Yiming properly. "Take this." Chu Lingyue stood up, casually tossing the handful of leaves she held towards Jun Yiming. Each piece of the leaf transformed into sharp weapons, whooshing through the air straight towards Jun Yiming. Seeing them begin their practice, the book spirit immediately drifted into the arms of little Qingtuan to hide. Chu Lingyue kicked off the treetops, spinning 360 degrees in the air, tearing down 8 more leaves with her hands, which she placed between her fingers before landing gracefully. As Jun Yiming's figure swiftly shifted, he effortlessly dodged her attack. With a smile on her lips, Chu Lingyue immediately lunged toward Jun Yiming. The leaves flew together like the swift edge of a sword, yet they carried an imperceptible tension. Boom, boom, boom. Anywhere the leaves hit erupted with an explosive force. Such was the power of the 5-element magic arts, capable of creating illusions into form, transforming fragile leaves unable to withstand a single blow into sharp blades and swords for her to command. Compared to swords, the ubiquitous leaves around them proved far easier to utilize. Yet, before she could revel in her tactics, Jun Yiming suddenly unleashed his Wu Ling and attacked. So fast was his speed, it was ghostly. Her eyes barely caught sight of it when he was already right before her, leaving no time to activate her 5-element magic arts once again. That's right. Although her 5-element magic arts were powerful, compared to Jun Yiming, it was simply a case of a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Unable to perceive his movements, she had already fallen behind. Not giving Chu Lingyue any breathing space, Jun Yiming's every move struck the critical points of her vital areas, making her scramble to evade everywhere. "You're cheating." Chu Lingyue got angry and countered immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another round of leaves flying. Chu Lingyue continuously dodged through the trees, but each time her landing spot was sensed by Jun Yiming, who would arrive just ahead of her. "Warfare knows no deceit. You used the 5-element magic arts. I used Wu Ling. It's fair and square," Jun Yiming explained. "Big stick in the mud." Chu Lingyue gritted her teeth and muttered under her breath. Jun Yiming was almost driving her insane. But Chu Lingyue wasn't to be underestimated. She cleverly followed his strategy, leaping in midair and deliberately waiting for Jun Yiming to come closer when she landed. A chilling gust of wind swept past her, and instantly she fell with a thud as if responding to the call. "Ah!" Jun Yiming furrowed his brows tightly, immediately swooping down to catch Chu Lingyue before she plummeted to the ground. Chu Lingyue's hands automatically clung to Jun Yiming's neck, deliberately pressing close against him, refusing to believe she wouldn't be able to get the better of this big blockhead. The unique scent exclusive to a young girl wafted to Jun Yiming, igniting his heart once again. It was exactly this kind of heartbeat sensation he felt the last time. It was as if something about her mystically drew him in, making it impossible for him to break free. Little Qingtuan, who was sitting on the tree branch nearby, was utterly confused watching this unfold. "Don't look." Xiao Qingtuan's eyes were tightly covered by Mo Sha, who then closed his own eyes and quietly chanted in his heart, "Do not witness impropriety. Do not witness impropriety." "But I want to look." Xiao Qingtuan shook off Mo Sha's hands and watched gleefully. He figured he had to get used to it soon, because such scenes of public affection would happen more frequently in the future. Daddy and Mommy are a perfect match, don't you think, Uncle Mo Sha?" Xiao Qingtuan giggled while covering his mouth. This subordinate does not know. Mo Sha kept silent. Not knowing is fine, you'll find out later. Xiao Qingtuan said smugly. Landing gently, Chu Lingyue was already fully nestled in Jun Yiming's arms. Her phoenix-like eyes stared at Jun Yiming's aristocratic face, exceedingly handsome, mesmerizing. All the men she'd ever seen didn't come close to this man before her, not even 1/10,000th as good. He was really too beautiful. Just gazing at him made her feel entrapped, unable to extricate herself. Jun Yiming endured Chu Lingyue's gaze for less than 5 seconds before setting her down immediately, turning his face away, refusing direct eye contact. His earlobes were red as if they could bleed any moment. A ripple formed deep within his heart, constantly shaking him, and an inexplicable heat rose from his abdomen. How could he? Today's practice ends here. We'll continue tomorrow. Jun Yiming suddenly became irritated for no reason, tore through the void, and disappeared before Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue stood in place, staring at the direction where Jun Yiming fled, her delicate face almost splitting with laughter. She laughed mischievously. How dare he train her non-stop day and night like some devil training? This was precisely to provoke his strings of desire, and see if he dared again in the future. Miss Chu, forgive me. Mo Sha, seeing his master leave suddenly, was utterly confused. He quickly handed Xiao Qingtuan over to Chu Lingyue before rushing after his master. Mommy, why did Daddy suddenly leave? Xiao Qingtuan tilted his head in confusion. Maybe he's shy. Chu Lingyue answered without showing any emotion. Is that so? Xiao Qingtuan again covered his mouth and chuckled stealthily. Thinking about his forbidding father actually being shy, it excited him no end. The book spirit also felt profound implications. Elsewhere, Mo Sha had found Jun Yiming. There he was, standing beneath a waterfall, allowing the icy cold water strike him, trying to suppress the repressed pain. He couldn't believe it. How could he possibly have been stirred by a mere young woman? Chapter 78, The Kiss Got Known. Ma Shaha appeared, kneeling half before Jun Yiming. Divine Master. Jun Yiming's deep black eyes glanced over Ma Shaha. His whole body radiated a sharp chill, his thin lips tightly closed, enduring the pain in his lower abdomen in silence. A terrifying pressure came, and Ma Shaha lowered his head heavily, frightened, almost breathless. He felt that every time Master encountered Miss Chu, his behavior began to become unusually strange. Suddenly inspired by this realization, he exclaimed, could it be that our master was molested by Miss Chu while unconscious? However, the next moment Jun Yiming suddenly appeared in front of him without warning, grabbing Moshe's collar out of nowhere and lifting him up with an expression full of rage. What did you say? The severe murderous intent hit him straight on. The air surrounding him abruptly sucked dry, and this anger unknowingly affected at least 5 kilometers within the magical beast forest, causing flocks of birds and magical beasts to flee with cries. Realizing he had unintentionally revealed too much, Ma Shaha instantly broke out in cold sweat and struggled to open his mouth to say, Divine Master, in the days when you were unconscious, it was always Miss Chu feeding you the spiritual fluid drop by drop, thus enabling your awakening. At that moment, Ma Shaha thought death had arrived, just in 0.01 seconds away from him. Jun Yiming's pitch-black pupils shrank, and immediately, Moshe's words stirred his boundless fury. With a cold voice, he roared, return to the boundless divine hall, and receive 500 lashes. Then, Jun Yiming tore through the spatial pathway and vanished from the spot. Ma Shaha, having lost Jun Yiming's restriction, fell on his ass onto the ground, scared pale, but not wasting any time for hesitation, immediately flashed away to save his life, giving thanks to heaven and earth, and quickly returning to the boundless divine hall to accept punishment. As for how Miss Chu would fare, who knew? Wailing softly, he truly wasn't intending to divulge anything accidentally. On the other side, Chu Lingyue had lit a pile of campfires and was leisurely sitting by the small river, watching little King Tuang fishing in the water. Jun Yiming had left, making even the air feel dull and uninteresting. Although his mood swayed unpredictably and he didn't show any tenderness or compassion, aside from looking handsome, there wasn't a single trait about him she liked. Mother, this fish is so big. Little King Tuang caught a plump carp and hugged it proudly as he asked Chu Lingyue. However, the carp's strength was too great. It broke free from his hands, splashing up a large wave and swiftly swimming away. Hey, mother, the fish got away. Unwilling to admit defeat, little King Tuang pursued after it again. Be careful. Chu Lingyue smiled gently as she sat by the riverbank. The book's spirit transformed into a dark purple hovered around her, incessantly explaining the intricacies of the Bilo Xianyu swordplay technique. Master, you have successfully unlocked the first 4 chapters of the content in the Bilo purple record. The Bilo Xianyu sword technique is unmatched by any sex swordsmanship. It flows like clouds and streams during execution. Joking right. It is the first sword manual of the Canglan Continent, coveted by everyone who desires to possess it. Chu Lingyue shifted her tone and cast an inquiring gaze towards the book spirit. Ah, speaking of this, surely the Bilo Xianyu swordplay must correspond with some weapon spirit matching your status? Cough cough. The book spirit suddenly coughed lightly and immediately heightened its tone, boldly declaring, naturally, that's because I, the Bilo purple record, am none other than the Xianyu sword itself. What? Chu Lingyue tilted her head, looking perplexedly at the book spirit. Master, I am the Xianyu sword, and the Xianyu sword is me. The book spirit said, thinking Chu Lingyue might disbelieve it, so it directly transformed right before her. To prove itself, a faint purplish glow flashed over the book spirit. When it reappeared in Chu Lingyue's sight, it had already transformed into a sword brimming with frost. Its hilt was wrapped with purple silk ribbon, and the rest was white throughout. Just by looking at it, one could feel the sharpness capable of cutting through iron as if it were mud. So, your true form is actually the Xianyu sword? Chu Lingyue couldn't help standing up, extending her right hand and gently gripping the sword handle. At the very moment her fingers touched it, it felt as if she and the sword had become one. This sword was no ordinary thing, forged from rare meteoric iron in the world. Unlike artifact spirits infused with magical souls, over endless years, the Xianyu sword had developed its own consciousness. What kind of marvelous treasure had Jun Yiming given her? The postures of the below Xianyu swordplay automatically surfaced in her mind, far surpassing trying to force oneself to memorize the contents of the below purple record. She seriously doubted the book's spirit had tricked her. Chu Lingyue's slender fingers sharply tapped against the blade, which then trembled. Heaven and earth seemed to spin around, directly shocking the book's spirit into unconsciousness. Quickly speak, why deceive me? Why didn't you turn into the Xianyu sword from the beginning? It caused me to be beaten unilaterally by Jun Yiming these few days. Chu Lingyue's face was stern, showing no intention of letting the book spirit off. That's not true, master. It's because you hadn't completely unlocked the first 4 chapters of the below purple record regarding the Xianyu sword technique, so we weren't able to transform into the Xianyu sword to serve you. My ability to transform changes with my master. Please forgive me this time. The book spirit pleaded, not daring to go against its owner. When it was with the great demon king, it was in its complete form and could transform into various shapes. But now, its master is the relatively weaker Chu Lingyue. Are you saying I'm weak? Chu Lingyue glanced at the book spirit. No, that's not what I meant. Master, please don't jump to conclusions. The book spirit's voice sounded coquettish as it started splitting personalities again. Every time it spoke a few key points, it would lose focus. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly, and then channeled her martial spirit, grabbing the Xianyu sword to practice the below Xianyu swordplay technique, which proved incredibly potent and convenient. In the future, you shouldn't be called book spirit anymore. Call yourself Xianyu. Chu Lingyue retracted her martial spirit, holding the Xianyu sword in both hands, gently touching it, feeling warmth rather than coldness. She wondered if the below purple record would evolve into a human form after another 1,000 years of seclusion. All right, whatever the master says. Xianyu replied. As Chu Lingyue wiped the Xianyu sword with a handkerchief, a sharp pressure suddenly came from behind her. It was a familiar presence. She immediately sent the Xianyu sword back into her spiritual core. Jun Yiming, she exclaimed happily, surprised by his quick return, presumably due to adjusting his condition. However, instead of warmth, Jun Yiming appeared fierce, tightly gripping her delicate neck with an overbearing gaze. His dark pupils slightly turned red as he asked, "What did you do to me while I was unconscious these past few days?" He was furious, having endured centuries without anyone daring to behave so improperly toward him. Taking advantage of his severe injuries had gone too far. It seemed Jun Yiming learned about her mouth-to-mouth feeding of the spiritual fluid to him from Emosha. Having understood the reason for Jun Yiming's rage, Chu Lingyue neither panicked nor struggled, but softly grasped his hand, tightening around her throat. You let me go first, I can't breathe." Chu Lingyue looked pitifully at him, biting her lower lip, deliberately tearing up in front of him as tears welled in her black eyes. Chapter 79, Confess Already. What could be done? Jun Yiming suddenly learned the truth, unable to accept it right away, and erupted in anger. So he had to pretend to look pitiful to calm his fury. Indeed, Jun Yiming, with his temper flaring, softened quickly. He averted his gaze and turned his face away. Chu Lingyue massaged her sore neck, thankful that Jun Yiming hadn't applied much force earlier, otherwise, her head would have been detached by now. Even so, nothing stopped her from wanting to strike while the iron was hot, and continue tempting Jun Yiming's heart. There was no way out. Who would blame her for always fighting harder when faced with setbacks? You have yet to. Chu Lingyue didn't want to waste time chit-chatting with Jun Yiming. She tiptoed, her hands gradually climbing up to his collar, as she brought her face directly close to his. The response of 3 words was trapped in his throat, unable to be spoken. Jun Yiming opened his deep eyes wide, gazing at the beautiful face magnified before him, and was utterly suffocated. The warm sensation came, and Jun Yiming clearly became a fool, forgetting even how to push her away. Chu Lingyue easily subdued him. Truly, he just appeared cold and unwelcoming on the surface. In reality, he was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, clueless about matters between men and women. Finally, Chu Lingyue let go of him. You mean this? That day, when you were unconscious and unable to speak, I used this method as a temporary measure to save you. Chu Lingyue lightly placed her fingertips on his lips. If you're upset about this matter, then feel free to kiss me back. I promise not to resist. She beamed, never failing to provoke his heartbeats whenever she was before Jun Yiming, and this time was no exception. Jun Yiming came to his senses, his handsome face flushing red. He couldn't have imagined that once again, he was taken advantage of by Chu Lingyue. Embarrassment and anger swelled in him, making his heart beat like drums. Of course, I kissed you because I like you. I wouldn't do that for anyone else. I'd rather die, Chu Lingyue said, revealing her intentions completely in front of Jun Yiming, causing his heart to beat heavily. Through their daily interactions, she understood Jun Yiming better than ever before. This man, she must obtain him at all costs. A coerced relationship might not be sweet, but it's fine as long as sugar is added. However, just after she spoke, Jun Yiming suddenly advanced towards her, tightly grasping her nape, closing the gap as if driven by loss of control, exploring thousands of tender feelings without hesitation. He followed his heart, reciprocating the unexpected kiss initiated by Chu Lingwe moments ago. Only after confirming his feelings did he realize that he had unknowingly fallen into her charm. No, he must not let these unknown emotions overflow unchecked. Now it was Chu Lingwe's turn to be delighted. She followed her instinct and passionately responded. Just as she became entranced, Jun Yiming abruptly let go of her, disappearing without leaving a word behind, tearing apart the void path in front of her. Chu Lingwe stood still where she was, savoring the fleeting beauty that had slipped away. Her hand, which had been fiddling with her hair, lightly touched her lips, still retaining Jun Yiming's trace. Oh my goodness, could it be that she accidentally unleashed the floodgates of someone's feelings? So what was Jun Yiming doing? At this moment, Little Qingtu finally caught a large carp fish, holding it through the stream water, soaking herself from head to toe. Still, she proudly presented her catch to Chu Lingwe, unaware of any serious events that occurred in her absence. Mommy, look, a big carp. Little Qingtu carried the carp that was half her height, running towards Chu Lingwe on her short legs. Suddenly, trees trembled. Beasts became restless. Danger loomed. Rustling sounds of murderous intent burst from between the trees. Chu Lingwe immediately flew forward to protect Little Qingtu in her embrace, dodging the hidden weapons flying toward them. With the big carp in her arms, Little Qingtu's expression grew serious. Mommy, there are many people coming here, and among them, there is a Spirit King-level powerhouse. Hide first, Mommy can handle this, Chu Lingwe said, and then stored Little Qingtu in her spiritual lake. Tut tut tut. Zhu zhu zhu. An explosion sounded, and suddenly a battered figure flew over, landing directly in the creek water before Chu Lingwe. Following closely, at least more than a dozen black-robed men carrying weapons surged out of the depths of the forest. The man who was forced into the water gasped several mouthfuls of water clumsily, painfully dragging himself out, injured all over, dyeing the creek water red, but still hoping for escape. Upon seeing Chu Lingwe, he crawled toward her as though she were a lifeline, crying out urgently for help. Save me. Chu Lingwe crouched down and carefully examined the man crawling towards her, her brows slightly furrowing. Mu Lingfeng? How could he? Mu Lingfeng failed to recognize her identity at first. However, upon hearing her call his name, he quickly focused and cast a surprised gaze upon her. Chu Lingwe. He simply couldn't believe that the person standing before him was none other than Chu Lingwe, the famous sacred maiden from the recent sacrificial ceremony in Hill City. Shouldn't she be in Hill City? How could she possibly be here? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Lingwe pulled out a bottle of healing liquid from her spatial ring and tossed it to Mu Lingfeng. If you want to live, drink it and hide. Mu Lingfeng didn't waste any time. He immediately grabbed the liquid and drank it, then continued crawling towards safety. Who are you? The leader of the group, a scar-faced man, stood less than 5 meters away from Chu Lingwe, pointing at her aggressively as he shouted, "Hand him over." "This man is mine," Chu Lingwe replied coldly. With a flick of her right hand, the Bai Luo Zijin instantly transformed into the mysterious Xian Yu sword, floating in the air beside her. A dark purple glow momentarily illuminated the blade before disappearing, revealing sharp glint. The leading man froze in shock, recognizing the Xian Yu sword forged from meteoric iron in her hand. An ancient divine weapon. How could such an unassuming woman possess an artifact from ancient times? Though he had only seen illustrations of ancient divine weapons in old books, he was certain this was a genuine one. And yet its wielder was only at the 7th stage of spirit cultivation? Ridiculous. Over a dozen black-robed men encircled Chu Lingwe greedily, brimming with murderous intent. Seize the ancient divine weapon from this woman, and you will immediately be promoted to the position of right guardian of the Lihuan subsect. Yes. With the order given by the leader, all of them charged at Chu Lingwe recklessly. Shadow dark darts. Xian Yu sword technique. Chu Lingwe's phoenix-like eyes narrowed sharply. Her figure darted like lightning, and flowers seemed to bloom on the sword. With several crisp sounds of whooshing, she skillfully deflected all the incoming projectiles back at them. The more than a dozen black-robed figures evaded, while Chu Lingwe activated her Xian Yu sword artistry, cutting through every single one under her blade without emitting even a groan. They lay dead in the wilderness, their deaths swift and silent. None of them even knew how they had died. This marked Chu Lingwe's first bloodshed since arriving in Hill City's beast forest. The leader threw his black cloak to evade an attack, staring in panic at the corpses of his subordinates. He had underestimated this woman's strength. Was she truly more than just a 7th-stage spirit cultivator? But no matter what, it couldn't suppress his insatiable greed for the Xian Yu sword. Chapter 80. Ties with the Lihuan sect. After being put through a rigorous half-month training by Jun Yiming's, her martial soul and physical strength improved significantly. With the help of the Xian Yu sword, even if her opponent was a spiritual king-level expert, she could still win with ease. Continue. Chu Lingwe coldly stared at the hooded figure in front of her. Without waiting for his attack, she took the initiative, wielding the Xian Yu sword to mount a fierce offensive. This time she used the 3rd chapter of the Bai Luo Xian Yu sword technique. Clang clang clang. She leaped forward gracefully, her sword flashing brilliantly, water splashing around her. Each move was precise and deadly. With the enhancement of the Bai Luo Xian Yu sword, Chu Lingwe's martial soul had been raised several notches. The aggressive power of her blade forced the black-robed man into continuous retreat. Initially testing him with a few moves, Chu Lingwe's subsequent attacks grew more and more forceful. He was left completely defenseless. Even Mu Lingfeng, who was still struggling on the ground, was stunned. If it weren't for seeing it firsthand, He would have never believed that the once worthless, scorned Chu Lingwei could turn into such a ferocious little devil. It could be said that she had gone utterly berserk. Swinging her sword mightily, every stroke appeared chaotic, but actually followed strict rules. Every move was immensely powerful. He didn't dare to intercept her, fearing she would split open his skull. Thinking of this, he trembled, unsure whether being saved by Chu Lingwei was a blessing or a curse. Wailing silently, he longed to go home. The fourth chapter of the Bai Luo Xianyu sword technique, by Luo Huangquan. Chu Lingwei infused all of her martial spirit into the Xianyu sword. It morphed and cast a shadow, striking a fatal blow directly above the black-robed man's head. In an instant, the hooded man turned his martial soul into a barrier, trying to resist Chu Lingwei's violent attack. He was a Spirit King level expert. How could he lose to a mere 7th rank spirit training level woman? Absolutely impossible. Reality showed that in Chu Lingwei's hands, he didn't last beyond 10 strikes. Such a brutal woman was truly terrifying. Whoever encountered her was destined to meet misfortune. In her hands, the Xianyu sword seemed to gain life of its own, shattering the barriers he erected. Bang! The powerful energy from the sword broke through the barrier, propelling him back violently. His broken body flew at least over 10 meters away, landing heavily in the stream. In order to save his life, he quickly employed a deception method, flowing downstream and fleeing for safety before reporting to the Great Protector. Whoever wanted this ancient artifact could have it. He couldn't handle it anyway. Chu Lingwei glanced across the water, ripples spreading, yet found no sign of the person from earlier. He ran. Yes, master. This person will surely gather reinforcements to seek revenge. Xianyu started sarcastically again. Chu Lingwei examined the Xianyu sword in her hand carefully. It was made from pure fallen star iron, and after enduring storms now glowed with a cold light at its edge. Who would have thought that Jun Yiming's offhand gift would be an ancient divine weapon? How interesting indeed. Then, let us act first. Chu Lingwei tucked away the Xianyu sword. No one would be allowed to covet what belonged to her. She stepped carefully over the corpses scattered helter-skelter on the ground, walking leisurely towards Mu Lingfeng. Mu Lingfeng simply lay there pretending to be dead. Even a spiritual king-level expert could barely last as long as the lighting of incense in her hands. What hope did he have? Hey, get up. Chu Lingwei arrived behind Mu Lingfeng and kicked him hard on the buttocks. Don't pretend to be dead. Mu Lingfeng, sprawled on the ground, yelped with pain yet continued to play dead, refusing to stand up. Why are you being chased? What's the deal with the Li Hun sect? How are you related to them? Chu Lingwei kicked Mu Lingfeng again, growing impatient. If you don't stand up immediately, I'll kill you, she threatened gravely. Mu Lingfeng instantly jumped up and began to flee as fast as he could. Chu Lingwei easily caught his belt and yanked him back without mercy. What's with the running? I'm not a cannibal. I'm asking you questions. When had Mu Lingfeng ever struck her as so timid? She wasn't the Lord Yama after all. Chu Lingwei, why are you here? Mu Lingfeng swallowed nervously, feigning calm while asking. In Hill City, they had never really met face to face, but he'd certainly heard of her many heroic exploits. Never had he imagined that the seemingly insignificant cowardly holy maiden would someday rise to prominence. Last time when she was reported fighting in front of the Star Luo auction house, she was only at the 7th rank of martial scholar level. Now she had reached the 7th rank of martial cultivation. What had happened in just 2 months? She was definitely someone he shouldn't mess with. It's none of your business. I'm asking you questions. Answer honestly. Why were you being pursued by the Li Hun sect? Chu Lingwei obviously didn't want to waste time chatting with Mu Lingfeng. 7 days ago, Divine Wind Mercenary Guild accepted a task we never anticipated would involve being live targets for the Li Hun sect. I barely escaped. Mu Lingfeng looked miserable, bemoaning his bad luck. Was there anyone unluckier than him? Upon seeing the motionless bodies lying on the ground, he trembled violently, growing increasingly panicked. You killed them all. Not exactly. One of them got away, probably to gather reinforcements. Chu Lingwei said casually. She scanned Mu Lingfeng from head to toe, then pulled out 2 bottles of mid-grade restorative spirit liquid from her storage ring and handed them to him. Drink this first, recover some strength, then tell me what happened. As expected, 7 days ago, she had seen Mu Lingfeng with the Divine Wind Mercenary Guild. That must have been when things went wrong. Mu Lingfeng was still shaken. He hardly had any connection with Chu Lingwei. Why was she helping him? Thank you. Mu Lingfeng expressed his gratitude. After drinking the restorative spirit liquid, he felt an unprecedented sense of well-being, and his wounds began to heal gradually. However, after being hunted for an entire night, he was still extremely weak. I mean you no harm. I'm just curious how you ended up like this. Tell me what happened, and perhaps I can help you. Chu Lingwei smiled faintly as she extended goodwill to Mu Lingfeng. Out of consideration for the Divine Wind Mercenary Guild's previous assistance, she had to help, especially since the person who had escaped would undoubtedly return with more people seeking revenge. They might even covet her Xianyu sword. Now that she realized it was an ancient divine weapon, she regretted using it in combat. It was crucial that news of this not spread. Even though I don't know why you saved me, you killed members of the Li Hun sect, so the one who ran away won't let this go. Even though you're at the 7th rank of spiritual training, you're still no match for their enforcers. You should leave quickly. Mu Lingfeng wasn't about to drag Chu Lingwei into danger by involving her further. If I've already saved you, running now would be impossible. The person who escaped earlier knows it was me who rescued you. No matter where I go, they'll find me. Chu Lingwei deliberately made the situation sound more severe. She didn't reveal that she was actually Junling. What do we do then? Mu Lingfeng panicked. Alright, I'll go back and gather reinforcements. I'll expose the secrets of the Li Hun sect to the world. Hold on, hold on. Chu Lingwei stopped Mu Lingfeng quickly. You'll likely be captured before even reaching Hill City. What do we do then? All the members of the Divine Wind Mercenary Guild are in the hands of the Li Hun sect. How am I supposed to save them without gathering reinforcements? Mu Lingfeng's confusion turned into panic. Chapter 81. The Conspiracy of the Li Hun sect. Are all the people from the Divine Wind Mercenary Group captured? She knew it. The situation wasn't that simple. Not only them. Any mercenary group that accepted this mission was captured. Dong Jiao and others covered my escape during their midnight shift change. I don't know how they are now. Mu Lingfeng anxiously stomped his feet, wanting to go back to rescue them, but didn't have the ability to do so, yet not rescuing them made him uneasy with his conscience. Sigh. If only she had known at first that she should have trained diligently. Even if stubbornly choosing to focus on farming over martial cultivation, she should still have refined her combat prowess. Do you know why they were captured? Chu Lingwei asked. According to her knowledge, the Li Hun sect and Star Luo Academy had similar strength. They maintained a surface peace but were fiercely opposed to each other. Every year, they competed for new students, forming factions, and using every means possible. Speaking of this, Mu Lingfeng shivered. Flashes of bloody images he saw during the 7 days he was captured filling his mind. It was truly a hell on earth. Mu Lingfeng couldn't help but vomit. Take it slowly. Chu Lingwei didn't rush. Looking at Mu Lingfeng, she feared he might have suffered from a post-traumatic stress reaction and become scared silly. I saw them kill many magical beasts. They constructed a secret tunnel, specifically dragging the magical beasts into the tunnel to kill them, then dragging them out. There were even people. Every day one person was killed. The place was filled with corpses. It was too terrifying. As Mu Lingfeng recalled, he continuously retched. He walked fearlessly in the forest of magical beasts, but he had never seen such a blood-drenched scene. People from the Li Hun sect killing people. Chu Lingyue's gaze slightly concentrated. Let me see. No. You can't go. They will kill you. We should find reinforcements. At this moment, Mu Lingfeng's rationality lay in finding reinforcements, at least not being an impulsive youth. You worry too much. I just want to check the location. I absolutely won't provoke them. Coax him over for now. She wouldn't leave him here alone. But, if you keep nagging, I'll kill you. Chu Lingyue slapped the back of Mu Lingfeng's head and threatened, wondering why he suddenly became indecisive and impossible to persuade. Her threats indeed worked. Mu Lingfeng shrank his neck and led her over. It's deep within the Hilson Magical Beast Mountain range, less than 10 kilometers from here. I escaped last night, Mu Lingfeng said. After the entire night of being chased by the Li Hun sect, his whole body felt numb. Chu Lingyue tossed him 2 bottles of lower-grade spirit liquid that restores energy. Hurry up and lead the way. After drinking, the lost strength rapidly increased, and his eyes immediately lit up. How do you possess such pure spirit liquid? For the long time he practiced as a pharmaceutical spirit master, he could not even refine a single bottle of pure lower-grade spirit liquid. Yet Chu Lingyue had given him countless bottles along the way. Chu Lingyue lifted an elegant brow. I remember you originally being a warrior spirit master who later changed to farming? Mu Lingfeng lowered his head shamefully and bitterly laughed. Yes, I altered my spiritual channels, but I utterly lack the talent to train in farming. 5 years passed, and I still cannot refine even one decent bottle of lower-grade spirit liquid. Have you ever considered excelling in what you're best at, play to your strengths, and avoid your weaknesses? Chu Lingyue kindly reminded him. Mu Lingfeng initially intended to argue, but the words caught in his throat. Well, at least I qualify to train in farming, right? Although my talent is not particularly good. Are you dual attribute? Chu Lingyue's face showed surprise. Kinda. My mother is a farm spirit master. Mu Lingfeng answered without wanting to say more. Chu Lingyue also didn't press further. Those eyes look very similar to an old acquaintance of mine. Mu Lingyue closely walked alongside Mu Lingfeng. From time to time, he glanced at her. He didn't know why, but the more he looked, the more alike she seemed. Oh, Chu Lingyue replied coldly, immediately dissuading Mu Lingfeng from that thought. It can't possibly be the same person. Chu Lingyue loves hitting people so much that after speaking fewer than 20 sentences, he had already been struck 3 times. Previously, he understood nothing about Chu Lingyue. Now, after getting to know her, she seemed different from what rumors suggested. Chu Lingyue completely didn't care what Mu Lingfeng thought about her. Her mind was set on heading towards the Magical Beast Forest Mountains. Rushing quickly, they arrived at the depths of the Hilson Magical Beast Forest Mountain range in just half an hour. Chu Lingyue stood on a slope looking ahead. The front part of the forest had inexplicably sunken down. All the trees were cut down, exposing vast white spaces, and occasionally, patrols walked back and forth. Front and rear were blocked by tall mountains and forests. Approximately a kilometer range of area had sunk. A light breeze brushed against their faces, faint traces of blood mixed in the air, refusing to disperse. Look over there. That's where the corpses of magical beasts are piled. They mostly catch low-level beasts, draining their blood dry before abandoning the bodies. Mu Lingfeng pointed to the right side and explained. Chu Lingyue's eyes narrowed slightly as she then saw at least 7 or 8 people pulling carts toward the pile of beast corpses. On these carts, the bodies of magical beasts were piled like a small mountain. What is the Li Hun sect's conspiracy? Let's go, Chu Lingyue said, turning and heading down the slope. At this, Mu Lingfeng immediately followed and grabbed Chu Lingyue's arm. Hey, where are you going? Didn't we agree to just take a look? Chu Lingyue gave Mu Lingfeng a cold glance, scaring him into quickly letting go. We should go find reinforcements. It's not too late to save them. How do you know it's not too late? Perhaps, as you say, they've been drained dry by now because of our hesitation. Chu Lingyue scared him with that thought. If you want to save your companions, follow me. Chu Lingyue ignored Mu Lingfeng's hesitations and walked straight down the slope. Mu Lingfeng wavered from side to side, then stomped his foot and decided to follow her. About 500 meters below the slope, the putrid smell was nauseating. Corpses of magical beasts were everywhere, all decapitated and bled dry. What does the Li Hun sect need the blood of magical beasts for? Chu Lingyue asked. I don't know, Mu Lingfeng replied. After Dong Jiao and I were taken in by the people of the Li Hun sect, all I saw were those magical beasts locked up, their hands and feet bound, their necks cut open, and their blood placed into containers. By the way, there's an entrance leading underground at the bald area we passed before. They've secretly built a subterranean city, where everything operates. An underground city? Chu Lingyue frowned. What could the Li Hun sect possibly be after? Yes, I never heard of it before. If it weren't for us accepting this task and coming deep into the magical Beast Mountain range, we wouldn't have known about this place. Mu Lingfeng answered. As they drew closer, the few men who had dumped the magical beast corpses earlier had already returned. Chu Lingyue lightly leaped up and landed on a tree branch, watching as the men pushing carts disappeared upon reaching the center. Confusion Array? The Confusion Array is a concealment spell, a high-level technique only attainable by those above the Spirit Emperor level. Their side has a Spirit Emperor expert. It seems they will need an opportunity to infiltrate. The previous Spirit King expert underestimated her combat prowess, which led to him being easily evaded. She tried chasing but couldn't keep up. Hey! Mu Lingfeng stood under the tree, calling out to her quietly, fearing he might disturb someone from the Li Hun sect. Chu Lingyue gracefully hopped down from the branch and declared, let's find a place to rest. Here? Right here. Mu Lingfeng was surprised. Mu Lingfeng shrank his neck and shivered with chills. No thanks. Chapter 82, Chi-Tu Beast. Mu Lingfeng, who was once fearless and graceful, lost all his dignity after witnessing the cruel methods of the Li Hun sect. Alas, Chu Lingyue sighed inwardly. Mu Lingfeng must have experienced something bizarre during the days he was captured by the Li Hun sect. Hey, where are you going again? Mu Lingfeng quickly followed when he saw Chu Lingyue turning away and leaving. Finding a place to rest, Chu Lingyue responded without looking back as she headed in the opposite direction. Eventually, they found a relatively hidden spot near a mountain peak to take a break. Mu Lingfeng appeared genuinely dazed, curling up in a deep pit while muttering in his sleep. Chu Lingyue stared at the deep pit that stretched for nearly a li. She then summoned Xiao Qingtuan. Mommy! Xiao Qingtuan transformed into a soft little baby with two tiger-like fangs grinning happily at her. I didn't eat that big carp. It's being kept in Mommy's Divine Heart Lake. Xiao Qingtuan boasted. Chu Lingyue paused, using her spiritual awareness to investigate. Indeed, the big carp was lively, swimming freely in her Divine Heart Lake. Upon closer inspection, it was surrounded by a layer of white protective barrier. Xiao Qingtuan, tell me about this carp. Chu Lingyue squatted in front of Xiao Qingtuan, showing the tenderness of a mother. I enclosed it with a barrier and placed it in Mommy's Heart Lake. If Mommy doesn't like it, I'll catch it and roast it for you. Xiao Qingtuan declared. It seemed that Xiao Qingtuan's strength and memory were gradually recovering. Mommy is just asking. There's no dislike. We'll keep it for later consumption. Good job, Mommy. Xiao Qingtuan was delighted beyond measure. Mommy wants to ask for your help. Chu Lingyue smiled. Mommy, go ahead and ask. Xiao Qingtuan slapped his chest proudly. A word from Mommy was like an imperial edict, which he would certainly agree with. Summon a beast with intelligence, preferably one nearby. Mommy has some questions, Chu Lingyue said. No problem. Mommy, wait for me. With tiny steps, Xiao Qingtuan disappeared in a flash and came back with a high-level Chi-Tu beast not long afterward. Although its size wasn't very large, it had already developed its consciousness. Mommy. Xiao Qingtuan found a cute Chi-Tu beast. It lives underground, knows everything if asked. Xiao Qingtuan, covered in mud, danced around in excitement. Chu Lingyue didn't mind much and hugged Xiao Qingtuan tightly. Xiao Qingtuan is truly excellent. You're indeed the cutest son a mother could have. Being hugged so warmly, Xiao Qingtuan's cheeks flushed red, and his lips curved upward arrogantly. Mommy's embrace was undoubtedly the warmest. The Chi-Tu beast crouched in front of Chu Lingyue, eyes full of vigilance. It had no good impression of humans. Had it not been because it couldn't defeat Xiao Qingtuan, it wouldn't have come. So, when did the people of the Li Hun sect build their underground city? Chu Lingyue sat on the ground, hugging Xiao Qingtuan while staring intently at the Chi-Tu beast. The Chi-Tu beast was frightened by Xiao Qingtuan's cold gaze, making its first stand on end. Reluctantly, it answered truthfully, a year ago. They capture middle-grade beasts or low-grade ones daily for offerings. But recently, live sacrifices started appearing, and their demand for beasts has increased. They kill them and discard the bodies in the beast forest. Their methods are ruthless and devoid of humanity, severely threatening the survival of us beasts. You humans might not realize it, but every person in the Li Hun sect is the enemy of the Xylantian beast forest. If it weren't for my recent promotion to a high-grade beast, hiding underground and avoiding their tracking, I'd have already become their sacrifice. What are they secretly working on? Chu Lingyue asked. How should we beasts know about your human affairs? However, in the beast forest, there is a monstrous overlord restrained. Not long ago, I saw them throw a few humans inside. The Chi-Tu beast replied. How could it joke around? With Xiao Qingtuan sitting right in front of it, how dare it not answer honestly? Take me to see it. Chu Lingyue stood up immediately. No, absolutely not. The Chi-Tu beast trembled in fear. The Grand Overlord is confined under the beast's forest mountains. Even if you want to, you can't meet him. Although I can dig, I don't want to go anywhere. Kill me, and I still won't go. The Chi-Tu beast resisted. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. Yes, exactly that meaning. Chu Lingyue squatted down before the Chi-Tu beast, her face serious. The Chi-Tu beast's ears, previously drooping out of fear, now rose, determined to resist death. However, little one, if you don't want to go, that's fine. Do you think I can eat you? Chu Lingyue's tone stretched leisurely. Her slender fingers gently swept across the fluffy face of the Chi-Tu beast. So soft, with an exceptionally pleasant feel. The Chi-Tu beast was so frightened by Chu Lingyue's action that it lay down trembling all over, yet still tried to sound tough. Help! Humans are killing rabbits. Slap. Xiao Qingtuan suddenly slapped the Chi-Tu beast on its head. You're all fur. Mommy wouldn't want to eat you. I've been so obedient, and you still hit me. If I could fight back, I would have already. The Chi-Tu beast, clutching its sore little head, tears welling up in its eyes, pitifully accused Xiao Qingtuan of his wrongdoing. What would you have done? Xiao Qingtuan folded his chubby arms, intimidating. The sooner. Xiao Qingtuan didn't get to finish before the Chi-Tu beast interrupted itself, realizing it shouldn't continue. Xiao Qingtuan, did you threaten it? Chu Lingyue couldn't help but laugh, now understanding why the Chi-Tu beast seemed as terrified of her as if she were a ghost. It had been forced into this situation. Mommy, I pleaded and pleaded, but it refused to cooperate, even hiding in the burrow and not coming out. So, I gently pulled it out and placed it on my head, definitely without any violence. Xiao Qingtuan quickly explained. He claimed he was kind-hearted and absolutely didn't do anything immoral. All right, then you can go. Chu Lingyue shrugged. Really? You'll let me go? The Chi-Tu beast simply couldn't believe it. Humans weren't usually this benevolent. Chu Lingyue counted on her fingers. I'll count to 10. If you don't run by then, I'll roast you and eat you instead. 1, 2, 3. Before she finished counting to 3, the Chi-Tu beast bolted away, afraid of being caught by Chu Lingyue. It quickly vanished underground with a series of rapid thumps. It didn't stop for even a second. Xiao Qingtuan rushed to the entrance of the burrow, crouched down, leaning his head inside repeatedly, amazed. Mommy, come and look. What a deep burrow it has. There's even an echo. It's deeper than the one it dug before. Xiao Qingtuan, in the future, if they don't want to come, don't force them. We should convince others by reasoning. When we ask someone for help, we need to be sincere. Chu Lingyue instructed. Understood, Mommy. Xiao Qingtuan scratched his head bashfully, then had a sudden idea. I'll catch some carp and send them to the Chi-Tu beast as an apology. Chi-Tu beast is a vegetarian. Chu Lingyue reminded him, noting his goodwill, but pointing out the mismatch. What should we do then? Xiao Qingtuan lowered his head, unsure what to do next. Next time when we ask it for help, bring along carrots that it likes. Chu Lingyue offered a suggestion. Great. Xiao Qingtuan nodded. Got it, Mommy. Chapter 83. The Pact Between Lihuan Sect and Nanjian. Mommy, I'm hungry. Little Qingtuan covered her growling stomach. The big carp caught in the stream today had not yet been roasted. Good baby, we won't make a fire tonight. Let's find some wild fruits to eat, okay? Chu Lingyue stroked Little Qingtuan's little head. Okay, Mommy. I'll be back soon. After receiving the order, Little Qingtuan ran into the forest to look for food. Chu Lingyue stood upright in front of Mu Lingfeng. She saw him lying curled up in a deep hollow muttering continuously. She intended to take a look at what secret dealings the people from Lihuan sect were conducting. She turned around, lightly stepped on her feet, and disappeared into the depth of the forest. Chu Lingyue stopped with her feet in front of the white circle, squatted down, picked 2 fingers worth of white substance with ease, crushed it gently in her hand, smelled it close to her nose, then frowned deeply. Quartz sand? Could it be that within about 1 kilometer radius, quartz sand was spread everywhere? Chu Lingyue harbored doubts and dug directly into the soil, estimating that there was at least 10 centimeters thick of quartz sand piled up. Quartz sand is not only used for construction, but also smelting. What exactly did the Lihuan sect intend to do? While Chu Lingyue was perplexed, suddenly 4 people appeared out of nowhere in the central area, carrying a board cart between them. She immediately hid herself behind a big tree. As these people approached closer to her left side, they kept complaining about always doing the hardest labor with no oil water food rewards. She quietly peeked out ahead and saw them wearing masks made of cloth, 2 pulling in the front, 2 pushing from the back. The board cart was stacked full of dead magical beast carcasses, mosquitoes swirling around them. Every single one had their necks slashed open, eyes wide opened as they died unwillingly. Soon, they transported the carcasses to a pile-up site, pushed the board cart hard, dumped the bodies, and slowly dragged the cart back, while grumbling. When will our work end? It would be better if we could be like those who bleed them. Chu Lingyue silently walked out from behind the tree, grabbed one person's arm who was lagging last with one swift pull. Just when this individual was about to scream due to sudden fright, a flash of purple light crossed Chu Lingyue's left eye as she looked into his, chanting softly beside her lips, 5 Elements Spirit Art, Capture Soul. This person lost all struggles instantly, eyes hollow, completely transformed into a puppet manipulated solely by Chu Lingyue. Stepping out again from behind the tree, she already swapped attire to match the other individuals, keeping silent and following closely the group inside the entrance. These types of individuals without any mind power are most easily capturable by her spirit art. Passing through the maze-like formation, Chu Lingyue clearly found another array before her eyes. A streak of white light swept across, and she was immediately teleported inside. She found herself stepping inside an elevator-like wooden structure, descending heavily. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. She counted silently in her heart until it finally stopped, realizing the drop was at least 50 meters from the ground. When the wooden door opened, even though she had a mask covering her face, the sharp smell of blood lingered at her nose tip, shocking Chu Lingyue internally. This wasn't a place where human beings should be able to endure living. Following several more individuals out, the space lit brightly with numerous torches showed an extensive open area lined entirely by stone walls, many people dashing here and there in busy motion. She heard sounds of chiseling against rock walls. Not very clear, probably far away. She slightly bowed her head and followed carefully in their footsteps moving forward, entering a passage wide enough for 5 or 6 people. The further she went, the louder became the anguished roars of magical beasts, tearing Chu Lingyue's insides apart. Left guard leader, aside from me, none of our brothers have returned, and that woman, she actually has an ancient divine artifact. Humph, that person called left guard snorted disdainfully, glaring fiercely. Incompetent, unable even to deal with one mere woman. With the ancient divine artifact in her possession, how can I compete with her? If I hadn't run quickly, I'd have died. How many ancient divine artifacts could there possibly be? Definitely because you're cowardly, scared off by just one woman. No, it's true. Believe me. Upon hearing this, Chu Lingyue lowered her face even lower, calmly walking past them without attracting attention. Mommy, where did you go? Little Qingtuan's voice resonated inside her mind. Mommy has something to do. Watch over the uncle well. I'll return shortly. Chu Lingyue communicated immediately. Okay, Mommy, come back early. After advancing more than 10 meters ahead, the view before Chu Lingyue expanded once more. In a large cave recessing deep downwards, cages of enormous sizes were revealed under the stone cave, containing thousands of magical beasts, roaring in pain. A scene terrifying indeed. Chu Lingyue trembled throughout her body. What exactly does the Lihuan sect plan to accomplish by imprisoning so many magical beasts? Surely it's not merely about draining their blood. Come on, today's mission hasn't been completed yet. Be careful to finish fast, or else there won't be anything to eat at night. The person leading up front pulled the board card and headed toward a road constructed upwards in the stone cave. Roar! An unidentified magical beast bellowed towards them. Immediately picking up a rock and throwing it furiously, the man shouted. No more shouting. The stone hit the cage wall, instantly sparking with electric fire. Restriction array? Chu Lingyue was particularly surprised. No wonder those magical beasts didn't dare to move recklessly. Slowly descending, more and more people appeared. Some were struggling hard to pin down a low-level magical beast on a stone slab for bloodletting. A slash of the knife across the neck of the magical beast, it emitted a gasp and lost its breath, blood flowing all over. Seeing this scene, Chu Lingyue felt nauseous. She had not been so cruel even in her previous life. You, carry that bucket over there. A man in blue robes pointed at Chu Lingyue and the person beside her. He seemed to be the overseer of Lihuan's sect. Chu Lingyue said nothing, swiftly shouldering the bucket, following that person around the corner, passing a few others up the stone steps, entering from another narrow passage. After walking roughly less than 50 meters, the person ahead suddenly stopped, hooked the wooden bucket, and instructed Chu Lingyue to slowly lower the bucket down through a large opening. Soon, an empty bucket came back up. After repeating this process about a dozen times, they finally stopped, and she figured out the rhythm of the place. During the rest period, she seized an opportunity and slipped out directly. She needed to find out where the captured people were being held. Retracing her steps, finding no one around, she pressed close against the wall and entered another cave entrance. Just as she stepped out, a noise sounded ahead, prompting her to immediately hunch over, hiding under the dim light. Right, Envoy, how is the matter progressing? Please, Great Envoy, rest assured. It's ongoing. In a few days, it will be the full moon night, and we are sure to accomplish the mission entrusted by the Master. It's all thanks to Lord Nan. With your great assistance, we shall achieve twice the result with half the effort. I will put in a good word for you before the Master. That's very kind of you, Great Envoy. Nanjian. Chu Lingyue was filled with doubt, casting her eyes forward, only to see 3 figures standing together, exchanging flattery. Father, not far away, a woman in blue approached, a look of malice on her face. Didn't we agree last time? First kill the members of the Tsangyan mercenary group. Then Ziyu? She was involved too? Ziyu, show respect and obey me. We need to keep those people for now. Nanjian scolded softly. Great Envoy, right Envoy. Nan Ziyu bowed discontentedly. Lord Nan's daughter has courage. In a few months, you must be apprenticed under our Lihuan sect, and will be nurtured carefully in the future. Ha 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 ha. Nan Ziyu wanted to refuse, but was stopped by Nan Jian. It is only natural. In the future, Ziyu, please seek the Great Envoy's protection often. Chapter 84. Tortured beyond recognition. Alright. Haha. These few days Ziyu will stay here. No need to leave. Stay a while at my place. How's that? The Grand Protector said. He had coveted Nan Ziyu for a long time, but since she was still young, keeping her around longer would be better. Yes, with the utmost gratitude to the Grand Protector, Nanjian immediately decided for Nan Ziyu and agreed. Don't think she didn't know what the Grand Protector had in mind. That old man could have been her grandfather, and yet he dared to dream of coupling with her. Nan Ziyu wanted to protest several times, but due to propriety, she remained silent. She needed to stay here and properly torment people like Song Yan. Ziyu, I want to hear you say it yourself. The Grand Protector ignored Nanjian and turned to ask. Nan Ziyu made a slight bow, slightly lowering her head. Ziyu is willing. Ugh. She almost gagged herself from nausea. Excellent. The Grand Protector clearly approved. After exchanging a few more words, he left. Seeing them heading towards her location, Chu Lingyue quickly hid silently behind a stone niche. After the two protectors of Li Huan's sect departed, Chu Lingyue returned to her previous position. Nanjian was reprimanding Ziyu. Ziyu, how many times have I told you not to anger the Grand Protector? We cannot offend him. Whatever he says, you should comply. At your age, what can he possibly make you do? Nanjian scolded. Ziyu hugged Nanjian's arm playfully. Father, that Grand Protector is both old and ugly. How can I endure being around him all day? My daughter is destined to marry an elite son, father. All right. If it weren't for your brother, I wouldn't have conspired with Li Huan's sect. Where's Yuan? Nanjian asked. Brother is raging mad inside his room and won't see anyone. Ziyu angrily said. It's all Chu Lingyue's fault. She injured Sister Rufong, driving brother into a fit of madness. I will capture her and tear her apart limb by limb. Chu Lingyue hidden nearby thought. She felt wronged. She hadn't even appeared before them for the past 2 months, busy training. Why blame her? Father, must I really not harm Sanyan? Can I just check on him? Ziyu began pleading again. No, the full moon is approaching. There must be no interference. Nanjian firmly rejected. You go back to your room. I'll go check on Yuan. Without waiting for further Jochan from Ziyu, Nanjian waved his sleeve and walked away. Seeing this, Chu Lingyue quickly hid again in the stone niche, holding her breath and concentrating. Ziyu, infuriated, stomped her feet and then turned back toward the direction she had come from. After Nanjian left, Chu Lingyue swiftly followed Ziyu. If she knew where those captured people were held, things would be easier. The best approach would be catching Ziyu and asking her directly. They took 7 or 8 winding turns, and suddenly Ziyu stood in front of a stone wall. 2 guards were stationed at the entrance. You may leave for a moment. Come back in a quarter of an hour. Yes. Seeing that there was no one around, Ziyu pressed a switch nearby, and the stone wall slowly rose. After entering, she let it fall back down. Chu Lingyue used a stealth technique, moving silently, and entered unnoticed. The stone room was about 50 square meters in size, elliptical, with a pervasive smell of blood. Several torches hung on the walls providing dim light. In the middle of the stone platform, a person was locked up. Chu Lingyue couldn't see the face clearly due to the distance, but she could tell it was a woman, and the strong smell of blood emanated from her. Holding a spirit whip, Ziyu advanced with large strides. Her eyes flashed menacingly as she fiercely struck the person with vengeance. A sharp crackling sound resounded throughout the room, even startling Chu Lingyue hidden in the dark corner. After this brutal lash, the woman didn't utter a single sound. Another loud snap. The whip fell heavily on the woman's back, but she still held her pride and did not cry out. Ziyu enjoyed every moment of her whipping, but she was dissatisfied because despite her relentless strikes from yesterday until today, this person remained tight-lipped, not disclosing any information. Do you still refuse to talk? Today, I'll break your stubbornness. Ziyu's hand gripped the whip tightly, her gaze fierce. Even if I knew something, I would never tell someone like you. If my sister were here, she would surely drain your blood and peel your skin off. Spit. The girl's voice was hoarse as 15 years of pent-up phlegm spat right onto Ziyu's proud face. Ziyu instantly went berserk, wildly swinging her long whip with vicious strikes. Chu Sibiu, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Concealed in the shadows, Chu Lingyue narrowed her eyes, then instantly leaped, delivering a powerful kick to Ziyu's back, sending her flying. Caught unprepared, Ziyu stumbled forward, her body hurtling through the air before colliding hard against the stone wall and falling to the ground. A mouthful of blood spewed out, her whole body aching as if it were about to fall apart. Before she could get up, someone stepped on her hard, pressing her to the ground like an ant. To be honest, Ziyu's martial spirit was nothing compared to Chu Lingyue's. Why you? Who are you? How did you get in here? Ziyu's entire body throbbed with pain, leaving her barely enough strength to speak. Chu Lingyue swiftly grabbed Ziyu by the hair, lifting her up as though she were trash, forcing her to look into her eyes. Ziyu, you hit you, so skilled indeed. Ziyu's pupils shrank. You're Chu. Before she could finish, Chu Lingyue immediately took control of her. 5 Elements Spirit Art, Soul Capture. Ziyu instantly lost her vitality, standing there blankly under Chu Lingyue's command. Chu Lingyue coldly glanced at Ziyu before quickly turning to see Chu Siyu bound to the stone platform. Her hands and feet were tightly bound with iron chains, beaten nearly unconscious, her body covered in blood. Seeing this, Chu Lingyue's heart ached intensely. Summoning the Xianyu sword, she precisely cut the iron chains binding Chu Siyu's limbs, then caught her weakened form just in time. Ayu, wake up. She immediately pulled out a bottle of healing liquid to stop the bleeding, giving it to Chu Siyu. Within a minute, Chu Siyu regained consciousness. Ziyu, I'll kill you. As soon as Chu Siyu woke up, she pushed Chu Lingyue aside, her mind full of how Ziyu had flogged her until her skin broke, resembling a demon crawling out of hell. Chu Lingyue tightly hugged her. It's me, your sister. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Ziyu poses no threat anymore. Sister. Chu Siyu paused momentarily. How could it be? Looking up at Chu Lingyue, the dim light illuminated her face, revealing only sharp eyes above a mask. Suddenly connecting that figure in her mind, Chu Siyu felt immense joy. No, you're not Chu Lingyue. You're an expert. Chu Lingyue immediately tore off her mask. Look closely, I am Chu Lingyue. Chu Siyu froze. After tearing off the mask, it truly was Chu Lingyue, whom they hadn't seen for 2 months. Could it really be that she had mistaken? Chu Siyu grabbed Chu Lingyue's arm anxiously. How could you be here? Hurry up and leave. Nenzio will kill you. Chapter 85. Lure the snake out of its hole. Don't be afraid. She won't threaten us. Get up. I'll take you out, Chu Lingyue said as she helped Chu Siyu off the ground. After Chu Siyu stood up, she saw Nenzio standing still in place and kicked her. Nenzio, this isn't over between you and me. That's enough. Let's find a way out first. Chu Lingyue held Chu Siyu's waist, worried that if she didn't kill Nenzio, she might collapse herself. How are we going to get out? There are so many people guarding outside, and there are several powerful spirit kings among them. We can't escape. How did you find me? Why is Nenzio not moving? Chu Siyu's mind was as muddled as dough. Don't ask too many questions now. Take off your clothes, Chu Lingyue said. Then she let go of Chu Siyu and started to fumble with Nenzio's clothes. Chu Siyu didn't know why, but inexplicably followed Chu Lingyue's words, exchanging her own skirt with Nenzio. Still, Nenzio remained standing motionless like an idiot. But Chu Lingyue had some conscience, and hastily dressed Nenzio, preserving her dignity. What did you do to her? Can we talk about it after we leave? Chu Lingyue wasn't interested in wasting time on idle chatter with Chu Siyu. Her eyes met Nenzio's, then she softly spoke and issued a command. Kneel down and bash your head against the wall 100 times. Then, under Chu Siyu's astonished gaze, Nenzio knelt beside the stone wall like a marionette puppet, banging her head repeatedly against the stone wall. Wow! Chu Siyu's mouth opened wide enough to swallow an egg. This. She could hardly believe what she saw. Let's go. Chu Lingyue triggered the mechanism controlling the stone wall, dragging Chu Siyu away without looking back. They had little time to flee. The odds were stacked heavily against them. Saving one person at a time was their best chance. Just as Chu Lingyue and Chu Siyu escaped, the 2 guards who guarded the gate returned to hear the continuous sound of collision inside. They shouted for some time, but received no response. When they opened the stone door and approached, they saw Nenzio, disheveled and covered in blood, violently colliding with the wall, unable to pull her away. Miss Nan, what's wrong with you? Hurry, go get Lord Nan. The guards, alarmed, immediately triggered the alarm for this area. An emergency warning rang throughout the entire underground city. First to respond was Nan Jian, leading his group inside, only to witness his daughter slamming herself against the wall, completely ignoring her brain. Purple elegance, wake up. Nan Jian quickly pulled Nenzio away, yet she kept trying to slam her head against the wall, blood flowing everywhere, without any sign of consciousness. Not until Nenzio had smashed her head into the wall 100 times did her pupils finally refocus. The throbbing pain from her forehead almost consumed her entirely. It hurt so much. She cradled her hurting forehead as blood streamed through her fingers. Daughter, what happened to you? Nan Jian asked, bewildered, pulling out healing spirit liquid to administer to Nenzio. It's Chu Lingyue. Father. Chu Lingyue took Chu Siyu away. It's them who hurt me. Quick, chase after them. They couldn't have gone far. Nenzio anxiously pulled at Nan Jian's sleeve while stamping her feet impatiently on the spot. She intended to catch both sisters, punish them thoroughly. Men, hurry and bring them back, Nan Jian ordered. A group immediately began a frenzied search across the entire underground city. What they didn't know was that Chu Lingyue had already led Chu Siyu silently out of the city. Still unsatisfied, Nenzio changed her clothes and brought over 20 people from the Soul Separation sect, venturing out of the underground city to look for them. She simply refused to believe they could vanish into thin air, determined to shred those 2 sisters limb by limb. By the time they left the underground city, night had already fallen. Chu Siyu fell to the ground after running just a few steps. She'd been imprisoned and beaten by Nenzio for several days, deprived of food and water, her body covered in injuries. She had long since run out of strength. I can't run anymore. Get up, I'll carry you. Chu Lingyue directly took out a bottle of lower-grade spirit liquid to help her recover energy. Before Chu Siyu could reply, she grabbed her onto her back and headed forward without looking back. Hey, I can't. The 3 words, walk myself, were never finished as Chu Lingyue cut her off. I'll carry you to a head, then you walk on your own. Having just consumed the spirit liquid, she needed some time to recover her strength. Chu Siyu tightly pressed her pale lips, feeling the warmth coming from her sister for the first time. Her face softened, unsure if her sister truly cared for her. Chu Lingyue didn't think much about it, deciding first to find a safe place. If Nenzio came with others looking for them, it'd be better to fight outside where the space was wider. Besides, she had many questions to ask. This was also the reason she hadn't immediately killed Nenzio before. After Miss Nan, with her haughty demeanor, recovered her senses, she knew well that she would need to lead people to seek revenge. Little Qingtuan, where's Uncle Mu? Chu Lingyue communicated with Little Qingtuan via mental telepathy. Mother, Uncle Mu is still asleep. I'll summon you back first. Chu Lingyue spoke and immediately summoned Little Qingtuan back to the lake of mental essence using her mind. Little Qingtuan's existence couldn't be revealed yet, at least not until she was truly strong enough. Where should we run? Chu Siyu asked curiously. Hush, you'll find out soon. Chu Lingyue told her to stop asking questions. Carrying another person was quite exhausting for her. After stepping out of the boundary marked by the Soul Separation sect, Chu Siyu had almost fully recovered her strength and volunteered to walk on her own. Chu Lingyue didn't stop her and went off to find Mu Lingfeng whom she had left in the forest. Chu Siyu moved her shoulders and realized that she no longer hurt all over. She quickly followed up with a question. How did you know I fell into Nenzio's hands? Where have you been these past 2 months? I trailed Nanzio, accidentally finding you. How could you be captured by the people of the soul separation sect? Chu Lingwei responded with her own question. She gritted her teeth at the memory. A few days ago, I encountered Nanzio in the demon beast forest. A spirit king was with her, so I couldn't match them and ended up being caught. She locked me in a stone room, forcing me to reveal your whereabouts. Every day, she would flog me, steal my spatial ring, and refuse to give me water to drink. Chu Siyu opened her parched lips, which were cracked and pale white. Did you see anyone else while you were imprisoned? Chu Lingyue continued questioning, taking out a water pot and some fruits from her spatial ring and handing them to Chu Siyu. Starving, Chu Siyu gobbled up the food like a wolf, coughing repeatedly because she choked. Eat slower. Thank you. Chu Siyu inexplicably blushed. I've been locked up since they caught me. I haven't seen anyone else. Her words came out unclearly. Soon after, Chu Lingwei found Mu Lingfeng lying in a deep depression and kicked him awake. Get up fast. The soul separation sect is chasing us. Upon hearing the words soul separation sect, Mu Lingfeng hastily stood up, pleading frantically, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Clearly, he had been terrified. Mu Lingfeng, it's me. Chu Lingwei hissed. Only then did Mu Lingfeng recognize her. Chu Lingwei, why are you dressed like this? The newly awakened Mu Lingfeng was utterly confused as to what had just happened. Before he could finish his question, torches already lit up in the distance. Quickly chase them. They couldn't have gone far. Search every corner of the demon beast forest if you must, but bring them back to me. Hurry up, they're chasing us. With those distant voices ringing in their ears, Chu Lingwei led the others and turned around to escape. The two rushed to keep up, regarding Chu Lingwei as the pillar of support. Which way should we run? Chapter 86. Grabbing Nanziyu for a beating. Who said we were running away? Chu Lingyue's phoenix eyes glinted. She was merely trying to lure the snake out of its hole and reward Nanziyu accordingly. So, Chu Sibu and Mu Lingfeng both paused in confusion. You'll see soon enough, Chu Lingwei said, asking Chu Sibu to take off her outer skirt and hang it on a tree, then slowly leading them forward through the dark. Nanziyu appeared in the demon beast forest, only to see her own skirt hanging on a tree, swaying in the wind, causing her deep shame and anger. This was undoubtedly a form of challenge for her. Taking 2 steps forward, Nanziyu grabbed the skirt tightly, holding it in her hands as anger reverberated through the forest within a 1-kilometer radius. Chu Lingwei, I will make sure you suffer horribly. Follow me. Capture her alive. Nanziyu commanded, and more than 20 people from the Lihuan sect immediately pursued ahead. Not far away, Chu Sibu and the others had already heard Nanziyu's furious roar. Nanziyu has been humiliated. She won't let this go easily, Chu Sibu said. I know that, Chu Lingwei replied, the purpose of the skirt indeed being to provoke Nanziyu. Half an hour later, Chu Lingwei finally stopped, with Nanziyu and her followers hot on their heels. Find a safe place in the trees to rest for a bit, Chu Lingwei suggested, pointing to a century-old tree nearby for a temporary respite. What about you? Mu Lingfeng asked. I'll deal with Nanziyu. Chu Lingwei smiled. If not for Chu Sibu and Mu Lingfeng, she would have captured and interrogated Nanziyu long ago. But, hush, just follow me without complaining. Let's play a cat-and-mouse game. Do not let the people of the Lihuan sect capture you. I won't save you a second time, Chu Lingwei sternly stated, although her words were somewhat exaggerated. Having spoken, she turned around and disappeared into the dark forest, the rustling of grass and trees growing fainter and fainter. Chu Sibu sighed heavily and nimbly leapt onto the treetops. Although Mu Lingfeng was worried, his rudimentary skills weren't enough to keep up, so he chose to run rather than drag Chu Lingwei down. Chu Lingyue's small and nimble figure, ghost-like, remained hidden in the forest, seeing many people carrying torches wandering in the forest. Mommy, there are no spirit kings among them. You can easily beat them all, Xia Qingtuan said in her heart lake. Good. After Mommy deals with these guys, Uncle Mu will cook you some wild delicacies to eat. Chu Lingwei smirked. Yes, Mommy, Xia Qingtuan cheered. Xianyu. Chu Lingwei summoned the Xianyu sword and proceeded to use the transfer technique. She would consistently appear behind the members of the Lihuan sect, using her left hand to cover their mouths while wielding the sword in her right, deftly slicing across their necks, incapacitating them one by one. The torches behind her flickered and went out one by one. Nanziyu noticed the faint smell of blood in the air and immediately turned back, panic evident. Where are the people? Come out. Where have you all gone? But what greeted her was endless silence. She had only thought of pursuing Chu Lingyue's tracks ahead, but now realized too late. Cold winds swept toward her, making her shiver uncontrollably, fear rising in her heart as she stepped backward, gripping her spirit whip tightly. Where are the people? Come out. Nanziyu became flustered, completely unaware of what had happened or why all the people around her were suddenly gone. Concealed in the darkness, Chu Lingyue emerged abruptly behind Nanziyu, lightly exhaling near her ear. They're dead. Her voice echoed hauntingly like the death knell of a reaper, shocking Nanziyu, who swung her spirit whip wildly, losing control. Chu Lingyue, I will kill you. Kill you. Die. However, none of the whips landed on Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and she quickly seized Nanziyu's moving whip, channeling her martial spirit to shake her violently, throwing her to the ground. Ah! Nanziyu screamed in agony, spitting blood from her mouth. How could this be? Spirit Practitioner 7th rank. Nanziyu, filled with fear, watched as Chu Lingyue approached closer and closer, seeing her as some kind of monstrous existence. The last time they fought, Chu Lingwei was clearly only at the 7th rank of a spirit warrior, one step above Nan Ziyu. And yet, how did she advance to the 7th rank of a spirit cultivator in just 2 months? Nan Ziyu, a 6th rank spirit warrior, was like a clown before Chu Lingwei. You stay back, don't come any closer. Nan Ziyu trembled in terror, regretting nothing about antagonizing Chu Lingwei, but feeling unprepared. Knowing Chu Lingwei was so powerful, she should have brought a spirit king along. Chu Lingwei moved her left eye subtly. 5 elements spirit art, soul capture. Instantly, Nan Ziyu's eyes turned hollow, rising under Chu Lingwei's command. Even though her vacant gaze still held fear for Chu Lingwei, she could not escape. Despite everything, Nan Ziyu's vacant eyes remained filled with terror for Chu Lingwei, though she could not free herself. Tell me, what is the Lihuan sect's plan in repairing their underground city? Chu Lingwei asked, her words like an irrefutable decree. I don't know, Nan Ziyu replied, her voice devoid of emotion, like a marionette being remotely controlled, answering each question without hesitation or thought. What do you know about the Lihuan sect? Tell me everything truthfully. Chu Lingwei rephrased and pressed on with her questions. I don't know, Nan Ziyu responded again. Why were you in the underground city? Chu Lingwei massaged her temples, clearly frustrated, as Nan Ziyu seemed to have no answers. My brother went berserk after drinking the Tianzhu Huanjing spirit liquid to restore his right hand. Father instructed me to curry favor with the Grand Protector to obtain the spirit liquid for my brother's full recovery, Nan Ziyu revealed. Where are the people captured by the Lihuan sect being held? Chu Lingwei continued her questioning. In the dungeon, Nan Ziyu answered. Do you have a map of the underground city? Yes. Give it to me, Chu Lingwei ordered. Instantly, Nan Ziyu, completely unable to resist, retrieved the map from her spatial ring and handed it over to Chu Lingwei. Chu Lingwei quickly stowed the map away in her own spatial ring, thinking fast. Since she now had this, she could not yet let Nan Ziyu go back. It would be wise to keep her hostage temporarily, providing her with leverage against Nan Jian. She took out some rope and tied Nan Ziyu up tightly in a makeshift binding. With a snap of her fingers, Nan Ziyu instantly regained consciousness. Nan Ziyu's pupils refocused as she realized her current predicament, tied up, and immediately began struggling fiercely. Chu Lingwei, release me. What do you intend to do? She was unaware of how exactly Chu Lingwei had managed to bind her so effortlessly. All she knew was that she blinked once, and then became trapped in Chu Lingwei's snare. Chu Lingwei grinned mischievously. Nothing much. I just want to make you suffer a little. Help! Help! Chu Lingwei has murdered me. Father, save me. Brother, save me. Grand Protector, save me. She tried to use her martial spirit to escape the ropes, but found it futile. Chu Lingwei anticipated Nan Ziyu wouldn't submit easily and had already infused the ropes with 5 elements spirit art beforehand, ensuring they were reinforced. Rip! Chu Lingwei tore a large piece of fabric from Nan Ziyu's dress, balled it up, and shoved it into her mouth. Nan Ziyu was incredibly noisy, making Chu Lingwei's ears ache. In addition, she removed the ruby hairpin from Nan Ziyu's head and discarded it on the ground. Satisfied with her work, Chu Lingwei dragged Nan Ziyu step by step forward. Nan Ziyu resisted, but Chu Lingwei pulled her forcefully. No matter how many injuries she sustained from falling, she still had to continue moving. She brought this upon herself by choosing to struggle. Carrying Nan Ziyu under her arm, Chu Lingwei approached the base of a century-old tree and called out, Ayu, Mu Lingfeng. Chapter 87. Beat you, you dog. The 2 people hiding in the tree immediately leapt down upon hearing this, appearing in front of Chu Lingwei. Nan Ziyu. As soon as Chu Sibi saw Nan Ziyu, her fiery temper flared up, and without any ado, she kicked over. Chu Lingwei stood with her arms crossed, watching as Chu Sibi single-handedly beat up Nan Ziyu. She didn't interfere. Had it not been for her timely arrival earlier, Chu Sibi would have ended up beaten to an unrecognizable state by Nan Ziyu. She was simply protective of her younger sister. Mu Lingfeng stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do at all, and could only ask Chu Lingwei. He didn't understand the situation at all. Chu Lingwei leaned against the tree, looking on indifferently, merely waiting for Chu Sibi to finish. During your captivity, did Nan Ziyu hit you? Chu Lingwei asked. No. Mu Lingfeng shook his head repeatedly. I've only seen her once. It seemed like she was looking for the Tsunyan mercenary team or something. Later, she left. Oh, Chu Lingwei said meaningfully. How did you capture her? Could it be that you went to the Undercity alone? Mu Lingfeng pointed at Chu Lingwei in disbelief. Chu Lingwei nodded. Yeah, I went in and probed around a bit. Didn't find much out. So I employed a little strategy, temporarily detaining Nan Ziyu to give us some leverage. You. Mu Lingfeng was shocked. He looked at Chu Lingwei as if he were seeing a ghost. He couldn't believe that a 15-year-old girl could be so bold. Was it because he hadn't seen enough of the world? Nan Ziyu, I'll beat you to death. You dare to show off in front of me. I told you my older sister would come rescue me, but you wouldn't believe me. Chu Sibi's fists mercilessly rained blows onto Nan Ziyu's face, leaving her bruised and swollen, resembling a pig's head. She could guarantee that the Nan family wouldn't recognize her now. Nan Ziyu's hands were bound behind her back, and her feet were pressed down hard by Chu Sibi. With a cloth stuffed into her mouth, she could only let out muffled cries of pleading. Her snot and tears were mixed together. It was a pitiful sight. Where's my spatial ring? Give it back to me. Chu Sibi, having finished beating her, temporarily spared Nan Ziyu. Nan Ziyu's voice through the gag was incomprehensible. Chu Sibi searched, but found nothing. She turned Nan Ziyu over forcefully, only to find the ring on one of her fingers. How dare you wear it? Chu Sibi became enraged again. She tore the spatial ring off, almost breaking Nanzio's finger in the process. What should we do now? Chu Sibi stood up and asked Chu Linghua. Find a safe place to hide Nanzio and then decide from there, said Chu Linghua. Surely Nanjian would quickly come looking when he discovered Nanzio missing. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chu Sibi trusted Chu Linghua after witnessing her powerful skills. What about the Xinyong mercenary group people? Mu Lingfeng asked. Shouldn't we go save them? Chu Linghua stared meaningfully at Mu Lingfeng. Didn't you say you'd return for reinforcements before? Mu Lingfeng blushed in embarrassment. At first, he didn't know how strong Chu Linghua truly was, but now he did. Don't worry, they won't be in mortal danger for now. At least not until the night of the full moon arrived. Let's go. Chu Linghua spoke and began walking deeper into the beast forest. Seeing this, Chu Sibi kicked Nanzio in the buttocks. Get up. Grasping the rope tied to her other end, she dragged her along regardless of whether Nanzio managed to stand or not. The sky gradually brightened, and Nanjian waited anxiously for Nanzio's return, growing increasingly worried. He immediately dispatched people to search for her. In the end, all they found was a field of corpses. Investigating further, they realized these individuals had died last night. Master Nan, there's no sign of Miss Nan, but we did find this. A member of the Lihuan sect immediately handed over a red hairpin he picked up to Nanjian. Nanjian's bad feeling grew stronger. Not good. Zio is in trouble. Quickly notify the Grand Protector. On another side, Chu Sibi and her group reached within 10 li distance of the Lihuan sect lair. They chose a hidden spot close to a scenic area to rest momentarily. There were many mid-level beasts around, which made it harder for the members of the Lihuan sect to locate them. In a natural cave, Nanzio sat curled up miserably in the corner, crying softly, though not daring to cry too loudly for fear of being subjected to more beatings by Chu Sibi. A whole day and night had passed, and she hadn't had even a sip of water. Her voice was hoarse from crying. Chu Linghua had sent Mu Lingfeng to find some wild fruits and game. Now, they were roasting them happily since she had promised Xia Qingtuan to cook something delicious for Mu Lingfeng. Chu Sibi was rather mischievous, eating roasted game deliberately in front of Nanzio, saying, Nanzio, this is your day too. You locked me up and beat me, giving me not even a drop of water to drink. Let me show you what it feels like. Wah wah. Nanzio cried louder, wondering what sin she had committed to suffer so. She didn't even know if her father had noticed her disappearance yet. Don't look at me with such a hateful gaze. You have your backers, but so do I. It's you who provoked me first. Chu Sisu retorted coldly. One woo. Nanzio tried to curse back, but only managed to make muffled sounds due to the gag in her mouth. Try cursing me again and see what happens. Chu Sisu glared fiercely at Nanzio. Nanzio immediately shut her mouth, though inside she was seething with hatred. Once she managed to escape safely, her first action would be to hang Chu Sisu up and beat her for 10 days and nights without giving her food. And Chu Linghua, Mu Lingfeng, not one of them would be spared. This one is also roasted and ready. Mu Lingfeng continued working tirelessly. Thank you. Chu Linghua stood up, took the roasted game offered by Mu Lingfeng, and then walked away. Mu Lingfeng wasn't sure why, but he didn't dare ask either. Only when Mu Lingfeng's figure disappeared did Chu Linghua release Xia Qingtuan. She watched him savor his meal with satisfaction. Mommy, it's really delicious, Xia Qingtuan mumbled, his speech unclear. If it's good, eat more. If it's not enough, I can go grab some more, Chu Linghua said with a smile. Around her, many magical beasts passed by. They merely glanced before walking away as if nothing happened. They knew better than to provoke Chu Linghua. As for the little one beside her, well, they certainly wouldn't dare to bother him either. The reason Chu Linghua chose to rest near a den of magical beasts was precisely because of Xia Qingtuan. No one dared to intrude easily here, and the magical beasts would not harm them. Boom boom boom. It seemed that something was about to break through the soil from underground. Plop. The ground swelled into a small lump, which burst open suddenly, revealing a tiny head peeking out, looking around curiously. It had long rabbit ears and a soft pinkish-white fur that looked incredibly adorable. Huh. After digging a hole for a whole day and night, it finally surfaced. Rabbit. Xia Qingtuan stopped eating and stared eagerly at the creature's long ears, shining bright with interest. The Chi-Tu beast hadn't yet noticed Chu Linghua and Xia Qingtuan lurking behind it. Moments later, it climbed fully out of its burrow. In 3 swift steps, Xia Qingtuan darted forward, crouching behind the Chi-Tu beast. Recognizing the familiar scent, he exclaimed instantly, "It's you, little bunny." He was ecstatic. Upon hearing this, the Chi-Tu beast snapped its neck stiffly and turned back. As soon as its eyes met Xia Qingtuan's, it froze in shock. Mother, we've encountered little bunny again. Chu Linghua raised an elegant brow. Destiny. But not her kind of destiny. Evil, evil karma. The Chi-Tu beast immediately leapt up, ready to burrow back underground and escape. But Xia Qingtuan reacted quickly, blocking the tunnel entrance with his chubby little body. The Chi-Tu beast tripped, crashing right into Xia Qingtuan's back. Wawa, stop bullying a poor little rabbit, please. I truly know nothing. All I should say, I've already said. Please spare me. The Chi-Tu beast sat on the ground and wailed pitifully. It couldn't believe that despite running for a whole day and night, it still hadn't escaped its tormentor's clutches. Chapter 88. Chu Siyu's Opportunity. Xiao Qingtuan immediately got up, walked over to the side of the Chi-Tu beast, squatted down, and tilted her head to look at it. Little bunny, don't cry. I didn't bully you. Mother said that when we meet again, we should thank you properly. Look what this is. As she spoke, Xiao Qingtuan took out a bunch of carrots from her pocket, all of them fresh. Her mother had let her run free for half a day yesterday, and that's when she found them. The Chi-Tu beast didn't stop crying but cried even harder. Wah wah wah. Are you going to stew me with these carrots? My life is really too bitter. No, it's not like that. Xiao Qingtuan waved her hands frantically, not knowing how to explain. She cast a look for help towards her mother. Mother! Xiao Qingtuan ran back to Chu Lingyue's side, pulling on her dress without letting go, almost on the verge of crying herself. All right, let mother deal with this. Chu Lingyue patted Xiao Qingtuan's head and walked straight to the Chi-Tu beast. These carrots are Xiao Qingtuan's apology to you. Forcing your capture was wrong. And as her mother, I also apologize to you. Chu Lingyue's words were gentle, her attitude modest. Unfortunately, the Chi-Tu beast only continued crying, completely ignoring her. Then, snap! Chu Lingyue suddenly drew the Xianyu sword from her divine mind lake, sharply pointing it in front of the Chi-Tu beast. In an instant, it interrupted the Chi-Tu beast's crying. It gasped sharply, forgetting its sobs. Xiao Qingtuan's face lit up with joy. Mother knew just what to do. The Chi-Tu beast's fur bristled, warily staring at Chu Lingyue, still having tears on its long red eyelashes. Why you? What do you want to do? Chu Lingyue quickly became amiable again. There's no helping it. She was better at consoling non-crying children like Xiao Qingtuan. These carrots are Xiao Qingtuan's apology to you. We shouldn't have forcibly taken you yesterday. Please accept them. So that was how apologies went. Threatening it with a long sword. The Chi-Tu beast really doubted whether Chu Lingyue was human. I apologize for what happened yesterday. Don't be angry with me, alright? Xiao Qingtuan bravely stepped forward, admitting his mistake. I am not angry. Just please leave me alone. The Chi-Tu beast sniffed. It barely had time to escape. How could it dare to get angry? Yesterday, mother already let you go. It was your own digging that accidentally hit us from below, Xiao Qingtuan explained. Their kind-hearted mother definitely couldn't be misunderstood. Yes, that's so. The Chi-Tu beast felt embarrassed. He thought by digging tunnels and escaping to areas filled with magical beasts, he wouldn't be captured, only to end up jumping into the wolf's den himself. Its life was so hard. Ugh, it started to cry again. Stop, don't cry anymore. People from the Lihuan sect are nearby. Be careful not to get caught and have your neck slit. Chu Lingyue threatened, gesturing the Xianyu sword across her throat before putting it away. Well, then I must hurry and leave. The Chi-Tu beast was frightened, remembering how many of its old, good neighbor magical beasts had been captured by the Lihuan sect and had their necks slit. It stood there lost. Don't leave. It's too late now to go. People from the Lihuan sect kill beasts without batting an eye. Nowadays they can slaughter hundreds daily. Since we've such an opportunity to meet, why not stay? You can trust us, we're in this together. Besides, we might even be able to protect you. Chu Lingyue persuaded. The simple-minded Chi-Tu beast, who had always stayed deep underground, only knew the Lihuan sect hunted and killed magical beasts everywhere, but it didn't know how many they actually killed daily. It shivered in fear. Truly, truly? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Chu Lingyue wore an earnest expression. Every word she said was true. Just yesterday alone, while inside the underground city of the Lihuan sect, she saw at least 100 being slaughtered. SOSO. You'd better not hesitate or my mother might change her mind. Xiao Qingtuan chimed in, helping to coax it, although unsure why her mother wanted this seemingly clumsy Chi-Tu beast. You've seen it yourself. I'm strong, and so is my mother. You won't lose anything by joining us. Will you truly protect me? The Chi-Tu beast asked incredulously. Whether Chu Lingyue was strong or not it didn't know, but it certainly couldn't defeat Xiao Qingtuan. If you don't believe, forget it then, Xiao Qingtuan, let it go. Chu Lingyue, with her quick temper, lacked patience. No. The Chi-Tu beast saw Chu Lingyue taking Xiao Qingtuan to leave, quickly rushing over, tightly hugging Chu Lingyue's leg. Can I stay? Take me along. The eyes of Chu Lingyue and Xiao Qingtuan flickered rapidly. Mother, see how pitiful it is. Let's keep it for now, Xiao Qingtuan suggested. All right, give it a chance. Chu Lingyue put on airs, nearly laughing out loud inside. Sure enough, naive magical beasts were the easiest to trick. La. Thank you so much, really. If there's anything I can do for you, just say it. The Chi-Tu beast was deeply moved. Now this little creature finally had a temporary place to stay and didn't have to be chased by the Lihuan sect anymore. I'll take you to meet a young lady, Chu Lingyue said, and with a wave of her hand, temporarily took Xiao Qingtuan into her divine mind lake. The Chi-Tu beast asked in surprise. Chu Lingyue gently placed a finger on her pink lips. You cannot tell others about brother Xiao Qingtuan. This is our secret. Okay. The Chi-Tu beast nodded inexplicably, agreeing. Although it didn't know why, this was the first secret between human and magical beast. Let's go. Wait. Carrots. The Chi-Tu beast ran back and hugged all the carrots that Xiao Qingtuan had given it, then quickly caught up on its 2 feet. Its long ears flapped as it ran, looking incredibly cute. This made Chu Lingyue chuckle softly as she walked slowly ahead. Sis. Chu Lingyue, where were you? Chu Siyu called out after disciplining Nanzio, worried because Chu Lingyue wasn't around when she came back. She had started to call Chu Lingyue's sister out of habit, but the word felt awkward. I went for a walk around. Come here, you. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly, calling Chu Siyu over. Without hesitation, Chu Siyu approached Chu Lingyue. What is it? I just found a little magical beast by the riverbank. See if you like it. Chu Lingyue spoke, and then the Chi-Tu beast appeared from behind her, hugging a bunch of carrots. Hello, I'm an outstanding member of the Chi-Tu beasts, and I just became a high-level Chi-Tu beast recently. The Chi-Tu beast placed the carrots on the ground, proudly introducing itself to Chu Siyu. Chu Siyu squatted down covering her mouth. She'd never seen such a beautiful Chi-Tu beast before. Its whole body was pure white, but its long ears were rosy pink, making it look even cuter. This. Do you like it? Chu Lingwei asked again. She had been puzzled earlier about Chu Siyu's good fortune until realizing it all stemmed from her, alas. Like, yes. Chu Siyu blushed, not daring to believe. It's really mine? Chu Lingwei leaned close to Chu Siyu's ear and whispered softly. Not necessarily. It depends on whether you can get it. I only deal with pre-sales, not after-sales service. You decide. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Chapter 89. Hand over Nanzio. Don't mention it, I just picked it up by chance. Chu Lingwei said. In order to let Chu Sibian successfully make a contract with the cheetah beast, she had to cut all ties. I'm a little sleepy, so I will take a rest. You two can slowly develop some feelings and understand each other's preferences. Chu Lingwei said. This was her way of finalizing the handover before walking towards the river. I wonder what Jun Yiming is doing right now. Sigh, I suddenly miss him. After Chu Lingwei left, the cheetah beast did not follow her either because the girl in front looked much kinder than Chu Lingwei. Hello, my name is Chu Sibian, Chu Lingyue's younger sister. We should get along well from now on. Chu Sibian, who was usually carefree and easygoing, became nervous in front of the cheetah beast. Hi, I am one of the best among the cheetah beasts, and my specialty is digging holes. Don't look down on me because of my small size. I am very capable. The cheetah beast introduced itself. Chu Sibian didn't know why Chu Lingwei handed over the cheetah beast to her, but she intended to seize this opportunity firmly and thus became more enthusiastic. On the other side, Chu Lingwei has already arrived at the riverside alone, carefully studying the map of the underground city she obtained from Nanzio, memorizing every detail in her mind. Mother, someone is coming here, at least 3 Spirit Kings level. They'll be here in about half an incense stick time. Xiao Qingtuan, perceptive of the impending danger in the mind lake, sensed that the storm was coming. It must be Nanjian and the people from Lihuan sect. Chu Lingyue's gaze turned cautious as she immediately walked back. Mu Lingfeng was sleeping in front of the cave when Chu Lingwei gave him a violent kick in his bottom. People from the Lihuan sect are coming. What? The Lihuan sect? Mu Lingfeng was startled awake, leaping off the ground as he clenched his fists, ready for a fight. Where are they? They're coming this way. Chu Lingwei remained calm. Chu Sibian, holding the cheetah beast, anxiously jogged over. The bunny says there's danger. We should leave immediately. Bunny? It seemed they were getting along quite well, which eased her concern, so she decided to act without hesitation. Hey you and Mu Lingfeng go first. Chu Lingwei said. She already had a plan of action. And what about you? Chu Sibian asked. Did she intend to confront the Lihuan sect to the death? I'll restrain the Lihuan sect. The two of you have a mission. Keep Nanzio safe and do not let the Lihuan sect find her. Wait for my signal. Chu Lingwei instructed. Both Chu Sibian and Mu Lingfeng felt uneasy but, having witnessed Chu Lingyue's sharp mind, couldn't help but trust her. Then how will we cooperate with you? Chu Lingwei then pulled out a communication mirror from her space ring and handed it to Chu Sibian. Take this. I will contact you. Your main task is to continuously move Nanzio to different locations. As long as they can't find her in one day, they won't do anything to me. You want to enter the underground city? No, absolutely not. It's too dangerous. Chu Sibian refused outright. She had been to that place before. It was dark, sinister, and full of blood, practically a battlefield of demons. They had barely escaped last time. Why risk herself again? The Lihuan sect has captured many members of mercenary groups and magical beasts, unintentionally disturbing the order within Hill City. We must unite to crush their conspiracy. I am the Holy Maiden of Hill City. Naturally, I shall take on this responsibility. Chu Lingyue firmly stated, never forgetting her own duties. Nanjian colluded with the Lihuan sect, harming countless lives, and such behavior would not be tolerated by heaven or earth. As the Holy Maiden, she certainly needed to think of the entire Hill City. We'll split into 3 groups. Mu Lingfeng will go to the priest palace and inform the grand priest of this matter. Regardless of the reason, the alliance between Nanjian and the Lihuan sect harms the common people and cannot be forgiven. Chu Lingyue announced. Yesterday, she observed the celestial bodies and found out that the full moon night was only 5 days away. She did not know exactly what the Lihuan sect and Nanjian were plotting, but since they planned to use human sacrifices, whatever it was, it must violate moral principles. As for me, why wouldn't I be able to handle it? Mu Lingfeng's eyes nearly popped out, self-doubting. Why wouldn't you be able to? You managed to escape from such a strictly guarded underground city. Surely there's nothing stopping you. Chu Lingyue smiled. She truly believed in Mu Lingfeng. Mu Lingfeng blushed. I could escape mainly thanks to Dong Jiao. Chu Lingyue patted Mu Lingfeng on the shoulder heavily, boosting his morale. No matter what, you've made it out alive, haven't you? So I believe in you. The Divine Wind Mercenary Group needs you. Speaking of the Divine Wind Mercenary Group, Mu Lingfeng immediately agreed. Alright, I'll go. It was impossible for him to turn tail after receiving such life-saving grace. That's settled then. We split into 3 groups, and everyone focuses on their respective missions. Chu Lingyue's expression remained firm. With the cheetah beast in Chu Sibian's hands, she moved around freely in the forest of magic beasts, giving her no concerns, taking this moment as an opportunity to strengthen their bond. After parting ways with Chu Siyu and Mu Lingfeng, she intentionally led the Lihuan sect people in the opposite direction to gain more time. Chu Lingyue, hand over Zio. In the magical beast forest, Chu Lingyue moved as if walking on flat ground, but deliberately slowed her pace until she was surrounded by 100 people. You want Nenzio? Hand over the Divine Wind Mercenary Group first. Chu Lingyue shouted. Suddenly, Nanjian stood arrogantly before her, flanked by two Spirit Kings-level cultivators, one of whom was the man who had slipped away from her grasp earlier. Right Guardian, this is her. The middle-aged man known as the Right Guardian squinted, staring intently at Chu Linghua. He found it hard to believe that such a person could possess an ancient artifact. Are you sure? His tone dripped with disdain. She killed more than a dozen of my subordinates, all by herself. I'd recognize her even if she were turned into ashes, he said with gritted teeth. Still seething from his previous defeat at her hands, he harbored bitter resentment. You're a bird in a trap. There's no way out for you. I advise you to surrender willingly instead of struggling uselessly. Perhaps I can plead your case before the Right Guardian. Nan Sect Leader, do you know this girl? The Right Guardian stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Nan Jian. I do. She is Chu Linghua, the Holy Maiden of Hill City. Nan Jian said, remembering everything she had done at the Xing Luo auction house. Now is the perfect opportunity to settle old scores. Interesting. The Right Guardian smirked, revealing sharp teeth. The Holy Maiden of Hill City would make an excellent sacrifice. We need her alive. With a single order from the Right Guardian, the people surrounding Chu Linghua immediately launched a fierce attack. Chu Linghua casually tossed aside a branch, leaped gracefully into the air, and immediately employed the mystical moon sword technique to duel with dozens of enemies. Every move was precise and powerful. Bishuan mystical moon sword. Her every strike was forceful and skillful, knocking down everyone who dared to attack her. Groans filled the air. The Right Guardian and Nan Jian stood their ground, their eyes burning with interest. If this girl could be trained under the Lihuan sect, he would certainly cultivate the best assassin in the world. Unfortunately, she was the Holy Maiden of Hill City and must not be allowed to live. Within half an incense stick's time, Chu Linghua had defeated more than 10 people, yet another group continued to assault her fiercely. She danced lightly through the battle, her attacks brutal, yet her situation desperate, like a trapped animal. Right Guardian, this girl must have learned her mystic sword technique somewhere extraordinary. Our men cannot match her. A mere cultivation stage 7 practitioner, and she dares show off her skills in front of us. The Right Guardian roared, leapt nimbly, and unleashed his martial spirit to launch an attack at Chu Linghua. Spirit King Stage 6. Chu Linghua's phoenix-like eyes narrowed as she gathered her full spiritual energy to form a protective barrier to resist. Chapter 90. Loss of Dignity. As the Spirit King appeared, everyone trembled, and the demons cried out in alarm. The Right Elder's hand transformed into a 5-clawed shape, forming a green shield around his body, as powerful and fierce as the wind, struggling to the limit with Chu Linghua. Within 10 meters of the two, it was like sandstorms and flying stones, not suitable for bystanders. All the people present immediately summoned their martial spirits to defend themselves, fearing involvement. Chu Linghua's flawless little face showed slight solemnity. Fine beads of sweat emerged from her forehead. This was the true strength of a Spirit King-level expert. She used all her skills, quietly utilizing the 5 Elements spirit techniques to reinforce her protective barrier, but she was still firmly gripped, unable to move. The Right Elder even revealed a look of surprise. This girl who was only at the 7th rank of the spirit cultivation stage could actually counter against him. If she were properly cultivated, she would surely become a great talent in the future. The Canglan Continent had not seen new surprises for a long time. Nan Jian and others were more astonished. Chu Linghua was actually able to withstand the Right Elder's attacks and skillfully handle 3 rounds. She was only at the 7th rank of the spirit cultivation stage. How could she possibly have the ability to confront the Right Elder? Was this defying heaven? Chu Linghua was forced to retreat backward. The strong gale winds kept pushing her body. A streak of blood flowed down from the corner of her lips. She clenched her teeth, determined to fight to the last moment, allowing Chu Sibi and Mu Lingfeng to escape further at least. Not bad, not bad. I haven't met such a stubborn child for over 10 years. Haha, you suit my taste. The Right Elder laughed, then pushed 7/10 of his martial spirit towards Chu Linghua. Poof! Chu Linghua ultimately couldn't resist. The branch in her hand immediately turned to powder and scattered into the air with a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, she was sent flying away. Her figure spun 3 times in the air before finally landing on one knee, stirring up a large amount of dry leaves. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, staring forward. Was this the power of a Spirit King-level expert? For the first time, Chu Linghua felt the intense pressure of levels. Even if she activated the 5 Elements spirit techniques in front of a Spirit King-level expert, her chances of victory were still slim. A dull pain coursed through her entire meridian system. After a momentary daze, the Right Elder was already in front of her, warning, "Young girl, stop struggling or you'll only get hurt worse." Actually, she didn't intend to struggle anyway. The Right Elder signaled with his eyes, and subordinates immediately came forward with ropes to tightly bind Chu Linghua, leaving her unable to move. "Chu Linghua, where's Zio? Where have you hidden her? Don't think I won't dare to kill you." Nan Jian took a big step forward, his momentum grand and fierce, his eyes nearly bulging out. Chu Linghua smirked. "I've hidden her away. Kill me, and you will never find her in this lifetime. You cruel witch." Nan Jian was consumed by anger. To fully heal Nan Mingyuan's right hand, they could only rely on Nan Zio pleasing the Great Elder. With Nan Zio gone, when would he have to wait until again? Outraged, he raised his hand to severely punish Chu Linghua. However, Chu Linghua wasn't going to be passively beaten so easily. As she saw the slap descending toward her face, she swiftly kicked South Jian's lower abdomen, flipping him onto the ground with great awkwardness. Had she ever been slapped in her entire life? And Nan Jian dared to slap her? Ow, ow, ow. Unprepared, Nanjian felt as if all his old bones were about to disintegrate. He, a Spirit King-level warrior, actually received a kick from Chu Linghua? The right elder, take a look. This woman is extremely savage. She even dares to hit head of the Nan family, said one of the Spirit King-level warriors who'd previously been embarrassed by Chu Linghua. In fact, he'd just advanced to the Spirit King level himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered a humiliating loss at Chu Linghua's hands due to underestimating her. The right elder frowned slightly, without saying much. This girl was quite to his liking. After 6 or 5 seconds, Nanjian managed to stand up from the ground. As the head of the Nan family ranked number 1 among the 4 great houses, he had been humiliated by someone junior to him, losing all dignity. Unable to swallow this insult, his anger flared. Chu Linghua, how dare you hit me? I must make you suffer. He summoned his martial spirit and attempted to attack Chu Linghua. But as the palm wind got within 0.01 centimeters of Chu Linghua, someone else intercepted it midair. Enough, the right elder shouted. Were they all treating him like an invisible person? How dared anyone assault someone in front of him? Take her back and thoroughly interrogate her first. Send more people to search for Miss Nan. This remote wilderness could lead to problems easily. Furthermore, without my permission, none of you are allowed to harm her. The right elder ordered. Nanjian gritted his teeth in hatred but dared not oppose. Finding Nanzio as soon as possible was the priority. He'd think of a way to deal with Chu Linghua after a couple of days. But, the right elder cast a glance at the man beside him. Are you just a minor division hall master, and yet you dare challenge me? No, this subordinate dares not. The hall master who'd been struck by Chu Linghua quickly lowered his head. The actual right guardian of Li Hun's sect was someone that even he, a small division hall master, couldn't provoke. Chu Linghua snorted inwardly. The people of Solness sect were quite interesting. Soon, they split into 2 groups. Nanjian took several teams to search for Nanzio throughout the Beast Forest, while Chu Linghua was taken back by the right elder and others. After passing through the maze array and teleportation array, she was immediately brought to the dungeon of the underground city. She secretly memorized the route and location, which just overlapped with the map that Nanzio had given her. You cannot get tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den. To see the members of the Divine Wind Mercenary Group, she must take risks and make a public contact. Get in. Chu Linghua's ropes were untied, and she was pushed hard into the dungeon. 3 giant locks secured the door. Behind her were over 100 people, separately detained in different cages. Everyone huddled together silently watching her, not speaking. The right elder appeared in front of the dungeon, separated from Chu Linghua by an iron gate. He stood with his hands behind his back, staring at her intently. Chu Linghua wasn't bothered. She sat down on the hay, closed her eyes to rest lightly, adjusting her breathing. After forcefully receiving the right elder's powerful wind earlier, she felt like all her energy was out of place and very uncomfortable. Do you call yourself Chu Linghua, right? The right elder asked, having never underestimated her since their encounter. He ordered her to be held separately. When the right elder mentioned Chu Linghua's name, some among those tightly curled up people glanced at her direction. Yes, what do you want? Chu Linghua casually leaned against the iron cage, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. Why are you so determined to find the Divine Wind Mercenary Group? Could it be that your abduction of Miss Nan is related to this? The right elder questioned, confused. Finally, Chu Linghua lifted her eyelids and looked at the right elder, faintly smiling. Yes, release the Divine Wind Mercenary Group, and I'll immediately tell you where Nanzio is. We will send people to find Miss Nan. As for you, are you interested in joining Solness sect? The right elder said after some consideration and couldn't resist extending an olive branch to Chu Linghua. A woman like this would undoubtedly have a brilliant future ahead. Chapter 91, Provoking Nan Mingyuan. Talented people must not be lost, and coming to the Lihuan sect would be her best destination. Although she is the holy maiden of Shi'er City, that's fine. He has many ways to make her become another person. Upon hearing this, Chu Linghua revealed a look of surprise with a smile. What? Go to the Lihuan sect? Yes, become my last disciple, and I will impart all my life's learning to you, said the right protector, showing his high regard for her and hoping she wouldn't act foolishly. Chu Linghua became interested and immediately stood up to approach the right protector. Really? She asked with anticipation on her face. You have a good foundation, but you haven't found a good way to cultivate or an appropriate technique. Follow me, and I will pass down all the cultivation methods I've gathered from various parts of the Canglan Continent, said the right protector. Chu Linghua didn't refuse immediately, but responded instead. I need to consider it. Fine, you have 3 days to think about it. After 3 days, I'll come back, said the right protector. He wasn't in a rush for Chu Linghua's answer because receiving an immediate response might even make it less interesting. The right protector left and instructed his subordinates to treat Chu Linghua well during these 3 days and ensure not a single hair on her head was harmed. As Chu Linghua sat on a pile of straw, someone spat at her and cursed loudly. What kind of holy maiden from Hyler City are you supposed to be? Apparently, you're no better than that, trying to defect to the Lihuan sect. I thought you had truly changed your ways. Guess I overestimated you. That's right. Worthy of being called a holy maiden, helping villains do evil deeds. I definitely don't want to be anywhere near you. The person nearest to her iron cage moved backward instantly to keep a distance from her. Chu Linghua remained calm and asked loudly, Who among you belong to the Shunfeng mercenary group? Please step closer. I have something to say about Mulingfeng. There were no guards from the Lihuan sect nearby, and since she couldn't leave the iron cage anyway, she decided to shout as loud as she could. Among the hundreds of people there, some members of the Shunfeng mercenary group would surely come out. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, someone came out from the crowd, bending their back. Dong Jiu appeared in front of Chu Lingwei. His face was full of stubble, and his pale complexion showed no trace of his previous vitality. His dim eyes lacked any spirit. He had already been tortured to almost no resemblance of a human by the Lihuan sect. Chu Lingyue's heart was gripped tightly. Holy Maiden, I am the leader of the Shinfeng mercenary group, Dong Jiu. Have you seen Mulingfeng? Dong Jiu moved close to the iron gate and quietly asked. He had helped Mulingfeng escape 2 days ago, and as a result, he was severely beaten by the Lihuan sect, almost to death. Yes, I've seen him. He has escaped safely. Chu Lingwei nodded. That's good, that's good. Dong Jiu expressed relief, glad that his painstaking efforts weren't wasted. And the others? Why are you alone? Chu Lingwei asked, noticing that clever ones like Dong Er were not around. Dong Jiu lowered his head. They're over there. To cover Mulingfeng's escape, they were beaten into critical condition by the Lihuan sect. I had the best physical condition among us, which is why I didn't collapse. Had he collapsed too, he doubted whether his group members would have avoided being taken away by the Lihuan sect and having their necks slashed. Therefore, he had to remain strong until the end. Damn it, Chu Lingyue cursed harshly. Such morally reprehensible acts were still within the capability of the Lihuan sect. Holy Maiden, take them. Chu Lingyue discreetly took out 7 or 8 bottles of low-grade healing essence from her spatial ring and sneaked them into Dong Jiu's hands. While it might not fully cure them immediately, it would still be better than nothing. Holy Maiden, this? Chu Lingyue used her sleeve to cover the lower half of her face, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes visible under the dim light spots. Take them. After all, this was her cause, and she must bear the consequences. Dong Jiu lit up with joy. It was as if a ray of dawn had finally pierced through the dark world. You're June. He never would have imagined that Chu Lingyue, the Holy Maiden of Hyler City, was actually Jun Ling, who once traveled and ate together with the Shinfeng mercenary group and ruined Ninmingyuan. Chu Lingyue placed her finger gently on her lips. Trust me. She really didn't want to reveal her alternate identity as Jun Ling, but to gain Dong Jiu's trust, she had to take this risk. Yes, I trust you. Dong Jiu firmly nodded. As long as it was Jun Ling, he believed. Woohoo! His nearly dead team members would finally be saved. Go back and hide for now. Wait for my signal. Chu Lingyue whispered softly. As the sound of footsteps approached, she quickly gestured for Dong Jiu to retreat. Everything returned to peace silently. Then several people descended the stone steps and entered the dungeon. Chu Lingyue's gaze flickered as the one walking toward her was precisely Nan Mingyuan, accompanied by the branch hall master of the Lihuan sect who had suffered a defeat at her hands earlier. Given the right protector's protection, it was hard to make a move directly against her. Hence, the incident was embellished further when reported to Nan Mingyuan to provoke her. This provided her a good opportunity to set her next strategy in motion. Chu Lingyue, where's Ziyu? Nan Mingyuan stood in front of the iron cage, piercing her with his sharp gaze. Quickly, confess where Miss Nan is, the hall master shouted. Humph. Chu Lingyue stood up and leisurely approached this branch hall master, mocking. Oh? Defeated under my hands, yet you're still the hall master of the Lihuan sect. Ha 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 ha. Chu Lingyue burst into uncontrollable laughter, showing no regard for the hall master. You'd better not be too cocky. I'll deal with you sooner or later, he said with resentment. Chu Lingyue spread her arms wide, fearless. Then come at me. Suddenly, Nan Mingyuan reached his left hand into the iron cage and fiercely grabbed Chu Lingyue's arm. Chu Lingyue, I'm obviously not a patient person. Let me ask you one last time. Where's Ziyu? The memory of Mo Ruyang being harmed by Chu Lingyue played repeatedly in Nan Mingyuan's mind. The scar on his neck was growing bigger, nearly causing his carotid artery to explode. He had to settle this account. Chu Lingyue glanced at Nan Mingyuan, noticing that he raised his left hand while his repaired right hand remained hanging under the wide sleeve, seemingly too weak to lift. She suddenly shook off Nan Mingyuan's hand and took a step back, unfazed by this small threat. And I'll say it again. Without me, none of you will find her. If I die, Nanzio will also pay with her life. How dare such a little woman be so malicious? This branch hall master pointed at Chu Lingyue in disgust. If you don't speak, I'll have to resort to punishment. The right protector hasn't given permission, so how dare you touch me? Chu Lingyue loudly declared, her tone audacious, drawing the attention of everyone in the dungeon. See? I knew it. What a holy maiden of Hyler City, Tisk. Lihuan sect's lackey dog. How blind must the high priest have been to select her as a holy maiden? Everyone expressed their disdain for Chu Lingyue. Even if she dared to provoke Nan Mingyuan, they wouldn't make a sound even if they were beaten to death. Once hearing Chu Lingyue mention the right protector, this branch hall master grew irate instantly, having had enough of being forcefully subdued, deciding today was the day to take out his anger on Chu Lingyue. Bring it on. Open the iron gate. I will punish you today whether you like it or not. Don't think just because you're protected by the right protector we can't do anything to you. The guard who had descended with them earlier hesitated, saying, Hall master, the right protector gave orders. She cannot be touched. Nen Shao here is present. Why can't we move? Open the iron door immediately. The hall master roared angrily, kicking one of the guards down and grabbing the key from his waist before opening the gate while muttering curses. Don't try to intimidate me with the right protector. South Lord says the final word. Any of you dare block me, and I'll report to the great protector to pull you into the blood sacrifice. Chapter 92. I surrender and I lose. The iron door opened, and the hall master immediately instructed his subordinates to tie up Chu Lingyue. Take her to the water dungeon. Do not release her without young Master Nan's orders. Chu Lingyue showed no intention of struggling, allowing herself to be bound and pushed out of the iron door. Nan Mingyuan stood right in front of Chu Lingyue, his pitch-black eyes filled with endless hatred. Chu Lingyue, you deserve this. Really? Are you doing this for a Mo Wang? Her neck wound won't heal. Chu Lingyue raised her well-shaped eyebrows and coldly laughed. Go ahead then. If I surrender, it means I lose. Hearing this, Nan Mingyuan flew into a rage. Take her to the number 1 water dungeon in the earth section. Do not let her eat or drink. Release her only with my permission. The hall master was shocked speechless, staring at Nan Mingyuan as he trembled all over. Isn't the number 1 water dungeon in the earth section too harsh? There are. I say what counts. Nan Mingyuan's sharp cold voice cut through. This scared the hall master enough to make him shrink his neck. He had only intended to mildly punish Chu Lingyue for being arrogant, but Nan Mingyuan seemed determined to take Chu Lingyue's life. Master Nan, if the Great Protector assigns blame, it has nothing to do with me. The hall master quickly washed his hands off any responsibility. The number 1 water dungeon in the earth section was like hell. It wasn't a place fit for humans. Of course, except for those few monsters who had been locked up there long ago. But throwing Chu Lingyue in there was asking for death. If the Great Protector knew, they would surely bear their due responsibilities. Thinking about this, the hall master was overwhelmed by chills. No, he needed to quickly sever any ties with Nan Mingyuan. Guards, take her away immediately. At Nan Mingyuan's command, several subordinates pushed Chu Lingyue away, and he closely followed after. He had to personally see Chu Lingyue escorted into the number 1 water dungeon in the earth section. 100 or so prisoners in the dungeon watched helplessly as Chu Lingyue was taken away by Nan Mingyuan, not daring to plead for her. This saint maiden of Hillock City who betrayed trust deserved none. From the corner, Dong Zhuo's eyes lit up. He firmly believed that Chu Lingyue would be safe. Quickly taking advantage of the absence of guardians from the departed soul sect, he fed some inferior restoration spiritual liquid to his brothers. After passing through narrow caves and winding 7 times, Chu Lingyue was forcibly pushed into an even more damp environment. Darkness so thick she couldn't see her hand before her eyes. Water under her feet almost reached her knees. This place was unmarked on any map. If you're going to lock me up here, untie these bindings. You're worried I'll run away. Chu Lingyue smiled wickedly as she gazed at Nan Mingyuan from the entrance of the number 1 water dungeon in the earth section. Untie her, Nan Mingyuan impatiently ordered. Several subordinates promptly came forward to untie Chu Lingyue, retreating quickly afterwards, as if terrified of this place. Chu Lingyue wiggled her now-free wrists, feeling much lighter. Chu Lingyue, best tell me where Ziyu is. Otherwise, prepare for worse than death. Nan Mingyuan threatened. But Chu Lingyue responded calmly, neither hurried nor lighthearted. Oh? Then I'll die. Nan Mingyuan tightened his body in anger. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Enjoy this then. Huh. He immediately commanded his subordinates to tightly lock the iron gate of the number 1 water dungeon in the earth section, adding another layer of stone doors outside. With a dull thud, Chu Lingyue found herself plunged into total darkness. 5 seconds later, with a loud boom, a lantern appeared in Chu Lingyue's hand, illuminating half the dungeon. She had improved the pentagram spirit art and applied it to the lantern, which could emit infinite light. The advantage was it emitted light, the disadvantage being it could not be used as fire. Underneath her were knee-deep waters. She made a slight tisk. Her mind whispered clearly, pentagram spirit art, float. Subsequently, her body slowly rose onto the water surface, using martial skills to dry her soaked skirts and socks. This is better. She walked on the water with her non-heated lantern held high, looking around as the dungeon stretched far. First, she wanted to find a suitable place to rest until the Great Protector came knocking. Then, she would set up a pitiful image of herself abused by Nan Mingyuan. A perfect suffering young lotus flower, pity-inducing indeed. Who are you? After walking less than 10 meters, a deep voice suddenly called out from the depths of the dungeon. You'd better lower your voice. Don't scare the little girl. Yes, old Xiao, it's rare for a little one to show up. Scaring her won't end well. Hearing this, Chu Lingyue turned her gaze and saw, in the middle of the dungeon, a thick iron door standing between the sound's origin and her. Who are you? Chu Lingyue asked, standing by the iron door. Judging from the hall masters and the people of the departed soul sect's reactions, this number 1 water dungeon in the earth section should be a dangerous presence. Yet how were there living beings inside? Her curiosity piqued. Little one, can you come inside? An old man's voice replied from inside, rather kind. Chu Lingyue lifted her lantern to illuminate the scene in front. The iron door extended from underwater to the stone wall above, strong as bronze walls and iron barriers, completely sealed. I think you can't. Can you come out? Chu Lingyue asked with a smile. Can we come out? Why do we need your permission? An elderly man's voice from inside answered, sounding somewhat displeased. Hearing the chains clinking deep inside the iron door, it seemed that they were bound and unable to break free. Chu Lingyue shrugged and loudly responded, I'll try. If she couldn't tackle it from above, then she would take a look underwater. Chu Lingyue used her lantern to shine on the clear water surface, dimly seeing something glowing at the bottom. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes for concentration before plunging into the water head first. Her elegant figure darted into the water just like a mermaid. She didn't like the feeling of suffocating, which felt like a prelude to drowning, terrifying yet helpless. In no time, she dived to the bottom and was astonished to find a tenjong deep area under her feet. She leaned against the underwater iron gate, holding the lantern in her hand. Right in front of her, adjacent to the stone wall, was a thick iron pillar slightly protruding, creating a small gap. Without hesitation, she swam over there. As she approached the water's bottom, Chu Lingyue's eyes widened with shock. All she could see were piles upon piles of white bones beneath the water, instantly covering her nose and mouth. She barely managed not to vomit right then and there. Without any second thoughts, she relied on her slim build to immediately slip through the crack beside the stone wall. She leaped out of the water quickly, using the 5 Elements spirit art to hold her body up. Recalling that shocking image, she couldn't hold back her dry heaving anymore. Ugh, goodness, there must be at least 10,000 white bones piled up under the water, densely packed together. It looked like a human hell filled with vengeful spirits, horrifying to the extreme. Now, she understood why people from the departed soul sect turned pale when mentioning this Earth Section's #1 water dungeon. Little one, did you make it over? Chu Lingyue didn't answer immediately. She still had residual fear after almost being nauseated to death. It seemed so clear underwater, but who would have thought it was full of skulls? My goodness, how many people had the departed soul sect harmed? Thinking about this, she immediately dried herself completely with her martial spirit techniques and hung an aromatic sachet around her waist to mask the smell. No, she would consult her divination again soon to see if she was affected by malicious forces. Little one, speak up. Are you drowned? Oh, don't pressure her. Am I supposed to wait patiently when someone alive finally comes in? The group started arguing back and forth without pause. Half an incense stick later, Chu Lingyue finally calmed down. Holding her lantern, she walked step by step towards the deeper part of the water dungeon. The entrance ahead was relatively narrow, but after turning right, the dungeon space became wide again. Chapter 93, The Hidden Secrets of the Lihuan Sect. The sound of chains clinking grew increasingly clear until she saw 4 clusters of green flames floating in front of her, bobbing up and down as if deliberately trying to scare her. She stopped walking, tilting her head, eyes unwavering with amusement as she watched. Judging by the voices, they were a few old men. Oh wow. The old men cloaked in darkness seemed to be having fun, emitting terrifying cries from time to time, intentionally frightening Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue, must they be so childish? Whoosh! Chu Lingyue formed seals with her hands and instantly released 4 piercing beams of light that passed through the 4 small flames, extinguishing them immediately. The old men, bound in chains and hidden in the dark, froze their bodies. Wailing softly, they had worked hard to activate their martial spirits into these tiny flames, but all efforts were wasted. What's fun about flames? Let me show you something even more interesting. Chu Lingyue smiled slightly and pulled out several fruits from her spatial ring as mediums. She utilized the 5 Elements spirit techniques to illuminate the fruits and tossed them into the air where they floated. The fruits Chu Lingyue threw glowed like bright lanterns, instantly lighting up the entire water dungeon. The old men, who hadn't seen such glaring light for a long time, quickly covered their eyes. Every movement caused the chains confining them to screech loudly. Chu Lingyue finally had a clear view of the situation. There were 4 old men caged in an iron cage floating on the water surface. Their limbs were bound by chains. Their unkempt appearances and tattered robes revealed the extent of their hardships. She couldn't help but approach, squatting directly in front of the iron cage, tilting her head to look at the 4. Who are you? Why have you been imprisoned here? To her knowledge, the underground city was only built just over a year ago. Yet these men looked like they'd been imprisoned for over a decade. The 4 old men gradually adapted to the brightness. Seeing Chu Lingyue, it was as if they'd found a long-lost source of hope. They eagerly lunged toward her, though the short chains tethering them could only produce a metallic clanging sound. Little one. Hee, we haven't seen a lively little one like you in ages. Come closer. Let this old man take a good look. One white-haired old man said excitedly. Quick, look. This little one is floating on the water. One of the old men pointed at Chu Lingyue, surprised, almost jumping with joy. Finally, a powerful little one has arrived. We won't die so easily now, will we? That's skilled. I bet she can last at least over 10 days. Is that so? I'm betting on 5 days. 8 days, no more. The 4 discussed enthusiastically. Chu Lingyue, how long do you think I'll last? Chu Lingyue massaged her pulsating temples, unable to do anything with them but promptly joining in. How do you know you won't die? The 4 old men turned their gazes onto her firmly. No, you must die. Otherwise, how would our bets hold any meaning? I've joined too. Chu Lingyue shrugged. This. The 4 old men immediately became dumbfounded, scratching their chins deep in thought. There had never been a situation before where an outsider joined in. What should they do? They looked at each other and began an intense discussion, entirely ignoring Chu Lingyue. Because there were 4 people, 2 opposed, while 2 agreed. I support it. Wouldn't we then just be 3 against 2? Chu Lingyue smiled. Seems reasonable, so shall we count you in then? The 4 old men felt Chu Lingyue's point made sense. So easily swayed. Have these mysterious old men gone mad being cooped up in this pitch-black place? My name is Chu Lingyue. I was put here by people from the Lihuan sect. How did you end up here? Chu Lingyue took the initiative to be friendly. Upon hearing the name of the Lihuan sect, the 4 old men immediately scoffed. Those despicable people from the Lihuan sect, always resorting to underhanded tactics. Otherwise, how could they ever imprison us? I agree, Chu Lingyue chimed in. Why does the Lihuan sect keep you confined? Chu Lingyue asked curiously, realizing that anyone important enough to be detained by the Lihuan sect wouldn't be ordinary. Because they seek to steal our cultivation techniques, but don't want public condemnation. Without locking us away, the 100-year-old reputation of the Lihuan sect would be ruined. The white-haired old man clenched his fists tightly and yanked forcefully on the chains binding him. Chu Lingyue covered her ears and yelled, "Stop pulling. My ears hurt." This place was practically a closed space, surrounded by walls on all sides. Even slightly loud noises produced echoes reverberating endlessly. The four old men immediately ceased their struggling, sitting quietly face-to-face with Chu Lingyue. "What technique? Who exactly are you?" Seeing their reluctance to speak, Chu Lingyue took out several wild fruits from her spatial ring and gave 2 to each of them. They had been imprisoned in this pitch-black place for a long time without seeing fresh fruits. The four old men bowed their heads, gazing at their noses as if meditating. Seeing Chu Lingyue's sincerity, the white-bearded old man slapped his thigh and immediately recounted the entire story, while introducing their origins and identities. "We are the last disciples of the Beast Emperor sect, the Spirit Burning sect, the Thunder Control sect, and the Constellation sect." Chu Lingyue was surprised, saying, "The 4 major sects that once stood alongside the Lihuan sect? Little one, for someone so young, you sure know a lot," the white-bearded old man praised, growing even more appreciative of Chu Lingyue. "I read it in the Canglan annals. Over a decade ago, the 4 great sects colluded with demon spirits, intending to disrupt the peace of the Canglan Continent, only to be exterminated by the Lihuan sect." Chu Lingyue summarized succinctly, which roughly captured the gist of the story. She had accidentally stumbled upon the history of the Canglan Continent while browsing through ancient medical texts in the Chu family library. "Umph, what nonsense," the white-haired old man sternly exclaimed. "The Lihuan sect used false pretenses under the name of the Star Luo Conference, framing us with ties to demons before destroying our sections. In secret, they have detained us, transferring us across various locations. This year marks the 15th since our capture." The 4 men were all filled with righteous anger, but felt utterly helpless. "Why didn't you escape?" Chu Lingyue asked. The white-bearded old man immediately flared up, his eyes brimming with bloodlust, yet also harboring deep shame. "We underestimated the Lihuan sect, falling into their trap, with all our meridians destroyed. Otherwise, how could we allow such a small sect like Lihuan to destroy everything? We will avenge this wrong one day," one of the old men said while munching on the fruit. Chu Lingyue sighed deeply, never expecting that behind the shocking events of those years lay an unparalleled conspiracy. "Calm down first. How about all of you take a step back?" Chu Lingyue smiled faintly, feeling uneasy squatting on the water, thinking it might be more comfortable to find a spot to lie down and chat. "What are you going to do?" The 4 questioned her, but still retreated to the safety zone she specified. Then, she summoned the Xianyu sword and slashed towards the iron cage below. Swish, 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 cutting through metal like soft clay. Before their astonished eyes, Chu Lingyue effortlessly carved a hole in the iron cage using the Xianyu sword. She then put away the sword and strode confidently inside. Could this be an ancient divine weapon? The 4 old men were shocked beyond belief and stared at Chu Lingyue for confirmation. Chu Lingyue chuckled, "I don't know if it's an ancient divine weapon, but it's certainly powerful." Chapter 94. While we're alive, do more good deeds. "Little one, can you show us your ancient divine tool so we can get a glimpse?" This white-bearded figure was Qiu Lao from the Beast Emperor sect. "Yeah, anyway, we don't have much time left. Let's just open our eyes." Go Lao of the Flame Spirit sect echoed his words. Su Lao from the Thunder Command sect nodded in agreement, showing great approval. Looking over at Ho Lao of the Star Host sect, his piercing gaze had been fixed on Chu Lingyue the whole time. He continuously stroked his beard, completely unaware of what the 3 were discussing. It wasn't until all their gazes converged on Ho Lao. Ho Lao blinked in surprise. "Why are you all looking at me like this?" He was the youngest among the 4 inheritors, with only a few strands of gray hair mixed in with his black hair, about 60 years old or so. Upon closer inspection, the 4 appeared sallow and emaciated, the result of being confined in dark places without sunlight for years, suffering from malnutrition. "Ho Lao, stop staring at the little girl as soon as you arrived. Are you interested in her?" Su Lao's temper was direct and impetuous. "I just want to ask how this little one managed to float on water," Ho Lao asked. Chu Lingyue leaned against the iron gate nearest to them, smiled mysteriously. "You want to know? This young person is quite arrogant." No, Chu Lingyue was the first young girl who dared to be so disrespectful in front of them. She hadn't shown respect for their elder's status with the proper kneeling salute. There's also that thing floating in the air emitting light, like it has life. How did you manage that?" Ho Lao asked, his face full of anticipation. He had studied constellations and the essence of heaven and earth for over 60 years, but had never seen such mystifying phenomena, something entirely beyond his understanding. Even through martial spirit manipulation, he could not achieve such feats. Should I give you another performance?" Chu Lingyue laughed. Seeing Ho Lao's interest, she rummaged through her spatial ring until finally she found a leaf. Like pulling off a magic trick, she concealed the 5 elements spiritual arts within it, and it immediately glowed with a golden light. Under the astonishment of the 4, it slowly floated away from her hand and hung right before their eyes. Each golden pattern lit up, glowing steadily yet gently. "Golden." Ho Lao fell into deep shock, staring hard at Chu Lingyue as he stuttered out a few unbelievable words. "This is the 5 elements spiritual arts. I thought no one in the Canglan Continent knew about the 5 elements spiritual arts anymore." Chu Lingyue then retracted the leaf. Even though it was just a tiny piece, it might still save her life at a critical moment. "Ho Lao, is this the 5 elements spiritual arts you've always researched?" Su Lao asked. Just like Ho Lao, he couldn't believe Chu Lingyue had perfectly showcased the core of the 5 elements spiritual arts. "Yes, I've researched it for 40 years, and I would definitely not make a mistake. Little one, where did you learn it? Hou Lao asked. After 40 years of study, he hadn't been able to thoroughly understand the 5 elements spiritual arts, yet the small child before him had profound skills, managing to infuse the spiritual arts into a single leaf. Secret, Chu Lingyue replied curtly, clearly unwilling to say more. She didn't want to bring up past events, especially memories of her previous life when tens of thousands surrounded her due to coveting her 100-year-old notes on researching the 5 elements spiritual arts. Let the secrets of her former life remain buried forever. If you don't want to say, then fine, Hou Lao said petulantly, knowing well that the 5 elements spiritual arts had long become a taboo on the Canglan Continent, so not mentioning it was better. Moreover, for more than 40 years prior, he had kept it a secret, daring not to reveal his research openly to the world. Even now, he dare claim that the soul-parting sect, which imprisoned him for over a decade, had no idea about his covert research on the 5 elements spiritual arts. Still, he was incredibly curious about Chu Lingyue. How could a 15 or 16-year-old child have a deeper mastery of the 5 elements spiritual arts, which he'd spent 40 years studying? But since she wanted to keep it secret, there was nothing to be done. Ask. Of course asking wouldn't work. Little one, how did you get caught? Hou Lao asked curiously. I played tricks on some people from the soul-parting sect, offended them, accidentally got captured, and was thrown in here. Chu Lingyue gave a brief summary, conveying the gist of it. To dare play tricks on people from the soul-parting sect. You've got quite the guts. Su Lao chuckled, enjoying the straightforward manner of Chu Lingyue. Hee nothing much. Chu Lingyue awkwardly scratched her nose. Is our previous bet still valid? She asked. What bet? The 4 inheritors asked in confusion. The bet that I wouldn't die? Let's double the ante. In less than 3 days, someone from the soul-parting sect will personally come to escort me out and treat me with food and drink. If I win, you must give me your most treasured possessions, and in exchange, I'll rescue you. If you win, I'll stay and die with you. The 4 exchanged glances and burst out laughing. Ha ha, little one, you're too overconfident. The 4 of us old fellows have been stuck here for over a year, and no one has ever walked out alive. Look at the white bones at the bottom of the water. They're all victims of the soul-parting sect's evil deeds. At this mention, the 4 sect inheritors lamented together. Even the longest survival was just 7 days. You sigh. Hou Lao couldn't help but feel regretful. Such a fine young lady would meet her end here. It seemed that the 5 elements spiritual arts were destined to fade into obscurity once again. Don't be so pessimistic. I only need 3 days. If I get out safely, I'll definitely find a way to save you all. Then you can give me your most treasured possessions as agreed. Chu Lingyue took a step back and said. She never spoke in vain. Since she had encountered these 4 old men by fate, she decided to lend them a helping hand. But helping always came with a corresponding price. It was cause and effect after all. While we're alive, do more good deeds. It's an experience well spoken of. After hesitating for a moment, Hou Lao slapped his thigh. Fine. This old man will gamble with you. If you manage to save us, I'll give you my 40-year-old research notes on the 5 elements spiritual arts. Since that's the case, then I'll take the bet as well. I will too. Me also. All 4 responded enthusiastically, thinking there was nothing left to lose anyway. Any hope was better than none. Good. Let's seal the deal with a handshake. Chu Lingyue raised her small hand. The 4 all heartily shook hands with Chu Lingyue as proof of their pact. Then let's have a drink. Chu Lingyue mischievously said, pulling out several jars of fine liquor from her spatial ring, drinking freely with the 4 elders. Ha ha ha, how pleasant. The moon shone brightly while the stars twinkled faintly. In some corner of the beast forest, Chu Siyu held on to Nan Ziyu tightly, impatient with her slow pace, and couldn't stop complaining. Walk faster. Under the bright moonlight, Chu Siyu clearly lacked patience. She had been dragging Nan Ziyu for 6 or 7 hours already. Wah. Nan Ziyu tried to cry out, but something stuffed in her mouth muffled her voice. Her feet were completely worn out. Sister, shouldn't we rest here? Chita asked. They had already escaped the control zone of the soul-parting sect within the beast forest. The beast forest was vast. Even a slight detour could make it hard for the soul-parting sect to conduct large-scale searches. All right. Chu Siyu actually couldn't move either. She firmly tied the rope around Nan Ziyu to a tree and sat down with a heavy thud. Nan Ziyu could barely hold on anymore and collapsed onto the ground in a disheveled state, both starving and exhausted. She wondered if her father would find her anytime soon. Wah, how much she missed her warm soft bed. Here, have some carrots. Chita handed over all the carrots given to it by Xiao Qingtuan to Chu Siyu. Chapter 95. Everything belongs to you. She didn't hesitate, grabbed the carrot and began eating. Thank you. This is delicious. Have some too. All right. Chita Beast sat closely next to Chu Siyu and began gnawing on the carrot. If Nan Ziyu's mouth wasn't stuffed with cloth, her drool would have dropped to the ground. Wah. She wanted to eat but was starving. You want some? Chu Siyu smirked at the corner of her lips. Yes. Nan Ziyu frantically nodded. In your dreams. They captured me in Li Huan's sect and hung me for 3 days and 3 nights. Then beat me up for an entire day and night. I will make you pay back for this, Nan Ziyu. Humph. Chu Siyu continued eating her carrot with a cold snort. She ate it right in front of Nan Ziyu just to make her even hungrier. Wah. Nan Ziyu cried. She had never experienced such suffering from being hungry, all because of Chu Lingyue. One day, she would definitely make both sisters suffer dearly. Furious, Nan Ziyu stomped on the ground. Yet what could she do? She couldn't break free from the ropes. Ho. Suddenly, Chu Siyu's communication mirror strapped to her waist emitted a sound. She quickly picked it up, revealing Chu Lingyue's face inside the communication mirror. Wah. Wah. Unable to control her emotions, Chu Siyu sobbed while eating her carrot. Why did you contact me so late? Were you captured by Lihuan's sect? We've already run far away. Yes, I'm in the Lihuan sect, you. Be careful around them. Wait for my signal. Chu Lingyue smiled, seeing that the 4 elders beside her were completely drunk, oblivious to their surroundings. I know, you don't even care about me. Chu Siyu complained. How's Nanziyu doing? Chu Lingyue laughed and asked. Chu Siyu glanced at Nanziyu and replied. Pretty well, meaning she hasn't starved to death yet. We still need her for something. Don't let her starve to death. Give her some food to keep her alive. Chu Lingyue laughed, knowing very well about Chu Siyu's grudgeful nature, hence deciding to remind her. But Chu Siyu felt aggrieved, glaring fiercely at Nanziyu. Be a good girl, listen to me. After we're done with Lihuan's sect, you can deal with her however you like later. Chu Lingyue said. Well, okay, I understand. Chu Siyu pouted reluctantly. Even if she didn't want to comply, she must listen to Chu Lingyue since without her, she wouldn't have known how badly Nanziyu could treat her. That's the spirit. Chu Siyu walked to Nanziyu holding a carrot, threatening her. Don't scream, or I'll kick your stomach. Yes. Tortured for an entire day and night. How dare Nanziyu talk back to Chu Siyu anymore? She hurriedly nodded violently, afraid of not getting her share of the carrot even later. Chu Siyu took out the piece of cloth stuffed into Nanziyu's mouth and fed her the carrot bit by bit, rudely. After feeding one whole carrot, she immediately shoved the cloth back into Nanziyu's mouth. Are you satisfied now? Chu Siyu spoke into the communication mirror. Chu Lingyue had watched everything clearly earlier. So obedient. Ensure safety first. Find a place to rest properly and conserve strength. I'll be contacting you. Chu Lingyue instructed and cut off communication with Chu Siyu. Chu Siyu, do you not even ask how I am doing? She suddenly became jealous and continued munching on the carrot. Without noticing, Cheetah Beast had fallen asleep leaning against her foot, clutching a half-eaten carrot in its hand. Little bunny? She noticed this quietly, calling softly, but Cheetah Beast was truly exhausted. It dug holes all day yesterday escaping and kept busy for most of today as well, unable to lift its eyelids anymore. Chu Siyu carefully held him onto herself, leaned against a tree, and fell asleep. Nanziyu no longer had any strength left to escape and had already fallen asleep earlier than them. In Xylanson Monster Forest, Muling Feng managed to avoid several groups of people from Lihuan's sect and was still on the move, not daring to stop for a second, fearing that he might fail to deliver the message back to Hill City in time. Underground city of the Lihuan sect. Chu Lingyue had been restless all day, resting slightly against the iron door. Unfortunately, the loud snoring of the 4 drunken old men made it impossible for her to fall asleep. Curling her legs close to herself, she silently accepted her fate. 3 days went by quietly. The 4 old men also started quarreling loudly. 3 days are over, little girl. Why haven't the people from the Lihuan sect come to get you out yet? Old Su asked straightforwardly. Don't worry, isn't there still half an hour left? Let's wait a little longer. Chu Lingyue crossed her arms, watching the 4 old men take turns playing Go. Her Go board was something she casually stored in her space ring on the day she left home. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to relax like this. Our game is almost finished. Then let's play another round. Chu Lingyue said. As long as there were still 15 minutes left, she hadn't lost yet. All right. Old Su agreed, taking the white piece and capturing one of Old Chio's black pieces. He suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Haha. Old Chio, it's your turn. It's just one move. Look at how capable you think you are. Old Chio glared and continued to play against Old Su. Suddenly, Chu Lingyue, with her keen hearing, detected the sound of the stone door moving. They're here. I'll take my leave for now. Chu Lingyue bowed respectfully. The 4 elders immediately stopped their game, and each pulled out several spirit artifacts from their tattered robes, handing them over to Chu Lingyue. Girl, take these. Their faces showed reluctance. It was finally time to part ways. Over the 3 days they spent together, they had grown to like this young one. But she had more important matters to attend to. This. Chu Lingyue looked at the pile of spirit artifacts cradled in her arms, a little surprised. Our spirit artifacts may not match your ancient divine weapon, but they can save your life in critical moments. Don't dwell on us too much. They never held out hope for escape until Chu Lingyue came along, igniting within them the passion for survival. Even if they were fated to be locked away in this dark dungeon forever, they hoped she could live on for all of them. Yes, we'd only be wasting these artifacts by keeping them. It's better to give them to you. Don't say anything sentimental. Hurry up and go. The 4 elders said. With much reluctance and joy in their hearts, they wouldn't allow her to linger any longer. Chu Lingyue accepted without hesitation, directly storing the artifacts into her space ring. Thank you, seniors, for your kindness. Look forward to my good news. Go, go. The 4 elders waved, turning away so as not to look at Chu Lingyue, for fear that they would break down in tears the next moment. After 3 days of getting to know each other, Chu Lingyue understood their personalities well enough to quickly turn and leave. As they heard the splashing water, the 4 elders couldn't hold back anymore, immediately turning around with red eyes. Lingyue, girl, live well. Chu Lingyue took a deep breath, diving forcefully into the water and swimming swiftly, resurfacing momentarily after traveling some distance. Chu Lingyue, are you still alive? The right guardian rushed into the water-filled prison cell number 1, shouting despite the flooding, only to hear the echo of his own voice. Subordinates who had been involved that day knelt outside the water dungeon, fearful. Ah, what a fine young talent. Could it be that she truly died? He felt regret. He had ultimately come too late. Enraged, he glared fiercely at those kneeling behind him, questioning, who allowed you to do this? It was young Master Nan. Chapter 96, Direct Confrontation. Bang! The moment the underlings' words faded, a strong gust of gale-force wind swept through, sending them flying to the ground. They groaned in unison but didn't have time to attend to their pain as they lay trembling on the ground. Damn it! The Right Protector exploded with anger. Go fetch Nan Mingyuan for me. He was determined to personally look into this matter since Chu Lingwei was someone he had personally intervened to protect, and yet they dared to ignore him. The few kneeling figures stammered. Right Protector, no? It's not wise. Young Master Nan is under the Great Protector's protection. Wee. Swish, splash. Chu Lingwei swam over slowly, water streaming down her body. Hearing the sound of rushing water, the Right Protector immediately turned back and saw Chu Lingwei floating on the water surface heading towards him. His face revealed shock. Drenched in water, he hastily lifted Chu Lingwei out of the water, finding her icy cold, barely alive. Chu Lingwei, are you alright? The Right Protector exclaimed in surprise, suddenly filled with a complex emotion of relief upon regaining what he thought he'd lost. Right Protector? Chu Lingwei opened her soaked eyes weakly, her face deathly pale. She had closed her pressure points herself, causing her to choke violently underwater just to appear weaker. It's me. It's fine that you're alive, said the Right Protector. Since Chu Lingwei recognized him, it meant she still had her wits about her. I. Chu Lingwei managed to mutter two eyes before slumping to the side and immediately passing out. Quickly bring the medicine spirit master, commanded the Right Protector. Without delay, he scooped up the unconscious Chu Lingwei and swiftly departed. The subordinates didn't dare hesitate either and hurried off to summon the sole medicine spirit master of the underground city. Every bump and jolt made Chu Lingwei's body ache all over. Couldn't they go slower? But she couldn't wake up yet. This was where the real drama would begin. No one knew how long it took, but eventually, the Right Protector placed her gently on a soft couch, then ordered a maid to replace her wet clothes. Chu Lingwei quietly peeked through slightly squinted eyes. The maid was fairly quick, removing her soaking dress in no time and making her lie down for proper rest. Within half an incense stick's burning time, the Right Protector summoned the only medicine spirit master from the underground city to examine her pulse. This young lady has a weak pulse, excessive internal cold energy, and also minor internal injuries. This old man will return to prepare some spirit elixir. What are you waiting for? Hurry, roared the Right Protector. In quick succession, the Right Protector also ordered the maid to boil a warm ginger tea to expel the coldness. Chu Lingwei drank the entire bowl with a sullen face. Oh God, why did it have to be so intense? She disliked the taste immensely but could do nothing but endure it. Right Protector. Chu Lingwei finally mustered the strength to open her eyes, calling his name weakly. I'm here. Hearing her voice, the Right Protector rushed anxiously to her side, his face solemn. There's no need to blame Nan Mingyuan. It was my own fault for offending him. Chu Lingwei spoke faintly. What offense? If not for him, how could you possibly be like this? Yelled the Right Protector, completely unable to tolerate Nan Mingyuan riding roughshod over him, protected by the Great Protector, while attempting harm against someone he had specifically chosen to protect. Thank you for your consideration, Right Protector. From today onwards, send me to the cage. Chu Lingwei turned her head away, refusing to say more. Seeing this, the Right Protector became even angrier. After telling Chu Lingwei to rest well and not worry too much, he left the room. Outside the stone door, the Right Protector ordered the Hall Master of the Li Hun sect branch to come. He knew very well. It was this branch Hall Master who had incited Nan Mingyuan. Inside a quiet hall somewhere in the underground city, the Right Protector glared furiously at Xiang Jiantao, who knelt before him. He was none other than the Hall Master of the Li Hun sect branch, the person whom Chu Lingwei had once chased away in disgrace. Hurry up. What kind of grudge exists between Nan Mingyuan and Chu Lingwei? Demanded the Right Protector. Kneeling on the ground, Xiang Jiantao shook uncontrollably in fear. Nan Mingyuan had the Great Protector's backing. He himself lacked such protection. He confessed everything he knew honestly. It seems Nan Mingyuan betrayed Chu Lingwei and was caught fraternizing with another woman, attempting to harm her. Moreover, Nan Zio continuously harasses her and won't let her go, intending to murder Chu Lingwei's sister, the little girl imprisoned by Nan Zio recently. Hence, under the guise of rescuing the Divine Wind mercenary group, Nan Zio was kidnapped, but unexpectedly, Nan Mingyuan harbored resentment beforehand and decided to abandon Chu Lingwei to certain death. This was all he knew. So you couldn't beat Chu Lingwei yourself, and thus plotted to have Nan Mingyuan eliminate her? Questioned the Right Protector sharply. Xiang Jiantao felt terrified. No. Right Protector, please see the truth clearly. Even if given 100 extra courage, I would never dare to touch the person the Right Protector values. By heaven and earth. Although he wanted to punish Chu Lingwei, he certainly never imagined tossing her into the water dungeon under room number 1. Going in sideways, there was no guarantee whether she could emerge upright or even live. Chu Lingwei had a strong constitution. Being locked up for 3 days only caused her some minor injuries. Anyone else might have already been dead. Oh, the Great Protector's protege. The Right Protector said with a veiled laugh. Go down yourself to receive 50 lashes as a warning. A small punishment for a greater caution. Yes. Xiang Jiantao responded, wiping away non-existent sweat from his forehead and immediately leaving to accept the punishment. After Xiang Jiantao left, the Right Protector also headed to the Great Protector's residence. Just then, Nan Jian had returned to the underground city, discussing strategies with the Great Protector. They likely hadn't found Nan Zio's whereabouts yet. The Right Protector admired Chu Lingwei even more in his heart. Truly clever, She was capable of accurately rescuing Chu Siyu from the heavily guarded underground city and cunningly abducting Nan Zio, which suited his liking. If properly nurtured, she would surely become an asset for the Canglan Continent in the future. Great Protector, what do we do now? Zio still hasn't been located. Nanjian anxiously paced back and forth. He had been searching for 3 days, but still hadn't found any trace. Could Chu Lingwei really be so thorough? He brimmed with hatred. Where's Chu Lingwei? I want to see her immediately. Nan Patriarch. The Right Protector appeared just in time, interrupting their conversation. Right Protector. Nanjian greeted with respect, showing polite deference. Still no news about my daughter? The Right Protector asked. Yes, not yet. Nanjian shook his head, unsure how Nanzio was faring at the moment. Could she be suffering torture beyond recognition? Just thinking about it made his heart ache painfully. Truly, blood connects them deeply. Right Protector, what wind brings you here? The Great Protector stood behind his back with both hands clasped, disdain gleaming in his eyes. The two had last argued, and his mood hadn't lightened. I have something I'd like to privately tell the Great Protector. The Right Protector glanced at Nanjian before speaking. Nanjian knew better than to mention Nanzio's situation temporarily and promptly excused himself with a bow. Now you may speak. The Great Protector gave the Right Protector a cursory glance, sat down, and sipped tea. The Right Protector took 2 steps forward, dissatisfied as he began. I know you dote on Nanjian's family because of Nanzio, but don't forget our real objective. Be careful not to ruin everything. The Right Protector clearly understood that the Great Protector consistently favored young maidens. The Great Protector, unconcerned, scoffed. Is the Right Protector not biased towards someone as well? I heard that several days ago, you captured a young girl, who happened to be Shire City's holy maiden Chu Lingwei. Why haven't you handed her down for sentencing? Are you waiting for a blood sacrifice? Or do you have other plans? Chapter 97, Rebellion and Hatred. She abducted Ziyu, and we have yet to settle that score. Pry her mouth open properly, find out Ziyu's whereabouts sooner, and spare yourself some physical suffering. The Grand Protector mocked. You're nitpicking. The Right Protector flared with anger. The Grand Protector began his sarcastic remarks. Am I nitpicking? Right Protector, if it weren't for the Master's personal recommendation of you to assist here, I would have sent you packing long ago. How dare you strut around me, taking a chicken feather as an imperial command? Who do you think you are? You know I was personally appointed by the Master. If you continue like this, I will certainly write him a letter personally and explain everything. The Right Protector struck a fist to the sky, each word resolute and firm. As soon as the Grand Protector heard this, he violently smashed his blue-flowered tea cup onto the stone table, instantly turning it into powder. His aura surged. Dare you? He was afraid. In 2 days, it will be the night of the full moon. Do you want something to go wrong right now? The Grand Protector threatened. In doing things, he couldn't allow anyone to interfere. What does the night of the full moon matter? We failed twice in a row. How can we awaken him? The Right Protector coldly sniffed, since he didn't harbor any hope either this time. This time, I'm extremely confident. The Grand Protector glanced disdainfully at the Right Protector. This time he had even more powerful artifacts that absolutely could awaken him from the abyss. Only someone like you would timidly adopt a conservative method. So you're planning to use those mercenaries' blood as sacrifices again? The Right Protector thought nothing of it, having long been displeased with the Grand Protector's ways. Attempting to tempt with human blood seemed absurd. Have you tried so long without finding a better way than this? All the Master wants is him, endorsing my methods personally. What's improper about that? Questioning me is questioning the Master. The Grand Protector's voice rose high, trying to overbear the Right Protector. The Right Protector clenched his teeth in contempt, but dared not to comment. Do what you will. With a wave of his wide sleeves, he prepared to leave. Wait. The Grand Protector called out. Hand Chu Lingwei over to me. You're still after Nanzio. The Right Protector became enraged by the Grand Protector's actions. Chu Lingwei is someone I have chosen. No one shall touch her. You had best keep your people in check and don't even dream of plotting against Chu Lingwei. Humph. With a cold snort, he took large strides and left. Lingrun, he roared fiercely, the stone table immediately shattering into 2 pieces. A massive quake reverberated through the underground city. But Lingrun acted as if he hadn't heard anything and stormed off, angered. Good. For the sake of Chu Lingwei, you oppose me. Don't blame me for being merciless then. The Grand Protector's face bore a fierce look. On the other side, Nan Mingyuan had just learned that Chu Lingwei had somehow survived imprisonment in the #1 water dungeon of the D series and rushed there directly. Chu Lingwei, you're actually still alive. In a stone room, Nan Mingyuan had already surrounded Chu Lingwei tightly with his men. A trembling maidservant attending to Chu Lingwei hovered beside her, not daring to make a move. There sat Chu Lingwei weakly on a limp bed, tilting her head slightly, gazing leisurely at Nan Mingyuan. What? Is my survival annoying to you? Bring her in. Tie her up. Chu Lingwei's provoking glance greatly displeased him. Some subordinates received the order and, without defiance, stepped forward with ropes intending to bind Chu Lingwei. Chu Lingwei wasn't one to take such treatment lying down. Without the Right Protector present, she still believed she could protect herself. Just as they were about to restrain her, she seized the opportunity, activating her martial spirit forcefully to send them flying. Immediately thereafter, she lunged forward to engage Nan Mingyuan in combat. Spirit Repairment Stage 7. Nan Mingyuan was astonished. 2 months ago, when Chu Lingwei revealed her martial spirit, she was merely at the Spirit Cultivator Stage 7. Within such a short time, her strength had climbed so rapidly. Without hesitation, Nan Mingyuan activated his martial spirit, summoning his contracted high-leveled leopard tiger magical beast. Suddenly, a shadowy image of a beast appeared behind him. Soon enough, it materialized and stood by his side. Roar! A commanding pressure surged forth, Chu Lingyue's attacking techniques instantly blocked by an invisible force. At mere spirit repairment stage 7, how dare you act defiantly before me? Nan Mingyuan smirked and immediately unleashed his leopard tiger magical beast. Those underlings surrounding him were instantly blasted away by the pressure, scurrying to find places to hide. A showdown between powerhouses was definitely not something their kind of small fries could withstand. Chu Lingyue was strongly suppressed by the leopard tiger magical beast, but she wasn't entirely helpless. Mother, let me out to help. In the divine consciousness lake, little Qingtuan was very concerned about his mother's condition. Little Qingtuan, you cannot reveal your identity. Mother can handle this, don't worry, Chu Lingyue replied with her divine awareness. Nan Mingyuan lifted his left hand to activate his martial spirit while his right hand remained immobile at his side, unable to budge. It seemed that his right hand wasn't only unrecovered but was incapable of being raised at all. Go, bite Chu Lingyue's head off. Nan Mingyuan commanded the leopard tiger magical beast. You don't deserve to command me. The leopard tiger magical beast suddenly grew serious with Nan Mingyuan, refusing utterly to follow the orders of such a useless person. Good thing they had signed an equal contract. Otherwise there would be no way to disobey Nan Mingyuan's orders. Nan Mingyuan's eyes turned deep red. You're my contracted magical beast. You must obey me. Hurry and bite Chu Lingyue's head off. How? The leopard tiger magical beast only trembled its ethereal body, exerting pressure on Chu Lingyue, completely ignoring Nan Mingyuan's command. Looks like your contracted beast isn't entirely under your control either. Chu Lingyue coldly mocked him as she was being restricted, yet still managed to taunt Nan Mingyuan. Nan Mingyuan suddenly flew into a rage. Since he couldn't count on the leopard tiger magical beast, he decided to act himself. You are really useless. He conjured a jade sword in his hand and attacked Chu Lingyue. With the pressure from the leopard tiger magical beast restricting her movement, Chu Lingyuan acted more slowly. However, with Nan Mingyuan only having the power of Spirit Cultivator Stage 3, when it came to martial spirits, he stood no chance against her. Besides, he was using his most unskilled left hand. Because of the nearby leopard tiger magical beast, after several dozen exchanges, the two had still not been able to resolve their battle. If you have any real skill, let your magical beast withdraw its pressure. 2-on-1, what kind of skill is that? Chu Lingyue shouted loudly. Their combat became inseparable. No way, Nan Mingyuan replied. Nan Mingyuan's right hand has been disabled. Are you willing to serve as his aide forever? Realizing communication with Nan Mingyuan was impossible, Chu Lingyue instead appealed emotionally and logically to the leopard tiger magical beast. As a high-ranking magical beast with intelligence, don't you have your own aspirations? Whore! The leopard tiger magical beast roared with anger. It wasn't that it didn't have its own thoughts. If not for Nan Jian saving its life, how could it possibly submit willingly to such a waste like Nan Mingyuan? The pressure intensified even further. Chu Lingyue spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly finding it much harder to deal with Nan Mingyuan now. So this was the enhancement of a contracted magical beast? She was clearly at a disadvantage without her own contracted magical beast. After letting out a furious roar, the leopard tiger magical beast withdrew its pressure and cleanly returned to Nan Mingyuan's divine consciousness lake. One thing Chu Lingyue said made sense. It was obviously unfair to have two against one. Since so, let the humans solve the matter themselves. Excellent. As the leopard tiger magical beast chose to spectate, she wouldn't hold back anymore. At this point, the right protector, hearing that Nan Mingyuan had gone to trouble Chu Lingyue, hurried back as fast as possible. Clearly deceived by the leopard tiger magical beast, Nan Mingyuan instantly grew alarmed. Chu Lingyue began to press him with lethal attacks. Unable to resist, Nan Mingyuan started retreating step by step. Chapter 98, A Scheme Within a Scheme. Without the help of the leopard tiger magical beast, Nan Mingyuan's third-stage Lingxi of strength was no match for Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue fought barehanded against Nan Mingyuan, who wielded a jade sword, leaving him powerless to defend. All the people present were stunned. The situation turned too quickly for them to react. Chu Lingyue didn't rush to take Nan Mingyuan's life. Instead, she continuously attacked his right hand, each time blocked by his jade sword. He really is ruined. Could it be that the top-grade celestial pearl illusion crystal essence didn't work on him? Or did it unintentionally destroy the foundation of his right hand? If it truly happened as she imagined, this would be quite amusing. Killing him now would be letting him off too easily, wouldn't it? Suddenly, Ling Ren rushed in, fearing he had arrived too late. Right envoy. The servant girl standing timidly at the stone gate immediately knelt down. Chu Lingyue thought swiftly and activated her martial spirit with all her might. A powerful palm wind soared towards Nan Mingyuan. Bang bang bang. Each surge hit Nan Mingyuan squarely, sending him crashing into the stone wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She gracefully leaped through the air and flew directly in front of the already bewildered Nan Mingyuan, grabbing his dangling right hand as she taunted. Humph. Looks like you're truly finished. I wonder if Mo Rujuang still even looks at you. You shut up. Nan Mingyuan's body tensed with anger, raising his jade sword to stab violently at Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue didn't dodge a bit. Blood gushed from below her collarbone, but she bore the pain, shocking him. Chu Lingyue. Ling Ren had just entered and witnessed exactly the moment when Nan Mingyuan raised his jade sword and stabbed at Chu Lingyue. Nan Mingyuan turned back instantly, his face revealing panic. It wasn't because he worried about hurting Chu Lingyue. Rather, it was the fact that he got caught red-handed by Ling Ren that made him panic. Chu Lingyue slightly smirked, her timing perfect. Nan Mingyuan, how dare you harm me after I once harbored such deep affection for you? For the sake of Mo Rizhuang. Chu Lingyue cried out heartbreakingly, slapping Nan Mingyuan's shoulder, causing the jade sword to break loose. Her body was thrown out forcefully, but she lightly touched the ground with her feet, landing steadily. Yet, it wasn't enough. Acting must be convincing to win belief. She staggered forward, fell to the ground, clutched her painful chest, rolled her eyes, and promptly fainted. Nan Mingyuan, you have provoked me again and again, and today, this envoy will give you a good lesson on behalf of the Grand Envoy. Ling Ren roared, his body disappearing suddenly from its original spot. When he reappeared, he was already before Nan Mingyuan. Ling Ren's sixth-stage Spirit King power was something Nan Mingyuan could never sense. His form moved as swiftly as a shadow. The sound of bang 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 echoed, and Nan Mingyuan had already been hammered hundreds of times. Every move by Ling Ren landed perfectly, subduing Nan Mingyuan midair, leaving everyone gaping in astonishment. With the right envoy's single move, does Nan Mingyuan still stand a chance of survival? Everyone knew Nan Mingyuan was the Grand Envoy's man. For the sake of a woman, the right envoy opposing the Grand Envoy was truly not worth it. On the ground, Chu Lingyue opened her eyes half-heartedly and helplessly watched as Nan Mingyuan was mercilessly beaten without any ability to fight back. Then he heavily collapsed onto the ground, raising clouds of choking dust. As the dust settled, Nan Mingyuan lay on the ground in an awkward position. When his right hand suddenly came into view, those present looked once and immediately turned away in disgust. Apparently, his right hand had begun to rot, filled with pus and ulcers. Just one glance left everyone repulsed. Chu Lingyue felt even more shocked. Her lips curved slightly, estimating that he must have used some secret elixirs or treasures, which is why there were no traces before. As she guessed, Nan Mingyuan dared not lift his right hand. This torment was certainly worse than being disabled. For him to partner with Mo Rizhuang to humiliate her, even attempting to kill her, it was his own doing, and thus he deserves no mercy. Don't look at me, don't look at me. Nan Mingyuan, beaten by Ling Ren, lied pitifully on the ground, covering his right arm with his wide sleeve, eyes shifting nervously, looking extremely pathetic. Where was the pride he once displayed when injuring Chu Lingyue? Recalling himself as the celebrated prodigy of Hill City admired by all, now reduced to such a sorry state. One couldn't help but feel both fear and sympathy. No, my arm will get better, it must. Nan Mingyuan seemed dazed, losing his spirit, curling up on the ground, murmuring nonsensically. Worthless waste, you actually dare to act arrogant in front of me. Someone, carry Nan Mingyuan over to the Grand Envoy, Ling Ren said with complete defiance. Upon receiving the command, the subordinates accompanying Nan Mingyuan hurriedly lifted him and carried him away. Ling Ren walked over to the unconscious Chu Lingyue, gritting his teeth and directly taking out a most precious superior-grade blood-stopping spirit liquid bottle, feeding it to her. This was the only bottle he possessed. Soon, Chu Lingyue woke up. The blood from the sword wound on her chest had coagulated, but the wound still remained. Right envoy, Chu Lingyue asked weakly. Where's Nan Mingyuan? I've had someone take the Great Guardian back. Can you stand up? Ling Ren said, opening his mouth. The Great Guardian was in cahoots with the 3 members of the Nan family, and he had long been tired of it. He might as well use this matter to give them a wake-up call. Chu Lingyue nodded slightly and supported herself to stand up. Right, Guardian, I think you'd better send me to the dungeon instead. The more you protect me, the less likely the Nans will leave me alone, especially after I took Nanziyu. Chu Lingyue's pale lips gave way to sharp words. If you don't release the people from the Divine Wind mercenary group, I will absolutely refuse to hand over Nanziyu. If something happens to them, then let Nanziyu die with me. Chu Lingyue spoke firmly. Anyway, I'm not going to live once I fall into your hands. Let's die together. At least I'll have someone to accompany me on my way to the underworld. You? Ling Ren stepped forward, his expression complicated. Why are you so determined to save the people of the Divine Wind mercenary group? The Divine Wind mercenary group saved my life once. Now that they're under your dephobic sect, kill or punish them as you wish. Chu Lingyue's gaze remained resolute. Ling Ren felt torn. However, this isn't for me to decide. Then just send me back to the dungeon so I can at least die alongside the Divine Wind mercenary group. As for Nanziyu, you'll never find her in this lifetime. Chu Lingyue's resolve was firm. She clutched her aching chest and slowly moved out of the stone room. Chu Lingyue. Ling Ren turned around to call out, but Chu Lingyue acted as though she hadn't heard him, walking away decisively until she disappeared from his sight. Oh no, Ling Ren was conflicted. He couldn't defy the dephobic sect for Chu Lingyue, but she was an outstanding seedling. Well-trained, she would surely surpass him. Could he really let her die in the dephobic sect? No, anyone Ling Ren chose must not perish. Chu Lingyue. Determined, Ling Ren quickly chased after her and stood directly in front of Chu Lingyue. Give me 2 days, and I'll figure out a way. He genuinely valued Chu Lingyue. She was loyal, clever, and smart. She was truly an exceptional woman among women. Chu Lingyue raised her head and looked at Ling Ren, nodding gently. All right. Ling Ren waved his arm imperiously. Someone, escort Chu Lingyue to the dungeon. On the other side, after being lectured by Ling Ren, Nan Mingyuan returned home and started acting crazily in his room, frightening everyone away. Upon hearing this, Nan Jian rushed over immediately, sending all curious subordinates away. Yuaner, open the door. It's your father. Nan Jian knocked fiercely on the stone door, but the frenzied Nan Mingyuan had lost all sense. Chapter 99. diverting the calamity. You are mine, and there's no way you can sever our contract. Inside the stone house came Nan Mingyuan's frenzied voice. The leopard tiger magic beast was trying to break free of its contract with Nan Mingyuan. You're already a cripple. What can I possibly give you? The leopard tiger magic beast materialized before Nan Mingyuan. Chu Lingyue had wisely reminded it. It was a high-level magic beast, with power comparable to a human spirit king-level magic beast, so how could someone who is a waste control it? Besides, Nan Jian had once saved its life, and for decades it had faithfully served the Nan family. It owed them nothing more. You cannot dissolve the contract with me. My father said you belong to me. You must be bound to me for this lifetime. Nan Mingyuan shouted furiously, unable to accept this reality. His right hand was utterly ruined. If the leopard tiger magic beast were to abandon him, what would be left for him to live for? Your father wouldn't dare to talk like that in front of me. The leopard tiger magic beast sniffed coldly, looking down at Nan Mingyuan with disdain. Anyway, I've lost the most important thing anyway. So be it, if we die together. Nan Mingyuan adopted an attitude of total recklessness. Then with one hand, he focused his energy in his dantian and sent it around to force the leopard tiger magic beast back into his mental lake. The leopard tiger magic beast resisted violently against Nan Mingyuan. Of course they had signed an equal contract. This was something beyond his capacity to enforce. In resisting, the leopard tiger caused Nan Mingyuan immense pain, as if millions of insects were tearing him apart from within. Clenching his teeth tightly, blood mixed with sweat seeped out from every pore on Nan Mingyuan's body as he did everything he could to keep the leopard tiger magic beast with him. But, alas, he was simply no match for it. When just as Nan Mingyuan was about to fight the leopard tiger magic beast until death, Nan Jian finally broke through the door. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Nan Jian activated his martial spirit and quickly approached, firmly pressing against Nan Mingyuan's back while constantly infusing his power into him. Leopard tiger magic beast, please show mercy. This is my only son. Nan Jian pleaded desperately. Eventually, the leopard tiger magic beast relented and ceased its assault. Nan Mingyuan, having already lost all his strength, collapsed in Nan Jian's arms, unconscious. You honor. His heart ached with sorrow. Leopard tiger magic beast, under no circumstances should you torment my child. Nan Jian hugged the unconscious Nan Mingyuan, bitterly regretting that he had ever allowed the leopard tiger magic beast to accompany Nan Mingyuan. It was all his fault. The leopard tiger magic beast slowly descended before Nan Jian, tail raised arrogantly, eyes showing disdain. Lord of the Nan family, you indeed saved my life once, but I've long repaid you. Watching over your son has always been your own wish. Even so, didn't you promise me that you would forever protect him? Have you forgotten these promises? Nan Jian trembled as he asked, aware that he probably shouldn't have any demands, yet the leopard tiger magic beast had promised him this. Why the constant change of heart? Lord Nan, he has become nothing more than a cripple. How do you expect me to help him? The one who can save him now is himself. We have different paths, and therefore no common ground. The leopard tiger magic beast had made up its mind. Being a highly intelligent high-level magic beast, it sought broader horizons to conquer, not to spend all day doing nothing by merely following a human. No, my son will recover. The great guardian has already assured me. Give you honor another chance. Think about how I once saved your life. No, consider this my plea. Nan Jian begged. Then putting down Nan Mingyuan, knelt before the leopard tiger magic beast with one knee, abandoning the dignity of being the head of the Nan family to beg it for another chance. This time, Nan Mingyuan would definitely rise again. As for the woman who had injured him, even if it meant chasing her to the ends of the earth, he would find her. The leopard tiger magic beast was ultimately moved. 3 months. I'll give you 3 months as a last grace period. If he cannot return to his peak state, then I shall leave at all costs. With that, it vanished in a flash, transforming back into a streak of light and re-entering Nan Mingyuan's mental lake. Also, fetch a barrel of fresh human blood. Your son's arm has begun to decay, and it requires another soaking in blood to ensure the marrow remains intact for any hope of recovery. The leopard tiger magic beast's voice resonated. Fine, I'll go plead with the great guardian right away. Nan Jian said immediately, ordering people to carry Nan Mingyuan onto the bed before leaving swiftly. Speaking of Chu Lingyue, 3 days ago she was captured and taken away by men sent by Nan Mingyuan, but 3 days later, she was returned unharmed, almost paraded back triumphantly. When she appeared in the dungeon, everyone spat and cursed at her, staying far away from her. Chu Lingyue wasn't fazed by this. Let them curse all they want. She had always done things her own way and never required anyone else's understanding. In the dim corner, her appearance gave Dong Jiao and the others renewed hope again. She's back. We're saved. Dong Yi, Dong Er, Dong Si, Dong Wu, and Dong Qi involuntarily fixed their gazes on Chu Lingyue. They had already heard from Dong Jiao that Chu Lingyue was Jun Ling, and Jun Ling was none other than Chu Lingyue. If it weren't for Chu Lingyue revealing her identity on her own, they would never have been able to connect the two unrelated people. As for the matter of her disabling Nan Mingyuan, everyone maintained a silent agreement and avoided mentioning it altogether. Chu Lingyue was unperturbed. Her gaze swept over Dong Jiao and the others. It seemed they were already out of danger. She squatted down in a corner, knowing she was currently the target of everyone's ire. It was best not to involve others if possible. Dong Yi had an impulsive nature and stood up to intervene, but was quickly pulled back by Dong Jiao. Don't be rash. It was evident that Chu Lingyue wanted to temporarily distance herself from them to avoid attracting unwanted attention. It was better not to approach her right now. Dong Yi was pushed back down and sat heavily once again. Among the crowd, Song Yin and the others remained silent. Nan Zijiu had tricked them into coming here, confined them, and now that the Nan family had become enemies with Chu Lingyue, for their own safety, it was better not to get involved. The Holy Maiden of Shi'er City actually colludes with the Li Hun sect, and still has the nerve to show up here. The crowd scorned Chu Lingyue, looking down upon her. Some self-proclaimed righteous individuals even spat at Chu Lingyue, though they didn't dare come closer. Their saliva didn't hit her, and Chu Lingyue paid no heed, leaning against the stone wall and closing her eyes to rest. In less than a quarter of an hour, suddenly 7 or 8 members of the Li Hun sect appeared grandly in the dungeon. They casually dragged away 2 prisoners and left with them, led by Nanjian. Let them go? What are you doing? Have the guts to face me. The 2 who were taken were members of a mercenary group. Their captain, dissatisfied, lunged forward to attack Nanjian. Nanjian easily knocked him down, causing him to spit blood incessantly. This sight made the rest of the group seethe with anger, yet no one dared to stop them. They all knew the cruel methods used by the Li Hun sect to torture people. Anyone who dared to challenge them would surely end up dead. A faint smell of blood wafted through the air, prompting Chu Lingyue to open her calm eyes and look directly at Nanjian. Nanjian felt Chu Lingyue's gaze and retaliated fiercely, sneering. You should blame Chu Lingyue. All trouble started with her. And the price? Well, you will all have to pay it. Everyone turned their gazes toward Chu Lingyue, hatred blazing in their eyes. So, Chu Lingyue was the root cause of their misfortune. She was responsible for more people among them being. Nanjian grinned cruelly, inciting public anger. If Chu Lingyue faced hundreds of foes, even if she survived, she would be left severely wounded. He then ordered his men to quickly leave with the 2 captives. Chapter 100, Target of all arrows. For a moment, Chu Lingyue truly became the target of all arrows, with no way to defend herself. Chu Lingyue, the leader of the 2 people who had just been taken away, along with the remaining members of his group, rushed towards Chu Lingyue with great momentum. Do you want to fight? Chu Lingyue stood up, arms crossed, and smirked. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could my members be taken away by that old man Nanjian? You've caused me to lose 2 members. This debt must be settled. Their leader yelled furiously at Chu Lingyue. Didn't any members get taken away before I showed up? Aren't you imprisoned here to become bloodbags for the Li Hun sect? Nanjian is simply deflecting blame onto me, and you believe it is my fault. What a huge joke. Chu Lingyue sneered coldly. Some people are human, but others may not even qualify as such. Nanjian said this time it's all because of you. What do you have to argue about? The leader questioned. Chu Lingyue shrugged. It has nothing to do with me. Why should I argue? If Nanjian says a few words and you believe them, I've made enemies with the Nan family. Don't tell me you didn't know. Besides, I was captured because I abducted Nanziyu. They can't find Nanziyu, so naturally they vent their anger on me. If you don't believe me, I have no other way. Bring out your tricks if you must. Kill me if you have the skills. Chu Lingyue showed no fear. Wasn't Nanjian just provoking incidents deliberately, pointing everything back to her? No problem. She'd take it all. At this point, the crowd began to seethe. Then why did you collude with the Li Hun sect earlier? Yes, we demand the truth. You're the Holy Maiden of Hill City. Not only did you not help save us, but you were trying to join the Li Hun sect. Chu Lingyue, you disgraced the title of Holy Maiden of Hill City. The clamor nearly drowned her out. She casually raised her hand. Stop. The dungeon space was large, but surrounded by stone walls. Reverberating sound echoes filled her ears painfully. Which of your eyes saw me joining the Li Hun sect? Chu Lingyue's phoenix-like gaze swept over the crowd as she asked forcefully. 3 days ago, in the dungeon, the Li Hun sect willingly extended an olive branch to you. Doesn't that count? Did I agree? Chu Lingyue continued to question. This. The crowd fell silent, recalling what happened that day. She hadn't nodded. Since I didn't agree, why do you think I would join the Li Hun sect? Chu Lingyue asked. Rumors aren't supposed to come from nowhere, right? But today, it was indeed the people of the Li Hun sect who brought you back. The crowd tried to find evidence. Oh, then why am I still in the dungeon? Chu Lingyue lifted her eyelids slightly, looking at the person stirring up trouble. This. Once again, the crowd fell into silence. My mercenary group just lost 2 brothers. Does this mean it's got nothing to do with you? If you hadn't kidnapped Nanziyu, how could they possibly attack my brothers? And clearly pointed to you. How come among so many people, Nanjian didn't point to anyone else, but singled you out? In that case, I hold no responsibility. So let's stop wasting words. Let's fight if you insist. Chu Lingyue always relied on force. Nanjian obviously targeted her, obvious to everyone. Yet unable to handle Nanjian, they took the opportunity to vent their frustration on her. Chu Lingyue, give me your life. Yep, 3 or 5 individuals triggered their spirit energy, wielding weapons as they charged towards Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue's lips curved upwards. Then she revealed her 7th-stage cultivation level. A powerful gale violently blasted those attacking her away. Accompanied by several cries of agony. A few of them fell unconscious on the ground, spitting blood, no longer able to fight. What a strong gale! Dong Zhuo exclaimed in surprise. Even though he was 1 stage higher than Chu Lingyue, he might not necessarily be her match in a real fight. Everyone started shrinking back. None of them had anticipated that Chu Lingyue wouldn't be someone easy to bully. Within merely 2 months her strength had risen to the 7th rank of the Spirit Cultivator stage. Her breakthrough to Spirit King was just around the corner. And among the 100 of them, there were only 2 true Spirit Kings. Still want to fight? Chu Lingyue asked. If she really had intentions to kill them, they likely wouldn't last a single move. Why aren't you directly confronting the Lihuan sect with your strength? Someone fearless hidden in the crowd shouted loudly at Chu Lingwe. Exactly, you're the holy maiden of Hill City. You should have saved us. Indeed. Moral coercion? That was Chu Lingwe's first reaction. Interesting. She laughed. I am the holy maiden of Hill City, but at the same time, I am also human. How strong are the several enforcers of the Lihuan sect? Everyone knows better than me. If I could contend against them, would I have been captured here to stay locked up with you? Chu Lingwe sarcastically counter-questioned. Is this what's known as human nature? Each one, solely for their survival, was selfish and repulsive. Sigh? The crowd sighed one after another as the newly ignited hope was shattered once again. Only a few individuals who had been knocked down by Chu Lingwe were glaring at her with evident dissatisfaction, but they knew fully well that they were no match for her if another fight ensued. Seeing this, Chu Lingwe casually took out 5 bottles of low-grade healing spirit liquid and tossed them to the group. This is the first and last time. You only have yourself to blame for being too weak to even protect your own members. Canglan Continent was originally a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. There was no absolute strength, only relative strength. It was only when you stood at the peak that no one dared to bully you easily. Conversely, you would merely be the fish on the chopping board, left to be slaughtered at will. Those who were struck by Chu Lingwe accepted her gifts without hesitation, thinking that it was her guilt that made her act this way, aiming to stabilize the situation. It must be so. Chu Lingwe walked back to the corner, sat down, closed her eyes for a light nap, ignoring the surrounding discussions about her. There was no point in talking more. When Dong Jiao and others heard the criticisms directed at Chu Lingwe, they could no longer contain themselves. They stood up one after another and shouted. The Holy Maiden was captured because she tried to save us. It was us who implicated her. Director Dong, how did the Holy Maiden save us? That's right. It was Mu Lingfeng who informed the Holy Maiden that we were captured by the Lihuan sect. Therefore, she abducted Nanziyu, leading to the grudge held by Nanjian. Why don't you all get the facts straight before criticizing her? As for Mu Lingfeng, he could only be sent away thanks to the tacit understanding among everyone in the dungeon. Otherwise, how could the members of the Divine Wind mercenary group have managed to send someone off at their will? Still, regardless of these details, it was their group who ultimately bore all the consequences. They didn't let any of the present people shoulder the responsibility. Upon hearing this, everyone bowed their heads in shame. Enough. Stop talking. Chu Lingwe reprimanded, indicating that she did not need anyone's understanding and detested scenes of remorse or sentimentality. Even if they knelt in front of her now and cried bitterly, her heart would remain unmoved. Do you intend to let me sleep or not with all your noise? Chu Lingwe scanned across everyone's face with an annoyed expression. Everyone was frightened into silence instantly. Chapter 101. Chu Siyu being moody. Hey. Dong Jiao opened his mouth but stopped himself, only to sit back down. The clamor finally disappeared, and Chu Lingwe found a comfortable spot to rest against. On the other side, after hiding for so long, Mu Lingfeng finally walked out of the Hilson Beast Forest. He smeared himself black all over so that no one could recognize him. Without wasting any time, he headed towards Hilson City, determined to accomplish what Chu Lingwe had entrusted him with. Find the great shaman and inform her about the conspiracy of Lihuan sect. As for Chu Siyu, dragging Nanzio along, she had no idea where they were heading, and both of them looked disheveled. Since reconnecting with Chu Lingwe 3 days ago, until today, she hadn't heard a single word from her again. Hurry up. What's the delay? Chu Siyu tugged hard on the rope, causing Nanzio, who was already weak from exhaustion, to immediately fall to the ground. Only today had Chu Siyu untied the cloth from Nanzio's mouth, since she had no more strength to struggle. I can't go on. You might as well kill me. Having been tortured for 3 days, Nanzio finally conceded. She inwardly lamented that despite her noble upbringing, she had ended up like this. All thanks to Chu Lingwe and her sister. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Inappropriately, Nanzio's stomach started rumbling. Chu Siyu gave her only a small amount of food at each meal, nothing substantial, forcing her to keep moving without proper nourishment. No iron body could withstand such torment. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Chu Siyu's stomach also let out an uncooperative rumble, and she too collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Sister, please take these. Chitta Beast immediately pulled out a handful of nuts, all of which it had carefully hoarded and refused to eat itself. Thank you. Chu Siyu was grateful, hugging Chitta Beast tightly and giving it a big kiss. Chitta Beast was taken aback. Its face, if not for its fur, would have turned red like a carrot. Seeing Chu Siyu eating, Nanzio immediately bounced up. I want some. I'm so hungry. Her hunger had completely broken her spirit. If there's anything left, you'll get it. Chu Siyu coldly snorted as she peeled the nuts, sharing them with Chitta Beast. Nanzio helplessly watched, salivating. She was really starving. I just want a little bit. I'm truly so hungry. Tears welled up in Nanzio's eyes. Chu Siyu ignored her. You better watch out. Don't let my father find me, or you'll be sorry. When I return to Hilson City, I'll make my father kill you. Nanzio threatened. You will only go back if you have the life for it. Chu Siyu retorted fearlessly, secure in knowing she had Chu Lingwe backing her up. Somewhere along the way, she had unconsciously begun to rely on Chu Lingwe. This fleeting thought made Chu Siyu feel a strange sense of comfort. Having a sister to protect her felt pretty good. Smiling contentedly. You. Nanzio clenched her teeth. What about me? Starved to death. Chu Siyu glared fiercely and continued eating the nuts. Tears almost sprang from Nanzio's eyes. Threats aside, Her hunger was very real, and she felt she was on the verge of fainting from starvation. After Chu Siyu and Chitu finished their fill, Nanzio was left pitifully starving on the ground, listless and despairing. Chu Siyu couldn't let Nanzio starve to death, though. She still remembered Chu Lingyue's orders clearly. She walked around the forest nearby, picked some wild fruits, and threw them in front of Nanzio. Eat them. Nanzio leapt up again, even a few wild fruits lighting up her eyes. Feed me. Her hands were bound behind her, making it impossible to feed herself, unless someone fed her by mere willpower alone. You're such a hassle. Chu Siyu muttered as she knelt down, roughly bringing the fruit to her mouth. Nanzio greedily took several large bites, yet found them tasteless. When will we ever get something decent to eat? Are you trying to kill me early? I don't have enough food for myself. How do you expect me to feed you? Eat farts instead. Chu Siyu got angry. Didn't she wish the same thing? But within 10 miles, there wasn't a single piece of edible game available, all toxic. No, she needed to figure out a way to contact Chu Lingyue again, and wonder how things were going on her end. Not caring about Nanzio anymore, Chu Siyu grabbed the communication mirror and sat under a nearby tree to cool off, constantly tapping on the device. Hello, hello, hello. Chu Lingyue, speak. The communication mirror showed only a dark screen. All that could be seen was her own face reflected. Say something. If Chu Lingyue didn't answer this communication mirror, she wouldn't be able to reach her at all. But, what is it? Suddenly, Chu Lingyue's beautiful little face appeared on the communication mirror, nearly startling Chu Siyu into dropping it. I. Due to Chu Lingyue's unexpected appearance, Chu Siyu lost her composure and forgot what she wanted to say entirely. What's wrong? Chu Lingyue asked, everyone staying far away from her regardless. Answering the call didn't interfere with anything important. She wasn't worried about others overhearing and reporting her. Nothing. I just wanted to ask how you're doing. Chu Siyu said. She was actually concerned about Chu Lingyue. The sudden concern caught Chu Lingyue off guard. Chu Siyu also had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. I'm just asking, seeing that you're fine is enough. Chu Siyu awkwardly replied. How about Nanzio? Chu Lingyue asked. Indeed. Chu Siyu couldn't help but feel disheartened. Every time Chu Lingyue spoke, all she asked about was Nanzio's condition. She clearly wasn't at all concerned about her. Wasn't she the one who should be called sister, or was it Nanzio? She was angry. You always only ask about Nanzio. When will you care about me? Just like last time. Chu Siyu's temper flared. Oh, Chu Lingyue became interested. Last time, Chu Siyu seemed unhappy, and now she realized it was because she had overlooked her feelings. When had she become so proud and coy? These little thoughts, she liked them. Where are you now? Chu Lingyue smiled and asked. Chu Lingyue, are you doing this on purpose? Chu Siyu was truly mad. What did she mean by that? Come on. I was teasing you. Chu Lingyue couldn't help but laugh at Chu Siyu's antics. Open your hand. What for? Chu Siyu asked unhappily. Open it. Chu Lingyue smiled. Chu Siyu finally complied and opened her hands in front of the communication mirror. Chu Lingyue took out a shiny new spatial ring from her bosom and then quietly recited the spell for the 5 elements transfer. Immediately, the spatial ring in her hand disappeared, and within 3 seconds, it reappeared in Chu Siyu's palm. Chu Siyu's mouth could have fit a fist inside. She was utterly shocked. This. She repeated this 3 times and still couldn't find the right words to say. Looking at Chu Lingyue, then back at the spatial ring in her hand, she wondered if her eyes were deceiving her. She squeezed it with her fingers. It felt real. How did you do that? Chu Siyu was almost jumping with excitement. There's food inside. I'll tell you later. Chu Lingyue knew Chu Siyu would react this way. Be safe. Chitu knows the location. I'll contact you again in 2 days. Chu Lingyue said, and then hung up the communication mirror. Chu Siyu's communication mirror turned pitch black. She carefully put it away and used the spatial ring to sense its contents. Sure enough, inside was the savory meat she had craved for several days. Time to take it out and roast it. Chapter 102. Letting go of the Divine Wind Mercenary Group. Nanziu, upon smelling the long mist aroma of meat, quickly rose to her feet and joyfully hopped over to Chu Siyu's side, her eyes fixated only on the meat. Do you want some? Chu Siyu swung the meat teasingly in front of Nanziu. Yes. This excited Nanziu greatly. Drool involuntarily flowed from the corner of her mouth. Just imagining it is enough. Chu Siyu pulled a big switch. No matter what, he wouldn't let her eat it. Wah, Chu Siyu, I'll kill you. Enraged, Nanziu rolled around on the ground throwing a tantrum. But Chu Siyu simply wouldn't give in. Chita Beast sat by the side laughing its head off, since it ate vegetarian and avoided the scent of flesh. Just as Chu Lingyue had put away her communicator mirror, Lingren immediately arrived with people to take her away. What are you going to do? Upon seeing this, Dongjio and others quickly blocked Chu Lingyue's path. You're not allowed to touch her. Is that so? Lingren stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze filled with meaning falling on Chu Lingyue standing behind Dongjio. If you wish to protect them, come with me. Chu Lingyue immediately pushed Dongjio and others aside. I'm fine, stay here. She knew Ling Ren's arrival signified that he had successfully convinced the Great Protector to release the Divine Wind Mercenary Group. But Dongjio and others were still worried, knowing very well the members of Lihuan sect would devour someone without leaving even bones. If she went, there was definitely no good fate awaiting her, even though it was from the person who had personally extended the olive branch to her. There are no buts. I'll be back soon, said Chu Lingyue before leaving with Ling Ren. Dongjio and others could only watch helplessly as Chu Lingyue was taken away. Leader, what do we do now? Asked Dong Er. Since the holy girl has spoken, Let's just wait. Dong Jiu replied helplessly, only able to obey Chu Lingyue's word. Chu Lingyue followed Ling Ren silently. Why don't you ask where I'm taking you? Ling Ren questioned first, slowing his pace within a narrow stone corridor that accommodated 3 to 5 people. He dismissed his subordinates following behind. Only the 2 remained. I don't know. Chu Lingyue answered humbly but respectfully. The Great Protector wants to see you, about the affairs of Nan Mingyuan and his sister. Rest assured, while I am here, he won't harm you, Ling Ren said. It was clear he valued Chu Lingyue greatly. Thank you, Chu Lingyue replied. Dare I ask, for how long have you been at Li Huan's sect? On their journey, Chu Lingyue started chatting casually with Ling Ren. Regarding Chu Lingyue's question, Ling Ren seemed unprepared but still truthfully answered. I've been taken in by the Li Huan sect since I was little. Li Huan's sect is like a second parent to the right guardian. Chu Lingyue continued. She also looked highly on Ling Ren, finding him upright and capable of recognizing talent. Staying hidden in a place full of monstrous beings such as Li Huan's sect truly was a pity. What surprised her most was that amidst all the chaos and wickedness in Li Huan's sect, they managed to cultivate an upright character like Ling Ren. Yes, something like that. Ling Ren paused, looking intently at Chu Lingyue, focusing on her deep black eyes, unexpectedly blurting out his thoughts. When he came back to himself, he was astonished. Why had he responded to all of Chu Lingyue's questions? Chu Lingyue averted her gaze. That's indeed how it is, and she stopped asking more. Before long, the 2 reached a stone hall. At first glance, it appeared lavish like an underground palace. Everything was carved out of stone. Numerous lanterns embedded into the walls lit up everything inside the palace. In the stones, sparkling stars shone brightly, reflecting off the light of the lanterns and making the palace look even more splendid and dreamlike. Truly remarkable, an extraordinary creation of human craftsmanship. The creator of all this, undoubtedly, must be an elite spirit craftsman of Li Huan's sect. Chu Lingyue couldn't help but feel amazed internally, struck by admiration. This way, Ling Ren said, walking ahead down the stairs as Chu Lingyue quickly followed. A clamorous noise emanated from within the grand hall. I tell you, Great Protector, just bring out the Fire Phoenix Beast Core and show me. To be honest, the Beast Core isn't with me right now. If the 2 young masters wish to see it, you will need to wait a few more days, the Great Protector explained. Chu Lingyue heard the mention of the Beast Core, furrowing her eyebrows, yet she maintained composure as she followed Ling Ren and stepped into the grand hall. Looking around, seated on both sides of the grand hall were 2 teenagers, one of whom had opened the conversation. Left side teenager with a flat face, broad and rough features, a fierce-looking countenance with an air of arrogance about him, exuding menace and a short-lived appearance. As for the youth sitting on the right, he appeared somewhat more mature, though their ages seemed small, probably around 17 or 18 years old. Don't be so hasty. I obtained an excellent weapon crafted with demon souls a couple months ago. Shall we exchange and see each other's treasures? The boy declared arrogantly, completely disregarding the Great Protector. His own search for the Fire Phoenix Beast Core lasting half a year only to end up in the possession of the Great Protector, something he deeply resented. Chu Lingyue was taken aback. Wasn't the weapon he mentioned the one from the previous auction at Xinghua Auction House, that ominous high-grade spirit artifact? They were the ones who purchased it. She didn't expect them to be from Li Huan's sect. Ling Ren hadn't noticed Chu Lingyue's change in mood and took a couple of steps forward. Great Protector, Chu Lingyue has arrived. Upon hearing Chu Lingyue's name, all 3 pairs of eyes turned sharply to the young woman. The one sitting on the left jumped up excitedly, his tone brimming with arrogance. Is this Chu Lingyue, the crazy saint girl from Silching? Inside, Chu Lingyue's heart remained calm. So her reputation as crazy had spread far and wide? That's right, Chu Lingyue answered calmly. The young man immediately bounced over to Chu Lingyue and, as though inspecting a monkey, began excitedly looking her over. Beautiful. She's truly beautiful. I still remember several months ago how you outshone everyone at the Xinghua Auction House, leaving the Nan family father and son utterly baffled. Excellent. I like you. Big brother, come see. This is Chu Lingyue, the woman I admire, the youth exaggeratedly proclaimed. Just as he tried to touch Chu Lingyue's hand, Ling Ren immediately blocked him with his body. Young master. Chu Lingyue was the one he had chosen first. You'd better move aside. Don't annoy me. The other replied casually, leaning back with a mischievous smile as he continued. I'm Ling Yi. Just call me A.E. Ling Yi. He shared the same surname as Ling Ren, and they were both members of Li Huan's sect? Could it be they? Young master, stop your antics. Ling Ren interjected gently but firmly. A.E. Another young man also approached, stopping Ling Yi's actions. Ling Yi paid no heed, starting instead to introduce himself to Chu Lingyue. This one is called Ling Yu, my half-brother through our father. And this Ling Ren is just my adoptive younger brother raised by my dad. As for the person above, the youngest manager of Li Huan's sect's headquarters, known for getting ahead through ruthless killings, and my father's right-hand man, In Lei Qing, Ling Yi mocked. Oh, so Ling Ren was the adopted son of the sect leader of Li Huan's sect? How interesting. Looking around, it seemed only Ling Ren, who was nearing middle age, had the most handsome features, while their father's genetic material wasn't particularly exceptional. Do you remember me? The one who bought the high-grade spirit artifact at the Xinghua Auction House. Ling Yi began pitching himself, trying to jog Chu Lingyue's memory. I remember. Chu Lingyue nodded. The event being so striking, how could she possibly forget? Good, so you remember. Hey, how did you end up here? Were you invited for tea? Ling Yi asked curiously. To be honest, I was captured, Chu Lingyue said with a smile. Chapter 103, coming on strong. This smile instantly made Ling Yi fall under its spell, revealing a captivated look in his eyes as he murmured, "You are truly too beautiful, a paragon of grace and elegance." He had a fondness for exquisite things, be they people or objects. Anything that caught his fancy, he would spare no expense to obtain. Enough, A.E. Ling Yu stepped forward and grabbed Ling Yi's hand, knowing all too well what sort of character Ling Yu was. It looked like Chu Lingyue might suffer because of this. "I just want to say a few words to Chu Lingyue. Relax." Ling Yi shrugged off Ling Yu's hand. Ling Ren continued to stand firmly in front of Chu Lingyue, thinking if only he had known they were coming, he wouldn't have brought her over in the first place. "Ling Ren, move aside. You're blocking me from having a heartfelt talk with Chu Lingyue." Chu Lingyue remained silent. Yin Leitang finally spoke slowly. "I have something important to ask Chu Lingyue now. Gentlemen, please take your seats." "TSK, ask quickly then. Once it's done, I have some private words I wish to share with Chu Lingyue." Despite his dissatisfaction, Ling Yi could do nothing but obey quietly. After all, Yin Leitang was one of his father's right-hand men, and he couldn't afford to offend him at the moment. He cast an excited glance at Chu Lingyue and jogged back to his seat to wait. Ling Yu also sat down. Ling Ren stood close beside Chu Lingyue, looking domineering and unyielding. As long as he was here, none present would dare lay a finger on her. Chu Lingyue's gaze fell upon the main seat above the stone hall. She had just heard Ling Yi mention the Fire Phoenix Beast Core. Could it possibly be in Yin Leitang's possession? This man was belligerent and not easy to approach. She needed to find another way to deal with him. Seeing Ling Ren's determination to protect Chu Lingyue, Yin Leitang immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Where is Nanjiao?" "Just this. Release those you've imprisoned." Chu Lingyue responded. She had previously thought Nanjiao wasn't essential, so she was only focused on rescuing the Divine Wind mercenary group. Now she wanted everything. "Never!" Yin Leitang shouted loudly. If it weren't for Ling Ren's protection, he would have rushed forward and strangled Chu Lingyue on the spot. "You are still my prisoner, and it's not your place to bargain with me. I'll give you one last chance. Where's Nanjiao? If that's how it is, then let her perish alongside the others." Chu Lingyue said nonchalantly, preparing to adopt a losing strategy. "Chu Lingyue." Ling Ren's face grew serious as he couldn't help but warn her. "We agreed earlier to only save the Divine Wind mercenary group. I can help you with that. Release Nanjiao." He tried to mediate. Previously, she clearly only intended to save the Divine Wind mercenary group. Now why did it turn into saving everyone? In light of this, he felt powerless. If she angered Yin Leitang, even the Divine Wind mercenary group might be impossible to save. Chu Lingyue should know when to stop while ahead. "I've gone to great lengths just to secure your safety. At most, I'll help you once more by releasing the Divine Wind mercenary group. Beyond that, don't expect anything else. The Grand Protector won't release them." Ling Ren reminded her. The full moon night was approaching, and Yin Leitang would certainly not miss this grand opportunity for blood sacrifice. He was determined to proceed. Chu Lingyue had only this one chance. "All right, I want the members of the Divine Wind mercenary group released. Then I will hand over Nanjiao." Chu Lingyue took a step back to eliminate any ambitious thoughts of swallowing the mountain tiger's den. "Agreed." Yin Leitang said, "Right, Guardian. Exchange the Divine Wind mercenary group for Nanjiao." Anyway, it was just about 7 or 8 people. Once Nanjiao was exchanged back, recapturing them would be easy. "No, just release the Divine Wind mercenary group. Once their safety is assured, I promise to deliver Nanjiao safe and sound to you." Chu Lingyue countered. There was no use of deception. How could she trust what plans Yin Leitang was scheming behind her back? "Don't push your luck." Yin Leitang became angry. "What's there to fear? I'm still in your hands. As long as I can't escape, isn't Nanjiao sure to return?" Chu Lingyue coldly laughed. "Since I've promised you, I won't break it." Both Ling Rens hesitated momentarily. Without a doubt, Chu Lingyue was thorough in her deliberations and clever in her mind. Indeed, a capable person for big accomplishments. She was bound to become a promising talent in the future. He was even more resolute in his plan to recruit Chu Lingyue for careful cultivation. Yin Leitang was fuming with rage, staring hard at Chu Lingyue, but powerless to act. So young, yet harboring such deep scheming, leaving no room for his rebuttal. "Right, Guardian, go and release the Divine Wind mercenary group." He stood up and swept away with his robes billowing, having to agree for the sake of Nanjiao. Let's go." Ling Ren sighed in relief. Just as the two were about to leave, Ling Yi called out, "Wait a minute. Chu Lingyue stays, don't go." He instantly got up and ran to Chu Lingyue's side, his eyes filled with greed. "Didn't we agree to have a heartfelt talk?" He eagerly rubbed his palms together, barely able to contain his impatience. "I am a lowly prisoner of the soul separation sect. How dare I engage in conversation with someone of your stature?" Chu Lingyue slightly raised her eyelid. Since Ling Yi had willingly come to her, she wasn't going to be courteous. "Young master, please be mindful of your conduct," Ling Ren said as he pulled Chu Lingyue behind him to shield her. Ling Yi finally raised his head and directly faced Ling Ren, smiling lightly and saying, "You are merely my father's adopted son. How dare you tell me what to do? Don't think my father values you highly and that you can ignore my orders. Right now, it's best for you to just move aside," he ordered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Young master, Chu Lingyue is someone I value," Ling Ren replied, standing resolute in place. "You." Because of Ling Ren's refusal, Ling Yi's expression changed rapidly. He suddenly grabbed the collar of Ling Ren's shirt fiercely and spat out venomously, "Ling Ren, you're nothing more than a dog my father keeps by his side. Really think you're something?" Chu Lingyue remained unmoved by this display. Ling Ren was robust and towered over Ling Yi by 20 centimeters, making the younger man seem like a small child trying to threaten an adult, utterly without conviction. The tension escalated as swords were about to cross, and Ling Yu quickly intervened to separate the two. We're all children of father. Don't let minor issues cause discord. I am the son of father, and Ling Ren is merely adopted, a pawn that can be cast away at any time. Ling Yi shouted, his eyes blood-red as he gradually became irrational. Just because he enjoyed high regard from their father did not mean he could look down on him. Ling Ren didn't budge a single inch. Young master, here's what I suggest. After I send the Divine Wind mercenary group out of the underground city, I'll come find you. Chu Lingyue proposed. Really? Ling Yi released Ling Ren, thrilled beyond measure. Chu Lingyue nodded. All right then, I'll wait for you. Hurry up and don't waste any time, he urged excitedly, noticing Chu Lingyue with an altered look in his gaze. Without a word, Ling Ren led Chu Lingyue away. On the way back to the dungeon, the atmosphere turned eerie. Why did you agree to Ling Yi? Ling Ren asked, puzzled, his neutral tone revealing no emotions. Can't we let him cause you trouble? Chu Lingyue responded. Still, in an instant, Ling Ren appeared beside Chu Lingyue, tightly gripping her delicate throat and pressing her hard against the stone wall, his eyes shadowy with intensity. What exactly are you after? She was astute enough to know what to do and what to avoid, let alone that Ling Yi was the son of the leader of the soul separation sect. Ugh. Chu Lingyue gasped for air but made no attempt to struggle. I have no agenda. Just didn't want to see you troubled. Ling Ren looked straight at Chu Lingyue and finally released her. Chu Lingyue massaged her sore neck and continued. You've helped me, and I am grateful. My conflict with Ling Yi was only minor. I have plenty of ways to turn him down, Ling Ren said, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his heart. Chapter 104, The Art of Soul Capture. The underlying meaning was that even if Chu Lingyue didn't take the lead, he could still solve it himself. But since she had stepped up to shield him, he couldn't help but question her true intentions. I wasn't thinking much back then. If you think I deliberately got close to Ling Yi, then I won't go near him anymore, Chu Lingyue said. What's the big deal? There will be other chances to get close to Ling Yi. I don't mean that. Do as you wish. Ling Ren glanced at Chu Lingyue and then walked toward the dungeon. Chu Lingyue followed. In the dungeon, Ling Ren ordered his men to drag out all members of the Shunfeng mercenary group. Where are you taking us? Dong Jiao stood in front of his group, looking worriedly at Chu Lingyue. Holy maiden, are you all right? I'm fine. You can follow me. I'll escort you out. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. Members of the Shunfeng mercenary group could walk out of the underground city in grand style, while others would suffer a bit more. As soon as they heard that, the rest of the mercenaries rushed forward with anger. Fortunately, they were stopped by Ling Ren's subordinates. Otherwise, they would have torn her apart. Chu Lingyue, what do you mean? Why should only they leave? Chu Lingyue fished around in her ears before scoffing lightly. Who were the ones who wanted to sever ties with me back then, criticized me so harshly, and did not want to associate with me? Oh, I remember now, it was you. Everyone in the dungeon was struck speechless, not expecting Chu Lingyue to bring up past issues at this moment. It was truly excessive. That was earlier, not now? Why do you only protect the people from the Shunfeng mercenary group and not us? Aren't you the Holy Maiden of Sil City? Yes. Just that. Do you deserve your title as Holy Maiden? Yes. Oh, since you're so good at debating and giving orders, why don't you find your own way out? All of you boasted about severing ties with me back then. Are you feeling unbalanced now because others are getting the better deal? You're truly a bunch of opportunists. She despised moral blackmail the most, firmly believing that if she has no morals herself, moral coercion cannot bind her. Everyone was left speechless by Chu Lingyue's retort, unable to stir any trouble. Suffer here well. We're leaving. Chu Lingyue sneered coldly, walking confidently away under everyone's gaze. Each one of them was being driven mad with anger by Chu Lingyue's attitude that had nothing to do with them, but there was nothing they could do. For a fleeting moment, some regretted not cultivating a better relationship with Chu Lingyue and missing such a good opportunity. Especially Tsang Yin and others felt as though their intestines were turning green. Members of the Shunfeng mercenary group followed Chu Lingyue in great numbers and left. At the portal array at the exit of the underground city, Chu Lingyue paused her steps. Farewell, everyone. Aren't you going with us? Dong Jiao immediately turned around and asked. Could it be that Chu Lingyue traded her freedom for their departure? Absolutely not. I'll go once you are safe, said Chu Lingyue. Why? Can we? Dong Yi and others couldn't understand why she would wait until they were safe before leaving. Your lives were exchanged for Nanzio. Leave without hesitation. The right enforcer will ensure your quickest escape from the influence area of Lihuan's sect. Do you understand? Chu Lingyue obviously wasn't good at explanations. She wished she could meet teammates who understood her perfectly, making communication much easier. But, enough, Dong Yi, let's go. Dong Jiao immediately stopped Dong Yi. Staying behind wouldn't help Chu Lingyue. Instead, they would become burdens. They might as well do something meaningful, like returning to Sil City for reinforcements. Leader, Dong Yi was an emotional person. How could he survive through Chu Lingyue's efforts? I'm the leader, listen to me, let's go. Dong Jiao roared. Subsequently, 7 or 8 team members reluctantly stepped onto the portal array. Thank you for your effort. Chu Lingyue slightly bowed to Ling Ren. Once they are safe, I will definitely inform you of the location of Nanzio. All right. Ling Ren nodded, yet hesitated as if wanting to say more. Given how smart she was, she shouldn't foolishly get hurt because of Ling Yi. Then he entered the portal, activated it, and gradually disappeared in front of her eyes. Ling Yi had sent people ahead of time to intercept her. Holy Maiden, Master invites you. Not expecting Ling Yi's urgency, Chu Lingyue responded frankly. All right. Passing through the stone corridor, Chu Lingyue heard the agonized roars of beasts. Her brows furrowed tightly instantly, as if life was ebbing away bit by bit, creating a helpless sense. Suddenly at the corner of the stone corridor came the sound of a cart being pushed, boom boom boom, getting closer and closer to her. A group of 3 to 5 people pushing a plank cart gradually appeared before her. The cart was piled high with the carcasses of magical beasts, still warm, blood flowing onto the ground. The overwhelming stench of blood was sickening. Chu Lingyue sidestepped to avoid it. Her deep phoenix eyes turned slightly cold as they roamed over the heap of magical beast corpses on the cart until it disappeared from sight. Her hands under her sleeves clenched tightly. With every passing day, the Li Hun sect committed such grave sins. Didn't they feel even an ounce of guilt? What is that over there? Chu Lingyue asked casually at the fork in the road. The subordinate leading her to Ling Yi's residence politely replied. It's where the magical beasts are kept. It's too bloody for holy maiden eyes. This way, please. Apparently, he didn't want to say much to Chu Lingyue, and giving her 2 sentences already counted as courtesy. Good. Chu Lingyue's lips curved up slightly, and she stopped asking questions. As she passed through each place, Chu Lingyue matched the map she had obtained from Nanzio together, embedding every minute detail firmly into her mind. The subordinate stepped back after bringing Chu Lingyue to a stone gate. The stone door was half open. Chu Lingyue walked straight in. Splendid lamps were embedded high on both sides of the stone wall, illuminating all the scenery inside the stone house. Shadows flickered. In the center of the platform sat an array of aromatic delicacies, beside which a person sat upright. Ling Yi. He had ordered his men to prepare this sumptuous banquet with utmost speed, just to bring a smile to Chu Lingyue's face. Chu Lingyue, you've arrived. I've waited for you so long. Come quickly. Hearing this, Ling Yi turned around and saw Chu Lingyue walking slowly inside. He immediately rose and went forward to greet her, his enthusiastic demeanor looking extremely like a devoted younger brother. Ling Yi stretched out his arms, about to embrace her. With graceful agility, Chu Lingyue skillfully dodged. Sir, would you mind closing the stone door? People pass by from time to time. It's not appropriate for them to see. Her words carried a tone of gentle reproach. In an instant, Ling Yi melted to his very core. Truly worthy was the woman he had chosen. Such charm could not be surpassed by ordinary people. He began to fantasize about the deeper exchanges to follow with Chu Lingyue. Fine. I'll do it right now. Ling Yi rubbed his palms together, unable to contain his impatience with the beauty already in his arms. With a thunderous boom, the stone door closed. Now only Chu Lingyue and Ling Yi remained in the stone room. Chu Lingyue, can I call you Lingyue? Ling Yi's eyes revealed boundless longing as he brazenly scanned her figure up and down. You may. Chu Lingyue flicked her sleeve gracefully like a butterfly flitting lightly in the breeze, captivating him utterly. Attracted by her beauty, Ling Yi didn't hesitate, rushing toward Chu Lingyue. Lingyue, the moonlight is beautiful tonight. Let us. Just before contact, Chu Lingyue's phoenix-like eyes glinted as a flash of purple light darted across her pitch-black pupils. In the next moment, Ling Yi, who had just been frivolous and passionate, suddenly froze in place. His gaze dimmed lifelessly, resembling a puppet devoid of vitality. Sit properly. Chu Lingyue propped her chin on one hand, mockingly gazing at Ling Yi whom she had controlled. Her soul capture art was no joke. Chapter 105, The Fierce Beast Qiongqi. Ling Yi had lost his ability to think independently. Chu Lingyue's words were like a sinister sound ringing in his ears, and he only knew to follow the instructions. He quickly sat down across from her and waited for her next order. She picked up the silver chopsticks and began eating delicacies methodically. It had been almost 3 or 5 days since she'd had a proper meal. After a long time, Chu Lingyue finally asked, having eaten until she was half satisfied. What happened to the Phoenix Beast Yuan? Was your purpose at Xing Luo auction house last time aimed at obtaining the Phoenix? In her divine consciousness, the Phoenix without its Beast Yuan remained in a constant state of slumber these few days, showing no signs of waking up. Yes, the Phoenix Beast Yuan has coagulated for 1,000 years, and we need it to awaken the fierce beast Qiongqi that's sealed within the Hilsensen Demon Beast Forest mountain range. Chu Lingyue's heart froze momentarily, shocked. So your goal is to awaken the fierce beast Qiongqi on the night of the full moon and break the seal? Why have you imprisoned those people and demon beasts? Why take their blood? Chu Lingyue followed up with more questions. To mix the blood of demon beasts and humans as preparation for awakening the fierce beast Qiongqi on the night of the full moon. As for those who are captured, they're meant as sacrifices for the blood rites for Qiongqi. Ling Yi confessed everything he knew after being ensnared by his soul. Bang! Chu Lingyue slammed the stone table, utterly furious, shaking the porcelain bowls filled with delicacies off the table. When was the fierce beast Qiongqi sealed here? Not just her, but she could guarantee that everyone in Hilsen City would be unaware that the fierce beast Qiongqi was sealed within the Hilsensen Demon Beast Forest. I don't know, Ling Yi answered. Where? Chu Lingyue continued asking. 500 meters southeast. Ling Yi replied. A sudden thought flashed through Chu Lingyue's mind, and now she finally understood why the Soul Departure sect was laying quartz sand within a 1-kilometer radius of the underground city. Apparently, everything was meticulously planned. The areas surrounded by quartz sand were all part of the blood sacrifice formation. When the full moon came, everyone and every demon beast confined in the underground city would be unable to escape and would be forced into a blood sacrifice. What a ruthless and cunning method. She didn't have much time left. Tomorrow was the night of the full moon. She had to make sure everyone and every demon beast escaped before sunset tomorrow, or they would all die. Where is the phoenix beast you want? Chu Lingyue continued questioning. It's in Yin Leiqing's hands. Lingyi answered, unclear where exactly it was. At this moment, Chu Lingyue noticed faint, rapid footsteps approaching outside. With a snap of her fingers, she gave Ling Yi one final command. Once you finish the wine in that jug, you'll be free from my influence. Ling Yi couldn't resist Chu Lingyue's orders, so he lifted the jug and poured it into his mouth. Before anyone realized, someone outside opened the stone door, slowly raising it. With a single jug finished, Ling Yi's once dull eyes returned, but his mind felt muddled, completely forgetting how he had gotten drunk. Hee, Lingyue beauty. Before him, Chu Lingyue's pure white face swayed and blurred. Eat some food. Chu Lingyue picked up the silver chopsticks, and unknowingly, the scattered dishes on the table had returned to their original positions. Seeing this, Ling Yu anxiously entered. Noticing Ling Yi's dazed expression, it was clear he'd had quite a bit to drink, and appeared unable to control himself. Glancing at Chu Lingyue, Ling Yu snatched the wine jug from Ling Yi's hand and said, Younger brother, do you have the nerve to stay here eating and drinking while Yin Leiqing needs you? Ling Yu didn't oppose his younger brother indulging in beauty, but he needed to prioritize timing, especially with the present situation. Hearing Yin Leiqing, Ling Yi immediately associated it with the phoenix beast Yuan. His drunkenness cleared somewhat, revealing a crazed smile, his originally somewhat flat face suddenly becoming grotesque. Let's go see him. Just after taking 2 steps, he abruptly turned around, not forgetting to warn Chu Lingyue. Lingyue, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Could he possibly harbor ill intentions? Only infatuated with beauty, helplessly captivated. Well, my lord, please proceed. Chu Lingyue stood up and curtsied slightly. Ling Yi wanted to turn around again to touch Chu Lingyue's little hand, but was pushed out by Ling Yu. Chu Lingyue's beautiful face rapidly changed expressions. To get the fierce beast Qiongqi, the soul departure sect would stop at nothing, even using human and demon blood offerings, which was unfathomably horrifying. She must stop them. Suddenly, a shadow cloaked in black appeared before her. Miss Chu, Mo Sha. Chu Lingyue's eyebrows relaxed in joy. How could she forget Mo Sha? I'm here, Mo Sha responded. He had just returned from the Wuwang God Shrine after receiving his punishment, finding Chu Lingyue's whereabouts with great difficulty. Where's Jun Yeming? She asked. Ever since their hurried farewell last time, he had never come back to find her. The master's ways are inscrutable, coming and going like the wind. I don't know where he went, Mo Sha answered. I don't know? That's strange. Chu Lingyue rubbed her chin, speculating. Even Mo Sha didn't know Jun Yeming's whereabouts. Where could he have gone? How can I get in contact with him? She asked further. I do not know, Miss Chu. Mo Sha replied sheepishly, ashamed that he had no answers to the questions about his most respected master. He was guilty and let out a wail. All right. Chu Lingyue pouted slightly. It would be a lie to say she wasn't disappointed. Help me with something, Chu Lingyue said, keeping her focus on what needed to be done now. Please give your instructions, Miss Chu. From the underground city as the center, extend outward 1 kilometer, and find the exact location of the seal imprisoning the fierce beast Qiongqi. Chu Lingyue instructed. Yes. Mo Sha accepted the order, his figure vanishing from the spot immediately. With this task entrusted, Chu Lingyue took out a communication mirror to reach Chu Siyu. What is it? Chu Siyu was still on the run, not expecting to receive Chu Lingyue's message so soon, making her sound rather petulant. Chu Lingyue cast a mental divination technique, locating Chu Siyu near 80 kilometers west of the demon beast forest using the spatial ring from before. You, tie Nanziyu up somewhere, then return to Hilson City. Chu Lingyue ordered, anticipating a great battle the next day, and didn't want Chu Siyu involved. Why? Chu Siyu shouted, confused. Chu Lingyue, are you planning some dangerous deed behind my back again? Have you forgotten how you nearly died in Mo Ria's hands last time? Chu Siyu asked, caught off guard by how quickly events were unfolding. You listen to me. People from the soul departure sect are heading your way. Let go of Nanziyu and run, understand? Chu Lingyue did not deny it, instead shifting the focus. All right, I got it. We'll do immediately, Chu Siyu responded, seemingly convinced, cutting off the connection. Back in the underground city of the soul departure sect, Chu Lingyue sighed in relief, hoping she would comprehend the situation. But Chu Siyu tightly bound Nanziyu to a tree, muttering under her breath. Chu Lingyue, do you really think I'm a fool? Chu Siyu, release me. I don't want to stay here, Wa. Nanziyu sobbed uncontrollably, her plans failing miserably, leaving her fate to feed the wild beasts in the mountains. You'll be fine. Help from the soul departure sect will arrive soon. I must go now. Wish you good luck, Chu Siyu said cheerfully, binding Nanziyu firmly with an intricate knot. Chu Siyu, come back. Wah. Chu Siyu. Regardless of Nanziyu shouting herself hoarse, Chu Siyu carried Chitta Beast and disappeared into the deep forest without looking back. Chapter 106. The Wheel of Feng Shui turns. Are you kidding me? Chu Lingyue actually wants to abandon me and face the people of Lihuan's sect alone. Humph. There's no way I'm going to let her get away with that. Chu Sishu and Chitta Beast were sprinting through the forest toward the location of Lihuan's sect. She had to get there in the shortest time possible. Sister, are you really heading for Lihuan's sect? Chitta Beast exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, I need to find Chu Lingyue. Chu Sishu's eyes were resolute, as was her proud and unyielding demeanor. She was not one to fear death. Besides, if it weren't for Chu Lingyue, she might have already been killed by Nanziyu long ago. At the moment Chu Lingyue saved her, she had accepted the fact that her life was given back to her by her sister. But at our current speed, it will take us at least 2 days to reach there. Cheetah Beast said helplessly. What do we do then? I must get there as soon as possible. Chu Sishu became anxious, fearing that if she arrived a moment too late, Chu Lingyue would perish negotiating with Li Huan's sect. I have an idea, Cheetah Beast said. Chu Sishu immediately stopped in her tracks and asked with excitement. What idea? Tell me quickly. I can dig tunnels. I guarantee sister will arrive at Li Huan's sect before tomorrow evening. Cheetah Beast declared, fully committing itself. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Chu Sishu embraced Cheetah Beast and kissed it repeatedly. Cheetah Beast was thoroughly embarrassed, but honored to be of help to Chu Sishu. Let's go. Cheetah Beast quickly jumped out of Chu Sishu's arms and flew into the air. Then its small body spun like a whirlwind, stirring up a fierce gust of wind. Invincible spinning wind. With that, Cheetah Beast dove straight toward Chu Sishu, and both disappeared from sight. Time flew by. It was the night of the full moon. Still patiently waiting, Chu Lingyue leaned against a stone wall with her hands on her hips, lazily glancing outside. In just half a day, her remarkable reputation and stunning beauty had already left a deep impression on all the members of Li Huan's sect. They saw her freedom and thought nothing unusual about it. Some even tried to avoid her. Hurry up and leave. She's the person who injured Lord Nan. She's notorious for being cruel, and we'd better not get involved, some murmured in panic. Chu Lingyue lifted her eyelids slightly and watched those people flee hurriedly. Was she really that terrifying? Just then, Ling Run returned after sending the Divine Wind mercenary team away, arriving before Chu Lingyue like a storm. So fast, Chu Lingyue was somewhat surprised, but only briefly. She had expected Ling Ren to need more time, but evidently he had handled everything in less than a day. Yes, I personally escorted the Divine Wind mercenary team far beyond the influence of Li Huan's sect. You can rest assured, Ling Ren explained while looking directly at Chu Lingyue. Thanks for your effort, Chu Lingyue replied with a bow, and then informed him of Nanzio's rough location. Nanzio is about 80 kilometers west of the Demon Beast Forest now. Send someone over there soon. If you wait too long, there might not even be any remains left. Ling Ren looked solemn. He couldn't imagine that in only 4 days, Nanzio would have ventured so far westward, an area infested with vicious beasts. While they were speaking, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Stones fell from the ceiling above them. Ling Ren quickly activated his martial spirit and erected a green protective barrier above their heads. The tremor lasted for at least a minute before stopping. What happened? Chu Lingyue calmly asked, leaning against the stone wall. Stay here and wait for me. Don't wander around. Ling Ren's gaze became more cautious, and without further explanation about the sudden situation, he turned and left promptly. Humph. Chu Lingyue shrugged and went back inside the stone room, patiently waiting for Mozhar to return with information. I wonder where Jun Yiming is and what he's doing right now. Does he miss me? Chu Lingyue muttered, her mind occupied by thoughts of his exceptionally handsome face. Mama, do you miss Daddy? Xiao Qingtuan sent this telepathic message via mental awareness. Yes, Chu Lingyue responded openly. But for now, it's best not to disturb him. He may be busy with something important. Her memory flashed back to the last time when Jun Yiming had appeared before her covered in injuries, making her deeply concerned once again. An hour later, Mozhar silently reappeared in front of Chu Lingyue and immediately delivered the information he'd gathered. Miss Chu, there truly is a ferocious beast sealed within the underground city constructed by Li Huan's sect. No, it's more accurate to say the underground city was built atop the seal of the ferocious beast Qiongqi. Furthermore, they've drilled a channel extending thousands of meters underground. Every day, they pour a mix of monster and human blood down there to prematurely awaken the ferocious beast Qiongqi from its seal, preparing to break it on the upcoming night of the full moon. So the previous vibrations came from underneath? Chu Lingyue questioned. Yes, Qiongqi has awakened. Mozhar confirmed. Chu Lingyue remained composed. It seemed Ling Ren had already realized that the vibration originated from Qiongqi. Who sealed the ferocious beast Qiongqi here? Chu Lingyue was curious. However, Mozhar silently thought to himself, could he say that a century ago his master had injured Qiongqi and casually sealed it here? Qiongqi must not reappear, or it would bring trouble to his master. They currently couldn't contact the master, so they could only rely on Chu Lingyue. Miss Chu, it was our master. Mozhar earnestly replied, honestly revealing the details. What? Chu Lingyue's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Did Jun Yiming do this? She was caught between laughter and tears. Subordinate followed Miss Chu's instructions to investigate and confirmed it was indeed the ferocious beast Qiongqi. After all, a century ago, the monster forest wasn't in its current state. Mozhar answered. Subordinate does not know where the master is now, but I humbly asked Miss Chu to reseal the ferocious beast Qiongqi. Mozhar bowed deeply, showing unparalleled sincerity. Alas, Chu Lingyue sighed repeatedly as if fate had come full circle right before her eyes. Mozhar, we have important matters to attend to. Please give your orders, Miss Chu. Chu Lingyue stepped forward boldly and turned to face Mozhar directly. Relax, focus all your attention on my eyes without resisting. Mozhar's strength at present was beyond her reach, and using soul capture magic might backfire unless he voluntarily let down his guard. Mozhar trusted Chu Lingyue completely and did exactly what she instructed him to. A hint of purple began to rise in Chu Lingyue's left eye. The 5 elements spirit arts, condensed within, capture the soul. She then transferred the pentagram seal array she had devised through the soul capture technique into Mozhar's mind. Remember this formation, Chu Lingyue commanded. Only after Mozhar nodded did she withdraw the soul capture magic. Upon regaining consciousness, Mozhar realized something new had appeared in his mind, incredibly clear. He couldn't believe Chu Lingyue's mastery of the 5 elements spirit arts had reached such a divine level. Even all the spirit arts masters he had ever seen didn't measure up to 1/10,000th of her prowess, leaving him utterly awestruck. This is the 5 elements spirit art seal array. My spiritual power is too low, so its effectiveness may be diminished when I use it. That's why having you implement the seal is most stable. I've already transmitted the drawing method to you. The best place for setting up the array should be above Lihuan's sect, where quartz sand can be spread fully. Chu Lingyue explained. Unfortunately, in the past, she could effortlessly wield the 5 elements spirit arts to its peak efficiency. But since coming to the Canglan Continent, her spirit arts were bound with her spiritual power, meaning that to unleash its maximum potential, she needed to reach the pinnacle of a spirit emperor. Chapter 107. The Night of Blood Sacrifice. But this didn't trouble her. Using a different method to activate the 5 element spirit technique was the same principle, although it would require her to expend twice the mental energy to control the 5 elements spirit seal array. There's one more thing. In the deepest part of the underground city, there is a water dungeon where 4 old men are imprisoned. Help me rescue them, Chu Lingyue said. She kept reminding herself that she must act before the blood sacrifice. We need to hurry. The ferocious beast Qiongqi is awakening. We don't have much time, Chu Lingyue urged, a fierce expression appearing on her beautiful little face. Understood. Mo Sha accepted the order and immediately set off. Rumbling. The ground began to shake again. Chu Lingyue activated her spiritual power to create a protective shield to block the falling debris. Outside the stone house, the people of the Lihuan sect had already started moving. In droves, group after group, yet their cries of sorrow filled the air. Chu Lingyue retracted her spiritual power and strode out, passing through a stone corridor. Before her lay a vast abyss, so deep one could not see its bottom, akin to a miracle. On both sides of the abyss, stone steps were carved into the rock walls, stretching downward endlessly. What caught her eye were those who were imprisoned in the dungeons. The people of the Lihuan sect were rushing them down the stone steps to the underground as quickly as possible. Upon closer inspection, their hands were all tied by ropes, unable to break free. Has it begun? Chu Lingyue's eyes slightly narrowed. She tightly gripped the stone wall with her hands. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Chu Lingyue, come with me. Chu Lingyue turned back to see Ling Ren standing solemnly beside her. Where? Underground, Ling Ren answered. I sent the Shenfeng mercenary team away for you. According to our agreement, you must become my final disciple. Chu Lingyue smiled. When did I agree? The bargaining chip for exchanging the Shenfeng mercenary team was Nanzio, not me. If you do not become my final disciple, after the Great Protector rescues Nanzio, they will not spare you, Ling Ren said. Chu Lingyue raised an eyebrow, calm and composed. Then let them try to kill me. Ling Ren stared at Chu Lingyue, his lips pressed together without a word, as if he had never truly seen Chu Lingyue clearly. Interesting. It doesn't matter, I can wait. For now, come with me. The exit has been sealed. Only by staying by my side will you have a chance to survive, Ling Ren said, turning to leave immediately. Chu Lingyue was unimpressed, but quickly followed. Ling Ren led her following behind those people, gradually descending into the abyss, which seemed to go on forever. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature rose. A red glow surged before her eyes, growing ever closer. What is that? Chu Lingyue asked. A seal, Ling Ren answered. Almost simultaneously, a wail came from above. Chu Lingyue abruptly looked up. At the center of the abyss, something was falling straight down from above. As it became level with her line of sight, she fixed her gaze and was startled. One by one, low-level beasts were falling into the abyss, causing a sea of crimson, only to vanish completely afterward. Why be so cruel? All things possess spirits. Heavenly retribution may be delayed, but it will come. Chu Lingyue finally asked, her tone profound. She watched helplessly as living beings disappeared one by one. Even though she had long been accustomed to bloodshed, such merciless acts indeed made the world ashamed. Ling Ren stood on the stone steps, watching Chu Lingyue with a bloodthirsty smile. It gets even crueler later. What else could the Lihuan sect not do for breaking the seal and obtaining the ferocious beast Qiongqi? They used to sacrifice beasts. Now, they've moved on to live sacrifices. Over 100 spirit warriors, captured and sacrificed without hesitation. Chu Lingyue's eyes pierced through the abyss above, where low-level beasts continued to plummet, filling the air with wails, then vanishing upon touching the seal. The Lihuan sect would definitely pay dearly. Let's go. I'll show you something even more shocking. By the way, I warn you that the Great Protector is also here. Don't cause trouble, or I won't be able to protect you. Ling Ren kindly warned as he continued to descend with Chu Lingyue. The fiery red light in the abyss gradually approached. Finally, Chu Lingyue saw what was causing the tremendous disturbance. Countless fiery red threads interwove into a massive web. Beneath the seal lay the awakened ferocious beast Qiongqi. Its colossal figure flickered in and out of view. The beasts falling from above landed on the red web, transforming into red beams of light and disappearing. Being absorbed. The scene was too stunning to bear, and Chu Lingyue couldn't help but turn her face away. Lingyue, you've come. Ling Yi's voice drew near until he finally appeared before her. Master. Chu Lingyue remained somewhat pleasant. Ling Ren, oblivious to propriety, stepped between the two. Chu Lingyue was to be his final disciple, and he wouldn't allow any interaction between them. Master, remember your place. The smile on Ling Yi's face froze as he glared hard at Ling Ren. You shut up. He and Ling Ren had always kept their distance, but unexpectedly, they now clashed fiercely over Chu Lingwei. Lingwei, after we break the seal, follow me back to the Lihuan sect. I will ask my father for your hand. Ling Yi grinned like a madman. Whatever he wanted, he would do everything to obtain it. Master, Ling Ren exclaimed. Chu Lingwei has already agreed to become my final disciple. Please don't take what belongs to others. Ling Ren. Ling Yi's voice was sharp and icy, radiating coldness that could freeze fire. He wanted to silence Ling Ren forever right then and there. Younger brother. Ling Yu intervened just in time, separating the two who were about to draw swords. Ling Yi was highly emotional, and if this went on, a battle with Ling Ren was likely inevitable. Ling Yu's disapproving gaze swept over Chu Lingwei. He sensed she was a beauty who would bring disaster. Her presence around them meant nothing good. Don't mess things up. Right now, the most important thing is to break the seal, Ling Yi reminded. Humph. Ling Yi regained his composure and soon flashed a smile at Chu Lingwei. Lingwei, wait for me. Not long after, Yin Leitang appeared in the abyss after being sent to look for Nan Ziyu. He cast a cruel glance at Chu Lingwei, his murderous intent clear. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he soared into the center of the seal, levitating high above it. With a wave of his hands, a thick emerald light engulfed the seal. The turmoil stopped immediately, and the intense heat surge was sealed away. Second rank of Spirit Emperor. Chu Lingwei and all present gasped in shock. Yin Leitang landed slowly, immediately ordering his subordinates to drive everyone back. Wails echoed again throughout the group. Among the crowd, Song Yin looked helplessly towards Chu Lingwei, her expression complicated and conflicted. Even though you're clever, before Grand Protector Yin Leitang, you're like an ant, Ling Ren whispered beside Chu Lingwei. Chu Lingwei remained silent, but her mind was racing. She knew she couldn't fight against Yin Leitang. What about Mo Sha? Meanwhile, above ground in the underground city, Mo Sha had already freed the 4 elders and was diligently drawing the 5 elements spirit seal array. With the sunset nearing, his pace needed to quicken. Bang! Chi Tu and Chu Suyu suddenly surfaced, landing precisely in front of the 5 elements spirit technique formation. Sister, we're here. Having traveled without rest day and night, Chi Tu managed to reach the Lihuan sect's underground city in record time. However, due to the dangers ahead, it only dared stop here. Still slightly disoriented, Chu Suyu quickly recovered. In the distance, a black figure wielded feathered sword, marking out a 1-kilometer territory near the Lihuan sect grounds. Startled by this sight, Chu Suyu and Chi Tu hid immediately. Chapter 108. I have an ancient artifact. Who? Mo Shamiyue de Chajue Yo Run Cao Jian. He was full of murderous intent. Ugh. Chu Suyu hugged the Chi Tu beast and hurriedly retreated into the grass, but it was too late. Accompanied by a gentle breeze, Mo Sha's figure appeared in front of Chu Suyu. His killing intent was palpable. Chu Suyu let out a startled cry as Mo Sha's palm wind came within 0.01 millimeters of her. Second Mississippi. Mo Sha immediately recognized Chu Suyu. Since he usually remained hidden, Chu Suyu had no idea of his existence. Wah, leave me alone, Chu Suyu pleaded, thinking Mo Sha was from the Lihuan sect, and she was terrified to her core. The Chi Tu beast also buried its head tightly in Chu Siyu's arms, trembling with fear. Mo Sha was suddenly apprehensive and quickly retracted his palm wind, kneeling on one knee. Second Miss, I am Mo Sha, your personal bodyguard assigned to protect Chu Mississippi. Please forgive me for startling you. What? Chu Siyu was still shaking, somewhat frightened. I am the Dark Guardian protecting Chu Mississippi. She ordered me to handle matters here, Mo Sha explained, apologizing for scaring Chu Siyu. My sister? Where's my sister now? Chu Siyu finally calmed down, realizing these were her sister's people. She had almost thought she would soon meet her demise. Yes, Chu Miss is currently at the Lihuan sect in the underground city. This place is dangerous, so please, second Miss, leave immediately, Mo Sha advised. I will not go. Chu Siyu immediately protested when Mo Sha suggested she leave. Her sense of justice wouldn't allow her to flee while her sister was still in the Lihuan sect. I'm not a coward. My sister is still there. I must stand with her. The entrance has already been sealed, second Mississippi. Even if you wanted to enter, it would be impossible, Mo Sha informed her. Chu Siyu hesitated, unwilling to reveal her secret to Mo Sha. All right, I'll go, but you better protect my sister well. Still employing her strategy of feigning retreat to make progress, she muttered disdainfully. As you command, miss, Mo Sha said. Please proceed 3 kilometers to the hill behind us. There, you will find 4 elders whom Chu Miss instructed me to rescue from the Lihuan sect. Mo Sha thoughtfully considered all angles. Should Chu Siyu remain safe with the elders, once their mission at the Lihuan sect was done, they'd have fewer complications locating her later. Fine, I understand. Since my sister instructed you, go ahead and carry out your tasks. I'll head there myself. Don't waste time, Chu Siyu confidently stated, without batting an eyelash. Understood. Mo Sha was determined that Chu Siyu must leave first. Having no choice, Chu Siyu followed the direction Mo Sha gave her, carrying the Chi Tu beast, and moving quickly through the forest, bounding forward like a gust of wind. Once Chu Siyu was far enough away, Mo Sha resumed drawing the 5-element spirit formation. In the forest, Chu Siyu hustled along, whispering, Little bunny, since we can't go down that way, let's change tactics. Can you accurately locate the underground city? Sure, the bunny can do it, the Chi Tu beast replied, determined to share Chu Siyu's fate. It thought highly of her righteous spirit and devotion to family. With such kindness shown towards it, following her was undoubtedly the right choice. Suddenly, Chu Siyu stopped walking and embraced the Chi-Tu beast earnestly. Little bunny, if anything happens, you must run away and never look back. She didn't want to see the Chi-Tu beast take risks. It had already helped her so much. How could she let it be trapped in danger alongside her? Miss Chu, we won't fail. We will succeed together. The Chi-Tu beast spoke with determination. No matter what it took, it would ensure her safe escape. Yes, we will be fine. Let's go? I'm ready. Chu Siyu's eyes reflected resolute strength. The Chi-Tu beast immediately jumped out of Chu Siyu's arms. Invincible drilling wind. Once again, they disappeared into the ground. Underground abyss. Yin Leiting had already ordered the now-conscious Nan Mingyuan to lead the group in searching for Nan Zio, while Nan Jian remained as backup. The deputy hall master of the Lihuan sect, Xiang Jiantao, kept whispering in Yin Leiting's ear. Chu Lingwe possesses an ancient artifact, Great Guardian. I absolutely swear this is true. That day my defeat was solely because of this. Deputy hall master, are you sure about this? Asked Nan Jian arrogantly. After all, one might say he watched Chu Lingwe grow up in Hill City, so he knew what kind of person she was. How could she possibly have an ancient artifact? Nan Lord, I am very certain. On that day when I faced Chu Lingwe, she held something genuine, an ancient artifact. It was a 3-foot-long sword, glowing in an otherworldly violet hue. Though it was my first time seeing it, its resemblance to the records in the ancient books, along with its energy, left no room for doubt. Its name is Xianyu, Xiang Jiantao declared. I swear upon my life that what Chu Lingwe possessed was indeed an ancient artifact. Great Guardian, what do you think? Nan Jian harbored evil intentions, eager to confirm whether Chu Lingwe truly had such an artifact. Yin Leiting carefully surveyed both Nan Jian and Xiang Jiantao before focusing his attention on Chu Lingwe. When Chu Lingwe felt the scorching gaze in the air, she immediately met it with her own. Ling Ren immediately stepped to her side and kindly warned, don't interact too much with the Great Guardian, you cannot match him. Chu Lingyue's lips curved into a faint smile. Right Guardian, are you not curious? They say I possess an ancient artifact. Even the sub-hall master swore upon his life about this. Ling Ren stared ahead, his aged face solemn. If you do have it, that is your skill. Ling Ren knew that last time, Xiang Jiantao had already told him, but he just didn't believe it. Chu Lingyue was merely at the 7th level of spiritual cultivation. How could she possibly wield an ancient artifact? Even if she did have it, it would simply be considered her fate, something others couldn't seize no matter what they did. He was born without any intention of coveting others' possessions, so it has nothing to do with him. Ling Ren's simple statement made Chu Lingyue chuckle. What are you laughing at? Ling Ren didn't understand, finally turning his eyes toward Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue tilted her head, looking earnestly into Ling Ren's eyes. Her dark pupils were filled with sincerity as her lips moved slightly. I really do have one. She was testing him. Ling Ren pierced her with an intense gaze, as if trying to see right through her, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Right Guardian. Suddenly, Yin Leiting called out, pulling Ling Ren's attention back. No matter who asks you, don't expose the existence of the ancient artifact. Ling Ren whispered quietly before turning to leave. Did he believe her? Interesting. Chu Lingyue crossed her arms over her chest, observing Ling Ren's towering figure with relaxed curiosity. She somehow felt that his energy field didn't quite align with the Lihuan sect's, yet he happened to be the adopted son of Lihuan sect's master. Do you know anything about Chu Lingyue having an ancient artifact since you've interacted with her most? Yin Leiting asked. Even though Xiang Jiantao had sworn his life to the truth, he still didn't believe that a 15 or 16-year-old girl could control such an artifact. At best, she was cunning and gifted compared to ordinary people. Ignorant, Ling Ren replied. Ling Yu is just a pretty young woman, Hill City Saintess. Are there other traits about her? How can she possibly have an ancient artifact? Stop fooling around. Ling Yi responded promptly. I met her at the Star Grid auction house previously. She's just a mischievous average woman. Maybe Subhall Master mistook her for someone else. He definitely didn't trust either. How about this? Maybe Subhall Master, you feel humiliated by Ling Yu, so you're slandering her? Ling Yi spoke up for Chu Lingyue. He understood Xiang Jiantao's character fairly well. He was absolutely that kind of vicious person, always causing trouble for personal gain and seeing others' success as distasteful. Perhaps it is exactly like that. Ling Yi said again. Lord, Great Guardian, how can I possibly be that kind of man? I wouldn't dare defame her just because I suffered a setback at Chu Lingyue's hands. Xiang Jiantao began to panic. But Chu Lingyue would never admit it. Moreover, he couldn't produce any evidence. She absolutely has it. Command her to bring it out. That will prove what I said is true. Xiang Jiantao insisted. His meaning was to let Yin Leiting ask Chu Lingyue for the ancient artifact. Since she was their prisoner, why wouldn't she comply? Subhall Master, Ling Yu is a woman. With our superior strength, how can we commit such dishonorable actions? Besides, what would you say if she doesn't have it? Ling Yi remained steadfastly on Chu Lingyue's side. Chapter 109, Ceiling Formation. Ling Ren remained silent. Right Enforcer, what do you think of this? Yin Lei asked calmly while looking at Jiang Tao. His expression suggested hesitation. I've already investigated her. Chu Lingyue's talent is only mediocre, and she will not be able to control the ancient divine weapon, Ling Ren stated coldly, immediately cutting off all further argument from Jiang Tao. Right Enforcer you. Jiang Tao couldn't believe it. Everything he had worked for was dismissed by Ling Ren in just one sentence. He had spent great effort convincing Yin Lei to investigate Chu Lingyue's abilities. All that effort turned out to be wasted. That's enough, Yin Lei shouted, as he noticed rising tensions between them over the non-existent ancient divine weapon which threatened to cause internal conflict. Lifting the seal on Xiongqi the malevolent beast is the most urgent task now. If our sect leader finds out, none of us would be able to bear the consequences. Thus, matters concerning the ancient divine weapon were dropped. Jiang Tao harbored resentment within his heart, but could do nothing about it. Ling Yi cast a smug look at Chu Lingyue, seemingly boasting how protective he was of her and expecting her admiration. Chu Lingyue merely chuckled inwardly, realizing the people of Li Huan's sect hadn't actually taken her seriously at all. Except for Ling Ren. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. The protective aura around the seal bubbled once more as countless rocks tumbled down from above, forcing everyone to summon their martial spirits into shield formations. From underground, Chu Siyu and Chitta Beast, who had been tunneling to reach the underground city, were shaken out from their hiding place in the soil with shouts of "Yay yay yo." Chu Siyu tumbled over twice while holding onto the Chitta Beast, feeling her buttocks might have gone flat from the vibrations. As the shaking subsided, the Chitta Beast excitedly jumped up. "Sister, we're inside." They had landed precisely within the underground city built by Li Huan's sect. "Let's go." Chu Siyu immediately stood up and began moving cautiously through the underground city, but there wasn't a single living soul in sight. "Sister, there's a trace of blood here. Follow me." Chitta Beast guided her forward, heading towards the abyss. Inside the abyss, the time is right. Yin Lei nodded slightly, and immediately ordered his subordinates to force the several hundred members of the mercenary group into the formation placed upon the seal. Once again, curses erupted as they, despite being no match for Li Huan's sect, insisted on expressing their defiance before death. Li Huan's sect will eventually be destroyed. Don't assume the world doesn't know what you've done. Karma will catch up with you. We'll wait for you in the Yellow Spring Road. Yes. You've committed unspeakable evils, straight to the 18 levels of hell. Ha ha ha. Hundreds of men gathered together standing within the magical formation set up by Yin Lei upon the seal. A resounding boom sound then arose. Beneath their feet, an invisible sealing formation immediately shone forth. Chu Lingyue watched in deep shock, restraining hundreds of people with a single binding array. This could only be accomplished by someone beyond the rank of Spirit Emperor. Every person calmly knelt down, determined to die with dignity. Meanwhile, Chi-Tu led Chu Suyu closer step by step. "Sister, hurry, they're below." Chu Lingyue patiently waited where she was, as the 5 Elements Spirit Art Array was still incomplete, and she needed a way to get into the center of the binding formation. However, Nanjian eyed her malevolently. He'd long since resented Chu Lingyue deeply. This was his final opportunity to kill her. While everyone was preoccupied, he stealthily backed away and found himself near Chu Lingyue, silently mobilizing all his martial spirit into a powerful strike concentrated in his right hand, then viciously thrusting it into her back, propelling her towards the abyss sealing formation. Chu Lingyue had sensed this beforehand. Narrowing her phoenix-like eyes, she forced herself to withstand his blow, flying into the closing sealing formation at the very last moment. "Chu Lingyue, may you die in there." Nanjian revealed his cruelty, gleefully watching Chu Lingyue soar into the sealing formation, feeling greatly satisfied. Chu Lingyue. It was too late for Ling Ren to react. Rushing ahead, he was repelled by the formation, seizing only empty air. Ling Yi was completely stunned by this sight, only able to helplessly watch as Chu Lingyue disappeared into the sealing formation. No. Chu Siyu just appeared on top of the stone stairs, catching sight of Chu Lingyue getting shoved into the formation by Nanjian. The Chitta Beast quickly tackled her to the ground. "Chu, we can't be discovered," said the Chitta Beast. Sister. Chu Siyu covered her mouth with both hands, her heart feeling as if pressed down by a 1,000-pound rock, a pain so sharp it stole her breath. She stared at Chu Lingyue from the stone steps, her vision blurred with tears. "Bluff." Chu Lingyue spat out a mouthful of blood, her body involuntarily floating mid-air, drawing an arc as she entered the sealing formation, finally stopping after rolling several times. Hiss. Trembling with pain, she clenched her fists tightly hidden under her drooling sleeves. That one strike from Nanjian carried power equivalent to at least the 3rd stage of a Spirit King. She hadn't dodged and received the full brunt of it. But worry not. Now she could perform the crucial 5 Elements Spirit Art Array inside the sealing formation's core, a plan coming together thanks to Nanjian's actions. At the same moment, Ling Ren had already fixed his murderous intent on Nanjian. Ling Ren was already consumed with uncontrollable rage. He never would have expected that after all their precautions, Nanjian would still manage to launch a sneak attack. How dare he target someone Ling Ren valued? He immediately unleashed his 6th-stage Spirit King level strength against Nanjian. Nanjian also infuriated Ling Yi, and together they both launched fatal attacks towards Nanjian. Chu Lingyue harmed my son Yuan, and even kidnapped Ziyu. She is a menace who does not deserve to exist in this world. Nanjian made outrageous claims, having wanted Chu Lingyue dead ever since she took away Nanyuan Ziyu. This isn't for you to decide. Ling Ren rebuked sharply as powerful gales mixed with green light waves surged forth violently toward Nanjian, sending him crashing into the wall, unable to break free from where he was embedded. Tui. Nanjian spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body forcefully imprinted onto the stone wall, caving it inward. His bones were dislocated and no longer capable of resistance. His 3rd-stage Spirit King abilities were laughably insufficient compared to Ling Ren and Ling Yi's prowess. After releasing his pent-up frustration, Ling Yi rushed toward the ceiling formation. Concerned about his impulsive nature, Ling Yu quickly restrained him. Though Ling Yu wasn't fond of Chu Lingyue either, he admitted that Nan Jian's actions were indeed despicable. Ling Yu, come out quick. Ling Yi grew increasingly anxious. This was a ceiling formation. Anyone trapped inside could only wait to die. The chances of her surviving were almost non-existent. Struggling to stand upright, Chu Lingyue did an admirable job hiding her joy at seeing Nan Jian getting beaten. She certainly wasn't going to burst out laughing. It would be best if they lost one of their major fighters, making her task much easier in comparison. The moment she reached the edge of the ceiling formation, an instant white glow repelled her back, slamming her onto the ground. I can't get out, Chu Lingyue said, feeling a dull ache in every part of her body. So this was the power of the ceiling formation? It was indeed overwhelmingly strong. Ling Yi's heart ached. Just when their beautiful dreams were about to begin, they were now doomed to wither. Enraged to the point of explosion, he once again flew forward to tear Nan Jian from the wall and beat him mercilessly until he appeared on his last breath. No one dared to intervene. Yin Lei also glanced indifferently. He wasn't yet willing to confront Ling Yi over a mere Nan Jian. At the same time, Ling Ren approached the formation, trying to break through it to rescue Chu Lingyue, but all his moves were deflected right back at him. Yin Lei stood motionless, realizing that his second-rank divine king-level ceiling formation wouldn't be so easily broken. Meanwhile, within the formation, people like Song Yin noticed Chu Lingyue take a hit and wasted no more time. They handed over the 2 remaining bottles of low-grade healing elixirs they had left to her. Take them. You're Hillock City's holy maiden. Even in death, you shouldn't be this wretched. Song Yin gritted his teeth, mustering up the courage to speak face-to-face with Chu Lingyue for the first time. Chapter 110, Savage Beast Appears. Thank you. The action of Song Yin was unexpected by her, but she readily accepted it, drinking the lower-grade restoration spirit liquid in front of him, then walking to the edge of the confinement array. She didn't dare approach easily. Chu Lingyue. Ling Ren stood before her, his formerly calm eyes now filled with melancholy. Between them rose a sudden white halo, and in an instant, it felt like they were separated by a galaxy. It seems there is no master-disciple fate between us. Chu Lingyue made a joke, as she always believed in destiny. She and Ling Ren had always been on opposing sides. Chu Lingyue, you are my disciple. Ling Ren had already decided this, and he would never regret the choices he had made. Yin Leitang took large steps to stand beside Ling Ren, giving his shoulder a heavy pat and warning him, Ling Ren, don't forget that you're the right guardian of the Lihuan sect. Everything must revolve around our sect leader. As for Chu Lingyue, let it be her fate. Don't waste your thoughts on her. Ling Ren sharply threw off Yin Leitang's hand, with dark resentment showing in his black eyes. He questioned accusingly. I told you not to put too much weight on the 3 men of the Nan family, yet you wouldn't listen. Don't think I don't know what schemes you have in mind. Sooner or later, you will suffer at their hands. Ling Ren, Yin Leitang pressed sternly with a cold face, saying, my matters do not need your interference. If you insist on opposing me just for the sake of Chu Lingyue, then you can leave right now. Ling Ren glared hard at Yin Leitang, full of hatred. For about half an incense stick's time, the two remained in a standoff before Ling Ren finally gave in. Sorry. Ling Ren apologized to Chu Lingyue, his fists tightly clenched as he began to hate his own helplessness. Unable even to protect Chu Lingyue. There's nothing to apologize for. Chu Lingyue still maintained her composure, smiling faintly, as if knowing she wouldn't die here. However, the plot required this. There was simply no way around it. But little did she expect that Ling Ren would react so emotionally toward her. Chu Lingyue tilted her head slightly, her gaze falling on Nan Jian, who was already near death. Ling Yi truly struck with ferocity, having nearly killed him outright. Given his status as the son of the Lihuan sect leader, no one dared to intervene lest they lose their own lives. Nan Jian lay on the ground, covered in blood, completely motionless except for his sinister laughter directed toward Chu Lingyue. She will die? Chu Lingyue will finally die? Ha ha ha. Chu Lingyue remained indifferent, offering him a confident smile in return. The laughing Nan Jian suddenly froze, feeling an ominous premonition well up within him. Impossible. Chu Lingyue must surely die. You? Chu Lingyue ignored him, heading instead to the center of the confinement array where she sat cross-legged in calm meditation. Song Yin and the others noticed and quickly surrounded her. Holy maiden, how do you feel? I am fine, replied Chu Lingyue, gazing at Song Yin and asking, do you wish to survive? Yes. Song Yin firmly nodded but restrained himself, adding quietly, yet the chances are slim. Indeed. Chu Lingyue agreed with a nod, then stopped speaking. Closing her eyes, she waited patiently for the completion of the 5 Elements Spirit Technique array. High on the stone steps, Chu Siyu was knocked down by Cheetah Beast, sobbing quietly. What should we do now? I cannot watch as my elder sister gets killed by the people of the Lihuan sect. I have to save her. Sister, we are too weak. The people from the Lihuan sect would kill us even before we get close enough to help her, explained Cheetah Beast, equally troubled. With their huge disparity in strength, there was virtually no possibility of them making a difference. They might only cause chaos. Its own power could barely handle a single Spirit King-level opponent. But sister, Chu Siyu grew frantic, her mind in turmoil and unable to think properly. That's a confinement array, she can't get out. And can we break through? Cheetah Beast countered. Once the confinement array has closed, not even the others from the Lihuan sect can enter. How are we supposed to rescue our elder sister? Ah yes, Elder sister has Xiao Qingtuan. She won't come to harm. Suddenly Chitta Beast recalled Xiao Qingtuan, a Zhuke holy beast who would certainly ensure elder sister's safety. What is Xiao Qingtuan? Chu Siyu looked completely confused, unsure what Chitta Beast meant. Chitta Beast hesitated, finding itself quite conflicted since Chu Lingwe had instructed them not to tell anyone, not even Chu Siyu. Just trust me, elder sister will be fine. So let's wait here for our elder sister to come out, okay? I'll stay with you, said Chitta Beast, tenderly wiping away Chu Siyu's tearful cheeks. All right. Chu Siyu nodded reluctantly. Strangely enough, she was somehow convinced by Chitta Beast. Her gaze settled on Chu Lingwe locked within the confinement array from atop the stone steps. At the same time, Yin Leitang took 2 steps forward, his hands behind his back, and he gazed deeply at the abyss above. The moment has come. He spread his arms, and his entire body levitated off the ground as a dense surge of emerald light burst forth from within him, transforming into streams of cyan lightning that encircled his body. He had channeled all his martial spirits, pouring his entire being into the depths above the abyss. Green Thunder Heavenly Technique. With a deep, resonant boom, a streak of bluish-white lightning surged out of his body, piercing through the abyssal skies. Sister, be careful. Chitta Beast quickly pressed Chu Siyu to the ground. A straight line of bluish-white light accompanied by lightning splitting directly before their eyes, illuminating the entire abyss. Everyone present was momentarily blinded by this stunning spectacle. A violent wind arose with a roaring din. Their garments fluttered wildly in the storm. This gust attempted to sweep those within the confinement array high into the air. Holy Maiden, beware. Song Yen and others immediately erected protective barriers, straining every fiber to protect Chu Lingwe at the center. Together they resisted this overwhelming force. Chu Lingwe opened her eyes abruptly, her spirit shaken by the sight. Was this the fearsome power of a spirit emperor? At this exact moment, Mo Sha, hovering above the subterranean city of Lihuan sect, had completed the final spiritual array. Before he could revel in excitement, an ominous energy surged from below. He swiftly vanished into a streak of light. At the very instant Mo Sha departed, a bluish-white light erupted from underground straight up into the clouds. A thunderous roar resounded, igniting the entirety of Xirsan Demon Beast Forest in commotion. Far away in Hill City, Dongfang Yu stood atop the tallest structure of the Priest Tower, watching the brief flash of light from the direction of Sierra Demon Beast Forest. The sudden change in weather startled him deeply. Looking skyward, he noticed one of the 12 stars pointing toward the 12 divine palaces had suddenly fallen, only to reattach itself moments later, shining more brilliantly than before. Dongfang Yu calculated with his fingers, his expression turning anxious. It's not good. The savage beast is emerging. A calamity awaits the chaotic world. At this time, Mu Lingfeng, already on the verge of exhaustion, appeared outside the priest tower clutching a thick branch. Great priest. He lay at the imposing gate, knocking incessantly. Great priest, open the door. Lihuan's sect. Before he could finish his words, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The gate finally creaked open, revealing Dongfang Yu's personal guard, Xian Xiao. She administered a low-grade spiritual liquid to Mu Lingfeng, reviving his unconscious state. Clutching onto Xian Xiao like a lifeline, Mu Lingfeng pleaded urgently. Quickly tell the great priest, Lihuan sect has committed massacres in the Demon Beast Mountains, and Chu Lingwe has gone there to stop them. Chapter 111. Turbulent Times. Dongfang Yu's figure flashed, suddenly appearing beside Mu Lingfeng. I already know. Arrange the heart orifice as well. Then, his figure flashed again, vanishing like the wind. Mu Lingfeng's message was finally delivered. He slightly relaxed and fainted again. After the aftereffects dissipated, Chu Lingwe slightly raised her head. Above, the starry sky was clear. Just now, Yin Leitang had used the Green Thunder Heaven art to successfully pierce through the sky, a power that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Her eyes slightly narrowed as an array of golden 5 elements spirit arts appeared above, visible only to her. It's complete. Mo Sha didn't betray his mission and managed to finish the 5 elements spirit arts array before the ferocious beast Qiongqi broke the seal. Mo Sha's shadow quietly appeared over the still smoking abyss. He peered down with his head extended, his gaze landing directly on Chu Lingwe, who was at the center of the binding formation. The violent energy waves from earlier almost swept him away, but luckily, he moved fast enough. However, Chu Lingwe's eyes gleamed, and she stared straight at the midpoint of the abyss on a stone staircase where Chu Siyu was hiding, watching her. Trouble. Chu Lingwe felt a headache building up. She had no idea that Chu Siyu had tricked her and secretly followed her here. Chu Siyu locked eyes with Chu Lingwe. She covered her mouth, trembling slightly as she began to retreat back. My sister saw me. Terrified, she peeked out again, noticing that Chu Lingwe had already turned her gaze away. She hid her body against the rock wall, looking upward toward the empty sky, filled with stars. What should we do now? Chu Siyu asked, having completely lost her composure. Who is there? Suddenly, Tang Zhu Jiangtao shouted in Chu Siyu's direction. He'd been closely observing Chu Lingwe's every move and noticed that her gaze lingered 3 seconds longer than necessary at the middle part of the abyss. Without hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit and struck a palm toward the location of Chu Siyu. Chu Siyu rolled several times with her Chitta beast to avoid the attack in an awkward manner. She was discovered. No go. Chitu, don't worry about me. She grabbed her Chitta beast and threw it with all her might toward higher ground. No. The entire cheetah beast flew 20 meters away. With no regrets, even if she died, she wanted to die together with Chu Linghua. I see you. Jiang Tao laughed coldly as he leaped into the air, instantly appearing in front of Chu Siyu. It's you. Jiang Tao immediately recognized Chu Siyu, who had been imprisoned by Nan Ziyou, for it was precisely he and Nan Ziyou who tied Chu Siyu and brought her back to the Li Hun sect. Summoning her jade sword, Chu Siyu prepared for battle, glaring furiously at Jiang Tao. It's you. Umph. I never expected such a foolish woman could be so self-deprecating as to walk into my trap. Give me your life. Jiang Tao showed his fierce nature. If he couldn't beat Chu Linghua, could he not take revenge on Chu Siyu? He had to vent his anger against one of them. Don't hurt her. Chu Linghua yelled angrily, her dark pupils showing nothing but chilling coldness. If you dare to harm her, I will ensure your suffering outweighs death. Jiang Tao, standing in front of Chu Siyu, smirked coldly. Chu Linghua, you're about to meet your end. Worry more about yourself. He immediately drove his martial spirit and launched an attack toward Chu Siyu. First-rank Spirit King. Chu Siyu's heart froze, yet she steeled herself and faced the challenge. Don't touch my sister. The cheetah beast, which had been flung away by Chu Siyu, flew back. It extended its claws, viciously striking toward Jiang Tao. PFF. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the cheetah beast, Jiang Tao barely managed to block the assault in time. His clothes were shredded and bloodlines clearly visible across his chest. With a pained cry, Jiang Tao took a hit and grew even crueler. Chu Siyu. How dare she use a beast monster to harm him? Had she gone mad? Chu Linghua struggled to suppress her urge to tear Jiang Tao apart. As long as the cheetah beast stayed by her side, everything would be fine, everything would be alright. Sister, run away. The cheetah beast's crimson eyes burned with determination. In its heart lay a single resolution, to protect Chu Siyu at all costs. No, either we escape together or face our fate together. Chu Siyu shook her head. She wouldn't leave alone. Since they couldn't escape, they'd fight with everything they had. Chu Siyu was fully prepared to die without turning back. Chu Siyu, go. Chu Linghua panicked. Being trapped inside the binding formation, there was nothing she could do. Each kick she delivered to the edge of the confinement bounced her right back. Seeing this, Ling Ren decided that since she was Chu Linghua's younger sister, he'd offer some help, even if it ended up being just this much. But Yin Leitang gave Ling Ren no such chance. Right, elder, the blood sacrifice array is about to begin. Don't lose focus. Ling Yu also easily stopped Ling Yi from helping, leaving no one stopping Jiang Tao from attacking Chu Siyu. At this moment, Yin Leitang slowly floated high into the air. Ling Ren's eyes were filled with restraint, his mood a complex mix of emotions as he could only ascend the air in frustration. Ling Yi and Ling Yu ascended together with him, the four positioned at different corners, summoning their martial spirits and forming seals with their hands. Beneath them appeared a blood-red blood sacrifice array out of thin air. All those within the array wore looks of panic on their faces, but they remained steadfastly seated. Even if they died, they would do so with dignity, not screaming and flailing around like beasts. The blood sacrifice array was about to begin. Damn it! Chu Linghua was enraged. Chu Siyu and the cheetah beast were being mercilessly beaten by Jiang Tao, spitting blood, and yet there was no sign of him stopping. Xiang Jiang Tao. He was dead. She decided this as the blood sacrifice array activated. She couldn't wait any longer. Mo Sha. Chu Linghua called out loud, and within 3 seconds, Mo Sha descended from the heavens and stood before her line of sight. Save you. Take her out. Chu Linghua commanded, revealing her secret ace card right before everyone's eyes. Understood, my lady. Mo Sha floated mid-air, accepting the order, and then disappeared into the air as swiftly as light. Reappearing next, already behind Xiang Jiangtao, he delivered a tiger's heart claw technique that secured victory instantly. The previously overconfident Xiang Jiangtao suddenly widened his eyes, glaring helplessly at the scene before him before falling into the abyss, defeated. Chu Siyu rose, clutching her aching chest. Mo Sha. She exclaimed with surprise and joy. Mo Sha extended his clawed hand and tore with a crack. The beating heart of Xiang Jiangtao was now firmly gripped in his hand. Summoning his martial spirit, the living heart immediately disintegrated into powder and dissipated into the air. This moment did not escape the vigilant gaze of Ling Ren. His pupils slightly contracted, astonished. Xiang Jiangtao, a spirit king of the first rank, had been killed instantly by that one move. The blood sacrifice array was already active, leaving no room for further thoughts. Take her away. Chu Linghua felt lingering fear. The situation was urgent. Chu Siyu absolutely could not stay here. Miss Chu, please forgive me. Mo Sha complied with the command and flashed in front of Chu Siyu, effortlessly hoisting her onto his shoulder, holding the injured cheetah beast in one arm, and leaping high into the air. Chu Linghua, I won't go, sister. Chu Siyu's eyes filled with sorrowful tears, emitting a desperate roar, could only watch helplessly as Chu Linghua's figure became smaller and smaller until she vanished completely from sight. Chapter 112. Life and Death in a Single Thought. Chu Linghua gazed at the moonlit, clear sky, her phoenix-like eyes focused. Just as Mo Sha led Chu Siyu away, a blood-red blood sacrifice array appeared directly above her. Blood sacrifice array. Song Yin and others paled, despair etched on their faces. We're doomed. Even if we die, we'll die with dignity. Here comes the Li Hun sect. We will fight them until the very end. Finally, everyone was roused to action in this final moment. Their youthful vigor had never been subjected to such inhuman humiliation. They refused this stifling death. People from different mercenary groups united, urging their battle spirits to combat the impending blood sacrifice array, preparing for a mutual destruction with the Li Han sect. Lele cast a grave look toward the 100 or so people confined within the sealing array, never expecting them to possess such courage. If that's how it is, then I shall grant you a quick death. He shouted, blood sacrifice of 5 directions. A storm of intense wind appeared out of nowhere atop his head due to the blood sacrifice array, the changing winds forming a complete blood sacrifice array, which cruelly pressed down. The immense pressure continued its descent, attempting to crush all of them into minced meat. Hold firm. Even if we fight to the last second, we must not fall. In this critical moment, each became as strong-willed as iron, no longer disunited as before. No matter what, they would never take their lives lightly. Chu Lingyue stood right at the center of the array, her eyes fixated on the vicious blood sacrifice array swirling above her head, pressing down wildly. The situation had become perilously dire, yet she remained calm, her eyes slightly narrowed as she glimpsed through the blood-red array to her own 5 Elements Spirit Technique array. A golden disk of the 28 constellations hovering above, ready to unleash its power. Everyone resisting against the ever-approaching blood sacrifice array ended up forcibly kneeling on one knee, but still, none had considered giving up their resistance. Even if this was their final moment of life, they were determined to leave behind an image of righteousness. Pu Qi. First to be flattened on the ground were those from Tsang Yan's mercenary group, each spitting blood incessantly. The blood seeped into the restraining array beneath them, loosening the seal layer by layer. The fearsome beast Qiongqi awaited its final metamorphosis. The time was ripe. Chu Lingyue lightly tapped her feet, then soared into the air. Her slender hands immediately spun, casting the 18 protective spells, forming the 5 Elements Spirit Technique seal. Beneath her suddenly appeared a shining golden disc array, its light dazzling. Purple brilliance replaced her left eye once again, transforming into gold thereafter. She possessed dual spirit bodies, the purple spirit and the golden spirit. The purple spirit specialized in attack techniques, while the golden spirit excelled in defensive techniques. Witnessing everyone's efforts for survival, in a flash, she altered all her strategies to annihilate the Li Han sect and reseal the fearsome beast Qiongqi. As she hovered midair and completed the hand seal, shock rippled through Ling Ren and others' eyes. They looked at Chu Lingyue as though they saw a savior descending from the heavens. Chu, holy maiden. None could have imagined that it would be Chu Lingyue who stood up for them in the end. Shame overwhelmed everyone instantly. Yet, they still resisted fiercely. Chu Lingyue. Ling Ren's eyes grew even more vacant. He could hardly believe this to be the Chu Lingyue he knew. She was just a girl. How could she wield such terrifying strength? Ling Yi's gaze towards Chu Lingyue deepened further. Worthy of my choice. Ha ha. He laughed maniacally. If Chu Lingyue survived, he swore he'd pursue her with everything he had. Lele stared at Chu Lingyue as if he saw a ghost. His mind flashed with a lethal thought. How? How could she master the 5 Elements Spirit Technique? It's impossible. The 5 Elements Spirit Technique became taboo over 100 years ago. It's absolutely impossible. Lele denied repeatedly, intensifying his control over the blood sacrifice array, speeding up the breaking of Qiongqi's seal. Chu Lingyue mustn't be allowed to live. Facing the overwhelming assault of the blood sacrifice array, after completing the seal, Chu Lingyue swung her hands toward the sky, revealing a golden array disc swiftly descending from the heavens. Attempting to suppress the soon-to-be crushing blood sacrifice array. Infinite extremes of heaven and earth, the 5 Elements Spirit Techniques, 28 constellation spirits unleashed, the 5 Elements protect, sealed in sacrifice, destroy. Chu Lingyue mouthed the incantation quietly, her left eye gleaming with a golden light, staring intently at the array above her. Her purpose became simple. Use this 5 Elements Spirit Technique array to shatter the blood sacrifice array set by Lele. Save everyone. In doing so, she would lose any remaining leverage to restrain Lele, leaving only a desperate gamble. She couldn't stand idly by watching 100 lives disappear before her eyes. She admitted it. She was too compassionate. The 5 Elements Spirit Technique array resonated with Chu Lingyue, unleashing horrifying waves of golden light slanting downwards from the array, merging into the blood sacrifice array. Blood sacrifice. Seeing his blood sacrifice array suppressed by Chu Lingyue, Lele immediately cut open his palm and fed his blood into the array. There was no way he would allow Chu Lingyue to ruin his plans. The fierce beast Qiongqi must break through the seal. We cannot let Chu Lingyue destroy our plans. Reminding Ling Ren when he showed no reaction, Lele exclaimed, Ling Ren, always remember that you belong to the Li Han sect. Clenching his teeth, Ling Ren had no choice but to use his battle spirit to cut his palm, continuously feeding his blood into the blood sacrifice array. Chu Lingyue. His lips moved faintly, stay alive. Ling Yu and Ling Yi followed suit. Instantly, the blood-red array above her head became even more complete, accelerating down towards her. Pooh! Chu Lingyue gasped, a mouthful of blood spraying out. The blood sacrifice array gathered the core strength of 4 Ling Wang level experts and beyond. It was truly too powerful. Even she found it hard to resist. Holy maiden! Holy maiden! Holy maiden! Seeing Chu Lingyue single-handedly holding back the blood sacrifice array, every heart that wasn't stirred before was stirred now. Everyone fell to their knees, devoutly shouting in unison. As the fierce beast Qiongqi's seal loosened, all living things felt the disturbance. At this moment, a girl riding a swift wind wolf led a massive horde of magical beasts arriving. creating an awe-inspiring scene. The fierce beast Xiongqi's seal was looser than ever, stronger than previous attempts, about to break through the final barrier. She had a premonition. This time would surely bring forth chaos filled with blood and rain. She must go. Chi-Chi, wait for me. Before Chu Sibai could protest further, Imo Sha carried her 3 kilometers away to a hilltop and handed her over to the 4 elders for supervision. When she fussed, he simply knocked her out. Second miss, forgive me, Imo Sha said. This is Miss Chu's younger sister. Please take good care of her. I must hurry back to save Miss Chu, so I can't stay to keep you company. Imo Sha explained without any hesitation, rushing back as fast as possible. If anything happened to Chu Lingyue, Imo Sha didn't know how he'd face his master. He lamented quietly. Qiu Qi, Gushao, Su Yuxian, and Ho Zheng took good care of Chu Sibai. As soon as they felt unrest in the magical beast forest, they immediately stepped out to investigate, only to see what looked like thousands upon thousands of magical beasts racing towards the location of the Li Hun sect. The Canglan Continent is about to see something major. The elders' hearts were filled with awe. May the young lady be safe. With such virtue, she will naturally receive divine protection. She will return safely. We are waiting to take her as our disciple. Yes. On the other side, Chu Lingyue had been forcibly suppressed, blood seeping out all over her, soaking her light blue-white dress. It dripped slowly onto the golden array beneath her feet. Holy Maiden. Everyone help the Holy Maiden. Protect the Holy Maiden. Above her head was the oppressive blood sacrifice array. Her hands propped up against the sky, as if breaking through everything. Chapter 113. At worst, mutual destruction. Boundless heaven and earth, the 5 elements spirit art. I offer my blood as sacrifice, shatter. With the last word falling, the golden array beneath her feet emitted a fierce light, wildly absorbing her blood, then transforming into streaks of golden radiance, slowly ascending. The 2 array eyes directly tightly sandwiched Leiqi's blood sacrifice array in between. What? Accompanying a surge of powerful light, Chu Lingyue's pentagram spirit art array that was suppressed above suddenly fell vertically, heavily overlapping onto Leiqi's blood sacrifice array. As they furiously rubbed against each other, one golden and one red light shone, forming the final interweaving of both. How is this possible? Leiqi stared at Chu Lingyue in disbelief, never expecting her mastery over the 5 elements spirit art had reached the heavenly human realm. That was an area no one in the Canglan Continent had ever achieved. Who exactly is she? Beneath their feet, the array sealing the fierce beast Xiongqi began to fluctuate. Leiqi's gaze turned sharp. Humph. Even if you can destroy my array, you still cannot save them. The blood sacrifice is imminent. For the restoration of the Li Huan sect, they must die. Who says so? Chu Lingyue's blood-streaked lips curved upward in a wide arc. She no longer planned to seal the ferocious beast Xiongqi, leaving it to fate. But the lives of these people were non-negotiable. Whatever she decided to protect, not even the Lord of Death could dare stop her. At worst, it would be mutual destruction. The 5 elements spirit art, transfer. Chu Lingyue freed one hand to form the necessary seals. The round golden wheel array beneath her feet immediately disappeared from its original location. When it reappeared, it had already moved beneath everyone's feet. Holy Maiden. What's happening? Holy Maiden. Amidst everyone's astonishment and terror, the golden wheel spun, releasing streams of light. In an instant, all of them were teleported away. Holy Maiden, don't. Song Yin and others were forcibly teleported away amidst fear and reluctance. In less than 3 seconds, everything beneath her feet vanished, and there was nothing left for the blood sacrifice. She split the pentagram spirit art array into half to provide the teleportation ability to the others. Now, drained of spiritual energy, she could not muster another array to countermand Leiqi's blood sacrifice array. How can this be? Chu Lingyue. With eyes glowing red, Leiqi's rage surged, staring hard at Chu Lingyue. Since you've chosen to save them, then you die. With a heavy thrust from both hands by Leiqi, the blood sacrifice array responded, waves upon waves of pressure surging toward Chu Lingyue. Her hands once again formed seals, the faint glow of the pentagram spirit art merging into the blood sacrifice array until it completely disappeared, the final traces of golden hue engulfed by red, rushing violently toward her. Pooh! Chu Lingyue's phoenix-like eyes opened wide. She once more formed the seals, enveloping herself with a protective sphere of gold light. The next moment, she was mercilessly crushed by overwhelming pressure into the very depths of the seal. Chu Lingyue. Ling Run watched helplessly as Chu Lingyue's figure transformed into a streak of golden light, being forcibly plunged deep into the Qiongqi beast seal through the blood sacrifice array. Immediately, flames surged into the sky. The Qiongqi seal shattered. Leiqi and his group felt immense shock within their hearts. All rushed their martial spirits into action, flying away without hesitation. Those with weaker martial spirits were absorbed as part of the blood sacrifice, their laments vanishing in an instant. Just as those who were transported by Chu Lingyue appeared 5 kilometers away, a vast expanse of fiery light shot up towards the heavens, igniting the entire demon beast forest. A wave of aftershocks hit, strong winds swept past, and everyone was unable to open their eyes due to the force of the wind. But they had survived. What about the Holy Maiden? Holy Maiden. Everyone reacted unanimously, sprinting quickly toward the source of the blazing light. Chu Lingyue had saved their lives, but stayed behind in that place. She couldn't die. She was the Holy Maiden of Sierra City. She must survive. Roar! With that surge of heavenly firelight just now, the young girl commanded all demon beasts to halt their steps. You wait here, I'll go find Chi-Chi, she declared, riding on her chasing wind wolf, racing like the wind itself. Behind her, those demon beasts obediently halted, awaiting further commands. Above the lava, Enlaichi and his companions hovered midair. For miles around, the forest was annihilated, replaced by churning lava bubbling with sound. Ling Ren remained silent, worry creasing his brow. Chu Linghua, what use is knowing the 5 elements spirit art, still consumed by molten rock? Enlaichi said triumphantly, waving his hand, revealing a fiery red show yuan clearly visible before them. This is the Phoenix Beast yuan, Ling Yi said excitedly. So beautiful, I never expected. Capture the ferocious beast Xiongqi alive, ordered Enlaichi, immediately unleashing his second stage Ling Emperor power. A domineering thunderbolt encased the Phoenix Beast yuan before he forcefully hurled it into the scorching molten lava. The Xiongqi ferocious beast, sensing the powerful strength of the Fire Phoenix Beast yuan, suddenly awoke and broke free from its final bindings. Immediately flapping its wings, it shot out from the bottom of the magma. It opened its colossal maw and swallowed the Fire Phoenix Beast yuan into its belly. Having been sealed for 100 years, its power was no longer what it used to be, and it yearned greatly for the Fire Phoenix Beast yuan. However, this turned out to be perfectly timed, just as things seemed slow then swift. Suddenly, countless sharp-clawed iron chains pierced through from above, filled with immense force. The 5-clawed chains were seen piercing deep into the body of the Xiongqi. The ferocious beast Xiongqi, having just been released from its seal, had yet to fully recover its strength. It could only endure a severe loss, sustaining heavy injuries. Roar! Chu Linghua was awakened by the roar of the angry beast. Looking up, she saw a beast the size of an ox, resembling a tiger in form, draped in crimson hedgehog-like fur, with a pair of overlong fleshy wings. This monstrous beast was pierced through its massive body, writhing in pain and struggling violently. Xiongqi ferocious beast? Chu Linghua's alertness heightened, her whole body covered in blood. She realized she had been thrust into the seal of the Xiongqi ferocious beast by Enlaichi's blood sacrifice array. Fortunately, she had preemptively set up a spiritual technique barrier, which protected her from the molten lava's burning touch. Trouble. The Xiongqi lost control. With rapid hand seals, Chu Linghua fortified the barrier, as the enraged Xiongqi within the molten lava strained to rip out the deeply embedded chains, forcing her back under the overwhelming pressure. In the middle of her mind lake, the Fire Phoenix and Beast Yuan sensed something alarming and woke up suddenly. My Beast Yuan is nearby, the Fire Phoenix said excitedly, immediately summoning it. What? Chu Linghua was greatly astonished. Suddenly, within the Xiongqi ferocious beast, a fire-red Beast Yuan flickered in and out of sight. Did he eat it? Help me get it back, and I will allow you to command me for 100 years, the Fire Phoenix promised once again, standing by its word. As Chu Linghua retreated without any place left to go, the chains tightened, revealing the berserk Xiongqi being forcibly pulled out of the molten core, dragged skyward. She felt a chill run down her spine, knowing that if the Xiongqi broke through her protective barrier, surrounded by magma, she would surely die. Roar! With another fierce shout, the Xiongqi was ensnared by the array conjured by Enlaichi and others. Chains, transformed from martial spirits, yanked the beast from the volcanic land to the surface. It's out. This is the ferocious Xiongqi beast. Enlaichi shouted loud. Floating above the lava was a great restraining formation. Chains sprang from the formation locking the Xiongqi, the visual impact stunning. Ha ha ha, we didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Ling Yi and Ling Yu laughed aloud as well. Only Ling Ren wasn't focused on the Xiongqi ferocious beast. His gaze fell desolately on the bubbling lava. She hadn't come out? It must have been. When the girl arrived, all she saw beneath her feet was a blaze of fire reaching to the heavens. Within a radius of 2 miles, the ground had been split open by the searing magma from below. Chapter 114, Ling Yi's Fury. She dared not approach, only anxiously gazing at the ferocious beast Xiongqi, trapped midair by the formation, unable to move. Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, please don't. Her eyes were already filled with tears. Chi-Chi. The ferocious beast Xiongqi seemed to sense the girl's call. Its gaze locked on her location, its blood-red eyes glaring as it let out a mournful roar in her direction. Roar! I must save you, the girl firmly vowed. Suddenly, her arms emitted a streak of golden light, slightly warm, and she immediately took it out. It was the leaf. Months had passed, yet she still remembered Chu Linghua, who acted as she pleased. It's her. The girl tightly held the leaf in her hand, squeezing it until it crumbled. Chu Linghua, you made me a promise. I need your help to save Chi-Chi. She transmitted her will into the leaf, then opened her palm again, allowing a beam of flowing light to soar towards the sky before falling into the scorching magma. The golden light pierced through the rolling magma, slowly descending until it drifted right in front of Chu Linghua, landing in her palm, where it reformed into a golden leaf. Immediately, the girl's will was delivered to her ears. It's you, the girl she had met in the underworld realm. She had once made her a promise, and now it was time to keep it. In the mental heart lake, little Qingguan was tightly hugging the Fire Phoenix. It clearly felt worried. Younger brother, don't worry. Mother will get it back for you. But I can't wait. The Fire Phoenix replied. The Shoyun, beast soul, was so close, yet it could do nothing to bring it back to its physical form. This feeling was akin to being flayed alive from afar. Let go of me. The Fire Phoenix struggled fiercely. Don't be rash. If you go out there, you'll just die. Isn't that going to create more trouble for Mother? Little Qingguan held onto the fire phoenix tightly, refusing to let go. It didn't want to cause extra trouble for its mother either, so it refrained from stepping out to assist. What should we do? The beast's soul is within Qiongqi's stomach. Won't it be fine if mother wins the fight, and I cut open Qiongqi's stomach to retrieve it? Little Qingguan slapped its chest as it gave its assurance. There's no way Qiongqi will absorb it within such a short period. With your weak state, you'll just be making things worse for mother if you go out. Little Qingguan wasn't looking down on the fire phoenix. Without its own beast soul, it barely managed to survive. Rushing ahead would simply mean death. The ferocious beast Qiongqi, I want its beast soul too. Chu Lingyue's voice suddenly echoed in the mental heart lake. Little Qingguan and the fire phoenix both froze. This appetite was certainly excessive. But little Qingguan was almost jumping with joy. Yes. Mother, you're amazing. Go ahead and take what's yours. Little Qingguan will have your back, and Uncle Mo Sha is here too. Its memory hadn't returned fully yet, but the ferocious beast Qiongqi seemed somewhat familiar. Carefully pondering, it still remained strange. At this moment, Mo Sha, who had just rushed over from 3 kilometers away, looked at the lava-infested ruins and slumped to the ground like someone who'd lost all vitality. All is lost. How am I supposed to report this? No, Miss Chu has Zhuke by her side. There's no way she'll meet misfortune. Yes, absolutely not. Mo Sha quickly rose to his feet, only to see the ferocious beast Qiongqi already captured by Yin Tianlei's restraining array, while not far from him stood a steed-like chasing wind wolf, beside which was a young woman in white, clothing anxiously watching Qiongqi. Beneath the molten rock, Chu Lingyue activated her martial spirit and gradually ascended. Just as Yin Tianlei and Ling Yi were enjoying pleasant conversations, a streak of golden light abruptly emerged from the magma region, hovering above them. Moments ago, Ling Ren's face, which was full of melancholy, changed to shock. Chu Lingyue, she was still alive? She didn't die? Yin Tianlei and others instantly ceased their discussions, his eyes glaring furiously at the figure floating in midair. How could she possibly still be alive? Impossible. This was 10,000-year-old magma. How could she survive? Yet reality stood right before him. Chu Lingyue truly appeared before him, alive and well. Mo Sha was even moved to wipe away non-existent tears in excitement. Your subordinate knew Miss Chu was destined for greatness. Now he wouldn't be punished by his master. Ha! The girl beside the chasing wind wolf watched the vaguely familiar silhouette with anticipation, bursting into tears of joy. Chi has hope. Aowu. Sensing instability beneath their feet, the chasing wind wolf suddenly lifted the girl onto its broad back and soared swiftly towards safer ground with powerful limbs. In an instant, the place they had stood was engulfed by molten magma from beneath the earth, the fiery surface roiling violently. Thank you, chasing wind wolf. The girl rubbed its head affectionately as she spoke. Aowu, pleased by the compliment. The chasing wind wolf happily twitched its ears. Ignoring the girl entirely, Mo Sha teleported forward, appearing beside Chu Lingyue. Miss Chu, your subordinate arrived too late. Please forgive me. Not late, just in time. Chu Lingyue's lips curled with a smile. Where is he? Miss Chu. He was arranged together with the 4 old men. Mo Sha succinctly replied, not mentioning that he had knocked Chu Siu unconscious. Woe to him. It was all under duress. Good. Thank you for your trouble. Since there was no need to worry about anything more, she wasn't going to show any courtesy to those from the Lihuan sect. Ling Ren observed Mo Sha beside Chu Lingyue. His eyes narrowed slightly. The man's danger level was at least on par with Yin Tianlei, yet unfortunately, everyone's attention was not focused on him. Chu Lingyue, you are still alive. Yin Tianlei pointed at Chu Lingyue, seething with rage. His whole body exuded a cruel energy. Chu Lingyue was too dangerous. She must be eliminated before her strength grew further and became an insurmountable threat to the Lihuan sect. You must die. Yin Tianlei activated his martial spirit and launched a ferocious attack toward Chu Lingyue. Mo Sha. At Chu Lingyue's order, Mo Sha immediately acted, knowing that she couldn't withstand Yin Tianlei, thus stepping aside for now. In the blink of an eye, Mo Sha and Yin Tianlei were fiercely battling, neither giving ground. Floating midair, Ling Yi took a step forward, clenching his fists excitedly. Lingyue, I knew you would survive. Come with me to the Lihuan sect, and I'll ask my father to arrange our marriage. Brother, don't ruin things, Ling Yi reminded from ahead, since Chu Lingyue was already in an adversarial position with their sect. As long as she agrees to back down, all previous conflicts against the Lihuan sect will be forgotten. Ling Yi persisted stubbornly. Any person he desired, he would pay any price to possess. With the blood sacrifice of over 100 people in Hill City, do you think, as a saintess, she would agree to marry you? Ling Yu brutally broke the illusion. You're lucky she doesn't just kill you. You're too naive. Ling Yi was enraged by Ling Yu's words, shaking off his brother's grip and roaring, I don't care. As long as Lingyue agrees, I can disregard everything else. Lingyue, give a nod quickly. Say yes, and I'll take you away immediately. Not even Yin Tianlei would dare bully you. Ling Yi looked expectantly at Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly, speaking deliberately, every word crystal clear. Thank you for your kindness, but the Lihuan sect and my Hill City shall forever stand opposed. Ling Yi was shaken to his core. He could not fathom how thoroughly Chu Lingyue had rejected him. No, Lingyue, his heart, once set on possessing her, shattered because of her simple rejection. Do you see that, Qiongqi? Chu Lingyue asked. What do you mean? Ling Yi was confused. I want it, said Chu Lingyue simply. After this, do you still consider me someone easy to deal with? Ling Yi was utterly crushed by Chu Lingyue's rebuttal. He had always been the one-sided toad aspiring after swan meat, while her goal had always been unmistakably clear. I've told you repeatedly, Chu Lingyue isn't a woman you can control. She can only be our enemy. Ling Yi remarked. Realize this in time, and it won't be too late. Do you really want the ferocious beast Qiongqi? Ling Yi refused to let go. Yes. Chu Lingyue responded resolutely. Chapter 115. The strongest assistant in history. Since that is the case, you are an enemy of the Lihuan sect. Ling Yi's gaze towards Chu Lingyue turned rational, a flicker of heartache crossing his mind before being replaced by cruelty. Brother. He spurred his martial spirit, ready to fight. In order to achieve the Millennium mission of the Lihuan sect, Chu Lingyue must die. After Ling Yu spoke, he stood back-to-back with Ling Yi and spurred their martial spirits, attacking her together. Two rank 1 spirit kings. Chu Lingyue was internally shocked. She immediately retracted her golden guardian spirit, and her left eye pupil turned purple. She definitely wasn't a match against their martial spirits, especially after using the 5 Elements Spirit Technique array, which drained her mental energy. She could only try to resist by combining both forces. They charged at her with long swords in hand, and she spread her arms wide while retreating sharply. Her lips moved slightly as she summoned Xianyu. The book spirit Xianyu, who was currently playing with Xiao Qingtuan inside the spiritual consciousness lake, immediately transformed into a completely purple and white long sword, appearing in front of Chu Lingyue, spinning wildly. A series of purple-white light waves rippled out, blocking the fierce attacks of Ling Yi and Ling Yu. What is this? Both were shocked, unable to believe that the very Chu Lingyue whom Ling Yi had gone all out to protect, had deceived his feelings. Chu Lingyue pushed with great strength. The Xianyu sword gathered momentum and suddenly shoved the two brothers away. A powerful gust passed through, and then the Xianyu sword flew directly into Chu Lingyue's palm. She floated mid-air, her eyes solemnly locked on the Ling brothers. Ling Yi wished he could devour her alive, glaring angrily at Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue, so you tricked me? He had strived hard to prove himself for her sake, but she actually deceived him? Realization dawned late. He realized he might have been the fool all along. I never said from the beginning that I didn't have Xianyu. Chu Lingyue calmly opened her mouth. Originally, she didn't want to unveil Xianyu, but with her depleted spiritual energy, there was no other way. Provoked by Chu Lingyue, Ling Yi began hurling insults. Chu Lingyue, you schemer. You're nothing but a schemer. His eyes quickly turned bloodshot, a face already flat and dull becoming grotesque and terrible as he let out a mournful cry to the heavens, his martial spirit soaring dramatically. Even Ling Yu, not just Chu Lingyue, was shocked beyond belief. How could he have not foreseen that one speech from Chu Lingyue would push Ling Yi into losing control? Ling Yu had already seen the true strength of Ling Yi and was immediately startled into retreating over 100 meters away. Joking. If he didn't escape, it would be him affected next. He also hadn't expected that Chu Lingyue held such significant weight in Ling Yi's heart, causing him to lose control upon realizing the truth. Oh, Ling Yu, watching Ling Yi's rampage, felt vindicated. Chu Lingyue truly was done now. In the face of absolute, overwhelming power, her pitiful martial spirit didn't stand a chance. Ling Run, who hadn't interfered yet, felt things were turning bad, but reacting was too late. Ling Yi, already berserk, furiously rushed towards Chu Lingyue. Spirit King rank 7. Chu Lingyue's eyes watched carefully. Apparently, anger had driven Ling Yi to lose his ability to control his own martial spirit. Master, be careful. Chu Lingyue's Xian Yu sensed the approaching danger first, quickly forming a defensive barrier and pulling its master out of harm's way just in time to evade the first attack. Before encountering formidable enemies, it had always acted carefree and uninvolved, but the situation had changed now. It had to fight alongside its master. Not only was Ling Yi's attack ferocious, but his speed was so fast that it couldn't even be tracked with the naked eye. Chu Lingyue appeared clumsy in response to his speed. She needed to heighten her 5 senses if she hoped to keep up with his moves. Otherwise, she would end up passively defending herself without any counteroffense. But her 5 Elements Spirit technique offered no enhancement of perception. Thus, even wielding the Xianyu sword, facing an absolutely stronger opponent like Ling Yi, she was still powerless. Master, be careful. The Xianyu sword once again helped Chu Lingyue dodge another brutal strike. However, mistakes can happen to the best. Ultimately, she would need to rely on herself. Do you really think you can continue dodging my attacks forever? Suddenly, Ling Yi's mocking voice rang out behind her. Chu Lingyue sharply turned around, raising the Xianyu sword hastily to block a gust of wind. She was thrown away forcibly. After tumbling several rotations midair, even before she stabilized herself, Ling Yi's figure, as elusive as a phantom, reappeared behind her. Miss Chu, Mo Sha, engaged in combat with Yin Leitang, was tied down and couldn't assist her, could only helplessly watch Chu Lingyue endure passive blows. Damn it, if only he had another body available. Chu Lingyue, this is your punishment for deceiving me. Ling Yi appeared again behind Chu Lingyue and struck a forceful palm onto her back. She suffered another harsh blow and was hurled away again. 5 Elements Spirit Technique, Transfer. She dared not take a moment's rest, continuously evading and tangling with Ling Yi's relentless pursuit in midair. If this continued, not only would she fail to save the fierce beast Qiongqi, but she would also lose her own life. The strength of martial spirits and the 5 Elements Spirit techniques were closely related. She had already forcibly broken through her spirit barrier earlier to use the 5 Elements Spirit technique array, depleting all her mental energy, and now using the transfer technique again made her feel utterly powerless. Just 10 seconds ago, she was once more caught up by Ling Yi, who struck her lower back with a powerful palm. Phew! Hot blood spurted out, causing unbearable pain in her liver and gallbladder. Her strength seemed completely drained, unable to mobilize her martial spirit anymore as her body plummeted directly towards the ground. Seeing this, the Xianyu sword immediately supported Chu Lingyue's descending body to cushion the fall. Master, you cannot give in. Please stand up. Chu Lingyue only felt her strength being sapped from every pore, a dull ache spreading throughout her entire body. I have no strength left. From breaking the blood sacrifice array created by Yin Leitang until now, she had been barely holding on. Suddenly, just as Chu Lingyue was about to fall into the molten lava, a stream of green light enveloped her body, supporting it upward and replenishing her with an endless flow of energy. Chu Lingyue could sense her depleted spiritual power slowly being restored. She focused her phoenix-like eyes far away and noticed a teenage girl riding a chase wind wolf, emitting the same green glow that was now protecting her. Chu Lingyue, you mustn't fall. Help me save Chi-Chi, the girl chanted, continuously pouring forth green light from her seals. This was an auxiliary healing spell. Despite risking exposure, the girl chose to heal Chu Lingyue. A Holy Spirit Master? Chu Lingyue slightly furrowed her eyebrows, suddenly marveling that there were still Holy Spirit Masters in the Canglan Continent. Holy Spirit Masters possessed absolutely no offensive capabilities. One strike would defeat them. But they could transform their weakness into strength, reaching a realm where their abilities were equivalent to a portable Emperor-class spirit liquid. The strongest assistant in history had appeared. With the help of the young girl, Chu Lingyue almost fully restored her spirit power within a minute. Rich spiritual energy filled her dantian, leaving her full of vitality. Lingyu's gaze sharpened. How could there still be Holy Spirit Masters in the Canglan Continent? Hadn't they been wiped out 10 years ago? She must not be allowed to heal Chu Lingyue. Determined, Lingyu identified the girl's position without hesitation and immediately drove his martial spirit towards her, shouting, "Die! Chase Windwolf, let's go!" Sensing the impending danger, the girl quickly ceased her healing magic and commanded the wolf to turn around and flee. Captured by Lingyu, she'd surely die. Shoo-shoo. Seeing Lingyu catching up, the girl blew a shrill whistle. The waiting ferocious beasts instantly surged forward in masses like 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses. They arrived in great numbers from one direction, trapping Lingyu behind while the girl took advantage of the confusion to disappear among the horde. Chapter 116, The Struggle for Dominance. Hey! A horde of beasts surged toward him, their formidable presence sending shivers down his spine. Lingyu realized that pursuing the fleeing girl would be a fatal mistake and immediately chose retreat as the better part of valor. But the girl was not about to let him go back so easily and cause more trouble for Chu Lingyue. Stop him. Make sure he doesn't escape. Riding on her swift wind wolf, she appeared at once, giving commands. All the beasts obeyed, charging toward Lingyu in unison. Lingyu panicked even further, scrambling wildly through the forest where the magical creatures resided, fleeing in disarray with no thoughts left for the soul separation sect. True, he was a spirit king of the first rank, but how could he possibly withstand an endless wave of ferocious beasts? Ayo! Above the girl's head, there suddenly emerged a flying beast, its wings fluttering gracefully. Pure white in color with a black horn atop its head, it had unexpectedly followed her from the abyssal realm. Flying beast. The girl beamed with delight, gently rubbing her swift wind wolf's head before dismounting. Thank you. Please wait for me in a safe place. Ayo. The swift wind wolf's gaze was filled with concern. I'll be fine. Thank you for worrying about me, but I need to be by Chi-Chi's side, the girl declared with determination. She summoned the flying beast and promptly mounted its strong, steady back. The flying beast soared skyward with one mighty leap. Ayo wow. Watching this, the swift wind wolf reluctantly darted into the woods to await her return. On the back of the flying beast, the girl clutched its neck tightly. Didn't you say you wouldn't come? Do you miss me? She teased playfully. This was the first magical beast she healed when she came to Hill City's beast forest. It had fallen accidentally into an ancient trap laid by mercenaries, injuring its wings. Nonsense, how could I miss you? I just wanted to see how you were going to save Chi-Chi. The flying beast scoffed defensively. All right, though I can't do it alone. Someone is helping me, said the girl. Is it the one who made that promise to you before? The flying beast asked curiously, guessing the answer already. Yes, she's fighting against people from the soul-separating sect right now. Let's hurry and help her. The girl pointed towards Chu Lingyue's location, urging the flying beast onward. At this moment, Lingyu summoned a jade sword imbued with demonic spirit energy, which seemed to respond to his fury, exuding a more intense malevolent aura while releasing black mist. Master, that jade sword has some strange power. Xianyue couldn't help but tremble. You are an ancient divine artifact, yet you're afraid of a mere high-class soul weapon? Don't they belong to completely different levels? It's true, but its evil force is disturbing. Xianyue expressed caution. Well then, figure out a way to destroy it. Chu Lingyue fixed her eyes firmly. An upper-grade soul weapon forged using malevolent spirits violated the principles of nature. It was actually a sacrificial artifact designed with anti-human characteristics that would ultimately harm its wielder. Ha ha ha. Lingyu laughed maniacally. Chu Lingyue, you will pay for deceiving me. But how could I bear it, loving you so much? After pondering it over, your blood appears most fitting for consecrating this soul weapon. His eyes locked onto Chu Lingyue, displaying the predatory stare between a hunter and his prey. Chu Lingyue braced herself for battle. Meanwhile, Ling Ren remained on the sidelines, merely observing. The fierce beast Chi-Chi was ensnared in a binding formation, sharp iron chains piercing its tough hide. Though it wailed in agony, it lacked the strength to break free. Yet, the phoenix spirit that Ling Ren had swallowed earlier still resisted fiercely inside him, its essence proving too powerful to absorb. Mo Zhao and Yin Leitang were grappling each other, neither able to disengage. Ling Ren, come give me a hand, cried Yin Leitang, infuriated. Why should he alone be restrained while Ling Ren stood by, as if nothing concerned him? Was it possible that Ling Ren truly intended not to assist either side? For the greater purpose of the soul-separating sect, you must not stand idly by. Quickly imprison the fierce beast Chi-Chi into your spirit container, demanded Yin Leitang as he tossed a spirit receptacle, a three-tier crystal pagoda designed specifically for capturing such a ferocious creature, to Ling Ren. Ling Ren caught it deftly. This extraordinary artifact had been crafted precisely for this mission. Upon hearing this, Chu Lingyue quickly intercepted Ling Ren's path. I've decided, the fierce beast Chi-Chi belongs to me. Her spiritual energy depleted earlier by the 5 elements spirit formation had since recovered. If necessary, she could engage in direct combat with Ling Ren, ready to risk mutual destruction if needed. Why do you persist like this, Chu Lingyue? Asked Ling Ren, gripping the exquisite crystal pagoda firmly in his hands. Chu Lingyue smirked faintly. I'm merely fulfilling a request from others. Both the phoenix spirit and the fierce beast Chi-Chi were involved. Why should she have agreed to all these promises if not because she found herself in such a predicament? Chu Lingyue, your opponent is me. Ling Yi cunningly materialized behind her. With a thought, Chu Lingyue initiated a transfer technique and moved, colliding with Ling Yi in close combat. Don't keep running away, fight me face to face. See how my soul weapon performs. Ling Yi refused to give Chu Lingyue any respite. Though he couldn't even touch Chu Lingyue's hem, she was being intensely watched by Ling Yi, giving her no chance to rescue Qiongqi. Ling Ren stared ahead, observing two indistinct figures continuously changing positions as they pursued each other. Under the urging of Yin Leitang, Ling Ren furrowed his brows, summoning the high-grade crystal spirit receptacle slowly into the air. A dazzling array of white light flashes followed, gradually merging with the binding formation and sucking the fierce beast Qiongqi into the spirit container. Ling Ren, Chu Lingyue shouted upon seeing this, attempting to step forward and stop him. But Ling Yi was a persistent adversary, not giving her any opportunity to approach, always driving her back. Chu Lingyue, your opponent is me. Ling Yi was quite dissatisfied with Chu Lingyue's distraction. Hadn't she so obviously ignored him? Thus, his attacks became more decisive and brutal, nearly granting Chu Lingyue no respite at all. Chu Lingyue was forced to confront him head-on. Clang, clang, clang. Sword edges clashed, producing a fiery burst of sparks. Every move was powerful, causing Chu Lingyue's wrists to tingle with numbness. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ling Yi continued unrelentingly, seeking to slay Chu Lingyue to quell his rage. After how sincerely I treated you, and look at you. You deceived me by saying you didn't have an ancient divine artifact. Look, that's evidence. Ling Yi roared, each strike aiming to sever Chu Lingyue into two. Chu Lingyue raised her Xianyu sword in resistance, trying to shatter his soul weapon. The clinking sound of their collision reverberated sharply as the two spiritual weapons interacted. She couldn't let Ling Yi keep her entangled for long. The fierce beast Qiongqi must not fall into Ling Ren's hands. She had to retrieve it. Even in our battle, you can't focus, right? Chu Lingyue, have you ever been sincere to me? Ling Yi seethed with anger, his eyes turning crimson as though wanting to devour her, his every attack ruthless. Chu Lingyue struggled to respond, but pierced through Ling Yi's facade of fury with cold words. It was all one-sided from beginning to end. I never denied having an ancient divine artifact. It was your assumption. Struck at the core of his emotions, Ling Yi, enraged further by Chu Lingyue's biting sarcasm, roared. Chu Lingyue die. Smash. Ling Yi wielded his soul weapon forcefully, sending a powerful black gale toward her. Chu Lingyue knew it wouldn't be good and immediately tried to block it with her Xianyu sword, but was violently thrown backward. With her right hand gripping tightly onto her sword, her lithe body spun 360 degrees in midair. While chanting incantations, she promptly cast a transfer technique in an attempt to halt Ling Ren's actions. Chapter 117, A Strong Alliance. But just as she appeared on Ling Ren's left, Ling Yi suddenly flew forward, slashing at her again with his sword, once more unleashing that black energy. This time, however, he accidentally grazed Chu Lingyue's clothes, and the fabric was immediately scorched by the dark gale. She quickly severed the damaged part with her sword. Master, this demonic weapon is dangerous, Xianyu remarked. He wasn't trying to discourage their side, but simply stating the fact. This black wind burned anything it touched. Fortunately, only her clothes were hit. If it had been flesh and blood, even the bones would have been burned away. Chu Lingyue grew cautious. By the time she realized what was happening, it was too late to stop Ling Ren from sealing the ferocious beast Qiongqi into the crystal spirit tower. The spirit orb hovered in the air, shrinking gradually before flying toward him. Just as Chu Lingyue thought the ferocious beast Qiongqi was about to fall into Ling Ren's hands, a sharp beam of light rushed in. In her sight, an airborne creature appeared, its head adorned with black horns and its body pure white. On its back rode a young girl in a white dress. In the blink of an eye, they intercepted the crystal spirit tower just as it was about to fly into Ling Ren's hands. Suspended in midair, Chi-Chi, the girl beamed, clutching the spirit crystal tightly. It was a relief that she had arrived just in time. Otherwise, she feared she might never see him again. The trapped Xiongqi within the crystal sensed the girl and responded softly. It's her. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. She didn't expect the girl to appear herself, which indicated that she and the beast Xiongqi must know each other well. Who are you? Give me Xiongqi. Ling Ren glared at the girl on the airborne creature, his expression unreadable. The girl holding the crystal spirit was filled with anger. Chi is my friend. You can't take him. Flying beast, let's go. The girl ordered, and the flying creature immediately turned around and started to fly away. There was no way Ling Ren would let Xiongqi escape. He activated his martial spirit and leaped forward to attack the girl. Oh no! Chu Lingyue cried inwardly. She knew all too well that spiritual masters like the girl lacked physical combat abilities and wouldn't stand a chance against Ling Ren's attacks. Without hesitation, she hurled the Xian Yu sword toward Ling Ren, but without her trusty sword, she herself was struck down by Ling Yi. Chu Lingyue, how naive and arrogant you are. Without the ancient divine tool, you're nothing. Ling Yi attacked arrogantly, as she continuously evaded using her transfer technique. But the Xian Yu sword precisely defended the girl from Ling Ren's assault. The girl felt a shiver of fear. If that blow had landed on her flying beast, both would have perished instantly. Ling Ren was hard to handle, making any safe retreat impossible for her. The Xian Yu sword found itself conflicted. On one hand, it had to protect its master who was constantly dodging attacks, and on the other hand, there was this defenseless girl. Whom should it prioritize? Hand him over. Ling Ren stood firmly in front of the flying beast, blocking their path. He extended his hand towards the girl, having no intention to harm her. As long as she surrendered Xiongqi, he'd let her go immediately. I won't give him up, the girl resisted. You are merely a powerless spiritual master. To me, you're like an ant. Ling Ren tried to reason with her, hoping she understood her predicament and didn't attempt to resist futilely. Upon being identified, the girl pressed her lips together tightly, saying nothing. 10 years ago, all remaining spiritual masters in Canglan Continent were wiped out. Hand over Xiongqi to me. I'll keep your identity secret, and you can leave unharmed, Ling Ren proposed. Though he belonged to Li Huan's sect, he had never indiscriminately killed innocents. Do you think I'll easily hand Chi over just because you say so? Don't dream, the girl defied. Fate had already dealt her an unfair hand, and this time, she vowed to fight tooth and nail. Ling Ren hadn't anticipated such resilience from this girl, realizing persuasion was ineffective. Now, force was the only option. Flying beast, go find her. The girl firmly grasped Xian Yu, resolute. Though physically weak, she wasn't Ling Ren's match. She believed Chu Lingyue could help. All right. The flying beast moved swiftly like lightning, appearing suddenly in front of Chu Lingyue. While she may never become a martial practitioner like Chu Lingyue due to her innate constraints, she could still choose whom she aligned with and the path they would tread. To you. The girl entrusted both Xian Yu and the Spirit Tower Crystal to Chu Lingyue. Their eyes met. Such profound trust. It took immense courage to pass the cherished Xiongqi over to Chu Lingyue. Agreed. Chu Lingyue nodded solemnly, her expression serene. Immediately, she stored the Spirit Tower Crystal in her mental lake, assigning Xiao Qingtuan to guard it. Holding Xian Yu confidently by her side, she stood beside the girl, focusing ahead. Ling Yi and Ling Ren were now ready to unite and forcefully seize Xiongqi. Elsewhere, Mo Sha was still tangled up with Yin Leiqing, fiercely battling each other, neither willing to concede. A gentle breeze blew, swaying her long, ink-black hair. Her violet pupils had already hidden themselves away. At merely the 7th stage of spiritual cultivation, she found it indeed challenging to defeat both Ling Ren and Ling Yi, who were powerful spiritual kings. You go ahead and fight. I am a sacred spirit master, and I can continuously enhance your spiritual energy and mental power until my own spirit energy runs out. But all this was within Chu Lingyue's current capability. Encountering strength, she matched it, successfully bringing 1 + 1 = 3 to its ultimate potential. This is what the world feared about sacred spirit masters, and also the reason for their decline at heart. We have to deal with 2 opponents. Chu Lingyue smiled softly. Immediately, her left eye was replaced by a streak of gold as she chanted softly. 5 Elements Spirit Arts, Shield of Protection. Sealing her hands into a sign, a golden shield immediately appeared, enveloping the girl and the flying beast together. You provide the enhancement, and I'll protect you fully. Is this what they call a two-way commitment? The girl felt moved to tears but managed to hold them back. Now wasn't the time for sentiment. All right, go ahead and do whatever it takes. The girl said firmly, sealing her hands into a sign instantly. A flash of green energy lit up in her palms. Xian Yu, let's fight. Chu Lingyue swung Xian Yu, lightly tapped her feet, and darted forward like a sharp wind. Hoo. Chu Lingyue focused intently as she fought the 2 men without distraction. Ling Ren started by dodging all attacks, constantly sidestepping. He didn't want to hurt Chu Lingyue. Stop fighting, Ling Ren advised and eventually stood aside, ignoring Chu Lingyue's battle with Ling Yi altogether. Humph. Chu Lingyue smirked. Ling Yi fought with increasing fervor, finding himself more energized after every exchange with Chu Lingyue, feeling his vigor seemingly inexhaustible. Chu Lingyue also noticed that each clash between Xian Yu and Ling Yi's soul weapon subtly drained Xian Yu's essence. Master, Xian Yu sounded incredibly aggrieved. The soul weapon held by Ling Yi was too bizarre, it didn't know what move to take against it. The 4th form of Bai Luo Xian Yu, Bai Luo Huangquan. Chu Lingyue pulled herself back from Ling Yi, holding her sword high in an intricate flower-like motion. Sword chi surged towards the heavens. Bang bang bang. The falling torrent of Chu Lingyue's overwhelming sword chi struck Ling Yi completely. but there was no effect at all. Ling Yi's soul weapon emitted continuous bursts of black smoke, wrapping itself around the edge of the blade endlessly. Chu Lingyue's eyes slightly narrowed. She saw the black smoke forming faintly into the shape of a monstrous beast with grotesque fangs, its appearance truly terrifying. Infused with demonic souls, a successful soul weapon not only possessed its own consciousness, but continuously absorbed spirit essence through its clash with Xianyu. Ling Yi's pupils turned pitch black, as if controlled by the very soul weapon, magnifying his already volatile emotions. Chapter 118. Is it worth losing the most important thing? Yeah. Ling Yi's face turned fierce, and he activated his soul weapon to attack her. His figure darted like a snake, flashing in an instant before Chu Lingyue. Raising his hand and drawing his sword, he chopped down fiercely on her. Chu Lingyue was greatly terrified, lifting the Xianyu sword to block above her head. A crisp sound "pa" echoed as both swords trembled, her arms tingling with numbness. Chu Lingyue held the Xianyu sword tightly with both hands. She noticed that the purple light flowing through her sword was gradually being absorbed by the soul weapon in Ling Yi's hand. The barely visible demon's soul grew increasingly eerie. Chu Lingyue frowned deeply, pulling her body backward immediately to increase the distance between her and Ling Yi, trying to avoid any clash between their swords. Master, woo, that soul weapon is making me powerless, Xianyu complained pitifully. I know. Chu Lingyue responded to Xianyu. Try to hold out a bit longer. I'll do my best to break that sword as soon as possible. But we've attacked for so long, yet there isn't even a crack on that soul weapon, Xianyu said. I'll try my best. You just need to endure it as much as you can. Chu Lingyue reassured her and rushed toward Ling Yi again. However, she had not even come close when Ling Yi unleashed a gust of powerful wind, sending her flying back. There was a vast gap in strength between them. If Ling Yi did not intentionally fight her, she wouldn't even have the qualification to touch him. An idea flashed in her mind, and she quickly erected a protective shield around herself, successfully approaching Ling Yi without much difficulty. However, her attack-based spiritual arts became significantly weaker. In their next sword clash, this time Chu Lingyue used the flat side of the blade to strike forcefully. The edge of the blade was sharp but fragile. The two clashed dozens of moves. Each move from Ling Yi cost Chu Lingyue a significant amount of mental energy to counter. Only with the young woman beside her providing continuous support could she keep exchanging blows with Ling Yi. But every time Chu Lingyue hit Ling Yi's soul weapon, he would find ways to avoid its vulnerability, or more accurately, the soul weapon in his hand was manipulating him to evade. Controlling Ling Yi's consciousness? Chu Lingyue saw the situation change and immediately widened the distance between them again. Ling Yi's pupils had already lost their luster, replaced by a streak of blackness. Billionairebooktok Huangquan. Chu Lingyue tried to test once more, unleashing her Billionairebooktok Huangquan technique. Her vibrant sword aura clearly indicated that Ling Yi, whether intentionally or unintentionally, had this time placed the soul weapon in front of himself, using martial spirits to resist. Despite her sword chi injuring him, he couldn't feel any pain. His consciousness had been taken over by the soul weapon, which explained why he was deliberately avoiding the critical spots where she attacked, even randomly swinging the sword in front of her. He was afraid of her Xianyu sword, and he was also afraid that she might harm the soul weapon. The right assistant, something's off with that soul weapon Ling Yi has, Chu Lingyue shouted loudly. If you don't control him soon, he will completely lose his consciousness. If one's consciousness is occupied by a soul weapon, could it possibly possess his body someday? Chu Lingyue dared to make such a bold guess. Ling Ren's profound gaze flickered, as if he had made some kind of decision, quickly appearing in front of Ling Yi. However, even before he got close, the soul weapon swung and struck his arm, leaving him bleeding profusely and looking unstoppable. See, dark blood flowed steadily from the wound, and Ling Ren immediately applied acupressure to himself to stop the black blood from spreading within his body. Ling Yi, concerned more about Ling Yi than himself, Ling Ren stepped forward attempting to seize the soul weapon, but he was swiftly dodged. Gore. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he tore off his sleeve, revealing the black wound instantly exposed to the air. It looked horrifying and kept expanding. Right assistant. Chu Lingyue quickly approached but stayed at a distance. Upon seeing his arm's wound, she furrowed her brows deeply. In that moment, Ling Ren acted decisively, activating his martial spirit to forcibly chop off his left arm. Scalding blood spurted out immediately. He let out a painful scream as the severed arm fell into the scorching magma below, consumed entirely by the fiery flow. Chu Lingyue, far from being indifferent, promptly took out a roll of bandages from her space ring and tightly bound up the stump where his arm had been. Don't move. She then took out hemostatic holy liquid and gave it to him. After slight hesitation, Ling Ren drank it. Thank you. His complexion was ghastly pale, but he forced himself not to collapse. Thank you, said Chu Lingyue. She knew all along that Ling Ren had been letting her go easy. Otherwise, how could she still be standing here? Why didn't you dodge just now, when you clearly could? Chu Lingyue asked curiously. Ling Ren looked at Ling Yi, who had lost his mind. His consciousness has been seized by the soul weapon. His berserk martial spirit is far superior to mine. How could I possibly dodge? Chu Lingyue looked at Ling Ren blankly for a moment, and then said, handle Ling Yi's matter yourself. Since she had already obtained Xiongqi, she decided not to stay any longer. Ling Ren was an intelligent person. She knew what she should do next. But trading an arm for this, is it really worth it? Fine. Ling Ren nodded heavily as Chu Lingyue gradually moved away. Chu Lingyue returned to the young girl, retracted her shield, and gathered her golden spirit energy. Let's go, she said. As for Mo Sha, After she left, he would find a way to break free. Good. The girl was overjoyed. However, before they could leave, a fierce palm wind shot from afar. Chu Lingwei quickly realized the danger and took out the Xianyu sword to defend herself, but it was too late. She was sent flying with severe injuries. Chu Lingwei, you shall not escape. Nanjian. Chu Lingwei hadn't expected that Nanjian was still alive. With the strength of a third-rank spirit king, he barred her way. Are you alright? The girl approached Chu Lingwei on her flying beast, asking worriedly. I'm fine. Chu Lingwei wiped the blood off her lips as she stared at Nanjian approaching. Meanwhile, Ling Ren was desperately trying to stop the crazed Ling Yi and attempted to seize the soul weapon from him. Chu Lingwei. He inwardly lamented that while he might have let her pass, Nanjian would never allow it. To him, Chu Lingwei was a thorn in his side. Ling Yi grew even more vicious, swinging the soul weapon once more at Ling Ren. He could no longer distinguish friend from foe. Anyone who dared to snatch his soul weapon was his enemy. This time, Ling Ren wouldn't be easily injured by Ling Yi. With a flash, he appeared behind Ling Yi, tightly gripping his wrist that held the soul weapon. Ling Yi, he tried to wake up his rationality. In a wild manner, Ling Yi swung the soul weapon around, creating waves of black light. Ling Ren had no choice but to release his grip and leap away from the light waves. You also want to take my soul weapon. Ling Yi gritted his teeth, each word filled with malice. His eyes had already turned completely dark, proving his consciousness had been entirely taken over by the soul weapon. Swinging the soul weapon, he was determined to tangle with Ling Ren until death. Elsewhere in the beast forest, Ling Yu was being chased by beasts. His clothes were torn into shreds, and all he cared about now was survival. There was no time to think about Xiongqi. 3 kilometers away on a hilltop, Chu Siyu had awakened. Worried greatly about Chu Lingyue's safety, she managed to lose the 4 elders and dug underground with Chi-Tu beast. Above the magma, Chu Lingyue stared into Nanjian's merciless eyes, as he clearly intended to kill her. Chu Lingyue, you should die, Nanjian declared, lifting his hands to the sky. A powerful green light coalesced in his palms. Furnace Sky Royal Explosion. He relentlessly launched countless green balls of light towards her. Chapter 119, Severe Injury. Billionaire Xianyu Sword. Chu Lingyue was not one to be outdone. She immediately swung the Xianyu sword, continuously cutting down the light balls flying towards her. Each time she consumed energy, the girl secretly replenished her, until the girl's strength gave out. I can't go on, said the girl as she could no longer concentrate spiritual energy. She had already expended a great deal restoring Chu Lingyue and engaging in several more battles, which completely drained her remaining power. All right, the rest is up to me, said Chu Lingyue. Though she was not a match for Nanjian in terms of sheer strength, she had plenty of tricks up her sleeve. She put away the Xianyu sword and looked at the molten lava flowing below, forming hand seals. 5 Elements Spirit Technique, Star Shift. Chu Lingyue fixed her gaze on Nanjian, her hands spreading wide. A cold smile flickered across her lips as she shot numerous scorching fireballs directly at him. She understood the principle of reciprocity. What? Startled, Nanjian quickly summoned his martial spirit to evade her attacks. Blazing Heaven Explosion. Taking advantage of his sidestep, Nanjian launched another assault against Chu Lingyue. This time, however, he aimed straight at the girl riding the flying beast beside her. Look out! Chu Lingyue's phoenix-like eyes flashed. She instantly summoned Xianyu, placing herself in front of the girl to shield her. Billionaire Huangquan. Bang bang bang. Chu Lingyue wielded Xianyu, summoning sharp streaks of sword energy from the sky, utterly annihilating all of Nanjian's techniques. Although all his moves were deflected by Chu Lingyue, his goal was clear, the defenseless girl who wielded no weapon. If only he targeted her, Chu Lingyue would have no choice but to divide her attention. Thus, merciless moves once again formed, attacking the girl without mercy. Nanjian, you're despicable. Chu Lingyue gritted her teeth. With every hard-hitting counterattack, she knew deep down that she couldn't compete with him. Before long, she had already been pushed back after only a few rounds. Chu Lingyue, are you alright? The girl asked anxiously. She noticed Chu Lingyue drenched in blood, adding new wounds just from protecting her. I'm fine, NGGGHH. Before she could finish, blood gushed out of her mouth, her organs in excruciating pain. Despite this, she dared not let her guard down. Chu Lingyue. The girl stopped her flying mount to hold on to her. Go, I'll handle him. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly, then countered. How will you, a holy spirit master, handle him? The girl was speechless. Blazing Heaven Explosion. Not even giving Chu Lingyue a moment to catch her breath, Nanjian unleashed another attack. The strength of a rank 3 spiritual king was not to be underestimated. Look out. Chu Lingyue blocked the girl again, switching purple spirit into golden spirit, unleashing an explosive amount of protection. Bang bang bang. Chu Lingyue. All the green light spheres impacted them entirely, exploding everywhere. White smoke arose, obstructing their view. Nanjian stared at the patch of smoke, watching a shadow fall like a broken kite straight into the magma, sparks erupting around it, causing great satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Chu Lingyue, I've finally killed you. Chu Lingyue. Ling Run, who was currently tangled with Ling Yi, tried to find her presence again, but saw nothing. Ling Yi, having lost control over his own body, slashed wildly with his arms. Ling Ren struggled to respond accordingly. Chu Lingyue. The girl hovered above the lava surface on her flying beast, shouting loudly toward below. There was no reply. It's too hot here. The flying beast complained, thus ascending higher into the air. Ha ha ha, you're finally dead. As the smoke dissipated, Chu Lingyue's figure had disappeared. However, Before anyone could blink, molten rock seeds suddenly appeared beneath Nanjian, surrounding him and rising slowly. What is this? Seeing this situation, Nanjian stopped laughing, his complexion changing rapidly as he again used his martial spirit to break through. Molten lava splashed everywhere. 5 Elements Spirit Technique, Star Shift. An agile voice rang out unexpectedly as Chu Lingyue's figure materialized right in front of Nanjian. Before his very eyes, countless molten rock seeds transformed into weapons, piercing straight through Nanjian's body. Ah! Nanjian screamed in agony, his eyes glaring fiercely at Chu Lingyue until his final breath left him. He fell, swallowed by the churning magma. Nanjian never imagined he would die at the hands of Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue. The girl, full of joy and disbelief, rode her flying beast towards Chu Lingyue. Now isn't the time to talk. We need to leave, Chu Lingyue said while clutching her chest. After sparing a glance at Lingren, she turned sideways, sitting on the flying beast. Flapping its wings, they swiftly departed from the surface of the lava. Lingren, witnessing Chu Lingyue leaving safely, resumed his standoff with Ling Yi. Lingren, don't let Chu Lingyue escape. Yin Leitang appeared in a flash, intending to intercept Chu Lingyue, but was restrained by Mo Sha. Damn it, Yin Leitang was furious. With a violent palm strike aimed at Mo Sha, the latter lightly tapped his foot and deftly sidestepped, thus holding him back again. Your opponent is me. Mo Sha grunted with disdain, ensuring that he wouldn't let Yin Leitang pass to harm Chu Lingyue. Lingren seized an opening, flashing forward in 3 or 5 swift movements, unleashing all his martial spirit to tightly grip Ling Yi's hand and twist. The soul weapon slipped from Ling Yi's grasp, plunging into the magma and vanishing immediately. Deprived of his soul weapon, Ling Yi's movements were restrained, his eyes rolling back as he promptly passed out. With one hand, Lingren caught the unconscious Ling Yi, not bothering to hesitate further before carrying him off to a safe location. The flying beast soared towards a secure forest, and upon arrival, Chu Lingyue swayed unsteadily, crashing to the ground after tumbling a few times before finally coming to a halt. Chu Lingyue felt her liver and gallbladder rupture. Having already endured successive battles against the 4 great spirit kings, her body was on the verge of breaking. Chu Lingyue, are you alright? The girl jumped off the flying beast, rushing to Chu Lingyue's side to flip her over. The sight revealed a stunning face now deathly pale, lacking any trace of blood color, blood still flowing continuously from her mouth. She struggled weakly, unable to finish a coherent sentence. Don't talk. I'll heal you, the girl said immediately, crossing her hands and placing them on Chu Lingyue's chest. A flash of green light illuminated the healing process as she exhausted all her remaining energy, channeling it fully into treatment for her friend. Droplets of sweat began streaming down the girl's immaculate forehead. Chu Lingyue grabbed the girl's hand forcefully and shook her head emphatically. No, that's enough. But you're dying. The girl could feel Chu Lingyue's life force fading rapidly, placing her at constant risk of losing her life. Before Chu Lingyue could reply, a shadow suddenly loomed into her vision. Look out! Grasping the girl's hand, Chu Lingyue abruptly flipped herself, using her own back to shield the girl from impending danger. Bang! An attack from a rank 1 spirit king smashed into Chu Lingyue's back, the crack of bones reverberating sharply in the air, ringing clear through the girl's ears. Chu Lingyue, stunned. The girl who had been knocked to the ground watched the girl in front of her shakily hold up her frame. Go! Chu Lingyue's eyes rolled back, leaving her devoid of strength as she slumped unconscious in the girl's arms. Living in this world, you, Chu Lingyue, are nothing but a calamity. Suddenly, Lingyu appeared where Chu Lingyue lay defenseless, his cold gaze fixed upon her. Instantly, the flying beast positioned itself in front of the girl, preparing to confront Lingyu. Run, I'll hold him off. With just you. Lingyu chuckled darkly. You will both die. In the divine mind lake, Qing Qingandru Dal perceived her mother's weakening vital signs and went into a frantic panic. Wah, father, where are you? Mother is dying. Chapter 120, a surprise counterattack. Hurry, take Chu Lingyue and go. Feitian Beast roared angrily, ready to battle Lingyu. Shusho. The girl didn't hesitate for a second as she whistled with her lips. In response, Zhuefeng Wolf quickly appeared before her in merely 10 seconds from deep within the forest, while other magical beasts summoned by her swarmed towards her direction. But the number of them was only 10% of what there used to be. Zhuefeng Wolf, where are the other magical beasts? Zhuefeng Wolf immediately let out an Ao Wu call and then stared at Lingyu, baring its teeth. Did they all perish under his hands? The girl felt a chill in her heart, sorrow gradually invading her being. But she could not handle it, so her best choice was to escape with Chu Lingyue. We're leaving. The girl cast a cold glance at Lingyu, and then helped Chu Lingyue onto the back of Zhuefeng Wolf with great effort. You dare not. Lingyu pulled out his spiritual jade sword and attacked the girl. Feitian Beast struck Lingyu down to the ground with incredible speed, rolling him over 10 meters away. Go quickly, I'll deal with him. Lingyu had been careless for a moment and was pushed forcefully by Feitian Beast, rolling over like a tumbleweed. Already disheveled, he looked even more pitiful now. He hadn't ever been beaten by a magical beast in his entire life. This was the first time. He couldn't possibly swallow this insult, and immediately drove his jade sword towards Feitian Beast. Feitian Beast immediately engaged in combat with Lingyu, their strength at the first stage of Ling King level proving almost equal. At that time, the girl stabilized the unconscious Chu Lingyue, looking painfully at Feitian Beast fighting with Lingyu. She immediately ordered Zhuefeng Wolf to turn back, and the rest of the magical beasts followed her orders to retreat, dispersing into the magical beast forest. With the wind roaring in her ears, she urged Juefeng Wolf to run as fast as possible, so as not to betray Fatian Beast's sacrifice. While rushing along, Chu Linghua woke up due to the bumps on the road, coughing up blood repeatedly. Blood spilled from her mouth corner onto Juefeng Wolf's fur, staining a patch. Chu Linghua, you're awake, the girl said excitedly. Juefeng Wolf, slow down. Seeing Chu Linghua coughing up blood because of the bouncing ride, it was evident that her lungs were damaged. If the bouncing continued, her internal injuries would worsen. Juefeng Wolf slowed its pace and started walking instead. I'm fine. What about Lingyu? Chu Linghua asked weakly from the girl's arms. Fatian Beast is stalling, allowing us to leave first. There was a hint of sadness in the girl's voice. Most of the magical beasts I healed have been massacred by him. It was all her fault. If she hadn't sent those magical beasts to stall Lingyu, they wouldn't have died at his hands. Before she could finish speaking, Chu Linghua spat out another mouthful of blood, and the girl quickly caught it with her wide sleeve. What shall we do? My spirit energy has run out. The girl questioned nervously, unsure of what to do next. Chu Linghua raised her left hand. There's hemostatic spirit liquid in the space ring. Get it out for me. Her breathing was unsteady, too weak to even open the space ring herself. All right, the girl said, immediately taking the space ring off Chu Linghua's finger and putting it on her own. After sensing through it, she pulled out the last 3 bottles of spirit liquid and fed them all to Chu Linghua. She then returned the space ring to Chu Linghua, since there were still many high-grade spirit artifacts inside that she had never seen before. After drinking the spirit liquid, Chu Linghua felt significantly better. Take me home, she said. No, it took Fatian Beast much effort to help us escape, the girl disagreed. Fatian Beast isn't Lingyu's match, he will die. Chu Linghua understood that Lingyu, like the others of Lihuan's sect, never valued any living soul's life. I'll go, determined. The girl immediately let go of Chu Linghua and jumped off Juefeng Wolf, stumbling and nearly falling. She was just an unarmed saint spirit master, incapable of defending herself. How could she successfully rescue Fatian Beast from Lingyu? Ao Wu. Juefeng Wolf instinctively wanted to steady the girl, but was rejected. You take Chu Linghua to somewhere safe, I'll save Fatian Beast. The girl firmly declared, then whistled again, calling another quick runner named Jifeng Beast, which was smaller and nimbler than Juefeng Wolf, to Fatian Beast's side. She immediately leaped onto Jifeng Beast's back and departed without looking back. Hey, Chu Linghua had no say in the matter, as Juefeng Wolf let out a howl and continued escaping forward with her. She truly did things her own way, efficient and determined. Juefeng Wolf, I won't go. Your master is in danger. Chu Linghua clutched Juefeng Wolf's back tightly while he raced like the wind. Ao Wu. Juefeng Wolf was also in a dilemma. On one side was his very kind master, and on the other side was the task given by his master, causing him much difficulty in making a decision. Well, put me down. I'll go myself, Chu Linghua said. Juefeng Wolf indeed proved to be a loyal magical beast, impossible to persuade otherwise. Ao Wu. Juefeng Wolf refused, carrying her and continuing to dash toward a safer place. Chu Linghua simply stopped negotiating. Seizing the opportunity, she rolled her body to the left, detaching from Juefeng Wolf altogether. Shwa shwa shwa. Her body was unstable upon landing, skidding several meters away before her already injured spine collided with a large tree and stopped. Pooh! A gush of fresh blood bubbled up, her mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood. Chu Linghua's whole body trembled in pain. Cold sweat poured down as that collision seemed to have wedged the broken vertebrae into her vital organs, leaving her coughing up clotted blood. Mother, please let me out. Little Qingtuan worriedly cried, his eyes teary in the mental lake of her consciousness. Mother is fine, be a good child. Chu Linghua comforted. She had promised Jun Yeming that she would take care of little Qingtuan no matter what, not letting him get involved in danger. Since she had promised, she must keep it. The people of Lihuan's sect were too dangerous. Little Qingtuan's identity absolutely must not be exposed, otherwise it would bring him calamity. Mother Wu. Chu Linghua couldn't bear to see him cry, so she simply cut off her connection with little Qingtuan. Leaning on the big tree, she stood up, slightly regaining her breath, then formed hand seals and forcibly used the transfer technique, the 5 elements transfer technique. Her figure vanished like a ghost from its original spot. Within the mental lake of consciousness, little Qingtuan directly threw the pagoda crystal to Fire Phoenix and focused on calling for his father. Fire Phoenix looked at the pagoda crystal, wanting to retrieve the beast spirit inside, but found himself completely powerless. On the other side, Chu Xiu reached the underground city built by the Lihuan sect, which had turned into scorching ruins. Chu Linghua's figure was nowhere to be seen. She slumped by the molten lava, holding Chi-Tu Beast in her arms, gazing into the distance. Several miles of lava stretched endlessly. Woo! Where are you, sister? Fatian Beast was already at a disadvantage against Lingyu. One of its exquisite wings had been forcefully broken, yet it stubbornly continued blocking Lingyu's path. Humph! Just a high-grade magical beast that has barely opened its intelligence, daring to challenge me? Let's see how long you can hold out. Lingyu held a streak of green flames in his right hand, step by step approaching Fatian Beast, while looking down at it from above. The entire body of Fatian Beast was covered in blood, clearly without strength to fight anymore. Do what you will. Fatian Beast had unyielding bones, showing no fear. By now, they should have run far enough. It had delayed him long enough. Chapter 121, A Weak Little Kitty. Ha! If that's the case, I'll give you a quick death. Ling Yu revealed a cruel smile, lightly tapping his foot to leap into the air. The green flames in his hand grew larger. Burning blaze. From Ling Yu's hands burst forth countless searing hot green flames, rushing forward with great vigor toward the flying beast. The girl riding the swift-winged beast arrived just in time. She saw the green flames about to hit the flying beast. No! The girl immediately jumped off the swift-winged beast and staggered over, opening her arms to block in front of the flying beast, as if ready to die. Enough! The flying beast was astonished by the sight. Disregarding its pain, it immediately stood up and opened another half of its wings to shield the girl. This attack, it could endure itself, but she absolutely could not. Flying beast. A crystal-clear tear slid down from the girl's eyes. Why did you come back? Even at the last moment of life, it never imagined she would be harmed. The green flames erupted fiercely. In the last moment, the girl turned around and hugged the flying beast, her voice choked. I'm here with you, don't be afraid. However, the scorching heat they expected did not strike them. The 5 Elements Spirit Art, Protective Shield. Chu Lingyue's voice suddenly sounded behind her. The girl immediately turned and saw a huge golden wheel appearing before her. Chu Lingyue formed the hand seals with both hands, desperately resisting Ling Yu's attack. Chu Lingyue, why do you? The girl was astonished beyond measure. She never expected Chu Lingyue to show up when she had sustained such serious injuries. Go quickly. Chu Lingyue clenched her teeth. This would be the last release of her spirit energy. The flying beast has its wing injured. It probably couldn't fly anymore. Chu Lingyue turned her neck slightly, glancing at the flying beast with its injured wings. Not only were the wings hurt, but its forelimbs also suffered varying degrees of damage. At this moment, Ling Yu's attack temporarily ceased. She promptly retracted the protective shield, but dared not waste a single second, forming the hand seals again. Transfer of the 5 elements. A golden array suddenly appeared beneath the girl and the flying beast. As streams of golden light shone, the girl felt herself gradually disappearing. You're sending us away. What will happen to you? If you stay, you'll only hold me back. Chu Lingyue said word by word. But you. The girl's voice and form instantly disappeared along with the golden light, right there where she stood, carrying along the flying beast. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Lingyue fell to one knee, her spine cracking, piercing mercilessly into her internal organs. It hurt too much, but it didn't matter. She used the last ounce of her spirit power to send the girl and the flying beast away. Chu Lingyue collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. It doesn't matter that they fled, you must stay. Ling Yu flashed his figure, suddenly appearing before Chu Lingyue, looking down at her from above. You are going to die at my hands. Any last words? Ling Yu revealed a cruel look, and the green flames gathered again in his palm. Chu Lingyue's gaze showed no fear, a slight smile curling at her lips. Life and death are fated, wealth and honor determined by heaven. Good, I'll grant you a quick death. Ling Yu shouted, stopping all further banter with Chu Lingyue. He drove the green flames with both hands straight towards her. Chu Lingyue fixed her phoenix-like eyes, unafraid. Just as the green flames drew near, an intangible force swept past her face, causing the green flames to extinguish in front of her. What? Ling Yu's eyes filled with shock as he noticed a tall figure suddenly appearing before Chu Lingyue. He immediately retreated 10 feet. Dangerous vibes washed over him, forcing Ling Yu to guard himself. Who are you? Jun Yiming's handsome face showed a hint of disapproval. Ignoring Ling Yu, he crouched down to protect the nearly fainting Chu Lingyue in his arms, pulling out a bottle of Emperor-grade restorative essence to feed her. How dare someone injure her so gravely like this? Jun Yiming's eyes emitted a horrifying, ferocious aura. I thought after you left, you wouldn't care for me anymore. Chu Lingyue forced a smile despite being critically injured, still teasing him. The restorative essence repaired her broken body bit by bit, until it reached her spine, making her groan in pain. Not long after, she spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out the blood clot, she felt completely refreshed. Always eager to show off. Now do you know how it hurts? There was a fleeting look of concern in Jun Yiming's gaze. Though pretending to sound disdainful, he was undeniably worried inside, concealing boundless coldness in his heart. I've always known. Chu Lingyue shook her head, pitifully staring at the handsome face so close to hers. She couldn't help but extend her blood-stained hand to touch his chiseled profile, feeling warmth, her heart at peace. But now was not the time to talk. She temporarily set aside matters of personal affection and decided to deal cleanly with the present situation first. Duo's gaze landed on Ling Yu. Kill him. Jun Yiming slightly raised his eyebrows, without even a glance at Ling Yu. With a wave of his right arm, an intangible breeze passed by. Ling Yu's eyes widened in terror, but he quickly lost his voice. He hadn't even had the chance to say another word before meeting his end. Jun Yiming's way of killing was gentle. He did not crush Ling Yu with his hands in front of Chu Lingyue, because the scene of someone exploding from within was too bloody for her delicate eyes. There's also the great protector of the Li Hun sect, Mo Sha. He is currently engaged in battle and cannot be allowed to live, Chu Lingyue said. Jun Yiming gently put her down and got up to leave. I want to go. She struggled to rise. Jun Yiming swiftly carried her in his arms without saying much, detected Mo Sha's location, and immediately tore through the void to arrive. Chu Lingyue hugged Jun Yiming's neck and leaned her head against his strong chest, smelling the familiar scent that only he could provide, a solid sense of safety. In an instant, he appeared with Chu Lingyue above the lava ground. Seeing Mo Sha and Yin Lei both injured, Jun Yiming's deep gaze narrowed slightly. Mo Sha. He called out clearly. Hearing the call, Mo Sha immediately stopped fighting Yin Lei. creating distance as he stepped forward in front of Jun Yiming. Master. Miss Chu. Woo-woo, Master has finally come. Yin Lei stood midair, watching Jun Yiming and Chu Linghua closely. The man radiated a terrifying aura, a crisis ready to erupt at any moment. It's him who bullied me. Chu Linghua complained like a wronged little kitten, burrowing deeper into Jun Yiming's embrace. Feeling her slight trembling while tightly hugging Chu Linghua, an inexplicable heartache washed over him, causing him to hold her even tighter. Was the person he recognized one who others could insult at will? Mo Sha displayed a shocked expression and then quietly bowed her head. Her mind raced with countless thoughts, knowing fully well that before Master arrived, Miss Chu had single-handedly manipulated the people of the Li Hun sect, turning them around in circles. Not only did she foil their blood sacrifice formation, but she also boldly rescued over 100 people right under their noses. How could she possibly say she'd been bullied so easily? You are, Before finishing, Yin Lei found his throat clenched tight by an invisible pressure, making breathing difficult. Being a spirit emperor-level warrior, he had absolutely no room to retaliate against this man. What kind of power was this? Moreover, he had revealed no martial spirit. Tremors traveled from foot to head, leaving Yin Lei struggling helplessly. Chapter 122. How should he die? Ugh. Yin Lei Tang's face turned crimson from the pressure, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Jun Yiming as he tried to beg for mercy, but could not speak. How should he die? Jun Yiming's narrow gaze fell upon Chu Linghua. She was tightly leaning against his chest, while simultaneously raising her head to look at him. Her beautiful face was smeared with blood, red and radiant, yet still carried an aura of cold pride. Chu Linghua looked into Jun Yiming's eyes, lost in thought for a moment. No matter from which angle she looked, he seemed perfect and alluring. Die quickly, she said aloud. She had only one thought in her mind, to resolve what was before her eyes quickly so that she could be intimate with Jun Yiming again. Fine. Following Chu Linghua's wish, Jun Yiming's tender expression abruptly became chillingly cold. His deep eyes narrowed as a terrifying aura erupted around him, filling the air with intent to kill. The coldness sent shivers down everyone's spines. Yin Lei Tang's eyes bulged red as the surrounding air was suddenly sucked dry. The intense pressure caused fissures to appear in his internal organs. It felt as though he would be crushed by a vacuum on the spot. With frantic hands, he clawed at his neck, trying to get some air into his lungs. His legs flailed wildly mid-air as he used every trick in his arsenal, desperate to survive even if it cost him great losses. Caught in a life-or-death struggle, there came a sudden flash of green light. In the blink of an eye, Yin Lei Tang disappeared from their sight. Jun Yiming's oppressive aura struck empty space. How could he? Chu Linghua's eyes revealed shock. A live person vanished right in front of them. She'd never witnessed such strange phenomena before. Even when using her transfer technique, she needed time to chant. Where is he? Chu Linghua asked. Miss Chu, there's no trace of that person left. He must have escaped, Masha replied. Chu Linghua fell silent, pondering. If someone could escape from Jun Yiming's grasp, then Yin Lei Tang's capabilities were clearly more profound than appearances suggested. Well, let him run, she stated bluntly. Since they had already become enemies of Li Huan's sect, sooner or later, they'd come after her anyway. So why not just enjoy the present? She clutched Jun Yiming's neck tighter, pressing closer. Jun Yiming, however, continued to gaze at where Yin Lei Tang had vanished. His handsome face showed no emotion as he thoughtfully murmured, indeed interesting, that he could slip away from my grip. Masha, chase him. He wasn't letting this go easily. Anyone Chu Linghua wanted dead wouldn't escape, not even if they reached the ends of the earth. As you command. Masha received the order and disappeared in a flash. Deep within the beast forest, Yin Lei Tang appeared gasping for breath before Ling Rin, spitting out blood continuously. Danger, retreat, he barely managed to say before collapsing onto the ground. Without hesitation, Ling Rin commanded the remaining two subordinates to carry both Yin Lei Tang and Ling Yi and swiftly flee. If Yin Lei Tang suffered a major setback and fled in panic, it was evident they were facing a far stronger adversary than the mentioned Masha, one they couldn't hope to match. Escape first, fight another day. If one retains the strength to return, resources will never run out. As the sun rose high in the sky, it seemed as though Chu Linghua and Jun Yiming were the only two left in existence. The very air smelled sweet. The battle against the Li Huan sect had also come to a temporary end. Yet, before they could savor each other's presence further, a dense sound of footsteps approached rapidly from within the beast forest. Chu Linghua followed the noise with her gaze. It's them. The 100-odd people she had sent away rushed back frantically. Due to excessive expenditure of spirit energy, they had been running the whole way. Thinking back to earlier when Jun Yiming forbade her from using the 5 Elements spirit art, guilt crept across her face, her lower lip caught between her teeth. We're doomed. She resembled a little girl who got caught sneaking cookies, burying her head in his chest. Spirit Maiden, Spirit Maiden, Spirit Maiden, are you still alive? When the masses saw the lava-like ruins surrounding them, they dropped to their knees, sincerely praying. Spirit Maiden, please don't leave us. Jun Yiming sensed something amiss and pressed his left forefinger to her forehead to inspect her condition. Did you use the 5 Elements spirit art? Her spiritual power was utterly drained, and fighting solely through martial techniques would never have depleted it entirely. And that wasn't all. She had exhausted her reserves completely. Chu Linghua couldn't smile. Yeah. If we didn't use the 5 Elements spirit art, how else could I save those people subjected to the mass blood sacrifices by the Li Huan sect? Chu Linghua spoke firmly. Though she felt guilty for disobeying Jun Yiming's words, she did not regret her decision. Did they see? Jun Yiming asked helplessly. Yeah. Chu Lingyue nodded. It would have been odd if they hadn't seen it. Jun Yiming remained silent. He held Chu Lingyue close and tore through space, reappearing behind the group without a single soul noticing their arrival. This is the only time, and there will be no next time, Jun Yiming said as he waved his hand. Immediately, everyone around fainted at the same moment. He then turned away, holding Chu Lingyue in his arms. What have you done? Chu Lingyue asked curiously. I've altered their memories. You're currently too weak. The 5 Elements spirit art must not be revealed to the world. It would invite deadly calamity, Jun Yiming softly explained. For some unknown reason, ever since their last meeting, his attitude toward her seemed somewhat different. Had it become even more tender? All right, Chu Lingyue's heart sweetened as if she had swallowed honey. She didn't expect him to be so considerate. Yes, this man would surely make a good husband in the future. Suddenly, Jun Yiming leapt down lightly, landing on the ground and gently setting Chu Lingyue down. Her legs wobbled slightly when she landed, and Jun Yiming immediately steadied her. Or how about you just carry me? I feel uncomfortable all over, Chu Lingyue whispered teasingly. Now that she was fragile enough to need assistance, she insisted on being carried and refused to walk another step. Jun Yiming gave Chu Lingyue a glance and leaned down slightly. His long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, bringing his handsome face closer to hers as he questioned meaningfully. I heard that you single-handedly destroyed Luan's sex conspiracy, seized the fierce beast Xiongqi, and rescued over 100 people in front of them, demonstrating incredible fierceness. Why can't you move now? Huh? Who told you that? Xiao Qingtuan or Masha? Chu Lingyue began guessing, arrogantly tilting her neck as she placed her hands on her hips. That wasn't called brutality, it was clever strategy. How could it be described as if I'm some kind of hag? I want a hug. Chu Lingyue started acting cute, throwing her arms around him without waiting for Jun Yiming's consent. However, she was evaded. Why? Her voice trembled with injustice. Jun Yiming stood solemnly, ignoring her request for a hug entirely. He extended his right hand, and his long forefinger lightly tapped her forehead. A concentrated stream of emerald light flowed quickly from his fingertip into her brow. Ugh, what are you doing? Chu Lingyue instinctively retreated, clutching her forehead. Jun Yiming slowly spoke. As punishment for your impulsive behavior, I will temporarily seal your spirit art. What? No. Chu Lingyue felt tears welling up. She tried to activate the 5 elements, but found her spiritual veins were now empty. Chu Lingyue gave up her stubbornness, her eyes filling rapidly with tears. She stepped forward and embraced Jun Yiming tightly, pouting and begging incessantly. No, brother, sealing my spirit art is too cruel. What if I face danger while you're away? Wah, brother. She wiped her endless tears onto Jun Yiming's robe, dampening a large area. Chapter 123, Wants a Hug. Devote yourself to cultivating your martial spirit, and you will still be able to handle dangers. Jun Yiming didn't evade. One sentence cut her thoughts off cleanly. Despite her sniffles and complaints, it had no effect on him. His heart was unperturbed. But the heart-stirring word brother made him exceptionally moved. But Chu Lingyue grabbed at his shirt collar with both hands, lifting her head, staring at him with a face covered in tear streaks as she sobbed uncontrollably. Was her crying too genuine to evoke even an ounce of sympathy or softness from him? Be a good girl and listen. Without warning, Jun Yiming's voice softened. He raised his sleeve and gently wiped away her tears with the soft inner layer. His white sleeve became stained with a mixture of her blood and tears. The dried blood on her face mixed with her tears as Jun Yiming cleaned her off, making her appear even more horrifying. All right, sealed then sealed. Big deal if I get beaten to death. Chu Lingyue's mood flipped like turning a page. She distanced herself from Jun Yiming and took large steps forward. She squatted by the flowing stream and splashed water with both hands to wash her face clean. Her green and white dress had already been soaked red and solidified with blood. Jun Yiming followed her in surprise. Even someone who controlled everything couldn't keep up. Just now, Chu Lingyue, who had seemed so intimate and close, wanting hugs and cuddles, had suddenly become another person entirely. Could it be that in her heart, she didn't care for him as much as when she confessed to him before? Help me keep watch. Chu Lingyue was still sulking, but after instructing Jun Yiming, she went straight into the water and began cleaning herself thoroughly. When her beautiful features were revealed, and she prepared to change clothes in the water, a certain individual instinctively turned aside. Chu Lingyue felt encouraged now that he'd sealed her magic abilities. She decided to tease him in another way. Hey brother, turn around. What for? Jun Yiming's tone became suddenly cold, yet his earlobes turned bright red. Just turn around. Chu Lingyue continued her coquettish tone, effortlessly having Jun Yiming under her thumb since he preferred gentle persuasion over forceful commands. And thus, Jun Yiming turned back to her but dropped his eyes, refusing to meet her gaze. Chu Lingyue. Is it really necessary? She twitched her lips. Indeed, he appeared both shy and pure-hearted, completely contrary to his decisive and merciless image. Come here, Chu Lingyue said again. Reluctantly, Jun Yiming took 2 steps forward. Come closer. He took 2 more steps ahead. So slow. Chu Lingyue couldn't bear it anymore, so she emerged from the water and pulled him in with a single arm. With a splash, they both fell into the water. Chu Lingyue took control, climbing onto his neck, taking charge as she moved towards his thin lips without any delay, lightly sucking them. But within 5 seconds, Chu Lingyue let go of Jun Yiming and gave him a soft yet serious smile. You haven't explained clearly yet what happened last time. Why did you run away? What matter? Jun Yiming's ears reddened even more. Feigning ignorance? That was a skill he possessed aplenty. You initiated kissing me. Why did you run away? Do you not like me? Chu Lingyue made the first move, openly admitting that he had long since fallen for her. Jun Yiming avoided Chu Lingyue's passionate gaze, ashamed to speak. Why did you save me? Chu Lingyue insisted Jun Yiming provide an answer. From their very first meeting, he had firmly implanted himself in her heart. This man, she had already acknowledged him deep inside. Worried about you. Jun Yiming answered without hesitation. Even though they were separated by thousands of miles, when he heard that she was injured, he admitted he panicked, continuously tearing through space, all for the sake of arriving by her side faster to protect her. It hadn't been more than a few months since they met, but her wit, intelligence, and unique demeanor, every glance and smile, were engraved deeply into his heart. Somewhere along the line, his heart was taken over by her. Emotions arise without knowing where, boundlessly deepening. He looked at her firmly, enunciating each word slowly. You are the first woman who has ever stirred my mind. Chu Lingyue slightly lifted her lips. She knew. So, her eyes sparkled as she climbed onto Jun Yiming's neck again, pulling him underwater. All Chu Siyu could see was the scorched rabbit creature accompanying her as they proceeded along a path surrounded by magma. Sister, where are you? For miles, scorching magma dominated the landscape. The soles of her shoes had already burned away, her feet turning red, but she showed no intention of leaving. Sister, the sweat that formed on Chu Siyu's forehead evaporated instantly due to the high temperature. Sister, your feet. The rabbit jumped off her, visibly distressed. Why don't we find a place to rest for a moment? No, there's no news about sister. If anything happens to her, As Chu Siyu spoke, a wave of sadness washed over her, and the tears she had just held back came streaming down again. Big sister is destined for good fortune. Please stop crying, sister. The rabbit's voice quivered, moved to sorrow. At this moment, a dark figure suddenly coalesced and appeared before her. Siyu, where is your sister? This person was none other than the high priest of Hill City, Dongfangyu. Having divined the abnormal changes in the celestial phenomena, he had hurried here without rest, but judging by the current situation, he had arrived a step too late. Hi, high priest. Chu Siyu looked as if she had seen a ray of hope, her face full of anticipation. My sister saved me, but she was consumed by the magma. The Exiled Souls sect built an underground city beneath the earth, but it has been completely filled with molten lava. My sister is still inside. She didn't come out. Dongfangyu solemnly stared at the burning magma beneath his feet, which continued to flow and expand its range. This couldn't be allowed to develop further, lest it consume all living things. He spread his arms, and a green glow coalesced in his hands, which he threw towards the magma. As the green light rippled, the flowing magma visibly stopped wherever it passed. In the end, wisps of green smoke rose, and he formed hand seals, probing for Chu Lingyue's life force. After a moment, he said to Chu Siyu, rest assured, your sister is still alive. Chu Siyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. So where is she now? I do not know, but I sense that she still lives, replied Dongfangyu. All right, I understand. Thank you, high priest. Chu Siyu said. As long as Chu Lingyue lived, she would search for her to the ends of the earth. With that, she turned around holding the red rabbit beast and left. After Chu Siyu departed, Dongfangyu noticed people rising up not far away, and he immediately went over. High priest. All those who had awakened were incredibly moved upon seeing Dongfangyu standing before them. Dongfangyu's towering figure stood in midair, one hand behind his back, exuding a mighty presence. His profound gaze swept across everyone, yet he failed to find the figure he wanted to see. Where is the sacred maiden? The crowd exchanged stunned looks for a brief moment before regaining their composure, worry clouding their faces. The sacred maiden is still battling the members of the Exiled Souls sect. High priest, please save the sacred maiden. Everyone knelt on one knee to plead. Their memories had been altered by Jun Yiming, leaving them only aware that Chu Lingyue had opposed the Exiled Souls sect to protect them. All recollections of her using the 5 Elements spirit arts had vanished entirely. Dongfangyu harbored doubts. How did you escape? Once activated, the blood sacrifice formation of the Exiled Souls sect would surely trigger, offering no possibility of survival. We were saved by the sacred maiden. They couldn't articulate any clear reasons, remembering only that Chu Lingyue had come to their rescue. In a flash, Dongfangyu appeared before one of them. Swiftly waving his right hand before the individual's eyes, he was startled after sensing something strange. Someone had tampered with their memories, causing them to forget the details. Clearly, someone was trying to cover up something they didn't want others to know. This person couldn't be Chu Lingyue. She lacked the ability to alter memories. It could only mean that there was someone else by her side. Return to Hill City first. I'll go find the sacred maiden, said Dongfangyu, then leaped into the air, vanishing deep within the demon beast forest. Chapter 124. I'm not good at sentimental stuff. In the natural cave, Chu Lingyue had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Although the emperor-level spiritual liquid given by Jun Yiming had repaired her damaged body, the depleted spiritual power required more rest to replenish. Jun Yiming propped his head with one hand, his narrow peach-shaped eyes gazing tenderly at her sleeping face. He occasionally touched her smooth cheeks and brushed her beautiful long hair, loving it endlessly. Not long after, a shadow dressed in black swiftly appeared before Jun Yiming, interrupting his daydreaming. Master, how? She escaped. Imo Sha silently lowered his head as the atmosphere inside the mountain cave suddenly became oppressive, making him wonder if he had come at an inappropriate time. Leave first. Jun Yiming restrained the impulse to twist Imo Sha's neck. She escaped. So be it. Once Chu Lingyue wakes up well-rested, they would strategize. Yes. Imo Sha received the order, rushing away quickly. If I didn't leave now, I'd die, right? But there was something worth celebrating. Lord Imo has finally realized his feelings after centuries of being single. Wow, even iron trees can bloom. Not far from the cave entrance, bathed under the sunset, a young girl had unknowingly tracked Chu Lingyue's trail and was hiding behind a tree. Flying beast, are you okay? She leaned against the big tree to take a short rest. I'm fine, no need to worry about me, Flying Beast said. Its wings hung weakly by its side, covered in blood. Then it sat cross-legged beside the girl. She's inside, along with a very powerful man. Flying Beast glanced at the cave entrance, which was less than 200 meters away. It's alright as long as she's unharmed. That person probably won't harm her. Let's wait a bit longer, the girl replied. Despite her exhaustion, she continued making hand seals, and emerald flows of energy constantly streamed into Flying Beast's body. This was already the third time the girl had treated Flying Beast along their journey. That's enough. Conserve your strength, Flying Beast interjected. I'm fine. Anyway, the people from the Soul Departure sect have been driven off. We're currently not in danger. The girl sniffled, her eyes filled with concern, but without any hostility. Her hands continued forming seals, applying healing spirit arts, until all the accumulated spiritual power she had gained was consumed once again, leaving her drenched in sweat. Do you feel better now? Much better, thank you. The Flying Beast extended its neck, lightly touching the girl's cheek. Soon, Zui Feng Lang, Gale Wolf, and Ji Feng Shou, Swift Beast, returned. They had gathered many wild fruits in their mouths, all for her. Thank you all. The girl was deeply moved, casually wiping her sleeves before holding the fruit and taking a bite. Did you see any other beasts still alive? She asked unclearly through bites. Aowu, Aowu. Ji Feng Shou and Zui Feng Lang lay down in front of her, whimpering softly, filled with sorrow and sadness. The girl felt a lump rise in her throat, an indescribable pain spreading throughout her body. Her appetite disappeared, her eye sockets turning deep red. None of them made it, did they? Just as her tear was about to slide down, immediately a group of ferocious beasts emerged from the forest. It was estimated that there were at least 50 of them. She set down the wild fruits and ran up happily, throwing herself into their midst. Wah? Sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have led you guys into such dangerous situations. Aowu, Aowu, Aowu. The sound of the ferocious beasts comforting her continued. They surrounded her, using their heads to rub against her. Aowu. It seemed like they were saying, it's not your fault. You gave us a second life. This sacrifice is worthwhile. Wah. However, the girl sobbed even louder. Blame me if you want. Don't be so forgiving to me. It's all because of my willfulness. For rescuing Chi-Chi, I got all of you involved in perilous situations. The girl choked out tears. The ferocious beasts gently licked her cheeks, telling her not to cry anymore. At this moment, a graceful figure cloaked in soft pink-white quietly appeared on the tree branch. Fate determines life and death. Good deeds will be rewarded with good returns. Chu Lingyue's lips curved slightly upward as she observed the girl, crying her eyes out while embracing the ferocious beasts. It was meant as a comfort. Chu Lingyue, are you feeling better? The girl wiped her tears, looked up, and stared at Chu Lingyue sitting on the treetop. Much better. I was sleeping soundly, but then I heard someone crying over here, so I couldn't help but come take a look. Chu Lingyue still had the humor to joke around as she leaped lightly onto the ground, landing right before the girl. She was just enjoying the endless warmth of Jun Yiming, but unfortunately, there were more important matters at hand. In order not to scare the girl, Jun Yiming could wait alone for now. No, I wasn't. The girl dropped her gaze, the curled eyelashes still adorned with crystal-clear teardrops, sparkling like butterfly wings. Yes, none. Chu Lingyue said with a smile as she took out a bottle of emperor-level spiritual liquid and handed it to her. You need to recover your spirit power in order to treat Flying Beast better. Thank you. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly red as she accepted the bottle and turned aside to drink it. The ferocious beasts crouched densely around her feet, their heads raised curiously at Chu Lingyue. Miss Chu, thank you for saving my life, the Flying Beast said while crouching under the tree. Chu Lingyue glanced over at the Flying Beast, crossing her arms. How are your injuries? Its wings hung limp on either side of its body, its pure white fur covered with blotchy bloodstains. It appeared weakened. I'm much better now. Thanks for your concern, Miss Chu. Flying Beast inclined its head in gratitude. Where's Chi-Chi? The girl finally spoke up, worrying about Xiong-Chi the most. It's with me. Chu Lingyue replied without rushing to hand it over. What's your name? Where do you come from? Why did you want to save Xiong-Chi? Are you familiar? My name is Lu Moling. I come from the Supreme One City, Ling Domain City. Chi-Chi is my friend, the girl revealed without holding back. Friend. Chu Lingyue touched her chin, deep in thought. She remembered what Imo Sha had said. Xiong-Chi was injured 100 years ago and sealed here by Jun Yiming. Lu Moling looked only about the same age as her. How could Xiong-Chi possibly be her friend? Something didn't add up. From the Ling Domain City of the Supreme One City, it seemed like her identity wasn't simple. Alright, I can give it to you. But this is a ferocious beast, Xiong-Chi. What if it escapes and harms people? Chu Lingyue asked. Don't worry about that. I guarantee that Chi-Chi is well-behaved and will not harm any living thing, Lu Moling said resolutely. Chu Lingyue recalled the divination she performed earlier, which was related to Lu Moling. Extend your right hand. Alright. Lu Moling did not hesitate and extended the palm of her right hand. Chu Lingyue placed her own right hand over hers. 5 Elements Spirit Art, coalesce within, divine the future. Jun Yiming might have blocked her spirit arts, but for simple divinations like this that would confirm predictions, no activation of 5 element spirit arts was required. After a moment, she let go. It's really you. Her lips couldn't help but curl upward. The sign from her previous divination pointed exactly to her. Huh. Lu Moling displayed a puzzled look. She completely failed to understand what Chu Lingyue meant. Nothing. Chu Lingyue brushed it off with a smile and took out a crystal pagoda from her mental lake. This is an exceptional spirit object, with a 2-stage royal spirit seal on it. My current strength isn't enough to release Qiongqi yet. What should we do then? The girl sighed in melancholy. As a holy spirit master, she was skilled in healing, not breaking seals. Chapter 125, 3 Lifetimes of Rebirth. I have a way. Chu Lingyue suddenly had an idea, summoning the Xianyu sword. The supreme spirit weapon made the elite-level artifact look like fragile dust. With the artifact's spirit broken, what use does the seal still have? She threw the crystal tower on the ground, held the sword with both hands, and channeled her barely restored spiritual power as she abruptly thrust downward. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal tower. White light burst forth from the seams, forming into a solid entity that rapidly shot out in front of them. A demonic beast appeared. It was as big as an ox, resembled a tiger in shape, covered in fiery red hedgehog fur, and sported an impossibly long pair of fleshy wings. Its body was riddled with holes by iron chains, blood gushing out. Upon gaining freedom, Qiongqi suddenly collapsed. Chi-Chi. The young girl lifted her skirt and immediately rushed to Qiongqi's side. Her hands trembled, hesitating to touch his wounds easily. Ling Ling. Qiongqi weakly opened his eyes and gazed at the young girl. The girl before him was vastly different from the person he remembered, but the voice and smell were something he would never forget in his life. It's me. I am Ling Ling. I've returned. The young girl continuously formed seals with her hands, releasing healing spiritual techniques towards him. Qiongqi received this acknowledgement and finally felt reassured. That's good. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. The young girl said, converting the just restored spiritual power into a healing spell, which flowed steadily into Qiongqi's body. Chu Lingyue put away the Xianyu sword and stood nearby watching. Hey, flying beast, do you know Qiongqi? Nope. The flying beast answered promptly, but it seems like an old acquaintance of Ling Ling. Oh, Chu Lingyue said meaningfully. After the treatment, one could visibly see the sieve-like wounds on Qiongqi's body heal, yet he remained weak. Chi-Chi. Lu Moling opened her arms and hugged him tightly, constantly rubbing his large head. I really missed you during the time without you. Ling Ling you. Qiongqi choked up in emotion. But it doesn't matter. This body has a high compatibility with me. Lu Moling responded. That's good. Don't rush with greetings. Now that you're fine, can you return the Fire Phoenix's origin back to me? Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. This task had been engraved deeply in her mind. After all, once she retrieved the beast's core, she could command the Fire Phoenix freely for 100 years. No, the beast's core is mine. Qiongqi resisted. Chi-Chi, give it back. Lu Moling's face turned serious. Didn't I say before? We cannot take what is not ours. Reprimanded by Lu Moling, Qiongqi immediately acted like a misbehaving child, resentfully opening his mouth to spit out the Fire Phoenix's core. There's no way around it. After all, he was used to obeying her commands. However, being ordered felt surprisingly good. Just as the Fire Phoenix's core was expelled, a flash of white light enveloped Qiongqi. His massive body shrank dramatically into that of a 4- or 5-year-old child. With a round, chubby face, fire-red hair, bare feet, and flapping crimson wings, he fluttered in front of Lu Moling seeking a hug, diving continuously into her embrace. Cute and adorable. Especially those fire-red pupils paired with arched eyebrows and lips slightly curved upwards at a 45-degree angle. Chu Lingyue grabbed the Fire Phoenix core flying towards her with her right hand, directly depositing it into her Divine Heart Lake and returning it to the Fire Phoenix. She kept her word. When the Fire Phoenix saw the beast core floating before its eyes, a flicker of surprise flashed in its eyes. It blinked repeatedly, thinking it might be seeing things, but the familiar sensation remained close at hand, bringing it immense joy. Without hesitation, the Fire Phoenix swallowed the core. But just as it did, before it could reintegrate the core properly, it was knocked unconscious by the strong energy surge. Little Qingtuan ran over to the Fire Phoenix, struggling to carry it and place it in its cozy little nest. Young master, what's wrong with you? Young master, how did you pass out after the integration? Mother, the young master has recovered its beast core. Little Qingtuan transmitted the news to its mother. I will take good care of it. As the older brother, responsibility weighed heavily on its shoulders. Good. Chu Lingyue found comfort in this development. However, upon shifting her probing gaze to Qiongqi clinging in Lu Moling's arms, she couldn't help but be stunned. Luckily, she had already witnessed Little Qingtuan's adorably human form. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't be able to accept such a large and bizarre-looking Qiongqi transforming suddenly into such a handsome and cute little boy. Ling Ling, who is this woman? Why is she helping us? Qiongqi climbed down from Lu Moling, clutching her legs tightly and eyeing Chu Lingyue warily. Though she looked as beautiful as Ling Ling, her presence was unfamiliar, making him somewhat resistant. My name is Chu Lingyue, though it's not the Ling as in spirit, but the Ling as in lattice, symbolizing beautiful moonlight. Chu Lingyue explained the origin of her name with great interest. Everything is perfectly resolved. Please go as you wish. She didn't know why Jun Yiming had initially wounded Qiongqi and sealed him away, but if Qiongqi were to appear before Jun Yiming again, the outcome would probably be no different than being sealed once more. After all, Xiongqi's fearsome reputation was well known, even if it seemed slightly off for this tiny human form. But that didn't change the fact that he was a ferocious beast. Lu Moling remained silent, walking over to the flying beast's side and transforming her remaining spiritual power into healing techniques to mend its injured wings. She seemed to have made a big decision. Flying beast, return to the netherworld with the other beasts. What about you? The flying beast paused after deep thought before asking. I must return to the city of supreme beings with Chi. Lu Moling said, still having important things to do. Farewells were inevitable. The people of the departed soul sect wouldn't let Xiongqi go. Sooner or later, they'd come looking. Since that was the case, she might as well plan ahead and bring danger away from the Sylvan Zone near Silo City, which was the last thing she could do for the creatures. Arg arg arg. Upon hearing Lu Moling was leaving, the beasts began to mournfully howl in sorrow, reluctant to let her go. This parting is only temporary. One day, we will meet again, so don't be sad. Lu Moling smiled brightly and hugged the flying beast's neck casually, pretending to be calm. Ling Ling, are you sure? The flying beast asked with difficulty. For nearly 10 years, they had practically been inseparable. Lu Moling nodded resolutely. In that case, go ahead then. The flying beast said, stepping back to end the embrace. Since you've already decided, then act decisively. You have Xiongqi by your side, I am at ease. But remember, Ling Ling, the netherworld will always be your home. That was the best way to say goodbye. Chu Lingyue couldn't stand such emotional displays, lightly tapping her feet and leaping onto the treetops to leave. Such leisure time could be better spent cultivating more feelings with Jun Yiming. Thank you for taking care of Ling Ling. In the future, I'll protect her well. Xiongqi stood beside Lu Moling like a little man, speaking up. Xiongqi, remember what you've said. The flying beast's eyes gleamed before glancing at Lu Moling one last time, etching her figure deeply into his mind. I and the beast will wait for you in the netherworld. All right. Lu Moling held her head high, almost afraid to look at the flying beast for fear she'd burst into tears the next moment. Let's go. The flying beast announced, flapping his wings and leading the beasts into the Sylvan Zone. Aru aru aru. Chasing winds wolves, swift-wind beasts, and other beasts bellowed their reluctance and sadness at Lu Moling's departure as they moved further and further away. Until they disappeared, Lu Moling's parting emotions finally overwhelmed her. She squatted down, covering her face and sobbing loudly. Wow, it felt as though her heart were being cut with a knife. Ling Ling. Xiongqi's small hand patted Lu Moling's back. His mouth curved downward as he wanted to offer some comforting words, but remembered his poor ability to console others. Her looks changed, but her innocent and playful character remained unchanged. Silent. Until Lu Moling stopped crying, wiped away her tears, and stood up again, her gaze becoming resolute once more. Chi, let's reform our pact. Agreed. Xiongqi also nodded firmly. No matter how many times you reincarnate in the future, in every life, I will find you and protect you, until the heavens dry up, until all beings lose their spirits. Chapter 126. Still causing a fuss? Chu Lingyue quietly returned to the cave, and Jun Yiming's tall figure flashed as he immediately appeared before her, catching her red-handed. His long eyes slightly lowered on her, every gesture charming. You released it? His thin lips parted, revealing an air of devilish pleasure. Chu Lingyue tightly pursed her pink lips, instinctively placing her hands on his strong chest as she leaned back awkwardly. Hee. She gave a nervous laugh. So he already knew. Jun Yiming gently placed his distinctively knotted fingers on her beautiful face, his tone laced with affection. What are you laughing about? According to what Mo Sha said, Xiongqi was sealed by you in the Zersan Demon Beast Mountain Range, so I thought that if you knew Xiongqi had reappeared and would seal him again, then I wouldn't have needed to tell you. Chu Lingyue smiled, using her face to gently rub against Jun Yiming's hand in counterattack. Is that so? Jun Yiming's lips curled upward as his gaze softened, but his heart betrayed helplessness. Was it not because you promised someone else to save Xiongqi? To get the beast you on? Realizing she'd been exposed, Chu Lingyue immediately embraced Jun Yiming around his waist, resorting to sweetness instead of toughness. Well, there was no other way. A promise must be fulfilled, otherwise one would be struck by heaven's wrath and lightning. You care so much about me. You can't possibly just watch me die under heaven's thunder, right? Jun Yiming nodded. That makes sense. The sweet fragrance of the young girl wafted continuously into his nose, as though trying to merge with him entirely. In this situation, what more could he say? Just Xiongqi. If it were to make mistakes again, it would be sealed on the spot. So you approve? Chu Lingyue looked up at Jun Yiming with her head tilted, gazing into his eyes. If he didn't lower his head, she feared she wouldn't even see his expression clearly. Yet no matter from which angle she viewed, the man in front of her was flawless, elegant, and noble. Worthy indeed of the man she admired. Each of his glances exuded unmatched dominance. Jun Yiming, however, arrogantly turned his head away. If you've already made my decision for me, do I still need your approval? From their first meeting until now, there had never been anything he could truly hold over Chu Lingyue. It seemed like she always got the better of him, leaving him seething. With lively features, Chu Lingyue tiptoed, directly wrapping her arms around his neck and clinging onto him like a kangaroo. Her small head rubbed repeatedly against his chest as her tone grew flirtatious. I knew you were the best. Chu, call me Ayu. Chu Lingyue corrected him. Are we not on such terms? Calling me by my full name sounds too distant. I don't like it. No problem for a rookie lover. She could teach him step by step. Ayu. Thus, two rigid words escaped Jun Yiming's mouth. He felt extremely awkward all over yet strangely elated. All right, I'm here. Chu Lingwei responded enthusiastically. In a swift move, Jun Yiming lifted Chu Lingwei who was hanging off his neck, and a domineering aura swept through. Your injuries aren't fully healed yet. Rest well, and don't wander around these days. Okay, I'll listen to you, Chu Lingwei said. 2 days later, outside the cave, Chu Lingwei was stretching her muscles when Masha, sent to check on the 4 elders, brought back an unwelcome piece of news. Miss Chu, Miss Air has gone missing. Masha knelt half down in front of Chu Lingwei, sincerely apologizing. When did this happen? Chu Lingwei questioned in confusion. During the battle with the Lihuan sect, I unfortunately had to knock Miss Air unconscious. The 4 elders mentioned that after Miss Air woke up, she neither cried nor threw a tantrum, but within less than half an incense stick time, she disappeared. Masha answered. Alas. Chu Lingwei sighed deeply, unexpectedly having been outfoxed by Chu Siyu. I will think of a way, you may retreat for now. Her elemental skills had been sealed by Jun Yiming, making it utterly impossible to divine Chu Siyu's location through fortune-telling. It was disastrous. With a person of her size disappearing in the demon beast forest, should she end up in the clutches of the Lihuan sect, wouldn't she only serve as a hostage? Impossible. She still had the Chitta beast by her side. She could escape. At most, she would stay within the underground city's perimeter searching for her. Nevertheless, she still had to go and see. Just as Chu Lingwei had made up her mind and prepared to leave, someone immediately blocked her path. Where are you going? He had already heard the conversation between Masha and her, only to see Jun Yiming's handsome face filled with seriousness, radiating immense pressure. So, are my words falling on deaf ears? Rest properly. How come she couldn't listen, yet insisted on wandering around recklessly? As soon as she caught a moment, she would practice the Bai Luo Zijia technique, unable to rest even for a moment. There's nothing I can do. You sealed my 5 elements magic, so I can't divine Ayu's location. I have to look for her myself. The demon beast forest is so vast, I don't even know where to start. If Uncle finds out that I've lost Ayu, he'll surely punish me. Chu Lingwei muttered resentfully, but realized there was nothing much she could do about it other than a bit of complaining. Jun Yiming was unyielding and would never lift the seal on her magic skills. He was too strong, and she couldn't match him in battle or with mere words. Absolutely not. Jun Yiming's tone was firm and domineering, showing the arrogance of a born king. The atmosphere around them suddenly plummeted to 0 degrees, making people shiver. Chu Lingwei was someone who didn't respond well to brute force. When she saw Jun Yiming trying to pressure her, she put her hands on her hips and argued. Do you think just because you say no, I won't go? She's my sister. If something happens, it's me who has to take responsibility, not you. Unless you help me lift the seal. Chu Lingwei tilted her head proudly, glaring at Jun Yiming without fear. Hee, she was pretty clever. There were only 2 options in front of Jun Yiming. Let her find Chu Siyu, or help lift the magical seal. However, Jun Yiming had no intention from the start to choose either of these common paths. Suddenly, he picked her up and held her tightly against his chest. With her feet dangling in the air, Chu Lingwei lost her balance entirely and ended up lying in his arms. What are you doing? I need to find Ayu. Put me down. Chu Lingwei struggled, pulling and tugging at Jun Yiming, but their strength gap was too great. Her small limbs could barely make him flinch. Damn, Chu Lingwei was fuming, shaking her long legs violently as she repeatedly hit his chest with tiny fists. Let me go. Let me go. She was genuinely anxious. She had always thought Jun Yiming was serious and pure-hearted, but it turned out he was incredibly stubborn. He wouldn't budge once he made up his mind, regardless of soft or hard persuasion. It infuriated her. Mo Sha. At Jun Yiming's command, Mo Sha appeared swiftly behind them, kneeling half down. His cold sweat started dripping. Oh no, was this a scene he should be witnessing? I'm here. Go search. Jun Yiming was very concise. Yes. How could he possibly stay in such an awkward place when neither of them could offend? Better slip away fast. Jun Yiming carried Chu Lingwei straight into the cave while ignoring her struggling. Despite her resistance, he stayed calm and composed. Chu Lingwei's personality was capricious, mischievous, yet flexible. She could adapt easily between crying and making a fuss. The 2 choices she proposed were simply trap set for him. If he weren't careful, he'd fall right into her schemes. When it came to her, his focus was maintaining clarity of thought so as not to be led around by her nose. Chu Lingwei, is that really necessary? Didn't expect her tricks to be ineffective? Put me down. Since her previous attempts were useless, she decided to try another strategy. Just a moment ago, she was acting cute and throwing tantrums. Now she was poised and composed, leaving Jun Yiming utterly confused. So be it. Then, only by responding accordingly would he keep pace with her. He placed Chu Lingwei back down. Chapter 127. Unwilling to be sealed again. How about it? Still causing trouble? Jun Yiming's handsome face was calm as water, as if he had already grasped her changeable nature. Is causing trouble useful? Chu Lingwei shot Jun Yiming a glare, then walked straight to the stone bench and sat down, showing no interest. It was clear that causing trouble was useless. Uffed. Jun Yiming suddenly burst into laughter. This smile made the beauty of the world seem to fade. He knew Chu Lingwei was deliberately fooling him, never imagining his emotions would be so led by hers. What are you laughing at? Chu Lingwei's face was full of dissatisfaction, but her heart was captivated by his charming smile. She couldn't help but feel stirred and decided to forgive him this time, considering his divine beauty. Why are you always so self-willed? You can be both humble and stubborn to achieve your goals. Chu Lingwei was the only woman he had ever met who could possess both courage and cunning, wise yet crafty. Though these traits didn't blend well, they were not repulsive, rather uniquely appealing. This was why Chu Lingwei attracted him. For no reason. A fleeting hint of melancholy flashed in Chu Lingyue's eyes. After long trials in the world, she knew what was important and what wasn't, their balance forming who she is today. She tilted her head looking at Jun Yiming, her pink lips curved slightly. My personality is like this naturally, but my judgment has always been excellent. I judge objects thusly, and people similarly. Jun Yiming blushed again under Chu Lingyue's steady gaze. Unsure why each time she openly confessed her feelings, his body and mind couldn't resist stirring. You're blushing. Chu Lingyue teased playfully, walking closer to Jun Yiming and teasing him again. I just like how you like me. She stood on her tiptoes, her hands circling around his neck, moving closer to him. Jun Yiming found himself utterly trapped by Chu Lingyue, unable to move, and could only respond. He admitted, falling over and over into the gentle allure crafted by Chu Lingyue. Following destiny, he would obey his heart, responding to all. Jun Yiming took charge, easily turning the gentleness into an assertive and dominant response. Chu Lingyue widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at his stunning beauty, yet her eyes shone with clever brightness. His offensive initiative pleased her greatly. Jun Yiming, you cannot escape now. Time passed quietly. Chu Siyu, disheveled and accompanied by Cheetah Beast, had spent several days searching through the monster forest for Chu Lingyue, still finding no trace of her. Dazed, she collapsed under a tree, beneath the blazing sun. Could she have been eaten by monsters? No, I must continue searching. Thinking of the worst scenario, she got up from the ground again. Sister, why don't we go to that hilltop? Aren't there 4 elders who you saved? Perhaps they know something. Cheetah Beast casually suggested. That makes sense too. The high priest said sister is still alive. She will definitely seek out the elder gentleman. Chu Siyu realized her mistake immediately. Let's go. Perhaps Emo Sha is there. He must know where sister is. But after taking just 2 steps forward, her feet froze at the sight of the incoming person. Her expression contorted exaggeratedly. Nanjiao. Never in her wildest dreams did she think that in such a vast monster forest, she'd bump into Nanjiao. And even worse, Nan Mingyuan was with her, flanked by 7 or 8 people from the Lihuan sect. How could she possibly run away now? But she certainly couldn't show fear either. Never had she thought that on her way back to the Lihuan sect, she would encounter Chu Siyu. They wanted to peel her skin off and draw out her tendons. At the very sight of Chu Siyu, Nanjiao grew excited as if seeing prey. She wished nothing more than to tear her apart on the spot. Brother, Chu Siyu conspired with Chu Lingyue to tie me up, refusing to give me food. They left me alone in the monster forest to feed the beasts. It's payback time for everything new and old alike. Catch her. I want to torture her. Men, capture her. Upon Nan Mingyuan's command, he also had no intention of letting Chu Siyu escape. With her in hand, wouldn't Chu Lingyue have to surrender willingly? At this moment, Nan Mingyuan and others were unaware that the Lihuan sect had already withdrawn. Don't worry, sister. I won't let them bully you. Cheetah Beast would not allow these bad people to catch Chu Siyu. Especially when they had tormented Nanjiao before, getting caught would result in severe retaliation. Its body flew into the air and landed firmly once more, tightly hugging Chu Siyu. Invincible drill wind. Given their superior numbers, since they couldn't win, running seemed the best course of action. Cheetah Beast stirred up a cloud of dust, and by the time the dust settled, they had already disappeared from the scene, leaving behind a hole barely large enough to hold one person. Nan Mingyuan and Nanjiao approached, observing the deep hole whose bottom they couldn't see. Escaped. Brother, please help me catch Chu Siyu for revenge. Whoa. Nanjiao expressed her resentment. Nanjiao, don't worry. If she dares to return to Hill City, I will make sure she gets what she deserves. Nan Mingyuan revealed a cruel look on his face. Not just Chu Siyu, but Chu Lingyue as well, would be dealt with mercilessly. Now the most important thing is to find the great protector and father. Let's go. Leading his subordinates, Nan Mingyuan rushed off with Nanjiao toward the underground city of the Lihuan sect. But when they arrived, all they found was a battlefield wasteland. Everyone had vanished without a trace. Nan Mingyuan felt an ominous premonition and immediately ordered his men from the Lihuan sect to investigate. He then returned to Hill City with Nanjiao. Having escaped from Nanjiao's clutches, Chu Siyu popped out of the ground. Sister, don't worry, we've shaken them off. Cheetah Beast kept watching around, noticing that they had already reached the hilltop. Thank you, little rabbit. Chu Siyu stood up from the dirt, turning to see the temporary dwelling place of the 4 elders. She held Cheetah Beast tightly and ran excitedly. Venerable Elder Chong. The 4 elders had been waiting anxiously for 3 or 5 days after hearing Emo Sha say they hadn't yet located Chu Siyu. Siyu, you're finally back. Where have you been these past few days? The 4 elders quickly came to meet her, surrounding her in case she disappeared again. Have you seen my sister? She asked. Without news about Chu Lingyue, nothing would stop her from continuing her search. We haven't seen her, but we heard the girl was gravely injured, Qiu Qi said. Chu Siyu, upon hearing the grave injury of Chu Lingyue, couldn't contain herself anymore. What? My sister is hurt. Where is she now? I need to see her. We're still awaiting more information. However, you can ask Emo Sha. It's been he who's provided updates and searched for you. Fearing you might have been captured by the remaining forces of the Lihuan sect, Ho Zheng informed her. So where is Emo Sha? No sooner had she finished speaking than Emo Sha appeared before her. Miss, I shall immediately fetch Miss Chu. Please wait patiently here. In his heart, Imo Sha was crying bitterly because he'd spent several days fruitlessly searching through the vast monster forest like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, she had emerged voluntarily. All right, thank you. Chu Siyu slightly bowed her body in gratitude. Imo Sha departed at once. Ho Zheng and others, seeing how disheveled Chu Siyu looked, assumed she had endured many hardships over these days, so they promptly prepared her some food. Within 3 hours, Imo Sha returned to Chu Lingyue, reporting the good news of finding Chu Siyu. Chu Lingyue persuaded Jun Yiming to tear apart the void space to appear before Chu Siyu in the shortest time possible. Jun Yiming took Chu Lingyue and tore the void space to leave. Not far away, Luo Ling peeked her little head watching them disappear. Ling, they're gone. Shall we go too? Xiongqi asked, though he inwardly harbored resentment towards Jun Yiming since he had initially been defeated and sealed due to an injury. Hence he thought it was dishonorable. No, we'll follow Chu Lingyue. Luo Ling insisted, as early on she had planned this out. Chu Lingyue single-handedly helped her rescue Xiongqi, and thus surely could do more for her. Why? Xiongqi, blinking his crimson large eyes, was emotionally agitated. Didn't you see that man next to her? He once sealed me. Chapter 128. My sister used to be a jerk. He is a tyrant who doesn't make sense. Me? Xiongqi the ferocious beast, feared by all, and even I dare not provoke him. Xiongqi stood with his hands on his waist, but the latter part of his sentence lost its force. He did not want to be sealed again for 100 years. That taste was worse than death, and he couldn't even stay by Lingling's side. I know, but as long as Chu Lingyue is around, he won't do that, and I won't let him seal you again. Chi-Chi, trust me. Luo Ling gazed at Xiongqi earnestly. Each of my reincarnations has a reason. If this calamity remains unresolved, I will still be unable to escape fate, dying more tragically life after life. I need someone trustworthy to help me. Chu Lingyue has saved both you and me, and I choose to trust her. Luo Ling continued, deciding to follow her heart and no longer be manipulated by fate. I'm ready to throw it all away. What's the big deal if I die another miserable death? What's the difficulty? Lingling. Xiongqi spread his arms and embraced Luo Ling, choked with emotion. You've suffered too much. Having you by my side makes everything worthwhile. Luo Ling rubbed Xiongqi's little head. So listen to me, Chi-Chi. Let's secretly follow Chu Lingyue, okay? All right, I'll follow you. Whatever you say goes. Xiongqi nodded firmly. Even if that tyrant seals me again, I will stand by you. Don't talk nonsense. You were severely injured saving me, giving him the chance. Chi-Chi, I swear I'll protect you with my life. Luo Ling said sincerely, unwilling to revisit those past memories. The important thing is now and the future. Me too. Thank you. Luo Ling sincerely thanked him, but her stomach betrayed her, growling loudly, breaking the emotional moment. Chi-Chi, I'm hungry. She covered her growling stomach and looked pitifully at Xiongqi. Stay here and don't wander off. I'll be back soon. Xiongqi, despite his small frame, had already taken on the responsibility of being a little adult. On the mountaintop, Jun Yiming held Chu Lingyue as they tore through space and landed steadily. Wait for me here. Chu Lingyue instructed, fearing Jun Yiming's appearance might startle them. All right. Jun Yiming agreed but then arbitrarily added, you have 1 incense stick's worth of time. Okay, I understand. Chu Lingyue rolled her eyes and mumbled discontentedly under her breath. Unfeeling exploiter. Jun Yiming raised an eyebrow slightly, having heard her but not understanding what she meant. It's nothing. Chu Lingyue pouted, turning to walk towards the bamboo forest in the mountain. Inside the barrier was a natural cave, which could hold at least 20 people. Outside the cave was a pile of firewood set alight, while Chu Siyu was hungrily devouring some food, hugging Cheetah Beast. 4 elder men gathered around her, asking nonstop questions as she enthusiastically bragged about her exploits. My sister used to be such a jerk, always sticking up for outsiders and going against our father, always causing trouble wherever she went. Her reputation was awful, making our father blow up in anger each month. At least 3 times she'd be sentenced to kneel in front of the family shrine. Chu Siyu chewed sloppily, exaggerating her tales shamelessly. And me? My dad found me in the Demon Beast Mountains. Ever since I can remember, I've lived with my sister and others. My sister also has a brother, who is also my brother, but she hasn't been any less irritating to him. Now it's different. Maybe around May before, after my sister survived the Demon Beast Forest, she totally changed. Now, she acts so clever yet simple, especially clearer in her judgments. I like her better this way, full of righteousness and self-assured. The 4 elders simply could not associate the Chu Lingyue depicted by Chu Siyu with the one they had met. Their jaws almost dropped in shock. Chu Lingyue pursed her lips. How could anyone describe their own sister as a jerk? Do I really appear that bad to her? And come on, I didn't kneel in the family shrine every month recently. Chu Lingyue finally interrupted Chu Siyu's incessant boasting with the 4 elders. She needed to show up, or who knows what other tales would be fabricated about her. Murder? Arson? Robbery? She was pretty sure there would be no shortage of such accusations. When Chu Siyu heard Chu Lingyue's voice, all her hair stood on end, as though caught red-handed gossiping maliciously behind someone's back. She shot up immediately, causing the startled Cheetah Beast to roll off her lap. Sis. I didn't say anything, she blurted out. She swiveled her stiff neck around to look at Chu Lingyue, and seeing her standing intact right before her eyes, she dashed forward, crying. Sis, I thought you were gone. Chu Lingyue nearly stumbled backward. Steadying herself, she gently patted her younger sister's back. Here I am safe and sound. So please stop cursing me. She had a memory for slights. She clearly remembered Chu Siyu's slander earlier. Lingwei girl. The four elders' eyes brimmed with tears, their hearts greatly comforted. I said it. Lingwei girl will naturally be blessed by good fortune. Thank heaven. Then the four of them began to devoutly kneel and pray to the sky. Chu Lingwei. Shouldn't they first come and greet her? Why kneel to heaven and earth first? The initially fallen cheetah beast also quickly ran over, jumping onto Chu Siyu's shoulder. Big sister, you're back. Uh-huh. Chu Lingwei released Chu Siyu and smiled slightly. How about the good place I found for you? Yeah, I really like it. The cheetah beast blushed. Initially, it truly thought Chu Lingwei was going to roast and eat it, trembling with fear, but now, it only wanted to stay by Chu Siyu. Naturally, Chu Siyu knew that cheetah beast was specially sent to her by Chu Lingwei. Thank you for bringing cheetah beast to me. I like it very much. Think what? I'm your sister, Chu Lingwei teased. I heard everything you said behind my back this time. I forgive you this once, no next time. I just spoke frankly, though there might be some exaggeration, but you used to be nothing more than a complete jerk, savage, unreasonable, and ruthless. Could she not let her speak the truth? Chu Lingwei. Chu Siyu's personality is truly straightforward, one-track mind through and through, incapable of flexibility. Well, forgiven. Chu Lingwei didn't want to argue with her. She walked boldly to the four elders and sat on a stone stool, hands supporting her head, watching with great interest as they finished kneeling and praying to the sky. Lingwei girl, I knew you would survive. We heard you were badly injured. How are you feeling now? Let us have a look. Gu Xiao, Ho Zhong, Su Yuxian, Qiu Qi all gathered around. I'm already fine. This time I've come to arrange your new destination. Chu Lingwei smiled. Jun Yiming had only given her the time of an incense stick, so she decided to keep it brief. You can't stay in the Demon Beast Mountains forever, right? Where? The elders showed confusion on their faces. My home. Chu Lingwei gave a mysterious smile and immediately called out Chu Siyu. Ayu will take care of arranging you all. What? Chu Siyu's face revealed bewilderment, completely clueless about what Chu Lingwei was talking about. Ayu, you take the four elder grandfathers back to our home. Isn't Grandpa's courtyard still empty at our house? Clean it up, then settle down. Chu Lingwei instructed. No problem. Chu Siyu was also hospitable. After understanding Chu Lingwei's motive, she immediately agreed with her actions. But wouldn't we be causing trouble for you? People from the Lihuan sect know and won't let us go. Su Yuxian worriedly expressed his concern. Their spiritual veins had been destroyed, leaving them useless, and they didn't want to drag her down. Chapter 129, Notes of the Five Elements Spirit Arts. The underground city has already been destroyed. How did they know you were rescued by me? Moreover, perhaps they were using you for blood sacrifices and deliberately destroying the evidence, so that their past misdeeds would never be exposed. Chu Lingwei countered. Lihuan's sect might not even realize yet, and by the time they do, we'll be long gone without a trace. If we completely change our identities and show up in Hill City, who would know? It seems, Su Yuxian said, the four elders nodding to each other, finally making a decision. All right, as long as it doesn't involve you, we'll follow your arrangements. Anyway, we have nowhere else to go. Miss Lingwei, thank you. Don't mention it. Let's not forget our bet. I don't particularly enjoy being charitable. All consequences must come with repayment. Chu Lingwei said with a smile on her pink lips. That's natural. Qiu Qi patted his chest and assured her. He didn't hesitate at all and directly pulled out the secret technique of Beast Emperor sect. Yellowed pages, though old, but preserved very well. This is the Beast Emperor fist from my Beast Emperor sect. Train well, and one day you can conquer the world without rival. This is my Chalai sect's Chalai treasure scripture. It can summon heavenly thunder for attack. Keep it. Su Yuxian shoved an ancient treasure scripture into Chu Lingwei's hands, and thus she became the last inheritor of the Chalai sect. This is the Fulling Manual. If used properly, it can serve as tempering fire for refining weapon spirits, sparing the waste of spirit power, Gu Xiao whispered. This was something he had never told anyone, not even the disciples of the Fulling sect. Thank you all. I won't politely decline such a gift. Chu Lingwei happily said, embracing the idea that when good things come your way, there's no reason to say no. Take them. You're now our only heir. Our sect's hope rests entirely on you. The four elders entrusted Chu Lingwei with their hopes. Chu Lingwei suddenly felt the pressure. Why did it seem like accepting their sect's manuals came with baggage? Just then, Ho Zhong stood quietly beside Chu Lingwei and spoke softly. Miss Lingwei, regarding the research notes on spirit arts, I don't have them on me. Perhaps you'll need to visit Xingshou sect personally. Originally, the Five Elements spirit art was forbidden in the Canglan Continent, so we didn't dare to make it too conspicuous. But rest assured, it's not just the notes of the Five Elements spirit art. Xingshou sect's secret techniques and star constellation arrays are also placed together. Where? Chu Lingwei asked. All right, she was ready to make the trip. What could stop her with such tempting notes awaiting her discovery? She intended to see just how far Ho Zhong had studied these arts, whether or not his knowledge of the Five Elements spirit art surpassed hers. Proud Radiant City, in the dark room of the Xingshou sect's ancestral hall. Ho Zhong replied. Good. I understand. I will retrieve it personally. Chu Lingwei smiled. Chu Siyu didn't understand what they were whispering about, and began grumbling while pulling Chu Lingwei. I thought you died at the hands of Lihuan's sect earlier. Then I met the high priest. He said you were still alive. I searched for you in the demon beast forest, almost losing my mind. Later, I encountered Nan Zio and Nan Mingyuan. Fortunately, we had Chi-Tu beast, otherwise, you would have definitely missed me. The high priest is here. Chu Lingwei furrowed her elegant brows. Mu Lingfeng should have successfully returned to Hill City, which is why Dongfang would come, but slightly late. Yes, why don't you care about me? I almost fought with Nan Ziyo. Chu Xiu puffed out her cheeks, clearly feeling unimportant in Chu Lingyue's eyes. Chu Lingyue examined Chu Xiu carefully, blinked her lively eyes, and teased. You're fine, aren't you? Chu Lingyue. Chu Xiu clenched her fists, shouting her name word by word. She seemed entirely deflated, knowing full well Chu Lingyue wouldn't care for her, but maybe this was her own fault. I'm teasing you. You're my sister, how could I not care about you? With Chi-Tu Beast by your side, I'm at ease, Chu Lingyue laughed, finally stopping her mockery of Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu suddenly became self-conscious. Before she was captured by Nan Ziyo, all she wanted was to find the mysterious master to teach her secrets. But now, her stubbornness was gone. Forget it, if I can't find him, then so be it. Instead, she sighed in relief. Chu Lingyue didn't understand. Nothing, I just think you're great. Chu Xiu said stubbornly, looking up at the sky. What? I didn't hear clearly, please repeat it, Chu Lingyue asked loudly. Chu Xiu stomped her feet on the spot, extremely shy. Ugh, you're so annoying. Must she keep pressing the matter? Haha. Chu Lingyue covered her mouth and laughed. Suddenly, in the depths of the bamboo forest, a dark figure appeared in her line of sight. Was someone getting impatient? In a serious tone, she said, Ayu, take the 4 venerable elders back to Hill City today. I'll arrange for Masha to escort you all the way. Then what about you? Chu Xiu countered. Yeah, kid, what about you? Aren't you coming with us? The 4 elders asked simultaneously. 2 months from now is the Starry Academy admission competition. I need to strengthen my body during this period. The Starry Academy in Proud Radiant City isn't easy to get into, Chu Lingyue smiled. That's true. Chu Xiu nodded in agreement. She currently didn't know how Chu Lingyue had been training, but with experts abounding on the battlefield, without improving her strength, how could she fight and compete for a place at the Starry Academy? But, if I can fool the Lihuan sect, why are you still worried? But if Uncle asks about me, do you know how to answer? Chu Lingyue asked. I know, report joy but not worry. Keep it short and sweet, fewer trivialities. Simplify the complicated. Chu Xiu puckered her lips and replied. Despite her usual boldness, she was actually very clever. Alright, then the 4 venerable grandfathers will be left in your care temporarily. Chu Lingyue earnestly patted Chu Xiu's shoulder, bestowing her high expectations. You, suddenly being so polite, I can hardly handle it. Chu Xiu got goosebumps all over her body and distanced herself from Chu Lingyue. Fine then, take them back, I'm leaving. Chu Lingyue finished her instructions and turned around, ready to walk away and wash her hands of responsibility. Lingyue, have a safe journey. The 4 elders stood in place wiping their tears, watching her leave with heavy hearts. Chu Xiu was stunned. Was that even a proper farewell? Come back soon. I'll be waiting for you at home. Chu Xiu embraced Cheetah Beast and waved goodbye to Chu Lingyue with reluctance. Chu Lingyue waved back as she faced them, then bid farewell gracefully, disappearing deep into the bamboo forest. After Chu Lingyue left, they were still lost in the melancholy of parting when Masha appeared before them. Miss, everyone, let me escort you back to Hill City. Jun Yiming embraced Chu Lingyue's delicate waist and tore through space, returning to their temporary lodging. But upon landing, Chu Lingyue immediately summoned Xianyu to practice moves against Jun Yiming. Look out for my sword. Jun Yiming's thin lips curled slightly as he effortlessly deflected the Bai Luo Xian Yu sword skill used by Chu Lingyue. During this time, her swordplay had improved significantly, and when wielding her martial spirit, her spirit energy had become much richer. Good job. He couldn't help but praise her. Praise aside, just give me a serious fight, Chu Lingyue urged, but all she saw was Jun Yiming constantly dodging and testing her techniques. Chapter 130, A Century's Covenant. Just as he was about to have a serious fight with Chu Lingyue, she promptly called for a halt. Jun Yiming's devilishly charming face revealed his confusion. We'll fight later. There's an urgent matter. Chu Lingyue sheathed her Xianyu sword, as she perceived that the phoenix which had reabsorbed the beast essence had awakened. She lightly leaped down and released both Xiao Qingtuan and the fire phoenix at the same time. Xiao Qingtuan, seeing his father, longed to throw himself into tears and rush forward. It had been quite a while since he'd seen his not-so-benevolent old father. The connected bloodline made him always enthusiastic towards Chu Lingyue and Jun Yiming. Daddy, I miss you so much. However, instead of being greeted by the touch of paternal love, a slap mercilessly sent him flying. Slap, whoosh. Xiao Qingtuan's entire body flew out in an arc. Chu Lingyue's eyebrows slightly arched. Was this how one should be acting as someone's father? Every time, he seemed intent on slapping Xiao Qingtuan onto the ground, unable to pull him back up. Not just Chu Lingyue. Even the fire phoenix couldn't help but feel a chill run down its spine when it saw this. Xiao Qingtuan's father was somewhat violent. Jun Yiming's chiseled features were filled with disdain and arrogance. In his memory, the sacred beast Zhu Ke had undergone a complete transformation from start to end, entirely unlike its previously cool and composed self. This contrast was indeed hard for him to accept. The slapped-away Xiao Qingtuan quickly returned to Chu Lingyue's side, tightly hugging her leg, sobbing like a teary child, continuously accusing his father of his wrongdoing. Mommy, look, Daddy hit me again. Snot mixed with tears gave off such a pitiful appearance that even the fire phoenix began to disdain him. Was this the same Xiao Qingtuan who wanted to ride on its head and act like the boss? Even over something as trivial as being slapped away by his own father, he had to cling to his mother and complain? Its sense of values was refreshed once more. Jun Yiming, can't you give him some slack? Why are you nitpicking with a child? Chu Linghua put her hands on her hips. She really couldn't bear to watch anymore. After all, every time Xiao Qingtuan met Jun Yiming, he would get beaten. And the reasons for getting beaten were myriad and strange. The most common reason was that Xiao Qingtuan was said to turn against his family, but wasn't it all for her peace of mind as a mother? How did I behave? Jun Yiming asked assertively, never thinking that what he did was inappropriate. Zhu Kei's behavior truly irritated him. Wasn't he allowed to discipline the beast? He's still a child, Chu Linghua weakly argued. Jun Yiming retorted, he's 10,000 years old. What does child mean here? Zhu Kei had already been with him for more than 10,000 years. Now, because of his cute appearance, he was suddenly considered a child? Chu Linghua opened her mouth wide in disbelief. She looked at Jun Yiming, then stared at Xiao Qingtuan. With his thin little arms and legs, how could he possibly be 10,000 years old? Xiao Qingtuan himself was also perplexed. His violent adoptive father sure did pick the wrong thing to mention. Wasn't his current appearance adorable enough? He was after all created through the fusion of their two kinds of blood and good genes. Zhu Kei accompanied me in battles across the land, with killing power comparable to the ferocious beast Xiongqi. Back then, in his battle with Xiongqi, he showed remarkable bravery and emerged victorious. So now, do you still think he is a half-grown child? Jun Yiming questioned. Oh, seeing Chu Linghua's expression change, she pointed at Xiao Qingtuan but could not articulate any coherent response. How could she believe that such a small child could evenly contend with the fierce beast Xiongqi? Yet he was still clinging to her leg, asking for affection? My goodness this. She simply could not associate the Xiao Qingtuan before her eyes with the one described by Jun Yiming. Mother. Xiao Qingtuan realized his small disguise had been exposed. He began to shake her leg playfully as he started cooing. Recently, his memory had recovered significantly, especially those profound memories related to his past, following Jun Yiming in wars, killing countless enemies with satisfaction. Therefore, he knew everything Jun Yiming said was true without any falsity. Though the memory of fighting Xiongqi had yet to fully recover, he remembered that it did happen. Still, all he wanted was to be Mother's most beloved baby. Mother, I am young. I don't know what Daddy is talking about. Xiao Qingtuan sniffed, nearly starting to cry again. All right. Nope, everything Daddy says is a lie. Chu Linghua's heart softened again. She squatted down and took out a handkerchief to wipe away his tears. In Chu Linghua's blind spot, Xiao Qingtuan grinned, as if challenging. Indeed, Mother liked him soft and cute the most. As long as he kept his youthful innocence, he would be the winner. Daddy, come at me anytime. Jun Yiming narrowed his deep eyes. He knew well that Xiao Qingtuan was deliberately pretending to be frail in front of Chu Linghua. Such petty scheming dared to show off under his nose like a carpenter showing skills in front of Lu Ban. His pretense would eventually be exposed. Good girl, stop crying. Mommy is here, Daddy won't bully you. Chu Linghua was completely deceived by Xiao Qingtuan's appearance. Anyway, the child couldn't be wrong. It must be Jun Yiming's fault. She herself had raised her child with great care. How could she not know him? Jun Yiming had deliberately been picking on her son. Thinking of this, Chu Linghua gave Jun Yiming a cold snort and pulled Xiao Qingtuan away, keeping 8 paces distance from him. Jun Yiming. The Fire Phoenix, seeing this situation, dared not offend either side. But it chose Chu Linghua, quietly taking her side. Jun Yiming wasn't bothered at all. He simply picked a suitable tree branch, leaned against it leisurely, his black robe fluttering in the wind. The burning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, sprinkling all over him. His eyes slightly closed in repose, making him appear very handsome. Chu Linghua couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Well, she lacked backbone. Just moments ago, she had intentionally widened the distance between her and Jun Yiming for Xiao Qingtuan. She hadn't expected him to use his good looks as a strategy. This scheming man. One day, she would devour him. Pretending to ignore him, she focused back on the Fire Phoenix as it spread its wings and flew before her. I have already fused with the beast's essence. Thank you. Thank you is unnecessary. Remember your promise, that's all. Chu Linghua smiled. That goes without saying. The Fire Phoenix suddenly felt awkward under Chu Linghua's persistent gaze. Humans can indeed be good or bad, but it had just been unlucky. If that's so, then let's sign an equal covenant. You'll only be subject to my command for 100 years. Once the time comes, the covenant will automatically dissolve. Chu Linghua said, unwilling to gain undue advantage where it wasn't hers. All right, I'll follow you. The Fire Phoenix immediately agreed. It flapped its wings, rising up to align itself with Chu Linghua's height. A stream of red light flowed out of its body. Starting now, I, the Fire Phoenix, shall advance and retreat together with Chu Linghua, acknowledging her as my master and binding myself for 100 years. The entire body of the Fire Phoenix turned into a luminous flow, then directly plunged into Chu Linghua's spiritual mind lake, forming a connection with her immediately. When the Fire Phoenix re-emerged, the covenant was complete. It's settled. From now on, you're my master. Just tell me if you need anything. The Fire Phoenix proudly arched its neck, speaking more amicably than during their first meeting. In that case, I'd better take you up on your offer. In the future, I hope we'll cooperate well. Hua hua. Chu Linghua's smile bloomed like a flower. Logically speaking, the Fire Phoenix was her officially contracted first magical beast. Xiao Qingtuan didn't count. He would recover his memory eventually and inevitably return to Jun Yiming. Just thinking about it made her reluctant to let go. Chapter 131. Daddy is so scary. The circle of soft fur around the phoenix's neck fluffed up and then flattened again. What kind of thing was Hua hua? Never mind. It didn't care to fuss over a title since they had already formed their pact. Chu Linghua could call it whatever she wanted. Hee hee, I will still be your older brother. Huahua. After forming the pact with Chu Linghua, Little Qingtu immediately moved in, hugging the phoenix's neck so tightly that it nearly strangled him. Cough, cough, cough. I get it, let go of me. The phoenix said, trying to shake off Little Qingtu. Don't keep hooking its neck like that. It hadn't practiced hard enough to transform into human form yet, and how could its wings match both of Little Qingtu's hands? Seizing the opportunity, the phoenix simply spread its wings and flew away. How could Little Qingtu let the phoenix escape? He quickly chased after. Younger brother, don't run. Little Qingtu and the recovered phoenix were chasing each other inside the demon beast forest, leaving Chu Linghua no time to intervene. As long as they stayed within her line of sight, she allowed them to play around. Her entire mind was focused on Jun Yiming. She walked to a tree and lightly leaped, gracefully flying right in front of Jun Yiming. Intentionally losing her balance, she fell straight into his broad embrace. Oops. Jun Yiming had originally been sulking with Chu Linghua, but sincerely held her tightly when she fell into his arms. Chu Linghua lay in Jun Yiming's arms, her hands lightly resting on his chest, while mischievous glances swept across her beautiful little face. Jun Yiming felt the softness of the person in his arms, stiffening his entire body, unable to move casually. The unique fragrance of a young maiden continuously attracted him. How could he remain angry at this point? He was too overwhelmed by affection to stay upset. Are you mad? Chu Linghua tilted her small head back, her hand lightly placed on his jawline, using her slender fingertips to gently trace the contour of his cheeks, a smooth texture. Her curled eyelashes looked even better than any woman's. Was he supposed to let her live, or not? Why are you angry? Jun Yiming counter-asked. I just helped Qingtu earlier instead of you. Chu Linghua said softly, hitting exactly where Jun Yiming was most vulnerable. What sort of heavenly creature was this? After tasting such pleasure, he was completely lost, and couldn't help but fall further into it. How can I be mad? I know Zhuke hasn't regained his memories yet, Jun Yiming said, obviously implying that he wouldn't quarrel with an innocent child. A thorough manipulative man. If Little Qingtu could handle something, could Jun Yiming not? So sometimes we should still be more lenient with children. Chu Linghua immediately agreed. All right, I'll listen to you. Jun Yiming concurred. Great. Chu Linghua became delighted momentarily, immediately leaning over and planting a kiss on his flawless face. Jun Yiming was inwardly happy, realizing that agreeing with Chu Linghua would bring pleasant surprises. But before he could continue rejoicing, Chu Linghua climbed off him, summoning Xianyu again. Let's continue. She was excited, ready to fight, her face clearly saying 4 big words, I want to fight. Sure enough, Chu Linghua's thoughts changed in an instant. She had just flirted with him, and now she wanted to duel atop the forbidden purple city. Skyfall Xianyu sword. Without hesitation, Chu Linghua activated her spirit power, swinging her sword skillfully towards Jun Yiming. Thousands of sword shadows soared into the sky. In a flash, Jun Yiming disappeared from the spot. By the time he reappeared, he was already standing in the air behind Chu Linghua. Don't just dodge, spar with me, and see the power of my Skyfall Xianyu sword. Chu Linghua laughed joyfully and swung her Xianyu sword towards Jun Yiming again. He kept one hand behind his back, towering tall and motionless. With just one hand, he deflected all her attacks. No matter which direction she attacked from, he always preempted her moves and dealt with them calmly. It wasn't until her strength was almost depleted that she realized Skyfall Zijia was given by Jun Yiming, and naturally he was extremely familiar with its moves. Perhaps he had practiced it even more perfectly than her. No way, she couldn't fight him using Skyfall Xianyu sword. Why stop fighting? Jun Yiming looked down thoughtfully, not understanding. Chu Linghua sat on the ground, retracting the Xianyu sword. She took out the Beast Emperor Fist Manual and Thunder Control Scripture given to her by Qiu Qi and Su Yuxian, along with Ge Xiao's Burning Spirit Manual. Skyfall Xianyu sword can't beat you. I need to find another way. After reviewing 3 cultivation manuals, she decided to start practicing the Thunder Control Scripture first. Putting away the first 2 manuals, she concentrated fully on reading it and memorized every detail of the book with her extraordinary memory. Jun Yiming's shadow materialized before Chu Linghua. So you won't cultivate Skyfall Zijia anymore? He suddenly felt a tinge of loss. Skyfall Zijia was the most suitable for her cultivation. Not really. It's just that I've already cultivated the earlier chapters, significantly improving my sword skills. They are completely sufficient against others, but they aren't good enough against you. You can predict all my moves due to your familiarity with Skyfall Zijia and with me. Even with your eyes closed, you know exactly where I am going to attack. My current strength isn't enough to unlock the later contents of the Billio Zijia. It's better for me to practice other sex techniques to build up my physical power. Chu Linghua gave a well-reasoned analysis. At present, her top priority was to enhance her strength rather than always refining herself in Billio Zijia. In the Canglan Continent, strength is paramount and martial spirits are essential. If she wanted to climb higher, she must make her martial spirit qualitatively improved. Indeed, Ayu is truly wise. Jun Yiming spoke with some self-satisfaction in his tone. Chu Linghua smiled slightly, then crossed her legs into a sitting posture, hands forming seals, mentally rehearsing all the content of the Thunder Control Scripture in her mind before beginning her cultivation in stillness. Jun Yiming stood in front of her, guarding her during meditation. However, not far away, Little Qingtu was playing noisily with the phoenix, the noise incessant. Jun Yiming narrowed his deep gaze. A dangerous aura erupted as his right hand lifted, white flowing light gathered, and instantly turned into sharp icicles, crystal clear and translucent. These fierce icicles flew toward Little Qingtu. Whiz whiz whiz. 3 crisp sounds followed. Each icicle as thick as fingers had 2 sharp ends. They pierced through the air with wind-like speed from the gap between Little Qingtu and the Phoenix, and farther ahead, at least a patch of trees fell neatly, startling birds and beasts alike. Little Qingtu and the Phoenix froze at the same time, their eyes locked onto Jun Yiming. An intangible cold gleam struck them, causing their body hair to stand on end as they stiffened in place. Go and play elsewhere. Don't make noise here. After much thought, Jun Yiming suppressed his almost explosive temper and said slowly. Had he not worried about upsetting Chu Lingyue, those icicles would have already pierced through both of them earlier. Mama, Daddy is so scary. With permission, like startled birds, Little Qingtu and the Phoenix immediately huddled together and disappeared in a flash towards the opposite direction. They were only 0.01 millimeters away from being obliterated back there. Once Little Qingtu and the Phoenix finally left, Jun Yiming focused his attention solely on protecting Chu Lingyue on either side of her. He lowered his elongated eyelids, fixing his unwavering eyes on her youthful face. She retained a hint of childish innocence, but already possessed the beauty that could outshine any nation. In another 2 years when her features matured, she would be even more stunningly beautiful. Just imagining it made Jun Yiming's heart sway. Somewhat belatedly, he pulled back his wandering thoughts, his face showing slight signs of embarrassment. How could he entertain such improper ideas? No way. If Chu Lingyue opened her eyes, she would surely see someone's flustered yet conflicted cute expression. Chapter 132, Riding the Wind. Time flew by. Chu Lingyue sat cross-legged in meditation for 3 whole days without opening her eyes. Jun Yiming stood guard beside her all this time, his mind unwavering. Perched on a nearby treetop, Little Qingtuan and Huofeng were lounging together, lazily munching on a wild watermelon. When will mother come out of seclusion? Qingtuan swung his little legs as he asked. It had been 3 days, and there was still no movement. Their adopted father remained by her side at all times, never straying far. It was almost impossible to approach her. I don't know, Huofeng replied. He actually hoped that Chu Lingyue would improve her abilities quickly. The stronger her master's power grew, the faster he could achieve his transformation. Moreover, due to the loss of his beast essence and vital energy, if he wanted to transform into human form as soon as possible, it would depend heavily on Chu Lingyue. When he succeeded in weathering the heavenly tribulation earlier, his beast essence had been taken away by humans, which caused his transformation attempt to fail. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel despondent. He now pinned all his hopes on Chu Lingyue. Qingtuan finished eating the watermelon, then tilted his head to look at Huofeng who was sitting beside him, suddenly filled with mischief. He began rubbing his hands together with an eerie smile. Aren't those thick feathers hot? Shall I pluck them for you? No, I'm not hot, don't touch me. Huofeng was so frightened that he dropped the watermelon, flapping his wings furiously to take off immediately, terrified that Qingtuan might do something unimaginable. Come on. Mommy, he's killing me. Huofeng and Qingtuan chased each other again through the beast forest. Luckily they flew far away, otherwise they would have been scolded once more by Jun Yiming. As they were chasing each other, the clear sky that moments ago showed no clouds suddenly became covered in dark clouds. Thunder roared loudly across the heavens. Crack! A few sharp sounds split the air as pure lightning struck from the heavens, instantly turning the surrounding trees into charred remnants. Qingtuan and Huofeng froze momentarily before hastily running back. Mother, save me! Roar! Neither of them expected that Chu Lingyue's vicinity had become a veritable magnet for lightning. Had Jun Yiming not been by her side, those lightning strikes surely would have targeted her directly. Both Qingtuan and Huofeng were stunned where they stood. After half an incense stick's worth of time passed, the sky cleared up. Chu Lingyue opened her eyes and felt brimming with vitality. She couldn't help but let joy climb onto her eyebrows. Let's have another sparring session. The thunder just now was summoned by her. The Chelly Lei manual lived up to its reputation. Her mind was filled with techniques and boundless vigor. Here comes my move. Chu Lingyue summoned the Xianyu sword. With a pinch of her right hand, a vague yet vivid flash of lightning appeared around the Xianyu sword. Oh, Xianyu could only feel himself electrified, wanting to explode with the buildup of energy. Chelly's sword technique. Chu Lingyue alternately wielded her sword, forming 108 streaks of lightning that transformed into sword chi rushing toward Jun Yiming. His lips curled upward slightly as he unleashed his martial spirit to directly confront Chu Lingyue's Chelly sword technique. They exchanged forms and shadowed each other rapidly. Meanwhile, Qingtuan and Huofeng sat nearby cheering them on, clapping their hands in delight. Mom is awesome. Yeah. The fluid sequence of moves left both of them evenly matched. Naturally, Chu Lingyue knew Jun Yiming deliberately unleashed martial spirits similar to hers. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for her to be utterly trounced by him. Not bad. The Chelly sword technique contains a deep and potent force of lightning, quite suitable for your current self. Jun Yiming praised generously, especially admiring Chu Lingyue's comprehension ability that managed to play 9/10 of the technique's potential. Chu Lingyue responded before continuing to demonstrate the remaining moves for Jun Yiming, exchanging techniques spiritedly. Chelly lightning. Chu Lingyue tightly grasped the Xianyu sword, pointing it towards the sky. Instantly, flashes of lightning converged at the tip of the Xianyu sword. She swung the sword decisively at Jun Yiming. Take this, Jun Yiming. As Chu Lingyue swung her sword down, beams of lightning erupted from the sword tip, condensing into one massive strike aimed squarely at Jun Yiming's head. Crackle! A loud thunderous crack echoed. and she found herself facing nothing but scorched earth when she regained focus. Extending dozens of meters ahead, everything lay shattered in the path of the lightning. Jun Yiming, Chu Lingyue called out, already missing his figure in front of her. Could he really have been hit? Impossible. Even thinking with her toes told her it wasn't likely. Without a sound, Jun Yiming appeared behind her, gently grabbing her right hand. His warm palm wrapped around hers, and inexplicably, her cheeks flushed under his tender grip. This move can be released in another way, delivering a fatal blow to your enemy. Jun Yiming patiently instructed. Holding Chu Lingyue's right hand, he raised the Xianyu sword high, gathering another powerful bolt of lightning energy. He swept his arm forward in the direction Chu Lingyue had previously struck. Sword chi accompanied by lightning flashed like 1,000 horses galloping, roaring, and surging forth. Chu Lingyue felt herself being thrown out, and then pulled back, her small body directly falling into Jun Yiming's embrace. Roar. After a roar of sword chi, the place it passed was scorched again by the lightning-infused sword chi. The range of the attack had at least tripled. Seeing the trees in the beast forest catch fire, Jun Yiming swung his long arms, extinguishing the burning trees instantly, only leaving wisps of white smoke curling up. Chu Lingyue was completely enveloped in Jun Yiming's arms, her head still buzzing. Did you see it clearly? Jun Yiming asked. Chu Lingyue nodded. She was almost flipped over by the strong sword chi. How could she have focused on observing how he swung the sword? But the power was indeed impressive. One strike took down a large area. Grasp the knack. When invoking Cheli lightning, infuse your martial spirit into the blade tip, and swing forcefully to widen the range of destruction. Jun Yiming explained. I understand. Chu Lingyue nodded, acknowledging that Jun Yiming was truly an outstanding prodigy. Just now, in front of him, she used the Cheli lightning once, and he precisely pinpointed the key points while recognizing the flaws in her technique. Try again. Jun Yiming carefully held her right hand and patiently taught her how to wield the Xianyu sword. They were tightly pressed together, causing someone's ears to flush red, eventually losing all composure to continue teaching her swordsmanship. Thus he ceased for the time being. What's wrong? Chu Lingyue wondered. Her right hand suddenly left empty, as Jun Yiming abruptly stopped without giving her any time to react. You try, I'll watch. Jun Yiming deliberately turned his gaze away, his heart beating heavily like a drum. To avoid her noticing his unusual state, he quickly put some distance between them, standing far off in midair. Chu Lingyue twitched her lips. Why create such a gap? It's not like she would eat him or something. Could he be blushing? Every time Jun Yiming got embarrassed, his behavior became awkward, and the best way to judge was how distant he became from her. Chu Lingyue lost interest in wielding the sword, putting away the Xianyu. With a light step, she leapt in front of Jun Yiming, spreading her arms, directly throwing herself toward him regardless of whether he would catch her or not. Jun Yiming effortlessly caught her in his arms, asking helplessly, why aren't you continuing practicing? I've trained enough these past few days, let me keep you company. Chu Lingyue pouted cutely as she rested comfortably in his embrace. Will you take me riding the wind? Chu Lingyue hung her arms around Jun Yiming's neck, not using the space-tearing technique, but asking him to ride the wind with his utmost speed. Take me to experience speed fly. Chu Lingyue smiled sweetly. Let's go now. Chapter 133, look at my move. Good. Jun Yiming nodded, and then scooped Chu Lingyue into his arms. With the wind rushing under his feet, his figure disappeared into thin air. Little Qingtuan and Huofeng came running out with a flurry of activity. Little Qingtuan formed a circle with her small hands, and placed it on her eyes to look far away. Whoa, father has flown far away with mother. Huofeng solemnly nodded. According to its thousands of years of experience, they should be off to make little babies. What about us? Little Qingtuan asked. Their mother had completely neglected them for these few days. Wait, what else can we do? Huofeng gave Little Qingtuan a disdainful glance, like he was an idiot. In the distance, Xiangqi pushed aside the grass that was half a person's height, and poked his head out to look at the backs of Little Qingtuan and Huofeng. Lingling, Chu Lingyue has run off with the great demon king. But her two dumb sons are here. I'll go and tease them. Xiangqi's eyes sparkled. He'd been eyeing Little Qingtuan and Huofeng for several days. He always remembered the time 1,000 years ago when he battled with Little Qingtuan, and they were evenly matched. But Qingtuan used some trickery to defeat him, and he could not bear this loss. This time he must win back. Xiangqi quickly picked up a small stone from the ground, checked its weight twice, tiptoed, and then suddenly threw it towards Little Qingtuan. Lingling, don't. Before Lu Maoliang could stop him, the stone flew straight and accurately hit Little Qingtuan's back of the head. Aha, ouch. A muffled pain spread through the back of Little Qingtuan's head. It felt like his brain was about to explode. Who hit me? If you have any skills, come out. Little Qingtuan jumped around looking behind him with guarded eyes covering the throbbing back of his head. The whole beast wasn't feeling well. Huofeng looked confused. What are you doing? Just now, someone attacked me from behind. Little Qingtuan said. My brain is almost exploding. Really? Huofeng also started to look around, but all he saw was half-person height green grass and tall towering trees. There was nothing else. There is. Little Qingtuan got upset, and immediately picked up a handful of small stones from the ground, throwing them into the forest while swinging his hands wildly. He just wouldn't believe otherwise. Lingling, be careful. I'm going to fight them. Poor Xiangqi, full of playful spirit, immediately grabbed the stones and jumped out. Ha ha, come on, let's fight. Xiangqi arrogantly threw the stone towards Little Qingtuan. Huofeng was totally confused, unclear of the situation, but judging by appearances, it seemed this small guy targeted Little Qingtuan, so it quickly flapped its wings, flew high, and fled. Little Qingtuan's eyes became determined. It's you who attacked me. Watch me teach you a lesson. Poor Qiongqi was thrilled to see that little Qingtuan didn't remember who he was, thus allowing him to have fun playing. Look at my move. Poor Qiongqi kept throwing stones at little Qingtuan, and little Qingtuan was not weak either. They fought each other. Yeah. Look at my move. Look at my move. Look at my move. Lu Maoyang came out from the woods to see two children throwing stones at each other. Isn't this too childish? Chi, stop fighting. Lu Maoyang placed her hands on her waist and shouted with listless energy. She met Qiongqi only 3 lifetimes ago and naturally did not know the long-standing conflict between Qiongqi and little Qingtuan. The eyes of Huafeng fell on Lu Maoyang. It remembered. She always hid in the woods secretly following them, but never approached closely, nor held any enmity toward them, so it ignored it. Huafeng flapped its wings, landed in front of Lu Maoyang, stared at her defensively. Who are you? Why are you following us? I'll tell you later. Help me separate the two of them first. Lu Maoyang said, and rushed forward to hold down both of Qiongqi's arms. Lingling, let me go. I want to battle him to the death. Poor Qiongqi's hands were still full of little stones as his short legs swung in the air. Huafeng also stood in front of little Qingtuan in time. Don't fight anymore. If your mother sees you fighting when she returns, all the good son image you worked hard to maintain will be gone. One sentence from Huafeng easily calmed little Qingtuan. He dropped the stones and pretended to cough formally. Cough, cough. A big man does not remember the wrongs of a little man. I'll let you off this time, but you're not allowed to throw stones at me again next time. Let's sit down and talk calmly. Lu Maoyang suggested. Qiongqi stopped struggling and immediately ran into her arms for comfort. Lingling, do you know? He used to rely on that great demon king to bully me all the time. Poor Qiongqi complained. Really? Lu Maoyang looked a bit stunned. She knew nothing about this matter. Little Qingtuan became angry upon hearing this, jumping around in protest. You're talking nonsense. When did I ever bully you? I've only seen you today for the first time. It was you who made the first move. You don't remember? Qiongqi stopped struggling and stared at little Qingtuan. It appeared he remembered nothing. Lingling, let me down. I don't want to fight him anymore, Qiongqi said. Lu Moling then released him. Qiongqi placed his hands on his hips and stomped over to little Qingtuan's face, with his fiery red eyebrows raised, looking extremely serious. Take a good look at who I am. Little Qingtuan rested her chin on one hand and looked over Qiongqi carefully and cautiously, trying to remember. But there was no match in her mind to this ugly face. I don't know. Qiongqi panicked, pinching his plump little hands onto his arms. How could you not know? Take another good look at me. Little Qingtuan sniffed with her nose, catching the scent of Qiongqi, then said seriously, You're not human. Exactly, I'm not human. Qiongqi agreed. What else? He eagerly waited for little Qingtuan to recognize him. After all, the two had battled for 7 days and 7 nights 1,000 years ago, turning the entire Canglan Continent upside down. Little Qingtuan's brain worked like porridge, scratching her head until it hurt, but still couldn't recall, eventually reaching the most appropriate conclusion. Are you just making up an excuse to hit me? Qiongqi's face froze. A grand Zhuke divine beast, comparable to a war god, one day turned into a joke teller. Smack! Qiongqi slapped little Qingtuan's head. Do I even need an excuse to hit you? Little Qingtuan covered her head and squatted on the ground, sobbing out loud. Wah wah wah. Mother, a beast is hitting me. Immature brat. Huafeng disdainfully distanced himself from little Qingtuan, not wanting to acknowledge that he shared the same owner as a crybaby. Hey, what's wrong with you? Qiongqi tilted his head and asked solemnly. Little Qingtuan really didn't recognize him anymore. Even her personality had completely transformed. If it weren't for the same aura, he would have suspected recognizing the wrong beast. What do you mean what's wrong? I should be asking you the same question. Why do you single me out and hit me? Did I offend you? Little Qingtuan's teardrops kept falling, pitifully. I'm Qiongqi. How can you possibly not know me? Qiongqi grabbed little Qingtuan by the collar and shook her. Damn it. He had never forgotten the Zhuke divine beast, yet now she forgot him entirely. So what does this count as? Qiongqi. Little Qingtuan finally reacted, gesturing with her 2 hands. I remember Qiongqi being very tall, very strong, and very ugly. How could he possibly be a little kid my size? Her memory only included fragments about Qiongqi. She had no recollection of him transforming into his human form after becoming small. Little Qingtuan's words successfully angered Qiongqi. What did he mean by being tall, strong, and ugly? In his sacred beast form, he should be tall, handsome, and mighty. Therefore, white light emitted from his body. When the light dissipated, he had clearly transformed into his fully adult form, strong as an ox. His entire body radiated fiery red, and his front claws forcefully pressed little Qingtuan to the ground, his heavy breath blowing her hair straight up. Chapter 134. Am I fierce or not? Let me go, mommy, save me. The beast is killing. Little Qingtuan flailed his limbs, but couldn't break free from Qiongqi, so he shouted loudly. Do you surrender? Am I handsome? Am I fierce? Qiongqi didn't plan to let little Qingtuan off easily. He wanted him to admit that he was the handsomest in the world. Chi. Lu Moling smacked her forehead in distress. She had just said little Qingtuan was childish, and now it seemed Qiongqi was no different. Handsome, you're the most handsome, the fiercest, can you let me go now? Little Qingtuan caved in shamelessly. Satisfied with the answer, Qiongqi transformed back into a small child's form, hands on his hips as he roared with laughter. Ha! One of his feet was still stepping on little Qingtuan. Seeing this, little Qingtuan immediately grabbed Qiongqi's calves and exerted all his strength, throwing him away with great force. Caught off guard, Qiongqi suffered the defeat silently as he was tossed out like a sandbag. With a whoosh sound, Qiongqi flew away in an arc. Little Qingtuan clapped his hands clean and sharp, humph, wanting to show off by standing on my head. Do you even know who I am? Fire Phoenix. Indeed, what kind of mother produces such a beast? Would it become like this too in the future? As the saying goes, close to vermilion one turns red, close to ink one turns black. Chi. Lu Moling felt unwell overall. When they played around, it was truly something else. I remember you. Aren't you on Qiongqi's side? Little Qingtuan carefully examined Lu Moling while circling around her to observe closely. Chi offended you somewhere. I apologize for him. Lu Moling blinked her lovely peach eyes sincerely. Little Qingtuan couldn't help but look at Lu Moling a few more times. A standard oval face, a pair of lively peach eyes, with cherry lips opening and closing, her delicate beauty made her appear charmingly pitiable, causing him to blush involuntarily. Ahem, seeing how beautiful you are, I forgive him. Completely incomparable to his own mother, each of them had their own kind of beauty. Thank you. That radiant smile made Little Qingtuan even shyer. At this point, the far-flung Qiongqi charged back again, his anger bubbling up instantly wanting to knock Little Qingtuan unconscious on the spot. Hey, Zhuke, watch out for my attack. Suddenly, a fresh tree branch appeared in his hand. Little Qingtuan gripped both fists ready to meet him. Come on then. Whoever's chicken is a coward. The Fire Phoenix had long since avoided this. It wouldn't participate in such childish fights. Lu Moling wasn't someone to be trifled with, issuing commands directly. Chi, stop fighting. Truly, at 5 meters away from Little Qingtuan, Qiongqi froze completely unable to move. This was the master's binding contract, absolutely obedient. A sensation of restlessness ran through his body. Qiongqi felt thoroughly comfortable, as if something invisible bound his actions, not to mention how pleasurable it was. Drop the tree branch. Lu Moling commanded again, and so Qiongqi obeyed, discarding the tree branch in his hand. You mustn't fight anymore, understand? She pouted slightly, pretending to be angry. Okay. Qiongqi vigorously nodded. You may move now, Lu Moling said. Qiongqi immediately loosened his muscles where he stood, exhibiting exceptional excitement, longing to be ordered by Lu Moling multiple times. Not far off, Lu Moling saw 2 people flying towards them suddenly turning back. She didn't want Chu Lingyue to find out about her secret tracking. Chi, let's go. Lu Moling called, then disappeared into the forest. Ling, wait for me. Qiongqi quickly followed after her, giving Little Qingtuan a final glaring look, making a mocking face at him. Lie. I'll be the one to say lie. Little Qingtuan returned defiantly. Jun Yeming and Chu Lingyue's figures gradually landed. She had already seen others beside Little Qingtuan while in the sky, but once they landed, those individuals were gone. Little Qingtuan. Chu Lingyue strode forward. Mother. Hearing this, Little Qingtuan got excited and rushed forward for a hug. But upon meeting his father's disapproving gaze, he shrank back. Mother. Little Qingtuan hung his head low, no longer demanding a hug. How did mother and father return so quickly? Little Qingtuan can take care of himself, and also take care of Fire Phoenix. What a sensible child. Chu Lingyue was deeply moved and immediately held Little Qingtuan in her arms. Mother knows you're good. Whom were you talking to earlier? She asked. It was the person who has been following us before, a very pretty girl, about your age, mother. Little Qingtuan wrapped his short arms around Chu Lingyue's neck, but his eyes were on his mother's figure behind her, smiling proudly. Sure enough, cunning. I haven't been close to Little Qingtuan for a long time. Let me hold him. Jun Yiming slightly raised his eyelids, took large steps to Chu Lingyue's side, and naturally took Little Qingtuan into his own arms. The sudden change left Little Qingtuan at a loss. He was embraced by his father, his limbs awkwardly stiffened as he sought help. However, his mother seemed like she hadn't seen anything. That's right. You two father and son should get closer. Chu Lingyue nodded contentedly. Jun Yiming behaved well, so it would be good to reward him later. In the future, I will pay more attention to Little Qingtuan's growth and help him restore his memory early. Jun Yiming said arrogantly, while pinching Little Qingtuan's buttocks hard. Phew. Little Qingtuan clenched his teeth, shouting internally with eyes full of tears, yet not daring to shed them. Instead, he continuously nodded in agreement. Yeah, Daddy is correct. Which direction did that pretty girl go? Chu Lingyue asked. That way. Fire Phoenix pointed out the direction for Chu Lingyue, completely unwilling to look at the open and covert struggles between the father and son. It just wanted to stay out of trouble. I'm going to check it out. You wait for me here. Chu Lingyue said. Fire, come with me. All right. Fire Phoenix flapped its wings immediately and followed. As soon as Chu Lingyue and Fire Phoenix had walked off, Jun Yiming couldn't pretend anymore, even for a second. The kind smile on his face instantly froze, and he casually threw Little Qingtuan out. Smack! Little Qingtuan directly fell flat on his face. This was what his daddy did, so heartless. He was thrown away without any regard for their father-son bond. What are you doing? Little Qingtuan clenched his small fists, glaring, no longer bothering to put up even the basic pretense. The war between father and son was about to break out. Jun Yiming had one hand behind his back, exuding an overbearing king-like aura. His sharp eyes looked down upon Little Qingtuan, his words cold and haughty. Does my master need your evaluation for what I do? All you need to do is absolutely obey. Hasn't he been disregarding advice all along? Your mother belongs to me. I advise you to realize this reality sooner. Jun Yiming declared powerfully, asserting ownership over Chu Lingyue. Little Qingtuan's momentum instantly weakened. When did he ever want to fight over mommy? He only envied daddy's behavior. But still, Being threatened so blatantly made him stubborn. Humph, who wants to compete with you for mommy? She will always be my mommy, and my mommy certainly doesn't have to marry you. Little Qingtuan crossed his arms defiantly as the relationship between him and Jun Yiming became adversarial, both growing increasingly repulsed by each other. Chapter 135, A Temporary Separation. Their eyes locked, sparks flying, and tension reaching its peak as Jun Yiming struggled to suppress the urge to send Xia Qingtuan back to his original form. This was the Vermilion bird divine beast he had nurtured with great care. Impressive indeed. Do you believe that I can make you roll back to the void realm right now? Jun Yiming's lips curved slightly, unleashing an intimidating aura. Try it if you dare. Xia Qingtuan was not easily intimidated. You've already seen my unshakable position in Mother's heart, haven't you? If you dare touch me, I'll expose your true face of being a tyrant to Mother immediately. Very well, has your memory returned? Jun Yiming raised his eyebrows, understanding why Xia Qingtuan always had a way of manipulating him. It hasn't completely returned, but over the past few days, I've remembered many things about you. I think Mother wouldn't like a millennium-old tyrant known for violence, would she? Xia Qingtuan's lips curled upwards, confident and relaxed in his threats. 1,000-year violent widowed king. Very well. Jun Yiming resisted the urge to strangle Xia Qingtuan. So since things were thus, there should be an opportunity to send him back to the void realm. He needn't linger by Chu Lingyue's side. Most importantly, how dared Xia Qingtuan threaten him? Fed up. What do you want? Jun Yiming asked mischievously, maintaining his composure. I don't want anything much, just wanting to stay quietly beside Mother. I know that once I recover all my memories, you're going to send me back to the void realm. But can we wait 3 years? Didn't you make a 3-year pact with Mother? By then, I'll naturally go back with you. Xia Qingtuan firmly said, there are enough escaped evil spirits from the cracks in the void realm for you to handle. How could you stay close to Mother without letting these go unchecked? It'd be better if I came along. Being born without parents, nourished by the essence of heaven and earth, he finally had a mother and didn't want to leave her too soon. Let it be his own greed. Each word Xia Qingtuan spoke was true. Though his memory wasn't fully recovered, he knew clearly about what was sealed within the void realm. As the guardian lord of one area, how could he ignore the lives of all creatures? After considering for a moment, Jun Yiming responded, the Supreme One will only give you 3 years. Once the 3 years are up, whether you want to or not, you must return to the void realm to control the evil spirits. Xia Qingtuan's gaze became sharp, yet his soft voice rang firm. Deal. Chu Lingyue followed the phoenix, leisurely wandering through the forest. Are you sure we're heading in the right direction? Chu Lingyue asked, passing through waist-high grasslands. In front, apart from trees over 10 meters tall, there was nothing else blocking the view. Glancing around, other than bouncing beasts that passed by occasionally, no human figures could be seen. Hold on, let me check. The phoenix replied, obviously certain it hadn't taken a wrong path, swiftly flying toward a beast and chatting with it. Soon it drew a conclusion. They did go this way. They just left, and we can still catch up with them, the phoenix said. Nope. Chu Lingyue suddenly turned around and walked away. Why? The phoenix flapped its wings to follow, puzzled. Didn't she previously insist on chasing after them? She's evidently avoiding us, doesn't wish to see us, so let's wait. She will come to see me. Chu Lingyue said, calculating that their entanglement with Lu Mo Ling would last a lifetime. Alright. The phoenix couldn't force the issue, simply following Chu Lingyue to leave. Once they left, Lu Mo Ling and Xiongqi poked out small heads watching their retreating figures. Lingling, they aren't chasing anymore, Xiongqi said. Let's go. Contrary to worrying, Lu Mo Ling sighed in relief. They only needed to follow her from afar for now. When that man was gone, meeting her would be timely. This was also good for Xiongqi. Every time mentioning Jun Yiming, he seemed ready to tear someone apart. Was he truly as terrifying as Xiongqi described? Apparently, she currently couldn't see it. Wait for me, Lingling. Xiongqi quickly followed behind. When Chu Lingyue returned to where she originally was, Xia Qingtuan sat cross-legged on the ground with arms folded, deep in thought. Facing him was Jun Yiming in a similar state. But at the sight of Chu Lingyue, both of them immediately put on a facade of profound father-son affection. Mother, you're back. Are you hungry? Let me find something for you to eat. Xia Qingtuan blinked with teary eyes, behaving extremely sycophantic. Ayue, there's a stream ahead. Do you want some fish? Jun Yiming teasingly asked. Chu Lingyue's pink lips twitched. What was going on? She had been away for just a short while, and the two were acting strange. Especially Jun Yiming. It was as if he was transformed, a shadow of his previous noble and aloof demeanor nowhere to be seen. His smile was even more fawning than Xia Qingtuan's, giving her an unpleasant chill down her spine. Not necessary. I'll go myself. Chu Lingyue tactfully declined the two's good intentions, escaping quickly with the phoenix in tow. 2 months passed in a flash. Chu Lingyue continuously pulled Jun Yiming along to strengthen her body, making great strides in cultivation. She had long since accumulated a rich store of spiritual power within her, finally breaking through the great barrier of the Spirit King level and officially stepping into the second stage of the Spirit King realm. With the upcoming recruitment competition at Xinghua Academy imminent, Chu Lingyue was also preparing to return home. Jun Yiming also received bad news and reluctantly headed towards the Void Realm. Mother, father has left. Chu Lingyue stood rooted in place for a long time, her serene gaze looking towards the direction where Jun Yiming disappeared. For these 2 months, they were always together, having grown familiar with each other. One day, we will never be apart again. Chu Lingyue secretly swore to herself. Xia Qingtuan and the phoenix stood silently by her side without a word, while Xianyue hovered in the air, equally silent, until the sun set in the west, painting the sky with red clouds. Let's go. Chu Lingyue suddenly smiled. It was only a brief separation ahead, with a bright future waiting for them. Yes, let's go. Xia Qingtuan happily jumped up and down, and among all of them, Xia Qingtuan was the happiest Jun Yiming had left. Let's go. Chu Lingyue turned and disappeared deep into the forest. 2 days later, they finally appeared at the outskirts of the Hilson Magical Beast Forest. More and more mercenary teams came to form groups, and there were some unfamiliar faces. Chu Lingyue slowed her pace, walking alone in the forest. Behind her, that slim shadow kept stealthily following her, stopping whenever she stopped, with extreme caution. Chu Lingyue softly sighed. Come out. If she continued forward, a weaponless Holy Spirit Master would likely find it even harder to keep up with her steps. Lu Moling walked out hesitantly after being caught. To avoid others seeing Qiongqi, she had already put Qiongqi away into the Divine Heart Lake long ago. Are you going to follow me or return to the Supreme City? Chu Lingyue looked at Lu Moling standing before her, dressed in plain clothes with a red hairpin in her bun, her appearance stunningly beautiful. She knew that Lu Moling had stayed in the underworld abyss for 10 years just to wait for the unsealed ferocious beast Qiongqi, and now she had waited. I want to follow you first, Lu Moling said in a low voice, her pink lips shyly pressed into a straight line. Let's go then. Chu Lingyue replied, and continued walking forward. Lu Moling excitedly quickened her pace to catch up. So she agreed. I am going to the Xinglua Academy in Ayan City. I do not know your plan, but you can follow me first. You can also choose to return to the Supreme City along the way if you prefer. Chu Lingyue mentioned, though eventually they would part ways in Ayan City. Chapter 136. You selling me isn't scary. Good. Li Mo Ling nodded happily with great joy. Chu Lingyue stopped her steps, tilted her head, and curiously stared at Li Mo Ling, teasing in tone. Aren't you afraid that I might sell you? Li Mo Ling shook her head violently. Not scared. You saved Chi-Chi, and you saved me too. Even if you sold me, I would have no complaints. It would be like we've even the score. You're quite good at letting go. Chu Lingyue nodded, still remembering their first meeting when Li Mo Ling's clear and spiritual little face was full of resentment. Now she is innocent and carefree, and even a little cute. Let's go. I'll take you home to mine. Chu Lingyue said warmly, and led Li Mo Ling away from Hilson Beast Forest. Okay. Li Mo Ling followed. In just half a day, Chu Lingyue and Li Mo Ling arrived outside Hilson City. Before entering, they heard about a big news related to her. They took a short rest in a pavilion and listened as the storytelling old man preparing to enter the city spoke about her heroic deeds. She single-handedly unraveled the conspiracy of the Spirit Departure sect, rescuing 100 people in the mercenary group. After gaining fame from this battle, she disappeared. They're talking about you. Li Mo Ling sat beside Chu Lingyue and whispered softly, supporting her chin on one hand while finding immense interest watching the storytelling old man. Chu Lingyue silently lowered her head and used her hand to cover her face. Just let them talk. Are you rested? Let's go back. She placed 2 soul coins on the tea table and pulled Li Mo Ling to leave by turning around. To avoid unnecessary trouble, when entering the city, she deliberately dressed up with Li Mo Ling and covered their faces. The Chu family's main gate was tightly closed. Chu Lingyue and Li Mo Ling walked up confidently, knocking directly on the lion-shaped knocker on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Knock, knock, knock. Chu Lingyue knocked more and more urgently. Soon enough, someone came to open the door. It was the old butler of the Chu family. Are you? The Chu butler looked at Chu Lingyue and her companion in confusion as Chu Lingyue removed her veil. It's me, Uncle Chu. Miss. The Chu butler nearly jumped out of excitement, constantly punching his hands together, and immediately turned around to run wobbling into the courtyard. Master, Miss has returned. This. Li Mo Ling awkwardly smiled. Uncle Chu has always been like this, don't mind him. Let's go inside. Chu Lingyue gave a gentle smile and turned the handle to close the main door behind them. As soon as they crossed the front yard, the sound of rapid footsteps could be heard immediately. Lingyue, my dear niece. Sister. It was evident that Chu Sheng and Chu Siyu rushed tirelessly to her presence, embracing her immediately. After 5 months of separation, upon reuniting, she had grown taller and appeared more mature, shedding much of her childish features. Uncle. Though she hadn't been home for only 5 months, Chu Sheng seemed to have more white hair and appeared much more worn out than before. Lingyue, quickly let Uncle see you. Alas, you're tanned, and also thin. Did you endure hardships outside? Chu Sheng pulled Chu Lingyue near, looking her over carefully, pained immensely. He promptly instructed Uncle Chu to prepare additional food for her to recover lost strength in the small kitchen. No, Uncle, this is called being healthy darkened. I'm physically strong. And you? Are you well taken care of at home? Chu Lingyue asked. I am fine. Don't worry about me. 2 months ago, you returned and said you were alone training in the Beast Forest and also mentioned your matters with the Spirit Departure sect. I was worried sick. Chu Sheng stated, also blaming himself for not having the ability to take good care of her. Didn't I send you back to report my safety to you? I'm doing perfectly fine. Chu Lingyue stated. Sister, who is this? Chu Siyu noticed the silent Lu Mo Ling standing behind Chu Lingyue. This person is called Lu Mo Ling. Just call her Ling Ling. Chu Lingyue immediately introduced by pulling Lu Mo Ling forward. Lu Mo Ling removed her veil and respectfully bowed slightly towards Chu Sheng. Uncle as well. My name is Lu Mo Ling. Calling me Ling Ling will suffice. This visit might disturb you greatly. I brought some things from the Beast Forest as a token for disturbing you. Lu Mo Ling blushed slightly on her cheeks, suddenly reaching into her space ring and pulled out an abundance of various species of wild ginseng and lingji mushrooms, all having survived for 1,000 years. Chu Lingyu, Chu Siyu, Chu Sheng. All three opened their mouths wide in shock, falling backward to the ground. Lu Mo Ling, sincerely, please accept these from Uncle. I've caused a lot of disturbances recently. All of these are exquisite goods. Chu Siyu's mouth couldn't close fast enough. Just one item could fetch thousands of soul coins at the Xing Luo auction house. One could clearly see how precious these were, every single piece hard to obtain. Yet she casually took them out? After Chu Lingyu recovered from her surprise, she understood the situation and said, Uncle, please keep them. It's Ling Ling's gesture of goodwill. If you don't accept them, she won't feel comfortable staying. In fact, she had brought something for Chu Xing too, but it wasn't nearly as much as what Lu Mo Ling gave. She couldn't bring herself to offer them. Oh, she was overshadowed. Then, shall I? Chu Sheng still hesitated. His family business wasn't that big, yet the young girl's gift matched their entire estate with just one move. Please accept them, Uncle. She persuaded him. If that's the case, then I'll accept your kindness. You and my niece Lingyue are about the same age, so I'll call you Lingling directly. Consider this place your home. Don't feel constrained. If you need anything, go to Lingyue or a you. Chu Xing said. Thank you, Uncle. Lu Mo Ling sighed in relief, worried she wouldn't win over her elder's affection. Uncle, we've traveled all day long. Why don't we rest first and talk later? Chu Lingyue suggested. Yes. Go take a rest with Lingling. A you, make arrangements. There's no need to bother, Uncle. Isn't the west courtyard in my quarters vacant? She can stay with me. There's no need for special preparations. Chu Lingyue declined politely, leading Lu Mo Ling into her garden. As soon as they entered, Lingli heard the sound and came out holding a broom. Miss, you're finally back. Lingli dropped the broom and knelt down before Chu Lingyue, hugging her tightly by the thighs, wiping tears and nose snot while crying aloud. She was overwhelmed with joy. Chu Lingyue was shocked, not just herself. Even Lu Mo Ling looked perplexed, wondering what had happened. After Lingli finished her sobbing fit, Chu Lingyue helped her up and spoke gently. Are you all right? Go clean up the west courtyard for Miss Lu. Yes, servant will do it right away. Lingli wiped her tears, picked up the broom excitedly, and ran off. Chu Lingyue wondered if the entire Chu family was acting strangely after her return. Just ignore it. This is roughly how things are at home. Chu Lingyue forced a smile. Thank you for bringing gifts for my uncle. Chu Lingyue raised an elegant brow, guiding Lu Mo Ling into the courtyard, where summer heat bloomed flowers around the garden. I guess there should be other relatives in your family, so I went with Chi to pick some items that might come in handy. If necessary, they can be sold. Lu Mo Ling touched her nose, feeling a bit embarrassed about possibly giving too modest a gift. Chapter 137, Lu Mo Ling's Generosity. Puffed, Chu Lingyue covered her mouth and chuckled. Next time you don't need to be so formal. Think of this place as your home. All right, Lu Mo Ling replied blankly. Anyway, she would just listen to Chu Lingyue. Lingli was always diligent. Since Chu Lingyue had been away for 5 months, every day she meticulously cleaned the entire Xianfeng courtyard. The west courtyard needed just a little tidying up before it could be lived in. Miss, the west courtyard is all ready. Lingli said. Good. We've been on the road for a long time. Let's rest first. Lingli, come call us when dinner is ready in the front hall. Chu Lingyue said with a lazy stretch, settling Lu Mo Ling first before heading back to her own quarters to rest. She hadn't lain on a soft pillow for 5 whole months. Just as she lay down, she fell sound asleep within minutes. She slept straight through until the sun set. Chu Lingyue took Lu Mo Ling to the front hall. As they walked toward the entrance, the aroma of food greeted them. Still, nothing beats the smell of home-cooked meals. It carried the scent of home. Lingyue girl, Lingling girl, hurry over, take a seat. You must be starving by now. Chu Sheng greeted warmly, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Chu Lingyue, unsure what else to say besides expressing his joy. Chu Lingyue noticed something odd. Uncle, where's my brother? Chu Lingyue asked, realizing things felt slightly off since her return, perhaps due to Chu Shua's absence. Shua received a message from Star Luo Academy a few days ago. He couldn't wait for you, so he left first, Chu Sheng explained. Did he go alone? But what about his health? Chu Lingyue worriedly inquired. You have no need to worry. In these past 5 months, his health has fully recovered, and his strength has returned significantly. I originally meant to wait until your return, but Shua seemed quite eager, Chu Sheng continued. Even when I questioned him, he wouldn't explain. It seems like some urgent matter. That's obvious. Who else but Ao Yinxue? Chu Siyu couldn't resist interjecting. How do you know? Chu Lingyue asked, while Chu Xing also looked curiously at her. The message was addressed to brother, but I happened to see it. It clearly mentioned Ao Yinxue's name. Chu Siyu pouted, explaining further. Chu Siyu had heard bits about Chu Shua and Ao Yinxue from their parents' time. They were engaged even before Chu Shua was injured at Star Luo Academy, whereupon Ao Yinxue sent people to retrieve him. After that, however, they had never seen each other again. Ao Yu, why didn't you tell me earlier? Chu Sheng exclaimed urgently. Had he known the letter was from Ao Yinxue, he'd have insisted Chu Shua waited for Chu Lingyue to come back before making any moves. Father, it wasn't because I chose not to speak, it was brother's command. Who should I listen to? Chu Siyu pouted, feeling equally frustrated for knowing yet being ordered by her brother to keep silent. I will immediately send someone to chase after him, Chu Xing said firmly. Chu Lingyue stopped him immediately. Uncle, don't bother. Let brother handle it. He knows what he's doing. But AO family didn't bother visiting Chu Shu once in all the 2 years of his recovery. Now that Chu Shua is healed, they send a message instead of personally checking in, expecting him to make the journey. There's something fishy going on here. I'm uneasy about this. Chu Shang fretted anxiously, having originally intended to inquire about Chu Shua and AO Yinshua's arranged marriage once Chu Lingyue secured her spot at Star Luo Academy. But surprisingly, AO Yinshue had reached out first. What exactly were their intentions? After the Star Luo Academy recruitment selection tournament, I'll personally look for brother, Chu Lingyue stated. I'll come too. Chu Suyu quickly volunteered. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. All right, if you get into Star Luo Academy, I'll bring you along. I will. I definitely want to enter Star Luo Academy. Chu Suyu clenched her fists determinedly. Though adopted by Chu Shang, she considered herself an essential part of the Chu family and saw no reason why she shouldn't bring glory to the family. Wonderful. Finally, our family stands united. When I'm gone, I'll finally face our ancestors proudly. Chu Shang became sentimental again. Uncle, you're talking nonsense. Let's eat. Soon the dishes will get cold, Chu Lingyue reminded. Yes. Today's a good day. There's no room for gloomy talk. Eat up, then rest early. We'll continue tomorrow. Chu Xing agreed. The lively family banquet came to an end. Chu Lingyue dismissed Lingli to sleep and summoned Emo Sha. Miss Chu. Emo Sha knelt half-bent before Chu Lingyue. Is everything still calm at the Chu residence? She asked. Have there been any signs of anyone from the Li Hun sect approaching? Miss Chu, there haven't been any sightings, not only around the Chu residence, but also throughout Hill City, Emo Sha reported. Evidently, after its major loss, the Li Hun sect couldn't afford immediate attention to her. But retribution was inevitable, especially after she had taken Xiongqi from Yin Leitang. And during the crucial moment, they slipped through unnoticed. The Soul Separation sect lost a branch hall master, and Lord Lingyu also died. Not only that, Nanjian also perished at her hands. The grudges she incurred this time were immense. Thank you for all your hard work during this time. Miss Chu, it's my duty. Emo Sha responded, omitting troubling news, such as the widespread rumors about Nanjian's death being due to her hands. Because she had just returned today, Chu Xing didn't bear to tell her too many details, collaborating with Chu Sibei to keep silent on the subject. Anyway, who could definitively prove that Nanjian died at the hands of Chu Lingyue? No one witnessed it after all. Even if she did kill him, it must have been in self-defense when he struck first. They would certainly take Chu Lingyue's side. All right, you may leave, Chu Lingyue said, upon seeing Emo Sha. Thinking suddenly of Jun Yiming, her heart tinged slightly with sadness. Under the bright moonlight, Chu Lingyue, after collecting Lu Mo Ling from the west courtyard, strode out of Xian Feng courtyard. She carried 2 jars of fine wine each from the kitchen cellar along with a packet of salted peanuts, heading toward the courtyard where her grandfather used to reside. Where are we going? Lu Mo Ling was unclear. I'm bringing you to meet 4 grandfathers. Chu Lingyue gave a mysterious smile. She had originally asked Chu Sibei to invite the 4 elders to join their family dinner, but they declined. So now she was taking Lu Mo Ling to see them privately. Oh, although Lu Mo Ling merely said, oh, her heart filled secretly with joy. Was Chu Lingyue not only introducing her to her household elders, but also preparing to introduce her to other senior members? This would be an extraordinary honor. Excited, she carried 2 jars of aged brew and followed dumbly along. Inside Zhongxi court, hearing the news of Chu Lingyue's return, the 4 elders had already anticipated her visit, all anxiously waiting within the yard. The stars shone clearly under the bright moon, finally marking their wait's end. For grandfathers, I hope you've all been well. The gates of Zhongxi court stood open as though welcoming them. Chu Lingyue walked straight inside, finding them pacing restlessly in anticipation. Lingyue girl, you've finally come. We've waited so long for you. Qi Qiu, Ge Xiao, Su Yuxian, and Ho Zheng greeted her instantly upon hearing her voice. Who told you to stand on ceremony? You skipped the family banquet and insisted on waiting for me here in Zhongxi court instead. Chu Lingyue scolded teasingly. After living in the Chu family residence for 2 months, their bodies had grown more plump compared to before. Chapter 138, Liu Jia of the Supreme City. The 4 elders quickly chimed in. You and your family haven't seen each other for 5 months. There's endless family chit-chat. We won't bother you with ours. After you've caught up, we can chat then too. Ha. Chu Lingyue covered her mouth and laughed while teasing. That's exactly it. My uncle kept pulling me aside to talk a lot, like reciting scriptures. If you were there, you'd probably fall asleep. I brought several jars of good wine. Let's sit and chat slowly. Chu Lingyue said as she held 2 jars of wine towards the stone table in the courtyard. Lu Mo Ling silently followed at a brisk pace. Lingyue girl, who is this? The 4 elders asked curiously. This one is named Lu Mo Ling. She's the same age as me. You can call her Lingling. Chu Lingyue placed the wine jars down and introduced earnestly with her hands naturally resting on Lu Mo Ling's thin shoulders. When facing the 4 authoritative elders, Lu Mo Ling appeared slightly restrained. She awkwardly placed the 2 jars of good wine on the stone table, stammering. I'm Lu Mo Ling. Greetings, esteemed grandfathers. Lu Mo Ling? Lingyue girl, when did you meet? Ho Zheng looked her up and down carefully. The city lord of the Ling domain city of the Supreme City, surnamed Lu, there was no other Lu surname household, and her appearance was very similar to an old friend of his, which made him associate them together. Counting from the start, over half a year. What's wrong? Chu Lingyue asked incomprehensibly. Could it be that Ho Zheng also knew someone from the Lu family? Is your father's name Lu Ruffin? Ho Zheng asked uncertainly. That's correct. Do you know him? Mentioning Lu Rufing's name, Lu Mo Ling's eyes noticeably turned colder. That matches. 10 years ago, I heard you went missing, never expecting you to reappear in Hill City, now having grown up to be so poised. Ho Zheng sighed deeply. Not long after Lu Mo Ling went missing back then, something happened in their four sects. I don't know Lu Rufeng, I knew your mother. Ho Zheng explained. But all these are things from the past, no need to bring them up again. So be it. Lu Mo Ling nodded and stopped questioning further. She had lived through 3 lifetimes. Her sense of home was already blurred. Heard you're a Holy Spirit Master? Ho Zheng continued asking. Lu Mo Ling's disappearance back then was heavily related to this. A Holy Spirit Master? The other 3 elders suddenly changed their gazes toward Lu Mo Ling differently. They had been staying in the Chu household for 2 months. They more or less understood that, 10 years ago, with the destruction of their 4 sects, Holy Spirit Masters suffered a catastrophic blow and had become extinct since. That's right. Lu Mo Ling gave a concise answer without adding or withholding any information. Originally so. Though I don't know why you came together with Lingwei girl. Believe her, it's definitely not wrong. Ho Zheng stroked his beard and said. Originally, in his star constellation sect, he had a prestigious Holy Spirit Master guest. With the downfall of the 4 sects, he eventually couldn't escape either. This became his lifelong pain. All the Holy Spirit Masters on the entire Canglan Continent were exterminated. As far as I know, you are now the last remaining Holy Spirit Master. Always remember to protect yourself well. I will. Lu Mo Ling stood obediently in place, quietly listening to his teachings. Cough cough. Lingwei girl, sit down. Let's have a thorough chat. Ho Zheng couldn't help but cough lightly, and immediately opened the wine jar, filling everyone's bowls with wine. Today that you returned, didn't you hear the rumors spreading around the city? Su Yuxian asked. I've heard some, not much. Chu Lingwei sat down, picked up her cup, toasted with Su Yuxian, and drank heartily like a free-spirited man, showing no pretense or shyness. Regarding the matter of your single-handed destruction of the Lihuan sect, everyone has different opinions. We've roughly heard about your entanglements with the Nan family. Nanjian's death has become the biggest controversy, Su Yuxian solemnly stated, hoping Chu Lingwei would take it seriously. Though they didn't personally know Nanjian, he was the head of one of the 4 major families of Hill City, now deceased with no witness left behind. Faced with the accusations of Nan's descendants, it could be quite challenging for Chu Lingwei. I understand. Chu Lingwei responded. Nanjian deserved his fate. Even if Nan Mingyuan and Nan Ziyu confronted her, she had her reasons. After all, the brother and sister helped in the wicked deeds within the Lihuan sect, matters she hadn't yet settled with them. Who fears whom? We've been staying at your house for over 2 months. The master of the Chu family has been extremely kind to us, so has Sibai girl. Alas, what virtues do we possess to deserve meeting someone like you? Gu Xiaoduo, having had a few cups, suddenly started being sentimental, sighing at the twists of fate. Yes, Lingwei girl, all 4 of us are half-dead people already. Nowadays, we actually get to enjoy our twilight years peacefully, Qiu Qi, with a head full of white hair, exclaimed. Among them, Ho Zheng seemed the youngest by appearance, his hair only halfway gray. Not possible. You all aren't just living for hundreds of years, but should at least live for 500. Chu Lingwei extended her hand and signaled a 5. As far as she knew, practicing cultivation could increase one's lifespan. If someone reached a certain level in their cultivation, they could even achieve immortality. However, the specific realm one must reach for this was still something beyond her current understanding. Oriental Yu, the high priest of Hill City, was the best example. It was rumored that since the day Hill City came into existence, he had already been there. Ha ha ha, Lingwei girl sure knows how to speak. Come drink. The 4 elders burst into hearty laughter at Chu Lingyue's wit, and they immediately drank 2 jars of fine wine in succession. The flavor of this wine is truly remarkable, rich and smooth with an aftertaste that lingers endlessly. Su Yuxian loved wine most of all, and couldn't help but indulge in appreciation after consuming it. Su old sir has exquisite taste. This is my uncle's 16-year-old private reserve. There's a whole cellar full, hundreds of jars. If you like it, I can send over a jar every few days, Chu Lingwei proclaimed confidently. If Uncle Chu Sheng were to know about her drinking habits, he would surely be angry enough to spit blood. After all, these wines were supposed to be reserved for the weddings of her and her sister. Really? The eyes of the 4 elders shone brightly. Yes, indeed so. Chu Lingwei nodded, appearing quite generous. Just talking. How often do we get to drink someone else's wine every 3 or 5 days? And it's not as if 10 years old wine was reserved for your sisters, right? Su Yuxian said. He was a man of good wine etiquette. Today, having drunk the 16-year-old reserve was satisfaction enough, and he didn't dare hope for more. Hee. Chu Lingwei covered her mouth and giggled. It was exactly as he said. Do you like drinking too? Lu Mo Ling, who had been silently sitting beside her, finally spoke up. A bit. Chu Lingwei responded vaguely. A bit means she really likes it. This was how Lu Mo Ling interpreted it. Chu Lingwei was just being modest in her words. Oh, she dragged out a long, oh, with profound meaning, then stopped talking, but quietly kept this matter in mind. In the divine thought lake, Xiongqi secretly listened to their conversation. Lingling, don't we have more than 10 barrels of jewel wine hidden away in the Lu family's backyard 100 years ago? It was their agreement. Yes. Lu Mo Ling replied silently within her mind. Chu Lingwei liked it, so she had already planned on it. When will we return to the Lu family to dig them up? Xiongqi was eagerly rubbing his hands together, unable to restrain himself. Chapter 139. Oh, trouble. Let's wait a little more. We'll first go to Ao Yin City with Lingwei, and then return to the Lu family to fetch wine. Lu Moling replied. She had her plans sorted out in her mind. Since she intended to stay close to Chu Lingyue for the long term, it was only appropriate to demonstrate her sincerity. All right, I'll follow your lead, Xiongqi said. But could you possibly sneak me a little of that 16-year-old reserve? His mouth was watering profusely. Sure, I'll be discreet, Lu Moling responded. She doted on Xiongqi immensely. The four elders were already drunk, constantly pulling Chu Lingyue into conversations, barely paying attention to her. Quietly, she filled a bowl of wine and secretly placed it under the stone table, away from everyone's sight, delivering it through mental transference. In no time, the bowl of wine vanished without a trace. Xiongqi drank a bowl and wanted more. It was indeed the finest earthly wine. Well, Chu Lingyue had noticed Lu Moling's scheme long ago. Surely she must have been giving it to Xiongqi. After consuming 4 jars of aged brew, the 4 old men were completely intoxicated, stumbling off to rest. Chu Lingyue and Lu Moling bid them farewell and left Zhongxi Academy. However, they didn't rush back to Xianfeng Villa, but instead took Lu Moling to the cellar behind the kitchen. What are you doing? Lu Moling squatted by the entrance to the cellar, watching Chu Lingyue as she wobbled down the ladder while holding it steady. Hush, don't talk. Chu Lingyue sighed quietly before carefully picking an aging brew she thought was decent, tucking it under her arm. But she slipped, and the jar fell, rolling downward. A series of muted thuds echoed, shattering over 10 more jars. Instantly, the entire cellar was permeated with the rich aroma of liquor. Both girls froze momentarily. Oh, they were going to get an earful tomorrow. What do we do now? Get up here quickly. Lu Moling fidgeted anxiously, pacing back and forth like a restless mouse. After recovering briefly, Chu Lingyue returned to normal and descended again into the wine cellar. This time, she selected a better bottle and cautiously cradled it in her arms as she climbed out. Here, for you. Chu Lingyue, whose clothes carried the smell of alcohol after her trip into the wine cellar, generously handed the jar over to Lu Moling, wiping off some dust with her sleeve. It's for me. Lu Moling covered her mouth in surprise, touched, yet somewhat fearful at the same time. Yes, under the stone table. I saw you secretly giving it to Xiongqi. He deserves a treat since he's been suppressed for so long, Chu Lingyue said casually. After all, Xiongqi was once sealed by Jun Yiming, so it would be proper to show him some favor. Thank you. Lu Moling readily accepted, swishing her hand to store the vintage brew into her spatial ring. Be my guest. Let's go to sleep. But what about those shattered vintages in the cellar? Forget about it. Chu Lingyue patted Lu Moling's shoulder reassuringly before both supported each other and returned to Xianfeng Villa. The 4 elder scholars indulged themselves the most last night. Chu Lingyue appeared slightly tipsy, while Lu Moling hardly drank any. The next day, Chu Lingyue woke up to find the sun already high in the sky. She sat up groggily, clutching her throbbing head. Though dazed from the potent vintage, she remembered perfectly well about breaking more than a dozen bottles in the wine cellar last night. Lu Moling had risen early and was helping tidy up in the courtyard. As Chu Lingyue wasn't awake, Lu Moling, who was usually quite socially awkward, also didn't know what else to do. Good morning, Moling. Chu Lingyue greeted neatly dressed after leaving her room, noticing Lu Moling trimming flower branches in peace. That day, she planned to take Lu Moling around town to inquire about the situation in Sierra City. There was also the recruitment competition day for Starlight Academy. Morning, Lu Moling set down her tools and came forward with the usual polite demeanor. Miss, you're awake. Linging coincidentally returned from outside the yard. Yes, prepare some porridge and light dishes, instructed Chu Lingyue. Her brain buzzed from last night's drinking, and she had little appetite. Lunch has already been prepared by Lord Master for you and Miss Lu. Linging curtsied in reply. All right. Chu Lingyue stiffened for a moment, her lips twitching, and reluctantly agreed, dragging Lu Moling along to the front hall. As expected, there was another full table of rare delicacies. Chu Lingyue, however, had no appetite, forcing herself to eat a bit. In the kitchen, Master Chu Sheng knew very well what they did sneaking to his wine cellar last night, both obviously having imbibed deeply. After lunch, Chu Sheng called Chu Lingyue alone to the study to seriously discuss the matter. Uncle. Chu Lingyue stood compliantly before Chu Sheng, ready for a lecture. Lingyue, the aged brew in our kitchen cellar is reserved for your marriage and I use. If you wish to drink, you could just ask me directly, right? Chu Sheng spoke tactfully, not caring much about the wine, but merely wanting to show extra care for his 2 young girls. I'm sorry, uncle. I broke the aged brew by accident. Chu Lingyue lowered her eyelids quietly, her lips mumbling as she honestly admitted her fault. It turned out that even when drunk, she was still a troublemaking little girl. In her past life, with no parents to guide her, she hadn't realized the significance of breaking carefully preserved aged wine. Now it was different. She had elders to teach her, and she finally understood what it felt like to be truly cared for. Since it's broken, it's broken. Uncle wasn't implying any blame. It's my oversight. This morning, I already ordered 2 carts of fine wine placed in the backyard kitchen. If you want to drink, just go fetch some whenever you'd like, Chu Sheng said kindly. When it came to Chu Lingyue, he always found it hard to be tough on her. Uncle. Chu Lingyue stepped forward and hugged Chu Sheng, coaxing him playfully. That's enough. Lingyue, you're almost at marriageable age now. Don't hug your old uncle. Chu Sheng chuckled happily. I know. Thank you, uncle. Chu Lingyue smiled mischievously. There is one more matter. The great priest sent Sister Xinxue a while ago to say if you return, head straight to the priestess shrine to see the great priest, Chu Sheng added seriously. Also, the head of the Nan family. It has been announced loudly in Hill City by a few younger members of the Nan family that Nan Jian died at your hands. Is this true? Chu Xing asked again. Yes. Chu Lingyue sat upright and spoke clearly, leaving nothing unacknowledged. This. Chu Xing wore an expression of deep regret. Before Chu Lingyue confessed herself, he never dared to imagine that it could possibly be true. And now, Nanjian and his sons were in league with the Soul Sever sect first. My appearance disrupted their plans, and Nanjian wanted me dead before anything else. Uncle, if it were me who perished, what would you say? Chu Lingyue's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. She wasn't entirely evil, but neither was she entirely good. Self-preservation was something she understood well. So when did I tell you that you were injured? Was it during a battle with Nanjian? Chu Xing asked worriedly. So that made sense. His beloved niece whom he had raised himself would not kill easily. Yes, partly due to his skill. Chu Lingyue nodded. But indeed, Nanjian met his death at my hands. Aside from the three from the Soul Sever sect, there was no one else present. If Nanjian's death originated from claims by Nan Mingyuan and Nan Ziyou, then we might have to suspect they are still in close contact with the Soul Sever sect. Chapter 140, Standing Alone at the Head. 10 years ago, the Lihuan sect stood alone at the head, and its influence had already permeated the entire Canglan Continent. Lingyue, I fear it may not bode well for you. Chu Xing said. Auntie Sheng, please don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chu Lingyue consoled him. If any of the younger members of the Nan family are colluding with the Lihuan sect, we must inform the great high priest as soon as possible, Chu Sheng remarked. He had heard all about the details from Chu Sibi. Young Au has a pure heart. If it weren't for your timely appearance, she would have been in grave danger if captured by those lesser members of the Nan family. Before Chu Lingyue took over from the original host, she had behaved recklessly in Sil City, earning many enemies and gossip for Chu Sibi. Chu Lingyue was aware of this point, so when Chu Xing mentioned it briefly, she understood immediately. Auntie Sheng, Au is also my sister. How could I stand idly by when she is in trouble? Chu Lingyue's gaze was resolute. Chu Xing wiped away a tear and grew melancholic again. Seeing the two of you resolve past grievances now gives me much comfort. Back then, I found Au in the Moisog forest outside Sil City. When I brought her back to be your sister, you were overjoyed beyond words, and before we knew it, 10 years have passed. Chu Xing suddenly felt melancholic. Mentioning Chu Sibi, his greatest wish was to help her find her biological parents. What Uncle Sheng says, Lingyue doesn't remember clearly anymore, but Lingyue remembers that she has always been with Au since childhood, she replied. It's understandable that you can't remember. Back then, you both were only 5 or 6 years old. But allow Uncle Sheng to add one more thing. Au has always had a proper character since childhood and values righteousness above all else. If you ever get the chance, you should look after her more, Chu Sheng said earnestly as he handed Chu Sibi over into Chu Lingyue's care. Uncle Sheng, why do you speak like this? I've already said it. Au is my sister, and we've grown up together since childhood. Although there's no blood relation between us, our bond surpasses that of siblings. Since you've taken good care of Au from a young age, perhaps in some areas, she should look after me instead, Chu Lingyue responded sincerely. Lingyue, tears streamed down Chu Sheng's face with gratitude. My children have finally grown up. Our Chu family has hope once more. Uncle Sheng, the act is over. Chu Lingyue unhesitatingly exposed Chu Sheng. Cough cough. Chu Xing suddenly became awkward upon being discovered. If there's nothing else, Uncle Sheng, Lingyue will take her leave. Chu Lingyue bowed slightly, turned around, and left the study. She had promised Lu Moling that they would go out today to play. Lingyue, unless you're going to the great high priest's residence, you mustn't venture out aimlessly these few days. Gossip is rife outside, understood? Chu Sheng called out from the doorway of the study. I understand. The sound of Chu Lingyue's voice faded further and further. It was necessary for her to listen attentively. Chu Sheng hurried towards the ancestral shrine of the Chu family. He absolutely had to report this matter to their ancestors and seek their blessings. On the way back to Xianfeng Manor, Chu Sibi was practicing swordsmanship in the backyard. She too sat beside her clapping enthusiastically. Man and beast were in perfect harmony. Chu Lingyue rushed hastily around the rear courtyard corridor, and Chu Sibi quickly sheathed her jade sword. Sister, where are you heading? Have you finished speaking with father? What did you talk about? In truth, she had deliberately stationed herself here waiting for Chu Lingyue. The moment she saw Chu Lingyue, she immediately chased after her. Sister, Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue continued walking briskly without any intention of stopping. Chu Sibi, becoming anxious, called out directly by name. Only then did she stop. What's the matter? Chu Lingyue looked back innocently, seemingly puzzled. Her thoughts had wandered just then, and she hadn't paid attention to Chu Sibi calling her. Chu Sibi sprinted to Chu Lingyue's side, peppering her with questions. What did you and father talk about? Did he ask you about matters related to the Lihuan sect? I've told him all the details already. It wasn't anything like that. Last night, I drank too much and knocked over more than 10 jars of aged wine in the kitchen cellar. Auntie Sheng said it was supposed to be part of our future dowry. I got reprimanded. Chu Lingyue recounted clearly. Chu Sibi covered her mouth in shock. It was you who knocked them over. That's why I wondered this morning why the kitchen smelled like alcohol everywhere. A father never lets anyone near those aged wines in the cellar. Yet, here you are coming home and rummaging through them. Feels good getting scolded, right? Chu Sibi didn't even entertain the notion of watching from the sidelines. Yes, it does feel good. Aren't you practicing your sword skills? Go ahead and train more. It benefits both physical and mental health, Chu Lingyue remarked disinterestedly. She wasn't in the mood to chat with Chu Sibi anymore and was eager to take Lu Moling out to play while taking care of errands. So you noticed me practicing in the courtyard but deliberately walked past pretending not to see me. Chu Sibi placed her hands on her hips, appearing very discontent. Yes, I saw you. Aren't you practicing your sword? Would I dare disturb you? I have other things to attend to. Excuse me. Chu Linghua responded evasively before swiftly turning away and leaving. Chu Siyu stamped her feet in frustration as she helplessly watched Chu Linghua walk away. Little bunny, my sister wasn't like this before. Why is she like this now? Previously, Chu Linghua would go out of her way to find fault and oppose Chu Siyu, but now she didn't even want to acknowledge her. Miss, don't be upset. Maybe the elder sister has other important matters to attend to. Chi Tu bounded onto Chu Siyu's shoulders, trying to console her. Chu Siyu's eyes spun quickly. You're right. No, we must follow. But miss, wait a moment. Chu Siyu paid no attention to Chi Tu finishing his sentence and hugged him tightly while rushing to follow Chu Linghua. Chu Linghua turned into Xian Feng Yuan, soon coming out laughing and chatting with Lu Moling, heading towards the back door. Chu Siyu secretly squatted behind a large flower pot, hugging Chi Tu, watching them. They are heading to the back door. Could they be going outside? No, I need to go too. Miss, if we follow Big Sister, won't she get mad if she finds out? Chi Tu asked cautiously. What does she have to be mad about? If we go out to play without me and bring Miss Lingling instead, aren't you treating me like an outsider? I haven't even scolded her yet. Chu Siyu's straightforward personality showed again, bluntly saying what she felt, no matter what it was. Chu Siyu held Chi Tu confidently and followed straight after. When Chu Siyu appeared behind the large flower pot at the front of Xinfeng Manor, Chu Lingwen noticed immediately how poorly she hides herself, half of her dress still sticking out. At the back door. Hurry, they've gone out. Chu Siyu sped up her pace, and Chi Tu, seeing that they were about to exit through the back door, quickly returned to the divine mind lake within her. That's right. 2 months ago, he signed a master-servant contract with Chu Siyu, an equal one. The instant Chu Siyu excitedly lifted her skirt and rushed out the back door, 2 figures suddenly appeared to her left, seemingly waiting just for her arrival. Chu Siyu froze on the spot. Oh no, did she just get caught? Chu Siyu could only awkwardly laugh to mask her nervousness, standing obediently in front of Chu Linghua. Hey you, why not practice your swordsmanship properly, and why are you following me? Chu Linghua asked, her perfect little face slightly serious. Lu Moling stood behind Chu Linghua silently, saying nothing as she didn't know Chu Siyu well and therefore kept quiet. What about you? Aren't you sneaking out with Miss Lingling and leaving me behind? Chu Siyu retaliated. Yes, so what? Chu Linghua crossed her arms and tilted her head, responding with a question. Chu Siyu pointed at Chu Linghua, seething with anger. You, I knew it. Chapter 141. Help me keep it confidential. In the past, you rarely showed your face with me in public, eager to disassociate yourself from me. So what's going on now? Have you even learned to chase after me? Chu Linghua teased. Chu Siyu's cheeks turned crimson as Chu Linghua spoke, but her skin was thick enough to withstand it. That was then. It's different now. I want to be with you, so bring me along, alright? Oh maybe another day. I have important things to do today. How about that? Chu Linghua spoke softly. She knew Chu Siyu was sharp and would understand her implication. Alright then. Chu Siyu looked at Chu Linghua, suddenly looking disheartened, though she clearly understood the situation already. Alright, when I return, I'll bring you some delicious treats. How about the date cake from the East Street, and the sweet shrimp from the West Street? Chu Linghua became gentle, speaking for the first time in a sisterly tone to Chu Siyu. That's what you said. Chu Siyu replied, then whispered into Chu Linghua's ear softly. Isn't Dad forbidding you to go out? Chu Linghua perked up. Sure enough, Chu Siyu was indeed clever. If not for this, she would have gotten rid of Chu Siyu long ago. There's no way she'd be waiting at the back door for her. You can rest assured, I won't tell Dad. I'll keep it confidential for you, but you must return before dark. Make sure to get home before dinner. Chu Siyu stated. Alright, I understand. I will definitely be back before dinner. You is truly kind to me. Chu Linghua began acting coy. I promised you 2 things, and I will certainly bring them to you. Okay, you all go ahead then. I'm going back to practice my swordsmanship. Chu Siyu pouted and muttered, suddenly realizing that if she didn't catch up soon, Chu Linghua would leave her far behind sooner or later. No, she must put forth effort and secure a spot alongside Chu Linghua as one of the freshmen at Star Luo Academy. Go ahead. Chu Linghua waved her hand, watching Chu Siyu leave. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chu Linghua handed a veil to Lu Moking so she could cover her face while they both concealed their features. Since her return to Shire City hadn't been widely announced yet, she decided to take a few more leisurely strolls around to learn about the current situation. Passing through the main street, lively hawking and selling voices never ceased, but Lu Moking barely glanced more than once, showing absolutely no interest. Do you like anything? Just let me know, and I'll foot the bill. Chu Linghua generously proclaimed, holding onto a Star Luo Bank Platinum card, earned entirely through her own efforts back at the Star Luo auction house. No need. Aren't you supposed to have an important matter to deal with? Let's attend to it first. Lu Moking pulled Chu Linghua, explaining that she had not interacted with so many strangers in 10 years. With unfamiliar surroundings, a hint of fear crept into her heart. Alright. Chu Linghua acknowledged, knowing Lu Moking's timid nature, thus refrained from forcing her. They directly headed toward the black market, and their destination was the Divine Wind Mercenary Group. The east alley of the black market led to the entrance of Divine Wind Mercenary Group, where a 3-meter-tall gate stood slightly open. Inside, numerous figures passionately debated over something. Leader, our search in the Demon Beast Forest did not yield any trace of the Holy Maiden. It seems that the Great Shaman has come up empty-handed as well. What should we do now? Should we continue searching? Or Our lives were saved by the Holy Maiden. We must find her, Dong Yi firmly voiced out. All right. Then tonight we'll go to the Mercenary Guild to accept tasks and head separately once again to the Demon Beast Forest to find her. Yes. Dong Yi, Dong Air, Dong Si, Dong Wu, Dong Qi, and Dong Jiu all agreed together. Chu Lingyue was deeply grateful to these people, having spared their lives previously. They vowed to locate her at any cost, believing firmly that she was merely missing, not in danger. Let's go inside. Chu Lingyue held Lu Moking's hand and walked confidently into the Divine Wind Mercenary Group, pushing the door open as everyone in the Grand Hall froze momentarily in disbelief. Chu, Holy Maiden. Dong Yi stood up first, his weathered face masking his excitement poorly. Everyone quickly surrounded Chu Lingyue, unable to suppress their overwhelming joy despite her being veiled, all recognizing her distinctively lively black eyes, undeniably unique in this world. Chu Lingyue gently closed the door behind her and removed her veil. It's me, she smiled. Holy Maiden. Dong Yi, Dong Air, Dong Si, Dong Wu, Dong Qi, and Dong Jiu all knelt halfway down in respect, the highest form of honor and reverence they could give to Chu Lingyue. Please rise, Chu Lingyue said. Immediately, Dong Yi and the others stood up. Some prepared tea while others moved stools, promptly inviting Chu Lingyue to sit down. Unreservedly, Chu Lingyue invited Lu Moking to sit beside her. From the start, she hadn't planned to remove her veil, for it was her first time in a decade encountering so many men close up, and the room was filled with masculine odors. Somewhat uncomfortable, uncertain about Chu Lingyue's relationship with these individuals, she kept her head down quietly, without uttering a word, only listening. Holy Maiden, where did you go after our parting at the underground city of the Soul Departure Sect? After we left, we heard that the underground city of the Soul Departure Sect had been destroyed. We searched more than 10 times, but never found your whereabouts. Dong Yi asked excitedly. Last time at the Soul Departure Sect, we owe our lives to Holy Maiden's rescue. Dong Yi and others said as they were about to kneel again. Don't kneel so easily. Chu Lingyue hurriedly stopped them. You helped keep my secret first. Saving you was merely a result of your own good deeds. Chu Lingyue's words made Dong Yi and others blush. Holy Maiden, what you mean is the matter of Junling, right? When we realized that you were Junling, we also got quite a shock. I disabled Nanming Yuan's right hand, and you helped keep my secret. That's the cause. I saved you all from the Soul Departure Sect without hesitation despite revealing myself. That's the effect. Today, I came here to settle the cause and effect. Chu Lingyue shone with grace, taking a sip of hot tea and putting it down lightly. Her long fingers tapped on the table gently, making a clear but soft sound. Holy Maiden means. Dong Jiu and others were confused, watching her with doubt. Did I hear rumors about me in Shire City yesterday when I returned? Were they related to Nan Mingyuan and his sister? Chu Lingyue asked. It was their spread rumors. Holy Maiden saved 100 people of the mercenary group from the Soul Departure Sect by herself, which was undoubtedly a heroic act. Everyone said that Nan Jian's death had nothing to do with you, but there was no substantial evidence. Since you went missing, the rumor grew increasingly mysterious. We, together with other mercenary groups, have made great efforts to defend Holy Maiden's innocence, but the effect was minimal. Therefore, during this period, we expanded the search range in the Demon Beast Forest for Holy Maiden even more. Fortunately, you've appeared. The Nans can't smear you anymore. Yes. Everyone agreed, fully supporting Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue thought for a whole minute, then smiled faintly and opened her mouth. Nan Jian was indeed killed by me. Ah. The people who had just supported Chu Lingyue immediately became deflated like frostbitten eggplants. However, he was the one who initiated the killing intention against me. To protect myself, I used a small trick to throw him into the magma, where he burned to death. Chu Lingyue continued, amused by their dumbfounded expressions. Dong Yi and others had never seen such an unconventional woman like Chu Lingyue before. Even talking about murder could be described so casually and elegantly, without any harm to the harmony of atmosphere. There was simply no sense of inconsistency, worthy of being called Holy Maiden. Extraordinary demeanor. Yes, I saw it. It was that person who moved first. He wanted to kill Lingyue first. Lu Moking raised her hand quietly and firmly testified for Chu Lingyue. Chapter 142, We Are Willing to Die. Who might this young lady be? Dong Jiu and the others were meeting Lu Moli for the first time, feeling deeply puzzled. My surname is Lu. My name is Moli, Lu Moli said courteously. Ah, Miss Lu. Dong Jiu and the others bowed in respect. Lingling is my close friend. By coincidence, after seeing you off, she joined me and witnessed everything. After this incident, I have formed a deep enmity with the Lihuan sect. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. All of this was to save us. The gazes of Dong Jiu and the others dimmed, their fists clenched tightly before loosening again. They all felt it was because of them that Chu Lingyue had been dragged into trouble. Whenever the Holy Maiden needs our assistance, just command us. We are willing to die without hesitation. Yes. Agreed. Without hesitation. Dong Yi and the others bowed again, reiterating their gratitude towards Chu Lingyue. I don't need your willingness to sacrifice your lives. I only need you to keep my identity secret, and also keep confidential the fact that I came to see you. Chu Lingyue said, as she wasn't yet ready to reveal her whereabouts. She planned to observe from the shadows for another couple of days. Understood. The Nan family has closed its doors, but every day they go personally to the Grand Priest's mansion to petition. However, the Grand Priest has never received them. Dong Yi said. He didn't just mobilize all members of the mercenary group to search for Chu Lingyue in the Beast Forest, but also kept people constantly tracking the movements of Nan Mingyuan and others. This is how he discovered such information. They go every time at dusk, presenting their petition at the entrance of the Grand Priest's mansion. Then, they kneel for half an hour, accusing you of your crimes. Their knees become numb, and then they are helped home by their servants. All the people of Sierra City come to watch the spectacle, and this matter has even been compiled into a book. Storytellers use it to attract customers daily at the Xing Luo First Building, making excellent business, Dong Er remarked. Oh, is there really such a thing? Chu Lingwei actually laughed. Simply for the matter of killing Nanjian, could storytellers embellish and use it to attract guests, truly showing no respect for the deceased. It's no wonder why Nan Mingyuan and his sister went daily to the Grand Priest's mansion to petition. And, Holy Maiden, when you return to the Chu family, please make sure to avoid being seen. Dong Er worried that something might happen to Chu Lingwei. Thank you. Chu Lingwei did not say much more. Whether or not to go, it was up to her to decide. What plans does the Holy Maiden currently have? Dong E asked. If the Holy Maiden needs any help, we will immediately gather the members of other mercenary groups to bear witness to the Holy Maiden's innocence at the Grand Priest's mansion. Haha. Chu Lingwei was amused by Dong Yi's seriousness. Captain, didn't I already say that Nan Jian indeed died by my hands? How could you possibly prove my innocence? Even so, it was Nan Jian who harbored murderous intent first. Between the two of you, only one could survive, and it should definitely be our Holy Maiden of Sierra City. Moreover, Nan Jian colluded with the Lihuan sect and used over 100 of our mercenary brothers' lives for a blood ritual. His death was justified. Dong Jiao and others indignantly said. Although they had been rescued by Chu Lingwei and hadn't appeared at the scene of the blood ritual, word had spread among the mercenaries and must be true. We will persistently present petitions at the Grand Priest's mansion, revealing the crime of Nan Jian's collusion with the Lihuan sect. Dong Jiao continued. How unexpected. Chu Lingwei hadn't imagined they would go so far as to petition the Grand Priest's mansion on her behalf. It's not just us. Over these few days, we've reached a consensus with other mercenary groups. Whenever the Holy Maiden gives the order, we will rise up immediately, demanding justice for the Holy Maiden. Dong Jiao and others became increasingly passionate as they spoke. At that time, we'll rely on all of you. If there's an opportunity, thank the brothers of the mercenary groups on my behalf for speaking up for me. Chu Lingwei said. What nonsense is this? If it weren't for the Holy Maiden, we would have long been killed by the Lihuan sect. And what we can do for the Holy Maiden is so insignificant, we feel truly ashamed, Dong Jiao sighed. It's getting late, so Lingling and I shall take our leave. Chu Lingwei put on her veil, stood up, and said that she had promised Chu Siyu to buy jujube cakes from East Street and sweet shrimp from West Street. She feared missing the drama unfolding at the Grand Priest's doorstep. After listening to a storytelling session at the Star Luo Tower, things would likely play out perfectly. May the Holy Maiden and Miss Lu depart slowly. To prevent arousing suspicion, they dared not escort them further, closing the door and turning away customers right at the entrance. Chu Lingwei held Lu Moli's arm, walking boldly out of the Black Market East Alley. To avoid being recognized, she even deliberately concealed most of her face. Perhaps due to the hot weather, quite a few women passing by were similarly veiled. With their umbrellas held above them, they remained unrecognized by anyone. Chu Lingwei and Lu Moli first headed to East Street, closest from their location, to buy some jujube cakes, then proceeded westward toward West Street. The Star Luo Tower was located at the end of West Street, bustling with people. Chu Lingwei spent a large sum of money to secure a private room on the second floor, leisurely cracking melon seeds, while listening through the screen to the storyteller enthusiastically exaggerating in the spacious hall below. Was it true that you were as cunning and willful, foolish and incompetent as the storyteller describes? And did you truly admire the young master of the Nan family? Is that the same Nan family master whose right hand was disabled by you? Lu Moli, curious like a child, propped her head up with her hands and bombarded Chu Lingwei with questions, almost smiling uncontrollably. Yes, I wasn't just foolish and incompetent. I was also aggressive within my own home. As Feathers would say, I was nothing short of a complete scoundrel, a pest that everyone cursed. Chu Lingwei described herself without exaggeration, portraying herself in an extremely negative light. How could you describe yourself this way? I don't believe it. Lu Moli shook her head, innocently staring at Chu Lingwei, certain that she didn't resemble such a person from any angle. If you don't believe it, neither do I, Chu Lingwei said before pouring tea for Lu Moli. Drink some, and let's continue listening. The story resumed where it left off, describing Chu Lingwei's past interactions with the Nan family. It painted a particularly dark picture of Chu Lingwei, one even Lu Moli couldn't bear to hear. Still, the entire hall was filled with guests who found it highly entertaining, their eyes glued to the storyteller. Did you really not know anything when you were younger? Lu Moli asked, surprised. As the more she got to know Chu Lingwei, the more baffling and extraordinary her history seemed. Not exactly. I was a prodigy in Hill City until I turned 8, and at birth there were celestial omens, which is why I was chosen to be the Holy Maiden, Chu Lingwei explained. So why did your reputation change so drastically? Lu Moli tilted her head and asked. Chu Lingwei. Lu Moli's question was indeed abrupt. I'm not sure how to explain it to you, but the person you met was already as you see me now. Chu Lingwei responded after some consideration. Ah. Lu Moli looked at Chu Lingwei meaningfully, losing all interest in the storyteller. Are you unable to bear listening anymore? Chu Lingwei asked. Lu Moli's intense gaze made her feel goosebumps rising all over. No, Lu Moli shook her head. The storyteller is doing a good job. I'm just thinking about what kind of experiences someone must have gone through to undergo such a dramatic transformation. Chapter 143. The High Priest is not simple. Hee. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. Apart from life and death, there are no major events. Let's go. It's getting late. I'll treat you to sweet shrimp on West Street. It will be refreshing, Chu Lingyue said, putting down the sunflower seeds and leading Lu Moling out of the front door. The first building of Xinglua was at the head of West Street Alley. Her destination was at the tail of the alley. By the time they had bought their sweet shrimp, dusk had fallen. We're almost too late, Chu Lingyue said. If her 5 element spirit arts hadn't been sealed by Jun Yiming, she could have at least directly teleported them over without needing to rush. Without her 5 element spirit arts, going anywhere truly was inconvenient. Slow down, walk slower. I can barely keep up. Lu Moling panted, her cheeks flushed red. She was only a holy spirit master and didn't have Chu Lingyue's good stamina. Chu Lingyue slowed her pace, feeling somewhat tender-hearted. Apparently, there was indeed some difference in physical abilities between those who practiced martial spirits and others, especially holy spirit masters, whose endurance was very weak. No wonder they were wiped out. It made sense. Are you okay? If they weren't on the main street where they would attract too much attention, she would have carried Lu Moling away already. Yeah, if you could just slow down a bit. I can keep up. Lu Moling wiped the thin sweat off her forehead. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. All right. They were nearly at the entrance of the High Priest's mansion anyway. She might as well slow down. Tomorrow, they could come to watch the commotion again if needed. As they walked slowly, quite a few townsfolk brushed past them, all heading towards the same hubbub that Dong Jiao and others had mentioned. There were always so many people gathered daily. Chu Lingyue supported Lu Moling, finally reaching the entrance of the High Priest's mansion. However, more than 100 people had already gathered there, tightly surrounding the mansion in lively chatter. Everyone's discussion revolved around Chu Lingyue's noble righteousness, truly worthy of being the holy maiden of Shur City, rescuing over 100 lives from the hands of the Li Hun sect. But why did she alone kill South family patriarch, Nanjian? There must be hidden circumstances. But the holy maiden's whereabouts remain unknown. How can this be verified? Every day at this hour, Nen family siblings come to petition the high priest. Yet, the high priest has never shown his face. It's unclear if Nanjian's death is really related to the holy maiden. If this is true, then the holy maiden would bear the charge of murder. Even though she single-handedly saved 100 mercenaries, still, murder remains a fact. Nobody knows where the holy maiden is now. If she shows herself, these rumors would surely cease. She killed only Nanjian, not others. There must be reasons behind this. Everyone please don't jump to conclusions. Once the holy maiden returns, the truth will certainly be revealed to all. That makes sense. Amongst them, many expressed regret. It was clear that those speaking up for Chu Lingyue were mostly members of the mercenary group. Presumably, they were those she had saved from the Li Hun sect that day. In order to protect her reputation from unwarranted criticism, they stood up for her. Chu Lingyue pulled Lu Moling through the crowd, coming straight to the front. There they saw Nan Mingyuan and Nan Ziyu kneeling together at the entrance of the high priest's residence, both holding a petition that condemned Chu Lingyue verbally and in writing, waiting for the high priest to accept it today. Chu Lingyue killed my father. We request the high priest seek justice for our father. My family of 3 brothers has never colluded with the Li Hun sect. Please, high priest, investigate thoroughly. It was Chu Lingyue who made the first move, sentencing my father to death. Everyone kept their distance of 5 meters from the brother and sister duo. Since they began presenting their petitions at the high priest's residence, they had been talked about incessantly, for they were doubted. Half of the people sided with Chu Lingyue, while the other half sided with them. Each claimed their own reasoning was correct. Until Chu Lingyue appeared, the situation would remain deadlocked. High priest Dongfang Yu closed his doors tightly, merely instructing someone to receive the petition, making no official statements. Please, high priest, handle this impartially. Nan Ziyu shouted loudly. Together, brother and sister were determined that Chu Lingyue must die. Through her veil, Chu Lingyue touched her sharp jawline with one hand, watching contentedly as the 2 siblings facing her back knelt there in disdain. Lu Moling also listened silently to the accusations hurled against Chu Lingyue by the brother and sister pair at the entrance of the high priest's residence. Before even half an incense stick could burn, the majestic doors of the high priest's estate were flung open. Out came none other than Xian Xiao, the personal bodyguard of Dongfang Yu. Xian Xiao, dressed entirely in red, was coldly beautiful beyond compare. Even the faint smile on her lips chilled those around her. South young master, South miss, the high priest invites you. Xian Xiao approached them steadily and respectfully. Nan Mingyuan and Nan Ziyu stood up immediately. For 2 months, no matter how they begged for an audience with Dongfang Yu, he refused to meet them. And today, could it be that Chu Lingyue has returned? Nan Mingyuan exclaimed in shock and delight, noticing his right arm still hung limp at his side, relying only on his left for movement. It seems even the Lost Soul sect couldn't save his right arm. Chu Lingyue muttered softly. She had always been confused about why Nanjian would collaborate with the Lost Soul sect. It turned out to be for treating Nan Mingyuan's right arm. Perhaps something Yin Leitang had promised Nanjian in return, like trading South Ziyu to cure Nan Mingyuan's right hand. An incomprehensible deal like this. Lu Moling didn't catch what Chu Lingyue was muttering and looked perplexed. It's nothing, Chu Lingyue replied. Xian Xiao then smiled faintly and said, Young Master Nan, why don't you ask the high priest yourself? Please. Brother. Nan Ziyu suddenly felt an ominous premonition, completely unaware of the high priest's intention in seeing them now. Since these 2 months they had created as much trouble as they wanted, but were never granted an audience. Let's go, Nan Mingyuan said gravely. After Nanjian's death, he became the eldest son of the Nan family. If he didn't make a decision, Who would? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two siblings of the Nan family were led into the high priest's residence by Exine Xiao, the door closing tightly once more. Let's go. Why are we leaving? Lu Moling didn't understand. Hush, the high priest knows I've returned. Hurry, let's go. Chu Lingyue pulled Lu Moling and darted back into the crowd, vanishing from sight. The reason she was so sure came from Dong Jiao and others' words. For 2 months, Dong Fangyu had paid no heed to the Nan siblings' antics. Yet today, immediately upon her arrival, they were received. Dong Fangyu must have noticed that she had returned to Hill City, hence this sudden conduct. Next, it was likely her turn to be summoned. She always suspected that Dong Fangyu had installed some spies on her. The same thing happened last time when every detail, such as when she left the city and which road she took, was known crystal clear to him. This made her take extra precautions. At the high priest's mansion, Dong Fangyu stood behind with his hands clasped, facing a large crystal ball. The crystal ball showed the figures of Chu Lingyue and Lu Moling running away swiftly from the front of the high priest's mansion. Though their faces were veiled, they were still easily recognizable. Chu Lingyue had grown up under his watchful eyes. No matter what disguise she wore, he could spot her instantly. Good to be back. Dong Fangyu actually sighed in relief, indiscernible emotions swirling in his dark pupils. Although Chu Lingyue did not follow his instructions to see him immediately upon returning to Hill City, what mattered most was that she was alive. No problem, going to see her personally would work just as well. Exine Xiao arrived at the hall, bowed slightly. High priest, the Nan siblings have arrived. Send them to the guest rooms and find someone to keep watch over them. Without my permission, they are not allowed to leave the high priest's mansion. With a wave of his hand, Chu Lingyue and Lu Moling's images vanished from the crystal ball. Chapter 144, Divination Method of the 28 Lunar Mansions. That night, the moon bathed everything in its cool glow. Chu Lingyue couldn't sleep and was sitting high on the rooftop wearing a light silk dress. In the hot summer, only the late-night breeze offered a moment of relief. Xiao Qingtuan and Huo Feng quietly accompanied her on either side. Lu Moling had already fallen asleep, but she was waiting for someone. In her hand, she idly played with 4 soul coins, gazing up at the sky to observe the celestial patterns. Though Jun Yiming had sealed her 5 elements spirit arts, divination through borrowed objects was still something she could easily manage. Her eyes slightly narrowed as she saw the 28 lunar mansions glowing in the ecliptic, representing the eastern, southern, western, and northern constellations. Each palace contained 7 mansions, and the stars representing Qiongqi and Zhuke grew increasingly bright. She threw the 4 soul coins into the air and deftly caught them one by one, stacking them in her hand. The 4 divine creatures stabilized the 4 directions. She blew lightly on the 4 soul coins and then opened her palm. Indeed, Chu Lingyue showed surprise but quickly regained her composure. The 4 soul coins were stacked neatly, and she marked each to differentiate between them. Since Qiongqi is among the 12 beasts and represents misfortune, she would need to use the position of Zhuke to infer the divination. Who would have thought that Qiongqi and Zhuke overlap? Intriguing. She pinched 2 marked soul coins together, back to back, tightly connecting them. This suggested that her connection with Lu Mo Ling ran deep. The coin representing Qiongqi was on top, while Zhuke was below. Instead of lifting, it indicated that Lu Mo Ling required her help. Unfortunately, Chu Lingyue couldn't utilize the 5 element spirit arts, so she easily revealed the 2 soul coins. However, the coin representing Qiongqi felt slightly warm. What did this mean? Chu Lingyue furrowed her delicate brows deeply, forming a crease resembling the character Chuan. If only she could immediately interpret this with the 5 element spirit arts, but alas. Jun Yiming, you truly are. Chu Lingyue sighed softly but accepted it. Perhaps this too was part of fate. Looking at the other 2 soul coins, representing their 2 selves, no changes occurred yet, meaning they would face no immediate danger. But if the coin representing Qiongqi heated up, then something must happen soon related to Qiongqi. What could it be? Chu Lingyue gently held the soul coin representing Qiongqi between her thumb and forefinger, contemplating, unable to figure it out. She glanced upward again, observing the star patterns. Among the 28 lunar mansions, the stars representing the eastern azure dragon, the southern vermilion bird, Zhuke, the western white tiger, and the northern black tortoise remained stable, showing no changes. Mother, what are you looking at? Xiao Qingtuan tugged on her arm, clearly puzzled. Haven't you noticed? She's using object divination. Huo Feng gave Xiao Qingtuan a sharp look, cutting him off coldly. Even being one of the 4 divine beasts, Zhuke should understand this, shouldn't they? Young brother, how dare you speak to me like that? If I don't understand, I'll ask. This is called being eager to learn. Xiao Qingtuan stuck out his tongue at Huo Feng, acting quite mischievous. Chu Lingyue didn't care about their teasing and turned instead to Huo Feng. Do you know anything about object divination? Huo Feng had recently ascended to the rank of divine beast, but hadn't yet restored its full strength. Its palace within the heavens was too dim, so Chu Lingyue currently couldn't see the star belonging to Huo Feng among the 28 lunar mansions. I don't. Huo Feng might have blushed had it for not hidden it. I've only heard that humans sometimes practice divination using objects. Oh, Chu Lingyue said with profound meaning. She extended her tender arms and gently stroked Huo Feng's head, startling it so that it immediately recoiled. What are you doing? Huo Feng's feathers burst into flames, flaring in red anger. Its eyes filled with disdain, but there was less hostility than before. Don't touch it. Chu Lingyue tilted her head and pouted, retorting, then fine, don't let me touch you. Now she started to pout herself. Why does everyone else's contracted beast seem so gentle except ours? You even get angry when touched, being such a savage creature, she muttered discontentedly under her breath. As she finished speaking, she sniffed loudly and deliberately turned her back. Xiao Qingtuan's keen eyes spotted this and immediately rushed forward to pat their mother's back. Mother, don't be upset. Young brother didn't mean to offend you. He's just very stubborn. Humph. Chu Lingwei ignored them. Huafeng flattened its flared feathers, realizing its reaction had been overly exaggerated. It stepped forward a few steps, holding its proud head high. Fine, I'll let you touch. Being a generous divine beast, shouldn't it allow its own master to touch it? It wouldn't lose a single feather. Really? Chu Lingwei stopped sniffing and smirked triumphantly. Even though Huafeng had willingly entered into a contract with her, it was still too distant from her. Thus, she seized every opportunity to build trust between them so that they could maintain a long-lasting relationship. Yes, I absolutely won't resist. You touch me. Huafeng wore an expression of facing death bravely, as if Chu Lingwei were about to bite its neck. However, in the end, what it felt was a gentle touch. Her soft and boneless little hand gently stroked along its feathers, entirely different from the stiff touch it had imagined. Instead, it felt particularly comfortable. Good, your feathers are healthy and well-maintained. Keep it up, Chu Lingwei said with a radiant smile. Of course. My feathers are worth a fortune, Huafeng boasted, its crimson eyes brimming with confidence. It was the world's foremost fire phoenix, priding itself most on this vibrant red plumage. I'll show you a fireworks display. Huafeng, after being praised, couldn't help but want to show off in front of Chu Lingwei. Chu Lingwei displayed her confusion. Huafeng took 2 steps forward, creating some distance. Then before Chu Lingwei and Xiao Qingtuan's curious gazes, it shook out its feathers and slowly spread its wings in a grand gesture. Wow! The initial curiosity in Chu Lingwei and Xiao Qingtuan's gazes transformed into deep awe. Under the moonlight, Huafeng's fiery red feathers stood up in perfect unison, its long tail resembling the iridescent plumage of a peacock. The reflected light sparkled across its wings, dazzlingly brilliant and breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, Huafeng resembled a noble prince, its head proudly raised as it showed off its stunning beauty to its master from all angles. Chu Lingwei swore it was the most beautiful bird or beast she'd ever seen, even more beautiful than a peacock by 3 parts. After a brief moment, Huafeng retracted its wings under the astonished gaze of its master. Pretty, right? It awkwardly approached Chu Lingwei, curling its talons and sitting beside her. The proximity between human and beast was extraordinarily close. Though it had once been unfortunate when humans stole its vital energy, meeting Chu Lingwei made it consider itself incredibly lucky. Beautiful. Chu Lingwei engraved the extraordinary beauty deeply into her memory. I am the king of the fire phoenixes, and within the whole clan, only I possess this radiantly glowing plumage. Huafeng spoke with pride at this point. The whole clan? So do you lead the entire fire phoenix race? Chu Lingwei asked curiously, never having questioned where Huafeng had come from. Chapter 145. She's back. Aren't you going to Aoyan City? My clan is there too. Huafeng said with pride. I'll show you my authority then. All right. Chu Lingwei immediately agreed. Although his manner of expression was a bit awkward, it was Huafeng's most sincere invitation. You've agreed then. Chu Lingwei nodded. I want to go too. Xiao Qingtuan excitedly raised her hand. Go ahead then. Huafeng was unhappy, but didn't say no. Just in time for Xiao Qingtuan to see its commanding majesty before the whole clan and get a little intimidated. It was destined to be the leader. Mother, someone's coming. Xiao Qingtuan hadn't replied yet, when she felt an imposing presence getting closer. Go back first. Chu Lingwei said. Xiao Qingtuan and Huafeng transformed into a green streak of light and returned to her spirit heart lake. Chu Lingwei stood up, her phoenix eyes focused on the direction of the high priest residence. A towering figure appeared under the moonlight, gradually approaching her. She knew that Dongfang would come to find her, so she waited patiently. Dongfang lightly leapt, flying to Chu Lingwei's front, one hand behind his back, radiating an irresistible aura of power and dominance. He took off the bronze mask, revealing his enchanting face, especially those alluring phoenix eyes, absolutely captivating. Just a glance would make one fall deep into their charm. To say the least, Dongfang Yu and Jun Yiming were evenly matched in beauty, each having their own unique charm. Unfortunately, she favored Jun Yiming's style, tender yet still dominant. Dongfang Yu stood in front of Chu Lingwei, slightly lowering his head and gazing at her. Seeing her standing perfectly before him brought a sense of peace to his heart. Chu Lingwei remained silent, a smile lingering around her eyes. Since you're back, why didn't you come look for me right away? Dongfang Yu finally broke the silence, his tone somewhat serious. I just got back, and already here is the high priest. Chu Lingwei respectfully inclined her body, calmly explaining. Today, I merely heard about something related to the Nan family, so I went to see what the commotion was about at the high priest residence, nothing more. So, you knew I'd come looking for you, and thus decided to wait for me here? Dongfang Yu cast an evil glance her way, admiration and curiosity gleaming in his eyes. In these past few months, she had gone through tremendous changes, he could see that clearly. Yes, Nan Mingyuan and Nan Zio have been invited to the high priest residence by you, so I guess you must know that I've returned. Chu Lingwei answered. On the day of the soul departure sect's downfall, what exactly happened? After letting out a helpless sigh, Dongfang Yu finally asked. He seemed utterly powerless towards Chu Lingwei. Chu Lingwei chuckled. Don't you already know? The letter submitted by the siblings of the Nan family describes everything crystal clear. Dongfang Yu pinched the bridge of his nose and helplessly spoke. Stop using honorifics with me. Okay, Chu Lingwei readily agreed. I haven't even opened the letter presented by the siblings of the Nan family, Dongfang Yu said. I wish to hear your account directly. Chu Lingwei decided not to hold back any longer and revealed everything openly. Nan Jian and his 2 sons conspired with the people of the Soul Departure sect. I overheard them planning to kill me for their secret. They wanted me silenced. While I was being detained by the Soul Departure sect, I discovered they were using over 100 lives from various mercenary groups as a blood sacrifice for their rituals. As the sacred maiden of Sierra City, I couldn't just sit idly by watching these sacrifices. When Nan Jian tried to stop me, I killed him. So indeed, this was all true. What did they use the blood sacrifices for? Dongfang Yu asked seriously, his black and white pupils reflecting a rare moment of solemnity. Chu Lingwei fixed her gaze on Dongfang Yu and slowly began. For summoning the ferocious beast Qiongqi. Dongfang Yu's pupils contracted sharply, suddenly grabbing Chu Lingwei's slender arm with force, his whole body emanating a dangerous aura. Where is Qiongqi now? Ah. Chu Lingwei let out a sharp intake of breath due to the sudden pain, surprising herself momentarily. Sensing his inappropriate behavior, Dongfang Yu quickly released her. Sorry. Chu Lingwei didn't understand why the mention of Qiongqi evoked such a strong reaction from Dongfang Yu. Qiongqi has been taken by the members of the Soul Departure sect. It's now in the hands of Yin Leitang. Chu Lingwei frankly stated, not planning on revealing Qiongqi's real whereabouts, and instead shifted the blame to the Soul Departure sect. Is that true? Dongfang Yu stared intently into Chu Lingwei's eyes, like a meeting between abysses. Yes, every word is true. Chu Lingwei nodded, not resisting Dongfang Yu's scrutiny. They remained locked in this stare-off for nearly a minute before Dongfang Yu relaxed his piercing gaze and reprimanded her like an elder. If that's the case, why didn't you return to Sierra City sooner? I learned from Master Mu's son that you were captured by the Soul Departure sect. Do you realize how worried I was? Do you know how devastated I was when I arrived and found only an ocean of rock? At that time, I was severely injured and managed to barely escape from Yin Leitang. Chu Lingwei explained and added, Lingling saved me. These last 2 months, I've been recuperating. Oh, the young lady who was with you at the time? Dongfang Yu asked again. Indeed. Was there no one else? He questioned further. Chu Lingwei smiled. What is the high priest really implying? At the time, all 100 members of the mercenary group were present. You can ask them for the details. But when I killed Nan Jian, other than the people from the Soul Departure sect, no one else witnessed it. Regardless of whether Nan Jian conspired with the Soul Departure sect or not, the one who killed him is indeed me. Is this how the high priest plans to conclude the matter? Chu Lingwei countered, deliberately omitting any mention of Jun Yeming. She had a premonition that the reason Dongfang Yu kept questioning her was likely related to the fact that Jun Yeming had erased the memories of over 100 people. Dongfang Yu stared at Chu Lingwei for a long time, his gaze inscrutable. Come to the high priest residence tomorrow. It's getting late, you should rest early. The high priest, please walk slowly. Chu Lingwei performed a respectful bow as she watched Dongfang Yu leave. Truly, he came in a hurry and left just as swiftly. In the shadows, Mo Sha was writing a letter with a pen, yet looked conflicted. Should I tell Master that there's another handsome man by Miss Chu's side to give Master a sense of crisis? No, Master would twist off my head. Mo Sha felt a chill run down his spine and immediately dismissed the idea. At the Mo family residence, Mo Roswang was anxiously pacing in the courtyard. A silk scarf still hung around her neck. Since hearing that Nan Mingyuan and his sister were invited into the high priest residence, for hours had already passed. Mississippi, the servant she'd sent to spy on the high priest residence sprinted back to the courtyard and knelt before her. How did it go? Did you manage to gather any information? Mo Roswang asked. To report to the miss. Nan young master hasn't come out of the high priest residence yet, but I heard that 2 figures resembling the holy maidens appeared in front of the high priest residence today. The servant replied humbly, trembling slightly. Chu Lingwei. Hearing Chu Lingwei's name again after 5 months, Mo Roswang staggered slightly, appearing flustered. Her neck, which had caused her no pain for 5 months, began to prickle again, prompting her to unconsciously scratch it. It's her return. Miss, keep watching the high priest residence and inform me immediately if there's any movement. Mo Roswang said, then rushed to Mo Qin's place to discuss countermeasures. She absolutely wouldn't allow Chu Lingwei to ruin Nan Mingyuan's plan. She was nothing but trouble. The next day, Chu Lingwei got up early, loosened her muscles in the courtyard, and performed the Bai Luo Xianyu sword technique while she was at it. Last night, she dreamt of Jun Yeming for some unknown reason. His tender gaze made her lose herself, so much so that upon waking up, she had lost all desire to sleep and could only pull Xianyu along to practice swordplay with her. Chapter 146. How dare I presume? Sis, you're awake? Early in the morning, while Luo Mo Ling had yet to rise, Chu Siyu arrived first. What is it? Chu Lingyu put away her Xianyu sword and asked curiously. Chu Siyu walked up to Chu Lingyu and said, Miss Xian Xiao from the Grand Sacrifice's residence has come. She's waiting outside. Dad sent me to call you. I see. Chu Lingyu responded lightly, as if she already knew that Xian Xiao would come to summon her. So, were you recognized when you went out yesterday? Miss Xian Xiao came with great pomp. There are a lot of people gathered outside. Upon seeing Miss Xian Xiao, they realized you've returned. They thought you were deliberately hiding in the manor and refused to go out. They insisted on seeing you, or they wouldn't leave. Chu Siyu spoke, without any hint of blame. She just wanted Chu Lingyu to be mentally prepared, so as not to be overwhelmed by the crowd. How could there be any talk of me hiding in the manor unwilling to go out? Chu Lingyu began dissecting each word carefully with Chu Siyu. It was indeed amusing watching her look so perplexed. Chu Siyu sat down abruptly in front of Chu Lingyu, earnestly explaining, I didn't mean that. I used inappropriate words. In the future, I'll read more books. I'm just worried that they will hurt you. Teasing you, really? Chu Lingyu nonchalantly inquired about breakfast. What's for breakfast today? The kitchen staff is preparing it. Chu Siyu had no ulterior motives. She only had Chu Lingyu in mind, fearing that she might get bullied. Will the grand sacrifice do anything to you? Yesterday, I heard that the grand sacrifice had already accepted the request of the Nan siblings. I'm worried about you. Chu Lingyu gave her a glance full of longing, saying, when enemies come, soldiers resist. When water comes, earth shields. I have done nothing wrong, so what is there to fear? It was Chu Siyu's meticulous concern that warmed her heart. Then, groan, the door of the west courtyard opened, and Lu Mo Ling, who had spent these past 2 days following Chu Lingyu, stepped out, looking as though she had slept soundly every night. Lingyu. Lu Mo Ling blinked her bright almond eyes at Chu Lingyu, noticing her chatting amiably with Chu Siyu. Chu girl. Lu Mo Ling made an obeisance towards Chu Siyu, racking her brains to find an appropriate form of address. Miss Ling Ling, call me Sister Lingyu. Don't call me Miss Chu, it seems distant. Call me a you, like my sister does. Chu Siyu stood up, bent slightly, and started talking about propriety with Lu Mo Ling. Judging from Chu Lingyu's personality, those around her were certainly the ones she valued most. Although she wasn't familiar with Lu Mo Ling, she understood how to play along. Firstly, to truly get close to Chu Lingyu, one must establish good relations with Lu Mo Ling. Chu Lingyu remained silent on this matter, fully aware of Chu Siyu's little plan. Thus, Chu Siyu followed through with her scheme. But Lu Mo Ling's reaction was rather extreme. Her lovely oval face showed a hint of panic, fumbling awkwardly. How can this be? What virtue or ability do I possess to be called sister by Miss Chu? For Lingyu to shelter me is already a great kindness. How dare I presume? Just a somewhat intimate title, but Lu Mo Ling seemed to take it too seriously. Clearly, the 10 years she spent in the netherworld had disconnected her from the cultural norms of the Canglan Continent. Sister Ling Ling, a you is my sister, and she is also your sister. Chu Lingyu couldn't help but intervene to guide the situation appropriately. Sure enough, when Chu Lingyu spoke, her words held the greatest weight. Lu Mo Ling's flustered expression immediately subsided, and she performed another obeisance. A you, Chu Lingyu. Chu Siyu. She really was that obedient, and neither of them suspected anything. Then from now on, I will call you Sister Ling Ling. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to tell me. As long as it's within my power, I'll procure it for you. Chu Siyu was quite charmed by being called a you. Yet she didn't expect Lu Mo Ling to follow Chu Lingyu's instruction so readily, without the slightest hesitation. All right, Lu Mo Ling responded docilely. Unless faced with an enemy, she would reveal her hidden side. That hidden side was exactly what Chu Lingyu had witnessed. So Chu Lingyu found Lu Mo Ling's disparity truly striking. Those unaware might mistakenly think she was frail and easy to bully. Even Chu Siyu had been deceived by Lu Mo Ling's delicate appearance, her seemingly harmless, gentle demeanor. In the main hall, after the family finished their breakfast, Chu Lingyu was ready to head to the Grand Sacrifice's estate. Originally, Chu Sheng, Lu Mo Ling, and Chu Siyu intended to accompany her, but they were stopped right at the entrance by Xian Xiao. Everyone please stay. The Grand Sacrifice has only invited the Holy Maiden. Xian Xiao politely said. Lingyu, Uncle Father, rest assured. The Grand Sacrifice merely wants to ask some questions. I'll be back at noon. Chu Lingyu smiled and reassured everyone. Then, you, take care of Uncle Father and Ling Ling. Chu Lingyu instructed. I understand, sis, go ahead. Chu Siyu, ever honest, must obey Chu Lingyu's orders. All right. Chu Lingyu was very satisfied. Holy Maiden, please. Xian Xiao said respectfully. The citizens gathered around the Chu family's gate quietly made way for them, following silently as they accompanied the two women to the Grand Sacrifice's estate. To the people of Hill City, the Grand Sacrifice was a godlike figure, a deeply ingrained belief in their minds, one that brooked no disrespect or blasphemy. Xian Xiao remained silent throughout the journey, her attitude towards Chu Lingyu indifferent. Chu Lingyu had noticed this from their first meeting and chose not to comment on it. Walking from the Chu residence to the Grand Sacrifice's estate took only about half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn if they walked briskly. As soon as Chu Lingyu entered the Grand Sacrifice's estate with Xian Xiao, at least 1,000 people were already gathered outside, waiting for a fair verdict from the Grand Sacrifice. Every individual in Hill City, whether present or not, was closely watching this matter unfold. At the Mu residence, Mu Lingfeng stand still. Mu Zhengang and his men surrounded Mu Lingfeng just as he was about to leave. They closed the doors of the Mu family tightly. Mu Lingfeng, dressed in a bamboo-patterned white robe, held a folding fan in hand, exuding grace despite his clearly annoyed eyes which stared straight ahead at Mu Zhengang blocking his path. It was Xian Xiao from the Grand Sacrifice's estate who had originally brought him back. Otherwise, he would never have shown his face to Mu Zhengang. For 2 months confined within the family home, Mu Lingfeng relied solely on messages sent by the Divine Wind mercenary group. Move aside, Mu Lingfeng roared, testing his last bit of patience. Ever since hearing from the Divine Wind mercenary group that Chu Lingyu had returned to Hill City, he tried every possible method to leave the Mu family compound in order to seek out Chu Lingyu. But Mu Zhengang never allowed him any chance to escape. Unfortunately, switching from being a spirit warrior to studying the ways of a spirit herbalist left him weak in both areas. In direct combat, he stood no match against Mu Zhengang. He should perhaps consider Chu Lingyu's advice seriously and focus more on training as a spirit warrior, which might provide crucial protection in times of need. I've told you you're not going. Mu Zhengang stood with his hands crossed behind his back, his usually stern face flushed with anger resembling a liver hue. Seeing Mu Lingfeng go through so many dangers in the demon beast forest, how could he allow his son to continue down this dangerous path? Almost losing the sole heir of the Mu family, it was too close. And what would happen if further ties with Chu Lingyu provoked another attack from the Lost Soul sect? Humph. Mu Lingfeng sneered derisively. It was you who severed our relationship. Now why do you block my way? Are you simply afraid I'll bring retribution from the Lost Soul sect onto the Mu family? If so, your concern is unnecessary. Chapter 147. The Death of Nanjian. Lingfeng. Mu Zhenggang's heart was deeply pained. I did this for your own good. Why must you involve yourself with the Sacred Maiden? She killed Nanjian, and now you have made an enemy of the Lihuan sect. Don't you realize that even though you've wasted your martial spirit and managed to return alive, it is a miracle, but it is the Sacred Maiden who gave me this life. If it weren't for her saving me, how could I have returned to Hill City? I would probably have already been killed by the Lihuan sect. Mu Lingfeng coldly stared at Mu Zhengang. He had always known that Mu Zhengang was overly cautious, afraid of everything. Otherwise, his mother wouldn't have died with resentment so many years ago. All of this was his doing, and he didn't want to be someone like Mu Zhengang. But haven't you already repaid her? You endured hardships to return to Hill City, just to bring the news to the Grand Priestess. Mu Zhengang earnestly advised. Is that so? Mu Lingfeng couldn't argue, finding it difficult to deal with such a cold-blooded person who happened to be his father. I no longer have any connection to the Mu family. These past few days, thank you for your care, Lord of the Mu household. Mu Zhenggang's eyes reddened as he painfully watched Mu Lingfeng. Do you know how much these words hurt your father? I will say it again. It was you who initially chose to cut ties with me. What is the point of saying this now? Do not try to stop me. Otherwise, the one lying in front of you will only be a corpse. Mu Lingfeng's gaze was firm and resolute. He opened his fan, turning it into a sharp dart which he pressed against his neck. It seemed that even the slightest force could easily pierce through his major artery. To protect the Sacred Maiden, you would even threaten your own father with death. Mu Zhengang could not believe that Mu Lingfeng was willing to stake his life just to see Chu Lingyue. Let me go. Mu Lingfeng enunciated each word clearly. Mu Zhengang stared intensely at Mu Lingfeng. Each passing second made the weapon-filled fan dig deeper into his neck until blood started to seep out. You may leave. Mu Zhengang finally relented and gave permission. The doors gradually opened. Mu Lingfeng put away the fan, walked past Mu Zhengang, and strode off determinedly. Mu Zhengang didn't turn around but felt deeply sorrowful. This was the fate of the Mu family. Did he not accept it yet? Just as Mu Lingfeng stepped outside the door, the waiting people of the Divine Wind mercenary group immediately surrounded him. Seeing the blood gushing from his neck, Dong Yi and others attempted to show concern. Young Master Mu, please take care of your wound. Mu Lingfeng covered the wound with his wide sleeve. There's no time. Are all the men assembled? He had to prove Chu Lingyue's innocence. Had she not saved more than 100 members of the mercenary group on her own, the losses for Hill City would certainly have exceeded what they were witnessing today. The fact that Nanjian colluded with the Lihuan sect was clear to everyone. Even if Chu Lingyue had killed him, it was justified. How dare the siblings of the Nan family have the audacity to seek justice from the Grand Priestess? Moreover, their actions mirrored those of Nanjian, collusion between father and sons with the Lihuan sect, leaving no way to exonerate themselves. They are all ready, awaiting silently at the entrance of the West Street alley. Dong Yi said. We'll go now. Mu Lingfeng replied. But the wound on your neck. Dong Yi and the others were worried. Bright red blood had soaked through his fingers and dampened his sleeves. No matter. Let us first rescue the Sacred Maiden. Mu Lingfeng said, then took out a hard-earned lower-grade spiritual liquid, drinking it. Unfortunately, its hemostatic effect was somewhat lacking. All right. They quickly headed towards the alley head at West Street, leading over 100 rescued mercenaries toward the residence of the Grand Priestess, determined to clear Chu Lingyue's name. On the other side, Mo Roswang and Mo Qin also brought a large contingent hastily heading toward the Grand Priestess Mansion. Inside the Grand Priestess Mansion, Chu Lingyue stood in the Great Hall. In front of her were the two siblings of the Nan family, clearly positioned on opposite sides, distinct and separate. Dong Fengyu, wearing a bronze mask, sat on the dais, his attendants flanking both sides. Seeing Dong Fengyu wave his arm, the crystal ball floating above instantly projected a live feed of what was about to happen onto the sky above the entrance of the Grand Priestess Mansion. The crowd gathered in front of the mansion was startled by the sudden appearance of the enormous projection screen in midair. Look, it's the Grand Priestess. And there are the Nan family siblings and the Sacred Maiden. The projection was exceptionally clear, as if they were right there in front of everyone. After performing the traditional three-kneel bows, the masses remained quiet, watching intently. Among the throng, Chu Sheng arrived with Chu Siyu and Lu Moling, accompanied by almost all members of the Chu family, who had waited anxiously back home and couldn't bear staying idle. If Chu Lingyue suffered any injustice, he would immediately demand retribution on her behalf. Regardless of who it was, bullying his niece was unacceptable. By the time Mo Roswang and Mo Qin arrived with their army, the proceedings had already begun. Yuan brother. Mo Roswang covered her astonished mouth. On the crystal projection screen, She also spotted Chu Lingyue's figure, which instantly sent chills down her spine. She had really returned. Father, Chu Lingyue must not be spared. She truly must not be spared. Mo Roswang tightly clutched Mo Qin's arm and pleaded bitterly. Uncle Nan has already died at her hands, and she will also bring disaster to Yuan brother. Mo Qin, however, thought otherwise. Ever since he learned that Nanming Yuan's right arm could no longer be repaired, he had completely given up on him. A cripple, how could he possibly receive protection from his Mo family? Moreover, with Nan Jian dead, the Nan family no longer had a mainstay. If it weren't for the size and influence of the Nan family, he would truly be unwilling to extend any help. Roswang, don't panic. Let's observe the situation first. Mo Qin remained relatively calm and spoke to steady Mo Roswang. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the floating crystal screen above the entrance of the Grand Priestess Mansion. Inside the Grand Hall, Nan Mingyuan and Nan Zio glared with hatred, once again kneeling before Dong Fanyu. Grand Priestess, Chu Lingyue killed my father with clear evidence. We implore the Grand Priestess to handle the matter impartially. Chu Lingyue stood upright in the Grand Hall, her eyes fixed on Dong Fanyu seated above, and she said, "Where did the Nan family head die? Why should I kill the Nan family head? How can you prove that I killed the Nan family head? Chu Lingyue, stop trying to talk your way out of this. My father died at your hand." Nan Zio angrily retorted. "You were the one who bound me first. All we did was exchange glances, and yet you tied me up, intending to let me starve to death in the demon beast forest." Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. Didn't Nan Zio realize that her reasons were utterly baseless? "Then may I ask why I bound you?" She responded with ease. Dealing with the Nan siblings was as easy as pie for her. No help from anyone else was needed. No problem. She had all the time in the world to properly accompany them in their little game today. "Who knows why you bound me? It must be because you couldn't stand me after my brother broke off the engagement with you." Nan Zio fabricated her lies fluently. She hadn't expected Chu Lingyue to be so persistent and sharp-tongued, nearly leaving her speechless. "I bound you because you hurt my sister Ayu first. Aren't you the one who couldn't stand me but couldn't beat me? So instead you harmed Ayu?" Chu Lingyue crossed her arms, watching Nan Zio with deep meaning, and asked calmly, "I just want to ask you this. Ayu's spiritual power is comparable to yours. With just you alone, how did you manage to subdue Ayu?" Nan Zio was indeed rendered speechless by Chu Lingyue's words, caught in an awkward position. She certainly couldn't admit that at the time, she relied on the backing of members from the Lihuan sect, which gave her the audacity to harm Chu Siyu. If she admitted it, wouldn't it confirm her collaboration with the Lihuan sect? "Where did you take Ayu after binding her?" Chu Lingyue continued her questioning. "Enough. Chu Lingyue, stop trying to defend yourself." Nan Mingyuan shielded Nan Zio behind him, his fierce gaze as if wanting to shred Chu Lingyue into pieces. Chapter 148, Standoff Face to Face. Quibbling? I'm merely stating the facts. Chu Lingyue gave a cold laugh, the smile lingering on her lips making her look like an unattainable flower, emanating a chilling and domineering aura. "I found Ayu in the underground city built by the Lihuan sect. At that time, you were keeping her imprisoned alone and torturing her repeatedly. Ayu was almost killed by your torment, Nan Ziyu. Do you really think I won't expose you?" Chu Lingyue asked with an icy tone, her gaze so intense it seemed to want to tear through Nan Ziyu. Nan Ziyu plopped, sat down on the ground, full of panic as she tried to justify herself, even repeating excuses over and over again. It's not true. I didn't do it. You, Chu Lingyue, are seeking revenge at this opportune moment. You harmed my sister Roswang, ruined things with my brother, publicly disgraced your family, and now you're coming after me." Nan Mingyuan boldly stepped forward, shielding Nan Ziyu from Chu Lingyue. Unwavering, he faced Chu Lingyue head-on. "Chu Lingyue, what exactly do you intend to do? Whatever your quarrel is, bring it on me, and stop intimidating Ziyu." "South Ziyu, how highly you think of yourself." Chu Lingyue couldn't help but give a derisive laugh. "By the way, South young master, let me restate something clearly. It wasn't you breaking off our engagement, but rather you who weren't worthy of me. As for everything Nan Ziyu has done, you should know better than anyone about it. Not simply fabricated lies on my part. What if?" Chu Lingyue suddenly raised her right hand. "If I am lying, may heaven strike me down. Will you swear to?" In the Canglan Continent, taking an oath actually works. "You?" Nan Mingyuan gritted his teeth tightly. "Dare you say you didn't kill my father? Would you dare take such an oath as well?" Chu Lingyue hadn't anticipated that Nan Mingyuan's mind was turning so quickly. He had even managed to copycat her method effectively. Progress indeed. However, she wasn't stupid either. "Then I have another question. Why does Lord South collude with the Lihuan sect when both of you were present there? How could you convince me now, saying you have no knowledge of the actions of Lord South and the Lihuan sect, and that you were also deceived?" Chu Lingyue asked sharply, her bright eyes fixed on Nan Mingyuan and his sister. "And more importantly, it was you who threw me into the water prison of the Lihuan sect. I remember it very clearly. You controlled their members freely." Chu Lingyue pointed to her brain as she accused Nan Mingyuan word by word. "What do you have to say for yourself, brother?" Nan Ziyu clung onto Nan Mingyuan's arm like a lifeline. Chu Lingyue is trying to change the subject, refusing to admit that she killed father. Don't let her deceive you. The mere back-and-forth argument among the three left everyone gathered in front of the great shaman temple stunned in disbelief. So, were the siblings, Nan Mingyuan and Nan Ziyu, crying foul while they themselves were at fault? Who would have thought that even these two siblings were implicated in the Lihuan sect and harmed the Saint Maiden? According to the Saint Maiden, the collaboration between the head of the Nan family and the Lihuan sect is factual then? They neglected the lives of over 100 people in the mercenary guild. That truly deserves punishment. The common folk outside were murmuring, discussing the matter earnestly. How am I deceiving anyone? When I received the plea for help, it came from young master of the Mu family, Mu Lingfeng, and over 100 others from the mercenary guild whom I saved from the Lihuan sect. I believe they're still out there. We can go outside immediately and cross-question them to verify whether or not my words hold true. As the Saint Maiden of Sierra City, it's my duty to protect the common people, to guard Sierra City. If only the head of the Nan family met his demise, shouldn't you understand why more than I do? Each word spoken by Chu Lingyue carried immense weight and authority, utterly fearless. How dare the Nan siblings accuse her openly? Was it inspired by the Lihuan sect? Right outside the Great Shaman Temple, Mu Lingfeng along with the Shinfeng mercenary group arrived with an imposing army. The shouts of valor resonated endlessly. Saint Maiden! Saint Maiden! Saint Maiden! All of them had come to bear witness to Chu Lingyue's innocence. With them present, no one would dare defame the Saint Maiden. The crowd waiting at the entrance of the Great Shaman Temple made away quite silently, their thunderous chants unified, reverberating throughout the entire complex. Xinxiao, Dongfang Yu rose up from the Grand Hall, understanding fully. Qianxin moved swiftly out of the Grand Hall. They've arrived. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly, her gaze fixed outside the Grand Hall. Upon hearing the roaring voices, she already knew that the people she'd rescued earlier had come here. With today's chaos, how could they be absent? Brother, what shall we do now? Can the fact that Chu Lingyue murdered father really be let slide? Nan Ziyu whispered anxiously to Nan Mingyuan, her heart restless as doubts swirled inside her. She knew everything about Nan Jian's deal with the Lihuan sect. It was all to cure Nan Mingyuan's right hand. Now, not only was his hand not cured, but his life had been sacrificed, dragging the entire Nan family into calamity. It's all Chu Lingyue's fault. If it weren't for her appearance, things wouldn't have turned out this way. She hated Chu Lingyue intensely, but at the same time, feared the great shaman. Despite hating her to the core, she didn't dare to act rashly. At this moment, Xi and Xiao had already led the people of the great shaman's residence to open the gates, and the black-clothed subordinates with red edging immediately surrounded the area. Everyone fell silent. Mr. Mu, Xi and Xiao called out. Mu Lingfeng immediately stepped forward from the crowd. Ms. Xi and Xiao. The great shaman has instructed that Mr. Mu please take all those saved by the Saint Maiden to the shaman hall to await further instructions. Xi and Xiao said, and then ordered someone to lead them all over. Yes. The shaman hall was only separated from the great shaman's residence by a brick wall. The onlookers immediately followed in Mu Lingfeng's footsteps, heading towards the shaman hall. Xi and Xiao returned to the grand hall at once and invited Chu Lingyue and her companions to the shaman hall, where the square could accommodate at least 5,000 people. Sure, Chu Lingyue, hands crossed over her chest, took the lead under Xi and Xiao's invitation as they moved toward the shaman hall. Since she hadn't done anything wrong, she wasn't afraid of confronting everyone in public. As Chu Lingyue made her way to the shaman hall, Dongfang Yu teleported to follow her closely. Brother, what should we do now? Nenzio clutched Nin Mingyuan's arm, her face full of anxiety. Facing accusations directly, they found themselves unable to refute even with hundreds of mouths. Besides, the Ghost Soul sect only claimed that Nan Jian was killed by Chu Lingyue, but they were not present at the scene. Moreover, regarding their conspiracy with the Ghost Soul sect, everything was orchestrated by Nan Jian. They were merely left behind in the sect without knowledge of its plots. Initially, Nan Jian had only told them that Yin Leitang of the Ghost Soul sect could treat Nin Mingyuan's right arm, nothing more. Other than that, they hadn't participated in anything else. There's no need to fear. We've done nothing wrong. How can they accuse us of crimes? The one guilty is Chu Lingyue. She killed our father. Nan Mingyuan, eyes filled with malice, walked with big strides, leading Nenzio towards the shaman hall. On the way to the shaman hall, Dongfang Yu teleported next to Chu Lingyue, walking shoulder to shoulder with her. For the mysterious appearances of Dongfang Yu, Chu Lingyue was used to it. Do you possess evidence of the collaboration between the Nan family and the Ghost Soul sect? He asked calmly. Chu Lingyue shrugged. I don't have any direct evidence, but I have witnesses. Even if we cannot convict Nan Mingyuan and Nan Zio, Nan Jian deserved his fate. What can they do to me? Unfortunately, it seems their siblings are allowed to continue to evade justice. Chapter 149, Revealing the Truth. But even so, the people of our hill city could drown them with just one spittle each. Oriental Yu's pitch-black gaze fell on Chu Lingyue. Once upon a time, when had she become so wise and planned their escape route so thoroughly? He indeed cared for her too little. Oriental Yu felt helpless, but still let Chu Lingyue be. Just because of the alliance between Nan Jian and the Lihuan sect, he could annihilate the entire Nin family. His dragging this matter out without dealing with it was also because he was waiting for Chu Lingyue. Since that was the case, then he would handle it according to her wishes. Inside the high priest hall, Chu Lingyue and Oriental Yu slowly ascended the altar under the reverent gazes of everyone. They lit incense, performed 3 prostrations, and then offered it. All the people present knelt down and similarly performed 3 prostrations before standing up again. In the crowd, Chu Sheng stood in the middle with Chu Sibian and others, resolute. By their side, Mo Rizhuang and Mo Qin silently observed them with their group. Father, you must protect Brother Yuan at all costs. I am already his woman, and if anything happens to Brother Yuan, how can Rizhuang continue living? Mo Rizhuang pulled on Mo Qin's arm pleading desperately. Mo Qin looked at Mo Rizhuang with astonishment. What are you saying? You and Nan Mingyuan have already consummated your marriage. Mo Rujuang shivered but nodded her head resolutely. Yes. Mo Qin raised his hand, gritting his teeth but couldn't bring himself to strike her. You're foolish. Isn't Mo Rujuang forcing him to save Nin Mingyuan? He is already a useless person. How can he possibly match his talented daughter? Mo Rujuang closed her eyes, awaiting the slap that never came. Resorting to such an extreme measure was due to necessity. She intended to use Nin Mingyuan to kill Chu Lingyue, hence Nin Mingyuan must remain unharmed. At this moment, Nan Mingyuan and his sister were led into the hall by someone guiding their hearts. They had already prepared their strategy. As long as Chu Lingyue admitted to killing their father, they had leverage against her. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chu Lingyue and the siblings from the Nan family confronted each other. With Oriental Yu presiding over the matter, Mu Lingfeng and over 100 members of the Divine Wind mercenary group immediately stepped forward to speak on behalf of Chu Lingyue. Had it not been for the Holy Maiden saving us, we would have all died in the hands of the Lihuan sect. Every word we say is true. We swear before the great priest. If any of our words are false, may we be struck by 5 lightning bolts and die a terrible death. The entire group swore together, the oaths echoing loudly as the sky remained clear and cloudless, with no disturbance. Because the sky remained perfectly clear after their oath, the people in the high priest hall became confused and began murmuring amongst themselves. It's true, the Holy Maiden saved them. They aren't lying. That. No one was more agitated than Chu Sheng and his followers. I knew Lingyue deserves to be called the Holy Maiden. Uncle, Lingyue really did save a lot of people. I witnessed it firsthand. The truth cannot be faked and falsehoods will always be revealed. Luo Ling sincerely declared. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chu Lingyue's voice rose sharply. Then I ask all of you, did you see the trio of Nan Jian and his sons at the Lihuan sect? Hearing this, they started swearing again. We saw them. Do you have evidence? Chu Lingyue continued to question. From the mercenary group surged several people. About 7 or 8 of them emerged. These were members of the Crimson Flame mercenary group. This time, they could no longer afford to appear weak. Holy Maiden, we have evidence. The Crimson Flame leader knelt semi-respectfully before Chu Lingyue and Oriental Yu. Nanzio has been a member of our group for over a year. 4 months ago, she lured us into the Lihuan sect, where we were ultimately captured. Her intentions clearly were sinister. Do you have hard proof? Chu Lingyue asked. We are the best witnesses, the members of Crimson Flame answered. Luring them into a trap required no concrete evidence, itself being a grave wrongdoing. Nonsense. Now everyone is trying to trample on us while we're down, which is why you've suddenly appeared, aiming to confirm our guilt. We have never conspired with the Lihuan sect, and we beg the great priest for a fair investigation. Immediately falling on her knees before Oriental Yu, Nanzio rebutted fearfully, yet managed to maintain her composure. As long as actual evidence wasn't produced, she couldn't afford to lose her composure. Nanzio, even if you didn't collude with the Lihuan sect, how can you guarantee that Nan Jian didn't? Why would they appear there without reason? None of you 3 are decent individuals. Concluding his courage, one member of Crimson Flame shouted angrily at Nanzio. They had endured enough. Already angered by Crimson Flame's accusations, Nanzio fiercely retorted. That's my father, not ours. Nanzio's rash statement immediately enlightened everyone, revealing that Nan Jian truly conspired with the Lihuan sect. Their intent to harm the people of Hill City was unforgivable. Realizing her own admission, Nanzio quickly covered her mouth and gazed helplessly at Nan Mingyuan with panic, calling, brother. She really didn't mean to say it. The main reason was that Song Yin and others were too aggressive and overbearing. Seeing the truth being revealed and currently having no good way to respond, Nan Mingyuan immediately knelt before Oriental Yu. Great priest, this matter has nothing to do with me or Zio. We haven't been involved in it. But Chu Lingyue killing my father is a fact. I asked the great priest for a clear investigation. He placed a hand on Nanzio's shoulder, making her keep quiet. They originally just needed to deny everything firmly, but never expected that Nanzio was as stupid as a pig and confessed under their provocation. This gave them more difficulty in condemning Chu Lingyue. Even though his father Nan Jian had died at Chu Lingyue's hands, it made him seem well-deserved. Now he calculated how to follow Lihuan sect's instructions to disrupt and create discord in Hill City. All right, back and forth, we return to the starting point again, so let me repeat in front of all citizens of Hill City. Nan Jian colluded with the Lihuan sect, intending to kill over 100 members of the mercenary group. Afterwards, because I saved them, he harbored murderous intent against me. I simply retaliated, and his punishment was fitting. Gentlemen, have I explained clearly enough? I can swear right now that every word I say is true. If otherwise, may heaven strike me down with lightning. Chu Lingyue resolutely raised her hand and swore an oath in public. Instantly, the entire high priest hall fell silent, time slowly passing, yet the sky remained cloudless and bright. Thus, what Chu Lingyue said was true. Everyone sighed deeply. So it appears that Nan Jian did collude with the Lihuan sect and intended to kill the Holy Maiden. He indeed deserves the severest punishment. The Holy Maiden is not guilty. Nan Jian's sins deserve death. Yes, the Holy Maiden is not guilty. Nan Jian's sins deserve death. All present citizens spoke in unison, proving Chu Lingyue's innocence. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Nan Mingyuan opened his mouth again. Even if my father was wrong, the Holy Maiden should not be so ruthless as to leave no remains of my father. I asked the great priest to uphold justice. Their faces are truly thick enough. Oriental Yu's gaze finally shifted from Chu Lingyue onto Nan Mingyuan. His lips were tightly sealed as he stayed silent. The Nan family alone had disrupted the entire order of Hill City. As its great priest, responsible for protecting all people, he would absolutely not stand by and watch them act as they pleased. If it weren't for Chu Lingyue, he would have long ago ordered the extermination of the Nan family without leaving a single one alive. How could he possibly tolerate the brother and sister constantly jumping and challenging his authority? Chapter 150, 100 Mouths Can't Defend. South Jin colluded with the Li Hun sect, attempting to murder more than 100 people in the mercenary group. His intentions were as clear as Maka's ambition for everyone to punish him. Wasn't it right for me to kill him? Chu Lingyue spoke resolutely and proudly. A person like South Jin deserved death 10,000 times over. Then, she took a big step toward Nan Mingyuan, looking down at him. Every word I've said is true. Nan Mingyuan, what can you say to defend yourselves? Chu Lingyue. Both Nan Mingyuan and Nan Ziyou were speechless. Every pointer currently was against them, and if they made even one wrong move, they would be ruined here. I have another question. Since Nan Jian was with the Li Hun sect, why were you two there as well? Chu Lingyue asked slowly, directing all eyes to them. Please, great sacrificer, we truly didn't know about our father's conspiracy with the Li Hun sect. At that time, we were in the Li Hun sect. But, tears streamed down Nan Ziyou's face as she kneeled on the scorching ground, unable to explain her situation convincingly before Dongfang Yu. Anxious and desperate like an ant on a hot griddle, she failed to present any logical defense. We were unaware of his plot. Please, great sacrificer, investigate. Nan Mingyuan also felt the impending disaster. He hadn't expected Chu Lingyue to bring up this topic again, and despite being in the Li Hun sect at the time, their mouths couldn't justify their innocence. Yet, they indeed did nothing wrong, not fully understanding the Li Hun sect's purpose. In the silence of the sacrificer's hall, everyone's sharp gaze converged on the siblings of the Nan family, waiting for the final judgment. Holy Maiden, what is your opinion? Dongfang Yu turned his focused eyes back to Chu Lingyue. It depended entirely on her decision on how to handle the Nan siblings under whatever charges. The happiest people among the crowd might just be Song Yin and the others. For them, Nan Ziyou was akin to a plague deity, impossible to escape from. All waited anxiously for Chu Lingyue's command, ready to officially decide the Nan siblings' guilt. How dare they try to absolve the deceased Nan Jian of his crimes? He had endangered the entire Hill City and deserved public execution if he hadn't already died by Chu Lingyue's hands, providing justice to all citizens. Amongst the crowd, Imo Rujuang saw the Nan siblings cornered by Chu Lingyue, immediately pushing Imo Qin out to save the pair. Great sacrificer. Reluctantly, Imo Qin had no choice but to step through the crowd and boldly ascend the sacrificer's altar under everyone's watchful eyes. He was fully aware that stepping forward would undoubtedly bring negativity towards the Imo family, making them targets across the entire Hill City. But for Imo Rujuang, he had no other option. Lord Imo. Eastern Yu slightly narrowed his distinctively clear eyes, resting his long fingers lightly on the armrest of his seat. The atmosphere atop the altar became subtly complicated. Judging from the circumstances, Imo Qin was there to intercede for the Nan siblings. Imo Qin respectfully bowed to Eastern Yu, showing deference. Great sacrificer, the two young ones of the Nan family grew up under my own eyes. They are absolutely loyal to Hill City. Although Nan Jian's sins deserve punishment, an ordinary person bears no fault, but possessing precious objects brings misfortune. Watching from within the crowd, Imo Rujuang anxiously twisted her neck, desperately scratching her ears and temples, feeling an intense itch in her neck. She wanted nothing more than to cut off the ever-growing scar. Chu Lingyue's gaze quickly scanned through the crowd, glancing past Imo Rujuang, and a faint smile played on her pink lips. She knew full well that Imo Rujuang wouldn't allow Nan Mingyuan to be sentenced for treason easily. Thus, she would surely let Imo Qin step in. Among those growing even more tense were Chu Sheng and the others. ABA, with Imo Qin's protection, it will be impossible for Nan Mingyuan and Nan Ziyou to be punished according to law. Chu Siyu couldn't help but become impatient. You don't know, Nan Ziyou suspended me and beat me with poison. If it weren't for my sister saving me, I almost lost my life. Just wait. I believe in Lingyue. She will deal with it properly. Chu Sheng restrained Chu Siyu. Follow uncle's advice. Lingyue will take care of it, so we won't cause her trouble. Lu Moling tightly hugged Chu Siyu, refusing to let go under any circumstances. Anyway, she stubbornly believed that Chu Lingyue was the one who decided. Alright, Chu Siyu could only temporarily suppress his explosive temper to pummel Nan Ziyou. The eyes of everyone on the sacrificial court fell on Imo Qin. No one expected him to actually stand up and defend the two Nan siblings. With undeniable evidence, isn't this just blatant intervention? What exactly does intentional interference mean? Lord Imo, do you mean to say that the high priest's handling is inappropriate? Eastern Yu questioned, his cold voice seeming to suddenly lower the temperature throughout the court. Sacrificer, please calm down. I merely think there's something strange about this matter. If these two young ones knew everything Nan Jian had done, then over these 2 months, why didn't they request the great sacrificer to intervene? Please, great sacrificer, investigate thoroughly and do not falsely accuse them due to one person like Nan Jian. Imo Qin remained composed as he explained. He wasn't without methods to ensure the safety of the two Nan siblings. If it weren't for Imo Rujuang, he would really not want to take the lead and ensure the safety of the two siblings from the Nan family. Wasn't this equivalent to openly opposing the entire Hill City? Caught between a rock and a hard place, he still chose to protect them. Nonsense. Nan Ziyou also colluded with the Li Huan sect and beat me until I was covered in injuries. How could he not know what the Lihuan sect has done? Song Yin and others shouted loudly, absolutely unwilling to let Nan Zio and her brother escape legal punishment. Yes. The siblings Nan Mingyuan and Nan Zio colluded with the Lihuan sect to capture members of my mercenary group. Please, great sacrificer, punish them accordingly. Please, great sacrificer, punish them accordingly. At that moment, those shouting in the courtyard were precisely the 100 people from different mercenary groups saved by Chu Linghua. They all knelt on one knee, loudly calling out with fierce voices, requesting punishment. Brother. Nan Zio was frightened out of her wits by the deafening cries for retribution. Trembling, she clung on to Nan Mingyuan like holding onto a life-saving straw, tears streaming down uncontrollably. We truly know nothing. My father's collusion with the Lihuan sect has nothing to do with us. It's all my father's doing. Wah 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 wah, we really didn't do anything. Nan Zio cried her heart out. I admit I deceived Song Yin and others to go to the Lihuan sect, but I only wanted to give them a small lesson. I never intended to kill anyone. I'm innocent. I, Nan Zio, have never killed anyone. Please don't torment me anymore. Will kneeling down and admitting my wrongs work? Will prostrating before you? Nan Zio immediately knelt properly in front of Song Yin and others, repeatedly kowtowing so hard that her forehead bled profusely. But Song Yin and others showed no change in their expressions, completely unmoved even as Nan Zio bled from the head. Nan Zio had lost both face and dignity. She only wanted to survive. If she had known earlier that the Lihuan sect engaged in murderous deeds and placed them in danger, she would have said anything to avoid joining. That's enough. You haven't done anything wrong. Nan Mingyuan angrily pulled at Nan Zio, fully remembering those who showed no mercy on their faces. Brother, please kowtow with me. Beg them to forgive us, pleaded the utterly boneless Nan Zio. She only wished to live. That's enough. Zio, we did nothing wrong. Don't debase yourself by groveling to them, roared Nan Mingyuan angrily. He went to the Lihuan sect because Nan Jian told him that the Grand Protector In Leitang of the Lihuan sect had a way to treat his right hand. That's why he went there. But deep inside, he was clear. The Lihuan sect kidnapped the mercenaries just to take their blood. Chapter 151, taking the initiative to plead. Nan Jian, for the sake of his right hand, would follow the leopard tiger beast's demand to obtain fresh human blood for therapy so as to prevent his right hand from decaying. But those people used in the blood sacrifice were completely unknown to him. He had never personally killed anyone. However, there were people who had died because of him. That was why he remained silent. But this silence did not mean that he was weak and could be bullied. You people all look righteous on the surface. Have we ever lifted a finger against you? You insist on putting us to death. My father has already died at Chu Lingyue's hands. What more do you want? It is either die in silence or explode out of it, and Nan Mingyuan belongs to the latter type. And every word he spoke was self-assured. Oh, Nan Mingyuan knew how to utilize the weakness of others for his advantage, trying to save his life with these words, as if condemning everyone present. He claimed neither he nor his sister had done anything wrong. If they had, it was only because they were forced. So their deaths were forced as well, and those present shared responsibility. High Priest, I can guarantee that the two siblings of the Nan family are completely unaware of what Nan Jian has done. There are only these two siblings left in the Nan family now. High Priest, please extend your mercy. Considering the children's ignorance and the death of their father, give them one chance to make amends. Chu Lingyue couldn't help but laugh. Make amends? Family Master Mo uses words truly interestingly. If they had no fault, why would making amends even come into the conversation? Holy Maiden, Mo Chin's face showed authority without anger, saying, the Nan family has already paid the price. Please stop pressing them further. When mercy is possible, mercy should be shown. Let's not add more bloodshed. They will surely be grateful for Holy Maiden's great virtue. Humph. Chu Lingyue covered her mouth, suppressing a gentle laugh. I am pressing you further? It is indeed entertaining. If I say aloud let them go, I wonder if all of you here will agree. Nan Mingyuan, as long as you persuade the people captured by the Spirit Departure sect not to hold you responsible, you too can leave immediately. I'll have nothing more to say. I am the Holy Maiden of Hill City, tasked with protecting all of Hill City. Chu Lingyue said justly. She wouldn't show favoritism or bias toward any party. Wrong was wrong. But the definition of that wrong must be decided by the victims. Chu Lingyue, what exactly do you want? Nan Zio suddenly burst out, shouting furiously at Chu Lingyue. You know full well we cannot convince them. So must it come to this? My father is already dead. My brother and I have nothing left. Will you still not let us be? Must both my brother and I die before you're satisfied? Chu Lingyue showed a face full of maternal affection. What nonsense. I'm giving you a chance to live. See, why not do this? If you tell everything about your dealings with the Spirit Departure sect, holding nothing back, I can decide for myself not to pursue this matter further. Report to High Priest. The two young masters haven't participated in any activities related to the Spirit Departure sect. How then could they explain anything? Clearly Holy Maiden intends to torment them. Mo Chin replied respectfully with clasped hands. Family head Mo, how do you know they haven't participated? They've been with the Spirit Departure sect for so long. How could they not know its secrets? As long as they provide useful information, the matter will be entirely dismissed. My words carry weight. How do all of you feel? Chu Lingyue asked. If not for the rescue of Holy Maiden, we would have become lost souls by now. We will follow Holy Maiden. Follow Holy Maiden. Voices supporting her rose in a roar, not a single person opposing. See, they've all spoken. Once you offer useful information about the Spirit Departure sect, the matter can conclude immediately. Chu Lingyue still wore a faint smile at the corner of her lips. High Priest Mo Qin wanted to lodge another complaint against Chu Lingyue, but Dongfang Yu entirely sided with Chu Lingyue. The Holy Maiden makes the decision, Dongfang Yu said, instantly blocking Mo Qin's attempt to argue further. Nan Mingyuan gritted his teeth, never imagining their brother-sister duo had failed to gain anything while losing much. Given the current situation, whether or not they truly knew about the conspiracy of the Spirit Departure sect, responsibility could not be avoided. To bring an end to this affair, they could only act according to what Chu Lingyue had said. Otherwise, there was absolutely no way out for the brother-sister duo. Brother, where do we even begin? The Grand Protector hasn't disclosed anything. I don't even know what the underground city was built for, Nan Zio said with great urgency, her mind completely blank, knowing only that Yin Leiqing liked delicate young girls, a lustful habit, and nothing else. Nan Mingyuan gritted his teeth even tighter, aware of the various ways of humiliation, yet Chu Lingyue chose precisely this method. Kill or execute us as you wish. It's up to you. But there's absolutely no need to resort to this manner. We really know nothing about any plan or purpose of the Spirit Departure sect. Nan Mingyuan stared intently at Chu Lingyue. How could he not hate her deeply? Really? Chu Lingyue asked, originally thinking that the siblings would at least have overheard some rumors or secrets related to the Spirit Departure sect, but it turned out they were just clueless eaters. If we knew and deliberately concealed this information, may heaven strike us down with lightning and kill us immediately. Nan Mingyuan and Nan Zio swore together. Under their oaths, the sky remained cloudless for miles, truly showing they were not lying. High Priest, these two young ones are certainly not bad people. They must have been deceived by the Spirit Departure sect first and led astray as a result. Uncovering the truth today is a good deed. Holy Maiden, please show mercy and spare them. Mo Qin once again stood up to plead for the two. We've already sworn our oaths, and you still don't believe us? Nan Zio covered her aching forehead and pouted, fresh blood seeping between her fingers. She looked utterly disheveled. She also had plenty of grievances she couldn't vent anywhere. Chu Lingyue lowered her gaze slightly and never expected Nan Jian to protect his brother and sister so thoroughly that they revealed no signs of breach under their oaths. Even when rigorously questioned, they proved unimpeachable. Ladies and gentlemen, Nan Jian has already received justice, and the two siblings of the Nan family indeed have no connection with these matters. Do you agree? Chu Lingyue shouted loudly, ultimately leaving the decision-making power to the crowd. We will follow the Holy Maiden's lead. Good. Chu Lingyue nodded and then faced Dongfang Yu. High Priest, the people request sparing those who are uninvolved. Even if they did occasionally appear in the Spirit Departure sect, given that they showed no intention to kill and were unaware of any conspiracy within the sect, let's pardon them this time. Chu Lingyue knelt before Dongfang Yu, pleading actively on behalf of the Nan siblings. After careful thought, Dongfang Yu stood up, nodding in response. A deep emotion was unreadable in his dark eyes. This is only one time. No second chances. If the High Priest learns again of your collusion with the Spirit Departure sect, there will be no mercy. Yes, thank you, High Priest. Nan Zio and Nan Mingyuan bowed low on the ground, expressing endless gratitude. In the front of the crowd, Song Yin and others clenched their fists tightly, lamenting inwardly that, as witnesses, they failed to bring Nan Zio to justice in the end. The members of Divine Wind Mercenary Guild and other guilds took things more lightly. As long as Chu Lingyue's name could be cleared, punishing or sparing the Nan siblings became irrelevant. Chapter 152, Killing Chu Lingyue. Dongfang Yu gave Xian Xiao 2 instructions, then his figure instantly disappeared from the hall. As Dongfang Yu left, the crowd gradually dispersed while discussing the matter. Chu Sheng and a few others were also forcibly pushed out by the crowd. Today's events will surely be told by storytellers for several months. Muling Feng, standing at the front of the crowd, looked at Chu Lingyue with admiration in his eyes. Who would have thought that Chu Lingyue is Jun Ling, and Jun Ling is Chu Lingyue? If Donnie hadn't told him, he would never have known that the woman he admired was actually right beside him. He always thought he was worthy of Jun Ling, as noble as a high mountain flower. Now it seemed he wasn't worthy after all. She was like the moon hanging in the sky, brilliant and untouchable. Mr. Mu, shall we go? Donnie asked, noticing that he was still staring at Chu Lingyue. Let's go. Muling Feng reined in his expression, flicked his folding fan, and walked away carefree and unrestrained. Nan Zio had already been scared to collapse on the ground, her heart still racing. She couldn't believe she managed to survive, sobbing uncontrollably. Saintess, the High Priest invites you. Xian Xiao approached Chu Lingyue and slightly knelt down to show respect. Understood. Chu Lingyue nodded, holding her head high as she left the hall. Soon enough, only Mo Qin, Mo Ruoshuang, Nan Zio, and Nan Mingyuan remained in the entire hall. Mo Ruoshuang lifted her skirt and quickly ran up to the altar, rushing into Nan Mingyuan's arms. Brother Yuan, are you okay? I'm so worried about you. Nan Mingyuan's right hand was completely immobile, so he could only embrace Mo Ruoshuang with his left hand and said consolingly, I'm fine, Ruoshuang, don't worry. He stood up despite his injury and bowed to Mo Qin. Thank you, Uncle Mo, for coming to my rescue. Mo Qin cast a glance at Nan Mingyuan, waved his wide sleeves, and coldly sniffed. Your father colluded with the Lihuan sect and attempted to kill the citizens of Hill City. If it weren't for Ruoshuang pleading earnestly, how dare I intervene and save you? Uncle Mo, my brother and I really didn't know about our father's alliance with the Lihuan sect. Nan Zio, indignant, began explaining through tears and snot. If we knew, The vow would have killed us during the oath-taking ceremony. How could we still be standing here alive? When did I ever accuse you two of being involved inside? Your presence in the Lihuan sect has been seen by those who survived. Am I just making up stories? Mo Qin retorted unhappily. He merely agreed with Mo Rushwang's words to spare these two, but kept his mind clear. They mustn't associate with these two, or else the Mo family would become enemies of the whole hill city. Zio apologized immediately to Uncle Mo. Then Mingyuan sternly shouted, "No need. Rushwang, let's return home." Mo Qin replied gravely, turning around and leaving large strides confidently. "Father." Mo Rushwang tried to resist, clinging on to Nan Mingyuan and refusing to leave. "Go back, unless you no longer want me as your father," Mo Qin stated, walking away with his hands behind his back without any further regard for Mo Rushwang. "Rushwang, please return." Nan Mingyuan gritted his teeth. As a cripple now, what could he possibly do? "Brother Yuan, it's all Chu Lingyue's fault. We absolutely can't leave it like this. In 5 days is the Star Luo Academy admission competition. She will participate. By then, we must make her pay," Mo Rushwang declared. "I know. You should return first. See you at the admission contest." Nan Mingyuan replied. "All right, take care." Mo Rushwang agreed, reluctantly letting go of Nan Mingyuan's hand and hurriedly following after Mo Qin. Nan Zio stood next to Nan Mingyuan, wiping the blood off her forehead repeatedly with her sleeve, dirted all over her body. "Brother, it's all Chu Lingyue's fault that made us like this, along with Chu Siyu. If it weren't for them, why would father die? Why would we become public enemies of the city? During the admission contest, I must definitely join." She planned to kill Chu Lingyue. Return first. Nan Mingyuan's dark eyes were filled with complex emotions. His face was grim as he clenched his fists tightly. He had to exact double vengeance upon Chu Lingyue for today's disgrace. Xian Xiao led Chu Lingyue to the rear courtyard of the Grand Priest residence, where the surroundings were serene and elegant. Artificial mountains with flowing streams, chirping birds amidst blooming flowers. It was like an earthly paradise. This was the small world created by Dongfang Yu, confined solely within this modest rear courtyard. After leading her there, Xian Xiao stepped back. Chu Lingyue's tranquil gaze swept across the entire miniature world, thinking that the beauty of this world might be as such. She stretched out her hand, and a butterfly flitted towards her index finger and paused momentarily before transforming into a streak of green light that dissipated into the air. Metamorphosis. Chu Lingyue suddenly realized, casting a probing look towards Dongfang Yu nearby. She felt somewhat surprised in her heart. She didn't expect someone who understood metamorphosis to exist even on the Canglan Continent. Dongfang Yu was far more than what appeared on the surface. This is the illusory transformation. In the blink of an eye, Dongfang Yu appeared before her from 10 meters away and explained the method of performing the transformation. Sense the spirit veins. Circulate your martial spirit within your body for a full cycle, then gather it in the palm of your hand. Imagine the form of the object you wish to transform. Then gently open your hand. A miraculous scene unfolded. Alive butterflies appeared in his hand, spreading their wings to fly with vivid lifelike beauty, resembling harmonious music. This. Chu Lingyue felt a sense of wonder and could not help but admire the marvel of martial spirit. It was truly capable of transforming into a butterfly. "Give it a try," said Dongfang Yu without his copper mask on. His prominent eyebrows slightly raised as his narrow Danfeng eyes held a smile, showing an expression of kindness. "Me?" Chu Lingyue smiled brightly. "How can I possibly achieve this? All things possess spirit. Harness your imagination, and use martial spirit to grasp all things firmly in your hand," Dongfang Yu advised. "Hold them firmly in my hand," Chu Lingyue repeated. Then she mimicked Dongfang Yu's actions, infusing her entire body with martial spirit before gathering it in her palm. As she opened her hand, nothing happened. "No miracle today, High Priest. It seems my power isn't sufficient enough," Chu Lingyue giggled gracefully. "You are the sacred maiden I've chosen. If you can't succeed now, through continuous practical experience, surely you will be able to in time," Dongfang Yu responded confidently. "Why are you so sure that I'll make it?" Chu Lingyue questioned, puzzled why Dongfang Yu always seemed confident about her abilities, even believing she was the most suited person to become the sacred maiden. "In the future, when the time comes for you to take up the responsibility alone, it will also be the time you carry Hill City from my hands. I hope you won't let me down," Dongfang Yu continued. To him, Chu Lingyue was a chosen one by heaven. Her destiny was undeniable and unspeakable. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the butterflies fluttering around them flew into Chu Lingyue's hand, transformed into streams of green light, and disappeared, as if they had never existed at all. As for the two siblings of the Nan family, there's no need to worry. If their existence threatens you, I will not allow it. After this matter, your credibility among the citizens of Hill City has increased significantly, Dongfang Yu chuckled. He chose to let Chu Lingyue deal with the Nan siblings to strengthen her foothold in Hill City and earn the trust and admiration of all its people. This would serve as her first step toward her upcoming journey. "Thank you, High Priest." Chu Lingyue caught the underlying meaning behind Dongfang Yu's words, realizing that everything was done for her growth. Thus he chose to stand by and observe. Truly thoughtful and well-meaning. In 5 days, it will be the recruitment day for Star Luo Academy. Do not miss it. Dongfang Yu lifted his eyelids, his gaze falling upon Chu Lingyue, filled with tender concern. "Thank you, High Priest." Chu Lingyue expressed her gratitude once more. Chapter 153, The Two Bickering Youngsters. "I've already said, don't be so formal with me. It makes us seem distant," Dongfang Yu invited. "Stay and have lunch with me." Yes. Chu Lingyue didn't refuse. Dongfang Yu's expression brightened with obvious delight and anticipation as he immediately ordered someone to prepare the food. At the dining table, Chu Lingyue remained silent, focusing on eating while Xin Xiao served her by arranging the dishes. Regarding the Li Hun sect, I will handle it properly so that you won't be troubled. You can focus on preparing for the recruitment competition in 5 days, Dongfang Yu said, eating with refined grace. Chu Lingyue paused slightly before answering. All right. It couldn't be more suitable to have Dongfang Yu settle things for her. After lunch, Chu Lingyue found an excuse to bid farewell. Although Dongfang Yu was kind to her, there was always a subtle sense of distance between them. Xin Xiao escorted her out. In front of the high priest's residence, Xin Xiao, known for her endurance, finally spoke up. Holy maiden, the high priest holds you in high regard. Please do not let him down again. Again? What do you mean by that? Chu Lingyue stopped in her tracks, calmly staring at Xin Xiao. Even though Xin Xiao stood half a head taller than Chu Lingyue, she could not overshadow Chu Lingyue's cold and proud demeanor. She was truly a high mountain flower that no one dared to profane. After being questioned, Xin Xiao lowered her head silently, but gathered her courage to say, the holy maiden did not have a very good reputation before arriving at Hill City. If the high priest hadn't ignored the doubts from others, you might have ceased to be the holy maiden long ago. What exactly are you trying to say? Speak clearly, Chu Lingyue replied. She didn't want to waste time deciphering riddles with Xin Xiao. Xin Xiao often seemed to look down on her, which Chu Lingyue was aware of, but she chose not to call it out. Now that the veil had been lifted, it was time to make everything clear. Since my memory began, I've served beside the high priest. It's already been the 130th year, Xin Xiao declared, her words loud and clear. Is that so? Chu Lingyue chuckled faintly. Xin Xiao looked no older than 30, at the peak of a woman's charm and intellect. Yet she was unexpectedly already 130 years old. I've also witnessed your birth and growth, holy maiden. The high priest placing high hopes in you is only natural, Xin Xiao continued. Yet her words unintentionally hinted at something fatal. Each word Xin Xiao spoke seemed to bridge the age gap between Dongfang Yu and Chu Lingyue. Think about it. If Xin Xiao were already 130 years old, then how old was Dongfang Yu? Chu Lingyue stared intently at Xin Xiao, carefully examining her face. It was indeed rare beauty, cold and striking. Her features were sharp and proper, with heavy eyebrows that gave her an aura of authority when she spoke. So you're reminding me that there's a galaxy between me and the high priest? That our ages alone don't match, right? He sees me merely as the holy maiden of Hill City and his future successor. That's all, isn't it? Chu Lingyue stated openly. I didn't say that, Xin Xiao bowed respectfully. No worries, I'll say it for you, Xin Xiao. You've been by the high priest's side the longest and know him best. What would happen if he discovered you talking behind my back? I am the holy maiden of Hill City and the high priest's heir. If the high priest steps down, do you think I would ask him for you? Chu Lingyue's vague words startled Xin Xiao into kneeling halfway down. Fear spread across her face. It was my fault to offend. Please forgive me, holy maiden. How can there be any need for forgiveness if there was no offense? Chu Lingyue laughed, firmly controlling Xin Xiao with just 2 short sentences. She never expected that Xin Xiao actually cared for Dongfang Yu, which explained why she had suddenly said so much nonsense to her. Subordinate. If you have the ability, go after what you want yourself. Prodding around here means nothing. Chu Lingyue shot back sharply. I am the holy maiden of Hill City, sworn to protect all people. Rest assured, I'll act as if nothing happened today. Just be careful going forward. Don't follow me anymore, Chu Lingyue added, unwilling to waste any more words on Xin Xiao, and turned to leave. Please take care on your way, holy maiden. Xin Xiao rose, watching Chu Lingyue leave. As she gazed at her departing figure, she felt both fear and relief that Chu Lingyue harbored no feelings for Dongfang Yu. At mid-afternoon, Chu Lingyue leisurely returned to the Chu family estate. Every person she passed greeted her warmly. True enough, as Dongfang Yu had anticipated, the common folks' hearts were satisfied. As soon as she stepped inside, Chu Sheng and Chu Sibi surrounded her immediately. Where did you go? Why did you return so late? What did the high priest say to you? Are we done dealing with non-family siblings? You should speak. You're really driving me crazy. Chu Sibi stomped her feet. Chu Lingyue really didn't know how to answer their questions. The high priest invited me for lunch and mentioned the recruitment competition of Starlore Academy in 5 days, asking me to prepare well. As for the siblings of the non-family, the high priest has already tacitly approved their settlement. Don't talk about it too much, Chu Lingyue replied helplessly. But Nong Zioshi, Chu Siyu was reluctant. That's enough. Didn't you bully her as well? Let's just call it even, shall we? Chu Lingyue quickly soothed. Sis. Chu Siyu pouted. There was nothing else to do but accept. As long as Nong Zio doesn't cause trouble during the recruitment competition. All right. If she causes trouble, I'll be the first one not to forgive her, Chu Lingyue said. Lingyue. Chu Sheng wanted to ask more, but Chu Lingyue evaded him by claiming exhaustion. Uncle, let's talk another day, all right? I'm a bit tired now. I need to rest in Xianfeng Garden. She was truly exhausted. All right then, rest well, Chu Sheng replied. With his approval, Chu Lingyue hurried back to her courtyard. In Xianfeng Garden, Lu Moling and Xiongqi were sitting in the yard. The clever girl Ling Lei had gone off somewhere. Lingling, she's back. Xiongqi tilted his head watching the gate of Xianfeng Garden. A graceful figure was walking closer. Lingwei, you're back. Lu Moling immediately stood up facing her, excitedly shouting with an innocent, carefree smile that was pure and beautiful. Yes, Chu Lingyue's lips curled upward as she stepped forward briskly. Xiongqi gave her a disapproving glance, then haughtily turned away. It wasn't that he disliked Chu Lingyue. Rather, he was puzzled as to why Zhuke had lost her memory and willingly allowed herself to be commanded by such a frail human woman, calling her mother. If his sworn brothers knew this, they would surely laugh their heads off. Xiongqi seemed to forget that he himself followed Lu Moling faithfully through 3 lifetimes. In Chu Lingyue's mental lake, Little Qingtu detected Xiongqi's presence and became restless, eager to fight him out in the open. Chu Lingyue was straightforward and directly released Little Qingtu and the Fire Phoenix. Zhuke, Xiongqi, they met and began rolling up their sleeves to quarrel without yielding to each other. The silent smoke of conflict commenced. The aloof Fire Phoenix stood aside, watching the 2 little ones rolling on the ground exchanging blows. Their chubby faces grew red from pinching each other, neither willing to back down. She rolled her eyes heavenward muttering, "How immature." Chapter 154, 2 little ones fighting. Come on, fight me properly. I'll beat you until you're crawling around looking for your teeth. You try? Let's see who beats whom, huh? The 2 little ones exchanged blows furiously. Their hands moved so fast, they almost became a blur. Neither gave an inch. Chi-Chi, what are you doing? Lu Moling placed her hands on her hips and puffed out her cheeks angrily, trying to intervene, but unable to get a hand in. It's fine, let them fight it out. Once they've fought their fill, they won't want to fight anymore. Chu Lingyue sat on a stone bench eating fruit, calmly watching the 2 little ones rolling about on the ground. What if Chi-Chi hurts Zai Qingtuan? Lu Moling was worried. That won't happen. Chu Lingyue suppressed a laugh. I'll show you something interesting. In order not to make Lu Moling worry, she decided to divert her attention. What's interesting? Lu Moling asked, tilting her head as she looked at Chu Lingyue, her expression genuinely adorable. This. Chu Lingyue put down the melon. Then before Lu Moling's eyes, she clenched her right hand into a fist and opened it. Instantly, golden butterflies appeared in midair within her hand, flapping their wings and flying around her. Each one was lifelike and full of vitality. What is this? Lu Moling gasped in amazement, stretching out her hands to catch them. The golden butterflies landed on her palms, then transformed into streams of golden light that dissipated before her eyes. When Eastern Yu had guided her transformation into a butterfly, the image had already formed in her mind, but because she wasn't sure about his true nature, she didn't want to expose herself in front of him. And thus we have the present scene. This is called illusion. It can be used occasionally for small tricks, but if practiced to a certain realm, it can even transform into human shapes like yours, Chu Lingyue explained. For example, when I reach a certain level, I won't just transform into a butterfly, but I could also replicate your form and appearance, indistinguishable from the real you, able to enchant our enemies. Really? Can you do that now? Lu Moling excitedly asked. Not yet. Once I reach the Spirit Emperor realm, it should be possible, Chu Lingyue replied. Oh, Lu Moling felt slightly disappointed, but it didn't bother her too much. But there's a question I'm pondering. Chu Lingyue's expression grew serious. Illusion relies on transforming one's own spiritual energy. If you were to master this art, wouldn't your self-defense skills be greatly enhanced? Yes, but all I know is how to convert my spiritual energy into healing techniques, Lu Moling said, then demonstrated her ability in front of Chu Lingyue. Her hands overlapped gracefully, with 10 slender fingers moving as lightly as butterflies dancing, releasing intense green flow of light filling both her hands. Spirit King Rank 1. Chu Lingyue furrowed her elegant brows, never imagining Lu Moling's power to be so formidable. The cultivation of divine spiritual masters follows the same system as martial spiritual masters. The higher the rank, the stronger her healing spiritual energy. She was fully capable of providing double the amount of healing energy for Chu Lingyue now. Put another way, Lu Moling at Spirit King Rank 1 could easily heal everyone below her current rank, or even a group of spirit warriors and spirit practitioners with a simple wave of her hand. So for someone strong like Chu Lingyue, who matches her level, Lu Moling could provide double the treatment until she exhausted her spiritual energy. Then how can I learn the art of illusion? Lu Moling gathered back her spiritual energy and asked. She also wished to learn other skills, so at critical moments, she could protect herself without distracting Chu Lingyue, allowing her to concentrate fully on fighting enemies instead of protecting her. Though she had the protection of Qiongqi by her side now, accidents can still happen. Yet her only skill was healing, making any further advancement in divine spiritual master healing techniques nearly as difficult as ascending to heaven. She hadn't thought about it at all until Chu Lingyue brought it up. Sense the spiritual energy flowing through your spirit channels. Guide it through one cycle inside your body. Gather the energy from your dantian. Focus entirely on your palm. Imagine the object you want to transform into, then release it. Chu Lingyue carefully taught her. All right, I'll give it a try. Lu Moling nodded, then stood in front of Chu Lingyue. As instructed, she concentrated deeply, circulated her spiritual energy through her body, focused it into her palm, imagined the desired transformation in her mind, and attempted to release it. Lu Moling stared at her empty palm, falling into an awkward silence. There's nothing here. I couldn't manifest anything. No need to rush. We can take our time and work on it slowly. Chu Lingyue consoled her. She knew that for Lu Moling, learning this would be as difficult as breaking and reconstructing ordinary people's meridians. It might not even succeed within her lifetime. But she hoped that when she wouldn't be around, Lu Moling would have some means of self-protection, at least enough to escape. Under Chu Lingyue's encouragement, Lu Moling attempted a few more times, but failed every single one. She sat dejectedly on the stone bench, her hands propping up her head, her face full of distress, as she couldn't figure out which step she was doing wrong. She had clearly released her spiritual energy in the way Chu Lingyue said, yet it still wouldn't work. Could divine spiritual masters really only assist with healing? At this moment, Xia Qingtuan and Xiongqi were both exhausted from fighting. They sat ungraciously on the ground, breathing heavily, their bodies covered with various degrees of bruises. I'll let you go this time. If you dare to sneak attack me again next time, I'll beat you so badly even your mother won't recognize you. Xia Qingtuan threatened, his resentment over Xiongqi throwing stones at him in the magical beast forest still fresh. I will hit you again next time, why don't you bite me? Teehee. Xiongqi made a ghost face at Xia Qingtuan, acting rather childish. Huafeng, who had been sitting cross-legged nearby in silence, looked at them like two fools. They were grown up enough, yet their childish behaviors remained extremely baffling. Hey, I want to ask you, did you really lose your memory? Suddenly, Xiongqi crawled to Xia Qingtuan's front, revealing 4 little tiger teeth as he opened his mouth, his fiery eyebrows arching upward, an investigative expression on his face. I haven't lost my memory. Xia Qingtuan crossed his arms, neatly sitting down with his chubby legs crossed, his baby fat-filled face serious. I just got injured and was hatched again by my father. Then he pointed at his own head, his face full of wisdom and challenge. My memories are gradually coming back. I remember you, my underling. You? Xiongqi showed his fangs and was instantly provoked by Xia Qingtuan's taunt, rolling his chubby fists and starting another fight. You're the underling. All your family are underlings. If I hadn't been injured, I would have easily defeated you. Zhuke, watch my move. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Huafeng, the two were truly childish, right? Would it become that childish in the future too? Just thinking about it gave Huafeng a chill, prompting it to immediately request returning to the spirit mind lake. It was the incomparably noble divine beast, Fire Phoenix, and didn't want to play with those fools. I want to go back and sleep. Huafeng immediately requested. All right. Chu Lingyue, naturally agreeing, waved her hand and returned Huafeng into the spirit mind lake. Its personality was indeed solitary, aloof, even slightly obsessive-compulsive. Until Xia Qingtuan and Xiongqi truly had no strength left, their whole bodies bruised, looking utterly disheveled. Chapter 155, completely outclassed. This time I'll let you off. It's not that I can't beat you. It's me letting you off. The two lay sprawled on the ground, glaring at each other through gritted teeth, neither willing to admit defeat despite their reliance on borrowed strength. Their faces were visibly bruised and swollen to varying degrees. Are you done fighting? Chu Lingyue squatted in front of them, asking with a cheerful smile. Mommy. The indomitable Xiao Qingtuan from a moment ago immediately turned into a sweet little softy upon seeing Chu Lingyue, his big eyes brimming with tears threatening to spill over. He got up and hugged Chu Lingyue's leg. Wah. Mommy, Xiongqi was so evil. He hit so hard, look what he did to me. Mommy, you have to stand up for Qingtuan. Xiao Qingtuan cried his heart out, sobbing uncontrollably. He truly looked like a wronged young wife. With his bruised nose and face, his crying made him resemble a swollen mantu. Chu Lingyue's lips twitched. Was this what they called a quick change of demeanor? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she'd have thought Xiao Qingtuan had simple limbs but an advanced mind. But then again, looking at Xiongqi, he wasn't in much better shape. Hadn't gotten the upper hand against him either, right? How could he still dare to complain? Could it be the villain strikes first? Wah, mommy, please take my side. Xiao Qingtuan sobbed, nose running as he clung pitifully to Chu Lingyue. Crying, anyone can do that. Seeing this, Xiongqi quickly got up from the ground, limping over to Lu Moying and starting to cry. Moying, it was Zhuke who struck first this time. Wah, look what he's done to me. I'm so pitiable. Quick, help me get revenge. Chu Lingyue, Xiao Qingtuan. Both human and beast stood there stunned, wide-eyed. Was this really the Xiongqi they knew? So cute when crying. It didn't get any cuter than this. Moying, it hurts. Blow on it. Make a judgment. Xiongqi said pathetically. His face was already heavily swollen. His mouth puffed up like 2 sausages hung on his cheeks. I've already told you not to fight, but you insisted on going anyway. Now that you've suffered losses, you want me to blow on your injuries. You need punishment to remember lessons. Lu Moying lightly poked Xiongqi's small head, making him wince. Ouch, Moying, go easy, it hurts. Xiongqi cupped his head with both hands, crying out loudly. You know pain now? Earlier, you seemed to enjoy fighting so much, Lu Moying teased. Fortunately, she knew Xiongqi and Xiao Qingtuan were just roughhousing without any intention of putting each other's lives at risk, or she would have scolded them earlier. That's not true. Zhuke started it. Don't be fooled by how small he is. He's brutal. Look what he's done to me. And he has the audacity to report me to his mom. Xiongqi, hugging Lu Moying's legs, proudly reported Xiao Qingtuan. You have the guts to say that again. Enraged, Xiao Qingtuan gave up on pretending and prepared to throw another punch at Xiongqi. Enough, Xiao Qingtuan. Chu Lingyue sighed helplessly and held Xiao Qingtuan by passing her hands under his armpits, his little legs kicking the air uselessly. Come on, if you have the guts, hit me again. I'll hit you so hard your mother won't recognize you. Xiao Qingtuan struggled fiercely. Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? Xiongqi also rolled up his sleeves, ready to battle again. Chi, that's enough. Lu Moying's sharp rebuke showed she was genuinely angry now. Lingling, Xiongqi whined miserably. It was Zhuke who wouldn't back down. I didn't mean to start it. Why only reprimand him? Lu Moying sighed deeply, forming madras as green light flowed from her palms, landing on Xiongqi. In no time, all his wounds healed. She really had no way with Xiongqi, so capricious at times, yet knowing when to admit mistakes and feign being wronged. Her anger couldn't last long. I'm all better. Xiongqi bounced around, utterly thrilled. Thank you, Lingling. You're the best. Lu Moying said nothing, again formed Madras, and cast healing spiritual arts towards Xiao Qingtuan, curing his injuries within moments as well. Humph. Xiongqi crossed his arms, his mouth nearly reaching the sky in arrogance. Don't forget to thank Sister Lingling. Chu Lingyue released Xiao Qingtuan. Thank you. Xiao Qingtuan decided not to continue fighting with Xiongqi, standing obediently beside his mother. You're welcome. She was in the wrong first, Lu Moying replied, then said to Xiongqi, apologize to Xiao Qingtuan. Lingling. Xiongqi kept twisting and cooing for mercy. You were the one who struck first and provoked this. If you hadn't hit Xiao Qingtuan to start with, how could he have fought back? So apologize. I won't speak to you until you apologize. Lingling. Humph. Lu Moying gave a cold snort, turning her head aside stubbornly. No matter what, she refused to acknowledge Xiongqi. She didn't force him into apologizing to Xiao Qingtuan. She just ignored him. Lingling, stop ignoring me. Can't I apologize already? Xiongqi conceded. He hated when Lu Moying ignored him. He immediately trotted over to Xiao Qingtuan and said, I'm sorry, it was my mistake. I won't hit you again in the future, and let's forget all the past grievances. I won't bear grudges anymore. Lingling, can we be done now? I've apologized already. Please don't ignore me anymore, alright? Xiongqi tugged at Lu Moying's hem, shaking it as his eyes brimmed with tears. Chu Lingyue. Xiao Qingtuan. The two stood there dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Was this really Xiongqi, the ferocious beast? How utterly spineless. As the saying goes, true strength lies in the ability to yield and advance, and Xiongqi belonged precisely to this type. He'd been through countless battles, surviving life and death combats even when battered to bits without ever uttering a sound of pain. But in front of Lu Moying, just a slight frown from her would make him feel uneasy. To be ignored altogether? That was worse than being sealed away for 100 years. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen anyone apologize? Xiongqi roared loudly, then again softly coaxed Lu Moying's sleeve. Lingling, forgive me this once, alright? Both human and beast stood frozen yet again. Xiongqi had just shattered their worldviews for the second time. Xiongqi truly was crafty, wasn't he? Impressive indeed. Chu Lingyue thought that Xiongqi was more subservient than Xiao Qingtuan. This day was getting interesting. Alright then, I forgive you. But remember, 3 times is the limit. This is already the second time. If there's a next I'll run away from home. Lu Moying couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh to Xiongqi. She could only swear on herself. TSK, Lingling mustn't say such things. I will worry if I lose you. Can you promise that you'll listen to me and everything from now on? Quickly retract those words. Xiongqi was genuinely alarmed. Well then, I'll retract what I said earlier. Lu Moying said haughtily. Chu Lingyue was truly baffled. Lu Moying was exceptionally skilled at handling Xiongqi, knowing exactly where to press every single time. She needed to learn from her well. Chapter 156. Chu Lingyue is Junling. From now on, you must not fight with Little Qingtuan anymore. Lingyue has taken us in, and we should know how to be grateful. Lu Moying gently educated Xiongqi. Alright. Xiongqi nodded rapidly like a woodpecker. I understand. You're such a good child. Lu Moying praised him. Chu Lingyue and Little Qingtuan stood there stunned, their bodies covered in goosebumps. Mother, I want to go back. He would rather stay with the dull fire phoenix. Clearly Xiongqi was unsuitable for him. Okay. Chu Lingyue waved her hand, immediately drawing Little Qingtuan into her divine consciousness lake. She couldn't stand it any longer somehow. The Nan family. Ever since returning to the Nan family, Nan Mingyuan had a high fever that wouldn't subside, and he began talking nonsense. With Nan Jian's death, the Nan family started to decline. Nowadays, including both upper and lower levels, only 2 old servants remained in the house. The rest were all killed in the past 2 months for bathing Nan Mingyuan's arm in blood as a way of restoring his spirit energy after overexertion during cultivation. Thus, the Nan household fell into desolation. Brother, are you okay? Brother, what should I do now? Nan Zio was left without a mainstay, anxiously pacing around inside the room. The leopard tiger beast immediately appeared in front of Nan Zio. Now that Nan Jian was dead, it actually wanted to directly break its contract and leave. But still, it had a conscience. Is there anyone alive? A bloodbath must take place again. The leopard tiger beast asked. Nan Mingyuan's condition could no longer be delayed. They had to find a cure sooner or later. There are only 2 elderly servants left at home. There are no other people left to kill, replied Nan Zio. Then those 2 should be killed. The leopard tiger beast showed no mercy. This was currently the only way to save Nan Mingyuan. No, we cannot kill them. Nan Zio quickly countered, continuously pleading. Please change the method to save my brother. Those 2 elders watched me and my brother grow up from childhood. They are also our last thoughts. There is another way, said the leopard tiger beast, unwilling to see the last bloodline of the Nan family be destroyed. What way? Asked Nan Zio earnestly. The leopard tiger beast looked at Nan Mingyuan lying motionless on the bed and said, amputate his right hand. What? Nan Zio covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. How can this be? If we cut off my brother's right hand, how will he hold his sword? How will he live? All this was done to save the right hand, but if it is amputated, then what will happen to my brother? Nan Zio could not imagine it. Having reattached the right hand due to spiritual practice leading to an imbalance and potential madness, facing amputation again meant immense cruelty for Nan Mingyuan. To save the right hand? If not for forcibly attaching the right hand, he would not have fallen to this situation. The leopard tiger beast chuckled coldly, knowing exactly the reason behind all this. It's the principle that a broken limb need not linger. It's time he removes this source of calamity, it continued. The leopard tiger beast advanced a few steps on its limbs, its pitch-black pupils staring at Nan Mingyuan, who was unconscious. No matter how much effort you put in, your right arm cannot be saved. You might as well give it up early, so it doesn't become your obsession. You go and get white crane grass, blatilla, burned human hair, palm carbon, thuja leaves, and madder root. On your way, also buy as much low-grade spirit liquid for warming blood and restraining qi as possible, instructed the leopard tiger beast, ready to personally remove Nan Mingyuan's right arm. But, if you want to see him die, then don't bother searching for what I asked. The leopard tiger beast didn't want to waste any more words with Nanzio. This would be the final thing it did for Nan Mingyuan, and after completing it, the debt owed by the Nan family would be cleared. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Nanzio could no longer bear to watch her brother suffer painfully. She turned and sprinted away. All these herbs had been used up long ago in the house, so she could only purchase them from the herbal shops in the black market. To avoid causing a disturbance, she intentionally wrapped herself tightly and visited several herbal shops, finally buying all the required herbs. When leaving the black market, she was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. What do you intend to do under broad daylight? Nanzio's gaze swept vigilantly over the group. All of them were members of the Sanyan mercenary group, and their leader was none other than Sanyan. Nanzio, do you think you can escape? Sanyan glared fiercely at Nanzio through clenched teeth. She wasn't going to escape. If Chu Lingwei wouldn't deal with the pair, then he would eliminate them to help rid society of its evils. You? Nanzio's expression grew panicky, never imagining she would be recognized despite being so well concealed. Deep down, she knew all the things she'd done against Sanyan's group. If she fell into their hands, her chances of survival would be 20% at most. Do you think we are vegetarians? Letting you and your brother roam free? We've already arranged for people to track you down. The Holy Maiden pleaded for mercy on your behalf before the High Priest. That was her kindness. But we were dealt a severe blow by you. Without pity, we just want to kill you to vent our anger. Song Yan spoke furiously. It's all because of you that we lost at least dozens of brothers, all dead in the Lihuan sect. And you even wanted to starve us to death. Nanzio, at such a young age, you have a heart as venomous as a snake's. Hillock City has no place for someone like you. No, it's not true. I didn't intend to kill you. Nanzio continuously shook her head, denying, even though she had once thought about wiping out Song Yan's mercenary group. However, those thoughts were gone now. The only ones she intended to kill were Chu Lingwei and Chu Siyu. There was no more hatred left in her heart. Was it once not true, or is it not true now? Or are you lying because you've fallen into our hands? Nanzio, people like you don't deserve to live, said the second-in-command behind Song Yan. He had long harbored deep hatred towards Nanzio because her actions caused his twin brother to die under the hands of the Lihuan sect, leaving him with no remaining family. I'm not lying. With no way out, Nanzio lost all dignity and pride. In the next moment, she fell to her knees and begged for mercy. Please, let me go. I've lost everything. My father is dead. My brother is almost dead too. I've paid the price. What else do you want from me? What? Is South Nam Yuan also on his last legs? Asked Song Yan and his group. Yes, so please forgive me. The Nan family has suffered enough. I swear that if I ever see you again, I will avoid you completely. Nanzio swore an oath. But what greeted Nanzio was a series of mocking laughter. Is this something to do with his right hand? The hand was reattached, but then he went mad. You. Nanzio's face twisted in grief and mockery when it became her turn to be laughed at. We just mock you a little bit. Are we as cruel and ruthless as you? At least we worked together before, but when you handed us over to the Lihuan sect, you didn't even blink. How different are you from a bloodthirsty demon? Sneered the second-in-command of Song Yan's mercenary team. There's no harm in telling you this before you die. The right hand of Nan Mingyuan was ruined by the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden acted on behalf of heaven, and we find pleasure in seeing justice served. Upon hearing this, Song Yan grabbed the second-in-command by the collar and gagged him. Enough. Haven't you forgotten what I told you? Keep this matter buried inside you forever. Chapter 157, Identity Revealed. He felt a wave of panic. This was something they had overheard between Dong Yi of the Divine Wind Mercenary Group and Chu Lingwei while imprisoned in the Lihuan sect dungeon. It was supposed to remain a secret, yet he had blurted it out to Nanzio for momentary satisfaction. How could it be Chu Lingwei? Nanzio's face was full of disbelief. She couldn't associate that person with Chu Lingwei, and Song Yan told her that the one who originally cut off her brother's arm was Chu Lingwei. You're lying to me. It's impossible. Chu Lingwei absolutely did not have a martial spirit stronger than my brother back then. How could she possibly? Nanzio roared loudly, her voice becoming hoarse. Ha 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 ha. Isn't that person called Jun Ling? The second-in-command broke free from Song Yan's grip and mocked again. At this, Nanzio truly fell into despair, slumping to the ground. It really was her. She cut off my brother's right hand. It was her who turned my brother into a half-man, half-ghost. With all disguises torn apart, the truth was revealed before Nanzio in such a way. Enough. Didn't we agree? This is a secret we must protect forever. The Holy Maiden saved our lives. How can you betray us like this? Song Yan roared furiously, realizing his subordinates who had followed him for over 2 decades were completely ignoring his orders and revealing the truth to Nanzio recklessly. She killed my younger brother. I won't let them have an easy life either. That's what they deserve. The second-in-command yelled, cracking a manic grin. How was he at fault? He had lost his beloved relative, so now he would ensure that Nan Mingyuan suffered the rest of his life. Chu Lingwei, Chu Lingwei, Chu Lingwei. Nanzio laughed maniacally, her expression turning ruthless. I'll kill you. Seize her. Song Yin immediately issued orders. Now that Nan Zio knew Chu Lingyue was the same as Jun Ling, even if he felt sympathy for her, she couldn't be spared. Never. Nan Zio gritted her teeth, stood up, and unleashed her martial spirit, attacking toward Song Yin and his group. Unprepared, Song Yin and his men were all forced back 5 meters. You're asking for death. A mere stage 2 spirit cultivator dared to resist him. Song Yin and his team activated their martial spirits and attacked Nan Zio. In an instant, green energy waves rippled outward. Nan Zio struggled alone against 4 opponents and was no match for them. She was thrown backward and spat blood. Nan Zio, surrender. Song Yin shouted fiercely and attacked again. Just as Song Yin moved in, a powerful martial spirit surged forth, and he instinctively dodged. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a figure threw a smoke bomb, blocking everyone outside. Go! Mo Rizhuang grabbed Nan Zio and immediately fled. The smoke dissipated, and Nan Zio had vanished. What now? Team leader, Nan Zio has escaped, the second-in-command shouted. Chase after her. Song Yin knew they couldn't let her escape, or else it would cause serious trouble for Chu Lingyue. Half an incense stick later, Nan Zio had already been brought to the back door of the Nan family estate. Ruang's sister, come inside quickly. Nan Zio, holding her aching chest, opened the door quickly, letting Mo Rizhuang in. No sooner had the door closed behind her than Nan Zio collapsed from the pain, spitting out a mouthful of hot blood. Zio, are you alright? Mo Rizhuang immediately knelt by Nan Zio's side. I'm fine. If Sister Rizhuang hadn't come in time, I might have already fallen victim to Song Yin and the others, Nan Zio said with difficulty. You, how did you know I went to the black market? Mo Rizhuang asked further. I've actually been following you secretly, but you just didn't notice. What happened? Are you alright? Mo Rizhuang inquired anxiously. I'm fine. Why did you go to the black market? Where's brother Yuan? Why did you fight with Song Yin and the others? Mo Rizhuang pulled on Nan Zio urgently. Thankfully, she had anticipated this beforehand. Otherwise, rescuing Nan Zio wouldn't have been easy. It was a stroke of good fortune. Nan Zio grabbed Mo Rizhuang's hand, suddenly tears streaming down her face. She spoke hastily. Sister Rizhuang, I've learned who cut off my brother's hand. Who? Mo Rizhuang responded, grabbing Nan Zio's hand tightly. Chu Lingyue. Nan Zio gritted her teeth, finding it even distasteful to mention Chu Lingyue's name. What? Mo Rizhuang's eyes suddenly lost their light, filled with hatred. Like Nan Zio, she collapsed on the ground, repeatedly muttering. How could it be her? How is this possible? That's what the Song Yin group claimed. There can be no mistake. We've all been deceived by Chu Lingyue. From the start, she'd set her sights on my brother and used such cruel tactics against him. Nan Zio growled through clenched teeth. Because Chu Lingyue wanted to get rid of Nan Mingyuan since she couldn't have him herself. How vicious Chu Lingyue truly was. Mo Rizhuang felt the scar on her neck begin to itch again, and she couldn't control it no matter how hard she tried. Through the thin veil, she scratched incessantly, driven almost mad by the relentless itch. So it was Chu Lingyue who orchestrated everything. She has been preparing to kill us at any moment from the shadows. How terrifying. Nan Zio shivered with a deep chill, realizing for the first time how truly fearsome Chu Lingyue was. You go inside first. I need to leave. Mo Rizhuang suddenly stood up, clutching her neck, panic evident in her actions. Rizhuang sister you. Mo Rizhuang paid no attention to Nan Zio, rushing out the back door before fleeing away, her mind overwhelmed by the things Nan Zio had said, which kept resounding within her. Her neck was unbearable with pain and itching, and she had to return home immediately to reduce the sensation with ice, or else her fingers would gouge blood trails into her flesh yet again. Nan Zio could do nothing but rise, shutting the back door and hurriedly making her way toward Nan Mingyuan's courtyard. Song Yan's group likely wouldn't dare invade the Nan residence outright now. The leopard tiger magical beast already waited some time. She took out all the herbs required by the leopard tiger magical beast along with a large amount of lower grade spirit liquid, all bought at great cost. This expenditure could be said to have completely drained the resources of the Nan family. Is this enough? Nan Zio asked, filling an entire table with the items. Take these herbs, chop them fine, and boil them in warm water for bathing. The leopard tiger magical beast counted carefully, finding nothing amiss. Alright, I'll do it right away. Nan Zio embraced the herbs and quickly followed the leopard tiger magical beast's instructions to start cooking. After Nan Zio left, the leopard tiger magical beast began severing Nan Mingyuan's right hand. Elsewhere, Song Yin and his group failed to pursue Nan Zio and assumed that she had escaped. But there was nothing to be done. Song Yin still needed to bring the second-in-command to apologize to Chu Lingyue. At Chu Manor, Chu Lingyue consented to seat Song Yin. What is the matter? Chu Lingyue stood before the gates of the Chu estate, her hands crossed over her chest, her breathtakingly beautiful face lightly tilted upward. Song Yin and his men immediately knelt before Chu Lingyue to beg forgiveness. Holy Maiden, punish us. Chu Lingyue appeared puzzled, but made no move to have them rise. 1 hour ago, we captured Nan Zio, and the second-in-command accidentally revealed your identity as Jun Ling. Holy Maiden, please punish us. Song Yin owned up to his wrongdoing without hesitation. Chu Lingyue's elegant brows slightly furrowed, yet she refrained from immediately meting out punishment. How did you know I am Jun Ling? That day in the Lihuan sect dungeon, we overheard a conversation between the Divine Wind mercenary group members. Only then did we realize you were Jun Ling, though the news carelessly slipped out. Holy Maiden, please punish us. Chapter 158. They already know. Oh, turns out you all have a habit of eavesdropping. Chu Lingwei couldn't help but tease. Saintess, Song Yin and the others thought they had caused trouble for Chu Lingwei, so they came to apologize. This matter is no concern of yours. You may leave. Chu Lingwei retracted her sweet smile and said. But Saintess, Nenzio Shi, the second-in-command spoke up. He was unwilling but didn't want to cause trouble for Chu Lingwei. Your feud with Nenzio has nothing to do with me, and my matters are none of your concern. What if they know? It was something I did, and I can stand firm when questioned. On the contrary, don't involve me in anything before you act. You retaliating against Nenzio is your own business, understood? Chu Lingyue's expression became slightly serious. She hated it most when people acted under her name and then couldn't resolve the grudges. Luckily, being Jun Ling was a fact, otherwise, she would have every reason to accuse them of defamation. Song Yin and the others silently lowered their heads, feeling ashamed by Chu Lingyue's words. I'm sorry. Song Yin bowed again in apology. There's no need to say sorry. If there's nothing else, you may leave first. Chu Lingyue issued an order to dismiss her guests. Yes. Song Yin and the others no longer had any face to stay and immediately rose, leaving without hesitation. Sister, who were they? Chu Siyu ran out, her eyes darting around. She only saw the retreating backs of Song Yin and the others. That was. Chu Siyu was puzzled. It's nothing. Go inside. Chu Lingyue didn't wish to elaborate further, pulling Chu Siyu back in and closing the door behind them. Sister, do you want to see my newly practiced sword technique? Chu Siyu asked with a grin, clinging to Chu Lingyue as if she wouldn't let go today until she did. All right. Chu Lingyue sighed helplessly and led Chu Siyu to the spacious courtyard. Chu Siyu displayed her swordsmanship smoothly, her movements flawless like flowing clouds, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a new generation of female knights. Spiritual artisan, 7th rank. Chu Lingyue supported her head as she observed Chu Siyu. Ayu, it's been half a year. How are you still at the spiritual artisan 7th rank? Besides her proficiency in swordplay, there hasn't been any progress in martial techniques. Chu Siyu sheathed her jade sword, blushing upon being asked this. I've been stuck at the spiritual artisan 7th rank for half a year. Every time I try to break through, I get repelled. I'm not sure why. This had been troubling her for half a year, yet she couldn't ascend. Chu Lingyue touched her chin, walked to Chu Siyu in large strides, grabbed her hand, and probed her body with martial techniques. 10 seconds later, she released her hand. You need a little assistance. How exactly? Chu Siyu asked perplexedly. You don't need to practice sword techniques today. In 2 days, I'll find you. During my seclusion, help me take care of the 4 elders and Lingling. If someone comes looking for me at the house, let uncle deal with them. Chu Lingyue said. It was about time she helped Chu Siyu refine some ascension elixirs. Improving martial techniques before the Star Network Academy recruitment contest counts as last-minute preparation. You're going into seclusion? Chu Siyu was surprised. With less than 5 days until the recruitment contest, how could secluding herself now possibly work? Yeah, I'll come out as soon as possible. Chu Lingyue nodded. Just do as I said. All right. Chu Siyu nodded. Although she didn't know why, she followed Chu Lingyue's orders as she'd become accustomed over these few months to heeding her sister's advice. Good job, Ayu. Chu Lingyue couldn't help but pinch Chu Siyu's cheek. Sister. Chu Siyu blushed furiously despite her tough exterior. I'm going back to my room first. Call me for dinner later. Chu Lingyue covered her mouth and chuckled. Aren't you going into seclusion? Chu Siyu scratched her head, staring innocently at Chu Lingyue. Don't I deserve a full meal before locking myself away? Chu Lingyue remarked. How could Chu Siyu be so dense? Oh. Chu Siyu pouted and responded with an, oh. It was her first time getting scolded by Chu Lingyue. It felt rather embarrassing. Having a sister to lean on truly was a good thing. That night, Chu Lingyue gave a few instructions to Lu Mokeling before beginning her seclusion. The 6 months she spent in the Demon Beast Forest wasn't wasted, as she'd found numerous spiritual pearls and herbs but hadn't had the time to refine them. To help Chu Siyu succeed with last-minute efforts, she needed to use all her knowledge to refine the Ascension Elixir. Jun Yiming had already given her an entire treasure pouch filled with elixirs during their first encounter, making it improper to ask for more from him. The burdens kept piling up, between raising her younger sister, taking care of 2 adorable pets, plus the cute and cuddly Lu Mokeling. If she could manage, she'd even include helping raise Qiongqi, thus having quite a lot on her plate. Why did she suddenly feel incapable of keeping up? For 2 days, Chu Lingyue locked herself in her room without stepping out. Lu Mokeling had been guarding outside her room for 2 whole days. Every day, Chu Siyu would come over as instructed by Chu Lingyue to chat with her, and then head to Zhongxi Yuan to visit the 4 elder grandfathers. Upon learning she was going to participate in the Star Network Academy recruitment contest, Lu Mokeling personally guided her in practicing sword techniques, helping her make significant progress within these 2 short days. 2 days later, at dusk, Chu Lingyue emerged from her seclusion, looking at the rows of neatly arranged spirit liquids on the table, estimating there were about 30 bottles. 5 bottles of premium restorative spirit liquid, 2 bottles of medium-grade ascension spirit liquid, and the rest are all medium-grade enhancement spirit liquids. Chu Lingyue counted the items, then with a wave of her hand, gave over 20 bottles of medium-grade enhancement spirit liquid to Xia Qingtuan and Fire Phoenix. Thank you, mother. Xia Qingtuan sat on the ground drinking loudly, smacking his lips with joy. Though it wasn't as good as Emperor-grade spirit liquid, it was still very delicious. Thanks. Fire Phoenix also said thanks, remaining aloof and cold, but feeling extremely happy inside. Having a human master wasn't bad either. But as the esteemed and high-class leader of the Fire Phoenixes, it was absolutely unacceptable for humans to see through its inner delight. I'm glad you like them. Chu Lingyue said, gathering up the small alchemy stove and the remaining few bottles of spirit liquid, putting everything away neatly, before adjusting her clothing and opening the door to go out. Creak. With the sound of the door opening, Lu Mokeling, who was dozing off in the yard, abruptly jumped up. Lingyue. She was startled awake by the opening door. Chu Lingyue's eyes curved into a smile, like crescent moons hanging on the horizon, extraordinarily beautiful. Lu Mokeling quickly ran to Chu Lingyue's side, constantly rubbing her hands together, lowering her head as if she'd done something wrong. What's wrong? Chu Lingyue asked softly. Only 2 days of seclusion, and already she noticed Lu Mokeling appeared so aggrieved before her. These 2 days without you. I'm just not used to it. Lu Mokeling bit her lower lip, her voice trembling with a hint of crying. Really? Chu Lingyue was surprised. It turned out Lu Mokeling really was shy. She'd been staying at their home for 3 or 5 days, and still wasn't used to it. Lu Mokeling nodded unhappily. I'm not being difficult. I am strong, but I'm just not accustomed yet. Indeed. She had spent 10 years alone in the underworld, so naturally adapting back to living among humans would be harder for her than for an average person. Chapter 159. Help Chu Siyu advance. Sorry, I secluded myself these past 2 days and left you all alone. Chu Lingyue reached out and gently patted Lu Moling's head, soothing her softly. Not at all. Lu Moling shook her head. Chu Yu comes to accompany me every day. Even though she doesn't talk much, just sitting by my side gives me a lot of comfort. I've also been practicing transformation according to your instructions, although there hasn't been any progress yet. Lu Moling looked like an obedient and compliant young girl. You're such a good girl. Effort means improvement. Even the smallest step forward is still progress. Chu Lingyue complimented her. I can't always have you with me every day, so you need to adapt as quickly as possible. Lu Moling seemed extremely introverted, almost like someone suffering from severe social anxiety. I know. Can you give me a little more time? Lu Moling tilted her head, her small mouth pressed into a straight line, her eyes gazing mistily at Chu Lingyue. She really wanted to embrace Chu Lingyue and stick close to her. Each time she wanted to reach out and hug her, she restrained herself. She couldn't let Chu Lingyue think she was an overly clingy child. You're such a good girl. Chu Lingyue saw that Lu Moling currently lacked security and spontaneously gave her a big bear hug, rubbing her cheeks repeatedly against Lu Moling's clean face. Lu Moling was embraced tightly, her heart thumping loudly like drum beats, but it felt wonderful. I'll be less fussy in the future, Lu Moling said, her voice faint like a mosquito's hum. You haven't been fussy at all. You just left the magical beast that accompanied you for 10 years, newly arrived in Hill City, and now only trust me around. When I secluded myself, you naturally lost your sense of security. All this, I fully understand. Chu Lingyue had never been so gentle with anyone. Not even Jun Yeming had enjoyed such tenderness. Okay, thank you. Lu Moling hugged Chu Lingyue's slim waist tightly, almost shedding tears. Well, stop being emotional. I have something important to do, Chu Lingyue said. Only then did Lu Moling leave her embrace. In 3 days will be the Star College admission competition, full of many promising new talents. Given that there are only 5 spots available for new students, Chu Siyu must boost her strength as soon as possible if she is to compete. Chu Lingyue explained. Have you succeeded in refining your spiritual essence? Lu Moling asked. Yes. Chu Lingyue nodded. Do I need to join you in participating in the competition? Lu Moling asked, wanting to stay by Chu Lingyue's side, but unsure about the rules. There's no need. In the Canglan Continent, experts abound, and I currently cannot protect you well enough. As a Holy Spirit Master, your identity must remain hidden. Just stay close by my side. Chu Lingyue answered seriously. All right, I'll follow your advice, Lu Moling agreed, thinking Chu Lingyue was correct. Also, regarding Qiongqi, I told the great shaman that people from the Li Hun sect took Qiongqi away. Thus, his existence cannot be exposed either, she added. Understood, I remember, Lu Moling promised. Let's go find Chu Siyu. Chu Lingyue smiled contentedly, leading Lu Moling toward Xianyu Academy. Inside Xianyu Academy, Chu Siyu continued her sword practice, sweat dripping from her pale, youthful face despite showing no signs of stopping. Great job, Chu Lingyue applauded loudly. Immediately, Chu Siyu ceased her practice, spun the sword into an elegant flourish, stored it in her spatial ring, and excitedly ran over to Chu Lingyue. Big sister, you've emerged from seclusion. Yes, your sword skills were excellent just now. There's clear improvement, Chu Lingyue praised generously. Really, Chu Siyu became modest when praised by Chu Lingyue. Well, it's average actually. Sword skills may be excellent, but on the Canglan Continent, they can never replace the importance of a spirit power. The strength of one's spirit energy determines everything, including even your superior sword techniques, Chu Lingyue pointed out. I know, but currently, I cannot enhance my spirit energy further. Something has held me back, Chu Siyu sighed despondently. To improve her spirit energy, she spent time training in the magical beast forest, but in the last half year, there wasn't even a hint of progress. Her spirit meridians felt endless and impossible to replenish. Chu Siyu lowered her head dejectedly. Sister, I don't know what to do anymore. No matter how hard I train in swordsmanship, I can't break through this invisible barrier. With the Star College admission competition fast approaching, all I can do is intensify my training and defeat opponents in swordsmanship, securing one of the newcomer spots. I know. Isn't that why I'm here? It shouldn't only be me and brother going to Star College. You're my sister, and naturally should join us, bringing glory to our family. Chu Lingyue said warmly, casually pulling out the medium-grade advancement spirit essence she had refined, handing it over to Chu Siyu. I didn't have enough spirit pearls or herbs, so I could only refine 2 bottles of medium-grade enhancement elixir. Drink them all, and try breaking through your cultivation. I'll guard you while you attempt this. Sister, are you a farming spirit master? Chu Siyu looked at the 2 bottles of medium-grade enhancement spirit liquid Chu Linghua handed her, falling into a state of disbelief. Could this really be her sister? In just half a year, not only had she changed, but she could also refine spirit liquids now? Throughout all of Hill City, no one could refine medium-grade spirit liquids. Not quite. Chu Linghua smiled and said, one has to pass the Farming Spirit Masters Association's assessment to officially become a Farming Spirit Master, which I haven't done yet. Sister, a genius like you going for the Farming Spirit Masters Association's examination would be an honor for them, Chu Suyu said in admiration, completely overwhelmed by Chu Linghua's talents. Having such a powerful sister filled her with immense pride. Haha, you sure know how to flatter me. But drink up quickly, it's time to start your breakthrough. Chu Linghua said, as time was pressing. There'd be plenty of chances for flattery later. Alright, Chu Suyu agreed, eager to test out the power of the medium-grade spirit liquid. Within moments, she finished both bottles of medium-grade enhancement spirit liquid and immediately sat down cross-legged on the spot, attempting to break through and advance. Greenish streams of light immediately began flowing around her body. Lingling, help me guard the door, make sure no one comes in and disturbs us, Chu Linghua softly instructed. Okay, Chu Linghua stood beside Chu Suyu, guarding her while her cultivation advanced, and thick greenish light overflowed from within her body, entering the stage where her spirit veins were being broken. Indeed, the medium-grade enhancement spirit liquid she refined proved extremely potent. Not long after consuming it, Chu Suyu showed signs of breaking through. After about a quarter of an hour, Chu Suyu knitted her eyebrows deeply. The medium-grade enhancement spirit liquid was forcibly assaulting her spirit veins, making her body somewhat uncomfortable. Had forcing her to drink 2 bottles of medium-grade enhancement spirit liquid been too much indeed? Chu Linghua instantly activated her battle spirit, slowly channeling its power towards Chu Suyu. The green glow kept overflowing from her palms, heading towards the girl's heart, connecting her spirit veins. The gentle spiritual force then intertwined with her spirit veins, becoming a bridge for the overstepping enhancement spirit liquid. For an entire night, Chu Linghua did not stop conveying spiritual energy until Chu Siyu successfully broke through. The first rays of sunlight from the east fell on them, enveloping them in a warm glow. Chu Siyu finally opened her eyes slowly. Chu Linghua retracted her spiritual force. The previous night's efforts cost her a significant amount of mental energy, quickening her heartbeat. Sister. As soon as Chu Suyu opened her eyes, she saw Chu Linghua standing right in front of her. Chapter 160. It's your choice to gamble or not. Chu Siyu stood up, loosened her muscles, and felt completely relaxed from the inside out. She even found her senses sharper than before. Try summoning your spirit beast? Chu Linghua smiled. Good. Chu Siyu immediately summoned her spirit beast. A surge of intense green light emanated from her body, instantly enveloping her all over. Stage 2 Spirit Cultivation? Chu Linghua shared the same surprise as Chu Siyu. Sister, I've successfully advanced to Stage 2 Spirit Cultivation, all thanks to you. Chu Siyu retracted her spirit beast and took a few steps forward to embrace Chu Linghua, filled with excitement. Now, she had a better chance of securing a place in the Xing Luo Academy. Don't be too polite with me. Before the recruitment competition at Xing Luo Academy, focus on training diligently and steadily to gain an advantage, Chu Linghua advised. Alright, I understand, sister. Chu Siyu nodded repeatedly like a hammer. I've been exhausted all night, so I'll go rest now. Keep practicing well. Chu Linghua patted Chu Siyu on the shoulder, full of hope and expectation for her future, then left with Lu Moling. Sister, I will definitely work hard. Chu Siyu vowed quietly to herself. Unknowingly, Chu Linghua had become the person she aspired to surpass. A spiritual benchmark. Chu Linghua returned to the Xianfeng Pavilion with Lu Moling and spent 3 whole days meditating in her room without stepping outside once. Now let's talk about the Nan family. 2 days ago, after being given a medicinal bath following his right arm being severed by the leopard tiger beast, Nan Mingyuan had awoken. Brother, how are you feeling now? Nan Zio rushed to Nan Mingyuan's side anxiously asking, glancing at his empty right arm and a fresh wave of sadness flooding her heart. Nan Mingyuan could only feel an ache in the area above where his right hand used to be. Did this mean he was regaining some sensation? Instinctively, he went to touch it but met nothing but air. He couldn't believe it and reached again from top to bottom, finding that there was absolutely nothing remaining in his right sleeve. Where's my arm? My hand? Nan Mingyuan's eyes turned blood red. Ignoring the pain, he abruptly jumped up, only to finally accept that his right hand was gone. My hand? What happened? Why is it like this? Nan Mingyuan showed signs of insanity, unable to come to terms with the loss of his right arm. After so much effort to save it and reattach it, he hadn't imagined that one day he'd lose the entire arm. There was no way now to even attach a prosthetic limb. Purple Grace, where's my right arm? Where has my right arm gone? Nan Mingyuan tightly grabbed Nan Zio's collar with his left hand and violently shook her. Brother, please don't do this. Calm down and listen to me, Nan Zio said through tears, continuously trying to grab Nan Mingyuan's hands. Listen to what I have to say. You were unconscious for 2 full days. Your right hand had already begun corroding your arm. There was no choice but to follow what the leopard tiger beast had said. Zio couldn't lose another loved one. Nan Zio sobbed uncontrollably. If she were lying there instead, her brother would certainly have made the same decision for her. But Nan Mingyuan still roared angrily at Nan Ziyou, as if possessed. How could you sever my arm without my permission? Now I'm no different from a cripple. Ru Shuang will never like me again. We won't have any more chances together, none at all. Brother, please calm down. Even if your arm cannot be saved, I believe Ru Shuang would still love you. That's not who she is. She would only feel sorrow for you. Nan Ziyou earnestly consoled him. It's impossible, Ru Shuang. Nan Mingyuan lost his last spiritual support. He had originally been able to grasp happiness, but now he was powerless. There was no longer any possibility of restoring his missing arm. Before, it was just severed, and there was hope for it to be reattached, but now there was not a shred of hope left. Despair was written all over his face. What reason was there left to live in this world? Brother, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, your right hand wouldn't have been cut off by Chu Linghua. Nan Ziyou kept repenting endlessly. What did you say? Nan Mingyuan stared at Nan Ziyou like a demon, making her shudder internally. Nan Ziyou's voice trembled. Yes, it was Chu Linghua's doing. The people who hurt you were Chu Linghua. Song Yin and others have known this all along. Chu Linghua. Nan Mingyuan roared in fury, hurling Nan Ziyou aside with a throw, overflowing hatred rising in his chest. He couldn't fathom that it was Chu Linghua who ruined his life. I will kill her. I will kill that appointed official. Rising weakly, anger surged within him as he decided to find Chu Linghua to settle accounts. Brother, you're too frail. Don't. Nan Ziyou quickly rose from the ground and embraced Nan Mingyuan, preventing him from acting further. How do you expect me to calm down? Chu Linghua has ruined me. It's all her fault. Nan Mingyuan once again threw Nan Ziyou aside, and the fresh bandages on his right arm began seeping with blood, staining the sleeve a vivid red. Brother, big brother. Nan Ziyou endured the pain as she stood up, watching Nan Mingyuan about to rush out of the door. Suddenly, the leopard tiger beast appeared and blocked Nan Mingyuan's path. If you go now, it would be nothing but a laughing stock. The leopard tiger beast roared in anger, stopping Nan Mingyuan from bursting out of the door. Laughing stock, huh? Nan Mingyuan gave a cold laugh, his eyes full of self-derision. Wasn't I a joke from the start? Look at yourself. If it wasn't for Nan Jian planning an escape route for you too and begging me endlessly, I would have long left by now. And now you are ready to give up. How will you honor your deceased father? The leopard tiger beast furiously scolded. Nan Mingyuan indeed lacked the responsibility of a man. He should never have agreed to help Nan Jian in the first place. Do you want to leave? Fine, I'll release the contract now and let you be free. Nan Mingyuan spoke bitterly, having lost all hope. He had nothing left to lose. You. The leopard tiger beast looked at Nan Mingyuan with frustration, wishing he could turn him into steel. Brother, no. We've lost everything. The leopard tiger beast can't leave. Nan Ziyou pleaded. You shut up. Nan Mingyuan roared angrily. It's all because of you. Why wouldn't you listen to me? Stay away from those stronger than you. Why wouldn't you heed my advice? Nan Ziyou trembled all over, tears streaming down her face again. I know I was wrong, brother. At that time, I didn't know Junling was Chu Linghua. Regret came too late. Everything had been set in stone. What was lost could not return. The recruitment competition at Xingluo Academy is in 2 days. This is your last chance if you wish to take revenge, the leopard tiger beast said calmly. Either you charge to Chu Linghua right now and kill her, or endure the hardship until the day of the competition to avenge yourself. Before then, I will help enhance your spirit beast as quickly as possible. This will be the last thing I do for you. It's your choice whether to gamble or not. With that, the leopard tiger beast transformed into a streak of light and returned to Nan Mingyuan's body, giving him the decision. Chapter 161, At any cost. He no longer interfered in anything. Brother. Nan Ziyou didn't dare to step forward. Get out, brother. Get out. Nan Mingyuan roared again in anger, trying hard to endure his pain as the joints of his left hand were making crackling sounds. However, he had no intention of seeking revenge immediately. I'll leave right now. Nan Ziyou immediately fled. Nan Mingyuan stood motionless for a long time. His pitch-black eyes narrowed slightly, filled with endless hatred. Chu Linghua, I will avenge my broken arm. For 2 whole days, the leopard tiger magical beast had been doing everything it could to enhance Nan Mingyuan's spiritual energy, even risking half of its life. Finally, he was promoted to the 7th stage of spiritual cultivation, but the last barrier just couldn't be overcome. But this would already be enough to deal with Chu Linghua. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day of the Star Luo Academy recruitment competition. Chu Linghua got up early specifically, ate breakfast slowly, and then took Chu Siyu and Lu Mojing along. Chu Sheng believed in their abilities, so he let them go alone. In fact, he was worried and scared deep down, not wanting to see them get injured during the platform match, so he stayed at home waiting. This is a necessary path to maturity. He must let the children spread their wings and fly. The platform for the recruitment competition was set up at the altar palace. When they finally arrived, people were already swarming all over, completely surrounding it top to bottom, with an endless stream of people coming to participate in the recruitment competition. Lingling, remember to watch from below and do not speak, alright? Chu Linghua reminded her. Alright, I understand. Go ahead without worry. Lu Mojing firmly believed that Chu Linghua and Chu Siyu would certainly secure the freshman spots. Remember that if you can avoid facing Nan Mingyuan and the others, try your best to do so. Chu Linghua warned seriously. Why? My spiritual energy has increased. I can definitely battle them. Chu Siyu's gaze was determined. She was prepared to beat Nan Ziyou till she was utterly defeated. Trust me, it's the right thing. Chu Linghua said, imagining that Nan Ziyou and the others had likely learned that she was Junling whichever one of them faced her or Chu Siyu. They would fight with all their strength to defeat them on the platform, even if they cannot obtain the Star Luo Academy freshman spot. They wouldn't let them off easily. But, do you want to ignore me? Chu Lingyue's expression became increasingly serious. I wouldn't. Chu Siyu had no idea why her elder sister didn't want her to face Nenzio when she clearly had the ability to do so. Is she afraid I'll get hurt? Or is she worried I won't be able to beat Nenzio, losing the chance for a Star Luo Academy freshman spot? If you agree, just listen to me. Avoid them if possible, and choose to hold on to your freshman spot after securing it, understood? I will take care of them. Chu Lingyue continued. I understand. Her sister was really strict. She was like a monk who couldn't find the direction of what was happening. But still, she could not say anything and only obeyed obediently. Lingling, go look for a place to wait for us first, Chu Lingyue instructed, and immediately pulled Chu Siyu towards the side of the platform to queue up for registration. There were more than 10 people ahead of them. After finishing registration, it was soon their turn. At this moment, the densely packed crowd's attention immediately fell on the sisters, starting to appear reverent again. After the previous incident, Chu Lingyue had established her footing in Hill City and become the universally praised saintess. She was qualified. On the side of the sacrificial altar sat 5 people, who turned their gazes towards her upon hearing the news, each one radiating airs of superiority. Grand Sacrificer, is this the Saintess of Hill City personally selected by you? One of the middle-aged men asked, not being able to help glancing at Chu Lingyue several times. He noticed her white dress gradually changing, her fresh green sleeves fluttering. Her attire was simple, adorned only with a single emerald hairpin. Her flawless little face was fully exposed, growing more beautiful by the day, undoubtedly surpassing beauty unmatched. Yes, that's her. Dongfang Yu looked at Chu Lingyue with pride, as though the young girl he had raised under his wing had finally grown up. And who might the rest be? The other 2 also curiously leaned out, their gazes landing on Chu Lingyue. Indeed, even at such a tender age, she displays remarkable talent, truly worthy of having destroyed the conspiracy of the Lost Soul sect. She looks excellent, Min Si praised, observing her red silk dress hugging her slender figure, graceful and around 30 years old, exceptionally stunning. Yes, she's quite good. The man beside her spoke slightly older. Whether good or bad, bringing her out for a stroll will tell. The middle-aged man maintained a stern look, scrutinizing left and right. Chu Lingyue seemed somewhat youthful, fearing those achievements may be mere rumors. Meng Qian, stop speaking so rigidly. Even Peng Yuanhu knows how to praise the young lady. Do not underestimate her. Min Si couldn't help but tease him. Every time there is a recruitment, you always have that stern face. Don't scare the candidates. This is serious business for the Academy's recruitment. How can it not be solemn? As for Peng Yuanhu, he seems to like anyone with a decent appearance. But our Academy does not accept just any student. Meng Qian remained stern. How many promising students have we encountered along the way in this recruitment tour? You shouldn't expect too much. Meng Qian again dampened their hopes. If it weren't necessary to follow the formalities, he would have returned home long ago. There are certainly other students who are qualified. We just haven't met them yet. Stop saying such discouraging words. I think the Saintess of Hill City is quite good. Perhaps she'll catch your eye, and you'll be smitten before you know it. Only Min Si dared to confront Meng Qian directly like this. If it were someone else, he would have stormed off long ago. Meng Qian gave a cold snort and dropped the matter. That's more like it. Min Si said contentedly, now only waiting to see if Chu Lingyue could make an impression on them. Chu Lingyue and Chu Siyu had finished their registration. Among the crowd, Mo Rujuang and Nan Ziyou, who had already registered at the sacrificial shrine earlier, spotted her. Rujuang's sister, even if they fail to secure spots at Star Luo Academy, do not let Chu Lingyue and Chu Siyu slip away. They ruined my brother, and I want them to pay with their lives. Nan Ziyou clenched her teeth as she spoke. Agreed. Mo Rujuang detested Chu Lingyue to the bone. The happiness she had struggled hard to grasp was completely destroyed by her. Even without Nan Ziyou's urging, she intended to act thus. Where is Brother Yuan? Mo Rujuang asked. He had been by their side just moments ago and suddenly disappeared. I don't know, but I imagine he will return soon, Nan Ziyou replied, aware deep down that revenge was near and he wouldn't stay idle until Chu Lingyue fell beneath his blade. I'll go find him, Mo Rujuang said, pushing through the crowd and departing instantly. Rujuang's sister, come back quickly, the recruitment contest will begin shortly. As Chu Lingyue raised her head, she locked eyes with Min Si. The latter observed her intently with obvious interest, her gaze unrelenting, as though viewing prey. Chu Lingyue subtly turned her head, avoiding the stare, then her gaze brushed past Dongfang Yu. His expression was one of affection. Let's go. Without further ado, Chu Lingyue led Chu Siyu to wait for summons at the freshman candidate's designated area. Chapter 162. Listen to me, I'm the older sister. Not far away, Mu Lingfeng had already spotted them and immediately greeted with a folded fan. Holy maiden, over here. He then walked towards them enthusiastically. Chu Lingyue's expression was serious. Sister, Mu Lingfeng? Other than rescuing him once in the beast forest, were they familiar? It's fine. Chu Lingyue patted Chu Siyu's shoulder to signal it was all right. As Mu Lingfeng approached, Holy maiden, you've arrived. I beat you here by a step. Are you also here for the recruitment competition? Chu Lingyue looked at Mu Lingfeng. His martial spirit was quite low, right? Anyone on the scene could easily defeat him. Yes, everything you've told me, I've kept in mind. I should face myself honestly. Mu Lingfeng said resolutely. Becoming a medicine spirit master, I'm not cut out for it. Before this, it'd be better to improve my martial spirit. At least, I can defend myself in critical moments, unlike last time when I was at a disadvantage. So now? Chu Lingwei asked curiously. Mu Lingfeng glanced around and then whispered, Spirit rank 6. Great, that's progress. Chu Lingwei praised him seriously. Really? Mu Lingfeng scratched his head sheepishly. Actually, these years, I didn't make any progress. I even regressed somewhat. In the past 2 months, I've trained hard, finally balancing my martial spirit. Today, I might be able to grab 1 or 2 opportunities. That's good. Chu Lingwei nodded but wasn't sure what else to say. Sister, how about we? Chu Siyu felt awkward and wanted to leave. If it weren't for Chu Lingwei, she wouldn't have anything to do with Mu Lingfeng. Mr. Mu, go ahead. Chu Lingwei said as she pulled Chu Siyu into the crowd. Alright. Mu Lingfeng felt somewhat dejected but couldn't say anything more. It seemed like trying to make himself more relevant to Chu Lingwei was ineffective. Alas, he walked away dejectedly. Members of the Divine Wind mercenary group had also come, but only as spectators. Seeing Chu Lingwei, fearing they might bring her trouble, they chose to pretend not to notice her. People like Song Yin remained hidden in the crowd, too afraid to approach. Chu Lingwei, Mo Rose Wang clenched her fists tightly and spat out Chu Lingyue's name angrily. She then disappeared among the people, stepping away momentarily. Half an incense stick later, Min Si stood on the dais, lifting her hands to quieten the crowd. Instantly, all noise ceased, and everyone focused on her, appreciating her graceful figure and ethereal charm. Were these the women who came from Alien City? The beauty of their land certainly produced exquisite individuals. Unique, extraordinary, pure. Everyone, today's first round is a chaotic battle royale. Those who remain on the stage after 1 incense stick burns will pass the first round. The mass brawl would precisely filter out those suitable for the academy swiftly and decisively. The contract you just signed, please ensure you've understood it thoroughly. Until your opponent surrenders or is thrown off the stage, you win. If your opponent still has a breath left and is immobile for 10 seconds, you win. Min Si announced the rules. The wise would know to stop once their point is made. On the field, humanity is tested. People who lack compassion or are excessively cruel do not deserve the chance for enrollment. Now please prepare. Min Si spoke and gracefully descended the dais. All competitors rushed onto the wide dais, which could hold over 200 people. Let's go. Chu Lingwei led Chu Siyu slowly following the crowd onto the platform. Remember what I've instructed. This isn't individual combat. Stay close to me. I understand, sister. Chu Siyu responded obediently. After Chu Lingwei and Chu Siyu stepped onto the dais, everyone silently parted to give them space. Everyone knew that the Holy Maiden wasn't someone to cross now. She had single-handedly disrupted the sinister plans of the Soul Departure sect. While they held respect for her, they also harbored hostility. Even if she were the Holy Maiden, they would never go easy on her. They would definitely secure their spots as freshmen at the Star Luo Academy, bringing glory to their families. Sister, look, it's Mo Rashwang's group. Chu Siyu tugged Chu Lingyue's sleeve. Both sisters were standing at a corner of the dais. Among the crowd, Nan Mingyuan and his 2 companions stood out prominently because everyone in Hill City remembered them clearly due to the events involving the Soul Departure sect. But when people noticed his empty right sleeve, whispers began circulating. Look, he doesn't even have a right arm, yet he dares to attend the recruitment examination. Would Star Luo Academy admit disabled students? Who knows? But since he's allowed to compete, it must mean they accept such cases. However, judging by Nan Mingyuan's condition, can he really earn the place? Nan Mingyuan was also a genius-level figure in Hill City, right? Even though that was before, no one knows how high his martial spirit has reached now. We'd better not underestimate him. You're right. Our Hill City only gets 5 freshman spots, so we should be careful. One of them replied. As Nan Mingyuan and his companions passed by, everyone moved as far away as possible, none wanting to get near them. Nan Mingyuan, Mo Rosewang, and Nan Zio stood right at the center of the platform. Their eyes landed immediately on Chu Lingwei and Chu Siyu standing behind the crowd. Excellent. They would make sure these 2 sisters pay their dues today. Big Brother Yuan. Mo Rosewang grabbed Nan Mingyuan's left hand, intertwining their fingers nervously. Ever since she learned that Nan Mingyuan had completely lost his right arm, she showed no disdain. Though, there was indeed a tiny bit of discomfort inside her heart. But, no matter what, Nan Mingyuan was still her favorite man. No need to fear, Rosewang. With me here, Chu Lingwei will never harm you, said Nan Mingyuan with an intense glare filled with cruelty. Today, he had come for revenge. No matter whether he secured a spot or not, Chu Lingwei was dead. Big Brother Yuan, Rosewang trusts you, Mo Rosewang said earnestly. These few days, her neck had itched unbearably, and the wound that had healed reopened due to scratching. The scar kept getting bigger, and she no longer dared to go out and see people. On such an important day, she tightly wrapped her neck with bandages leaving no gap. Isn't her neck too covered with thick bandage? Won't it feel hot? Chu Siyu couldn't help but ask. She roughly knew what happened to Mo Rashwang's neck, but surely it wasn't this severe? It might be to cover up the scars. Chu Lingwei smiled brightly. Scars? Like the cut from half a year ago, when you injured her. Isn't it fully healed yet? I heard she has been looking for physicians and medicine spirit masters. Could it be? Chu Siyu speculated. Yes, probably. Chu Lingwei vaguely responded. Some things lose their fun if spoken too plainly. As long as Mo Rosewang harbored fear towards her, the scar on her neck would continue to haunt her until Mo Rosewang faced her fears, broke through them, and stopped being afraid of her. Only then would the injury heal completely. Chapter 163, the luckiest competitor in history. But it seemed that wasn't going to happen. Mo Rizhuang's fear of her was deeply ingrained, a psychological shadow she would never shake off in her life. So that scar would likely follow her for the rest of her life. This is going to be interesting on today's arena. Chu Siyu eagerly anticipated. No, listen to me. If I told you not to provoke them, then don't. In the first round on the arena, we just need to hold out for one incense stick time without getting knocked down. Chu Lingyue said helplessly. Chu Siyu was always so energetic. Okay sis, I hear you. Chu Siyu pouted, not expecting Chu Lingyue to become so nagging, but it was for her own good. At this moment, a rectangular large screen suddenly projected in front of the altar, splitting roughly into two sections, with the left being the scoring system and the right live broadcasting to everyone present. Especially for those standing at the back who couldn't see otherwise. The first arena battle begins now. Smack. Min-Si gave the order. Everyone on the platform began looking for targets, constantly pulling and tugging, all wanting to stay on this altar and avoid getting pushed off. Looking around, those who were just boasting moments ago about not showing mercy wouldn't dare touch Chu Lingyue or Chu Siyu, quietly avoiding them. And there were also Nan Mingyuan's group. Everyone tacitly understood that they didn't even dare approach. Sis, what's up with these people? Chu Siyu rolled up her sleeves, ready for a big fight, but not a single person regarded the sisters as their target, leaving her completely dumbfounded watching others fighting. Chu Lingyue teased, isn't lying back and winning nice? It is. Chu Siyu nodded, lying back and winning was pretty good, but wasn't it a little too easy? Right in front of Chu Lingyue, Dongfang Yu sat upright, calmly gazing at her ever since she appeared and went up onto the stage, his soft gaze never leaving her. Great priest, you really like that little saint girl, huh? Min-Si couldn't resist teasing him, noticing Chu Lingyue's special place in his heart early on. Lingyue is my personally selected saint girl. Of course the great priest approves. Dongfang Yu replied casually, fully acknowledging his admiration for Chu Lingyue. Min-Si tilted her head, supporting her chin with her hand, lowering her eyebrows slightly. The great priest's favoritism is too blatant. If it's destined, favoritism comes naturally. Dongfang Yu didn't conceal his affection for Chu Lingyue from the moment she was born in Hillock City, meaning that she was bound to be his favorite. Interesting. Min-Si's bright eyes once again fell on Chu Lingyue in the arena, who quietly stood there while others fighting fiercely didn't dare go near her. Oh, indeed. He favored her, so much so that not even the crowd had the heart to attack her. In the crowd, Mo Rizhuang's group kept glancing at Chu Lingyue and Chu Siyu. Every time they wanted to rush forward, their feet would be tripped up by the people around them. Even Mu Lingfeng intentionally loitered before them, slowing them down. Damn it, bro, what should we do now? Nan Zio was anxious. She could hardly wait to tear Chu Lingyue and her sister apart and throw them off the stage. Chu Lingyue will surely reach the final. We stay silent for now and win the first arena battle. Nan Mingyuan maintained his calmness, enduring for so long. What difference would a bit more waiting make? I'll listen to Brother Yuan, Mo Rizhuang said. Soon, Mo Rizhuang and her group also joined the battle, eliminating everyone else around them, maximizing their chances against Chu Lingyue in subsequent rounds. Sis, look at them. They're using such heavy hands to push others off the stage. Chu Siyu was almost unable to stop herself from rushing up to protest, but Chu Lingyue held her back. Aren't you able to stay still? Chu Lingyue's smiling eyes curved like crescent moons, very pleasing to look at. Not exactly, just fighting injustice, Chu Siyu responded. That's how the arena works. If you want to attend Star Luo Academy with me, then behave yourself and stay by my side. Chu Lingyue cut straight to the point, asking if Chu Siyu wanted to come along or not. I do. I'll come. I'll listen to you. Chu Siyu quickly responded 3 times. They aren't as capable as Mo Rizhuang's group, so of course, they can only be pushed off the arena. Do you think your odds of winning if you fought them are good? Chu Lingyue asked. Do you believe they could team up and push you off the arena? Chu Lingyue seriously stated. Chu Siyu was genuinely frightened. Really? Then never mind. She no longer wished to step into the spotlight. The rules are flexible. That beautiful elder didn't say anything about banning teamwork or prohibiting tactics, Chu Lingyue added. I understand. Chu Siyu was enlightened by Chu Lingyue's words and stood obediently by her sister's side. She was still too inexperienced. Acting impulsively often led to trouble. The red incense stick had burned down to just a small stub, and Chu Lingyue's gaze stayed fixed on it as she patiently waited. Since no one came to bother them, she needed something to occupy her time. Bang! The moment the last bit of the incense went out, the gong sounded immediately. On the divine platform, people were lying all over, exhausted from the first round of fighting the moment the gong was struck, and more than half of the contestants had already been eliminated from the stage. The number of people decreased rapidly, from originally over 200 to only 80-some individuals remaining. If they allowed half an instance time more, likely another large portion of the competitors would have been removed. The first round is finished. There are currently 83 participants left. Min-Si stood up and announced. The large screen began showing rankings, splitting several people into different positions. Top ranked were Mo Ruwan, Nan Mingyuan, Nan Zio, Qian Wenhuan, Pei Lian, Mu Lingfeng. After multiple rounds of rankings appeared, Chu Lingyue and Chu Suyu's names finally showed up near the bottom. It seemed it was because they didn't participate actively in the fighting, right? So, Chu Lingyue suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed. She never expected to be at the tail end of the first match, serving as fillers. Sis. Chu Siyu could barely bear to watch. It's fine, haha, we'll try harder next time. It's just the first match, let's focus on the next. Chu Lingyue tried laughing off and comforting Chu Siyu, but perhaps she hadn't fully grasped the rules of the arena either. She assumed not being pushed off counted, but apparently there was also scoring and ranking involved. Would the final result be determined purely based on rankings rather than leaving only 5 people standing? What a complicated game Star Luo Academy was playing. Interesting. The second round will be conducted via system lottery. Those who draw the same lot will face each other until one gives up or falls off the platform. However, since there are 83 contestants currently on the arena, one person will directly advance according to the ranking of the first match. The lottery will start now, Mincy declared. As soon as she finished speaking, the floating large screen in midair became a single entity, with numbers from 1 to 83 starting to scroll quickly. 3, 2, 1, stop. Because the numbers rolled so fast, it wasn't considered cheating when Mincy randomly stopped the draw. Everything in this public recruitment contest would be recorded. The scrolling screen stopped instantly, landing precisely on number 82. Chu Suyu's name appeared on the large screen. Congratulations to contestant number 82, Chu Suyu. Mincy applauded. Chapter 164, Your Concession. Me. Not only Chu Suyu herself, but thousands of people present were stunned. Shocked gazes turned to her, and after 3 seconds, sighs of amazement filled the air. Chu Suyu is really lucky. She who ranked second to last in the first round has directly skipped the second round and advanced to the third round. Exactly. No one doubted that Chu Suyu had cheated. The accuracy of the exquisite artifact spirit selection was hundreds of times better than manual screening. Am I really the one? Chu Suyu felt as if she were sleepwalking. The large screen clearly displayed the 3 big characters of Chu Suyu's name. There could be no mistake. It's you. Chu Lingyue couldn't help but smile, hoping Chu Suyu would have good luck all the way through and might just lay flat until the end. Well, elder sister, what about me? You advanced directly to the third round. A surefire lucky girl. On the side, Mo Ruxiang and Nan Zio clenched their teeth. I didn't expect Chu Suyu to have such good fortune. It's truly hateful, Nan Zio said through gritted back molars. Don't worry, let's deal with Chu Lingyue first, then we'll deal with Chu Suyu. Neither of them will escape. Mo Ruxiang said, for how could she not hate? The scar on her neck was given by Chu Lingyue. Nan Mingyuan stood to the side, lips tightly pressed, yet his sharp eyes, like those of an eagle, often wandered toward Chu Lingyue. He had already been patiently waiting for a long time. Please have contestant number 82, Chu Suyu, temporarily step aside and wait for the third round of the arena competition. Mincy ordered. Elder sister, go to the waiting area and watch me carefully, Chu Lingyue said, calmly letting Chu Suyu temporarily leave the stage. After Chu Suyu left temporarily, Mincy began announcing the rules for the second field. The second match will still be decided by system lottery. 82 contestants remain here, divided into 41 pairs, and 41 spots will be allocated. 1 spot will be allocated twice, and those drawn to the same spot will face each other as opponents. The rules are unchanged from the previous arena, and the drawing will start now. As Mincy gave the command, the rectangular large screen began to roll once again. Under everyone's watchful eyes, names and numbers stopped moving and distribution was completed. Chu Lingyue faced Zhao Yi. Mo Ruxiang faced Chao Shou. Nan Mingyuan faced Gu Hani. Nan Zio faced Feng Hui. Qian Wenhan faced Wu Qing. Pei Lian faced Wu Hu. Mu Lingfeng faced Qiu Zhongwang. The second match officially begins, Mincy declared, and this time there would be no time limit. Nan Mingyuan et al. Harbored regret that they had not yet faced Chu Lingyue in the second round. They would have to wait a bit longer. Soon, Zhao Yi, elegantly mannered, appeared before Chu Lingyue. With both hands clasped together in a salute, he said, Holy Maiden, please forgive my insolence. Zhao Yi's aura was quite similar to Mu Lingfeng's, but his martial spirit was somewhat stronger. Let us begin. Chu Lingyue was composed as ever, when azure light overflowed from Zhao Yi's body. Spiritual cultivation, level 1. He was indeed among the current youth elites. Unfortunately, he was up against Chu Lingyue. It was clear from Zhao Yi's arrogant expression, full of certainty that he would win. If he managed to embarrass Chu Lingyue right then and there, he would surely be remembered by all in the entire Sierra City and gain widespread fame. Ha 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 ha. Just imagining it made him smirk arrogantly with pride. At their surroundings, the opponents around them had already begun exchanging blows. Arrays of azure light burst forth on the arena, dazzlingly bright. A real feast for the eyes. Holy Maiden, prepare yourself. Zhao Yi spurred his martial spirit, a steady stream of azure luminescence continuously spilling out of his palm, generating wind beneath his feet as he suddenly attacked her. Standing rooted to her spot, unmoving, as steadfast as Mount Tai, Chu Lingyue's dark pupils mirrored Zhao Yi charging at her. His quick, precise, and deadly hand techniques aimed entirely to force her off the arena. With a swift movement, Chu Lingyue dodged and promptly exchanged moves with Zhao Yi, every attack and defense serving as a probing measure. In the waiting area, Chu Suyu watched calmly as Chu Lingyue and Zhao Yi fought. Going up against her elder sister was just like performing acrobatics in front of a monkey. It was laughable. At the same moment, for others observing attentively also paid close attention to Chu Lingyue. Dongfang Yu, Mincy, Mengan, and Peng Yuanhu, the 4 of them. High Priest, your personally selected Holy Maiden may appear unremarkable, but truly possesses some skill. She is actually at spiritual cultivation level 3. Even placed among the freshmen of Star Luo Academy, her kind of martial spirit makes her a standout, Mincy praised. It wasn't because she favored Chu Lingyue. The displayed prowess was genuinely astonishing. Min Elder, she is the Holy Maiden that this High Priest holds in highest regard. She will be Hill City's successor and the hope for the future. Dongfang Yu couldn't help repeating, for the person he valued would definitely be the wisest woman in the world. High Priest, That isn't certain yet. Look at the arena. Your precious holy maiden has already been suppressed. It seems she might lose. Mengan couldn't help but pour cold water over them. Well, along his journey here, he hadn't encountered even one freshman that pleased him. Not one. Barely entering Star Luo Academy would suffice for them. Peng Yuanhu also retorted, Elder Ming, would you please stop looking down on others? I think this year's freshmen have quite good potential, though they were slightly less talented than in previous years. Good? What's so good about them? If you ask me, Chu Shua, who was selected layer by layer from Hill City years ago, was truly excellent. Unfortunately, fate did not grant him his due. Mengan sighed deeply, disappointment growing within him. Elder Ming, what you don't know is that Chu Lingyue is Chu Shua's younger sister. If the brother is so strong, how could the sister be any weaker? Dongfang Yu said, pride evident in his tone. What? Not just Mengan, but even Min Si and Peng Yuanhu were startled. Chu Lingyue is Chu Shua's younger sister? Who would have thought Chu Shua had a sister? That truly makes her. Min Si liked Chu Lingyue even more. She felt they would get along very well. So what? How do we know if it's one strong sibling and the other weak? Look at her, being suppressed by her opponent to the point of no escape. Mengan said repeatedly. It wasn't that he looked down on this year's freshmen. They were genuinely inferior to Chu Shua. Once someone was the most satisfactory choice in his mind, anyone following who didn't surpass them would face his sharp criticism. Don't rush. Chu Lingyue seems calm and collected, dodging every attack with ease. She may only appear to be at a disadvantage intentionally. Perhaps she's probing her opponent's moves carefully for a crushing blow. Min Si analyzed, her keen eyes having never misjudged anyone. Humph. Mengan snorted coldly, clearly dismissive. Elder Ming, if you don't believe me, let's place a bet. Let's see if Chu Lingyue can secure the spot for the new students, shall we? Min Si's interest was piqued. She usually indulged in fine wines, and she remembered Mengan kept some rare ones. Would betting for a jar be too much? What are we betting? Mengan was spurred into agreement, actually engaging in a wager with Min Si. If I win, when we return to Star Luo Academy, you give me one of your precious jars of wine. And if I lose, I'll help you with the remaining recruitment evaluations. How does that sound? Min Si boldly made her proposition. Agreed. Mengan immediately consented. I want to bet as well. Peng Yuanhu quickly interjected. Shut up and focus on the match. Min Si shot Peng Yuanhu a cold glance. What did this have to do with him? Chapter 165, Lucky Break. Peng Yuanhu quietly shut his mouth. Although he appeared older than Min Si, that was just on the surface. In reality, Min Si was older and had become an elder at Star Luo Academy earlier than him. Normally, she took on the role of big sister, and her words carried weight that could not be defied. On the arena stage, most of the winners had already been decided, and Nan Mingyuan and others defeated their opponents right from the start. Surprisingly, Chu Lingyue was still engaged with Zhao Yi, both adversaries equally matched, sparking a commotion among the crowd. Look, Zhao Yi is actually evenly matched with the Holy Maiden. His strength is formidable. Yeah, isn't it possible the Holy Maiden might lose? No, the Holy Maiden will surely win. Not only were the spectators anxious, even Lu Moling and Chu Sibei were nervous. They didn't expect that after so long, there was still no clear winner between them. Mo Rizhuang faced Chao Shou, and Mo Rizhuang emerged victorious. Nan Mingyuan faced Gu Hani, and Nan Mingyuan emerged victorious. Nan Zio faced Feng Hui, and Nan Zio emerged victorious. Qian Wenhuan faced Wu Qing, and Wu Qing emerged victorious. Pei Lian faced Wu Hu, and Wu Hu emerged victorious. Mu Lingfeng expended great effort to finally knock Qiu Zhongwang off the stage. At this point, he collapsed on the arena, his heart beating extremely fast, as if it might suddenly stop at any moment. This was extremely challenging for him. To enter Star Luo Academy would probably be out of reach. Quickly, there were only two people left on the stage who had yet to determine a victor. Chu Lingyue slightly lifted her gaze, no longer wanting to play around with Zhao Yi. She summoned her martial spirit, her feet creating illusions, and the next moment appeared behind Zhao Yi. Sorry about this. Chu Lingyue's calm voice echoed behind Zhao Yi, and the next second, his entire body uncontrollably flew out. Without any suspense, he fell off the stage. None of the onlookers could believe that just moments before, Chu Lingyue and Zhao Yi were fighting fiercely, difficult to distinguish a winner, and in the next instant, Zhao Yi was declared the loser. The sudden turn of events felt like theater, leaving everyone baffled. Yes. Chu Sibei, waiting in line, immediately cheered out loud. She had thought so all along. How could her older sister possibly lose to Zhao Yi? My apologies, Chu Lingyue said gently, bowing slightly towards Zhao Yi, her smile radiant. Zhao Yi hadn't anticipated this. In one moment he seemed to have the upper hand against Chu Lingyue, but then suddenly found himself kicked out of the match. Truly unexpected, his carelessness had cost him. Though reluctant, there was nothing he could do but concede. Thank you for your mercy, Holy Maiden. He bowed deeply and blended into the crowd with a proud demeanor. What more could he do? Chu Lingyue could have used her decisive technique from the very beginning, but deliberately prolonged the fight, giving him enough respect. How could he possibly refuse the gesture? It was better to accept defeat openly and leave. It seemed it wasn't meant to be his destiny to enter Star Luo Academy. See? Didn't I win? Min Si said smugly, granting them half an incense stick's time to catch their breath before swinging her hips up to the stage, announcing the third round. Once again, there was one extra person, and they would draw lots to select a lucky individual. The chosen one this time was Chu Lingyue. Wasn't this luck too good to be true? Were these two sisters cheating back to back? Nanzio lost her temper. She never expected even the system to favor them. The selected lucky participant this time is Chu Linghua. Please wait aside for the fourth arena match, Minxi announced, her heart slightly disappointed. Originally, she had wanted to see how Chu Linghua would conquer the stage, but unexpectedly, the system chose her. Under everyone's envious, yet jealous eyes, Chu Linghua went to the waiting area and exchanged positions with Chu Sibei. Sister, be careful, alright? Chu Linghua said. On the stage, 40 people remained, roughly divisible into 20 pairs. With the same method as last round, pairings will occur through random matching on the large screen. The first person off the stage loses, those unable to fight lose, or can choose to concede, Minxi explained. With a wave of her hand, the rectangular large screen began rolling quickly. Stop, she called out. Instantly, the screen matched the competitors. Surprisingly, Chu Sibei's opponent was Wu Qing. Mu Lingfeng faced Qian Ning. Nan Zhao faced Wu Hu. Nan Mingyuan faced Kong Jia. Mo Ruzhuang faced Long Yan. As for the other 30 participants, they were grouped into 15 teams. Chu Linghua recalled that in the second round, Wu Qing's match had been against Qian Wenhuan and won within dozens of moves. That was indeed a tough competitor. Would Chu Sibei be able to hold up? Linghua. Suddenly, Lu Moling appeared near the boundary lines of the waiting area, calling her name softly. Chu Linghua secretly waved at her. Seeing Lu Moling watching her with a dazed expression, her smile simple and adorable. Hee. Lu Moling shyly lowered her head. She would always become inexplicably cheerful whenever she saw Chu Linghua, hopping around with joy. Before she knew it, Chu Linghua had deeply rooted herself in Lu Moling's mind, likely sticking there for the rest of her life, unable to shake off this ever-clinging little shadow. Watch the match, Chu Linghua mouthed silently. Alright, Lu Moling caught the message and immediately focused her attention on the third round taking place on the arena stage. Chu Linghua's gaze also landed on the third competition as a new round of battles commenced once again, growing increasingly fierce. After Minxi announced the start of the competition, she returned to her seat to watch the battle unfold. The reason why she chose this quick method was because she wanted to obtain results earlier so they could promptly proceed to the next city to continue recruiting new students. Star Luo Academy urgently needed fresh talent now, hoping that this year's recruits would surpass the previous ones. It was visible that Chu Sibei had already clashed with Wu Qing. She summoned her jade sword, her right hand imbued with martial spirit. Each move was extremely precise and flawless. Wu Qing seemed to be conservatively defending against Chu Sibei during their fight. Indeed, Wu Qing could not be underestimated, his moves decisive and sharp. Clap clap clap. Chu Sibei's jade sword collided with Wu Qing's jade flute, emitting clear, melodious sounds. The first two rounds had already filtered out the weakest competitors, and this round was evidently much more difficult compared to the previous ones. Chu Sibei struggled greatly to respond. Chu Linghua remained composed, confident that Chu Sibei could surely defeat Wu Qing and secure victory in this round. Mu Lingfeng faced Qian Ning. Mu Lingfeng lost. Nan Zhao faced Wu Hu. Nan Zhao emerged fully victorious. Nan Mingyuan faced Kong Jia. Nan Mingyuan came out as the victor. Mo Ruzhuang faced Long Yan. Mo Ruzhuang won. Nan Mingyuan, despite losing an arm, still displayed formidable strength, his martial spirit reaching Lingxiu 7th tier. And Mo Ruzhuang has reached Lingxiu 4th tier, while Nan Zhao also broke through to Lingxiu 2nd tier, truly terrifying. That would family young master, alas, failed to enter Star Luo Academy, eliminated in the third round, truly regrettable. As for Chu Sibei and Wu Qing, who both revealed their Lingxiu 2nd tier martial spirits, they were equally matched, continuing to fight. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful gust of force from Wu Qing blasted Chu Sibei, flying toward the edge of the stage, her body swaying precariously. Ayu! Chu Linghua's heart leaped into her throat, fearing at any moment that Chu Sibei might be pushed off the arena. Chu Sibei managed to keep one foot pressed on the edge of the stage, her jade sword propping her up against the ground. She was almost about to fall. How close it had been. Surrender. Wu Qing stood straight, one hand behind his back, staring firmly at Chu Sibei. She wasn't his rival anymore, and continuing the fight would only cause injury. I'm also at Lingxiu 2nd tier. I'm no worse than you. Chu Sibei frowned slightly, instantly standing upright and leaping closer to the middle of the stage. Her jade sword pointed directly at Wu Qing, her spirit brimming. The one who should surrender is you. Chapter 166, Showing Off. Chu Siyu believed that although her talent wasn't the best, it was certainly not the worst. Growing up under Chu Sheng's influence, with her own hard work and diligence, she could definitely win. Shwa shwa shwa. The sword flew out. Chu Siyu charged at Wu Qing first. They immediately started wrestling fiercely. Their moves were lightning fast. Everyone present had their eyes on them. I didn't expect Chu Siyu to have such an explosive burst, great shaman. Is this your doing? Minxi couldn't help but joke. No, Dongfang, you denied. Oh, Minxi replied, and continued watching the match. Everyone else on the arena had already finished their matches. Currently, only Chu Siyu and Wu Qing were fighting. Seeing their fierce battle, the others who had won the third round all made room for them to fight. Nan Zhao wished that Wu Qing would knock Chu Siyu off the arena and give her a good lesson. However, she also didn't want Chu Siyu to lose because if she did, there wouldn't be a chance for her to meet her. It was really perplexing. Watch my move. Wu Qing held his ground, shouted, and grappled with Chu Siyu again. Their techniques were extremely fast, causing everyone present to hold their breaths. Chu Siyu might as well concede. Even with the same martial spirit, how can a woman's strength compare to a man's? She should save herself some trouble. I doubt it. Chu Siyu is the younger sister of the Holy Maiden. She must be just as wise and intelligent. Even if she cannot win, she can still triumph through strategy. After all, the rules don't specify against it. Yes, she is the younger sister of the Holy Maiden. Although they are not related by blood, the training from the Chu family will certainly not go wrong. The whole city of Hill knew that Chu Xing suddenly adopted a 5-year-old girl when he was young, and that girl was Chu Siyu. Chu Siyu's education has always been open and transparent, and Chu Xing never concealed her origins. Even so, she considered Chu Sheng her real father, and the Chu family her home. From the moment Chu Sheng took her in, she bore the Chu surname. So she wanted to bring honor to the Chu family and definitely not let Chu Lingwei down. Hey, Chu Siyu suddenly unleashed infinite potential. She transferred the spiritual energy within her body continuously to the tip of the sword, which then transformed into powerful gusts attacking Wu Qing. Sister, although your martial spirits are equal, he lacks your combat experience. Don't be afraid. I am always here protecting you. The Chitta beast said to Chu Siyu telepathically in her mind lake. It has always guarded her, knowing exactly how much Chu Siyu valued this fight. She had to win. She wanted to stand side by side with Chu Lingwei. All right, little rabbit, with you by my side, I'm not afraid. We will definitely win. Chu Siyu responded telepathically. The powerful energy shock made Wu Qing's hands hurt. Every time he took her blows, he retreated step by step until there was nowhere left to retreat. Chu Siyu, why do you fight so recklessly? Wu Qing struggled, unsure what had caused Chu Siyu to burst out like this. I need to win. I need to enter the Star Luo Academy. It's bad luck for you to encounter me. Chu Siyu declared, as the second daughter of the proud Chu family. Her words were always individualistic, refusing to lose even an argument. You're crazy. Wu Qing panicked, but as he stumbled about, Chu Siyu leapt forward, raised her jade sword high, and struck toward him. Now he had only 2 choices before him. First, to endure it directly and be beaten to the point of spitting blood, or second, to leave the stage voluntarily. Watch my move. Chu Siyu called out sharply. She attacked without mercy. She had never truly harmed anyone, and she was taking a gamble. If Wu Qing did not step aside, she would injure him and kick him off the stage. So it would be best if he stepped aside on his own. You're really crazy. Wu Qing frowned, seeing the incoming sword chi descending towards his head. He turned and jumped off the stage. Chu Siyu's jade sword swiped the air. Wu Qing stood beneath the divine platform. Are you crazy? You actually swung the sword. Thankfully, he had run fast enough, or he'd definitely have been covered in injuries. Chu Siyu sheathed her jade sword, placed her hands on her hips, and shouted at Wu Qing. I'm not. Isn't everything fine with you? I only managed to avoid it quickly, or would I be fine? Wu Qing almost became upset and started yelling back at Chu Siyu. His excellent qualities seemed completely meaningless before her. Humph. Chu Siyu snorted coldly, defeated. Wu Qing froze. He should have argued with Chu Siyu until the end. He needed to properly teach her a lesson. Chu Lingwei stood by the waiting area watching them argue. It was indeed amusing. She knew Chu Siyu would win. How could she lose the competition easily? Her heart was resilient and strong, becoming stronger when faced with strength. However, she hoped that in the upcoming matches, she wouldn't face any of Nanzio or the others. After this match, including her, there were still 21 people left on the field, with only 5 spots for new students, so they would need 2 to 3 more rounds to decide the winner. Everyone takes an incense stick break at halftime. Mincy announced. She wanted to quickly select the new students within the day and then head to the next location. Time waits for no one. They had already been out for nearly a month. Star Luo Academy couldn't continue without its core members indefinitely. As soon as the match ended, Chu Siyu bounced toward the waiting area. Big sister. Unlike her previous prideful demeanor when facing Wu Qing, she now transformed into her sister's little follower. Truly, her face changed fast enough. Wasn't I awesome earlier? With just a few moves, I pushed Wu Qing off the stage. Chu Siyu boasted as she demonstrated her moves in front of Chu Lingwei, looking quite imposing. Impressive, great work, Chu Lingwei said helplessly, pulling Chu Siyu down to sit cross-legged on the clean ground. Chu Siyu quickly sat down in front of her. Yuna, if you face Nanzio or one of them in the next round, just concede if you can. Chu Lingwei thought it over and decided not to let Chu Siyu take unnecessary risks. No, Chu Siyu was stubborn. Even if I can't beat them, I still have to fight. I can't make you look bad. Besides, to get the Star Luo Academy new student spot, she could only go all out, no matter who she met in the next match. I've said this but you don't listen. Fine, if you can't win, just concede. Don't push yourself too hard, Chu Lingwei said. 3 rounds had already passed, and the competition rules weren't entirely clear yet. Neither did she know how Mincy would arrange things next. During their chat, Muling Feng, who had been stopped in the 3rd round, quietly approached from the outside of the stadium. Holy Maiden, I sincerely apologize for stopping at the 3rd round. Muling Feng wore a face full of regret and helplessness. If he had cultivated his martial spirit properly, he wouldn't have been defeated after only 3 rounds. Now he could only pass by the Star Luo Academy new student spot and try his luck at another school. Mr. Mu being able to enter the top 3 rounds is already quite an accomplishment, Chu Lingwei politely responded. The ties between her and Muling Feng were already settled, and she felt nothing. Then I wish the Holy Maiden success in coming out on top. Muling Feng saluted with a fist and then turned to enter the crowd. He had given his best effort and had no regrets. He wondered who would ultimately secure the new student spots. Big sister, why does Muling Feng seem so familiar with you? Chu Siyu asked, feeling somewhat irritated. This was her older sister. Muling Feng shouldn't have even dared to talk to her. Not familiar at all. Chu Lingyue quickly dismissed the relationship. She absolutely avoided associating with anyone who didn't resonate with her fate. Some causes and effects arose only because one allowed them. By firmly rejecting, these causalities could be avoided. She disliked trouble and thus tried her best to avoid everything that could be avoided. Chapter 167, A Bloodthirsty Killer. That's good. Chu Siyu sighed in relief, still having her older sister, HM. No other men must get close. What? Chu Lingyue did not see through Chu Siyu's little thoughts. Nothing. Chu Siyu raised her head and her eyes gleamed with pride. Chu Lingyue didn't understand. Chu Siyu was keeping secrets and had ideas behind her back? Lu Moling had been standing at the front of the crowd all along, squatting on the ground waiting for the fourth match. Not far behind her, the people from the Shunfeng mercenary group silently guarded her sides, making sure Lu Moling wasn't bullied. A stick of incense always burns quickly. Next up was the fourth arena battle. Min Si called the remaining 21 people onto the divine platform and then began to roll the big screen. It displayed the ranking by score. Chu Lingyue, who did not participate in the third round, was slightly lower in the rankings, but surprisingly, Chu Siyu skyrocketed to 8th place. The top 10 were respectively Jiang Fu, Xiang Ru, Nen Mingyuan, Song Qin, Mo Rizhuang, Zhao Yuqiu, Nen Ziyou, Chu Siyu, Tang Luhan, Qian Ning. The rules for the fourth arena battle are as before: roll the big screen. Draw the lucky ones. 21 names started rolling quickly on the large screen, moving so fast that it was impossible to catch them. Who would it be this time? After a 5-second countdown, the answer was revealed. Jiang Fu's name prominently appeared on the big screen, first ranked in the arena. All eyes fell naturally on Jiang Fu. She was dressed in white, wearing gauze over her face, her hands crossed over her chest, hugging a silver-white sword, with only a pair of brown eyes exposed. Almost none of her features could be seen. She exuded a chill, as if saying do not disturb, which kept people away. Sister. Chu Siyu blinked her eyes and whispered softly, Sister, look at Jiang Fu. She's so cold. Always so cold. Do you know her? Chu Lingyue asked. I saw her a few times at the Mercenary Guild, and also during training sessions in the Demon Beast Forest. She always keeps to herself and never speaks, Chu Siyu said. Approaching within 5 meters of her could freeze anyone. Oh, Chu Lingyue couldn't help but take a second look at Jiang Fu. Regretfully, her 5 element spirit arts had been sealed by Jun Yiming, otherwise she would definitely give her a divination. As Chu Lingyue looked at Jiang Fu, their eyes met directly, without any hesitation. If conditions permitted, they probably would have already battled each other. Sister, Jiang Fu is looking at you. Chu Siyu immediately blocked Chu Lingyue, separating her gaze with Jiang Fu. Ayu. Chu Lingyue was helpless. What happened to Chu Siyu? Why had her sense of possession grown so strong? Even someone glancing was forbidden? Sister, Jiang Fu doesn't mean well. She looks hard to deal with, and her staring surely means she has something in mind for you. Chu Siyu said, detecting a threat emanating from Jiang Fu. It's not that serious, don't overthink it. Chu Lingyue tried to soothe her. Jiang Fu retracted her gaze and strode toward the waiting area calmly. At this moment, there were still 20 people left on the arena. Following the previous rule, system matched 2 by 2, with the winners continuing to the next round. Xiang Ru faced off against Nen Mingyuan. Song Qin fought Zhao Yuqiu. Mo Rizhuang took on Zhang Yuxuan. Nen Ziyou fought Li Feiyang. Chu Siyu versus Tang Luhan. Chu Lingyue faced Qian Ning. In the 4th round, Chu Siyu and Chu Lingyue did not end up facing Nen Mingyuan or his group yet. Each had their own opponents. Would it truly come down to the final circle showdown? Min Si announced the start of the competition. Chu Lingyue quickly finished the fight, defeating Qian Ning in record speed on the current arena. She remembered Mu Lingfeng was defeated by Qian Ning. Qian Ning had barely said please when Chu Lingyue sent him flying off the arena in just 3 seconds. There was absolutely no chance for him to fight back. Thank you for letting me win. Chu Lingyue bowed politely and then proceeded to the waiting area. She only wanted to conclude the match quickly and move on to the next one. Thus her moves were sharp. Not to mention Qian Ning, none of those present understood how it unfolded so rapidly. It was indeed too fast. What exactly happened just now? Voices buzzed, discussing amongst the crowd below, truly terrifying. Was this the power of the Holy Maiden? Mu Lingfeng, standing among the spectators, applauded continuously, cheering, that was well done. He took losses from Qian Ning, and seeing him easily beaten by Chu Lingyue brought him immense satisfaction. Those still battling on the arena saw Chu Lingyue already winning at the beginning, looked at each other nervously, speeding up the process. Chu Siyu wrestled with Tang Luhan. Her goal was to end the match swiftly like her sister. A series of dazzling blue lights shone brightly, while Chu Lingyue strolled casually to the waiting area, maintaining a neither too close nor too far distance from Jiang Fu. She wouldn't provoke someone who looked trouble-worthy, because it would only invite unnecessary trouble and require her to deal with it. Chu Lingyue's gaze shifted onto Chu Siyu and Tang Luhan, quietly observing every detail of their fight. Tang Luhan will lose. Jiang Fu, standing not too far from her, suddenly said. Was she speaking to her? Chu Lingyue remained calm, completely ignoring the comment. I watched her last match. Her Wu spirit is 1 tier lower than Wu Qing, so she can't defeat Chu Siyu. Jiang Fu continued. Why are you paying attention to Tang Luhan? Chu Lingyue's lips curved slightly upward, but her eyes never left Chu Siyu. Because during the previous match, Tang Luhan was quite near me, and I accidentally observed her for a few moments. Jiang Fu explained. I know that you and Chu Siyu are sisters. I've also seen Chu Siyu a few times. She has a righteous heart full of passion. Oh, interesting. Chu Lingwen noted from Jiang Fu's tone that she seemed to have understood Chu Siyu to some extent. This kind of person was indeed hard to read. As expected, as soon as Jiang Fu finished speaking, Chu Siyu announced her victory, winning the match with joy, bouncing over to Chu Lingyue to claim her merit. Big sister, isn't that amazing? Chu Siyu stood proudly beside her, beaming with pride. Don't let your guard down, there's another round. Win, and then you'll secure your spot as a new student, Chu Lingyue advised. I know, and I will. Chu Siyu gleefully replied, sneaking glances at Jiang Fu who was standing nearby, and quickly moving closer to Chu Lingyue on the other side. Jiang Fu, why does she have such heavy killing intent? Chu Siyu couldn't help but shrink her neck, feeling a chill running down her spine. Jiang Fu, she was being restrained already, right? Chu Lingyue glanced at Jiang Fu, then very seriously and solemnly told Chu Siyu. Perhaps she's a killer who strikes without leaving a trace. Chu Siyu was so startled that she shrunk further into herself, trying and failing to move her hands and gestures, whispering anxiously. Killer? Then what about her and me? As long as I'm here, she won't harm you. Chu Lingyue comforted her sister teasingly. It was amusing how easily Chu Siyu got scared. Sister, Chu Siyu piteously hugged Chu Lingyue's arm. I've never done any bad things in my entire life. Please protect me. She was truly terrified. All right, I will. Just be good. Chu Lingyue patted Chu Siyu's hand, suppressing laughter, speaking with earnestness. Jiang Fu, had this pair even considered her feelings? Whereabout her suggested she was a killer who could kill with just a glance. Chapter 168. The leopard tiger beast appears again. Chu Lingyue was clearly trying to scare Chu Siyu on purpose, but neither of them seemed to notice, as both were taking it seriously. Chu Siyu eyed Jiang Fu with obvious caution. Jiang Fu tilted her head, her gaze icy cold, and fell upon Chu Siyu, scaring her so much that she immediately withdrew. Sister, isn't Jiang Fu too scary? Before Chu Lingyue could console her a bit, Jiang Fu came over in big strides. Why am I so scary? Sorry, she said nothing. Chu Lingyue hurriedly reconciled the two. I was the one who scared her deliberately, saying you're like a bloodthirsty killer. Sorry, sister. When Chu Siyu heard Chu Lingyue was scaring her, she raised her little hammer and hit her shoulders. She had taken it so seriously earlier. I'm not a bloodthirsty killer. HMPF. Jiang Fu let out a cold snort, folded her arms around her sword, and walked away, but still couldn't help but sneak a glance at Chu Lingyue from the side. She really wanted to get close to her, but her occasional aloofness made it seem hard to do so. She appeared calm on the outside, but inside she was panicked. It's all her fault for being impulsive, missing the chance to befriend Chu Lingyue. What should she do now to fix this? Only to see the arena is already in full swing, with some people emerging victorious and others on the brink of danger, like Nan Mingyuan. He only has an unskilled left hand left. Battling Xiang Ru, he is no match, getting thrown to the edge of the arena many times, yet refuses to admit defeat each time. He must win this fight on the stage to have any chance of meeting Chu Lingyue in the last battle. Surrender, and I'll spare your life. Xiang Ru held his long sword high, pointing it down at Nan Mingyuan. Blood seeped from the corner of his lips, looking quite wretched. Being a 7-stage spiritual cultivator, how could he not be able to beat Xiang Ru? All the effort he spent enhancing his martial spirit seems wasted. Was all his hard work for nothing? Is this where he stops? He is unwilling. Thinking about it, Nan Mingyuan swings his sword again at Xiang Ru. They wrestle once more. You won't surrender, then I will force you to, Xiang Ru says, his figure moving skillfully, transforming into a shadow entangled with Nan Mingyuan. Nan Mingyuan fighting against Xiang Ru, he will definitely lose. Jiang Fu started analyzing again, trying to attract Chu Lingyue's attention in this way. Why do you say that? Chu Lingyue glanced at Jiang Fu, and Chu Siju quietly stood by her side without a word. Xiang Ru is from the village next to mine. He grew up near the outer perimeter of the beast forest since childhood, came here to participate in the Star Luo Academy recruitment competition with great expectations from the village. His skills are remarkable. Moreover, his current strength has reached the 7th stage of spiritual cultivation, which is on par with Nan Mingyuan. Nan Mingyuan loses not just because he has only one unpracticed left hand, but also experience, so when he meets Xiang Ru, he can only accept bad luck. Jiang Fu explained. Are you on the same team? Chu Lingyue's focus wasn't on the fight between Nan Mingyuan and Xiang Ru. Jiang Fu was shocked by Chu Lingyue's question. Her focus truly strange. He's from the village next to mine. We live in the hill town of Hill City, the town closest to the beast forest. So that's why. Finally figured out where Jiang Fu came from. What do you want to ask? Jiang Fu, who had always been aloof, suddenly lost her confidence in front of Chu Lingyue, pretending to be arrogant. All done. Let's continue watching the match. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly and refocused her attention on the arena. Sure enough, Nan Mingyuan is at a disadvantage. If Xiang Ru really wants to end the match, he can make him fall off the stage right away. But things happened faster than words could describe. At the moment Xiang Ru was about to end the match, Nan Mingyuan suddenly released the leopard tiger beast. The shadow of the leopard tiger beast appeared in the air and suddenly coalesced into reality on the arena. He absolutely cannot lose. So at this final moment, he asked the leopard tiger beast to help him one last time. Not only Xiang Ru, but everyone present was stunned. How could I forget? Nan Mingyuan's leopard tiger beast, that is considered a spirit king level. This means Xiang Ru is going to be at a disadvantage now. Back in the day, even the holy maiden suffered a loss at the hands of this leopard tiger beast, and the master of House Chu was beaten until he spat blood, not to mention a mere 7th stage practitioner. If that's the case, does that mean Nan Mingyuan is going to secure a spot as a new student? Is he going to attend Star Luo Academy? Everyone was astounded. Their eyes shifted together towards Chu Lingyue, who was waiting nearby. If Nan Mingyuan enters Star Luo Academy, doesn't that mean he will clash with the Holy Maiden again? That's such a bother. What should be done? Sister, they're all looking at you. Chu Xishio tugged on Chu Lingyue's sleeve. If they want to watch, let them. Chu Lingyue was unconcerned, thinking it was no big deal. They were just worried that Nan Mingyuan would defeat Xiang Ru, secure a spot as a new student, and cause her trouble at Star Luo Academy. Even if Nan Mingyuan secured the place as a new student, smoothly entered Star Luo Academy, and became her rival, she had plenty of ways and means to deal with him. Nan Mingyuan had already given orders to the leopard tiger beast, tear him apart. Roar. The leopard tiger beast let out an angry roar at Xiang Ru. A powerful light wave erupted from its mouth, blowing Xiang Ru's hairs up. What a strong force. Xiang Ru's teasing gaze turned serious. Green light overflowed his hands, and he thrust them forward, enveloping himself in a green light wave that shielded him from the leopard tiger beast's shockwave. Those who can make Xiang Ru use both hands for defense must have some skills. But why does this leopard tiger beast, which is comparable to a spirit king, seem so weak? Jiang Fu asked aloud, fearing her voice might be drowned by the noise on the scene, lest Chu Lingyue didn't hear. Chu Lingyue moved closer to Jiang Fu. She didn't want their conversation to involve shouting back and forth loudly. Oh? So now, who do you think will win? Chu Lingyue began to grow curious about Jiang Fu's analysis of the situation and where her confidence came from. Xiang Ru, Jiang Fu insisted. So confident? Chu Lingyue asked again. It's not about confidence. It's that the strength of the leopard tiger beast is too weak. Do you think that roar from a spirit king level beast could be endured by a 7th-stage spiritual cultivator like Xiang Ru? He should have been immediately knocked off the stage, but he wasn't. Jiang Fu analyzed, her eyes shining brightly. The situation seemed to get more interesting. Chu Lingyue noticed that Jiang Fu paid close attention to Xiang Ru, perhaps indicating some mysterious connection between them. Her heart burned with curiosity for gossip. She found herself quite fond of hearing rumors. From the judging seats, Peng Yuan, who spoke up first, using a contract spirit beast on the stage, isn't that grossly unfair? Indeed, he had taken a liking to Xiang Ru and was concerned that he might lose to Nan Mingyuan right before the finish line and miss out on entering Star Luo Academy. What a good young talent, losing out because he lacks a contract spirit beast. That would simply mean being put at a disadvantage openly. He was upset and stood up to protest. Elder Peng, there is no rule prohibiting the use of contract beasts, correct? Meng Qian responded unhappily. He considered himself upright and fair, valuing rules above all, so what Nan Mingyuan did was without fault. But that's not fair. Peng Yuan, who was incensed. You and I both know the huge difference having or lacking a contract beast makes. Wouldn't Xiang Ru surely lose? Elder Peng, you've taken a fancy to Xiang Ru then? Min Si teased mockingly. No wonder he was so worried, afraid Xiang Ru might suffer a disadvantage against Nan Mingyuan. Chapter 169, Nan Mingyuan lost. I think Xiang Ru is a good seed and should not lose because of the lack of a contract beast. Peng Yuan, who corrected. He just genuinely appreciated talented individuals. After traveling through so many cities, he had never seen someone as lively as Xiang Ru. Young as he was, his martial spirit had already reached the rare Lingxiu 7th stage. With proper cultivation, he would surely surpass his master in time. If you like him, take him under your wing privately. What's so difficult about that? Min Si chuckled teasingly but insisted rules mustn't be changed. But, what buts? You take him first, then after a few years, let him attend the Star Luo Academy assessment. If he passes, he will still be a student of Star Luo Academy, Min Si continued. But it would mean several more years of hardship, Peng Yuan said, unwilling to go through all that trouble and hence hoping Xiang Ru would win the competition. I can do nothing about that. Rules are rules. Since there are no hard conditions, we can only leave it to fate. Perhaps Xiang Ru will win. Don't be too pessimistic, keep watching. Min Si smiled as pleasingly as the winter sun. Rules won't change for one person, but they could be broken. It all depended on whether Xiang Ru could defeat Nan Mingyuan, who possessed a high-level demon beast. The power of this high-level demon beast was comparable to a human's Ling Wang level. Even though the Leopard Tiger Demon Beast's current demonstrated strength appeared somewhat weak, it was still formidable. If Xiang Ru wanted to win the match, he had to surpass Nan Mingyuan. Alas, Peng Yuan sighed helplessly and sat back down. His heart was now suspended, wondering if this promising student would end up being wasted. Oriental Yu remained silent throughout. Who lost or won on stage mattered little to him as long as Chu Lingyue could secure her position among the freshman students smoothly. That was his greatest solace. Mu Zhengang had deliberated for quite some time before finally arriving at the competition venue. He quietly appeared by Mu Lingfeng's side, hands behind his back, and earnestly spoke without his previous stubbornness. Lost? He pretended to be serious, but his tone wasn't harsh. Yes. Mu Lingfeng knew exactly who it was without looking up. Did you come to laugh at my expense? You're my son. Why would I come to laugh at you? Mu Zhenggang's voice was stern. That's how he always spoke to Mu Lingfeng. Obviously concerned, yet saying tough words. How far did you make it? Asked Mu Zhengang. Round 3. Mu Lingfeng replied disinterestedly. There was no point in arguing with his father right now since he needed to focus on the ongoing heated match. It was unclear who between Nan Mingyuan and Xiang Ru would prevail. Not bad. Mu Zhengang responded somewhat satisfied despite the inability to claim a spot among the new Star Luo Academy students. Meanwhile, all other competitors had finished their matches, leaving only these two holding out stubbornly on the arena. In full view of everyone, Xiangru started squaring off against Nan Mingyuan's Leopard Tiger Demon Beast, neither willing to give an inch. Both human and beast sent waves of forceful pulses rippling through. Closest spectators near the edge were pushed back continuously by these ever-widening circles of shockwaves. Chu Lingyue activated her martial spirit to erect a protective barrier, taking caution due to the extensive reach of the shockwaves. Upon noticing this, Oriental Yu immediately ascended into the air and, with a wave of both hands, erected a protective shield around the arena that effectively isolated the disruptive energy. Spectators resumed their observation of the contest. At the same time, Chu Lingyue dissolved her martial spirit formation. Unexpectedly, Xiangru and Nan Mingyuan seemed equally matched and were locked in fierce combat. This would be Nan Mingyuan's last attempt at a counterattack. He originally intended to win this game to face her next round. However, unexpectedly, they ended up encountering each other here instead. To be honest, there was merely a 1 in 6 chance of them meeting in the subsequent round, but he risked it all for this one chance. Nan Mingyuan will definitely lose. He's no match for Xiangru. Zhang Fu declared confidently. I have a rough idea of Xiangru's abilities. Before, I heard about Nan Mingyuan's Leopard Tiger Demon Beast. It's reportedly the only contracted high-level demon beast in the entire Hill City. But today, it's not all it's cracked up to be, added Zhang Fu. Really? Where did you hear this? Chu Lingyue casually inquired. Half a year ago, it supposedly injured Master Chu Sheng of the Chu family. Your uncle, revealed Zhang Fu candidly. Correct. Back then, its power truly equaled that of a spirit king, but now, its strength has clearly diminished much. Chu Lingyue's eyes slightly narrowed, unsure of what incident caused such severe damage to the beast, causing it to lose its former intimidating power. I bet within half an incense stick's time, Nan Mingyuan will certainly lose, predicted Zhang Fu enthusiastically. Oh, Chu Lingyue unexpectedly kept silent. Why are you so indifferent? Asked Zhang Fu puzzledly. What should I do then? Chu Lingyue countered. Nan Mingyuan used to be with you then. Unable to articulate further, Zhang Fu's cheeks turned red beneath her veil and eventually said, he betrayed you for another. Shouldn't you be clapping and cheering? Oh, Chu Lingyue knew that the grudge between her and Nan Mingyuan must have spread throughout the entire Hill City by now. So you think I should be clapping and cheering, right? She sarcastically teased Zhang Fu. Not exactly, just a feeling. After all, Nan Mingyuan is so fickle, Zhang Fu declared indignantly. After all, she thought people like Nan Mingyuan who discarded old loves for new ones should be punished appropriately. Not to that extent. Chu Lingyue answered calmly and continued focusing on the stage. Not long after, just as Zhang Fu had predicted, Nan Mingyuan with his high-level Leopard Tiger Demon Beast was actually at a disadvantage, and he was being beaten one-sidedly by Xiangru. This really stunned everyone present. Nan Mingyuan was once Hill City's proudest #1 genius. Today he was being thrashed by someone unheard of like Xiangru. It could be seen that the Leopard Tiger Demon Beast couldn't hold out any longer. One more strike from Xiangru, and it would directly be defeated. In an instant, the Leopard Tiger Demon Beast dissolved into a shadow and disappeared. Leopard Tiger Demon Beast. Nan Mingyuan was physically exhausted, half kneeling on the ground in panic as he shouted, never imagining the Leopard Tiger Demon Beast could lose to Xiangru. He was only at the 7th stage of Lingxiu cultivation. How could he possibly possess this level of power? However, before Nan Mingyuan could attempt a desperate fight, Xiangru delivered a fatal blow. Without hesitation or dragging on, he directly threw Nan Mingyuan off the stage. I thank you for yielding. Xiangru politely saluted towards the audience below. This scene shocked every single person present. What kind of devilish creature was he? Despite possessing only the 7th stage of Lingxiu strength, he still won. Song Qin faced Zhao Yuchu, and Zhao Yuchu emerged victorious. Mo Rosehuang faced Zhang Yushuan, and Mo Rosehuang triumphed. Nan Ziyou faced Li Feiyang, and Nan Ziyou narrowly won. In the final intense matchup, Xiangru against Nan Mingyuan, Xiangru emerged as the victor. The 4th stage announcement concluded. Big Brother Yuan. Brother. Mo Rosehuang and Nan Ziyou anxiously ran toward Nan Mingyuan who had been thrown off the stage, but were stopped at the waiting area. As the match hadn't officially ended, they weren't allowed to leave the arena perimeter, leaving them helplessly watching Nan Mingyuan, who was completely overpowered, lying unconscious on the ground, full of worry yet powerless. Soon, the hands prepared by the Grand Sacrificer's mansion came into action, orderly carrying away the unconscious Nan Mingyuan. Serves him right, Chu Suyu said. Watching Nan Mingyuan get beaten up was truly gratifying. Chu Suyu, if I ever meet you, I'll kill you. Nan Ziyou's eyes bulged out. She'd endured enough. You can try encountering me first. Who doesn't make empty threats? Chu Suyu slightly taunted, full of pride. Don't argue with them, Mo Rosehuang scolded. Her heart was tied to the unconscious Nan Mingyuan, but even now, she couldn't control herself. I will kill you sooner or later. Nan Ziyou held hatred deep within her heart, but had no choice but to suppress it. Her growing urge to kill Chu Suyu was becoming stronger. The crowd certainly didn't expect that Nan Mingyuan, owner of a high-level Leopard Tiger Demon Beast, would lose to Xiangru. Peng Yuan, who must be the happiest person in the entire venue, right? He didn't expect Xiangru to win. Truly worthy of being the student he favored, a world-class talent. Absolutely must recruit him. Min Si and Meng Qian were also amazed. This newcomer who appeared suddenly wasn't simple at all. They've recruited for quite some time now, and finally encountered an interesting one. Currently, 11 participants remained. Their rankings respectively. Chu Lingyue, Jiang Fu, Xiangru, Mo Roshuang, Zhao Yuchu, Xiao Pianpian, Nin Ziyou, Chu Suyu, Gao Zhu, Zhang Cheng, Yuan Qing. The winner would be born from these 11 individuals. No one present expected that Chu Lingyue would advance directly from one of the last 2 places to the top rank, directly surpassing Jiang Fu, who had consistently ranked first until now. Chapter 170, Lolita Charm Contrast. The 5th arena battle still featured a heaven-chosen participant. As the large screen started to scroll, everyone watched as Xiangru's name appeared on the display. Everyone held their breath. Haha, please forgive me, please forgive me. Xiangru was carefree and confident, his proud gaze flicking over Jiang Fu for a moment before he grinned widely as he bowed respectfully to everyone, obviously pleased with himself. If there were no surprises, Xiangru would secure a place in the freshman roster of Star Luo Academy after this fight. Mincy quickly had the screen scroll again, following the same rules as the previous match, pairing contestants for individual combat. Unexpectedly, in the 5th arena battle, Chu Siyu was matched against Mo Roshuang. What? Chu Siyu versus Mo Roshuang? Won't she get beaten mercilessly? That's right. Mo Roshuang will probably direct all her hatred toward Chu Siyu because of the Saintess. It's over. Most people thought Chu Siyu would be easily dominated, showing sympathy towards her with worried gazes. They prayed she wouldn't be beaten too badly and suggested that it might be better for her to forfeit directly. Getting or not getting the rookie spot mattered little compared to sparing her from unnecessary harm. Big sister. Chu Siyu didn't expect to be paired against Mo Roshuang. She felt she stood a chance against Nan Ziyou, but going up against Mo Roshuang made her feel at a disadvantage. After all, Mo Roshuang's prowess was evident to everyone. You do have Chi-Tu Beast, don't you? Chu Lingyue reminded her. If Nan Mingyuan could use a beast companion, then it meant it was permitted by the rules. I know, big sister. Chu Siyu realized instantly. She had her survival talisman. Yes, we only need to win this one. Chu Lingyue stated calmly. Alright, I'll definitely do it. Chu Siyu replied resolutely. The screen scrolled once more, matching Jiang Fu against Zhao Yuchu, Gao Zhu against Zhang Cheng, Chu Lingyue against Yuan Qing, and Nan Ziyou against Xiao Pianpian. Xiangru, as the lucky one, waited directly and became the last remaining competitor. Behind the 10 participants' names, their respective ranking scores were also displayed. Chu Lingyue guessed that the final rankings might involve 6 individuals since after this round, 6 participants would remain. This likely served to determine positions from 1st to 6th. But the exact rules were yet unknown. This time, matches would be one-on-one battles. First to take the stage were Gao Zhu and Zhang Cheng. Each demonstrated unique skills while Chu Lingyue and others quietly observed nearby. As soon as the match began, Dongfang Yu erected a barrier on the arena stage, isolating them from outside interference to ensure no bystanders were affected. While Gao Zhu and Zhang Cheng battled fiercely, Nin Ziyou and Mo Roshuang stood nearby and whispered among themselves. Roshuang's sister, your luck is incredible, being paired against Chu Siyu. You must beat her into submission. Even if she doesn't die, she must be severely injured, Nin Ziyou said maliciously. She had meticulously noted everything Chu Siyu did to her. Unfortunately, her opponent wasn't herself, but Mo Roshuang. So now she could only hope Mo Roshuang would fulfill her desire. I will. But it's unfortunate that I'm not facing Chu Lingyue either. Even Brother Yuan fell to Xiangru. Mo Roshuang gritted her teeth as her gaze landed on Xiangru, who seemed like an unexpected disruptor that messed up all their plans. He caused great injury to Nan Mingyuan physically and mentally. And now she couldn't even fight Chu Lingyue for revenge on behalf of Nan Mingyuan, though that didn't matter. She swore to make sure Chu Siyu would taste utter defeat, leaving her no room to concede. Xiangru had already noticed the stares directed at him by Mo Roshuang and Nan Ziyou, likely holding grudges since he was the one who defeated Nan Mingyuan. Hence, they certainly weren't pleased. While Gao Zhu and Zhang Cheng were engaged in combat, Xiangru stealthily moved beside Jiang Fu, lightly nudging her with his elbow. Didn't I look suave up there? His cheerful grin was entirely different from his earlier, aloof demeanor. Jiang Fu rolled her eyes, pointless chatter. Her 4 concise words left no doubt about her disdain for him. Really? Nan Mingyuan wasn't exactly a good person anyway. Since you're so fond of the Saintess, and you clearly don't like Nan Mingyuan, it's natural that I taught him a lesson for you. Why should he behave arrogantly? Xiangru said softly, careful not to let others hear and exaggerate it into something more. Why should I care about your punishment? Jiang Fu shot back coldly. You should care because I just happened to face Nan Mingyuan. Isn't losing to me better than him opposing the Saintess? I believe the Saintess has more refined methods to handle him, resulting in a much crueler death. Xiangru said smugly. He had heard tales of Chu Lingyue's bravery, how she single-handedly destroyed the Lihuan sect. Was she an easy target? Clearly not. So Xiangru declared Nan Mingyuan was better off against him than Chu Lingyue. At least he wouldn't be killed outright. I'm tired of talking to you. Jiang Fu ignored him. What do you mean you're tired of talking to me? I'm going to attend Star Luo Academy with you, and we will always be together. Xiangru's attitude was strong yet pitiful. Wasn't it all for Jiang Fu that he wanted to go to Star Luo Academy? I never asked you to come and participate in the competition with me. Jiang Fu coldly replied. It had always been Xiangru's one-sided decision. The main reason she chose to attend the recruitment competition of Star Luo Academy was because she suddenly became infatuated with Chu Lingyue half a year ago. That's why she came. Fu, don't you know how hurtful your words are to my heart? Xiangru clutched his heart as if he had received a heavy blow, presenting an expression of pain after being wronged by Jiang Fu. You're disgusting. Don't call me Fu. My name is Jiang Fu. Can't you pronounce clearly? Jiang Fu truly found Xiangru annoying. Not only did he insist on following her here, but he also presumed to guess her intentions. I've called you Fufu since we were young, Xiangru confidently declared in front of Jiang Fu, turning into a devoted puppy within seconds. That's enough. Jiang Fu was extremely annoyed. If she had known this would happen, she shouldn't have told Xiangru about her plans to participate. Even though their conversation was very quiet, every word landed clearly in Chu Lingyue's ears. It seemed there was some situation between these two childhood friends. Jiang Fu came for her, which indeed came as a surprise, but Chu Lingyue pretended not to know. Before even half an incense stick's time passed, Gao Zhu emerged victorious, and the next match was Jiang Fu against Zhao Yuqiu. Both combatants on stage moved with great steadiness and decisiveness. Surprisingly, Jiang Fu revealed the power of a first-rank Spirit King. Under everyone's astonished gaze, she swiftly claimed victory in the match, clean and crisp. Zhao Yuqiu could be said to have been forced off the arena by Jiang Fu without any unnecessary force. Jiang Fu triumphed. Please forgive my presumption. Jiang Fu gave a polite bow and then strode down from the arena with flair. Fufu is truly skilled. Xiangru followed like a sycophant. Jiang Fu rolled her eyes again. Can't you shut up? All right, I'll be quiet. Xiangru immediately stopped talking. The next match featured Nanzio versus Xia Pianpian. Still a one-on-one duel. As Nanzio stepped onto the stage, she crossed paths with Chu Siyu, saying, "If I had faced you in this round, I would have definitely killed you." Oh really? When the current match first before making such claims, Chu Siyu responded fiercely without backing down. Humph. Nanzio stormed onto the arena platform, fuming. Xia Pianpian, who had been standing quietly in the corner, quickly followed her. Chapter 171. Two big cleavers to smash you. Xia Pianpian appeared in a purple-blue dress, embroidered with butterflies that seemed so vivid as if they were about to take flight at any moment. Despite her Lolita appearance with a round face and large, bright eyes, she exuded an aura of cuteness. At first glance, she looked like a helpless and fragile young girl. However, her eruption almost cost Nanzio her life. Xia Pianpian curtsied politely to greet Nanzio, but Nanzio showed disdain on her face. "If you want to fight, hurry up. Otherwise, just admit defeat," she said brashly. "I'll fight." Xia Pianpian's voice was soft and sweet, sounding pleasant. But once the fight began, it was a completely different scene. With a flick of Xia Pianpian's hands, two big curved cleavers appeared in her hands out of nowhere. This sudden move left everyone present speechless and utterly shocked. Could this Xia Pianpian, who seemed like a real-life Lolita, really be wielding two huge curved cleavers? It seemed highly inappropriate. Additionally, above the blades of these cleavers hung two large iron rings which emitted muffled clanging sounds during combat. This was quite astonishing. The jaws of everyone, including Chu Lingyue, dropped open in disbelief. No one could have anticipated that Xia Pianpian, embodying the essence of a Lolita, would actually be wielding such massive weapons. The sheer contrast in image was shocking. Without hesitation, Xia Pianpian swung her dual cleavers and charged forward using her martial spirit toward Nanzio. Originally, people thought her small frame would appear clumsy while wielding such oversized weapons, but surprisingly, she moved gracefully, swinging her cleavers wildly. Her first three moves left Nanzio no place to hide. Even the hard ground cracked under the impact of Xia Pianpian's cleavers. Mommy. Throughout the fight, Nanzio could do nothing but dodge. She had never expected to be placed in such an unexpected situation. She had originally thought it would be effortless to knock Xia Pianpian off the stage, yet now she wasn't so sure. Because each of Xia Pianpian's strikes targeted her vital points. After only a couple of exchanges, the tiger's mouths, base of her palms near her thumbs, on both of Nanzio's hands went numb, making her question whether her bones would hold. Clearly, Xia Pianpian had strength akin to that of a bull. Even among men, few could possess such tremendous power. And what was Nanzio supposed to use to counter? Use her life? No way. She couldn't endure it. You stop dodging. Let's have a good battle. Xia Pianpian was thrilled, eager for a solid match against Nanzio. But instead, Nanzio kept evading her attacks with her nimble body. Frustrated, Xia Pianpian plunged both cleavers deeply into the stage. Instantly, cracks spread across the stage with powerful vibrations. As the ground beneath her gave way, Nanzio quickly teleported to stand right in front of Xia Pianpian. Don't run away. Either fight me or surrender now. Xia Pianpian's Lolita-like face retained a soft and cute tone, but her demeanor commanded authority. Hadn't Nanzio mocked Xia Pianpian at the start of the competition? Never will I surrender. Gritting her teeth, Nanzio lifted her long sword and rushed at Xia Pianpian. Clang clang clang. Every strike Nanzio delivered was met with twice the force from Xia Pianpian, causing not just numbing in her tiger's mouths, but leaving Nanzio feeling as though her entire arm no longer belonged to her. It's your fault. Xia Pianpian shouted angrily with her Lolita-like voice. Again, she hoisted her big cleavers and started spinning around on the arena floor. A tornado surged upward heading directly for Nanzio. Yeah. Taste my power. Xia Pianpian roared, watching as the whirlwind swept towards Nanzio. She retracted her longsword, using her hands to channel martial spirit and build a protective barrier, trying to resist. However, the tornado was too powerful and immediately engulfed her whole body. Aha! All anyone heard was Nanzio's wails of agony as the tornado dissipated, and she fell onto the center of the stage with a heavy thud, forming a human-shaped imprint. Uft! Blood spewed from Nanzio's mouth, and she felt as if her whole body had been crushed, the pain excruciating. It was comparable to the torment Chu Lingwei inflicted on her back at Li Huan's sect. Will you concede? Xiao Panpan stood tall over her, cleavers in hand, her petite face filled with pride. There was no doubt in her mind. The spot among the freshmen was hers to claim, and Nanzio must admit defeat. I won't concede. Nanzio clenched her teeth. She wasn't someone who backed down easily. As the Miss of the South family, her pride wouldn't allow surrender. PFT. More blood continued to flow. Hastily, she pulled out an inferior-grade blood-stopping elixir and swallowed it, then sat cross-legged to rest for a brief moment. Xiao Panpan did not insist Nanzio leave the stage immediately. Since Nanzio insisted on persisting, she would be given another chance, albeit another brutal blow. Ready? Xiao Panpan casually carried the big cleavers on her thin shoulder. Despite her tiny size, her formidable spirit silenced the audience. No matter how Nanzio struggles, she will lose, Jiang Fu said again, always finding excuses to approach Chu Lingyue, either consciously or unconsciously. What could she do? She was Chu Lingyue's loyal fan and couldn't help wanting to strike up a conversation whenever her idol stood nearby. Are you that sure? Chu Lingyue responded, somewhat absent-mindedly continuing the chat initiated by Jiang Fu. Perhaps it was because she overheard Jiang Fu's conversation with Xiang Ru earlier that made her pay more attention to the aloof girl. How could she bear to see her little fangirl disappointed? It won't take even half an incense stick's time for Nanzio to be knocked off the stage, Jiang Fu predicted. The gap in strength between them was clear. No matter how much spiritual liquid Nanzio consumed, she was bound to fail. A while later, Nanzio stood up once more, immediately summoning her martial spirit. Compared to Xiao Panpan's, hers seemed insignificant. After all, Xiao Panpan was a first-rank spirit king. Even the four seated on the judgment seats didn't expect there to be such a hidden prodigy in Hillock City. Xiao Panpan appeared to be only 13 or 14 years old. Yet her martial spirit had already reached the unprecedented level of a first-rank spirit king. A terrifying feat, indeed. This was truly a prodigy. Before Xiao Panpan revealed her true strength, Pang Yuan, whose heart had been set solely on Xiang Ru, but upon seeing Xiao Panpan, he wanted to recruit both. Although Jiang Fu was strong, he favored Xiao Panpan's type more. In contrast, Mengan found Jiang Fu more to his liking. As for Dongfang Yu, his thoughts were entirely centered on Chu Lingyue. The holy maiden he admired absolutely had to be the best. The battle resumed between Nanzio and Xiao Panpan, their movements forming two streaks of emerald light constantly flashing on the arena, dazzling everyone present. Many people shielded their eyes with their hands, unwilling to miss any thrilling moments of this intense combat. Nanzio, who normally relied on brute force, soon fell into a disadvantageous position. In the waiting area, Mo Ruxiang gritted her teeth in frustration, unable to think of a way to intervene. Indeed, within 3 moves, Nanzio was brutally struck down by Xiao Panpan's massive cleavers at the edge of the stage. Her body dangled halfway over the side as she struggled in vain to pull herself back up, but she lacked the strength to continue fighting. She could not accept losing in such a humiliating manner, but it wasn't about whether she accepted it or not. Xiao Panpan, carrying her 2 large cleavers, stepped towards her with overwhelming presence. You've lost, oh well. Xiao Panpan's Lolita voice rang out, and then with a simple nudge of her foot, effortlessly sent Nanzio tumbling off the stage. She rolled heavily onto the ground. Chapter 172, Nanzio's defeat. Nanzio lost, losing completely. Because she used spirit liquid midway and still failed to defeat Xiaopiapi, she instantly became the laughingstock of the entire hill city. Nanzio fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Zio, Mo Rujuang restrained her anger as she stood at the waiting area, looking at Nanzio and then at Xiaopiapi on stage, who looked triumphantly proud. She lost. It was unimaginable that even Nanzio could lose. And they ultimately never got the chance to face Chu Lingyue. So there was no choice left but to target Chu Siyu. Thank you for your support, Xiaopiapi said as she put away the 2 big swords, and with a childish lilt in her voice, bowed before hopping off the arena happily. This battle had been breathtaking to watch. The next match, Mo Rujuang against Chu Siyu. This particular contest captivated the hearts of everyone present. Sister, I'm going. Chu Siyu's gaze was resolute. She must win this match and head to the Star Luo Academy to bring glory to the Chu family. Yes, remember what I said. Protect yourself during critical moments and don't give Mo Rujuang any opportunity. Chu Lingyue whispered lightly by her ear. I've remembered, sister. Just watch from below. Chu Siyu replied. She would absolutely not disgrace herself. I await your victory. Chu Lingyue had complete confidence in Chu Siyu. After Chu Siyu stepped onto the stage, Mo Rujuang also approached from the front end and waited for the gong to sound. Jiang Fu quietly approached Chu Lingyue as well. Chu Siyu is no match for Mo Rujuang. Her intent truly lay in drawing closer to Chu Lingyue, not in dousing her hopes. Oh, I know. Chu Lingyue responded indifferently, focusing solely on the competition. Unfortunately, Jiang Fu wouldn't stop talking and wouldn't let her concentrate on the match. Why are you so calm? Do you already know Chu Siyu will lose? Why don't you have her concede straight away? Mo Rujuang hates you so much. If she can't get to you, won't she just mercilessly beat Chu Siyu? Do you really worry nothing at all? Chu Lingyue gave no response, which made Jiang Fu grow anxious first. Chu Lingyue remained perfectly composed, showing no signs of concern on her face. My sister, naturally, I trust her strength. As for whether she'll succeed or not, that's another story. Chu Lingyue remarked, clearly noticing how obvious Jiang Fu's attempt to approach her was becoming. Could she please be more subtle? Another story? So you're unsure too? Jiang Fu probed her words carefully. Mo Rizhuang is now at the 4th rank of spiritual cultivation, while Chu Siyu is. Oh, Mo Rizhuang has reached the 4th rank of spirit cultivation. This exceeded Chu Lingyue's expectations. She originally thought Mo Rizhuang's spiritual power was slightly higher than Chu Siyu's, not by 2 whole ranks. The 2 ranks above made things fatal for Chu Siyu. Mo Rizhuang, if unwilling to leave her alive, could end the battle within the shortest possible time. Thus, Chu Siyu would need to display Chitta Beast right at the beginning for a counterattack. Otherwise, she'd only receive a beating. Yes, just a couple days ago, she broke through directly, Jiang Fu confirmed. How do you know? Chu Lingyue asked curiously. Jiang Fu found herself tongue-tied. Was she supposed to admit to closely observing Mo Rizhuang? I heard it accidentally. Anyhow, Chu Siyu isn't a match for Mo Rizhuang. Unless she has some secret trump card up her sleeve, Jiang Fu suggested. So make her concede. Chu Lingyue shifted her relaxed gaze from the arena back to Jiang Fu, lips curling faintly. I hear your childhood sweethearts with Xiangru? Jiang Fu blushed crimson under the unexpected topic. Even with her veil covering her face, one could see her drooping eyes. Well, yes, somewhat. She stammered unenthusiastically, unwilling to confirm her bond with Xiangru but eventually admitted it. Once entering Star Luo Academy, do you two have plans yet? Have you considered marriage given your age? Chu Lingyue curiously probed further, completely steering the conversation toward Jiang Fu and Xiangru instead of discussing Chu Siyu's predicament. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no relation to him whatsoever. There will be none in the future either. He himself cherishes some romantic delusion about me. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Fu hurriedly disassociated herself from Xiangru. Other than being childhood acquaintances, they were unrelated in every way. Is that so? Chu Lingyue dragged her tone full of deeper meaning, clearly doubting her sincerity. I'm not explaining to you anymore. Jiang Fu couldn't match wits with Chu Lingyue, quickly increasing the distance between them. Flustered by her jests, how could she focus on whether Chu Siyu could handle Mo Rizhuang? With Jiang Fu no longer chattering beside her, Chu Lingyue crossed her arms and concentrated entirely on the competition on stage. What did you say to the Saint Maiden? Xiangru curiously came near and asked Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu shot Xiangru an angry glare and retaliated angrily. What's it to you? His mere presence irritated her increasingly. Why of all people was he her childhood companion? Her reason for choosing Star Luo Academy this time wasn't to escape Xiangru. If anything, rather than escaping him, she felt he clung to her even more. Xiangru, who had been silently lowering his head after being glared at by Jiang Fu, pursed his lips tightly in ick. He wasn't sure which word of his had offended her. Sorry, did I say something wrong? Can you just shut up? Jiang Fu snapped back. Oh, Xiangru was filled with ick, but didn't dare to retort, fearing he might upset Jiang Fu further. Even though Jiang Fu was a head shorter than Xiangru, she carried herself with an overwhelming aura, while Xiangru seemed like the perpetual victim. The gong sounded, and the match officially began. Mokum Rizhuang immediately launched an attack on Chu Siyu. Every move was sharp and fierce. Each of them targeted Chu Siyu's vital points. Even if she wagered everything, Mokum Rizhuang would make sure neither she nor her sister had it easy. Chu Siyu kept dodging relentlessly. The attacks were already beyond what she could withstand. Sister, be careful. Her martial spirit is 2 ranks higher than yours, whispered Chitta Beast in the Divine Mind Lake, constantly monitoring Chu Siyu's situation. It absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to harm its master right before its eyes. All right, I understand. Chu Siyu replied through divine consciousness. If you can't handle it, summon me immediately. Chitta Beast firmly stated. Its purpose of existence was solely to protect Chu Siyu. Okay. Chu Siyu engaged Mokum Rizhuang in constant maneuvers. For at least 10 full moves, she avoided all attacks. The shattered spirit platform, already broken, became more fragmented under their combat, leaving barely any intact foothold left. Chu Siyu, fight me properly. Mokum Rizhuang grew anxious as Chu Siyu continued to dodge, not engaging her spiritual power in direct confrontation. Though her martial spirit was 2 ranks higher than Chu Siyu's, her escape skills were extraordinary, making it impossible for Mokum Rizhuang's abilities to hit her. Why should I fight you? There's no rule forcing me to, Chu Siyu said. She was determined to deplete Mokum Rizhuang's spiritual energy so that they could compete fairly, since the freshman quota at Star Luo Academy was something she had to secure. Good, you have talent. Enraged, Mokum Rizhuang spread her hands wide, as streams of green light instantly filled them, transforming continuously. Rainflower clear stream, shouted Mokum Rizhuang. Suddenly, both her hands quickly clasped together, unleashing countless torrents of green sword rain heading straight towards Chu Siyu. Trouble. Chu Siyu realized her predicament. This was Mokum Rizhuang's most skilled technique, Rainflower Clear Stream. With the deluge approaching from all directions, there was nowhere for Chu Siyu to hide. Chapter 173. Chu Lingyue is the mysterious master. Chu Siyu's figure spun and flipped 150 degrees, then quickly found a foothold. Sheathing her jade sword, she rapidly formed seals with both hands to create a barrier for defense. Chu Siyu clenched her teeth as countless sword-like rain shots came toward her, swallowed by her green barrier until it was nearly depleted, simultaneously consuming her spiritual energy. Rainflower Clear Stream. Just when Chu Siyu seemed unable to hold out any longer, Mo Rizhuang used all her might again, summoning the Rainflower Clear Stream. Countless green sword rains appeared out of nowhere, heading straight towards Chu Siyu. Just as she was about to rebuild her barrier, it was already too late. In an instant, Mo Ruzang's attack shattered her barrier. Oh no! Chu Siyu inwardly panicked. Her dark pupils reflected the endless green sword rains charging at her. The next moment, the remaining green sword rains pierced through her body and vanished. Aya! Chu Siyu let out a painful scream, falling into a pool of blood. Mo Ruzang waved her right hand, and a black long whip suddenly appeared before her. Step by step, she walked towards Chu Siyu. Slap! The whip fiercely struck the ground. At the waiting area, Chu Lingyue immediately focused her eyes. This was the very whip that once scourged the original host. It brimmed with malevolent energy. And the next person targeted by this whip would be her younger sister, Chu Siyu. Yet Chu Siyu had already collapsed, gasping for breath after receiving just one blow from Mo Ruzang, showing how much she had exerted herself in their previous exchanges. Chu Lingyue, you should look well. This is how I torment Chu Siyu. Your fate will be no different. Consider yourself lucky, or else lying here in pain would be you. Mo Ruzang hissed, feeling utterly pleased with herself. Chu Lingyue gritted her back molars, her tone filled with restrained anger. Mo Ruzang, you dare? Do you think I won't dare? Mo Ruzang yelled back, confronting Chu Lingyue directly. When you severed Brother Yuan's right hand, did you not foresee today? Neither Brother Yuan nor Ziyu faced you, and that's your good fortune. But Chu Siyu must bear these pains on your behalf. Mo Ruzang revealed a ruthless smile. Twisting her waist, she stepped forward, lifting her left foot to stomp harshly onto Chu Siyu's back. As soon as Chu Siyu tried to struggle, she was pressed down with excruciating pain. Chu Lingyue, my neck scar was also caused by you. It will never heal. You've ruined Brother Yuan and me. Mo Ruzang touched her neck with one hand, shouting wildly like a madwoman. All present were stunned. They had known that Mo Ruzang, against Chu Siyu, would definitely seek revenge privately. Even though Chu Siyu hadn't done anything, what about Chu Lingyue? Unable to deal with Chu Lingyue, she resorted to hurting Chu Siyu, which was a way of venting frustration. Isn't Mo Ruzang being excessively cruel? Beating Chu Siyu to incapacity and continuing to abuse her. The four seated at the judgment seat tightly gripped their chair handles. This. Min Siamo's face didn't look good, but such was the rule. Even if Chu Siyu got beaten mercilessly, as long as she didn't concede defeat, the match continued. Even Mo Ruzang's provocations were within the rules. Rules are rules, no one could break them. So it came down to Chu Siyu, whether she could timely concede defeat. A promising young talent indeed, but perhaps, alas, her whole body was consumed by a dull ache, almost overwhelming her, yet she didn't utter a sound. But she couldn't get up. It felt like a mountain of 1,000 caddies was pressing down on her back, leaving her powerless to struggle. But she heard it. What Mo Ruzang said. Nanming Yuan's right hand was severed by Chu Lingyue. Why would it be her? Relating everything together, Chu Siyu's heart skipped a beat, rippling, spreading its waves. She stared intensely at the direction where Chu Lingyue stood, not too far, not too near, just close enough to see her angry expression clearly. That was her elder sister, but she knew it was the mysterious high-level expert who cut off Nanming Yuan's right hand. Facing Mo Ruzang's determined accusation, she was utterly baffled. There was no way she could connect the mysterious master with Chu Lingyue, yet the truth remained. Chu Lingyue was that person. That person was Chu Lingyue. The first time she showed up in the beast forest to save her was also Chu Lingyue. Hooded, she hadn't even recognized her own sister. How ridiculous, she'd always assumed it was someone else. Not until Mo Ruzang revealed everything did she realize that person was Chu Lingyue. It turned out all along it had been her at her side, which is why she'd consistently avoided danger, because she was the sister. Chu Lingyue had secretly done so much for her, yet she had mistaken it for another's actions. But why had she kept hiding it from her? Why hadn't she told her, making her feel like a laughingstock while unknowingly being protected? Chu Siyu's heart was heavy with bitterness, itching to rush to Chu Lingyue and demand why she had hidden the truth from her. Ayu. Chu Lingyue was pained beyond measure, but she knew she couldn't interfere. Any interference would cause Chu Siyu to lose the match instantly, disqualifying her from earning a spot as a new student at Star Luo Academy. She had to endure. Stand up, Ayu. Quickly use the method I taught you to summon Chita Beast and defeat Mo Ruzang, so that you can enter Star Luo Academy with me. Chu Lingyue cried out in her heart, wishing she could transmit her feelings across. Ha. Chu Lingyue, today I will let you see exactly how I thrashed Chu Siyu. Mo Ruzang roared wildly, swinging open her left foot and fiercely waving her long whip. Slap. It struck heavily against the ground. The next strike of the whip would land on Chu Siyu. Sister, you must win. Chita Beast in the spiritual lake of thoughts desired to burst through the final barrier and dash out to save Chu Siyu. She couldn't take another hit. She would only lose. Chita Beast, Chu Siyu silently called out in her mind. It's time to make an appearance. I need to win this match. I want to be with my sister. With unwavering determination, just as Mo Ruzang's whip was about to strike her, Chita Beast appeared. A bluish-white light erupted from her chest, immediately repelling Mo Ruzang's whip in the next moment. Hey, no one is allowed to hurt my sister. In midair, Chita Beast's figure gradually coalesced into reality. A snow-white long-eared rabbit stood on the arena, radiating terrifying power, charging straight at Mo Ruzang. How could this be? Mo Ruzang's long whip was instantly struck away, and she herself was pushed back 5 meters by the horrifying force. Stabilizing her stance, raising her head, she caught sight of Chita Beast. At this moment, no one present could sit still. Everyone was deeply startled. None of them could have imagined that after Nanming Yuan's leopard tiger spirit beast, another contracted spirit beast would appear. And looking at the power emitted by Chitta Beast, it was evident that it was a high-grade beast. Chu Siyu actually possessed a high-grade spirit beast. Chapter 174, Irresistible. This was the second high-level magical beast to appear in the entire Hill City, comparable to a Spirit King level. In that case, Mo Rujuang is going to lose. Even Jiang Fu did not expect that Chu Siyu would possess a high-level red hair beast. Everyone dreams of contracting with a high-level magical beast, but fails to do so. Yet she easily summoned a high-level red hair beast. No wonder Chu Lingyue remained so calm. It turns out she had her trump card ready. Chu Siyu got up from the ground and glared at Mo Rujuang with anger. Above her head, the red hair beast was glowing with a bluish-white light. The crowd was already buzzing with excitement, holding their breath, for fear of missing any single moment. Chu Siyu, you actually... Mo Rujuang was flustered. How could she have thought Chu Siyu also contracted a high-level magical beast? When exactly did this happen? So all this time, was she just playing around with me? Red hair beast, don't be polite with her. Chu Siyu didn't want to waste words on Mo Rujuang, directly commanding the red hair beast as she issued the order. The red hair beast was like a bowstring about to launch an attack, charging toward Mo Rujuang fiercely like a tiger. Hey, invincible drill wind. Suddenly, a strong wind rose up, transforming into a tornado that directly swept toward Mo Rujuang. Immediately, she triggered her spirit defense, but before the red hair beast, it was as if garbage, directly sucked into the tornado, breaking through the divine platform and flying into the sky. Ah! A cry of pain came from above as Mo Rujuang's figure plummeted vertically onto the ground. Those in the front row quickly moved back to a safe spot upon seeing the situation turn grave. With a plop, a heavy cloud of dust was kicked up on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone covered their noses and mouths, waving away the dust irritably. When the dust settled, it was visible that Mo Rujuang had created a massive crater in the ground large enough to accommodate just her, lying there faintly breathing. Medical personnel ready for treatment immediately rushed forward, roughly carrying Mo Rujuang down. Chu Siyu winning the match was now a certainty. Everyone gazed at her with envious eyes. Big sister, am I awesome? The red-haired beast jumped joyfully onto Chu Siyu's shoulder, claiming credit. We'll talk about it when we get back. Having won the match, her position as one of the new recruits was secured. With a wave of her hand, she sent the red-haired beast back into her divine mind lake. Please forgive my impertinence. Chu Siyu bowed, walking down from the stage amidst everyone's astonished gazes. At the waiting area, her eyes locked tightly onto Chu Lingyue, full of fierce intent. She appeared composed and relaxed, seemingly unafraid of the truth being revealed through Mo Rujuang's mouth. Standing silently in front of Chu Lingyue, she wanted to ask something but didn't know where to start. On the judgment seat, Minxi had already called her and Yuan Qing's names. After this match, there would be one last challenge. You've done well. Chu Lingyue grinned widely, lightly patting Chu Siyu's thin shoulder, then stepping onto the sacred stage. Chu Siyu remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Chu Lingyue's back. Wasn't there even a word she wanted to say to her? She suddenly felt both disappointed and angry. Did she truly consider herself beneath explaining anything to her? Yuan Qing pushed his way through the crowd, taking large strides to step up onto the stage. Facing Chu Lingyue, he knew he had no chance of winning. So instead of prolonging the inevitable, sorry for the trouble, please proceed. Chu Lingyue spread her arms, activating her spirit force, ready for a satisfying fight against Yuan Qing. However, just as they took up their stances, Yuan Qing announced his surrender. I've lost. Chu Lingyue's two lively eyes widened greatly. Was that all? How about 3 rounds before you give up? Chu Lingyue asked with a bright smile. She hadn't even started yet. No thanks, holy maiden. I admit defeat. Yuan Qing wasn't stupid. Since he couldn't win, it was better to admit defeat straight away, thereby avoiding all harm. He definitely didn't want to end up with a bruised nose and swollen face before giving up. It would be too embarrassing. After speaking, he immediately apologized, jumping off the sacred stage in front of everyone. I admit defeat, holy maiden. Then, with a wave of his hand, he left without taking a single wisp of cloud, leaving behind a very graceful impression. I've won. Chu Lingyue herself couldn't believe it. Shrugging, she returned to the waiting area. Minxi and others were even more surprised. Yuan Qing's spirit power was powerful indeed, but he directly surrendered when facing Chu Lingyue. Either he realized he'd lose or resigned himself to bad luck. Minxi thought to herself that, until now, she still had no idea about Chu Lingyue's true strength, for it hadn't been fully displayed in previous matches. Taking large steps, she ascended the sacred platform again. With another wave of her hand, the large screen immediately changed, sequentially showing the rankings of the remaining 6 participants. Unquestionably ranking first was Jiang Fu, second was Chu Lingyue, third was Xiang Ru, fourth was Xia Pianpian, fifth was Gao Ju, sixth was Chu Siyu. After 5 matches, Chu Lingyue silently rose from the bottom ranks to secure second place, surprising everyone present. If it weren't for the last match not being played, her ranking would likely have surpassed Jiang Fu's. The final match rules are simple. Jiang Fu, ranked first, will choose 5 remaining opponents. The winner will join the remaining 4 participants to secure the new recruit spots with no changes to the rules. Now please let Jiang Fu choose her opponent. Minxi announced. Those chosen by Jiang Fu were sure to face defeat without question. She was eagerly anticipating one scenario. What if Jiang Fu chose Chu Lingyue as her opponent? Who would win or lose between the two? The atmosphere erupted once again in collective gasps and murmurs. All eyes turned to Jiang Fu, who walked calmly onto the battered divine platform under everyone's gaze, still radiating an icy demeanor that deterred anyone from coming near. Jiang Fu's lingering gaze swept over the waiting contestants, pausing for 3 seconds on each individual. Among the 5, none had their hearts racing faster than Xiang Ru. If Jiang Fu picked him, wouldn't that mean he couldn't accompany her to the Star Array Academy? He absolutely dared not challenge Jiang Fu, so he would certainly forfeit. Thinking about this, Xiang Ru wore a sad expression, bowing his head quietly as he muttered repeatedly in his mind, "Don't pick me, don't pick me, don't pick me." A deathly silence enveloped the scene. Jiang Fu paused after a moment of contemplation, then raised her hand and pointed decisively. Chu Saifeathers looked determined, ready to confront Jiang Fu even if chosen. Xia Pianpian was carefree, thinking nothing of the situation. Chu Lingyue was even more relaxed, certain that Jiang Fu wouldn't pick her. Only Gao Ju remained on the field, and looking at Xiang Ru trembling fearfully with his head bowed, refusing to meet Jiang Fu's gaze. So, him. Jiang Fu pointed toward Gao Ju. Xiang Ru thought for a second that he had been selected, lifting his head with a pitiful look, thinking that what must come, eventually came. He raised his long leg, ready to step forward, but then saw Gao Ju stepping ahead of him. It wasn't him. Xiang Ru's mood soared from the depths of despair straight up to blissful heights. He just knew that Jiang Fu truly cared about him. Chapter 175, Don't Touch Me. Gao Ju felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he stepped heavily onto the altar. Despite all his efforts to make it to the finals, it was all in vain. Every step felt unbearably heavy. He had already prepared himself for losing his place as a new student. Go ahead and fight then. He must not lose in spirit. Jiang Fuling is at the first rank of Spirit King level. There's no doubt that he would definitely lose. Minxi returned to her seat on the dais, eagerly watching this last ultimate showdown. She was even looking forward to it, but also felt a bit disappointed that she didn't get to see Chu Lingyue display her true abilities. What kind of strength could the person so highly recommended by Dongfang Yu be hiding? Chu Siyu let out a deep breath as well. Star Luo Academy. She had made it too, just like Chu Lingyue. She sneaked a glance at Chu Lingyue before quickly turning away and staring straight ahead. Chu Lingyue felt Chu Siyu's gaze, but didn't say much. She knew what needed to be known, but the timing for questioning wasn't right. Alas, this young girl must find it hard to accept, huh? The match started soon. Jiang Fuling pulled out a long sword glowing with a greenish-silver light, immediately engaging Gao Ju in fierce combat, each move aggressive and not leaving any room for the opponent to catch their breath. The power of a Spirit King of the first rank was undeniable. After only 3 rounds against Gao Ju, he was already struggling. As their weapons clashed, it seemed like storm clouds were gathering on the altar, unstoppable. The green glow suddenly illuminated the entire stage, almost blinding everyone present. Jiang Fuling's figure became unpredictable. This was the strength of a true powerhouse, her moves fast to the point of being indiscernible. In the end, within just 10 moves, Gao Ju immediately conceded. I've lost. He couldn't continue fighting anymore, or things would only worsen. Jiang Fuling's strength was genuinely formidable, something he completely couldn't withstand. Jiang Fuling retracted her spiritual energy. Thank you for your courtesy. The final match ended dramatically after an exhilarating fight, no one injured, leaving everyone unprepared. Peng Yuanhu rubbed his hands furtively together. Xiang Ru was his now he. Mengan secretly rejoiced. Xia Pianpian was his. Minxi boldly strode onto the platform, promptly announcing the conclusion of the last match, and from her spatial ring, took out 5 tokens marked for the new students of Star Luo Academy and handed them to the winners. Within 3 months, with these tokens, you can enroll in Star Luo Academy. After that, it will be considered as an automatic forfeiture. Thank you, Elder. Xia Pianpian couldn't bear to take her eyes off the token as she happily put it into her bag, immediately turning to leave to rush home to tell her family this joyful news. Fu. Finally we can always be together, he. Xiang Ru laughed foolishly, differing greatly from his previous persona. This, clearly a devoted dog, but only towards Jiang Fuling. Jiang Fuling looked utterly disdainful. Who said I want to be with you? Stop putting gold paint on your face. I want to go by myself. You didn't attack me just now when you clearly could have, and yet you claim you don't have feelings for me. Xiang Ru argued strongly. He wanted to prove that Jiang Fuling indeed harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, there was no way she would spare him. She's just being contradictory inside. Humph. Jiang Fuling gave a cold snort, glancing at Chu Lingyue once more before walking into the crowd and disappearing. There was so much she wanted to say, yet she didn't know how to approach it. Well, anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities later. Fu, wait for me. Xiang Ru hurried after her. The crowd gradually dispersed. Mu Lingfeng also left along with the crowd, Mu Zhonggang following closely behind. Lingyue. Lu Moling waved to Chu Lingyue excitedly, happy beyond measure. Even happier than if she herself had won. Let's go back, Chu Lingyue said to Chu Sisu. But Chu Sisu pretended not to hear her, stepping ahead of her to leave. Chu Lingyue. Why was she acting so stubbornly? Was she really unwilling to talk to her? Chu Lingyue shrugged her shoulders, called for Lu Moling, and quickly caught up. Dongfang Yu and others also left shortly thereafter. The Chu family. Chu Lingyue and Lu Moling had just arrived to see Chu Sheng pacing anxiously in the front yard. So, did you win? Chu Sheng, with a look of excitement on his face, was actually too afraid to attend the live event. A father. Chu Sisu perfunctorily addressed him, in extremely low spirits, glancing back at Chu Lingyue once before quickly walking away. Chu Lingyue. Why does you look so strange? Lu Moling was totally confused. It's nothing. Chu Lingwei didn't want to explain either. It was originally her own fault, alas. But it wasn't intentional. She just didn't know how to explain it. Well, what about this girl? Lingwei, how did the match turn out? You and you both. Chu Sheng approached with excitement, full of anticipation. Uncle, we've secured our places. Both of you and I are going to Star Luo Academy. Within 3 months, we'll set out. So in a few days, we'll begin preparations. The journey is far, and they cannot afford delays. Great, great, great. Chu Sheng started tearing up again. I never thought that the two of you sisters would also leave me. Rest assured, I will take good care of the house and wait for your return anytime. Uncle, that's enough. Chu Lingwei really didn't want to expose Chu Sheng. He was crying too falsely. Hee. I'm going right now to burn incense for our ancestors and thank them for their blessings. Chu Sheng sincerely rejoiced for them. The hope of the Chu family had finally risen. There's hope for reviving the family. He quickly left. His excited emotions were far from calmed down, and he didn't pay much attention to Chu Sisu's gloomy state. Lingling, go back to Xianfeng courtyard first, Chu Lingwei said. She needed to clear things up with Chu Sisu or she would not be able to let it go, leaving her to stew in her own frustration. Who knows how long that might take. Okay. Lu Moling agreed, not knowing what Chu Lingwei intended to do, but assuming it had something to do with Chu Sisu, she obediently returned to Xianfeng courtyard. Once Lu Moling left, Chu Lingwei headed toward Chu Sisu's courtyard. There she saw Chu Sisu sitting dully in the yard, venting furiously to Chitta Beast. Why doesn't she tell me? Even Mo Ruo Frost knew, and I know nothing. I feel like such a fool, excluded in the dark. In her heart, she didn't even consider me as her sister. Am I really not worthy? Chu Sisu suddenly burst into tears on the stone table, sobbing uncontrollably despite earning one of the new student spots at Star Luo Academy, but feeling anything but happy about it. Sister, don't cry, big sister must have her reasons. Shall we go ask her for clarity? Chitta Beast empathized deeply. No. Chu Sisu stomped her feet repeatedly, feeling extremely upset, wanting nothing more than to cry her heart out. Why hide it from me? Why does she treat me this way? I feel like such a fool flaunting my achievements in front of her. Wah. Sister, stop crying. It makes my heart hurt when you cry. Chitta Beast began wailing along with her. Chu Lingwei quietly approached behind Chu Sisu and gently patted her back, sighing heavily. You, don't touch me. Chu Sisu reacted strongly, swatting her hand away abruptly, lifting her tear-streaked face, then wildly wiping her eyes. What do you want from me? She shouted angrily, knowing she shouldn't, yet unable to control her emotions and prevent herself from collapsing. Chu Lingwei felt no less pain inside. She should have told her earlier instead of having others spill it out. Now it was difficult to console her. Chapter 176, A little cajoling will do. Don't touch me. Chu Siyu cried softly again as she lay her face on the stone table, refusing to acknowledge her no matter what. Hey. Chu Lingwei sighed lightly and took out 2 bottles of healing elixir she had prepared long ago from her space ring and placed them on the stone table. It doesn't matter if you don't want to see me now. When you're ready to talk, come find me. I'll go back first. You take some time to cool off. She did not force Chu Siyu to accept reality immediately. After all, it would take time for her to process everything. However, at the moment she turned around, her skirt was firmly pulled by someone. Chu Lingwei looked down and saw that it was Chu Siyu who grabbed her, her head deeply buried as she continued crying softly. Refusing to let her leave, Chu Lingwei smiled warmly and stood next to her without moving further. She decided to wait until Chu Siyu finished crying. Despite being an adult, Chu Siyu acted stubbornly like a child. Be good. Chu Lingwei's slender hand gently rested on Chu Siyu's hair, soothing her. It's my fault for hiding things from you. It won't happen in the future. You are my younger sister. Naturally, I care about you the most. How could I possibly bear seeing you hurt or upset? Chu Lingwei said softly. In her heart, Chu Siyu has always been her younger sister. Even though there's no blood relationship between them, they would always be sisters in this life. But why did you only hide it from me? Wah, everyone else knew, but I was left clueless like a fool. Chu Siyu burst into tears. She felt so miserable. Is it because, in your heart, you've never considered me as your real sister? You. Think carefully. Has there ever been a time when I wasn't on your side protecting you? Chu Lingwei asked gently. All her tenderness and patience went towards comforting Chu Siyu. Not even Jun Yiming had experienced such treatment. Yes, you've always protected me and were always on my side. Back in the Demon Beast Forest, when I fought with Mo Rujuang, it was you who helped me. Later, when I was captured and beaten by Nanziyu from the Lihuan sect, you showed up to save me and regain my dignity. So, Chu Siyu's voice quivered. But why didn't you tell me? Because of that, I kept searching and even boasted proudly before you. I really felt like such a fool. Chu Siyu cried louder again. How aggrieved could she feel? Be good. I didn't tell you because I feared involving you. After all, I severed Nanming Yuan's right hand. If you'd known, how could you have remained unscathed? Chu Lingwei consoled. Even uncle didn't know, do you understand? Chu Lingwei added. Therefore, she wasn't only hiding this from Chu Siyu, but from everyone. I understand. But it feels strange, leaving me uncertain of what to do. Chu Siyu expressed her confusion. The mysterious expert is highly skilled. How could you? It's over. Let's not mention it anymore. The people who changed me were Mo Rujuang and Nan Minyuan. Knowing these facts is enough for you. Chu Lingwei tightly hugged Chu Siyu to keep her from obsessing over the truth any longer. I am your sister, forever. I will always stand by your side. I hope you can do the same. Believe in me. Chu Lingwei stated earnestly. I'm always on your side. Even if it means turning the whole world upside down for you, I'd still willingly do it. Chu Siyu's eyes were resolute. Though there were still tearful flashes, her heart toward Chu Lingwei never changed. Family ties always remain intact. All right, stop crying now. These 2 bottles of healing elixir are for you. Take them to recover soon. We'll set off in a few days, heading towards Ao Yin City. Chu Lingwei touched Chu Siyu's cheek, which was soft. Chu Siyu sniffed, feeling warmth inside her heart. She always knew Chu Lingwei cared for her the most, next to dad and brother. This journey through life hasn't been wasted. To be born into such a warm family. Do you still feel upset? Would you like me to cajole you some more? Chu Lingwei arched her eyebrows teasingly. This was the first time she had seen Chu Siyu crying piteously like this before her. A bit more, Chu Siyu said petulantly. She wanted Chu Lingwei to continue cajoling her for a while. Chu Lingwei sat on the stone bench. Do you still like the cheetah beast? She extended her index finger and playfully poked the cheetah beast lying on the stone table. Yes, it's wonderful, Chu Siyu responded, knowing well that the cheetah beast was specially given to her by Chu Lingwei. Thank you, big sister. She understood everything clearly within her heart. No need for others to explain. Haha, you still remember to say thank you? Truly a little girl. Chu Lingwei joked. That's good, since you like it. There's a bond between the cheetah beast and you. Nurture it well. If you lack anything, let big sister know, alright? Chu Siyu blushed and nodded. You must promise me that from now on, you should never keep secrets from me. I worry when you do that. I don't want to be left in the dark either. She earnestly put forward her conditions. Alright, I agree with you, Chu Lingwei said. But I also hope you'll promise me one thing. What is it? After we go to Ao Yin City, you must do everything I say and not act impulsively. The world outside is different from Hill City where Uncle and I can always protect you. You cannot act recklessly there. Chu Lingyue's stunning little face showed utmost seriousness. She had more important matters in Ao Yin City, so she wouldn't be able to keep an eye on Chu Siyu every single day. Chu Siyu also needed to mature. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chu Siyu agreed while pouting a little, almost on the verge of tears again for no apparent reason. Hold it, stop crying. If your eyes get all swollen and Uncle sees them, he will assume that I've bullied you, Chu Lingyue warned. Alright, I won't cry anymore. Chu Siyu sniffed a few times, lifting her head to suppress the urge to cry. You really must stop crying, Chu Lingyue said seriously. Alright, I won't cry. Chu Siyu firmly replied as she wiped away the falling tears. Chu Lingyue directly used her wide sleeves to gently wipe away her tears. That's enough. I apologize, don't stay mad at me. Chu Lingyue thought. In her past life, she had never been this gentle. Now all her tenderness was used to soothe Chu Siyu. Alas, the consequences of her own actions would need to be dealt with, even if it's difficult. I've forgiven you, big sister. Chu Siyu looked pitiful. Don't tell Uncle about this either. I'm afraid he might worry, Chu Lingyue reminded. I know. I'll listen to you, Chu Siyu responded. Although we've obtained the fresh enrollment spots, there are still things we need to guard against. Rest assured, I'll handle everything. Try not to go out these couple of days, Chu Lingyue advised. Mo Rizhuang and their group wouldn't let this slide easily. They initially planned to take advantage through Chu Siyu, but failed because she had a shield. Nan Mingyuan too, after learning that it was her who cut off his right hand, would surely make a move before they set out towards Star Luo Academy. Hatred for chopping off an arm and killing a father could not coexist. Alright, I'll follow your instructions, Chu Siyu obediently agreed, though she didn't understand why Chu Lingyue mentioned this. 8 or 9 out of 10 possibilities were related to Nan Mingyuan. After all, his right hand. Chapter 177, My Mother is Gone. Alright, are you still crying? I'm a bit tired. Chu Lingyue rested her chin on one hand, looking rather weary. I've stopped crying. Chu Siberd pursed her lips. She had cried enough and Chu Lingyue's comfort came just in time to make her feel much better, erasing any remaining anger. In that case, I'll head back. Chu Lingyue asked. Yes, alright. Chu Siberd agreed. She then stood up. I'll see you out. No need. Drink the spirit liquid and rest well. Don't bother seeing me off, it's only a few steps away. Chu Lingyue felt a little exasperated upon seeing how beaten up Chu Siberd was by Mo Rizhuang. She had been so heartbroken for her. After leaving Chu Siberd's courtyard, Chu Lingyue went straight to the Chu family ancestral shrine. Chu Sheng was there. She walked in with large strides and knelt beside Chu Sheng, noticing him praying for her and Chu Siberd's protection. The ancestors protect Ao Yu, Lingyue, and Ao Shua. Those 3 kids have had hard lives from their youth. Chu Sheng hadn't noticed at all that Chu Lingyue had arrived. Kneeling beside him, Chu Lingyue looked up, gazing at the ancestral spirit tablets. She estimated there were at least 20 spirit tablets, but as she scanned across them, it seemed that among her generation, only 3 of them remained, her 2 siblings and herself. The family line was thin. Uncle Dad. The ancestors bless. The ancestors bless. Uncle Dad. Chu Lingyue raised her fine eyebrows slightly and shouted loudly. Chu Sheng felt his ears would almost go deaf from the shout, shocking him so greatly that he nearly collapsed. Lingyue, when did you come here? Why didn't you tell Uncle Dad? I've been here for quite some time. You were just muttering in front of the spirit tablet. How could you notice me? Chu Lingyue shrugged. Why are you here? Weren't you tired and wanted to go back to rest? Chu Sheng asked puzzledly. In a few days, we will leave home. Are you lonely staying alone here? Chu Lingyue smiled and asked. She hadn't properly spent much time chatting with Chu Sheng for a long while now. Lingyue, Uncle Dad is so glad from the bottom of my heart watching you 3 grow into capable individuals. This time heading to Star Luo Academy. Absolutely remember your brother's matters carefully. I am worried. Chu Xing said. His greatest concern was undoubtedly about Chu Shuo, unsure of how he was doing right now. All right, Uncle Dad, I have noted everything you've instructed. Is there anything else you want to say to me? Chu Lingyue asked with a smiling face. What should I say? Chu Sheng questioned. Everything I should have said, I already did. I know this trip of yours to Aodon City is also for finding your parents. Safety must be prioritized. AOU is entrusted to you. Chu Sheng seriously handed everything over to Chu Lingyue. The moment to stand alone has arrived. I understand, Uncle Dad. You rest assured, whenever I have time, I'll definitely bring AOU to visit you, along with our brother. Chu Lingyue said. How could she not cherish leaving home? This warm home was something she possessed for the first time, yet she had not enjoyed the peace long enough. However, she had more important things to do. Our family Lingyue has grown up and will no longer cause Uncle Dad worry. Uncle Dad. Chu Sheng continued, wiping his tears, feeling self-compassion again. All right, Uncle Dad. Chu Lingyue felt a headache coming on. Let me wander around Zhongxi Hall first. I'll find you later. With that, she stood up and left directly. On the way, she also carried 2 jars of wine from the small kitchen and took some appetizers. Inside Zhongxi Hall, Qiu Qi, Ge Xiao, Su Yushan, and Ho Zheng were waiting for her. Hearing she secured a place as a new student in Star Luo Academy made them even happier than anyone else. The 5 people once again gathered together, laughing and drinking cheerfully. Lingyue girl, you must take care. Aodon City is not like Hill City where there are always people to watch over you. Su Yushan said, repeatedly filling his cup, getting thoroughly drunk. I understand. During my absence, I hope all of you continue living at Zhongxi Hall. I'll take care of everything. Please don't worry. No one will find out about your stay here. Chu Lingyue said, sipping her wine elegantly while shelling peanuts, consuming 2 at a time. Lingyue girl, if it weren't for meeting you, we would probably have died without remains in Li Hun's sect long ago, Ho Zheng mused solemnly. Why are you being formal with me? I expect rewards. Maybe after this, I will require help from the 4 of you. Chu Lingyue lightly smiled. She never formed unnecessary bonds of kindness for nothing. Family ties were a different story. Those were predestined from birth. Even better, Ho Zheng exclaimed. Just ask for whatever you need, and we will do our best to satisfy you. Hee. Chu Lingyue covered her mouth and laughed. Fate hasn't fully ripened yet. Everyone needs to wait a little longer. Lingyue girl, don't forget what I last told you. Ho Zheng reminded her. It was extremely crucial, even vital for the entire Celestial Constellation sect. I remember. The 5 Elements Spirit Manual is located in the secret room of the Celestial Sect's Joy Hall. I will handle it personally. You can rest assured, I won't forget. Chu Lingyue responded, lifting her cup to clink with Ho Zheng's, drinking it down in one gulp. Ho Zheng was extremely satisfied. Chu Lingyue's intelligence surpassed that of an ordinary person. She was absolutely the best successor for the Star Host sect. Let's drink to our heart's content. We won't return until we're completely drunk. Chu Lingyue declared cheerfully, and the 5 started drinking again. This bout of drinking went on until the sky turned dark. It wasn't until Lu Moling arrived that Chu Lingyue was found hiccuping incessantly, with obvious signs of intoxication. Drink. Chu Lingyue stepped on a stool with one foot, while holding up her wine glass in the other hand, exuding a great sense of magnanimity. Lingyue, that's enough. Lu Moling quickly approached to steady her, who swayed unsteadily. I thought you went off somewhere else, but didn't expect you'd come here to drink with the 4 elders. She had worried for quite some time. Moling? How did you come? Chu Lingyue's gaze shifted vaguely as it landed on Lu Moling. She put down her cup and immediately started pinching her cute cheeks playfully. So soft, definitely you came. Have a drink with me. Chu Lingyue's spirits were clearly heightened. I won't drink. Lu Moling declined politely. Little girl Lingling, sit down and have a sip with us, Ho Zheng said kindly, as he had the best impression of Lu Moling, whose appearance resembled her mother's elder grandfather. Lu Moling wanted to decline politely. Sit. Chu Lingyue grabbed Lu Moling's frail shoulders, seating her on a stool before pouring her a drink, though her shaking hands spilled half of it onto the stone table. Don't be polite. We're all family. Chu Lingyue was clearly having fun. I know. Lu Moling sat properly but did not pick up the wine glass for a long while. Lingyue, how much more are you going to drink? Once we finish what's on the table, we'll go back, Chu Lingyue said. Because the 2 jars were insufficient, she then sent someone to fetch 4 or 5 more from the small kitchen, which were now almost empty. All right. Lu Moling's character always softened when around Chu Lingyue. She agreed with everything Chu Lingyue said. Such a good girl. Chu Lingyue pinched Lu Moling's cheek, continuing to toast with Su Yushan and the others. Lu Moling silently observed by the side, until Chu Lingyue nearly collapsed from drinking too much. Ho Zheng, being the most sober among them, finally couldn't help but ask, Little Lingling, is your mother still well? My mother already. Lu Moling bit her lip, sorrow filling her heart, lowering her eyelids with quivering lashes. I'm sorry. Chapter 178, you will die. Hold your grief, sigh. Ho Zheng sighed repeatedly. He didn't expect that the person had already passed away, and holding his wine glass, he began to drink himself into a stupor. Until drunk as a skunk, everyone was too exhausted to get up. Lu Moling carried Chu Lingyue, staggering back to Xianfeng Garden. By the evening, Mo Rosewang had been taken back to the Mo family by Mo Qin and had since woken up, but she kept demanding revenge on Chu Lingyue. She was slapped across the face by Mo Qin, her vision momentarily filled with stars. Enough. Stop acting out. Look at yourself for a man like Nan Mingyuan. I once hoped you would become talented and bring pride to our Mo family, but what have you become? Your eyes only see Nan Mingyuan. Rosewang, You are my daughter Mo Chin's pride, the palm pearl held tenderly in my hands, and a glory of the Mo family. But look at yourself now, tortured for the sake of Nan Mingyuan. Is it worth it? Mo Chin could truly no longer contain his frustration. He initially thought that after going through more life experiences, Mo Rosewang would understand many things, but he realized now how truly deranged she was. Nan Jian colluded with the departed soul sect and has committed high treason. Allowing the siblings of Nan to survive is already my great benevolence. You must not entangle me in immorality. Your actions today have angered all the citizens of Hill City. You'd better distance yourself from the sibling duo of the Nan family, or else even I will not be able to protect you. Mo Chin said seriously, his eyes glaring furiously. The eyes, now red, stared fiercely at Mo Rosewang, just as one might look at an ungrateful child. He despised this daughter he had meticulously raised. All she saw was Nan Mingyuan. If he had actually been diligent, he shouldn't have abandoned Chu Lingyue in the first place and then fallen in love with his precious daughter. His current predicament was rather pitiful. Dad, Mo Rosewang held her sore cheek, taking a long time to come back to reality. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and a streak of blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. She hadn't expected that her loving father would genuinely strike her. Don't call me Dad. Rosewang, you've grown up. Logically speaking, I should not interfere with your decisions, but you're too impulsive. This way will destroy our Mo family's centuries-old legacy. Do you not know clearly what those two siblings of the Nan family did wrong? Publicly denouncing Chu Lingyue before all the residents of Hill City, achieving nothing and unable to even enter Star Luo Academy anymore. This isn't worthwhile. Dad, Yuan Ge has been wrongly accused. He didn't collude with people from the departed soul sect. It's all Chu Lingyue's fault. Mo Rosewang stubbornly persisted. Rosewang, Mo Chin roared in fury. Evidence is irrefutable, can't you see that? The high priestess sides with Chu Lingyue, and if she so much as nods, not only the siblings Nan Mingyuan, but us as well, we are all in danger. You young fool, you really lack experience. From now on, do not go against Chu Lingyue. Otherwise, not only may I fail to protect you, but even our Mo family will surely suffer. Mo Chin remarked. He had thoroughly understood the situation. Yet, Mo Rosewang was blinded by her own emotions and failed to comprehend the gravity of the matter. On the day the siblings Nan Mingyuan were sentenced, had Chu Lingyue not shown leniency, they would not have survived so easily under the High Priestess's control. Everything depended entirely on Chu Lingyue's decision. The High Priestess deliberately helped Chu Lingyue build her authority using the lives of the Nan siblings. They had become insignificant like ants, their throats easily squeezed at the slightest inattention. This simple truth, how couldn't his foolish daughter grasp? Would she still dare to stand against the entire Hill City for someone like Nan Mingyuan, when everyone admired Chu Lingyue so much? What Mo Rosewang did led directly to her downfall. Dad, is it because of Chu Lingyue that you hit me? Mo Rosewang went berserk, shouting openly at Mo Chin. She held her aching cheek, unbelievingly staring at Mo Chin with icy eyes, unfamiliar and distant. Was this the dad who loved her so much, striking her for the sake of Chu Lingyue? Huh. Mo Rosewang laughed coldly, tilting her head slightly. Dad, I'm your daughter, aren't I? Did you hit me because of Chu Lingyue? Is that right? Rosewang, you must stop seeing Nan Mingyuan immediately. Starting from today, you shall never meet him again. Mo Chin was incensed, almost wanting to slap her again to awaken her senses. What's wrong with Yuan Ge? Why do you dislike him so much? Haven't you forgotten? You agreed to let me be with Yuan Ge back then. Are you trying to break us apart now? Mo Rosewang shouted furiously at Mo Chin, realizing how cold familial bonds truly were. Can Nan Mingyuan, who can't defeat even a woman and lost his right hand, really be trusted and relied upon? Rosewang. Mo Chin counter-questioned. His stance was crystal clear. Under no circumstances would he allow them to continue their relationship, or else the Mo family could be ruined without even realizing it. Brother Yuan was ambushed by Chu Lingyue. Besides, if it weren't for his journey to the underworld realm to fetch the ice heart grass for me, how could he have been injured? All of this happened because you approved, father. Is it appropriate for you to say these words now? Mo Rosewang shouted furiously, her tone filled with bitterness and defiance. What had she done wrong? Chu Lingyue was at fault. If not for her, how could things have turned out like this? Mo Rosewang. Mo Chin bellowed angrily. Wasn't your injury due to his hesitation, leading Chu Lingyue to vent her anger on you? That's why she lured brother Nan Mingyuan to the underworld realm, severing his right hand. This is all because of his own faults. Do you understand? I don't know. Father, what you're doing makes my heart cold. Mo Rosewang said word by word. Today, I must see brother Yuan. If you stop me, consider that you never gave birth to me. Defiantly, Mo Rosewang insisted on seeing Nan Mingyuan. Without my permission, you shall not take a single step outside the house. Mo Chin stated sternly, and immediately, the servants surrounded the entrance tightly. Father, Mo Rosewang grew truly desperate, pulling out a dagger and pressing it against her neck. If you don't let me see brother Yuan, then I'll die right in front of you. She felt cornered. Must star-crossed lovers never find happiness together? After all they'd endured, they still couldn't unite. What did all their previous efforts mean? Why had she deceived Chu Lingyue into entering the demon beast forest, dug up her heart, and locked her bones? Wasn't it all for spending eternity with Nan Mingyuan? Why had it ended up like this? Why? She truly felt unbearably regretful. Are you going to threaten me again with the same tactic? Mo Chin stood calmly before Mo Rosewang, his dim eyes coldly fixated on her, betraying no emotion. Father, I'm not threatening you. As long as you utter one word, I will kill myself right here before you, Mo Rizhuang declared with full confidence, taking the risk once more. Do you think you can truly pressure me? Mo Qin said coolly, and as the words sank in, shock overwhelmed Mo Rizhuang when sudden pain shot through her hand. The dagger clattered onto the ground, already seized firmly in Mo Qin's grasp. Chapter 179, My Mutual Affection with Rushuang. Father, Mo Rushuang's face was full of anger and helplessness. I have given Nan Mingyuan enough chances. It is his own fault for not seizing them, so it's no one else's fault but his own. This ending is what he deserves. Mo Qin put away the dagger, turned around, and immediately knocked Mo Rushuang unconscious. He then removed her spatial ring and sealed her spirit veins. Keep a close eye on the young miss. Don't let her out of your sight, Mo Qin ordered, then left in large strides. The next moment, Mo Qin had already arrived at the Nan family estate. By evening, Nan Mingyuan and his sister had been sent back. Now, the entire Nan family was left with only 2 old servants. Even though Mo Qin scaled the wall to enter, no one noticed. Since the death of Nan Jian, the entire Nan family had begun to decline and decay, never regaining its former glory. He directly broke in and found Nan Mingyuan. There he was, his entire body wrapped in bandages, severely injured. Uncle Mo, Uncle Mo. Nan Mingyuan could hardly believe that Mo Qin had arrived quietly. He tried to get up, but the pain from his wound intensified, making him grimace in pain. His eyes lit up with joy, thinking perhaps Mo Rushuang had come along too, and wondered how her injuries were faring. Uncle Mo, where's Rushuang? Did she come with you? Nan Mingyuan asked expectantly, but all he received was a cold reply. Don't go looking for Rushuang again. There's no destiny between you two. If you truly care about her, never look for her again in this life, Mo Qin said, each word cutting through Nan Mingyuan like torture, causing him excruciating pain. Why? Uncle Mo, Rushuang and I love each other. Why can't we be together? Nan Mingyuan's voice trembled as he struggled to suppress his erupting anguish. Even after losing in the recruitment competition against Xiang Ru, embarrassing himself in front of everyone, he had never felt such despair. But now his voice cracked. You and Rushuang are impossible, Nan Mingyuan. If you have any conscience left, leave Rushuang alone. The grudges between you and Chu Lingyu should not involve her. Rushuang has completely alienated Chu Lingyu because of you. If there was ever a debt, it has been paid off. My words are clear. You'd better consider carefully, Mo Qin declared. Nan Mingyuan endured the pain, gritting his teeth and replying. But Uncle Mo, don't forget, I sought the Bing Xian grass for Rushuang, and thus ended up being hurt by Chu Lingyu. You once also promised me that if I found the Bing Xian grass, you would allow Rushuang to marry me. But now, this is how you act. Nan Mingyuan challenged. Every time, Mo Qin tried to separate them just because he lost his right arm. Was he forcing Nan Mingyuan into a corner? Do you still dare to question me? Nan Mingyuan, I did promise, but I didn't know about your conflicts with Chu Lingyu beforehand. Clearly, you wronged her first, which led to her designing the scheme that cost you your arm. All this is your fault, Mo Qin retorted coldly. Had he known, he wouldn't have agreed to such a ridiculous engagement. It's best to end it now. Nonsense. Nan Mingyuan struggled to defend himself. But Rushuang and I genuinely love each other. Why can't we be together? Is it just because I've lost my right arm and won't ever use a sword with my right hand? It's not just about that. You've already offended the entire Silhill city. I advise you to leave with Nan Ziyu before the high priest turns his wrath upon you. Otherwise, there will be no way out for you, Mo Qin advised earnestly, offering his last shred of kindness. Nan Mingyuan remained silent. Don't think the high priest doesn't know your plans. Originally, you intended to attack Chu Lingyu during the recruitment tournament, but you missed the opportunity. Rushuang faced Chu Siyu for you, causing her to lose much on your behalf. If you really cared about her, let her go. You wouldn't want Rushuang dragged down by you, would you? Mo Qin urged. Because he had witnessed everything, he had come to dissuade him. Think of Rushuang before doing anything. Don't destroy yourself and ruin her as well, Mo Qin stated firmly, having truly said all there was to say. Consider carefully. Mo Qin turned and quickly left, as swiftly as the wind that comes and goes in a flash. Nan Mingyuan stood dumbfounded, his eyes devoid of all vitality. When Nan Ziyu, who was less seriously injured, saw Mo Qin leave, she immediately entered Nan Mingyuan's room. Brother, why did Uncle Mo come? What did you talk about? Is elder sister Rushuang all right? Nan Ziyu asked anxiously, only to see Nan Mingyuan standing like an idiot, unresponsive. Brother, answer me. Nan Ziyu grew anxious. Suddenly, Nan Mingyuan grabbed Nan Ziyu tightly, staring at her with a vicious gaze. Ziyu, kill Chu Lingyu. Nan Ziyu was terrified by the cruel gaze and trembled all over. What? What did you say? She couldn't believe that the person with such cold cruelty was her brother. Did Uncle Mo say something to you? How are we supposed to kill Chu Lingyu? Even Sister Rushuang suffered a loss at the hands of Chu Siyu. How can we possibly manage it? Nan Ziyu truly found it laughable. Brother, let's just give up. Nan Ziyu started to back down. Not because she was unwilling to take revenge, but because they simply couldn't prevail against Chu Lingyu. Ziyu, father died at the hands of Chu Lingyu. It's Chu Lingyu who has ruined us, Nan Mingyuan said, his tone filled with growing malice. Truly, Chu Lingyu shouldn't have been spared. But, just listen to me. Nan Mingyuan had gone berserk. He would never let Chu Lingyu go. No matter where she fled to, he would hunt her down and end her life. All right, brother, I'll follow you. Nan Ziyu clenched her teeth and agreed. Chu Lingyu had destroyed her family, She couldn't be weak anymore or allow herself to be pushed around. Chu Lingyu slept for 2 days straight after her binge drinking spree. It was indeed too much alcohol. As Chu Lingyu pushed open the door, Lu Mo Ling approached carrying a copper basin filled with warm water. Lingyu, you're awake. She had been worried sick. Chu Lingyu stretched her muscles. She wasn't sure how long she had slept, but her body felt incredibly sore. How long have I been sleeping? She only remembered passing out after a heavy bout of drinking, then being helped back here by Lu Mo Ling. 2 days. Your drunken escapade with the 4 senior patriarchs happened 2 days ago, Lu Mo Ling informed her. Chu Lingyu had indeed drunk to the point of losing all awareness. It's already been 2 days. Chu Lingyu was astonished and decided she should definitely drink less next time. Is this water for me? Chu Lingyu laughed while asking. Yes, but clearly it isn't enough. I'll ask Lingli to fetch some hot water for you to wash with. You smell terrible all over. Lu Mo Ling wrinkled her nose in disapproval. Thanks. Chu Lingyu smelled her own sleeve and found a pungent odor as Lu Mo Ling had described. By the time Chu Lingyu finished dressing, Lingli had already set a table full of food specifically prepared for her. Chu Lingyu ate hastily without much grace. For the past 2 days, Siyu came looking for you. Seeing you sleep like a dead pig, she left without bothering to wake you up, Lu Mo Ling joked, recalling how frightening it was to see Chu Lingyu drink an entire large jar of wine at the Zhongxi Hall. How many women could do that? Other than Chu Lingyu, probably no one else. All right, I'll visit her later. Chu Lingyu responded vaguely with unclear speech, having woken up famished after sleeping for 2 days. Chapter 180. Can I walk sideways? When do we set off? Lu Moling asked while sitting beside Chu Lingwei, propping her head with both hands. In 2 days, Chu Lingwei replied. There was still something she hadn't done yet. She couldn't be at ease going to the city of Ao Yin without sorting it out first. All right, I'll follow your lead. Lu Moling nodded. Aren't you hungry? Watching me eat all this time? Chu Lingwei asked, her cheeks already stuffed full, speaking unclearly. I'm not hungry, you should eat more. Lu Moling replied. At that moment, Chu Sibi, who had just been by earlier in the morning, came again. As soon as she stepped into Xianfeng Garden, she began to get excited. You woke up and didn't even call me. And here you are eating. Chu Sibi strode over quickly. Do you want some? Lingli, prepare chopsticks and a bowl. Chu Lingyue smoothly followed up, knowing well how to block Chu Sibi's anger with food. No, I won't eat. Only you can swallow so much. Chu Sibi pouted and sat down in front of Chu Lingyue. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt to wait a bit and let her eat her fill. What happened? Anything unusual? Chu Lingyue asked. She was confused. She had only been asleep for 2 days after all. The girl from the Grand Priest's house, named Xinxue, has come to look for you 4 times in the last 2 days. She wants you to visit the Grand Priest's house once, Chu Sibi informed her. It was really just Chu Lingyue who could sleep so deeply for 2 days. No one had managed to wake her. Oh, noted, Chu Lingyue said casually. She'd go later anyway. It wasn't anything serious. You have quite a lot on your mind, Chu Sibi commented. What is wrong with me? Chu Lingyue wondered what Chu Sibi meant by always saying these things about her being too occupied. 2 days ago, you drank wine with the 4 elder gentlemen in Zhongxi Institute, getting thoroughly drunk. You drank nearly 7 or 8 jars. Do you know how big each jar was? Chu Sibi gestured dramatically with both hands. This big. But you really held your own. Previously, they truly didn't know Chu Lingyue could drink so well, even better than the previous occasion. All right, I know you're praising me. Thanks. Chu Lingyue accepted it gracefully without a blush. When are you going to the Grand Priest's house? Chu Sibi asked. Chu Lingyue looked up at the sky and said, tomorrow. The light is fading now. It's unsafe to go outside. Do you even know what safety means? Chu Sibi was almost jumping up and thumping the table in disbelief. Naturally, Chu Lingyue raised an eyelid lazily, having finished eating enough. How about you? Are you feeling all right? She asked with concern. I've been fully recovered for a long time. After drinking the spiritual liquid you gave me, I don't feel any discomfort at all. But I didn't expect you could actually refine such a spiritual liquid. Are you a medicine spiritist? Chu Sibi asked excitedly, holding her restrained curiosity for a long time. I'm not a medicine spiritist. I haven't taken the qualification exam, Chu Lingyue replied. But when we reach the Star Luo Academy, I will find time to take the medicine spiritist qualification exam. She spoke with great ease, as if it was as simple as having a meal or drinking water daily. Does she care whether those who aspire to become medicine spiritists continue to live? Older sister, you truly make others envious to death. Chu Sibi could no longer control her emotions. Her typically oval face was now stern. Do you know how many people wish to be like you? If you get the certification as a medicine spiritist, you could literally walk sideways across the entire Canglan Continent. Then can I bask in your glory later and walk sideways across the Canglan Continent as well? Chu Sibi suddenly became excited, rubbing her palms together eagerly, ready to jump right into action. Chu Lingyue put down her bowl and chopsticks, using her right forefinger to heavily poke Chu Sibi on the forehead. Dream on. Not possible. Chu Sibi covered her throbbing forehead while asking. You're my older sister. When you walk sideways, I should be able to join you too. Then you need to practice hard and keep pace with me so that you can walk sideways together with me. Chu Lingyue giggled while covering her mouth. Sometimes Chu Sibi's comments were truly strange. Okay, I understand. Chu Sibi blushed red, realizing that without Chu Lingyue's help, she might not have broken through her spiritual cultivation so quickly. Miss Xinxue from the Grand Priest's house is here waiting outside the door. Lingli walked lightly into the yard. I've understood, Chu Lingyue replied. She originally planned to take a nap after finishing her meal. Forget that. She decided to make the trip now. In front of the Chu family gates, Xinxue stood neatly waiting. Saint Maiden. Xinxue bowed deeply towards Chu Lingwe, showing far more respect than before. Let's go. Chu Lingwe didn't say much more, taking broad steps ahead of Xinxue. Xinxue indeed had Eastern Imperial Lord embedded deep in her heart, perhaps forever. In the Grand Priest's house, it was still the same back courtyard. The moment Chu Lingwe entered, she was met with the aroma of flowers, which did not belong to this season. Can illusionary techniques also replicate identical scents? This point was genuinely unknown to Chu Lingwe. She strode forward, stepping on the bluestone slabs, bypassing the artificial hill. In the spacious courtyard ahead were flowers in full bloom, colorful and vibrant, a feast for the eyes. Lifelike butterflies danced gracefully, adding vitality to this little world. This was what Lord Dongfang pursued, complete peace with no conflict from the outside world. You've arrived. The next moment, after his figure flickered between reality and illusion, Lord Dongfang appeared before her. His face remained handsome and captivating as ever. Chu Lingwe remained calm, having grown accustomed to his unpredictable appearances. Chu Lingwe nodded. Her gaze met Lord Dongfang's benevolent look, but tinged with some complex emotions she couldn't quite understand. Who exactly is he? Chu Lingwe still had no clear idea. In her memory, his impression was rather plain and monotonous. How about the transformation techniques I taught you last time? Any progress? Lord Dongfang asked gently, his lips parting slightly. No improvement. Chu Lingwe replied, and then proceeded to demonstrate again in front of Lord Dongfang, extending her hand, yet nothing manifested. I can't grasp the essence of it. I cannot transform anything as lively as a butterfly. Don't rush. Take your time. I believe you can definitely do it. Lord Dongfang comforted her, though there was undeniable disappointment hidden within his narrow phoenix-like eyes. It seems it's not working. Try again, Lord Dongfang insisted, unwilling to give up. Calm down. Concentrate all your mental energy and spiritual power into your hand. Give it another try. All right. Chu Lingwe agreed and followed Lord Dongfang's instructions, attempting once more, but still without success. It's fine, I believe in you. That's enough for today. Lord Dongfang curved his lips lightly, realizing that he was pushing Chu Lingwe too hard and should give her more time instead. You've secured a place in Star Luo Academy. When do you plan to depart? In 2 days, we'll set off. With a wave of his hand, Lord Dongfang made the butterflies surrounding him vanish instantly, and suddenly, a steaming tea table appeared. Chapter 181, Deception. Come and sit. Dongfang, you seem like a kind elder. He then sat down ahead of Chu Lingwe and began to elegantly brew tea. Chu Lingwe followed, crossing her legs in front of him, silent. Lingwe, do you still remember the tea I taught you how to brew? Asked Dongfang Yu. I remember, replied Chu Lingwe. Though her memories before the age of 8 were vague, they were not entirely forgotten. You try, said Dongfang Yu as he handed over the teapot to Chu Lingwe with an inviting gesture. Chu Lingwe gently nodded, held the teapot, and started preparing the tea, catalyzing her spiritual energy into green flames that ignited the stove. Dongfang Yu's gaze fell upon these clusters of green flames, revealing a look of satisfaction. Second stage of the Spirit King realm. Unexpectedly, in just half a year, she had progressed from a complete severance of her spiritual veins to the second stage of the Spirit King realm. Such talent could not be matched by anyone across the entire Canglan Continent. During the recruitment competition at the Star Luo Academy, she didn't even reveal her full potential. This girl had truly changed. A flicker moved within Chu Lingyue's heart. Just through a cluster of flames, Dongfang Yu could discern her strength. Indeed, it was formidable. One must know that she had concealed her spiritual energy. This flame represented merely about the third stage of spiritual cultivation, sufficient for warming the tea. Lingwe, as the holy maiden chosen by me, your guard is too obvious. If you have doubts about me, feel free to ask, said Dongfang Yu helplessly. He didn't know when it had begun, but a rift between him and Chu Lingwe had grown so deep that she now concealed even her battle spirit. It was all his fault. From her 8th birthday up until 15, he almost never questioned or interfered with her life, allowing her to become a laughingstock in the city of Sierra. High Priest, I have no questions for you, Chu Lingwe responded. The tea was ready, and she poured a cup for Dongfang Yu. The reason why I left you alone was because, 7 years ago, your parents came to find me before they left, Dongfang Yu slowly explained. It was time to speak, and he felt that if he didn't now, the rift between them would only grow deeper. Chu Lingyue's hands paused slightly, then poured herself another cup, sipped after cooling it, relishing the faintly sweet aroma. Why did my parents seek out the High Priest? Chu Lingyue eventually asked with a calm tone. They abandoned me, yet kept planning for my welfare. Truly amusing. 8 years ago, your father, Chu Huai, suddenly encountered trouble, surrounded by dangers. Your mother, having no other choice, discussed faking their deaths with me and fled Hill City during the night with Chu Huai. Their whereabouts remain unknown to this day, Dongfang Yu revealed. Ah. Chu Lingyue quietly listened. I don't know the specifics, but your mother mentioned 2 words, demon soul. She feared involving me further, so stopped there, asking only that I help arrange their escape via fake death, continued Dongfang Yu. The events of those years were shrouded in mystery, Cold Yu Ruo refusing to utter a single word about the demon soul matter, leaving his knowledge limited. These past years, Dongfang Yu had also sought information on their whereabouts, finding nothing. My parents' successful feigned death was due to the High Priest's assistance, Chu Lingyue inquired, finally understanding the reason. To convincingly deceive everyone and hide such a big lie required tremendous power and resources. At the time, your father was near death. To protect you and all members of the Chu family, I had no choice but to collaborate with your mother, Dongfang stated. To protect everyone in the Chu family, including me, so you broke my spiritual meridians. Chu Lingyue questioned, calm and without anger, merely seeking the truth. Dongfang was speechless. Indeed it was true. Breaking your spiritual meridians was for your own good. After some delay, Dongfang finally spoke. He knew he shouldn't have done it, but they went ahead anyway. Before breaking your spiritual meridians, I cast a divination for you. The result showed smooth sailing in your life post-15th year. That's why I acted as I did. Dongfang explained further. As it turned out, your destiny followed what was foreseen. I've been waiting, and finally, Lingyue, I understand you may resent me for it, but I feel indebted to you. Dongfang looked firmly, never regretting his actions. Chu Lingyue's fine eyebrows furrowed lightly. So, Dongfang truly was skilled at fortune-telling, thus able to locate her position. Could it be possible that, like her, he was adept in the 5 elements spirit arts? Lost in thought, Chu Lingyue remained silent, while Dongfang assumed her silence stemmed from lingering anger. What happened back then was my mistake. Afterward, the reason I ignored your growth was to protect you. A naturally gifted prodigy draws countless eyes. Only by pretending indifference could I ensure your safe upbringing. Dongfang added, guilt weighing heavily on his heart. Fiend soul. Chu Lingyue silently pondered. She recalled Jun Yiming mentioning fiend souls in the void realm, though sparingly. Lingyue, little girl. Seeing Chu Lingyue lower her eyes, Dongfang thought she was so disappointed in him that she had no questions to ask, and instantly felt an unbearable pain in his heart. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have left you alone for 7 years, without asking about your well-being. What does it have to do with the high priest? Chu Lingyue countered, her tone full of indiscernible emotions. Since it was my mother's plea, how could the high priest refuse to help? Besides, it concerns my father's life. Perhaps, even back then, my life might have been at stake as well. I believe that my mother did this to protect me, and so did the high priest. She picked up the teacup, sipped gently, and then placed it down. Lingyue, my dear. Suddenly joyful, Dongfang saw that Chu Lingyue had grown up and could understand his actions. That's good. I've also explained the situation regarding your parents. When do you plan to depart for the Star Luo Academy? Dongfang asked. In a few days. Chu Lingyue replied. She still had one thing unresolved, unable to head to the Star Luo Academy with peace of mind. Are they Nan Mingyuan and his sister along with Mo Ruchuang? The expression on Dongfang face instantly turned cold. If he didn't need to support Chu Lingyue, why should he let them linger until now? For these 7 years, he watched as they bullied Chu Lingyue but had to pretend not to know, and only he himself knew the bitterness in his heart. Yes, what if I leave, and they bully Uncle? Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. It doesn't matter if I endure some losses, but Uncle cannot. You can rest assured, I will take care of this matter, Dongfang said. Some things needn't be dealt with by Chu Lingyue herself. No thanks, High Priest. Since it was originally caused by me, I will handle it myself. Chu Lingyue politely declined Dongfang's offer. The grudge of tearing out hearts and locking bones would never fade from her memory. Mo Ruchuang must pay the price she owes, not a bit less. Good. Dongfang responded, his expression complex. For that fleeting moment, it seemed as if he sensed a chilling hatred from Chu Lingyue, but it disappeared just as quickly. High Priest, it's late already. If there's nothing else, I will return first. Chu Lingyue completely hid the fury within her and stood up immediately. I'll escort you. Dongfang stood up too, flashed his figure, and a shadow appeared before Chu Lingyue. In the next moment, he was already at the gate of the rear courtyard, giving her no chance to decline. Chu Lingyue pressed her lips tightly together and caught up with big strides. Dongfang's strength was above hers. Compliance was the way forward. Deep into the night, at the Chu family residence. After sending Chu Lingyue back, Dongfang quietly departed. Chu Lingyue deliberately bypassed the front hall and returned to Xianfeng Garden. Chapter 182. Missing you. Her thoughts were heavy, recalling the words Ouyang had said to her. She knew that he wasn't an enemy, but why did he insist she learn to transform? Chu Lingyue gathered her spiritual power, opened her hand, and then a green butterfly formed in the palm of her hand, shining brilliantly. She had never told Ouyang that she learned to transform during her very first attempt. The butterfly flapped its wings and took off, but as soon as it left her palm, something in the air seemed to shake it, turning it into a streak of green light before disappearing into thin air. A moment later, a gentle breeze brushed past her face, carrying a faint floral fragrance. Chu Lingyue raised her phoenix-like eyes, instantly filled with joy. Jun Yiming. She immediately turned around and saw a tall figure suddenly appear before her. Unbelievable, it was her long-awaited beloved, Jun Yiming. Chu Lingyue threw open her arms and leapt straight into Jun Yiming's broad chest, rubbing her cheek against his muscular torso. Ayue, let's go somewhere else. Jun Yiming's deep voice echoed by her ear, suppressed longing nearly overwhelming him. He immediately tore through the void, disappearing from the spot. When they reappeared, they were already in a secluded wooden house in an unknown forest. The moonlight was radiant. Chu Lingyue dove back into Jun Yiming's embrace, unwilling to leave. Why have you come so suddenly? Chu Lingyue asked, her face beaming with happiness. I missed you, so I came to see you. Jun Yiming gently caressed Chu Lingyue's delicate face, affection filling his eyes. Though he had been gone for only half a month, he could not resist coming to see her whenever he had a moment of free time. Me too. Chu Lingyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she suddenly tiptoed and kissed under his chin. The height difference was too great, making any kind of intimacy almost impossible if this person didn't lower his head. In the next instant, Jun Yiming lifted her up, reducing the distance between them. That's enough. Jun Yiming's eyes slightly lowered, tenderly gazing at Chu Lingyue. Her hands clutched around his neck, leaning forward to kiss him. This kiss carried enduring passion. After who knows how long, Chu Lingyue finally released her grip on him, astonished to find out that this person allowed such forwardness. Is the recruitment competition going smoothly? Jun Yiming asked, his rich voice hoarse and incredibly alluring. Sitting on the steps together, her delicate hand continued to comb through his hair. It's going well. I've secured my place among the new recruits. I'll soon be heading to the city of Aoing. She avoided showing her true strength and would not make enemies until she grew stronger. Jun Yiming clearly approved. So, can you lift the seal now? Chu Lingyue's hands kept drawing circles on his chest, her tone sweet and flirtatious like a child's cooing. Without the 5 elements of magical arts, how could she conquer the world? Have you finally realized your mistake? Jun Yiming's sharp eyebrows raised, devilish yet noble. Yes, I truly know I was wrong. Lately, I've been reflecting on it. Next time, I won't be impulsive. I won't do things without certainty. Chu Lingyue's hand immediately shot up to make a vow, completely sincere, as though pledging pearls. So, does this satisfy you? Can you lift the seal now? Chu Lingyue laughed particularly slyly. You may. Jun Yiming hesitated, deliberately teasing to elicit her inquiry. But what? If you ask, anything you propose, I will agree. Chu Lingyue replied. She truly needed the 5 elements of magical arts by her side. But you must obey me in everything henceforth. Jun Yiming smiled arrogantly, preparing a pitfall here waiting for her to fall into. Fine. If you say east, I will never turn west. Chu Lingyue readily agreed, not minding much. She would just agree first, whether or not she followed entirely was still under her control. Good. Jun Yiming consented, pointing a long finger lightly toward her chest area. A streak of pale green light immediately dissipated. Chu Lingyue felt herself filled with abundant energy again, that powerful sensation returning. Ha ha ha. Finally, she was whole once more. You're the best. Chu Lingyue once again collapsed into Jun Yiming's arms, constantly rubbing against him while concealing a cunning smile where he couldn't see. See, wasn't it easy for her to manipulate Jun Yiming? Admitting a little fault wouldn't hurt anyway. By the way, I remember you mentioning something about demon spirits. Previously, Imo Sha said that you were injured by a demon spirit. What exactly is a demon spirit? Chu Lingyue asked, as it concerned her parents, and naturally, she wanted to investigate further. Jun Yiming paused slightly, placing his slender hand softly atop her head, and explained slowly. Demon spirits are the general term for those exiles sealed away in the void. They undergo cultivation, become corrupted, thus becoming demon spirits. But for Chu Lingyue right now, knowing too much would not be suitable. Oh, I see. So that's why you're stationed in the void all year round to suppress demon spirits, Chu Lingyue said, finally understanding. Yes, demon spirits would bring calamity if they emerged. The whole Canglan Continent would be plunged into irrecoverable chaos, Jun Yiming explained. Chu Lingyue suddenly grabbed Jun Yiming's large hand, her eyes filled with sympathy. So you've been suppressing demon spirits in the void? Were you often injured in the past? It's inevitable for demon spirits trying to break through their final seal. Jun Yiming explained indifferently, not caring about those minor injuries at all. Jun Yiming. Chu Lingyue pouted, and her eyes brimmed with tears as her heart ached for him. Why are you so sad? Asked Jun Yiming softly. In the past when I didn't know you, no one could talk to you. You had to deal with your wounds on your own. Things will be different from now on. There's me. Whenever you need me, I'll always be there, supporting you in everything you do. Chu Lingyue gripped Jun Yiming's right hand tightly, her gaze firm. She was sincere. You. Jun Yiming parted his lips slightly, lost in thought at Chu Lingyue's deep affection. Until now, no one had ever said such words to him, words that warmed his heart. Jun Yiming, I'll always be by your side. I'm very devoted. Once I commit to someone or something, it won't change easily, unless you betray me or hurt me. Chu Lingyue made a heartfelt confession. Do you realize how important you are to me now? Don't leave me ever again. You. Jun Yiming opened his lips slightly, pulled Chu Lingyue into his embrace, and gently rubbed her head with his chin. I know. In order not to make you worry, I'll try my best not to get hurt. He could sense the sincerity in Chu Lingyue's affection for him. Every word she spoke left a profound impression on him, starting from the moment they first met. It seemed that everything around them was quietly changing. His mentality, his attachment, had unknowingly been influenced by her. Chu Lingyue spread out her arms, wrapping around Jun Yiming. Suddenly, she felt like crying for some unknown reason. Chapter 183, A Gift from Jun Yiming. In her past life, she never experienced love or family affection. She was always looked up to and hunted down. Even her self-dissolution was grandiose. In this life, she had family affection, love, and friendship. Jun Yiming, I will treat you well in the future, and I will never let you be wronged, Chu Lingyue swore. It seemed like Jun Yiming was the one behaving like a new bride. Pooh, there's nothing she could do. She was used to speaking with an air of wealth and power. The pads of Jun Yiming's fingers gently brushed against her nose. I should be the one treating you well. That's true. Chu Lingyue clung to Jun Yiming entirely, refusing to come down no matter what he said. It was wonderful. She had everything. Unconsciously, Chu Lingyue fell asleep while leaning on Jun Yiming. Jun Yiming lowered his eyelids, his eyes full of deep affection, quietly watching her sleeping face, feeling the reality of holding her and gaining reassurance just by seeing her. The next morning, Chu Lingyue stretched her arms and got up, realizing she was in a familiar place. Wasn't this her own chamber? Then where was Jun Yiming? Jun Yiming, Chu Lingyue softly called out. Could it be that last night was all a dream, and she never saw Jun Yiming at all? Had he never come? She couldn't help but feel disheartened, wondering if she was imagining things. But the memories of last night were so vivid, and she even kissed him. That sensation was absolutely real. Yet he wasn't there now. Alas. She suddenly sighed for no reason. Sitting in front of the dressing table, she stared at herself in the copper mirror and noticed something new. An elegant deep red tassel-studded hairpin adorning her bun, its style both mischievous and luxurious. This. Chu Lingyue immediately took off the hairpin, and her heart filled with surprise and joy. It must have been a gift from Jun Yiming. So last night wasn't a dream after all. He really came and even brought her a present. This man is truly leaving without even saying goodbye, fearing I'd be unwilling to let him go. Chu Lingyue was delighted and couldn't put down the hairpin. Casually styling her hair again, she wore the hairpin and changed into an appropriately coordinated dress. Mother, father came last night. The young voice of Qingtuan spoke from the mind lake. Chu Lingyue waved her hand, releasing Qingtuan and the fire phoenix. She needed them to breathe fresh air instead of being isolated from the world forever. Qingtuan immediately hopped over to Chu Lingyue, watching her happily fiddle with the hairpin in front of the dressing table mirror. Mother, father gave you the hairpin himself. Qingtuan saw it. Qingtuan said, happier than Chu Lingyue herself. Yes, I know. Chu Lingyue grinned. Qingtuan, do you think I match with your father? Yes. You two match perfectly. Qingtuan exaggerated endlessly. In his opinion, no one on the entire continent could compare with Chu Lingyue's compatibility with her husband. Chu Lingyue smiled slightly at the corner of her lips. That's how I feel too. Fire Phoenix was completely dumbfounded. Truly, this mother-son duo was a pair made for flattery. Oh, she would need to get used to this because they were going to be together for 100 years. Did your father leave any message for me before he went? Chu Lingyue asked. She was indeed extremely tired last night, falling soundly asleep as soon as she leaned on Jun Yiming. Nope, but mother slept for a long time before father left, Qingtuan replied. All right, Chu Lingyue said, though he didn't leave her a word, seeing as she had received the hairpin, she wouldn't hold his departure against him. It wasn't easy for men like him to figure things out either. In the courtyard, Lu Moling noticed the unique hairpin atop her head right away. Lingyue is this? She had never seen her wear it before. Chu Lingyue touched the hairpin, her face brimming with pride. How about it? Does it look good on me? Do I suit it? Lu Moling nodded. It looks very nice, it suits you. It was sent by Jun Yiming last night. Chu Lingyue beamed. What? You mean that person? Lu Moling covered her mouth with both hands. That was the person Xiongqi despised the most. And yet, he came last night without anyone noticing. Haven't you seen him? Chu Lingyue smirked. During their time in the Demon Beast Forest, Lu Moling and Xiongqi had secretly followed her and Jun Yiming for at least 2 months. However, due to Xiongqi's possible bad impression of Jun Yiming, they avoided them altogether. Yeah, I've seen him quietly. Lu Moling nodded. So, are you two good friends? No. Chu Lingyue shook her head. I will be his wife in the future. Anything Chu Lingyue wanted, she would not let slip away. What? Lu Moling looked shocked. You too. What's wrong? Chu Lingyue placed her hands behind her back, leaning forward to Lu Moling with a smile. I don't know how to say it, it's just... Lu Moling hesitated, never expecting that the mighty demon lord had a tender side as well, truly lamentable. I know, Xiongqi was sealed in the Hilson Demon Beast Forest by him, Chu Lingyue said. The specific reason for sealing Xiongqi is unclear to me, but according to him, Xiongqi was injured at the time and thus easily sealed away without much thought. Xiongqi must have told you that it was because of its injury it got sealed, otherwise it surely could have escaped. But all those are old stories now. As long as Xiongqi doesn't cause trouble, he will simply turn a blind eye. Chu Lingyue smiled. She thought that Lu Moling's distrust and repulsion toward Jun Yiming must be due to Xiongqi. I understand. Lu Moling replied. But you too really. Yes, so you can rest assured. With me here, he won't make waves. I'll protect all of you. Chu Lingyue said. Why don't you check again? Do you like my ruby hairpin? It's lovely. Lu Moling nodded genuinely. Indeed, it looked very beautiful. It sparkled under the sunlight with the tassels constantly swaying, truly exquisite. I think so too. His taste is naturally excellent. Chu Lingyue couldn't contain her joy, practically glowing. From somewhere hidden nearby, Emo Sha let out a sigh. That ruby hairpin with tassels was an extraordinary artifact spirit. Miss Chu truly only saw it as an ordinary hairpin. What a waste. Emo Sha cried out to the heavens, nearly spitting blood. There was nothing special about the day. Overjoyed and losing herself, Chu Lingyue brought Lu Moling to the market and bought several outfits. In a few days, they would leave and didn't know when they would return. Chu Siyu trailed behind them, grumbling silently. Why didn't she buy something for me too? He was evidently a younger brother complex. Back at the Chu family residence, Chu Lingyue started again. Little brother you, have you been practicing diligently these days? To compete in the recruitment competition of the Starlight Academy, she used spirit liquid to forcibly elevate Chu Lingyue's martial soul, but consolidating its foundation still depended on her own relentless practice. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the martial soul, it would be useless in battle. No matter where you go, there will always be someone stronger. She could act arrogantly in Hill City, but things may not be the same in Aoyan City. The world outside is filled with countless talented individuals far stronger than her. I have practiced. Chu Siyu pouted slightly. Is that so? Chu Lingyuan narrowed her eyes, activating her martial soul as she launched an attack towards Chu Siyu. Chapter 184, Spreading the News. Chu Siyu immediately pulled out her jade sword, ready to block. As the two collided, sparks flew. The attack Chu Lingyuan launched was still somewhat restrained, using only 5 parts of her strength. Otherwise, in the instant she attacked, she could have sent Chu Siyu flying. Chu Siyu had already perceived that Chu Lingyuan was just testing her. Receive my move, said Chu Siyu, dodging Chu Lingyuan's attack and quickly taking control, pressing down strongly. The jade sword in her hand constantly transformed between reality and illusion, as 2 beams of green light erupted, which was quite terrifying. Chu Lingyuan didn't give in easily either, fighting against Chu Siyu. Lu Mo Ling watched with great interest from the side. She couldn't have imagined Chu Siyu being just as skilled as Chu Lingyuan. They kept on fighting until both lost their strength and then stopped. Ah, you, not bad, you've improved, Chu Lingyuan praised, retracting her spiritual power and sitting in front of the stone table. After deftly serving tea, she stepped back. Chu Siyu put away her jade sword and hopped towards Chu Lingyuan. That's right. During the 2 months you were in the Beast Forest, I didn't neglect cultivation. So, can I go to Xingluo Academy with you now? Chu Lingyuan raised her elegant brows, lifted the teacup for a small sip, the fragrance of tea spreading. When did I ever say you weren't allowed to come? Not ever. Chu Siyu shook her head, her eyes suddenly lighting up. So can I? But one condition, everything must be done according to me. This time, we still have very important things to do. Chu Lingyuan's face turned serious suddenly. Chu Siyu sat in front of her, also looking melancholy. Sister Ah, do you think brother? Yes. Chu Lingyuan nodded. Previously, it was just consoling uncle, but who knows how brother is doing now. That Ao Danyan might not be a good person. She didn't utter the latter part, but during the 2 years since Chu Shua was injured, Ao Danyan neither asked nor cared, but once Chu Shua's body healed, she immediately sent a letter. This situation couldn't help but cause anxiety. I know, the letter was sent by Ao Danyan through her people. It must have something to do with her. Will she harm brother? Chu Siyu asked with a worried expression. Only when we reach Ao Dan City will we know. Brother should have arrived there by now, Chu Lingyuan said. You, who are you talking about? The curiosity of Lu Mo Ling, who had silently sat on the side without saying a word, was finally piqued. We're talking about my older brother, Chu Shua. Once we arrive at Xingluo Academy, I'll introduce him to you. Chu Lingyuan smiled. All right. Lu Mo Ling nodded. When do we set off? Minxi had given them a 3-month deadline to arrive at Xingluo Academy. Otherwise, it would be considered as abandonment. They had wasted around 3 to 5 days already. Give me another 2 days. Chu Lingyuan said. She didn't believe Mo Rushuang could hold back any longer. You spread the news that we'll leave Hill City 2 days later, heading toward Ao Dan City. Chu Lingyuan decided after some thought. Why? Chu Siyu didn't understand. No reason. Just roam around if you have nothing to do, buy some necessary items for the journey, and tell anyone you meet. Chu Lingyuan said, because explaining more to Chu Siyu now would result in 10,000 more questions in her mind. It was better to explain nothing at all. Well, okay then. Since Chu Lingyuan wouldn't explain, Chu Siyu had no idea why either. But she figured she'd simply follow her request. Chu Lingyuan touched the cinnabar hairpin on her head and began to secretly rejoice. It was indeed love from Jun Yiming. Siyu, why don't you go now? All right. Having no choice, Chu Siyu obediently followed Chu Lingyuan's command and left. Once Chu Siyu was gone, Lu Mo Ling stared blankly at her again. Lingyu, you've changed? Lu Mo Ling tilted her head while observing her. I've never seen you so happy before. Is it because that person gave you the hairpin? Her confusion showed clearly on her face. She really didn't get it. It's not merely the hairpin. It includes his affection for me. Do you understand? Chu Lingyuan replied with a smile. What kind of affection? Lu Mo Ling asked with complete befuddlement. Her mind as tangled as glue, totally failing to comprehend what kind of love Chu Lingyuan was talking about. Is it like my love for Chi-Chi? Suddenly realizing, Lu Mo Ling waved and released Chi-Chi, pointing to him. Look at Chi-Chi. As long as Chi-Chi is by my side, I am infinitely delighted. Lu Mo Ling hugged Chi-Chi tightly and kept rubbing her cheeks against his, extremely happy. Chi-Chi showed no signs of disdain, as he enjoyed being clung to. No. Chu Lingyuan shook her head. I'm talking about romantic love. Do you understand such love? Yes, of course I do. Lu Mo Ling responded. I think there's love between us. I mean the love between man and woman, just like the way it is between me and Jun Yiming. Mutual longing, yearning day and night when apart, missing each other even more than 3 autumns pass in a single day, caring everywhere for the other person. Chu Lingyuan explained. Chi-Chi is your contracted holy beast, so it's not surprising that you like him. But do you feel an impulse to hug him whenever you look at him? No. Lu Mo Ling shook her head vigorously, completely confused. So, if she and Chi-Chi weren't true love, then what was? That's correct. Let me explain. If you see someone and feel your heart race the moment you lay eyes on them, that means you've fallen for them. Chu Lingyuan said. This was the simplest way to identify such feelings. Alright, Lu Mo Ling was listening very attentively. I think I get it now. So, my relationship with Chi-Chi isn't true love. Lingling, how can we not be true love? Chi-Chi placed his hands on his hips, clearly unyielding as he was her one and only, the strongest and most overbearing cutie. I said it isn't, so it isn't, and you shut up. Lu Mo Ling pouted slightly. True love isn't anything like you. Wah Lingling doesn't care about me anymore. Chi-Chi suddenly sat down on the ground and wailed, crying out as though his voice could pierce through steel. Chu Lingyue's lips twitched, utterly exasperated. He really cried even more intensely than little Qingtuan. Stop it, don't cry. Lu Mo Ling pretended to be irritated, but the serious expression on her cute little face wasn't believable at all. Look at yourself now. Where's the image of a real man? Real men don't cry. Isn't it because Lingling said she doesn't like me anymore? That's why I'm crying. Chi-Chi sniffled, tears flowing endlessly down his cheeks. Chi-Chi, your face when you cry looks terrible. Lu Mo Ling wrinkled her nose, truly showing disdain. True love would never cry like this. Lingling. Chi-Chi clung to Lu Mo Ling's legs, his weiqi showing deeply both in sorrow and resentment. Never had he been treated so disdainfully. Was it possible that he'd fall out of favor soon? No way. That would be like the heavens falling, something he couldn't bear. Fine, you go back first. I understand love now, Lu Mo Ling said, waving her small hand before immediately pulling the still sniffling Chi-Chi back into her spiritual consciousness lake. Without Chi-Chi's heartbreaking cries ringing in her ears, everything was much better indeed. Chapter 185, The Marriage Divination. I understand now. Chi-Chi isn't my true love. When he cries, I only feel annoyed and don't even want to comfort him. I only like the understanding Chi-Chi, Lu Mo Ling said, but she only understood what not loving meant, not the meaning of true love. Almost there, Chu Lingwei replied. In short, as long as she understood that the connection between her and Xiongqi wasn't true love, then with more life experience in the human world, she would eventually comprehend. When will I find my true love? Lu Mo Ling became curious again. She really wanted to know, what exactly was true love? With her hands cradling her head, she looked at Chu Lingwei with a flattering smile. Chu Lingwei became interested. Jun Yiming had already lifted her elemental magic seal, so she could use it now. Thus, divining a marriage fortune for Lu Mo Ling was not impossible. You can, but do you have anything valuable on you? Chu Lingwei asked, more excited than Lu Mo Ling. Valuable things. Lu Mo Ling didn't understand. She really didn't possess anything of much worth. Things you cherish, or like the rare herbs you gave to your uncle. Anything like that would work, Chu Lingwei explained by giving examples. Oh, I see. I've got it here. Realizing immediately, Lu Mo Ling pulled out a large bunch of fully blossomed strange flowers from her space ring. These are sleep flowers. You can place them in your room to promote better sleep. Inhaling their scent also boosts resistance. Lu Mo Ling smiled. Not bad. I'll take them, Chu Lingyue said, putting the strange flowers into her own pouch. Then, she took out 3 soul spirit coins, infused them with spiritual power, and handed them over to Lu Mo Ling. You quietly think of what you seek, shake them a few times, and then toss them onto the stone table. Chu Lingwei laughed. All right. Lu Mo Ling followed her instructions obediently. Closing her eyes tightly, she silently thought about finding her true love, shaking the coins several times before spreading them out on the stone table. Then, the 3 soul spirit coins acted as if they had souls of their own, somehow overlapping together. What does this mean? Lu Mo Ling didn't understand. Sit still while I interpret it. Chu Lingwei smiled as she arranged the 3 coins sequentially on the stone table and formed hand seals. Elemental magic art. Concentrate within. Divination. As she finished speaking, the 3 soul spirit coins slowly floated into the air, constantly flipping. Finally, a streak of green light flashed in the first coin, followed by the third and then the second. Finally, they started falling, second, first, and then third. On the stone table, the 3 coins were aligned in order, one end pointing at Lu Mo Ling and the other pointing at Chu Lingwei. Chu Lingwei, with her hand resting under her chin, found this omen inexplicable. However, before she could regain her thoughts, the coin in the middle hovered in midair, rotating endlessly until finally, very sensibly, it fell back into Lu Mo Ling's hands. Holding this single soul spirit coin with both hands, Lu Mo Ling herself was completely surprised, not understanding at all. Haha. Chu Lingwei suddenly burst out laughing, taking the soul spirit coin from Lu Mo Ling's hands and inspecting it closely. Excellent. It was showing its face to the palm. Looking at the other 2 coins, they showed their backs facing up and each pointed in opposite directions, one at her and the other at Lu Mo Ling. This divination sign is interesting, Chu Lingwei remarked meaningfully. It seems that your marriage is somehow related to me. What? Lu Mo Ling was shocked as well. I don't know. The divination just displays this way. Chu Lingwei smiled, clasping her hands together with the spirit coins nestled in between, and started chanting the elemental magic incantation again. Elemental magic art, floating through the 4 directions, Lu Mo Ling. She chanted Lu Mo Ling's name. Immediately, the soul spirit coin slipped from her grasp and flew directly toward Lu Mo Ling. At the moment they touched Lu Mo Ling, the emerald radiance instantly sank into her palm, reappearing between her brows before disappearing without a trace. I see. Chu Lingwei realized something suddenly. No wonder she and Lu Mo Ling had such a deep connection. It made sense now. What happened? Is there something wrong with my divination sign? Lu Mo Ling worriedly asked, perhaps wondering if she wouldn't meet her true partner. No, your marriage divination sign is good, but I'm unclear about the specifics. It points towards the city of Aoyang. Head that way to look, and your relationship has a significant tie with me. So, as long as you stay close to me, you'll soon meet your true love, Chu Lingwei explained. This was the only interpretation she could give. All was murky and unfathomable. Really? Lu Mo Ling joyfully asked. Really? Though I don't know exactly when you'll meet. But earlier, when I infused the 5-element spirit art imprint into the soul spirit coin, it was engraved into you. If the time comes, the spot between your eyebrows will grow warm. Chu Linghua laughed. Good. Understood. Lu Moling became even more anticipatory. All right. Is there anything else you would like to ask? I can give you one more divination for free, Chu Linghua said. Since she had received the corresponding payment, giving an additional free divination posed absolutely no issue. No. Lu Moling shook her head. Are you sure there isn't? Chu Linghua pursued. If you miss this chance, next time you will have to pay a price again to ask a question. This time it's free. When will I return to the Lu family? Lu Moling asked, knowing full well that if her elder brothers couldn't find her, they wouldn't stop looking. If they ever found out she had already returned from the underworld, they would surely come for her personally to bring her back. I'll calculate it. Chu Linghua stated as she formed hand seals, chanting words once more. The 3 spirit coins hovered in front of them, then circled around Lu Moling before stopping. The 3 floating spirit coins successively landed on the stone table, producing ringing collision sounds. After shaking, they settled into different formations. Chu Linghua frowned at once upon seeing the reading. The divination showed that Lu Moling would soon part ways with her, only to meet again shortly thereafter. However, the final coin stood upright on the table, its sharp ends pointing toward both her and Lu Moling, showing opposing sides. This was the first impartial oracle she'd ever seen. After a return, their relationship would resemble either foe or friend. What does the divination say? When will I go back to the Lu family? Lu Moling questioned. Not anytime soon. Chu Linghua spoke up. Based on the divination, ultimately, you will request to return by your own accord. But very quickly after that, you'll be back here, and the Lu family will no longer cause trouble for you. Really? Lu Moling suddenly sighed with relief. That's good. I don't want them causing me problems. Otherwise, I won't let them off easily. As she mentioned the Lu family members, there was evidently an extra glint of hostility in her eyes, though it vanished swiftly. Yes, believe me. With me here, everything ahead will go smoothly. No matter how hard it gets, I'll always hold on to our friendship, Chu Linghua declared firmly. The latter half of the divination result remained unspoken, but understood. She trusted Lu Moling. Regardless of what form she took when she returned, she would still be herself. Yes, I trust you, Lu Moling affirmed. Even if I go back to the Lu family, I'll seek you out too. You're someone I've chosen. I will follow you, Lu Moling declared. She truly feared that if she left, something might happen to Chu Linghua. Good, I'll wait for you, Chu Linghua said. Her words immediately served as a comforting reassurance to Lu Moling, banishing her previous hesitation and confusion. Chapter 186, The Secret Revealed. 2 days later, deep into the night, 3 shadowy figures silently appeared in front of the Chu family's residence. Brother Yuan, must we really do this? Mo Rosewang clutched Nanming Yuan's left arm, her face full of worry. She only felt her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Rashuan. Nanming Yuan seized Mo Rosewang's hand with deep passion and resolve. I want to be with you. Once we kill Chu Linghua, we'll escape far away and never return to Hill City. But, if our alliance with the Lihuan sect is discovered by my father, Mo Rosewang grew increasingly panicked as she realized how deeply Nanming Yuan and his sister were entangled with the Lihuan sect. Rashuan, the Lihuan sect can help us avenge ourselves. Chu Linghua must die. Nanming Yuan's expression turned extremely grim. All right, I'll stop talking about it. Mo Rosewang was startled and shuddered all over. That's right, Sister Rashuan. This is all Chu Linghua's fault for opposing the Lihuan sect. Her fate will be utterly tragic, Nanziyu interjected. Big brother, the Lihuan sect's people will arrive soon. I'll go and meet them. Hurry, Nanming Yuan replied, unable to bear waiting any longer. Nanziyu quickly vanished into the darkness while Nanming Yuan pulled Mo Rosewang and positioned themselves at a street corner, keeping an eye on the Chu residence. Mo Rosewang began trembling with fear. Though she wished to kill Chu Linghua, she had to think of the Mo family. If the high priest found out what she was doing, wouldn't this bring disaster to the Mo family? Brother Yuan, Rashuan, you must side with me. I've lost everything now. Chu Linghua has taken it all from me. We could have been happy forever, but because of her interference, she destroyed us. Nanming Yuan tightly gripped Mo Rosewang's arm, determined to remove Chu Linghua at any cost, even offering his own sister to the Lihuan sect. Nanziyu would eventually never expect to be betrayed by her own brother. But, Brother Yuan, if we fail in our revenge, Mo Rosewang expressed her concern. It won't happen. With the Lihuan sect here, Chu Linghua doesn't stand a chance to live. Nanming Yuan said decisively. She took something that belongs to the Lihuan sect. There's no way she can escape. What? Mo Rosewang was astonished. Chu Linghua took something from the Lihuan sect? What exactly did she take? The fearsome beast Qiongqi. Nanming Yuan explained. If not for Yin Leitang's inquiry, he wouldn't have known that the fierce beast Qiongqi had ended up in Chu Linghua's possession. He merely did a small deal with Yin Leitang, where they each reached their respective goals, leading to their agreement without hesitation. What? Mo Rosewang gasped, unable to believe that Chu Linghua actually took the ferocious beast Qiongqi from the Lihuan sect. That was an ancient mythical beast thought only to exist in old texts. Brother Yuan, now we definitely cannot move against Chu Linghua if she truly holds the Qiongqi beast. Mo Rosewang's worries were justified. If Chu Linghua indeed possessed the Qiongqi beast, then regardless of their strength, they wouldn't stand a chance. Even surviving would be fortunate. With the Lihuan sect supporting us, we will be fine. Nanming Yuan reassured her. Rashuan, don't you want to be together with me for a long time? No, it's not like that. Mo Rosewang suddenly became flustered, biting her lip and lowering her head. Damn it, she regretted this plan. Considering how badly she was defeated by Chu Lingyue before, combined with Nan Mingyuan losing his right hand due to her, they should never have crossed Chu Lingyue in the first place. They were already caught in a desperate situation, with no other choice but to proceed cautiously. What's wrong? Are you afraid of Chu Lingyue or death? Nan Mingyuan pressed harshly, his mind consumed by madness, focusing solely on killing Chu Lingyue. No, Brother Yuan, I am not afraid. I'm just worried that we might fail in killing Chu Lingyue and lose our lives in the process. Why don't we simply leave? Go somewhere no one knows us, live quietly. Just the two of us. Mo Rosewang pleaded urgently, genuinely frightened, and her heart trembling with fear. No. Nan Mingyuan violently shoved Mo Rosewang's hand away. Either she dies, or I die. Only one of us can survive. Roshuan, my right hand was severed by her. She ruined my life and left this scar on your neck. Ryup. With a tearing sound, Nan Mingyuan ruthlessly tore off the silk scarf wrapped around Mo Rosewang's neck. A prominent scar, glaringly red, emerged in front of him, grotesque and frightening. Oh. Mo Rosewang immediately covered her neck in panic upon feeling the sudden chill around her neck. She looked down fearfully. No, don't. Brother Yuan, please don't look at me. Her neck was almost entirely marred by this scar, bulging prominently, and its texture induced revulsion when touched. She was constantly thinking about how to use a knife to scrape it off. Rushuang, look at yourself. All of this was caused by Chu Lingyue. Why don't you dare to fight back? Why do you just let her bully us? Nan Mingyuan said viciously, wishing to awaken Mo Rosewang from her stupor. It's not like that, Brother Yuan. I hate her, but what can I do about it? What's lost can never come back, so we should just let it go. Mo Rosewang replied with no confidence. The words Chu Lingyue had spoken haunted her, resurfacing in her mind and torturing her. 6 months ago, on the cliff edge in the boundless land, she dug into Chu Lingyue's clavicle to extract her heart. Blood flowed freely. Her whole body had no patch of good skin left. She should have been dead without a doubt, but yet somehow still reappeared before her very eyes. All of this was already bizarre enough for her to comprehend. How could she possibly tell the truth to Nan Mingyuan? Why does it make you so cowardly? Nan Mingyuan questioned sharply. What exactly are you afraid of? Does Chu Lingyue truly frighten you that much? Brother Yuan, please stop asking me. I beg you to stop asking me, alright? Mo Rosewang knelt down in pain, tightly covering her ears. The words Chu Lingyue had said were replaying ceaselessly in her mind, filling her eyes with terror. She had been tormented for half a year. Why wouldn't Chu Lingyue leave her alone? Why? She had never regretted anything she did. But why had Chu Lingyue survived? Why? She should have died 6 months ago. Why is she still alive? Why? Mo Rosewang cried hysterically. Rosewang, what are you talking about? What do you mean she should have died 6 months ago? Nan Mingyuan noticed Mo Rosewang acting strange and squatted down beside her to interrogate her. Yuan brother, woo woo woo. Mo Rosewang threw herself into Nan Mingyuan's arms, tears streaming like an uncontrollable tide. Sobbing wildly as if possessed, she revealed the secret she had guarded for more than half a year. 6 months ago, I killed Chu Lingyue. She shouldn't have lived. But now she's back. It's her revenge. It's her. What? Nan Mingyuan couldn't believe it, totally confused by what Mo Rosewang was saying. 6 months ago, it was your hint, remember? You didn't want to see Chu Lingyue anymore. You wanted to break off the engagement. You told me you never wanted to see her again, so I went and killed her. I lured her to Hilson Beast Forest and personally pushed her into the endless abyss. There's no way she could survive. Chapter 187, Causality Loop. But not long after, she appeared in front of me unscathed. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. What kind of place is the infinite abyss? Even an ant falling in would be obliterated into ashes. Yet she. So, Nan Mingyuan suddenly realized and burst out laughing coldly. It turned out everything had left a trail. Chu Lingyue's revenge had already started when she reappeared before their eyes 6 months ago. Brother Yuan, I really did what you told me to do, but Chu Lingyue just happened to have such great fortune and survived. That's why she has retaliated against us. Mo Rosewang sobbed. Why did you hide this from me for so long? Why? Nan Mingyuan tightly clenched his left hand into a fist as anguish swept through his whole body. You knew early on that she was going to retaliate, yet you didn't tell me sooner. Mo Rosewang was speechless. She was too afraid to speak. It's not too late now. Chu Lingyue truly is frightening. She has been planning for so long just to defeat us once and for all. We can't fall prey to her scheme. Let's go. We should never show our faces in front of her again. Mo Rosewang said. This was currently the only way to save them instead of conspiring with the Lihuan sect people and walking right into her trap. It's too late. The Lihuan sect people have already arrived. Nan Mingyuan opened his mouth to say, standing up, he saw a large group of people gradually arriving behind him. What? Mo Rosewang was shocked, turning back instantly, only to see Nanzio bringing a large group of black-robed individuals quietly arrive. It was too late. They no longer had a way out. Brother, the Great Protector has arrived. Nanzio ran up excitedly. She could barely contain herself, wanting to see the scene where Chu Lingyue and her sister would kneel down and beg for mercy. Mandarin Thunder was seen leading a dark team of people in front of him. Nan Mingyuan quickly composed himself, standing up. Great Protector. Where's Chu Lingyue? Mandarin Thunder asked sternly, his face dark. In these 2 months, he had finally recovered from his injuries, yet he feared that person's strength. Thus he dared not reveal himself until now. For losing Qiongqi, he had received his punishment. If he could not bring back Qiongqi, All he would face would be endless torment. She's inside. Nan Mingyuan pointed at the Chu family gate. They had no retreat option left. They could only kill Chu Lingyue in order to restore peace. Humph. Mandarin Thunder's pitch-black gaze looked towards the closed gates of the Chu family mansion, using spiritual energy to sense. He didn't perceive that horrifying power. Looks like she isn't there, which makes things easier. Great Protector, don't forget our agreement. You take what you want, but Chu Lingyue must be handled by me. Nan Mingyuan stated firmly. He must deal with her personally. Humph. Mandarin Thunder silently approved. Had it not been for Nan Zio's sake, he wouldn't have agreed. Thank you, Great Protector. Nan Mingyuan couldn't thank him enough. Let's go. Mandarin Thunder wasted no time, immediately commanding his people to infiltrate the Chu residence. Tonight, he must retrieve Qiongqi from Chu Lingyue's hands. Chu residence. Xianfeng courtyard. In the darkness, Chu Lingyue's phoenix-like eyes snapped open as she sat bolt upright. They've come. Her lips curled up slightly. She knew very well that Nan Mingyuan would surely bring the Lihuan sect members here. At the mere thought, King Tuanyi and Huafeng appeared before her, both showing extreme caution. Mommy, bad people have come. Their aura feels exactly like those in the demon beast forest back then. King Tuanyi spoke up. He had recovered half of his strength now, and was definitely capable of battling them. It's the person who took my spirit essence. Huafeng said, greatly dissatisfied, fearing that Yin Leitang would take away its phoenix spirit essence once more. Don't worry, I'm here. Chu Lingyue smiled easily, seemingly unbothered. She strode confidently out of her room. Mo Sha. With one command, Mo Sha immediately appeared before Chu Lingyue. At your service, Miss Chu. Please give any orders. How many intruders are there? She asked. At least over 20. Among them there is the presence of Yin Leitang and several others, including Nan Mingyuan. Mo Sha answered. Deal with Yin Leitang. Let me handle Nan Mingyuan and the rest. Chu Lingyue instructed. Understood. Mo Sha responded. One more thing to ask of you. Chu Lingyue added. Miss Chu, please instruct. Help me make everyone in the Chu family temporarily fall into unconsciousness. Take this, open the bottle cap and place it in their rooms. Chu Lingyue said, taking out several bottles from her spatial ring containing sleep-inducing elixirs she had meticulously refined. She added some helpful herbs for sleep, making its effects extremely potent. In these past 2 days, she hadn't remained idle. She set up 5 elements spiritual art arrays in every corner of the Chu household, especially around Xianfeng courtyard. As soon as Yin Leitang and his crew stepped inside, it would isolate them from the outside world completely, leaving no sound. All her efforts were done to ensure that none of the Chu family put themselves in danger for her sake. Understood. Mo Sha accepted the elixir. Go, Chu Lingyue said. Immediately after, Mo Sha's figure disappeared from the spot. She strode toward Lu Moling's room and knocked on the door. Knock knock. Who is it? Lu Moling's voice was filled with caution, clearly already sensing the danger that had arrived. It's me, Chu Lingyue replied. Lu Moling quickly opened the door, with Qiongqi by her side on guard. Since she lacked self-defense capabilities, she could only curl up in the room, waiting for the right moment. Chu Lingyue gave a light laugh, still finding time to joke around. Are you scared? How about Chi-Chi taking Lingling to Zhongxi courtyard? I've set up there a 5 elements spiritual art array. Lihuan sect wouldn't be able to locate your position. No, I'm staying here and drawing out the members of the Lihuan sect. They've punched countless holes into my body. Now it's my turn. Qiongqi swung his little fists, anger written all over his face. Who am I? The mighty ferocious beast Qiongqi. If it wasn't for my weakened state after being unsealed, how could they have taken advantage of my condition and hurt me? Lingling, I will stand by you through thick and thin. Lu Moling showed no fear as she resolved to protect everyone around her. All right, Chu Lingyue smiled, for she had the same determination to protect those she cared about around her. Not long afterward, Mo Sha returned. Miss Chu, everything has been arranged as instructed. Good, thank you. Now, only the eastern wind was lacking. Chu Lingyue raised her head to gaze at the sky. This night, the moon was bright and stars sparse, but it was destined to be an extraordinary night. Cold wind brushed past her face, revealing numerous dangers closing in from all directions towards Xianfeng courtyard. You go inside, and without my permission, do not come out. Chu Lingyue commanded. She had already made preparations. A flick of her hand brought forth a sudden flash of golden light, which concealed their presence completely. A protective barrier. Lingyue. Lu Moling would never have guessed that Chu Lingyue had even set up a 5 elements spiritual seal outside her door. There's nothing else I can do. For your safety, this is the best way. Chu Lingyue offered a faint smile. Stay quiet in the room, okay? She placed her finger to her lips in a shushing gesture, appearing playful yet wise. The aura emitted from Qiongqi earlier would surely have drawn the people of Lihuan sect already. The rest now depended on her. Chapter 188, Unending Fight. Lingyue. Lu Moling was pounding on an invisible barrier. Her voice gradually faded away, hidden by the barrier. Chu Lingyue turned around and shut the door, realizing that people from the Lihuan sect had finally arrived. Chu Lingyue turned around, only to find the roof above her surrounded by many black-clothed figures. Inside the room, Lu Moling continued to hit against the invisible barrier until she slumped down on the ground. Lingyue, what are you doing? Is this for my protection? Lingling. Qiongqi approached and gently patted Lu Moling's head. She is protecting us. We should trust her. She will never lose to the Lihuan sect. Chi-Chi, it's all my fault that I'm not skilled enough. I can't master the transformation, so I always cause trouble for Lingyue. Lu Moling said with a look of sorrow. wishing she could learn but feeling unworthy. It's not your fault, Lingling. You're amazing, the strongest person in my heart. You can heal injured beasts and even me, which others cannot do. Only you can achieve this. Qiongqi consoled her. From the bottom of his heart, he truly believed Lu Moling was the best person in the world. Chi-Chi. Lu Moling felt comforted. All right, I believe in Linghua. Let's wait here. Okay, Qiongqi responded. In the courtyard, Chu Linghua stood in place while surrounded by black-clothed men. Leading them was Yan Leitang, staring at her sternly. Chu Linghua, hand over Qiongqi. What Qiongqi? Chu Linghua countered. I have never met such a person. Don't pretend ignorance. Yan Leitang shouted harshly. My patience has limits. If you don't hand over Qiongqi, I will destroy the entire Chu family and make you taste the pain of losing loved ones. Try if you dare, Chu Linghua replied fearlessly. Suddenly behind Yan Leitang, a figure stepped forward. Removing the black hood revealed a familiar face. Chu Linghua, it's better for you to hand him over. Otherwise, I'll ensure you suffer dire consequences. It was Nanzio, backed up by Yan Leitang, full of bravado as she confronted Chu Linghua. Oh, and who exactly do you think you are? Chu Linghua scoffed mockingly. What right did Nanzio have to strut around like that in front of her? You? Nanzio's face reddened with anger. The personality of Chu Linghua was utterly unbearable. Humph. Chu Linghua crossed her arms. You want Qiongqi? I indeed don't have him, but I know well that you won't stop until you get him. So bring it on. At this moment, Mo Sha, who had been beside Chu Linghua all along, immediately stepped forward to confront Yan Leitang. Miss Chu, please leave this one to me. Mo Sha said. As soon as Yan Leitang saw Mo Sha, his body trembled involuntarily, and he instinctively stepped back 2 steps. The martial spirit of this person was too strange. Even he would only barely stand a draw against Mo Sha. All right, Yan Leitang is yours then. Chu Linghua grinned. Yes. Mo Sha accepted the command and quickly engaged in a fierce battle with Yan Leitang. Yan Leitang was caught off guard, shocked at how immediate Mo Sha's attack was, without any delay or hesitation. Crack, crack, crack. 2 beams of green light collided in the sky, sparking intense flames. Their techniques kept coming endlessly, striking fear into anyone watching. Go, capture Chu Linghua. Seize Qiongqi. Yan Leitang commanded fiercely. He had to obtain Qiongqi within the shortest time possible. Yes. With that, the 20-plus people he had brought followed orders, activating their martial spirits, charging toward Chu Linghua. Mother, more than half of them possess higher-ranked martial spirits than you. Let me out. Xiao Qingtuan interjected, still sore over the wound Chu Linghua had sustained last time. Xiao Qingtuan, mother won't let you fight this time. Huafeng, it's your turn. Chu Linghua said, and summoned Phoenix forth. This was the first time they fought side by side. Understood. Huafeng obeyed. It had promised Chu Linghua that it would serve under her command for 100 years and never refused. Just as these black-robed men approached Chu Linghua, a fiery glow suddenly flashed before her. In the next moment, everyone was thrown far away by the blinding light. After the light dissipated, the phoenix lifted its majestic head, standing proudly before Chu Linghua. Its presence was regal and commanding, almost unviewable. Ah, if you wish to touch her, you must pass through me first. The phoenix boasted. As a divine beast, dealing with these mere mortals was akin to lifting a finger. Divine beast. Among those who had been knocked away, a terrified yet incredulous voice rose. Nenzio's. She couldn't believe Chu Linghua possessed a divine beast. How could this be? But there, unmistakably defending Chu Linghua, was a genuine divine phoenix, showing power that was absolutely terrifying. So Chu Linghua had been concealing her strength from the start? This was truly frightening. Among the black-robed figures, there were 2 other individuals. Yuan brother, let's go. Chu Linghua is someone we can't provoke, Mo Rizhuang pleaded earnestly. She truly despised herself for not killing Chu Linghua outright or decapitating her back then so that she could never come back to life. But somehow, she had survived. Rizhuang, there's no turning back now. I have a high-level martial beast that can take on Chu Linghua's divine beast. Nan Mingyuan said firmly. He had already staked everything and was prepared to severely injure Chu Linghua even if it cost him his Leopardager beast. But Yuan brother, what about us? Mo Rizhuang clung tightly to Nan Mingyuan's arm. They couldn't afford another loss. If they lost their Leopardager beast, then they'd really have nothing left. Just like fish on the chopping board, waiting to be cut up at will. There's no room for hesitation, Rizhuang. Do you think Chu Linghua would let us go? Nan Mingyuan shot back. No, I killed her, and she would definitely never let us go. She'll only torment me endlessly. I don't want to live through those days of suffering again. Mo Rizhuang shook her head repeatedly as deep-seated fears rushed over her like a tidal wave. She was truly afraid now. That's right, Rizhuang, wherever we flee, Chu Linghua will never leave us alone. Rather than living in fear forever, we might as well fight to our full strength. Nan Mingyuan said decisively. Yes. Mo Rizhuang nodded. I'll listen to Yuan brother. She had no more confidence to argue further. Good. The 2 agreed instantly. With that, Nan Mingyuan pulled Mo Rizhuang and stood upright. We'll wait for the Lihuan sect people to attack first and drain Chu Linghua's spiritual power. Afterward, our chances of winning will at least double, Nan Mingyuan explained confidently, having thought out this plan beforehand. All right, I'll follow Yuan brother's plan, Mo Rizhuang responded. Meanwhile, Nanzio continued shouting provocatively at Chu Linghua. So what if you have a divine beast? We outnumber you. Nanzio, fearless as always, stood with her hands on her hips, behaving rudely toward Chu Linghua. With the backing of the Lihuan sect, she indeed felt empowered to act arrogantly. Oh, is that so? Chu Lingyue's lips curled up into a mischievous smile that sent chills down everyone's spine. Chapter 189, It's time for you to pay. In the moment Chu Lingyue stared straight at her, Nanzio felt a chill run down her spine. Yes, Chu Lingyue, don't think you'll survive today. Nanzio summoned up the courage to speak harshly, yet her voice trembled uncontrollably. If you've got the guts, come on then. Chu Lingyue goaded Nanzio, fearing that she might back out. You. Nanzio gritted her teeth, yet dared not approach Chu Lingyue, so she hurled threats at those around her. Attack. Take down Chu Lingyue. The members of the Lihuan sect immediately launched an attack on Chu Lingyue. Who dares? Hua Feng roared with anger, emitting its imposing presence. This strong aura pressed heavily upon these attackers, who were still struggling despite being restrained. Its strength required just a bit more time to fully recover, but it was more than enough to help Chu Lingyue deal with the biggest trouble. After Hua Feng emitted its overwhelming presence, they couldn't advance further. Attack! Nanzio grew anxious and pushed the others forward, lending them some momentum, breaking through Hua Feng's pressure. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Hua Feng immediately adopted another offensive strategy, wrestling instantly with several attackers. Each flutter of its wings sent someone flying off the ground. With Hua Feng being contained as well, Chu Lingyue stood there motionless, her eagle-like eyes fixed on Nanzio. The next one would be her. What do you intend to do? Nanzio, frightened, retreated step by step. She didn't know why fear had overtaken her regarding Chu Lingyue. Even though supported by the Lihuan sect, she should have been fearless. I'm not doing anything special. I just want to teach you a lesson. A bullet targets the headbird. Have you heard of this saying? Chu Lingyue took a step toward Nanzio. Each step felt like the tolling of a death bell, striking in Nanzio's heart. No, someone, stop Chu Lingyue. Nanzio was completely panicked, but all her companions were occupied fighting Hua Feng, and Yin Leitang was also battling. No one was available to protect her. Do you think anyone can help you? Chu Lingyue smirked coldly, and then blurred into motion, instantly appearing in front of Nanzio. Taken utterly by surprise, Nanzio stumbled backward and scrambled on the ground. No, don't come near me. How could she be a match for Chu Lingyue? She was already scared out of her wits. All traces of the bravado she showed earlier had vanished. Hearing Nanzio's scream, Nan Mingyuan quickly flew over and stood in front of Chu Lingyue. Your opponent is me. Chu Lingyue, looking at the fearless Nan Mingyuan, knew he wouldn't pass up such a good opportunity. Then let's go, Chu Lingyue said, summoning the Xianyue sword midair, ready to engage in combat with Nan Mingyuan. Nan Mingyuan hadn't seen any ancient divine weapons before, recognizing it only as a regular jade sword. Here I come. Nan Mingyuan roared, drew his own jade sword, and unleashed his martial spirit, charging at Chu Lingyue. Hatred had filled his chest and burst forth. His mind had only one thought: kill Chu Lingyue. Spirit cultivation 7th level. Even after unleashing all his martial spirits, Nan Mingyuan was no match for Chu Lingyue at all. Chu Lingyue didn't end Nan Mingyuan's life immediately. Instead, she leisurely sparred with him. Clash, clash, clash. Jade swords clashed, sparks flew everywhere, and Chu Lingyue and Nan Mingyuan fought endlessly, continuously changing positions. Mo Ruguang quietly moved to Nanzio's side and helped her up. Are you alright? Ruguang's sister. Nanzio felt her legs go weak, unable to stand. Stand up first, Mo Ruguang said, exerting force to support Nanzio. They could no longer clearly see the techniques exchanged between Nan Mingyuan and Chu Lingyue. Only two streaks of green light constantly collided, dazzling the eye. The battle was imminent. Hua Feng, a divine beast, tangled with over 10 people from the Lihuan sect, Yin Leitang wrestled with Mo Sha, and Nan Mingyuan, and Chu Lingyue fought fiercely, neck and neck. Ruguang's sister, what should we do now? Is my brother at a disadvantage against her? Nanzio anxiously pulled at Mo Ruguang, remembering Chu Lingyue's gaze earlier, which truly struck terror into her heart. Calm down, let's observe further. Mo Ruguang steadied Nanzio, but her own heart was pounding anxiously. Although the current situation seemed evenly matched, something felt amiss, though she couldn't quite articulate it. Chu Lingyue could feel each clash with Nan Mingyuan's jade sword conveyed deep hatred within him. He truly hated her bitterly. Chu Lingyue, you've taken everything from me. Nan Mingyuan spoke through gritted teeth, raising his left hand to deliver a ferocious slash towards Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue immediately blocked it, forcefully pushing Nan Mingyuan away. You should have thought of today when you insinuated Mo Rushuang to kill me. Chu Lingyue said. What? I treat you the same way you treated me, and you can't take it? You? Exposed by Chu Lingyue, Nan Mingyuan was filled with shame and anger, and became even more ruthless in his attacks. Chu Lingyue effortlessly parried each blow but didn't rush to counterattack. Instead, she repeated her moves over and over again, enjoying teasing Nan Mingyuan endlessly. What? You're filled with rage and embarrassment. Chu Lingyue pressed on. Truly, you dare to do things but don't dare to take responsibility. Those who intended to kill me were always you people, forcing me to be where I am now. How could you not allow me to fight back? Indeed, you two are perfectly suited for each other. Your actions mirror each other so closely. Mo Rushuang once tore out my heart, locked my bones, and cast me into an endless abyss, never once thinking of what would happen today. Now it's time for you to pay. Today, I will reclaim everything you've done to me. Chu Lingyue gave a cold, fierce cry, her gaze firm as she immediately launched a fierce assault against Nan Mingyuan. Swish, swish, swish. All they saw was Chu Lingyue flying towards Nan Mingyuan, her every move brutal, not giving him any room to retaliate. The Biloxian Yu sword. The tip of the Xianyue sword immediately erupted with power. Purple light flashed, heading directly towards Nan Mingyuan. Not good. Nan Mingyuan realized trouble when this powerful wave of energy struck too quickly for him to evade. In that split second, his body touched the wave, getting slammed away. With a loud bang, he crashed through the roof of Xianfeng Courtyard, creating a large hole. Chu Lingyue, like a grim reaper, floated midair holding the Xianyue sword, glaring intensely at the dusty house below. At that moment, she had summoned all her martial spirits to land a devastating blow on Nan Mingyuan. Brother, Yuan brother. Nan Zio and Mo Rushuang's terrified cries sounded at the same time as they rushed towards the direction Nan Mingyuan had fallen. Amidst the ruins, they finally found him. He was severely injured, blood gushing forth. Huff! Blood surged up as Nan Mingyuan lay motionless amidst the rubble. Yuan brother. Mo Rushuang sat helplessly beside Nan Mingyuan, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Yuan brother, how are you? I must do something now. Brother, no, I only have you left, Wu. Nan Zio also burst into tears, flustered and unsure of what to do. Chapter 190. I want you to die? Yuan brother, what should I do? Mo Ruyang cried, even more uncontrollably. Her pillar of strength collapsed at this moment, and the pride she had maintained for a long time was shattered by Chu Lingyue. There was nothing left. Nan Mingyuan lay gasping on the ground, blood continuously seeping out, his eyes filled with blood as he constantly twisted his body. He was unwilling to accept it. Chu Lingyue. How could he lose like this? It was impossible. Hatred had already blinded him. At this moment, the shadow of the leopard tiger beast immediately condensed, its eyes coldly observing Nan Mingyuan lying in the ruins. If it weren't for it earlier, he would have surely been dead. Leopard tiger beast, please save my brother. He cannot die. He's all I have. Nan Zio knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to the leopard tiger beast. Her last bit of dignity was trampled upon, and she could no longer hold her head up. The leopard tiger beast's face was full of indifference. This is entirely his own fault. I warned him, but he didn't listen. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to exist anymore. Today, I sever our equal pact. No, you can't. Nan Zio's face was full of shock, and before she could stop it, it was too late. The leopard tiger beast's body shimmered with a green glow, floating up into the air instantly. Nan Mingyuan also rose into the air. Both were enveloped in a green glow, blinding their eyes. The next moment, the pact ended. The body of the leopard tiger beast became even larger, floating in midair. Nan Mingyuan, today we sever our pact. In the future, we will owe each other nothing. Immediately, the leopard tiger beast looked towards Chu Lingyue's direction, sighing in its heart. It should have listened to Chu Lingyue's words earlier. Leaving sooner would have avoided the current situation. In a flash, it turned into a streak of light and disappeared from the original spot. The leopard tiger beast has gone. Chu Lingyue looked down, seeing Nan Mingyuan lying among the ruins, barely breathing. Her heart felt an immense sense of triumph. This was the outcome of him disgracing her. It wasn't over yet. Her figure flashed in a moment, landing behind Mo Ruyang, only 5 meters away. Chu Lingyue. Nan Zio was so terrified that her soul nearly escaped. She hadn't even finished crying, and now another formidable opponent appeared. Her body kept shrinking closer to Mo Ruyang. No, don't kill me, She wanted to say that her brother would not let her go unpunished, but then realized Nan Mingyuan could no longer be relied upon. So who could she rely on now? Yin Leitang. A flash of enlightenment came to Nan Zio. That's right, she still had Yin Leitang to rely on, and he must be able to kill Chu Lingyue. Wait, she would go right now. But after getting up and running just a few steps, her feet were invisibly bound. A golden filament wrapped around her body, tying her tightly so she couldn't move. Chu Lingyue. Mo Ruyang moved even closer to Nan Mingyuan, fear filling her eyes. Chu Lingyue at this moment was like a death-bringing judge about to claim her life. Chu Lingyue sheathed her Xianyu sword and stepped slowly towards Mo Ruyang. Deep feline eyes filled with incomprehensible emotions. You, don't come here, don't come closer. Mo Ruyang was genuinely scared, but she had nowhere to hide. Mo Ruyang, when you killed me, you didn't say these things. You said, let me die, and don't compete with you. When did I ever compete with you? The position of Holy Maiden was mine. Everything was mine. It's you who have always been competing with me. You locked my bones and gouged my heart, never thinking there would be a day like this. Chu Lingyue mocked coldly. I have strong fate, surviving in the infinite abyss. I said it before, don't let me live, otherwise I'll make your life worse than death. If you understood your place and disappeared from my sight early, I might have let you go, but since you refused to believe me and opposed me, this is the result. Chu Lingyue took a step toward Mo Ruyang. The scar on your neck is proof enough. For the past half year, you've lived in fear of me. Have you enjoyed 6 months of torment? I knew it was you behind all this. It's because of you that I'm in this terrible condition now. Mo Ruyang covered her neck with both hands and shouted furiously at Chu Lingyue. Yes, it's me. So what? I want you to taste the same pain I felt, and I've returned it to you 1,000 times over. Chu Lingyue's lips curved upwards, her voice extremely cold. All this, you deserve it. Chu Lingyue raised her right hand, revealing 4 or 5 leaves displaying golden veins, which soon disappeared within. What are you going to do? Mo Ruyang trembled in fear, retreating continuously. What am I going to do? Naturally, it's to make you feel the same pain I endured back then. Chu Lingyue mocked with a sneer, her eyes shifting once again. In the next moment, the leaves in her hand floated up, transforming into sharp weapons as they darted sharply toward Mo Ruziang. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With several sounds slicing through the air, the leaves directly embedded themselves into Mo Ruziang's clavicle and heart. Violently. Grrh. Mo Ruziang let out a stifled groan of pain immediately, her body convulsing with excruciating agony, making her widen her eyes and glare fiercely at Chu Lingyue. A mouthful of blood spewed forth abruptly. Blood began pouring non-stop from her clavicle and heart, quickly soaking through her blouse. Unending torment tore at her body, but didn't allow her to die instantly. No, Sister Ruziang, please no, Nanziu cried out with her last roar of protest, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes, overwhelmed by sorrow. Chu Lingyue, how cruel-hearted you are. Cruel-hearted. Chu Lingyue's cold gaze fell onto Nanziu. Before you start judging, remember who first tried to kill me. Mo Ruziang and Nan Mingyuan. But aren't you standing here alive and well? You didn't die? On what grounds can you take revenge? Nanziu roared angrily. Huh. Chu Lingyue laughed mockingly. I've already died. The original soul perished long ago under Mo Ruziang's hands, enduring unbearable agony until her blood spilled across Hillock City's demon beast forest. She was merely the one who came to take her place. What? Before Nanziu could continue questioning, Chu Lingyue clenched her right hand, causing the leaves embedded in Mo Ruziang's body to stir wildly, piercing her heart and rupturing her spirit veins. Mo Ruziang's darkened eyes stared fixedly at Chu Lingyue as she gasped her last breath. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to glimpse another soul inside Chu Lingyue, a blurred shadow finally merging into one being. I'll grant you the final release. As soon as Chu Lingyue finished speaking, she clenched her right hand again, pulling the leaf from her heart in one motion, transforming into a golden flash of light and disappearing before her eyes. Blood surged forth violently from her heart. Mo Ruziang had no time for her last word, collapsing lifelessly within an instant. Her vacant eyes remained fixed on Chu Lingyue even in death. Sister Ruziang. Nanziu was frozen at her spot, forced to watch helplessly as Mo Ruziang took her last breath, feeling torn apart by unbearable grief. Don't. Her voice raspy and exhausted from screaming. Chapter 191 finally ended. Ru Rushuang. Nan Mingyuan endured the pain and struggled to crawl forward, pulling Mo Rujuang, but she lay still on the ground. At that moment, his heart was as if being torn apart by something, unable to be put back together. Chu Lingyue was cold and merciless. Next, it's your turn. The next moment, Chu Lingyue raised her right hand again, and another leaf appeared, gathering golden patterns hidden within. With a flick of her thought, the leaf shot out once more, cleanly cutting across Nan Mingyuan's neck. No, brother. South Zio's voice was already hoarse, unable to shout. She could only watch helplessly as her beloved family member fell to the ground, losing their last breath. Chu Lingyue, how can you be so cruel? That was my brother. South Zio had no energy left. She truly had nothing anymore, all taken away by Chu Lingyue, her father, her brother, her home. That is yours, not mine. I killed those who deserved death. Chu Lingyue retorted. South Zio, when you plotted to kill me, did you not use equally ruthless methods? Where is innocence? Where is resentment? Cause leads to effect. The cycle of cause and effect continues. What I can do is end this cycle with my own hands. Then kill me too. She had no hope of living in this world anymore. It would be better to die and have everything settled. I swear, in the next life, even if I become a fierce ghost, I will make you follow me to death. South Zio vowed. Chu Lingyue tilted her head slightly. That won't work. You cannot die. If you make an oath and I kill you, I must fulfill it. So, it absolutely won't be me who kills you. Chu Lingyue laughed coldly. The one who should kill you is not me. She knew that South Zio now had no hope for life left, so she couldn't kill her. People like her, dying at her hands, carried heavy malevolent chi, although it wouldn't greatly affect Chu Lingyue. After all, becoming a fierce ghost would bring her no loss whatsoever. Still, she chose not to. I want you to live, suffering every day. That will be far more satisfying than killing you, isn't it? Chu Lingyue lightly clenched her right hand, and the golden silk threads binding South Zio immediately disappeared. South Zio lost her strength in both legs instantly and collapsed on the ground, her eyes blank. Apparently, she didn't even deserve to die at Chu Lingyue's hands. Chu Lingyue glanced sideways at South Zio, then lightly stepped, soaring into the air. The next moment, she appeared before Fire Phoenix, which was already heavily surrounded by more than 10 people from Lihun's sect. It had only restored some of its strength. Managing to hold out until now was already impressive. You've worked hard. The rest is up to me. Fire Phoenix nodded. It was indeed reaching its limit. Her lips moved faintly as she waved her hand, bringing Fire Phoenix into her spiritual lake. Facing the encirclement of more than 10 people, Chu Lingyue summoned Xian Yu sword once again. Gripping tightly onto Xian Yu's sword, she willed purple lightning to surround the sword. Billionairebooktok Xian Yu Jian. In the next moment, the purple lightning erupted. Her skirt flapped in the wind, emitting powerful waves that sent all the surrounding people flying away. None escaped unscathed. She retracted her martial spirit, lifting her phoenix eyes to land on Yin Leiqing. Inxia was still battling with him, neither side gaining the upper hand. She flashed in motion, suddenly separating Inxia and Yin Leiqing. The fight temporarily ceased, but remained ready to explode at any time. She stood between them, firmly holding the Xianyu sword in her hand. "Yingsha, let me take this," Chu Linghua said. "Miss Chu, his strength surpasses yours." Yingsha replied. Currently, he alone had the ability to contend with Yin Leiqing. "Let me try. If I fail, you can replace me." Chu Linghua opened her mouth indifferently. She was already eager to start. Yingsha looked around and noticed everyone else had been eliminated cleanly by her. She possessed incredible strength. He hadn't even noticed it happening. Yes. Thus, Yingsha retreated to the rear position. Chu Linghua, hand over Qiongqi. Yin Leiqing narrowed his eyes. He never expected that all the people he brought with him would perish at her hands. To what extent had her martial spirit cultivated? Yet, she clearly looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. How could she possess such terrifying martial spirit? Qiongqi is impossible to give, but Chu Linghua lifted high the Xianyu sword. An ancient divine weapon was indeed present. An ancient divine weapon. Initially, Yin Leiqing found it very hard to believe, but when he saw Chu Linghua holding up the Xianyu sword at this moment, he believed. All became clear. So she possessed an ancient divine weapon in her possession, hence her formidable strength. Eastern Yu in the great shaman's house suddenly felt a strong premonition. His body flashed, and in the next moment, he appeared on the roof. He observed the star constellations, and his gaze immediately landed above the Chu residence. He only caught a glimpse of faint, golden flashes of light that quickly vanished. By the time he checked again, they were gone. After calculating, his mind was deeply shocked. What was that unnamed aura? Could it be Chu Linghua? Dongfang Yu didn't dare to think further. Heart Xiao sensed something and immediately appeared behind Dongfang Yu. Great shaman. Chu family has some unusual movements. His thin lips slightly parted, realizing his belated awareness. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Heart Xiao, understanding the severity though unclear of details, promptly followed. At this time, Chu Linghua had already fought 300 rounds with Yin Leiqing. With an ancient divine weapon in her hand, she wielded it with great ease. Every time he intended to truly make a move, Mo Sha would appear, interrupting him. All he could do was dodge. Chu Linghua, don't call for help if you've got any skill. Yin Leiqing continuously dodged. Combined with Mo Sha, they were more than a match for him. It was taking advantage by outnumbering him. That won't work. Either you leave now or fight me, Chu Linghua said. She wasn't foolish enough to fight Yin Leiqing alone. She might not be able to win. The great guardian, save my brother. I've lost everything. Nanzio hugged Nen Mingyuan's corpse and sobbed uncontrollably. Yin Leiqing glanced down at Nanzio. She was barely recognizable. Both Nen Mingyuan and Mo Rujuang had passed away long ago. He had already been attacked from both sides, so it was better to retreat temporarily. Chu Linghua, I'll let you off this time. In an instant, Yin Leiqing appeared beside Nanzio, lifting her into his arms and flying away. Chu Linghua retracted the Xianyu sword and watched as the two figures disappeared into the darkness. Miss Chu, should we pursue? Mo Sha asked respectfully, appearing beside her. Do not chase fleeing enemies, Chu Linghua replied. It was fine to let them go for now. It wasn't the right time to confront Li Huan's sect. For a short while, Yin Leiqing probably wouldn't act rashly. Yes, Mo Sha responded. Someone is coming. You hide first. Chu Lingyua's phoenix eyes gazed towards the distance as she waved her hand to dispel the 5-element spirit seal. She put away the Xianyu sword, descending until she landed in front of Nan Mingyuan and Mo Rujuang, standing still. Suddenly, drizzling rain began falling from the sky, dripping onto her body, but she remained motionless. Moments later, two figures appeared behind her. Linghua, when seeing Nan Mingyuan and Mo Rujuang lying in the ruins, Dongfang Yu never expected that they had turned against Chu Linghua, and he realized it too late. Chapter 192. All of them were killed by me. A serene expression hung on Chu Lingyua's delicate face. Joy. Not really. It was just a settling of accounts after avenging her grudge. Fine raindrops hit her face, causing a chilling sensation. Nan Mingyuan and Mo Rujuang were killed by me. Chu Linghua admitted without reservation regarding her actions. They conspired with people from the Li Huan sect to come and kill me, but I managed to turn the tables on them, she explained. Over there are the bodies of those from the Li Huan sect. She pointed. Investigate, Dongfang Yu commanded. Upon receiving his order, Xi and Xiao immediately went over for inspection, returning shortly after. Report to High Priest. They are indeed from the Li Huan sect. They have the special mark exclusive to the Li Huan sect on their necks. Xi and Xiao responded, inwardly shocked. Chu Linghua had silently eliminated the members of the Li Huan sect without alerting anyone, also killing Nan Mingyuan and Mo Rujuang along the way. Even though the martial spirits of the two weren't as powerful as hers, everyone in the Li Huan sect was an elite fighter. How did she manage to kill all of them in such a short period? They were killed by me, Chu Linghua declared firmly, shifting her gaze to Dongfang Yu. I understand. I will handle it. Dongfang Yu spoke with severity. Nan Mingyuan and Mo Rujuang colluded with people from the Li Huan sect, attempting to assassinate the sacred maiden, an unforgivable crime. Nanziyu fled due to guilt. A warrant is issued. Yes. Xi and Xiao accepted his command and immediately set out to arrange matters. At this moment, Lu Moling, now free from the binding of the pentagram's spiritual barrier, finally broke through the gate. But she was alone. Qiongqi, sensing Dongfang Yu's presence, had already hidden away. Linghua, are you alright? Lu Moling rushed over to Chu Lingyua's side. Although she showed no traces of blood, a heavy smell of blood clung to her. Are you injured anywhere? Are you alright? Lu Moling anxiously asked, holding on to Chu Lingyua's hands. extremely worried about any harm that might have befallen her. I'm fine, Lingling, Chu Lingwei reassured her. Don't worry about me. It's already been dealt with. SSS. When Lu Moling saw the corpses of Naminyuan and Mo Rizhuang, she couldn't help but be affected deeply inside, quickly turning her head away. Don't look. Chu Lingwei pulled Lu Moling aside and covered her eyes. Lu Moling trembled all over when frightened. It's all right. I'm here. Chu Lingwei comforted her. She didn't want Lu Moling to see her while she was committing these acts of violence. I know. As long as you're uninjured, that's all that matters. Lu Moling calmed herself down. Dongfang Yu's curious gaze finally landed on Lu Moling. He remembered seeing her during the Star Luo Academy recruitment competition day. Her relationship with Chu Lingwei was clearly extraordinary. Miss, Dongfang Yu couldn't help but ask a couple more questions since Chu Lingwei was the person he cared about most. She's Lingling, a good friend I met during my trials. Chu Lingwei briefly explained without going into unnecessary details. The more people who knew Lu Moling's true identity, the less favorable it would be for her. Dongfang Yu said and ceased asking further questions. Lu Moling gave Dongfang Yu a respectful bow and then ignored him thereafter, sticking closely to Chu Lingwei instead. What do we do now? Our courtyard has turned into this mess. Your room's roof has even been torn off, Lu Moling remarked. No problem. We'll have it repaired tomorrow. Chu Lingwei consoled, spreading her arms around Lu Moling's head to shield her from the rain. For tonight, she'd have to make do with sharing space with Lu Moling. It's raining. Let's go inside and discuss further, Lu Moling suggested. How could she bear watching Chu Lingwei stand under the rain getting wet, especially when she herself wanted to offer protection against the elements? Chu Lingwei nodded slightly, acknowledging her depletion of spiritual power was quite substantial. Lingwei, Dongfang Yu called her. I need to speak with you. But it's raining. Lu Moling interjected softly, feeling a strange repulsion towards Dongfang Yu, holding Chu Lingwei's hand tightly and unwilling to let go. Lingling, please go inside first. Chu Lingwei thought for a moment and replied. But, go ahead, prepare some hot water for me. Chu Lingwei whispered close to her ear, only wanting to cleanse herself from all the filth. All right. Lu Moling nodded, quickly following Chu Lingwei's instructions to prepare accordingly. After Lu Moling left, Dongfang Yu waved his hand. A faint green glow immediately formed a barrier around her, shielding her from the rain and evaporating the moisture from her body. Is that woman from earlier a Saint Spirit Master? Dongfang Yu asked with one hand placed behind his back, his deep black eyes focused intently on Chu Lingwei as he gently spoke. Chu Lingwei raised her gaze and answered. The High Priest already knows. Why bother asking me? The age of Saint Spirit Masters has long disappeared. The consequences of her reemergence, whether blessings or curses, remain unclear, Dongfang Yu replied. Do you intend to keep her close to you? Is there really a question of keeping or not keeping? Chu Lingwei counter-asked. She is who she is, and I am who I am. You are still as headstrong as ever. I was worried that you would suffer a disadvantage when you went to Star Luo Academy, Dongfang Yu said kindly. In front of Chu Lingwei, he always displayed a mature and fatherly figure. Thank you, High Priest, for your concern. Chu Lingwei replied indifferently. She had nothing left to say at the moment since she had accomplished what she wanted to do, leaving her without regrets. Do people from the Lihuan sect truly come just to kill you? Dongfang Yu finally voiced his doubts. He did not believe the reason could be so simple. Nemi Inyuan's siblings colluded with Mo Rizhuang and 3 others from the Lihuan sect, coming here to take my life. They ended up dying by my hands, while Nanziyu was taken away by members of the Lihuan sect. This is an undeniable fact, Chu Lingwei declared, stressing each word. I am telling the absolute truth. If you don't believe me, you can capture Nanziyu to ask clearly. I trust you, Dongfang Yu said, revealing a tinge of pain in his eyes. Though unsure how exactly Chu Lingwei managed to eliminate the people from the Lihuan sect completely, she had succeeded. I will take responsibility for handling this matter, ensuring all issues are resolved cleanly, Dongfang Yu said with deep concern masked under a firm tone. He should have dealt with Nami Inyuan long ago, instead of letting Chu Lingwei fall into such a passive situation. Thank you, High Priest, Chu Lingwei politely acknowledged with a slight bow, her expression suddenly turning anxious. It's getting late. High Priest, perhaps you should return now. At this point, Xi and Xiao had brought along some servants from the High Priest's manor to swiftly clean up the scene. You've been through a frightful ordeal. Go rest now. This side will be handled by me, Dongfang Yu stated. I'll leave it to you then. Chu Lingwei responded without hesitation, turning around and walking away, leaving all the mess to Dongfang Yu to deal with. Fortunately, Lu Moling's western courtyard was protected by a whooshing spirit barrier she cast earlier, preventing any damage during the battle. It was now available for lodging. She strode forcefully into the western courtyard, closed the door behind her, and severed herself off from the world. In an instant, the whooshing spirit barrier once again silently covered the entire area, even eluding the senses of Dongfang Yu. Lu Moling had already prepared hot water. Lingwei, are those people gone? Lu Moling hurried forward to meet her. Her spacious room was equipped with everything one could need. Not yet, but soon. Chu Lingwei appeared slightly weary. Go wash first. I've already prepared everything. Lu Moling sympathized, knowing she had exhausted far too much spiritual energy in the fight. Chu Lingwei gave a faint smile and then retreated behind the screen. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 193, Reunion with Chu Lingwei. Lu Moling quietly stood before the screen, separated from Chu Lingwei by only a layer of gauze. Out of sight, she gently made a seal with her hands, and streams of green light flowed out, turning invisible before drifting to an unknown destination. Lingling, stop helping me recuperate through draining my spiritual power. Chu Lingyue's helpless voice came through from behind the screen. Oh, Lu Moling responded softly as if caught red-handed. She had merely wanted Chu Lingyue to feel more relieved. I'm fine. I just overexerted my spirit energy a bit. Rest will restore it. For now, we shouldn't waste our spirit energy, do you understand? Chu Lingyue explained. Knowing Lu Moling's good intentions, she refrained from blaming her and even spoke softly in stopping her. I understand. Lu Moling did not argue but resigned herself to it. Chu Lingyue closed her eyes to meditate, reminiscing all the memories of the past half-year, vivid yet intangible. At this moment, she was finally herself once again. Suddenly, her consciousness was pulled into a pure white void of nothingness, her whole being seemingly dragged into another realm of spirit space. When she realized something was amiss, she suddenly opened her eyes to find herself enveloped in a dense fog. Vast emptiness stretched around her, desolate and vast. Who's there? Chu Lingyue warily looked around with her sharp gaze. At that moment, a vague silhouette suddenly formed in front of her. In the next instant, her phoenix-like eyes widened in terror. Before her hovered a girl whose entire body was covered in blood, with raw wounds everywhere, blood oozing and flesh exposed. A horrifying sight. What shocked her further was that the girl's face mirrored her own perfect beauty. The realization sent shivers down her spine, leaving her deeply stunned. It's you. Chu Lingyue voiced her astonishment, never expecting to encounter in this chaos the original owner who resembled her completely. The original owner still bore the look of death, grotesque beyond measure. After a while, the blood on her gradually dissipated, transforming her back into a human figure. She tilted her head and calmly regarded Chu Lingyue. Thank you. Her voice was slow and deliberate. This was both closure and a new beginning for her. Her vendetta had been fulfilled, and now she could depart peacefully. All right, no need to thank me. Chu Lingyue accepted her gratitude willingly. I'm leaving now. This body is yours. The girl said. All right. Chu Lingyue slightly nodded as she watched the girl's figure fade more and more in front of her eyes. The next moment, she was awoken from her dream. Lingyue, wake up, Lingyue. It was Lu Moling's anxious call that brought her back. Chu Lingyue abruptly opened her eyes to see Lu Moling worriedly squatting before her. I'm fine. She suddenly gasped loudly. For a moment, time seemed to stand still, and the sound of her heartbeat brought her awareness back fully. In this moment, she felt increasingly real. She was Chu Lingyue now. The two were already merged as one. You scared me half to death. Just now, your life force vanished altogether, I thought. Tears streamed down Lu Moling's face in a mix of relief and fear. Chu Lingyue extended a hand and wiped away her tears quickly. There, I'm fine. It was simply me holding my breath in deep meditation. As you can see, I'm unharmed. Stop crying. I'm not crying. I'm just shaken. Lu Moling hiccuped twice in response. Good girl. Chu Lingyue gently rubbed Lu Moling's cute cheeks, then got up and dressed herself properly. Let me go out and check if they're gone. I'll go with you. Lu Moling held on to Chu Lingyue's hem carefully, reluctant to let go after the scare she'd received earlier. Stay here and wait for me, sweetheart. I'll be right back, Chu Lingyue reassured her. Okay. In the next instant, Lu Moling released her grip. Chu Lingyue stepped outside the door. The bloody smell outside had already been washed away by the drizzling rain, replaced by the fresh aroma of moist soil. Looking at the courtyard, she didn't see any signs of Dongfang Yu or his companions. Holding her umbrella, she walked into the rain and noticed that traces of previous battles had already returned to normal, with no trace left of their former destruction. Chu Lingyue scanned the surroundings with an undisturbed expression. It seemed this was Dongfang Yu's doing. Only he possessed such ability. She turned her head and glanced at her room. It remained intact, as if nothing had happened. But tonight, she didn't plan on sleeping in her room anyway. Sharing space with Lu Moling would still bring joy. She immediately returned to Lu Moling's room. What's the situation? Are they gone? Lu Moling asked anxiously. Chu Lingyue looked melancholy. Not yet. The rain's getting heavier. Let's leave things as they are for the night, and reconsider tomorrow. She put down her umbrella and took large steps toward Lu Moling's bed, lying down casually while lightly patting the soft pillow beside her. Come over here. A sudden wave of inexplicable happiness surged within her heart. Lu Moling was dazed for a moment, but quickly overcame her reasoning and swiftly ran to lie beside Chu Lingyue, curling up. I'm sleepy. She looked like a frightened little kitten. Then sleep, Chu Lingyue said as she stretched out her slender arms, deliberately using them as a pillow under Lu Moling's head before closing her eyes for a light nap. Lu Moling remained perfectly still, completely following Chu Lingyue's instructions. In the middle of the night, while Lu Moling was asleep, Qiongqi's shadow suddenly appeared. The hands-on-waist apparition glared with an inflated cheek at the two sleeping girls in obvious discontent. He wanted so badly to separate them, but held back. Oh well, there's another person helping take care of Lingling now. His form flickered and disappeared. The next morning, when Chu Lingyue woke up, Lu Moling was already gone. She had slept soundly through the night. When Chu Lingyue walked out of the room, the sun was already high up in the sky. It had passed noon, and she only saw Lingli sweeping up the fallen leaves across the courtyard. Miss, last night's strong winds brought all these leaves from who knows where. Lingli said. Sweep slowly, Chu Lingyue softly replied. Where's Lingling? In the small kitchen, Lingli responded. Chu Lingyue became curious. She hadn't thought that Lu Moling would go to the small kitchen. Her steps quickened as she went toward it. As soon as she reached the door, she saw clouds of thick smoke billowing out from the window. She immediately got a bad feeling, which proved true in the next instant. Lu Moling ran out of the small kitchen, covering her mouth and nose. Cough, cough, cough. Her lungs felt like they were about to explode. All she wanted was to personally cook Chu Lingwei a meal. How could it be so difficult? Lu Moling collapsed sitting at the door of the small kitchen, her wide-eyed gaze foolish, holding a half-burnt palm fan. With the fire growing bigger, she couldn't help shedding tears of frustration. Chu Lingwei helplessly shook her head and extinguished the fire with a wave of her hand. In the blink of an eye, the dense smoke dissipated. Chu Lingwei stepped forward and crouched directly in front of Lu Moling, sighing as she placed a hand on her forehead. You could have just asked Lingwei for help. Lingwei, Lu Moling pouted, filled with grievance. I just wanted to cook something for you to try, but I seem to lack talent. Well, I accept your heartwarming intent. Chu Lingwei helped Lu Moling stand up and dusted off her clothes. What do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you. Oh, forget it. Come with me. Chu Lingwei decided not to keep asking Lu Moling anymore since eating what they had was fine anyway. She was also hungry. The stove in the small kitchen was already scorched pitch black. Fortunately, there wasn't just one stove available. She selected some more suitable ingredients and began preparations deftly. Her actions were clean and efficient. Lu Moling watched with awe-filled eyes, much like a star-struck little fan, realizing Chu Lingwei could fight monsters and make good food in the kitchen. A universal expert. She was deeply impressed again. Pay attention, I'll only teach you once, Chu Lingwei said as she started demonstrating her true skills in front of Lu Moling. After an incense-stick's duration, Lu Moling dumbly stared at 3 dishes and 1 soup, lost in silence. Chapter 194, Sister's Fine Cooking. After a brief silence, Chu Lingwei broke it. What are you waiting for? Sit down and eat. Try my cooking. Truly a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Lingwei, you're the chef without a doubt. Lu Moling gave a thumbs up, indicating her admiration. She thought that following Chu Lingwei would mean having plenty of food. This is nothing, not worth mentioning. Chu Lingwei modestly replied with a slight pride after being praised by Lu Moling. What is nothing? Lu Moling tilted her head in confusion, her cheeks bulging from the food she was chewing, her pronunciation somewhat unclear. It's just a minor trick, not worthy of mention. I have more skills to show you later. Chu Lingwei smiled gently as she sat cross-legged next to her. Great. I'm already looking forward to it. Lu Moling looked filled with anticipation. Just wait. However, just as Chu Lingwei picked up her chopsticks, Chu Siyu burst in breathlessly, her cheeks red. Something's happened. A big event. But before she could say anything properly, she saw the two of them eating at the stone table, forgetting what she wanted to say immediately. I'm hungry anyway. Let me get a bowl and chopsticks. She didn't plan to be polite at all. After all, it wasn't particularly urgent, so eating first wouldn't matter. Chu Siyu didn't hesitate to dig in. Whose cooking is this? It tastes so good. Doesn't seem like something Lingli would make. Chu Siyu took 2 bites and detected a different flavor, her eyes lighting up instantly as she continued eating quickly. It's Lingyu's. Lu Moling said, joining Chu Siyu in eating quickly before everything was gone. Originally, Chu Lingwei had only made enough for 2 people. With Chu Siyu coming in, there simply wasn't enough. What? Are you serious? Surprisingly happy yet incredulous, Chu Siyu stared at Chu Lingwei, appearing even more stunned than Lu Moling. How could that be? You've never touched a thing. How come your cooking turned out so well? I don't believe it. Do you think my half-year stay in Hilson Beast Forest was for nothing? Chu Lingwei countered, finding it easy to bluff with an acceptable excuse. Really? Then why can't I do the same? Chu Siyu doubted, because she herself was an example, barely surviving on minimal food. Chu Lingwei shrugged helplessly, saying, people differ from one another, and there are indeed gaps between individuals. Selling melons like Grandma Wong, praising oneself excessively, huh? Chu Siyu teased, it's tasty, but unfortunately not always available. Why not take advantage now while you can? Clear your plate action. Chu Lingwei remained unaffected, realizing Chu Siyu's scheme. It was premature by 800 years. Chu Siyu pouted and quickly cleared the table of its delicious offerings, making Lu Moling whimper. She hadn't had enough. Especially Chu Lingwei, who barely touched her chopsticks. After finishing, Chu Siyu put down her bowl and rubbed her satisfied belly, her mood soaring. Chu Lingwei and Lu Moling exchanged smiles, their lips twitching, realizing they had no leverage over Chu Siyu. So, what did you want from me? Chu Lingwei asked after putting down her chopsticks, not having taken a single bite, thus taking a sip of tea, feigning seriousness. Oh right, how could I forget such an important matter? Chu Siyu sprang up from her seat, her expression dramatically exaggerated. Here's the situation, Nan Mingyuan and Mo Rujuang died last night. The high priest has already hung them outside the walls of the priest temple, and a notice has been issued, stating that the 2 siblings from the Nan family conspired with Mo Rujuang of the Soul Departure sect, intending to murder the Holy Maiden. However, their plot was discovered and crushed, letting Nanzio escape. Now there's a bounty order out. By the way, there are also 17 bodies of the Soul Departure sect members hanging on the city wall. Chu Lingwei remained unperturbed. It was best that Dongfang Yu helped resolve the mess on her behalf. Though it was true that Nan Mingyuan and others conspired with the Soul Departure sect, they did not die by his hands. Rather, hers. She feared someone might deliberately shift blame onto her, which is why Dongfang Yu took full responsibility instead. What does that mean? Chu Siyu's face showed confusion. Chu Lingyue's reaction seemed extraordinarily calm. Shouldn't she jump up and cheer? or rush straight to the priest temple to join in the commotion. Died? They got what they deserved. What else could it mean? Chu Lingyue smiled faintly, seemingly uninterested in the matter. Remember to clean up when finished, she commanded. Lingling, let's go for a walk outside, Chu Lingyue suggested, knowing that Lu Mo Ling hadn't eaten her fill. So you two are leaving like this? Chu Suyu placed her hands on her hips. Or what? All of it has been eaten by you, so we're going out to forage. Chu Lingyue's voice faded gradually and finally disappeared, leaving Chu Suyu standing disheveled in the wind. Chu Lingyue led Lu Mo Ling out through the back door. The bustling street was abuzz with heated discussions about Nan Mingyuan and others colluding with the departed soul sect, only to be discovered and killed by Dongfangyu. Many people were heading towards the priest temple. A steady stream of onlookers gathered around. Chu Lingyue wasn't in a hurry at all. She dragged Lu Mo Ling and bought quite a few snacks, strolling leisurely while munching on them. Lingyue, are we going? Lu Mo Ling asked. She wasn't particularly keen on joining the crowd as her social anxiety kept her from wanting to go to crowded places. On recruitment day, she had hidden quietly in a corner all by herself. You don't really want to go? Chu Lingyue questioned. Yes, a little. Lu Mo Ling nodded slightly, her head almost drooping onto her chest. She didn't want to go. Then would you like to wait for me at the tea house ahead? Chu Lingyue pointed to the Xing Luo tea house right in front of them. She'd be back shortly. I'll still go with you. Lu Mo Ling quickly grabbed Chu Lingyue's garment, preferring to stay by her side than be left alone at the tea house. Any place without Chu Lingyue was hellish torture for her, filled with excruciating discomfort. All right, let's just take a quick look and leave, all right? Chu Lingyue patiently coaxed her, knowing how difficult it was for Lu Mo Ling, who suffered from social anxiety. With a wave of her hand, she took out a wide-brimmed hat from her spatial ring, one that she had used before, then covered Lu Mo Ling's face completely with it. Better now? Thank you, Lingyue. Lu Mo Ling felt elated inside, nearly jumping with joy. Let's go. Chu Lingyue held Lu Mo Ling's hand firmly and walked steadily toward the direction of the priest temple. In less than half an hour, they arrived amidst the throng of people. Hail the Holy Maiden. When the common folk saw them, they respectfully made way, forming a path for them. Holy Maiden. Thank you. Chu Lingyue remained composed and polite, leading Lu Mo Ling to the edge of the city wall. Upon looking up, she immediately spotted the 19 corpses hanging above, making it impossible to distinguish between Nan Mingyuan and Mo Rizhuang anymore. Ugh. Lu Mo Ling glanced once and quickly turned away her gaze. Chapter 195, High-Hanging City Walls. Be brave, I'm here. Chu Lingyue gently patted her back to comfort her. Then her gaze immediately fell on the notice posted on the city wall. Each of them clearly listed the crimes of Nan Mingyuan's conspiracy with Li Hun sect and Mo Rizhuang, along with numerous irrefutable pieces of evidence. The charges were determined beyond overturning. Who would have thought that Nan Mingyuan really conspired with the Li Hun sect? All our guarantees in the priestess temple went for nothing. They must be good at concealing their true colors, or swearing has lost its meaning. Tut-tut, Mo Qin even guaranteed the siblings from the Nan family. What else can he say now? Turns out his own daughter is an accomplice to the Li Hun sect. Truly disgusting. Mo Qin. Chu Lingyue murmured silently. Yes, how could she forget about Mo Qin? He was the one who injured her uncle under everyone's watchful eyes. Let's go. Chu Lingyue retracted her gaze and pulled Lu Mo Ling into disappearing among the crowd. Mo Qin wasn't that foolish. How could he not know the hatred between him and Mo Rizhuang? He probably wouldn't easily believe that Mo Rizhuang died at the hands of Dongfangyu. So if she appeared in the streets right now, wasn't she just like a live target waiting for Mo Qin to kill her? Indeed, they had only walked 10 meters when suddenly a dangerous presence emerged behind her. Mo Ling, find a place to hide. Don't look back. Chu Lingyue shoved Lu Mo Ling forward, formed seals with both hands, invoked her Wu spirit, and directly counteracted Mo Qin's fierce strike. Chu Lingyue, prepare to die. My life is all up to you to see if you've got the skills to take it. Chu Lingyue smiled slightly, as the two collided, generating a powerful energy wave. Those nearby were instantly hurled away. Upon hearing this, Mo Qin's gaze grew even more vicious. You killed my Rizhuang. I will make you pay with your life. He then activated the strength of a spirit king at the 5th level. His strong power surged toward Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue was immediately thrown away by the force. She somersaulted in the air, landing stably on her feet after being pushed back dozens of meters. People around saw them fighting and hurriedly moved to a safer spot to avoid getting involved. In no time, the street was empty. Lu Mo Ling hid nearby, not daring to move far away, anxiously crouched down watching Chu Lingyue. Spirit King, level 5. Chu Lingyue's beautiful face revealed caution. Her strength was weaker than Mo Qin's, added with the deep-seated hatred he harbored for her, due to Mo Rizhuang's death. She feared herself less likely to withstand his attack. You killed Rizhuang. Chu Lingyue, haven't you done enough harm to her? Why resort to such brutal means? She's the only daughter I have. How unclear could I be as her father about her character? There's no way she would collude with the Li Hun sect. Clearly it's your entrapment. All for a legitimate reason to kill her. You wanted her dead long ago. Ho. Chu Lingyue laughed coldly. Me killing her? Why would I choose to kill only her and not others? Mo Qin, have you truly given any thought to this question? It's just karma coming full circle. You? Mo Qin's face turned red with anger as he again summoned his Wu spirit and charged at Chu Lingyue, giving her no chance to escape and aiming for her life. Each attack was cruel and fierce. Chu Lingyue could do nothing but evade. Her swift footwork avoided each incoming blow swiftly, while green light continued to emanate from her hands. Yet all she did was dodge. There was no sign of offense. Battling outside the priestess temple would certainly cause a chain reaction, so all she could do was wait for Dongfang Yu's arrival. Under no circumstances could she reveal the 5 elements spirit techniques. Most likely taking some damage at the hands of Mo Qin was unavoidable. She believed Dongfang Yu would soon arrive. She planned to leave Hill City. The potential harm Mo Qin could inflict on the Chu family meant he couldn't be left alone. Lingwei. In the distance, Lu Moling clutched her heart tightly. As an unarmed holy spiritist, she desperately wished to help but couldn't. Their combat was too intense, preventing her from even stepping close. All she could do was watch helplessly. As Chu Lingwei fell behind, Mo Qin capitalized on every advantage, aiming directly for her vital points. Bang bang bang. 3 loud sounds echoed, followed by 3 streaks of formidable green energy, rushing towards Chu Lingwei. In midair, she performed a perfect 720-degree spin, avoiding 2 of the gusts, but the last one aimed straight for her forehead. With no footing beneath her, seeing the wind of energy heading her way, Chu Lingwei could only internally panic. Without support, she quickly formed a hand seal, knowing she had to block this final move or risk being blasted away. Yet just as she was halfway through forming the seal, a dark silhouette suddenly appeared before her, shielding her against this fatal blow. Next moment, Chu Lingwei discreetly retracted her elemental techniques, allowing herself to drop downwards. Dongfang Yu's deep black eyes flickered, his towering figure flashing momentarily before appearing beside Chu Lingwei. He firmly caught her in his arms and gently descended from the sky. Upon landing, Chu Lingwei quickly created some distance between herself and Dongfang Yu. The situation just now was out of necessity. Otherwise, she would never have allowed him to hold her as they landed. Thank you, High Priest. Chu Lingwei politely bowed and expressed her gratitude. Lingwei, are you alright? Dongfang Yu asked worriedly. I'm fine, but Mo Qin has been trying to kill me relentlessly. If you had arrived any later, I might have been in real trouble. Chu Lingwei lightly smiled, tugging at her pink lips. I don't know where I offended him, but he has been attacking me without mercy. It seems increasingly unreasonable. Dongfang Yu's gaze hardened, a terrifying light emanating from his eyes that landed on Mo Qin nearby, who was still glaring at Chu Lingwei with burning hatred. Yes, High Priest, please do something for me. Mo Qin wants my life. Chu Lingwei said calmly, showing no signs of fear about being killed, as though stating facts and seeking someone else to shoulder the responsibility. And that someone was him. Chu Lingwei, last night I clearly heard Rizhuang say she was going to look for you, so it must be you who killed Rizhuang. Return my daughter. Mo Qin's eyes were blood red, driven mad by the death of Mo Rizhuang. Now all he wanted was for Chu Lingwei to pay with her life. So you know that Mo Rizhuang was conspiring with the Li Hun sect to take my life? Chu Lingwei retorted with strength. Mo Qin didn't expect Chu Lingwei to turn the accusation back on him so directly. Rizhuang did not collude with the Li Hun sect. It was Nan Mingyuan and Nan Zio who conspired with them. Mo Qin shouted loudly. He absolutely refused to allow his daughter to be linked with the Li Hun sect. The moment he saw Mo Rizhuang hung as a traitor on the city wall, the unbearable pain of losing a child shattered his heart. He had warned her so many times, but she wouldn't listen, sacrificing her life for Nan Mingyuan. Was it worth it? All this was caused by Chu Lingwei. If not for her, Mo Rizhuang wouldn't have met such a tragic end. So he intended to make Chu Lingwei pay dearly for what she'd done. Overcome with hatred, Mo Qin's hands continuously erupted with flashes of blue wu spirits like lightning, ready to unleash his fury. Dongfang Yu stepped in front of Chu Lingwei, shielding her from Mo Qin with a glare that promised extreme destruction. Chapter 196, Resolution. Mo Rizhuang and Nan Mingyuan's relationship, as well as Nan Mingyuan's collusion with the Li Hun sect, are undeniable facts. The truth hangs on the city wall for all to see. Mo Qin, this high priest refrains from holding you responsible out of respect for your 40 years of dedication to Hill City. Today's incident where you attempted to kill the Holy Maiden will not be pursued by me, but if you insist on this course, don't blame me for my ruthlessness. Oriental Yu angrily declared, no one he valued would be harmed. High priest, even you wish to protect Chu Lingwei. She killed Rizhuang, my only daughter. Mo Qin tearfully cried. Mo Rizhuang was involved with the Li Hun sect and was killed by this high priest. Mo Qin, direct your anger at me instead of wrongfully accusing the Holy Maiden. Oriental Yu swiftly took all responsibility without hesitation. High priest, so you favor Chu Lingwei, right? Mo Qin was infuriated, bypassing Oriental Yu, focusing his ire upon Chu Lingwei's smug expression, the pain in his heart growing deeper. This high priest does not favor anyone. Oriental Yu stated. I must take Chu Lingwei's life today, declared Mo Qin. Driven by the grief over Mo Rizhuang's death, his already unstable emotions became even more radical. Too slow. He harnessed the power of a 5th-rank spirit king, forming an immense ball of thunderous green electricity that surged straight toward Chu Lingwei. Stubborn fool. This is entirely of your own making. In a flicker of movement, Oriental Yu suddenly intercepted. As they clashed, powerful shockwaves erupted immediately between them. Chu Lingwei shielded her eyes and was thrown back several meters, stopping only after sliding along the ground. Though unable to intervene directly, she cautiously observed from afar. This is what it means when the strong collide. Chu Lingwei peeked through her fingers at the situation ahead. Oriental Yu and Mo Qin had already exchanged dozens of blows fiercely and vigorously. It was truly shocking. The two beams of thick green light collided each time, generating strong light waves that were highly visible. Lingwe, Lu Mojing squatted nearby, gesturing for her attention. Lingling. Chu Lingwe furrowed her brows and soon approached Lu Mojing. Lingling, it's dangerous here. Go home first. No. Lu Mojing clutched Chu Lingwe's skirt corner and pouted slightly. I'll quietly wait for you. I won't come near. She couldn't bear leaving Chu Lingwe alone in danger. Her presence could provide critical healing in emergencies. Fine, come with me then. Chu Lingwe realized arguing was futile. Grasping her hand, they hurried towards a tea house. Seeing their arrival, a waiter eager to spectate opened the door invitingly. Yet, at the threshold, Chu Lingwe pushed Lu Mojing inside. Wait for me here. Lingwe, do as I say. Take care of her for me. Chu Lingwe seriously entrusted the waiter, then turned around heading back to the battle scene. Her flowing dress danced in the wind. The closer Chu Lingwe got, the harder it felt, akin to a powerful magnetic field that continually resisted her approach. In the end, she stopped about 10 meters away, unable to advance further. Fixing her gaze upward, the paths of their strikes blurred before her vision. Only the constant clash of two green lights remained, sparks flying everywhere. The next moment, she personally witnessed someone fall vertically from above, crashing heavily onto the cobblestone-paved ground. Tremors spread throughout the area, raising a cloud of dust. Suddenly, Oriental Yu's figure emerged before her. Mok Chin, having failed to poison the Holy Maiden, the High Priest shall now sanction you. Guards, lock him up in the dungeon, await judgment. Upon Oriental Yu's command, Xian Xiao immediately led the guards to drag the nearly lifeless Mok Chin away. Thus, the matter officially came to an end. Thank you, High Priest. Chu Lingwe respectfully bowed, expressing gratitude. Don't thank me. Just proceed calmly to the Star Luo Academy. The Chu family has my protection, none dare to act rashly. Oriental Yu wore his bronze mask, showing deep-set black eyes, resolute and benevolent. Thank you, High Priest. Chu Lingwe faintly smiled, entirely dismissing his words from her thoughts. Having nothing to do this afternoon, accompany me back to the High Priest's residence. Oriental Yu placed his hands behind his back. He knew that soon Chu Lingwe would set off for Aoyin City. When they would meet again was uncertain, and there was unmistakable reluctance in his eyes. High Priest, I have matters to attend to today. Perhaps another time. Chu Lingwe gently declined Oriental Yu's intentions. With everything settled, her task now was to quickly set out for Aoyin City, already delayed for 10 days. If later, she might miss the school opening ceremony. Another time, Oriental Yu helplessly sighed lightly. Another time, who knows when. Chu Lingwe puckered her lips slightly. Indeed, the next meeting was unpredictable, yet she still graciously declined Oriental Yu's kindness. Next time, I will come back, Chu Lingwe said, considering this as a kind of promise. Good, it's settled then, Dongfang Yu agreed. Under the gaze of Dongfang Yu, Chu Lingwe strode away with her head held high, until she was out of sight. His eyes dimmed, and he turned to leave. As the two left, the street finally began to gather people again, starting to restore their stalls, continuing business. Everything that just happened seemed like a mere formality, becoming another hot topic for people to talk about. Soon, the corpses hanging on the city wall were taken down and carefully dealt with. Chu Lingwe found Lu Mojing and took her hand, heading back to the Chu residence. With the matter fully resolved, they were almost ready to set off. As soon as Chu Lingwe returned to Xianfeng Garden, she began packing, taking everything she wanted, knowing full well that it could all fit in a spatial ring. Chu Siyu had been waiting in Xianfeng Garden all along, and seeing her return straight into the room, immediately followed her. Are you packing your luggage to prepare for your journey to Aoyin City? Chu Siyu excitedly clenched her fists, eager to go to Star Luo Academy. Yes, aren't you coming with me? Chu Lingwe teasingly countered and then mocked. Didn't you cry and beg to go with me before? Now, you don't seem worried at all. Alas, I'll go with Lingling. While talking, she kept shaking her head in pretended regret. Upon hearing this, Chu Siyu became anxious like an ant on a hot griddle, stomping her feet and flailing her arms to explain. No, that's not true. I want to go with you. Didn't we agree to go together? How did it become me unwilling to go? Her hands and feet moved chaotically, explaining everything. Uffed. Chu Lingwe burst out laughing. All right, I was just joking with you. Hurry back and pack your bags. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll depart early tomorrow morning. Okay. Chu Siyu let out a sigh of relief. Wait a moment. What else do you need me to do, sister? Chu Siyu stood straight. Ask the kitchen to prepare some delicious food. Our family should have a good chat tonight. Chu Lingwe smiled. As you wish. I'll go right away. Chu Siyu excitedly promised, running off like the wind. Chapter 197, Plan. Lu Moling didn't have much to pack, so she helped Chu Lingwe organize her things instead. It was only at this moment that Lu Moling gained a deeper understanding of Chu Lingwe. She suffered from both obsessive-compulsive disorder and choice paralysis. Should I take this? Maybe I'll just bring everything. No, there's too much. I should take less. But it doesn't take up any space in the spatial ring anyway, nor does it add weight. What if I need it later? Chu Lingwe stroked her chin, standing still as she continuously hesitated. But taking too much is also troublesome. Lu Moling watched clearly with wide eyes like bells. Chu Lingwe actually had decision-making difficulties. That was incredible. Someone as perfect as her could have trouble deciding. On one hand, she forced herself to bring things, but on the other, she couldn't decide what to leave behind. Lingwe, why don't you just bring everything you want? We don't know when we'll return. Lu Moling spoke, directly ending Chu Lingwe's indecision. You're right. The next time we come back, it will be at least half a year. If longer, maybe 1 or 2 years. Chu Lingyue said. Then with a wave of her hand, she put even the soft pillow she often slept with into her spatial ring. Looking at the somewhat empty room, Chu Lingyue finally felt satisfied. We will set off punctually tomorrow morning. Lu Moling nodded, but was also worried deep down. The fortune Chu Lingyue had calculated for her showed they would part ways soon, probably on their way to the Xing Luo Academy. What should she do? She really didn't want to separate from Chu Lingyue. Lu Moling's eyes were filled with sorrow, unable to dispel it. Chu Lingyue also sensed Lu Moling's low mood. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly melancholic? Nothing. Lingyue, will we always be good friends? Lu Moling pulled on Chu Lingyue's clothing corner, asking for confirmation. She needed a definite answer. It's natural. No matter what happens in the future, I will unconditionally believe in you. Chu Lingyue's expression was firm. Since meeting Lu Moling, she had never changed this belief. Even if Lu Moling asked her countless times, she would tirelessly respond and remain unwavering. This might be what unconditional preference feels like. Thank you, Lingyue. Meeting you has been wonderful. Lu Moling lowered her eyelids, her cheeks slightly flushed, warmth emanating from within, sweet through every limb. Me too. That evening, the small kitchen prepared a full table of delicious dishes, and Chu Sheng generously brought out his cherished wine, which he'd kept for many years, for fear that Chu Lingyue might miss home. He wanted them to drink more, and even suggested they take some with them. Uncle Father, we shouldn't take it. These are the dowries you've saved for me and you. Keep them stored. We'll certainly drink them soon enough in the near future. Chu Lingyue vividly remembered the last time she got drunk and knocked over several jars of aged liquor. Chu Sheng was already halfway drunk, his whole being immersed in intoxication, feeling a mix of happiness and melancholy. He was happy because Chu Lingyue and Chu Siyu were finally going out to carve out their own path in life, but he was melancholy because they would part ways. When they meet again, no one knows when that might be. Lingyue, you, take care of yourselves outside. Your Uncle Father will be waiting for your return at home. Chu Sheng started to sound worried, with countless words swirling in his heart. Knowing they would leave early the next morning only added to his mixed feelings of joy and worry. Uncle Father, we understand. Yes, Father. We're just stepping out to see the world, not abandoning our roots. Look at you, talking as if it's a case of life and death separation. Chu Siyu remarked. She hadn't drunk much because she was afraid Chu Lingyue would sneak away without her the next morning. That's true. You've never left me, and I am merely concerned. Chu Sheng's face was flushed red, clearly fighting off drunkenness for fear he might fall asleep right then and wake up to find them gone. And Shua, once you get to Xing Luo Academy, the first thing to do is to find your brother. Once you learn the situation, immediately write me a letter back, understood? Sigh. The Chu family is declining, and now there are only 3 of you left in your generation. How can I not worry? Chu Sheng sighed deeply. Yes, we understand, Father. Don't keep repeating yourself. Sister has already made all the arrangements. Chu Siyu replied with growing impatience, eagerly anticipating the new journey ahead. Uncle Father, there's another favor. Lingyue would like to ask for your help, Chu Lingyue said. Lingyue, please state your request. As long as Uncle Father can manage it, I will not refuse, Chu Sheng responded, his dizziness subsiding somewhat. The 4 elder grandfathers living in Zhongxi Courtyard still require more care. Please take care of them on my behalf. Chu Lingyue earnestly entrusted him. Absolutely. A guest is still a guest, and I will certainly ensure their comfort. Having a few around me during my leisure time adds to my enjoyment. Chu Sheng patted his chest confidently. Lingyue thanks Uncle Father. Chu Lingyue was extremely grateful, and this was the first time she had earnestly entrusted something to Chu Sheng. Still being formal with your Uncle Father? This child. Chu Sheng was nothing but pleased. That night, they kept drinking until the early hours of the morning. Chu Sheng became unconscious from the liquor and was carried back by Chu the steward's people. It was almost time to leave. After parting ways with Chu Siyu, she led Lu Moling to Zhongxi Courtyard to bid farewell to the 4 elders for the last time. In Zhongxi Courtyard, the 4 elders had already heard about Chu Lingyue's imminent departure to Xing Luo Academy and couldn't sleep all night. They waited anxiously in the courtyard. When they saw Chu Lingyue and Lu Moling, their feelings of excitement and reluctance finally broke loose. Lingyue girl, Lingling girl, may your journey be safe. Ho Zheng wiped his tears. Chu Lingyue and Lu Moling were both momentarily stunned. How could they bid farewell like this, saying, have a good journey, at the very start? In fact, it doesn't have to be like this. We're not leaving forever. It's only going to be for half a year or so. Chu Lingyue sat down, clearly showing some signs of drunkenness. Lu Moling also sat down, propping her head up with both hands. Her pink cheeks were tinged red, the alcohol hitting hard as her head swayed faintly. Lingyue girl, you must bear in mind what I've instructed, Ho Zheng said, once again giving a reminder before their departure, fearing that she might forget. Rest assured, I've got it. Without accepting a price, the cause and effect cycle will continue and guide me forward. Chu Lingyue laughed. I've already asked Uncle Father to take care of you, so feel free to settle down here. Thank you. The 4 were deeply appreciative. Just wait for me a moment. Chu Lingyue stood up and said. She came here to do something more important. Confidently stepping into the 7 corners of Zhongxi Courtyard, quickly setting up a whooshing spiritual array in each corner to conceal their presence. There was no telling if someone from the Lihuan sect might turn around again. She didn't trust that Yin Lei would let go so easily. If he detected the existence of the 4 elders, it could mean more harm than good, possibly even bringing calamity to the Chu family. In matters of great importance, she had to be cautious. Especially during the period she wouldn't be around, she had to make plans for them in advance. Chapter 198. Words of Advice Before Departure. After setting up the 5 Elements Spirit Array, Chu Lingyue clapped her hands together and revealed a satisfied expression. All right, elders, if you don't need to leave the Chu family estate, then stay inside. If you do need something, contact my uncle directly. Yesterday, Yin Leitang from the soul-departing sect found my residence, but fled in disgrace. I doubt they'll give up easily. If they discover that you did not perish in the underground city of Beast Forest, but were saved by me instead, it might lead to trouble. So while I'm gone, remember not to go out lightly. The 5 Elements Spirit Array will conceal your presence. Even if Yin Leitang comes to the Chu family estate, he won't be able to reach Zhongxi Courtyard. Chu Lingyue advised them, her greatest concern being their discovery by the soul-departing sect members, which would put the entire Chu family at risk. She had only just gained a family and absolutely couldn't lose them again. She wanted to hold on to the happiness of having a family with both hands. Yes, even if young Lingyue didn't say so, we already understand that we must not cause you any trouble, one elder said. That's right. You're allowing 4 of us old men who are nearly 6 feet under to retire gracefully. We are extremely grateful, Shi Yosian added. It's you, young girl, who must take care. If you encounter members of the soul-departing sect, avoid direct confrontation. They have numerous underhanded tricks, and as a young girl, no matter how skilled, you can never compete with them. Do you understand? Xiao Qi wiped away a tear, saying he really didn't want to part ways. I won't deliberately look for trouble with the soul-departing sect. Chu Lingyue slightly curved her lips. Are you all this scared of the people from the soul-departing sect? Your 4 sect's downfall has everything to do with them. We know that, which is why we ask you not to provoke the soul-departing sect. At least not until you grow stronger. The blood feud of the destruction of our sects is beyond our capability to repay, and we can only place our hopes on you. Therefore, Lingyue girl, the responsibility on your shoulders becomes even greater. Xiao Qi patted Chu Lingyue's shoulder earnestly. Gashao stood with his hands behind his back, his face solemn. Lingyue girl, we indeed hope that you will avenge us, but we also don't wish for you to ruin yourself in doing so. Do you understand? The 4 of us still hope that you return safely after completing your studies. I understand. Therefore, I never intended to avenge you. Chu Lingyue smiled brightly, instantly leaving the 4 elders dumbfounded. What? They all exclaimed in unison, staring at Chu Lingyue wide-eyed. Chu Lingyue spread her hands helplessly. The price I received from saving you was merely the compensation for your rescue and ensuring that you have no worries for the rest of your lives. It wasn't related to vengeance. If you want me to avenge you, that requires a separate arrangement, Chu Lingyue seriously declared. She was not someone who took losses easily, especially when it came to significant matters. She certainly wouldn't agree to revenge because of a solemn promise alone. She wasn't some fool. She clearly understood the disparity in strength, so she would never attempt to shake a towering tree with an ant-like effort. Unless, of course, the reward they provided moved her deeply enough. One causes consequences, you must pay a price proportionate to the task for me to act accordingly. Chu Lingyue grinned, speaking each word distinctly. She placed great faith in the concept of karma and believed strongly in the equal exchange principle due to personal experiences. Hey, Ho Zheng's jaw nearly hit the ground. Hadn't they already given all that was due? Now Chu Lingyue was telling them that what they paid so far was only retirement money. All their valuable possessions had been handed over. What now? Everyone felt anxious, stumped. So do you still want me to avenge you? Chu Lingyue asked, crossing her arms. Currently, the soul-departing sect is beyond my reach. Enforcing revenge isn't impossible. I have the ability, but the price to pay would be slightly higher. Chu Lingyue demonstrated the slight difference with her hand. How much exactly is slightly? The 4 elders no longer trusted Chu Lingyue's vague description of a little. Terrified by previous encounters, this child truly dared to ask for more. Only a bit, but judging from your current state of being penniless, perhaps you cannot afford it. How about waiting until I come up with a good solution, then conduct an equal transaction? Shall we? Chu Lingyue smiled gently. This isn't entirely unreasonable. Actually, we are not in a hurry to take revenge on the soul-departing sect anyway. We've waited more than 10 years. Ho Zheng and the others responded after deep contemplation. Let's wait a little longer. Your current martial spirit level is too low. Taking on the soul-departing sect would prove challenging, and you could potentially be countered and killed. We don't want to see you meet an early demise for avenging us. An extraordinary talent like you should not fade. The 4 solemnly echoed, every sentence seemingly thoughtfully considering Chu Lingyue. Since that's the case, then it's settled. If you need anything, let me know. It's getting late. I'll go back and rest with Lingling. All of you should rest early and don't miss me too much, okay? Chu Lingyue said mischievously and then left Zhongxi Courtyard with Lu Moling. She spent the night applying 5 Elements Spirit Array in every hidden corner of the Chu family estate. This was all she could do, guarding the last line of defense. To protect her family. Lingyue, why didn't you agree with them? Lu Moling asked curiously as she followed Chu Lingyue. Agree? How could I not agree? Chu Lingyue smiled. But not now. Their desire for revenge is too urgent. It would lead to disaster. If I didn't say those words, how could they have stopped worrying? They probably wouldn't sleep all night. The soul-departing sect wiped out their 4 sects without leaving anyone alive except them. Do you know how inhumane their methods were? Now that they've escaped the control of the soul-departing sect and reappeared in the world as dead people, do you think they wouldn't have other plans after we leave? Chu Lingyue countered. She understood clearly how much hatred Su Yu, Xian Gashao, Ho Zheng, and Xiao Qi had toward the soul-departing sect. They gritted their teeth in anger at just hearing its name. So what about you? Revenge? I've already collected my price. The cause and effect relationship has been determined, and there's no way I can reverse it, Chu Lingwei explained. She, who cultivated the 5 elements spirit arts, was bound by fate, so even if she didn't want to act, destiny would make her. There was no escape. It might as well be accepted. Why did you scare them then, saying the cost wasn't enough? Lu Moling questioned. If I didn't scare them, how would they understand the severity of the matter? Wiping out the soul-departing sect isn't as easy as they think. Dealing with Yin Leitang alone was exhausting, and he's just one of their guardians. Earlier, one of the members of the soul-departing sect, Ling Yu, died at my hands. Are we going to Aoyan City willingly becoming targets? Hoping to destroy the soul-departing sect is a tall order. I'm strong, but not that strong. That's true. I don't want you to get hurt. As for revenge, we'll take our time. I'll stay by your side forever, being your most solid support. Lu Moling shrugged, filled with courage. Yes, I know you will always be by my side. Chu Lingwei couldn't help but pat Lu Moling's head. Lu Moling was half a head shorter than her. She was indeed adorable and cute. Chapter 199, Departure. Lingwei. Lu Moling grabbed Chu Lingyue's hand, lowering her eyelids and revealing a tinge of melancholy in her eyes. What's wrong? Chu Lingwei asked softly. I'm afraid I'll leave you, Lu Moling said, pouting her lips as she spoke. Then what? Can you manage without me? Chu Lingwei asked. That divination predicted that she and Lu Moling would be separated for a short while, but they would soon meet again. I can. I have Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi will protect me, and I'll protect myself too, Lu Moling replied. I just can't bear to part with you. We will meet again. Besides, the divination shows that you won't leave now. Not at least until I reach Aoyan City, Chu Lingwei said. Their journey ahead was bound to last over 2 months. Okay, Lu Moling nodded her head. Before then, I will teach you more survival skills so you can cope when danger arises. Even unarmed, one mustn't panic, Chu Lingwei said sternly, already devising a plan to train Lu Moling in her mind. Really? But I can't even master a simple transformation. Lu Moling suddenly drooped her spirits. She'd spent several days trying, yet she grasped no technique. Her hands, mind, and spirit veins all felt empty. Cultivation isn't something achieved overnight. Perseverance is key. I believe that if you keep trying, an iron rod can be ground into a needle. And you are incredibly powerful. You can break conventions, reviving the lost art of holy spiritualists and bringing it glory once more. Chu Lingwei said resolutely, her gaze unwavering. She vividly remembered how in her previous life, she was trampled by the masses and mocked. Never giving up, she continuously practiced and became the revered 5-element spiritualist, feared by many. Therefore, with hard work, success was inevitable. She believed Lu Moling could do the same. All right, I'll listen to you. I'll continue practicing and soon master transformations. Lu Moling clenched her fists determinedly. Well then, hurry up and come with me. We need to establish several elemental arrays tonight, and we won't get any sleep. Chu Lingwei shook her head, acknowledging that the project was indeed vast, exacerbated by her current tipsy state, which slowed her down considerably. Lu Moling followed closely behind Chu Lingwei. All right. Is there anything I can help with? The next day, dawn's first light dissipated the morning mist. Chu Lingwei, along with Chu Siyu and Lu Moling, quietly departed from Hilltown on their way towards Aoyan City. To avoid hearing Chu Sheng's reluctant sobs, they decided to slip away silently, alas. Separations were always the hardest. A deep red jade ring clearly adorned Chu Lingyue's left thumb, already concealed by her elemental art, invisible to others. It was her mother's legacy, carried close to ensure a reunion. The secrets hidden within this jade ring, she resolved to uncover fully. Lingwei. Just after leaving Hilltown, the trio was stopped by a tall figure outside the city. At the city gate, there wasn't a single passerby, as if deliberately avoided. It was Dongfangyu. Ayu, take Lingling ahead and wait for me. I'll be quick. Chu Lingwei stood firm, looking directly at Dongfangyu. Coincidentally, he also looked her way, their eyes meeting momentarily. Chu Lingwei, however, diverted their gazes after 3 seconds. Ajay, hurry back. All right, I'll wait ahead. Chu Lingwei nodded, walking shoulder to shoulder forward with Lu Moling. Chu Lingyue's stunning little face was radiant as she boldly approached Dongfangyu. Leaving again? Dongfangyu removed his bronze mask, revealing an enchanting face, rarely seen. Such beauty might well look like this. In his eyes lay nothing but reluctance. Yes, I need to enroll in the Star Constellation Academy or lose my freshman spot, Chu Lingwei politely responded. Was this the Grand Shaman intentionally waiting for me? She counter-asked. I know you're leaving. Dongfangyu slowly began, unsure why, but he had a foreboding that this departure meant Chu Lingwei would drift further away from him. Unlike before when she went to the Beast Forest for training, this time was different. This was truly leaving. There would be no more opportunities to sit face-to-face and exchange casual family talk like now. Yes. Chu Lingwei nodded. Lingwei, do you still resent me? Dongfangyu hesitantly asked, his tone trailing off slightly with a sigh. Grand Shaman, do you think I should resent you? Chu Lingwei smiled and asked back, her dual eyes betraying no emotion. I shouldn't have neglected you. If you hate me now, it is justified. Dongfangyu lowered his eyes, regret evident within them. Had he known then what he knows now, he wouldn't have done that. The root cause of them drifting apart was him. Grand Shaman, I've already said this. I've never hated you. Your methods were correct. Leaving me alone has been the best protection for me. Now it's the same. You don't need to be overly protective of me. I've grown up and should not remain with clipped wings. Chu Lingwei continued. Lingwei, Dongfangyu was speechless, realizing he shouldn't have kept Chu Lingyue under his wing any longer. How is your study of illusion transformation going? He asked. Not well. I may lack talent for it. Chu Lingyue shook her head and once again demonstrated in front of Dongfang Yu. Spreading her hands, they remained empty, no miracle occurring. Dongfang Yu curved his thin lips into a bitter smile. Since that's the case, it's getting late. You'd better go. Goodbye. Chu Lingyue respectfully curtsied, then turned and left without looking back. Dongfang Yu watched as Chu Lingyue's figure gradually disappeared from his sight, feeling helpless. His divination would come true after all, wouldn't it? Grand Shaman. Xi and Xiao appeared before Dongfang Yu, half kneeling. As per your orders, Imo Qin is dead. Return. Dongfang Yu said, gazing far into the distance one last time, but failing to see her elegant figure. He turned and left. Chu Lingyue quickly caught up with Chu Siyu and Lu Moling, seeing them cooling off under a large tree not far away, waiting for her. Lingyue, Ajai. The two saw her from afar, excitedly waving to her. Chu Lingyue rushed over. Let's get going. She held one hand each and cheerfully walked away with them. A new journey had begun. By evening, Chu Sheng woke up from a drunken stupor, opening his eyes only to find a letter of farewell left by Chu Lingyue. Sniffle sniffle, she's gone after all, without waking me. I could have seen you off outside the city. Chu Sheng wiped tears while holding the letter. It proved Chu Lingyue made the right decision by leaving quietly. Otherwise, Chu Sheng might have insisted on stopping her. Day by day, Chu Lingyue consulted her map, constantly exploring the way forward, since it was her first trip out of Hilltown to Aoyan City, hundreds of kilometers away. Her fingers continuously traced over the map, with mountain ranges crisscrossing endlessly, as they climbed peak after peak. Though she could easily use the 5-element transference technique, arriving in mere tens of days by strolling leisurely, reality must still be considered. Lu Moling and Chu Siyu couldn't keep up at that pace. Chapter 200. I'm your biggest fan. Sister, why don't we settle down here tonight? We have mountains and rivers. If we go further, there might be nothing ahead. Chu Siyu sat down on a large rock, hammering her calf with no strength left, having walked until her legs cramped. Lingling, can she still walk? Chu Lingyue asked. I'll follow Lingyue. She didn't complain about being tired. As long as she was with Chu Lingyue, anything was fine. Sister, at least show some concern for me. I'm your little sister. Chu Siyu pouted, feeling extremely wronged. She had no intention of being jealous of Lu Mo Ling. She just hoped that her own sister would pay more attention to her. Where am I not caring for you? We'll rest here tonight. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. The past few days of traveling had been tiring, and they hadn't had a single moment of rest. Thank you, sister. Chu Siyu cheered happily, quickly summoning the cheetah beast. Bunny, find something tasty, I'm hungry. Hold on. Chu Lingyue said, also calling out Xiao Qingtuan. Mother. Xiao Qingtuan stood straight up. Go with Chidu to find some food. She found a good spot to sit down, removed her shoes and socks, and stepped into the stream water. She also wanted to slack off, wanting to completely avoid moving. Received. Mother, please wait. Xiao Qingtuan's face lit up with excitement as he held Chitu and darted into the forest like lightning. Lu Mo Ling sat closely next to Chu Lingyue, holding her skirt hem without stepping into the water. Try it. Chu Lingyue suggested. No thanks. Lu Mo Ling declined politely with a hesitating expression. No. Chu Lingyue revealed a mischievous smile, and, in the next moment while Lu Mo Ling wasn't paying attention, lightly pushed her into the stream. Lingyue. Lu Mo Ling, caught by surprise, instinctively sought support, but ended up with her skirt drenched from the icy sensation. Lingyue. Lu Mo Ling puffed her cheeks in an absolutely adorable manner. How will you know if you don't try? Before we reach the city of Aoreo, let's take this as relaxation. Chu Lingyue said while covering her mouth to laugh. Alright. Lu Mo Ling took off her damp shoes and socks and cautiously stepped into the icy stream, enjoying the natural serenity it brought. Lingyue. Lu Mo Ling suddenly called Chu Lingyue, and in the next moment, icy stream water splashed onto her body. Lingling, don't mess around. Chu Lingyue kept dodging as Lu Mo Ling splashed her. Ha ha ha, come here quick. Lu Mo Ling continued to playfully splash her. That's enough, watch out. Chu Lingyue immediately retaliated. They splashed each other back and forth in the water, filled with laughter and joy. Chu Siyu watched them bicker disdainfully with crossed arms. Puffed so childish. But just as she spoke, she immediately joined the battle herself. Watch me. Before long, the cheetah beast and Xiao Qingtuan returned carrying bounty suited to Chu Lingyue's taste, who preferred meals without meat unimaginable. There were also numerous bright red wild fruits. Not wanting to disturb their playful antics, the two assistants promptly took on their roles in the team by gathering firewood to start grilling instead. Just halfway through their cooking preparation, Xiao Qingtuan suddenly went on high alert, holding Chitu and swiftly rushing towards the creek. Mother, someone is coming. At this cue, Chu Lingyue and the others made their way back to shore. Xiao Qingtuan, return. Chu Lingyue waved her hand, sending Xiao Qingtuan back to the divine mental heart lake. Chitu was also retracted by Chu Siyu. Chu Lingyue used her martial spirit to dry her and Lu Mo Ling's skirts and dresses before putting her shoes back on. Wait here, I'll check it out. Not far away, she could already see swaying trees and the sound of people arguing. Didn't I tell you to stop talking? Aren't you annoying enough, following me like this? Can't you go alone? Fufu, you can follow Holy Maiden, why can't I follow you? Moreover, roads are open to everyone. You dare to argue back with me? Watch what I do to you. Jiang Fu became infuriated, grabbing her weapon for a fatal blow at Xiang Ru. Please, Fufu, can't we talk this out nicely? Must it involve knives and swords? Xiang Ru, frightened, moved backward rapidly. In an instant, Chu Lingyue appeared before them, causing Jiang Fu's hand to freeze midair. Accompanying her sudden appearance, the air turned solid. There lay Xiang Ru in a twisted position on the ground, Jiang Fu standing on one leg, her right hand gripping her jade sword aimed directly at him. Her expressions changed rapidly. Chu Lingyue narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, her arms crossed, looking at them intriguingly. Were they purposely tailing her? No, it's not like how it seems, Jiang Fu hastily retracted her jade sword, waving her hands while explaining, trying to remain aloof and dignified, yet simultaneously fearing Chu Lingyue's anger. Xiang Ru realized her own clumsiness and hurriedly stood up, composing herself. Ahem, holy maiden, greetings. So you were tailing me, I see. Chu Lingyue's expression was insightful. The moment Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru had appeared, everything became clear to her. No, that's not it. We weren't following you. Jiang Fu stood up, waving her hands incessantly, vehemently denying, but finally fell silent with nothing more to say, her earlobes flushing red as she silently lowered her head and remained silent. I'll explain. Ever since the day you left Hill City, we've been chasing after you. But your pace was too fast for us. It took us 5 days of relentless effort to finally catch up. Xiang Ru spoke calmly, fully divulging all details without a hint of concealment. Jiang Fu glared sharply at Xiang Ru before stepping heavily on his left foot. If you don't know how to talk, then don't. Shut up. What a terrible teammate. The pain made Xiang Ru cry out loudly, forgetting all about maintaining his refined demeanor as he hopped around clutching his injured left foot. What had he done wrong? Wailing internally. He had merely spoken the truth. Chu Lingyue couldn't help but chuckle as she watched the pair squabble. If you're not with our group, then feel free to go your separate ways. She turned to walk back. No way. Chu Lingyue, wait. Let me explain. Jiang Fu panicked. She'd barely managed to get this close to Chu Lingyue. There was no way she could let her just leave. Should she continue to follow Chu Lingyue from afar and never be able to approach? No way. Chu Lingyue was her idol. Explain. Chu Lingyue paused mid-step, turning back curiously to look at Jiang Fu. She noticed she was still wearing her veil and hadn't removed it yet. What is there to explain? Chu Lingyue asked. Actually, Jiang Fu started hesitantly, losing the high and mighty image she usually portrayed. Holy maiden, it's like this. Fu regards you as her role model and really admires you. She wants to be friends with you. Would you agree? Xiang Ru interjected first, standing by Jiang Fu's side. Shut up. Jiang Fu elbowed Xiang Ru forcefully, but he nimbly avoided it. I'm not going to fall for your tricks anymore. Xiang Ru gloated over dodging her attack. Don't gloat. Jiang Fu gritted her teeth, glaring at Xiang Ru briefly before choosing to ignore him for now. Chapter 201. My face has been injured. The two of you? Then I'll go. Chu Lingyue waved and turned to leave. Jiang Fu, seeing this, quickly blocked Chu Lingyue's path. It's not like that. Let me explain. You're my idol, no? You are my idol. I really like you. I admire you. I joined the Star Luo Academy admission competition because of you. I want to get closer to you. At this moment, all her coldness disappeared. Oh, Chu Lingyue didn't expect to gain a third little fan. It's just like that. So can I go with you? I promise I won't hold you back. I'm very strong. Jiang Fu raised her hand to swear. She was serious about joining them. Is it so? Chu Lingyue rested her chin on one hand, solemnly staring at Jiang Fu. I don't even know what you look like. Forget it. No. Jiang Fu, through her veil, covered her right cheek, suddenly lowering her eyes, avoiding eye contact. You can't be seen? Chu Lingyue asked. Then forget it. I won't force you. I'll go then. She turned and walked away immediately. Xiang Ru, however, rushed up in large strides, anxiously blocking her path. Holy maiden, please don't go. Fu is sincere. She's just... What is it? Chu Lingyue retorted, wondering if they had any secrets. If you want to join our team, that's not impossible, but having secrets is unacceptable. I just want to remember her face. If she can't show her true face, how am I supposed to trust you? That's not it. Fu is sincere. Xiang Ru urgently explained for Jiang Fu, but didn't know how to put it. She has something difficult to say. What is it? Chu Lingyue asked, actually not intending to leave, but was curious as Jiang Fu kept her veil on, unwilling to take it off. I'll do it myself. Jiang Fu, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke up. She stepped boldly before Chu Lingyue, as if making a great decision, slowly took off her veil. When Chu Lingyue saw the scars densely spread across Jiang Fu's right cheek, resembling a spider web, she couldn't help feeling startled, her scalp tingling. Sorry, scared you. Jiang Fu quickly wore her veil again, glancing around, fearing that Chu Lingyue would abandon her next moment. My face isn't pretty. I'm afraid of scaring others, so I always cover it with a veil. It's not because I don't want to show my real face. Can I go with you now? Jiang Fu gritted her teeth, her voice as low as a mosquito. Her aloofness wasn't to reject people from coming close, but for fear that they might find her hideous upon getting close. Was your face injured congenitally or later in life? Chu Lingyue asked. This? Jiang Fu froze in shock, not expecting Chu Lingyue to ask such a question rather than criticize her appearance. After birth. Jiang Fu replied. That's okay, there's treatment available. Chu Lingyue said with a slight curl of her lips, walking briskly forward after sidestepping Jiang Fu. This? Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru were stunned simultaneously by Chu Lingyue's words. Why aren't you moving yet? Chu Lingyue's voice echoed from afar. She was almost out of sight. Fu, the holy maiden agreed. Hurry up and catch up so that she doesn't change her mind. Xiang Ru was clearly more excited than Jiang Fu. However, Jiang Fu held Xiangru back. Aren't you afraid of the scars on my face? I've never been afraid, only heartbroken. Fu, you cannot doubt my sincerity towards you. Xiangru stopped in his tracks, adding a bit more charm to his usually jocular face. In his heart, no matter what shape Jiang Fu would turn into, his feelings for her remained unchanged, and he would go all out to find the best treatment for her. Oh, Jiang Fu's speech remained cold, striding forward to catch up with Chu Linghua. Xiangru restored to his usual warm and elegant demeanor, catching up too. Fu, wait for me. Linghua, who is it? Lu Mo Ling and Chu Siyu approached Chu Linghua swiftly and asked. It's Jiang Fu and Xiangru. They wish to travel with us to the Star Luo Academy, and I have agreed. Chu Linghua responded, noticing Jiang Fu and Xiangru approaching from a distance. Hello. Xiangru seemed much warmer in contrast to Jiang Fu, whose attitude was icy and detached, radiating an aura not inviting any approach. Chu Siyu looked awkward, whereas Lu Mo Ling quietly stood behind Chu Linghua, saying nothing. Nothing to worry about, Lingling. Chu Linghua calmed Lu Mo Ling's uneasy heart. She feared talking to strangers the most. Social anxiety truly reached a certain level, as Jiang Fu and Xiangru drew nearer. Hello. From today onwards, we will be traveling companions, looking forward to your guidance. Xiangru clasped his hands together, appearing warm and refined, exuding a scholarly aura. But this was nowhere near similar to a pervert scholar, because he was simply funny. Chu Siyu awkwardly nodded, glancing at Chu Linghua. She wasn't sure of Chu Linghua's intention, but felt it was somehow inappropriate to ask. My name is Jiang Fu. We've met during the admission competition, Jiang Fu said to Chu Siyu as a peculiar introduction. I know, Chu Siyu replied. Jiang Fu was notorious for being high and mighty and had a sharp tongue that could cut through almost anyone. That was what left an especially memorable impression. What smells burnt? Chu Linghua furrowed her elegant brows, looking around for the source of the smell. Trouble. The meat on the grill was emitting a strong smell of burnt, so she rushed forward to take it off. Smoke rose, and it was completely inedible. Can we divide tasks now? Chu Linghua asked helplessly. Xiangru, go find food. Jiang Fu sent Xiangru away without hesitation. Yes, I'm going right away. Xiangru didn't resist and walked straight into the depths of the forest. So obedient. Lu Mo Ling whispered incredulously in Chu Linghua's ear. Ha. Chu Linghua covered her mouth and laughed. Wife sings, husband follows. Lu Mo Ling tilted her head, puzzled by Chu Linghua's words. Jiang Fu heard what Chu Linghua said to Lu Mo Ling and coldly sniffed, turning her face away and finding a cool tree to sit under. Lu Mo Ling pressed her lips together and obediently followed behind Chu Linghua. Do you want to eat fish? Chu Linghua asked. Yes. Lu Mo Ling nodded, her eyes lighting up. Chu Linghua really knew how to appeal to her. She adored fish the most. All right, I'll catch them. Chu Linghua said. You come with me. Sure. Let's go. Lu Mo Ling eagerly took big steps to follow Chu Linghua to the streamside to catch fish. Chu Siyu wore a thoughtful expression. Why did Jiang Fu always wear a veil and refuse to take it off? But there was no time to think, as Chu Linghua and Lu Mo Ling had already gone to the creek. She quickly followed. Wait for me. A full hour passed, and Xiangru had yet to return. Chu Linghua had already caught plenty of fish, roasted them, and eaten her fill when Xiangru finally returned unhappily. In his hands, he carried a large amount of game, rushing back excitedly. Look what I've caught. Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. Seeing the mess piled on the ground, Xiangru's excitement dwindled. His lips twitched. You all ate already. It's because you were too slow. By the time you came back, we were starving. Chu Siyu commented. Chapter 202, Transformation Technique. He gave a very satisfied rub to his little belly that was full from eating. Xiangru squatted down in front of Jiang Fu and grinned as he asked, Fu, do you want more? Look at all these delicious things I prepared. They're all your favorites. It seemed like he was trying to get some recognition. Unfortunately, Jiang Fu was already full. Her expressions and words were extremely bland. No thanks. You eat it. I'm tired and need rest. Xiangru sighed meaninglessly toward the sky. Ling, with nightfall approaching, let's find a sheltered spot for a rest, while taking a leisurely walk to digest our food. Chu Linghua shrugged indifferently. She didn't intend to intervene in their matters. All right. Lu Mo Ling was a bit dense-headed, and whatever Chu Linghua suggested sounded good. Big sister, can I come too? Chu Siyu quickly joined in. In the forest, the three walked casually, hearing the sounds of monsters rustling through the woods nearby, but none dared approach them. Big sister, why does Jiang Fu always wear a veil? Chu Siyu curiously asked while holding onto Chu Linghua's arm. She originally thought that when eating, Jiang Fu might remove her veil, but surprisingly, she did not. This intrigued her even more. What kind of extraordinary beauty could possibly be hidden beneath that veil? One that wasn't shown easily. Because she is an extraordinary beauty in this world. The veil simply serves to shield everyone from seeing her beauty, making everyone pale in comparison in her presence. If you saw it, you would surely feel inferior, Chu Linghua explained. Really? Chu Siyu believed her and reacted dramatically with an exaggerated expression, sighing endlessly. Is she even more beautiful than you? Am I that beautiful? Chu Linghua paused momentarily, taken aback. Indeed, beautiful. Big sister, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. A beauty that defies description, akin to a divine spring brewed by the fairies in the heavens. Chu Siyu described her, employing all the positive adjectives she had learned over the years. Your mouth sure is sweet. Chu Lingyue was delighted inside, not realizing she held such a high position in Chu Suyu's mind. But, Jiang Fu is even 3 parts more beautiful than me. Really? Chu Suyu was briefly thrilled, then calmed down instantly. Forget it. I think you're exaggerating. Big sister, you are the most beautiful. Even if Jiang Fu is gorgeous, she couldn't surpass a tenth of your beauty. You sure know how to talk nicely. Chu Lingyue teased. Ling, tell me, am I right? Chu Suyu asked. Luo Ling stared attentively at Chu Lingyue, blushed, and nodded repeatedly. Yeah, Suyu is right. So you two will just sing in harmony and cheer me up. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly on her pink lips. In the future, Jiang Fu and Xiangru may join our team, so be mindful of what you say. Huh? Are they really sticking to us? Chu Suyu put her hands on her waist, her face turning unpleasant immediately. Yeah, so avoid mentioning anything unnecessary, understood? Chu Lingyue wasn't worried, because the more people heading to Aoyan City, the safer they'd be. They hadn't left Sierra City before, and all the upcoming dangers were unpredictable. Jiang Fu and Xiangru had powerful spiritual techniques. They were top-tier experts. With them accompanying, their journey would go much smoother. I understand, big sister. Chu Suyu pouted, though unwilling in her heart. She still had to accept since Chu Lingyue decided. It's still early. How about some practice? Chu Lingyue said, noticing that this forest area was expansive. They hadn't managed to leave after 2 days. Truly a great place for training. I understand, big sister. Chu Suyu replied. She only had the role of obeying, secretly vowing within herself not to fall behind during her cultivation process, determined to keep pace with Chu Lingyue. Okay, meet back here after 2 hours. Don't wander too far. Chu Lingyue reminded earnestly, with the red rabbit beast present. She wasn't at all worried about Chu Suyu encountering danger. All right, Chu Suyu agreed, then summoned the red rabbit beast and ran away quickly with it. Lingyu, what about us? Luo Ling tilted her head and asked. Of course, it's time to pass down some survival skills privately. Chu Lingyue's lips slightly rose as she led Luo Ling towards another direction. Let's go. All right. Luo Ling followed closely behind. At the cliff edge above the forest, Chu Lingyue gazed into the distance where the vast forest stretched endlessly. It seemed they still had a long way to go to reach the exit. So far, Luo Ling stood next to her, looking ahead, completely unable to see the end of the forest. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, carrying a hint of coolness. It was already autumn, getting cooler gradually, and when they arrived at Aoyan City, it would probably already be winter. Yes, we likely have a few more days of travel ahead. Chu Lingyue responded, wishing she could directly transport them to Aoyan City if possible. But doing that would mean they wouldn't be able to train. It's fine, as long as I'm with you, everything is alright. Luo Ling replied sweetly. Try again with the technique I taught you last time, and see if you can materialize an illusion. Chu Lingyue's expression turned serious in a flash. Before she departed, it was crucial that Luo Ling mastered this skill, which could save her life when they were apart. Alright, Luo Ling said as she spread her hands, quickly forming seals, her lips compressed into a straight line. Streams of green light continuously overflowed from her palms, but the next moment, they dispersed like stardust into the air. It still doesn't work. Luo Ling hung her head slightly. She had been putting in a lot of effort, but couldn't grasp the feeling Chu Lingyue had described. Watch me. Integrate the mantra with your dantian. Circulate your spiritual energy for one complete cycle along the spirit meridians. Use your imagination to imprint the form you want to materialize in your consciousness. Then let your spiritual energy create the illusion. Chu Lingyue explained carefully. Try again. Her patience was boundless. 2 months of teaching surely wouldn't pass without Luo Ling learning how to use the transformation technique. Alright. Luo Ling followed Chu Lingyue's method and tried several more times, each attempt dissolving between formation and dissolution. Sweat began to bead on her smooth forehead, and her cheeks flushed red like a ripe apple from the strain. Her stamina couldn't keep up with the consumption of her spiritual power. Lingyu, I'm almost there. Luo Ling's seal-forming hands suddenly opened, and a faint illusion appeared in her palm only to dissolve into greenish streaks of light vanishing into the air once more. She slumped to the ground, completely drained after that fleeting moment. Are you alright? Chu Lingyue caught Luo Ling with quick reflexes. I'm okay, but my strength isn't quite matching. Can I rest for a bit? Luo Ling gasped out, truly exhausted by practicing the transformation technique. Chu Lingyue nodded sympathetically. There was no other way. This must be done. Thanks, Lingyu. Luo Ling smiled gratefully. Chu Lingyue retrieved a water pouch from her spatial ring and handed it to Luo Ling. Take a sip first, rest a little, then we'll continue our practice. Alright. Luo Ling nodded. I'll demonstrate it for you one more time. Chu Lingyue said, then sat cross-legged in front of Luo Ling. Within moments, seal forming with her elegant fingers, golden butterflies began taking shape between her hands, fluttering around them in shimmering brilliance. Chapter 203, Learning the Basics. Look at my hand, Chu Lingyue said, opening her right hand in front of Luo Ling. Immediately, a green glow overflowed, and the next moment, one by one golden butterflies materialized out of it, fluttering gracefully. I used the 5 elements spiritual arts to achieve this, which is why the butterflies appear golden. She closed her hand as she explained. That's amazing. Luo Ling couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically, feeling that Chu Lingyue was truly her cherished gem who could handle anything. You can do it too, Chu Lingyue smiled. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I know how much you want to succeed, but it won't happen overnight. To manifest things, you need to release your spiritual power and concentrate. Yes, I understand. Lu Moling nodded, believing that she could do it too. We should break conventional norms. A Saint Spirit Master isn't just limited to healing magical beasts or doubling my spirit power. There are other uses, such as self-protection. I hope that when I'm not by your side, you will be able to take care of yourself and get out of dangerous situations, Chu Lingwei added. Yes. Lu Moling replied. Let's keep going. I can do it. All right. Chu Lingwei nodded. In an instant, the butterflies surrounding them transformed into streaks of golden light, fading away into the air. In another part of the forest, Chu Siyu stood on an open patch of land, tilting her head and looking far off at the hillside ahead. Bunny, what was that flying out earlier? Golden butterflies. They were incredibly beautiful. What? Golden butterflies? Where? She too climbed onto Chu Siyu's head and looked around in the direction she had pointed, seeing nothing but a large expanse of orange sunset about to disappear beyond the horizon. There, see? I clearly saw it before it disappeared, Chu Siyu said. The reason she noticed the gold was because Chu Lingwei had used it in front of her. The golden streaks resembling the glow were concealed among the leaves. Nope, sister, I don't see any. Chi Tu glanced around. Maybe I misjudged. Chu Siyu lowered her gaze, taking Chi Tu from her head and holding her in her arms. Come on, let's train. On the steep slope, the last rays of twilight vanished at the edge of the sky, leaving only the full moon hanging high up in the heavens. Moonlight shone down upon them, casting a cold glow. It was getting colder indeed. Chu Lingyue couldn't help shivering a little. Are you cold? Lu Moling asked. It's okay, let's continue. Chu Lingyue replied, and started teaching her step by step. Calm your mind and concentrate. Channel your spiritual power through your hands. Okay. Lu Moling furrowed her brows. Her palms emanated with a blue-green glow as a shadow gradually took form, eventually coalescing into a solid shape. A red flower appeared in Lu Moling's palm. Poppies growing by the riverbank, red enchantresses. Chu Lingyue felt internally stunned. As she gradually released Lu Moling's hand, the manifestation still remained intact. Did I really succeed? Lu Moling couldn't believe it. Try to pick it up, Chu Lingyue encouraged. Lu Moling joyfully lifted the red flower using her left hand. She truly felt its warmth against her skin, just like her own spirit energy. It's warm. Lu Moling was overjoyed, for she had successfully manifested something tangible. Though it was only a small red poppy, it brought immense excitement. This was the beginning of success, and from here on, she would become increasingly proficient in conjuring more powerful things. Yes, you've succeeded. Chu Lingyue was pleased. Her teachings had finally paid off. However, the manifestation lasted only a brief moment before the red flower disappeared from Lu Moling's hands. It disappeared. You've just grasped the knack, but you're still unfamiliar with it. Being able to maintain the manifestation for even a short while is already extraordinary. Don't worry, we have time. Chu Lingyue reassured her. Yes. Lu Moling nodded determinedly. Are you hungry? Chu Lingyue asked. Lu Moling's stamina had been drained almost completely. A little, Lu Moling said, clutching her stomach. The fish she ate earlier had now been digested. Come on, let me show you where to find some food. Chu Lingyue held Lu Moling's hand, muttered softly, and as they stepped forward, the surroundings instantly shifted. What is this? Lu Moling asked in surprise, realizing they were now deep in the forest, having arrived in an entirely different place in the blink of an eye. This is the art of 5 elements transference. Chu Lingyue laughed, revealing no intention of keeping secrets from Lu Moling. Huh. Lu Moling didn't understand. Do you remember our first meeting? In the abyssal region, you ran so fast, yet I managed to catch up with you. Chu Lingyue recalled. That's also the art of 5 elements transference, similar to riding a flying beast that can cover vast distances in a single leap. The principle is somewhat similar. Chu Lingyue explained further. Oh, Lu Moling was still confused, but the metaphor of a flying beast made her roughly understand. Lingyue, you're amazing. You know everything. In fact, there's no need to praise me so much. Chu Lingyue's lips twitched. She knew that Lu Moling hadn't fully understood, but it didn't matter as long as she got the rough idea. Lu Moling tilted her head, even more puzzled. Don't worry, I'll take you to experience something even more fun. Chu Lingyue smiled mysteriously and pulled Lu Moling, beginning to pace back and forth in the forest. Their figures kept disappearing and reappearing elsewhere. Lu Moling only felt the wind rushing past her ears. Every time she blinked, they would appear in a different place, making it both fresh and exciting. Lingling, wait for me here for a moment. Chu Lingyue had already heard the sounds around them. She let go of Lu Moling, and within 2 minutes, she reappeared next to Lu Moling with some delicious food in hand. She set up a fire right there and started roasting the food. Summoning Xiao Qingtuan and Huofeng effortlessly, Lu Moling also released Xiongqi. The group gathered around the campfire, with no one speaking. Their eyes were fixed on the delectable items being roasted over the fire, emitting tempting aromas. Who cared about arguments at such a time? Especially Xiao Qingtuan and Xiongqi. Their mouths were almost watering. Huofeng glanced disdainfully at Xiao Qingtuan before turning away haughtily. Unlike it, possessing the prestigious lineage of the Fire Phoenix clan, it was indeed shameful. Humph. Chu Lingyue first handed out portions to Lu Moling and Xiongqi, then to Xiao Qingtuan and Huofeng. As for herself, she had none left in her hands. Mommy, aren't you going to eat? Xiao Qingtuan's eyes gleamed, but seeing his mother had none, he restrained himself despite wanting to eat. Good things must always be shared with the person he cared most about. And his mommy was the one he cared about the most. Mommy isn't very hungry. Xiao Qingtuan can eat by yourself. Chu Lingyue patted Xiao Qingtuan's head gently, naturally knowing how filial Xiao Qingtuan was towards her, always willing to give her the best. No, mommy should eat too. Saying this, Xiao Qingtuan tore off a drumstick for himself, eating it, and offered the large remainder to his mom. Wah wah wah, he was truly so filial. Let big sister Qingtuan eat the large portion, and mother will just have a little bit. Chu Lingyue smiled and snatched a deliciously roasted thigh from Qingtuan's left hand, keeping the larger portion for him. Boo-hoo, mother is so nice. Little Qingtuan's eyes brimmed with tears. Eat it then. Chu Lingyue gently coaxed him. Xiangqi saw this and also gave the best part to Lu Mojing. Mojing, you're still growing. Eat more. He had no ulterior motives. His unconditional devotion was evident. All right, thank you, Chi-Chi. Lu Mojing didn't act as polite as Chu Lingyue because she understood Xiangqi's heart. The fire phoenix stood apart in solitude, casting a cold glance at them, huffing. Pretentiousness. And I won't bother joining you either. With the moon shining brightly, after being full and satisfied, Chu Lingyue led Lu Mojing back through the forest. It turned out Chu Saboyu had already returned from her training and was waiting there for them. She waited on end, growling with hunger, eating the nuts the Chidu beast found. Truly pitiful. If she were to know that Chu Lingyue and Lu Mojing had their own special meal, she'd be absolutely furious. Sister, I hear footsteps approaching. It's big sister and the others. The Chidu beast sprang up from the ground immediately, thrilled. Really? Chu Saboyu also stood up, clearly extremely excited. Soon enough, two graceful silhouettes emerged from the woods, framed beautifully by the moonlight. You're still here, Saboyu? Chu Lingyue asked absent-mindedly. Sister. Chu Saboyu rolled her eyes, desperately wanting to call out Chu Lingyue's forgetfulness. She had clearly sent her to train nearby, and told her to wait there for 2 hours. Come on, go find yourself a spot to rest. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. Chu Lingyue grinned as she took hold of one of them and pulled, heading back together. They tiptoed silently, resting not too far from Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru. Chu Lingyue wrapped an arm around Lu Mojing's waist, lightly tapping her foot to ascend a towering tree, lounging leisurely on its strong branches. Chu Saboyu, meanwhile, lay down on the ground using a makeshift bedroll, cuddling with the Chidu beast for sleep. Before leaving, she stored all her bedding inside her spatial ring. Even while roaming outside, good food and sleep must never be compromised. Chu Lingyue gazed up at the bright moon above, melancholy rising in her heart. I wonder what Jun Yeming is doing right now. Is he thinking about me like I am about him? She glanced over, noticing Lu Mojing was already asleep beside her. Closing her eyes, Chu Lingyue started communicating with little Qingtuan mentally. Mother, are you thinking of father again? Little Qingtuan asked. Yeah, just a little bit, but not much, Chu Lingyue replied. In that case, I'll go find father now. Please wait a moment, mother. Little Qingtuan understood. Mother said just a little, but it really meant a whole lot. Would this distract your father? Chu Lingyue feigned hesitation. Not at all, mother. He'll be happier than anything else. Mother, wait. Let me send a message to father immediately. Little Qingtuan placed both hands together, cross-legged sitting on the ground, closing his eyes tightly, beginning to meditate. Chu Lingyue patiently waited, and eventually fell asleep with her head tilted, completely missing the transmission. The next day, when the first streak of sunlight touched the earth, Chu Lingyue woke up startled by some commotion nearby. She suddenly opened her eyes, looking down, seeing Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru busy making breakfast with the wood, while Lu Mojing was still asleep. Chu Lingyue lightly stepped down, landing stably on the ground where Chu Saboyu continued to snooze soundly. Someone's coming. Chu Lingyue spoke, settling directly beside Chu Saboyu. Jiang Fu's alertness immediately heightened, listening carefully, indeed hearing rustling noises from a distance. Chu Lingyue's hearing was even sharper than hers. Was her martial spirit stronger than hers? No wonder she admired Chu Lingyue so much. Too amazing. Shall we take a look? Jiang Fu calmly asked. No need, it's unrelated to us. Chu Lingyue said. She did not want to get involved in unnecessary trivial matters. Their goal was to safely arrive at Xing Luo Academy within 2 months. All right, Jiang Fu obeyed Chu Lingyue. From now on, let Xiang Ru be the chef. His cooking skills are pretty good, Jiang Fu said lightly, adding that Xiang Ru prepared the most kitchenware in his spatial ring to ensure they ate well, bringing a complete set of utensils. Thank you. Chu Lingyue appreciated her freedom. Just as they were talking, Chu Saboyu slowly sat up. Elder sister, you're awake. She had no defenses. Chu Lingyue had been sitting beside her for quite a while, and she remained blissfully unaware due to deep sleep. How should this be managed later? Good morning. Chu Saboyu rose, gathering everything including the blankets into her spatial ring, holding the Chidu beast, warming herself by the fire. Elder sister, the weather is getting colder. Each day brought different temperatures. Yes, make sure to stay warm and don't get sick, Chu Lingyue said. Lingyue, high atop a towering tree, Lu Mojing woke up and realized Chu Lingyue wasn't by her side, shouting loudly. She didn't have a martial spirit, so she couldn't get down. In an instant, Chu Lingyue appeared beside Lu Mojing, wrapping her arm around her waist. With a gentle tap of her foot, they descended smoothly to the ground. Thank you, Lingyue. Lu Mojing's face turned red. Jiang Fu finally shifted her puzzled gaze toward Lu Mojing. She narrowed her eyes slightly, trying to detect Lu Mojing's martial spirit, but found nothing. It was strange. Sensing Jiang Fu's intense stare, Lu Mojing instinctively moved closer to Chu Lingyue, tightly pulling on the hem of her sleeve. Sorry, Liling doesn't like strangers. Her body has always been frail, making her unable to cultivate. Chu Lingyue explained while shielding Lu Mojing behind her. I see. Zhang Fu's curiosity disappeared at once. No martial spirit? This girl is interesting. Why is she traveling with you all? Is she also heading to Aoyan City? Xiangru asked with a grin. Liling is my good friend. I'm taking her to experience the magnificent landscapes of the Canglan Continent. Chu Lingyue replied indifferently, implying that Xiangru shouldn't ask too many questions. Zhang Fu obviously had better judgment than Xiangru and cut him off. Stop talking so much and shut up. I won't ask anymore. Don't be mad, Fu Fu. Xiangru clearly followed Zhang Fu's lead completely. Chu Lingyue began to understand their dynamic. But was Xiangru really content without question to follow Zhang Fu everywhere? Did his love for her truly transcend everything? Did he not care about the red spider-like scar on her right cheek? That showed deep affection indeed. After breakfast, the group packed their belongings, ready to set out again. The next rest stop would be unknown. Walking leisurely, the noise ahead gradually disappeared. However, as they approached, they detected the strong scent of blood in the air, all frowning deeply. What happened? Chu Saboyu asked. Don't know. They continued forward, and after advancing over 10 meters, they saw bodies sprawled haphazardly on the ground, looking no older than themselves. Sister. Chu Saboyu was shocked. Everyone became cautious. Chapter 205. It's fine, I'll go check. Chu Lingyue said, striding forward and squatting down to lightly touch their carotid artery with her fingertips. The corpses were still warm, and blood was still gushing from the wounds. The blood was still flowing, proving they hadn't been dead for long. A flicker of thought crossed her eyes as she immediately focused on a token hanging at one person's waist. It was entirely black, with an inscription that read Freshmen of Starry Academy. She immediately furrowed her brows. Just like us, they are this year's freshmen of Starly Academy. They were ambushed on the way. She returned the token to its original place and counted them. There were 6 bodies in total. What? Freshmen of Starry Academy? How did they end up dead here? Chu Siyu's face turned ghastly pale. Unknown. Chu Lingyue shook her head. The noise she had heard earlier was probably from here. It's all fate. She could not save them. Freshmen of Starry Academy? Perhaps someone intentionally intercepted them, or it could be another sect or academy trying to abduct people but failed, so resorted to such cruel measures. Zhang Fu analyzed seriously. How do you know it was done by another sect or academy? Chu Lingyue raised doubts. Because such incidents have happened in previous years. Zhang Fu spoke with a calm tone, as if she knew this fact already. Tell me more about that. Chu Lingyue asked. 4 years ago, a villager met the same cruel fate. He was brought back, but died shortly afterward. He was persuaded by another academy to join them, but he refused and was subsequently killed. Zhang Fu explained coldly. I see. Not wanting to ask further, Chu Lingyue maintained their destination as Aoyan City. The group set off again. As for the bodies, they would likely be discovered and sent home for burial. Wani-sama, wait for me. Repulsed by the strong smell of blood in the air, Chu Siyu shivered all over but quickly caught up without hesitation. No sooner than half a jaw stick time had passed when Chu Lingyue suddenly stopped. Let's take a different direction. She clearly heard the sound of combat coming from ahead. But that's the only way into the city. Chu Siyu remarked. We're not entering the city. Chu Lingyue said firmly. If possible, she wanted to avoid any attention and not risk getting hunted down again if news reached the Li Hun sect. Why don't we enter the city? We should replenish our equipment too. Chu Siyu nearly jumped in confusion, completely failing to understand Chu Lingyue's intentions. Good boy. Come on, let's take a detour. Chu Lingyue smiled brightly, clearly uninterested in explaining anything further to Chu Siyu. She grabbed Lu Moling and directly took a side route. Zhang Fu glanced ahead before turning around to follow Chu Lingyue. Wait for me, Fu Fu. Xiangru immediately followed as well, leaving Chu Siyu walking last. Time flies, and a month has passed. Chu Lingyue held a map in her hand, continuously zooming it in. Behind her followed Lu Moling, Chu Siyu, Zhang Fu, and Xiangru. Mahi City. Chu Lingyue looked up, seeing 3 large characters carved onto the towering gate, matching exactly the position indicated on the map. 5,000 miles to the east lies the brink of the concealed sea spanning the city of Supreme Ones, while their target, the city of Aoyan, is less than 2,000 miles away. She really wanted to bypass Mahi City and head straight through, but surrounded by mountains, the only way through was via Mahi City. Not only was it the closest, but even though bypassing wasn't impossible, it would cost them an extra half-month of travel. They couldn't afford to waste a single day. Chu Lingyue put away the map. It's getting dark. Let's enter the city. Wani-sama, you finally agreed to enter the city. Wow. There was no happier soul than Chu Siyu, who hadn't seen a city sky in over a month. During this journey, Chu Lingyue led them to avoid one city after another, refusing to enter any. Wah. Yes, because going around would take too much time. It's better to go through Mahi City and move faster. Chu Lingyue laughed. But we must leave early tomorrow morning once we've restocked. Understand? Yes, I understand, Wani-sama. Chu Siyu exclaimed, excitedly taking the lead toward the city gate. Lingling, let's go inside. Chu Lingyue said, looking at how joyfully Chu Siyu entered the city. All right, Fufu, let's go in too. Xiangru still sported his usual cheeky smile. Zhang Fu cast him a cold glance, then stepped up next to Chu Lingyue, walking beside her. Xiangru, knowing fully well he was embarrassing himself, still insisted on pestering Zhang Fu relentlessly. As evening fell, among those passing through the city gates, there were only 5 of them. Chu Siyu reached the front gate of Mahi City first. The moment she stepped in, she heard a continuous dripping sound. Nowadays, in this era dominated by spirit masters, almost every city would equip a high-level spirit device to facilitate immediate scanning for entry, and these devices were interconnected throughout the Canglan Continent. Any city they passed through would be immediately scanned, and the information would be uploaded to the terminal spirit device, allowing those with the highest clearance to view their route map. Following closely behind, Chu Lingyue and her group also walked through the gate, striding confidently inside. In a sealed room somewhere within Mahi City, someone suddenly heard the spirit device chime several times, jolting them awake. Staring intently at the displayed information on the spirit device, a cunning smile spread across their face. Quickly, informed the enforcer. These are the freshmen heading to Starry Academy. As they had just entered, they were greeted by sight of two clear rivers flowing along either side of the cobblestone path, their waters streaming gently with enough width to fit a small boat. Big sister, Mahi City is quite unique, isn't it? There's a stream on both sides, Chu Siyu remarked curiously as she looked around. The rivers of Mahi City flow from the brink of the hidden sea. It's said that beneath Mahi City runs an underground river leading towards the brink of the hidden sea. Chu Lingyue explained. How do you know this, big sister? Chu Siyu asked in admiration, amazed that Chu Lingyue possessed so much knowledge. It's written on the map, Chu Lingyue said as she pulled out the map and zoomed in on the section detailing Mahi City's origins. Everything was clearly and accurately described there. So all this is on the map, Chu Siyu exclaimed, stunned. Are maps made so meticulously these days? Didn't you know? Chu Lingyue countered. No, how would I have known unless you told me? Chu Siyu responded, enlightened. You know now, take a look and learn more about it. Chu Lingyue handed over the map to Chu Siyu after carefully putting away the one from Mahi City. Huh. Chu Siyu stood there awkwardly, not knowing whether to put the map down or hold on to it. Jiang Fu, let's first find a place to stay, Chu Lingyue suggested, dragging Lu Moling and calling Jiang Fu before hurrying toward the city center. Wani-sama, wait for me, Chu Siyu shouted while holding the map tightly, unsure whether to stow it away or keep it out. They chose their lodging at the heart of Mahi City, the Mahi Inn, reserving 5 high-quality rooms. Jiang Fu took the initiative to pay, maintaining a calm exterior despite secretly rejoicing within. She couldn't believe she was finally able to spend soul coins on Chu Lingyue and found herself too excited for words. Chu Lingyue shared a room with Lu Moling. She ordered 6 dishes and a soup delivered to their room and invited Jiang Fu to join them. While they ate, they discussed the next leg of their journey. Chapter 206, Mahi City. Over the past month, Chu Lingyue had been extremely cautious, trying her best not to cross paths with other sects or academies. Ultimately, she was still avoiding people from the Lihuan sect. Yan Leitang hadn't gained any advantage over her and failed to retrieve the Qiongqi. Losing Ninziyu didn't help, either. They must have a strong hatred for her. After eating, you should rest if needed. If you don't need rest, go out and gather more supplies. I've studied the map carefully. After we leave Mahi City, it will take at least half a month to reach the next city. Chu Lingyue said. In this month, she'd led them around different cities and endured quite a bit of hardship. It wasn't much trouble for her as she was used to freedom, but she had to consider the team. Tomorrow morning, we'll set off and leave. Don't linger in the city too long, and avoid disputes. Chu Lingyue said. Based on her experience, if what Jiang Fu said was true, and someone would intercept new students entering the Xinghua Academy, they might have already been watched since they entered the city. Okay, big sister. Chu Siyu was stuffing her cheeks full of food, speaking indistinctly. Good. Follow Saintess's arrangements. Fufu, let's also go out and walk around. Let's enjoy the prosperity of Mahi City, Xiangru said flatteringly. This would be his first date with Jiang Fu outside, and he couldn't help daydreaming about their bright future. Jiang Fu gave Xiangru a cold glance. She wasn't happy at all. In the future, don't call me Saintess. Call me Lingyue instead. Chu Lingyue corrected. All right, Lingyue, Xiangru said. Ling, you, Jiang Fu tentatively called out, calm on the surface, but her heart was already racing. Very good. Since Xiangru calls you Fufu, I'll call you Fufu too in the future. Chu Lingyue laughed. This one is called Lingling. And this is Ayu. What about me? And me? Xiangru excitedly pointed to himself, hoping Chu Lingyue would give him a more down-to-earth nickname. Xiangru, that's fine. Chu Lingyue nodded. Xiangru seems too formal. How about calling me Ruru? Xiangru asked excitedly, almost standing up. Sit down. Don't embarrass yourself. Jiang Fu truly thought Xiangru was unbearable. Why did he act so dumb and simple? Walking together made her feel like an idiot. But it's not embarrassing. Xiangru mumbled, dissatisfied but didn't dare contradict Jiang Fu. Can you stop talking? All I hear is your chatter. Jiang Fu's voice grew colder, becoming slightly angry. Couldn't she eat peacefully? I'll shut up. Xiangru kept silent. Sorry, he's always like this, a bit talkative. Just ignore him. Jiang Fu apologized, fearing that they wouldn't be pleased. No, he's great. On this journey, thanks to Xiangru, it hasn't been boring. Chu Siyu chimed in, genuinely believing this. Thank you. Siyu is right, Xiangru agreed, not as intimate with them when addressing them as he was with Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu shot him a cold glare. Instantly, the cold air soared, and the previously smug Xiangru deflated like a punctured balloon, quietly eating his rice. Don't fool around. Hurry up and eat, Chu Lingyue laughed. The meal was quickly finished. When everyone left successively, Chu Lingyue pulled Lu Moying and stepped out of the Mahi Inn in large strides. They had entered the city late in the evening, so by now, it had become dark. Sister, I wonder if there's a curfew in Mahi City. Chu Siyu tugged on Chu Lingyue and asked. Did you not look at the map I gave you? Chu Lingyue asked. I haven't had time to study it yet. Chu Siyu quietly lowered her head, realizing that it should have been written on the map. The cities outside are not the same as Huir City. Though Mahi City has no curfew, the people coming and going are mixed, good and bad. We must be extremely careful. Even in crowded streets, we may run into dangerous individuals, Chu Linghua said. Sister, I understand. Chu Siyu pouted. I'm naturally cautious, sister, please don't worry. Good. That side looks lively. Go buy some dry rations. Chu Linghua took out a Star Luo Platinum bank card from her space ring and handed it to Chu Siyu, saying stylishly, use it freely. If it's insufficient, ask sister. Sister, this is a Star Luo Bank Platinum card. Where did you get this? Chu Siyu was stunned, holding the platinum card in both hands and rubbing it repeatedly, appreciating its texture. It was earned during the last auction at Star Luo Auction House. Did you forget? Chu Linghua countered. Come on, stop chatting, hurry up and buy. All right, I'll go now. After buying, don't wander around outside. Return to Mahi Inn as soon as possible, and make sure to keep the communicator I gave you. You can summon me anytime. Chu Linghua reiterated with concern, worried that Chu Siyu might encounter danger. All right, I got it. Big sister, don't worry. Chu Siyu replied while already running far away. Lingling, what are you looking at? Chu Linghua turned her head and saw Lu Moying gazing off into the distance not far away. I see Jiangfu over there. Lu Moying's little hand tightly gripped Chu Linghua's all along, feeling more anxious the closer they got to other towns compared to Hill City, where she felt fine before. Having Chu Linghua by her side put her somewhat at ease. Do you want to go over? Following Lu Moying's gaze, Chu Linghua spotted Xiangru sticking close to Jiangfu, who was constantly pushing him away. The two awkwardly walked together. No, I want to stay with you. Lu Moying anxiously said. Wherever you go, I'll follow. All right, then let's stroll around a bit. Chu Linghua suggested, aiming to have Lu Moying interact more with strangers so that even if she weren't around in the future, Lu Moying wouldn't succumb entirely to social anxiety and be unable to meet people. Okay, I'll follow Linghua's lead. Lu Moying agreed, although reluctant deep down, resisting human crowds but still wanting to try stepping out of her comfort zone. During the 10 years in the human realm, she had grown accustomed to solitude, accustomed to living among the beasts day and night. Aside from Qiongqi, she no longer had familiar beasts around. How could she not feel panicked? Chu Linghua became her support, her pillar of strength. Lingling, you need to get used to the presence of strangers sooner, Chu Linghua said. I know, I'll try my best, Lu Moying nodded, having made significant efforts. Very good. Chu Linghua patted Lu Moying's head, taking her hand and walking through the bustling streets, blending into the crowded masses and entering the lively marketplace. She purchased every new trinket or toy they came across, hoping for less boredom during their days ahead amidst desolate mountains and wilderness. Late at night, the bustling crowd on the street was suddenly pushed aside by several armored figures. Chu Linghua and Lu Moying had finished purchasing their equipment and were about to return to the inn. Get out of the way. Make space. The clamorous sounds from afar immediately alarmed Chu Linghua, who promptly pulled Lu Moying into a corner to take cover. Chapter 207. Kanchang, so kill. It was then that the crowd was forcibly pushed aside by a group of soldiers. Row upon row of commoners were all shoved to the ground, and in an instant, the street which had been bustling with activity was now filled with cries of misery. More than 10 men in armor wore masks of fierce ghosts with green faces. The man leading them held up a painting in his hand. After unfurling it, they began checking each person one by one. Chu Linghua pulled Lu Mojing to stand in a corner, quietly peering out. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as she clearly saw that the person in the painting was indeed them. Have you seen these people? No. The townsfolk glanced once but shook their heads, having never seen them. If you see them, report immediately to the city lord, said the leader, who then quickly commanded his subordinates and left in grand procession. Chu Linghua pulled Lu Mojing into hiding in a corner, took out her communication mirror, and directly called Chu Siyu. Drip, drip, drip. Chu Siyu had just returned from shopping back to the Mahe Inn and sat down when she sensed her communication mirror shaking. She instantly took it out. Sister? Ayu, where are you? Chu Linghua asked seriously. I just got to Mahe Inn. You're still outside? Chu Siyu said. She knew what to do and not to do. After being instructed by Chu Linghua to buy supplies and return to the inn, she followed instructions, ensuring she had sufficient rest. Are Fu and the others back? Chu Linghua asked. Don't see anyone around. Shall I knock on the door to check? Chu Siyu asked. Although unclear about the intent behind Chu Linghua's question, she still followed through obediently. Yes, go quick. Chu Linghua ordered. Wait for me a moment. Chu Siyu holding the communication mirror rushed to Jiangfu's room. She knocked several times and called out multiple times, but received no response. Sister, it seems like they haven't come back yet. Understood. Ayu, pack your things. I'll be back soon. Chu Linghua said. Sister, is something wrong? Chu Siyu asked. This isn't the time to talk. When I come back, hide well and don't wander around recklessly. Chu Linghua responded seriously before cutting off the communication. She then dragged Lu Mojing to leave via another direction. Lingling, let me send you to Sister Ayu first, and then I'll find Fu and the others, Chu Linghua said. As the two stood in the dark alley, they noticed those few people from earlier had already combed the area repeatedly searching. All right, Lu Mojing agreed, realizing this was a moment when she mustn't drag her sister down. Heaven and earth are without limit. The 5 elements spiritual arts, transfer. Chu Linghua chanted softly. In the next moment, both figures vanished from their original spot. Just after, those people reached the dark alley. searching only to find it completely empty before turning away and leaving. In the blink of an eye, both appeared steadily within the guest room. Ayu. Chu Lingyue immediately found Chu Siyu, handing Lu Mojing over to her. Take good care of Lingling. There are people in the city conducting an extensive search for us. This is targeted at us. I'm going to look for Fu and the others, and once we locate them, we'll need to leave as soon as possible. There's no time to delay. All right, sister, I understand. You go ahead. Chu Siyu replied. Instantly, Chu Lingyue's figure flickered and disappeared from her sight. Sister has advanced her martial spirit cultivation to such an incredible state. Chu Siyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yeah, perhaps. Lu Mojing echoed. At that exact moment, Chu Lingyue's figure reappeared in the middle of the street. The direction she sought was the same as the route previously taken by her and Lu Mojing when they met Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru. Hurry, search each shop individually. Chu Lingyue pulled out a veil and put it on, calmly blending into the crowd. Excuse me, could you tell me who they are? Chu Lingyue randomly picked a lucky passerby and activated the soul command technique. They are the guards from Ma River City. They seem to be looking for a few women who arrived in Ma River City today. It's unclear which inn they're staying at, so they're questioning each one. Thank you. Chu Lingyue had grasped the general situation. To know why the Ma River City soldiers were searching for them, she must capture someone and ask clearly. Jiang Fu would have known to go straight to the Ma River Inn to meet up with them. Once those soldiers finished searching this inn and came out, Chu Lingyue quickly slipped away from the throng. An increasing number of soldiers gathered, preparing to proceed further to their lodging place, Ma River Inn. Transfer art of the 5 elements. Standing in a corner, Chu Lingyue focused on the group of soldiers passing right before her eyes. Quietly chanting, her elegant figure disappeared from its spot. A moment later, she appeared in a secluded area. Before her unmistakably stood a masked man with a ferocious green ghost-like mask. Clutching tightly in his hand was a painting, unmoving as he stood. Clearly, his soul had been captured earlier by Chu Lingyue. Standing before him, Chu Lingyue tugged the painting from his hands, unfolded it, and the image depicted none other than their current appearance when entering the city. As expected, from the moment they stepped into Ma River City, they'd been under surveillance. Mo Sha. Chu Lingyue gave an order. Mo Sha immediately appeared before her. I am here, Miss Chu. Please give your instructions. Go find Jiang Fu and let them wait for me at the Mahe Inn. Chu Lingyue commanded. Yes. Mo Sha left. Chu Lingyue held the painting in front of the soldier and asked slowly, why are you looking for the people in this painting? The city lord ordered us to definitely find these individuals. The soldier replied weakly. Why look for them? Chu Lingyue continued repeating her question. Resisting her soul command technique was utterly futile. They are new students from Star Luo Academy. The city lord is collaborating with Chui Dan Academy to specifically intercept students from Star Luo Academy. If they can't be persuaded to join, they must be killed so as not to benefit Star Luo Academy. The soldier struggled to speak each word. Chui Dan Academy? Chu Lingyue frowned delicately. She had never heard of any Chui Dan Academy before. Could it be overshadowed by Star Luo Academy's prominence? In half an incense burn's time, you will wake up and be able to return to your unit. Chu Lingyue handed the painting back to him and snapped her fingers loudly. Following her instructions, he turned around and went back to his post. After half an incense burn passed, Chu Lingyue returned to Mahe Inn. Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru had already come back and regrouped with Chu Siyu and others. They had heard Chu Siyu roughly explain Mo Sha's origins. To have such a mysterious elite guardian around Chu Lingyue meant she was far from ordinary. Are you all packed? Let's leave under cover of night. Chu Lingyue said. She did not wish to get entangled with this Chui Dan Academy and wished to report to Star Luo Academy as soon as possible. So soon? But the city gates are closed. How are we going to get out? Chu Siyu asked. We'll climb over the wall then. Chu Lingyue shrugged indifferently. Having done similar things countless times before, it was a familiar route for her. This doesn't seem appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Should we instead just let ourselves get caught and beaten to death? Chu Lingyue retorted. I found out that the Horse City Lord has conspired with the Chui Dan Academy. Any new student from Star Luo Academy is being detained once entering the city. They already know we came in but don't yet know which inn we're staying at. When I came back, they had already started searching. If we stay longer, we might not even be able to leave. Chu Lingyue said seriously. I don't want unnecessary trouble before reaching Star Luo Academy. Chapter 208. The Tricks of Tsuedan Academy. Tsuedan Academy? Jiang Fu furrowed her brows deeply. I didn't expect it to be Tsuedan Academy again. You know about this? Chu Lingyue asked, and everyone turned their puzzled gazes toward Jiang Fu. I do. The ones who ambushed the freshmen of Xinglua Academy were from Tsuedan Academy. Didn't expect that it would be the same this year. Jiang Fu replied. Are you all packed? Let's go. Chu Lingyue said, leading everyone quietly away from Ma River Inn without saying much more. The weather was gradually cooling, cold winds brushing against their faces. The empty street seemed eerie with no one around, not a single light on. It felt desolate, like an abandoned city, contrasting sharply with what it had been half an hour ago. Chu Lingyue held a map and led the way, her group moving swiftly as they headed towards another city gate. After half an incense stick's worth of time, a towering city wall loomed before them, at least 50 meters high by estimation. Big sister, can we climb over this? Chu Siyu looked up at the lofty city wall. Climbing it barehanded would be harder than ascending to heaven. Moreover, they had no tools to help scale the wall. No problem. Chu Lingyue pressed her lips together. Fufu, can you make it? Let's try. Jiang Fu said, unsure herself. She lightly stepped down, directly clinging onto the rocky surface of the wall. Stepping on several protruding large rocks, she managed to climb halfway. She stood on the hard stone wall, looking down to see the figures of Chu Lingyue and the others becoming very small. Looking upward, she estimated there were still over 20 meters left. Jiang Fu thought for a while and activated her martial spirit to continue climbing. But just as she was nearing the top, she suddenly slipped down. Fufu. Xiangru quickly reacted, seeing Jiang Fu fall. He activated his martial spirit and immediately soared into the air, catching her and landing steadily. How are you? Chu Lingyue asked. Are you injured? Jiang Fu shook her head, stepping out of Xiangru's arms. No, it's too high. I can't make it. There are almost no footholds after the first 20 meters, making it extremely difficult. Chu Lingyue's eyes flickered. Even Jiang Fu, whose martial spirit had reached the rank of Spirit King, couldn't make it. How could the rest of them hope to succeed? What should we do now, big sister, if even Fufu can't make it? Chu Siyu asked. I have a way, Chu Lingyue responded. This was the only way left. They would have to reveal themselves in front of everyone. What method? Everyone looked at Chu Lingyue once more with hopeful eyes. Chu Lingyue walked to the side and broke off a branch, then returned and began drawing something on the ground that others couldn't see. In their eyes, all they saw was her constantly gesturing on the ground, unaware of what she was doing. In less than a moment, Chu Lingyue discarded the branch. Come here, stand in front of me. Everyone was confused but followed her orders obediently. Lingling, come in as well. Lu Mo Ling was next to Chu Lingyue when she was called in. Everyone gathered in the array of 5 elements spiritual arts that Chu Lingyue had drawn. Her hands formed seals, and her left eye, which was usually brown, suddenly shone with a purple light. Heaven and earth are infinite. 5 elements spirit art, transfer. Before they could fully recover from their astonishment, golden symbols appeared beneath their feet, shimmering brightly. In just a moment, their figures disappeared instantly within the pentagram of the spiritual art, teleporting them away. After successfully sending them away, Chu Lingyue quickly disrupted the formation so no traces were left behind. At that moment, quite a few people suddenly appeared right behind her. They launched relentless attacks towards her. Green-colored light was gradually closing in. Stop! Chu Lingyue was just about to transport herself as well when her spellcasting was abruptly interrupted. She forcibly countered the approaching green light, her hands forming seals rapidly to defend, shining green energy from her martial spirit once more. Spirit King Rank 1. Chu Lingyue realized how bad the situation was. At least 7 or 8 Spirit Kings surrounded her, powerful force surging from all directions, aiming straight for her crown. It was tough to hold on, gritting her teeth, realizing now that perhaps she should have kept Xiangru or Jiang Fu behind, but it was too late. Surrender immediately, and we'll let you off easy. The Spirit King-ranked experts saw Chu Lingyue's talent, trying to persuade her, unwilling to allow such a talented individual to be favored by Xinghua Academy. She had to be taken by them. That's right, join our Suidon Academy. It's absolutely better than Xinghua Academy. What's so great about Xinghua Academy anyway? Our Suidon Academy is far better. It's definitely comparable to Xinghua Academy. Several strong individuals played good cop, bad cop in front of Chu Lingyue, their hands-on approach clearly gentler, as if they did not want to harm her. Then you all retreat first, and we can have a good talk. If the conditions you offer are more appealing than Xinghua Academy's, I'll consider it, Chu Lingyue said. She wasn't stupid. If she truly fought with these people, there was a good chance she wouldn't be able to escape, and even if she did, she'd probably suffer for it. That goes without saying. The few Spirit King-level experts immediately retracted their martial spirits upon hearing Chu Lingyue's agreement, quickly surrounding her in case she changed her mind and tried to flee. Kid, can we enter my Suidon Academy now? One of the old men, with a bushy beard, asked. His white eyebrows stood upright, his eyes slanted upward at the corners, and his face appeared quite ferocious, glowing with a blood-like hue. Chu Lingyue glanced at him and instantly deduced that countless lives had been taken by this elder. People like him were dangerous to approach as they could easily bring bad omens and disasters. How do you know I'm a freshman at Xinghua Academy? Chu Lingyue questioned. Could it be that you've colluded with the city lord of Ma River City to intercept Xinghua Academy freshmen? Ma River City is under the jurisdiction of our Suidon Academy. As soon as any Xinghua Academy freshmen arrive, we know right away, one of the elders explained. I see, Chu Lingyue realized. But how do you determine someone is a student from Xinghua Academy? Do you have proof? She asked curiously. Xinghua Academy gives out freshman tokens. As long as they carry them, we're notified once they enter the city, the elder clarified. I see, Chu Lingyue stated. So anyone carrying the Xinghua Academy freshman token would be detected as soon as they entered the city, and it would be easy for Suidon Academy to intercept all the freshmen. This was indeed intriguing. Young lady, you're not alone, are you? Are there others with you? Another elder asked, clearly more interested in who was accompanying Chu Lingyue. But apart from her, no one else was visible. How could they possibly scale such a high wall? They didn't believe it. They must be hiding somewhere. Nope, it's just me. Chu Lingyue responded slyly. Could there have been anyone else who entered Ma River City with me? Don't play dumb. We detected that your group consisted of 5 people, but currently, we only see you. Where are you hiding them? Bring them out together. Suidon Academy will accept all of you. The fierce-looking elder demanded. Chapter 209, Single Combat with the Elder. There isn't, only me, and if there is, it could just be someone who entered or left Mahi City before or after me. Chu Lingyue threw up her hands in surrender. As long as she had already sent Chu Siyu and the others out of Mahi City, even if they wanted to chase them, they couldn't catch up. She stuck to her story tightly, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Little girl, let's make a deal. If you call them out, whatever benefits Xing Luo Academy offers, we from Chui Dan Academy will offer double. The elder beside the ferocious-looking elder said. He had truly gone all out. He had observed Chu Lingwei earlier single-handedly blocking their 7-person assault. Surely, she was an exceptionally talented individual. Besides me, there really isn't anyone else. You might tell me first, how many benefits can I receive if I abandon Xing Luo Academy and come to your Chui Dan Academy? Chu Lingwei asked, continuing to stall for time. She constantly turned her thoughts over, searching for an escape strategy. Since she couldn't use soul-binding techniques, and they were in overwhelming numbers, she knew that attempting such would only result in a backlash on herself. Even if there was only one person, she still had to find another way through. Mother, there's so many against so few. Although your spiritual weapon matches theirs in power, 2 fists can't match 4 hands. There's no way you'll be able to knock them all down. Little Qingtuan warned cautiously within the mental lake. I know, Little Qingtuan, what are your ideas? Chu Lingwei replied. She couldn't think of anything alone but also didn't want to summon Mo Sha. If she couldn't get rid of these elders, Mo Sha would risk being exposed, which would only worsen the situation for her later on. Mother, why don't you release me? I'll slaughter all of them and liven things up for you. Mother won't have any troubles then. Little Qingtuan suggested excitedly, his eagerness apparent. No, Chu Lingwei felt increasingly anxious. If we kill them all, we'll be hunted by every member of the Chui Dan Academy. If I'm not mistaken, these old men are all elders of the Chui Dan Academy. If we just eliminate them all without leaving survivors, how would anyone know they were killed by us? Little Qingtuan reasoned with logical confidence. There are countless ways to identify who killed them. Therefore, killing is not an option. We must achieve our goal intelligently. Once you reach Xing Luo Academy, do you think they'd dare send people over to forcibly take you back? Chu Lingwei explained. What shall we do? Mother, apart from wiping them all out, I cannot think of any other solution. Little Qingtuan admitted guiltily. Little Qingtuan, isn't it possible that we could avoid bloodshed and seek a more stable resolution? Chu Lingwei gently guided, noticing recently that Little Qingtuan seemed to have grown more violent, a tendency she disapproved of. What exactly constitutes a stable solution? Mother, they've surrounded us, demanding that you go to that so-called Chui Dan Academy. Little Qingtuan responded, knowing Chu Lingwei preferred Xing Luo Academy. Don't rush it, Mother will find a way. Chu Lingwei stated, severing the connection with Little Qingtuan. The 7 elders continued sweet-talking Chu Lingwei gently, using every trick to try to persuade her to abandon Xing Luo Academy and join Chui Dan Academy instead. Doesn't your Chui Dan Academy visit various cities for recruitment? Chu Lingwei asked. Why do you need to snatch people everywhere? If you fail to recruit new students, you even resort to murdering to erase traces? Ho ho, talented individuals have already been preemptively taken by Xing Luo Academy. We have no choice but to select from the leftovers. What can we do when faced with such circumstances? We're forced into this situation. If they refuse to join Chui Dan Academy, we simply kill them outright. We won't give them to Xing Luo Academy either. The terrifying elder snarled. You're no different. Should you persist in refusing to join our Chui Dan Academy, we will kill you too. Regardless of whether you're a naturally gifted genius, you absolutely mustn't remain for Xing Luo Academy. Ask again, do you wish to join Chui Dan Academy? You actually recruit like this? Threatening at every turn? Even if you kill me today, it will still be hard for you to win everyone's trust. Chu Lingwei said. We don't need unanimous approval. What we seek is their fear of us. Our cultivation methods in Chui Dan Academy will never fall short of those of Xing Luo Academy, the elder insisted. How different are your actions from that of mad murderers? Chu Lingwei asked with a faint smile. Mad murderers? If they didn't obstinately stick to Xing Luo Academy, would we possibly lay our hands on them thus? Death is their own choice, the elder growled impatiently. Well, everything can wait until we arrive at Chui Dan Academy. You must follow us now, the elder ordered. Looking at Chu Lingwei, he perceived she was clearly an excellent candidate. Proper cultivation under them, and she would surely help elevate Chui Dan Academy. Are you forcing me to come along? Chu Lingwei crossed her arms firmly, refusing to move even a step. Let's go. Several elders were already impatient, determined to take Chu Lingwei with them. After exchanging one move with her, they immediately sensed she was different from others. Her extraordinary talent made her an irreplaceable asset. What if I refuse to go? She countered. Refuse. The elders instantly reacted, encircling Chu Lingwei again. Their faces revealed murderous intent. If you don't come, then you will die. If you somehow escape from us, well, that's on you. How can a lone woman like me possibly stand up to all of you? Isn't this just bullying? Chu Lingwei's lips curved into a defiant smile. Bullying? If you follow us without resistance, it won't be bullying anymore. In Chui Dan Academy, we'll absolutely protect you, the elder said, adding menacingly. If you continue resisting, don't blame us for being ruthless. In that case, why don't you pick one person to fight me? If you win, I'll go with you to Chui Dan Academy. If not, let me leave freely. How does that sound? Chu Lingwei proposed. Ha, young lady, don't talk nonsense. Any one of us could easily kill you. You're no more than an insect standing in front of a chariot wheel, completely powerless. The elders laughed arrogantly, mocking Chu Lingwei's apparent overestimation of herself. To see who will win, we must try. That's how it goes. Chu Lingwei smiled confidently, knowing she would surely prevail against any single opponent. Since you insist, let old man here have some fun with you. Rest assured, I will stop when necessary. The ferocious-looking elder stepped forward, His interest in Chu Lingwei had grown even stronger. How could she dare challenge any one of them alone? Was it sheer confidence or a cunning plan relying on someone else's power? Either way, she wouldn't be able to escape. All right, Chu Lingwei agreed. No complaints about life or death, understood? She warned beforehand. No complaints about life or death, young lady. Don't get too cocky. The elder cautioned, looking at Chu Lingwei with heightened seriousness. Enough talk. Let's fight, Chu Lingwei exclaimed, spreading her hands. Instantly, glowing green spiritual energy gathered in both her palms, dazzling and radiant. The seemingly tranquil environment soon began to brim with intense tension. Seeing this, the other elders quickly retreated, giving the central space as their makeshift arena. You arrogant little girl. Receive my attack. The elder roared fiercely, unleashing a powerful martial spirit directly at her. Chapter 210. Spirit King Level 4. Chu Lingwei furrowed her brows, spread her arms, and immediately launched an offensive. She had not expected that after leaving Hillock City, the land would be full of Spirit King level experts, making her Spirit King Level 2 seem quite ordinary. But she knew that even though everyone might possess the strength of a Spirit King, only a very few could truly break through to become a Spirit Emperor. Out of 10,000 people, perhaps only one could advance, and currently, the strongest warrior with spirit power was merely at Spirit King Level 7, unable to further ascend. Particularly from Spirit King Level 6 upwards, it was almost impossible to advance in rank. Some people spent their entire lives trying to break through, but remained stuck in place. Therefore, the highest level Spirit King practitioners who practiced martial spirit arts mostly lived for only 200 years. Without breaking through to Spirit Emperor, there was no way to extend one's lifespan. Yin Leiqing was the only person she had ever seen break through to Spirit Emperor, and even Ling Ren was only at Spirit King Level 6. So, wasn't Yin Leiqing probably one of the 3 senior elders of the Divine Soul sect? Ha, young lass, though you are not yet old, you have already broken through to Spirit King Level 2. You will certainly become the first young person in our Ao Yin city to break through to Spirit Emperor. I declare my Chui Dan Academy wants you. The fierce-looking elder said, showing more ambition towards Chu Lingwei. It's indeed a pity that someone of your talent stays at the Star Luo Academy. Come to my Chui Dan Academy, and we'll surely allow you to make great strides, unleashing all your advantages. Prove yourself against me first. Chu Lingwei responded, remembering how before she had been able to suppress Yin Leiqing, who was one stage higher in spirit power, only because Mo Sha had been assisting her. Fine, then let this old man meet you head on. The elder shouted as he unleashed his attack toward Chu Lingwei. Chu Lingwei kept defending herself, her sharp gaze never faltering. 2 beams of green light collided again and again, sending gusts of force sweeping through the air. The several elders standing aside quickly erected a protective barrier to shield themselves. They watched intently, nodding in agreement. This young lass is really good. She knows when she can't win, so she dodges everywhere, leaving even old 3 without any way to pin her down. It's unclear what kind of skill she uses, but every crucial moment, she manages to avoid attacks. Indeed, but looking at old 3, it seems like he can't handle this little girl. The elders became slightly disheartened. If old 3 loses, will we honor our word and let this girl go to the Star Luo Academy? To just watch such a promising seed join the Star Luo Academy. To be fair, if old 3 loses, what about our reputations? Won't we be laughed off by all the sects and academies? If old 3 loses, should we keep or abandon this little girl? A mere young girl, how could she match up against old 3? You overestimate her. Even though she has the strength of a Spirit King Level 2, she is still weaker than old 3. She's just an inexperienced novice straight out of the gate. What worldly experience does she have? Ultimately, she'll end up losing. Let her struggle a bit now, have her gloat temporarily. Not necessarily. Look closely, old 3 has fought for so long, but hasn't even touched the hem of her clothes. Everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to the battle between the two. Chu Lingwei appeared to be playing with old 3, constantly dodging, each time smoothly avoiding the sharp attacks. Young lass, what's wrong with you? Why don't you face this old man directly instead of always running? The fierce old 3 finally noticed something strange and started feeling humiliated by being toyed with. I can't beat you. Naturally, I need to evade. We only set terms for winning or losing, but there was no rule forcing me to fight directly with you. Chu Lingwei replied, continuing to dodge relentlessly. Old 3 felt more and more uncomfortable. She only possessed the strength of Spirit King Level 2, yet somehow she was easily dodging him. Upon closer inspection, other than her flexible movements, there was really no other apparent change. Could it be that his skills had deteriorated due to his age? Was he getting too old to catch a young girl? Young lass, what trickery do you employ that even I cannot keep pace with your steps? Old 3 suddenly asked. This was truly baffling. His age didn't mean he had lost his mind entirely. Unjust accusation. All I'm doing is dodging. I've used no tricks at all. How should I know why you can't catch me? Perhaps your bones have grown brittle. Chu Lingwei shot back with a hint of a smile on her rosy lips. She had simply integrated the 5 elements spirit techniques into her martial spirit practice, allowing her to blend into the surroundings silently, without detection. This young lass may not be very old, but she talks big, daring to curse this old man with frail bones. Watch me get my hands on you. Don't run away. Old 3 fumed, his mustache twitching in anger. He gathered green martial spirit energy in his hands, forming glowing lights that turned into numerous sharp weapons dancing violently towards Chu Lingwei. No, Chu Lingyue cried inwardly as she saw countless sharp weapons formed by green martial spirit energy rushing toward her. Her steps faltered for a moment, and she quickly made hand seals to summon a boundary barrier out of thin air to block them. It was too late to run now. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and withstand the onslaught. The sound of schwa 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 kept rubbing against her ears, each gust of wind force striking her barriers one after another. Her entire body was pushed back forcibly due to these powerful strikes. Long drag marks quickly formed on the ground. She stepped hard onto the bluestone slabs beneath her feet, causing them to crack in front of her. Hiss! Chu Lingyue clenched her teeth, feeling the difference between their martial spirits so clearly. Though there were only 2 ranks separating her from this old man, their power gap became evident with just a slight exchange of blows. In face-to-face combat with such a strong martial spirit, she stood no chance at all. Thus, when facing Yin Leiqing earlier, she had underestimated her own abilities. Had it not been for Mo Sha protecting her, she probably wouldn't have survived many encounters. A wave of fear surged through her. Little girl, you're about to lose. I've used merely 5/10 of my spirit energy, and if you admit defeat now, I won't hold your previous disrespectful words against you. Come with me back to Chui Dan Academy. Ha ha. The third elder burst into wild laughter, his already fierce-looking face becoming even more terrifying. It's not over until the last moment. The winner or loser is still unclear, Chu Lingyue replied calmly. Inwardly though, she felt disheartened. This third elder only used 5/10 of his spirit energy, while she expended at least 9/10 just to barely defend herself against his attacks. When all the waves passed, Chu Lingyue finally caught a brief respite, standing straight up despite the effort. She forced herself to appear relaxed, hiding any signs of distress. She swallowed the bitter taste in her mouth without wrinkling her brows. The third elder was truly formidable, and she couldn't underestimate him. She needed to quickly devise a strategy to win instead of letting the fight drag on. I thought the Chui Dan Academy was supposed to be very strong. It seems that reputation is overstated, Chu Lingyue said arrogantly, glancing sideways at the third elder as if dismissing his presence completely. This comment sent the third elder into such rage, he almost spat blood. Not just him, several other elders standing aside, watching also became angry. This little girl really doesn't know how to talk. Just because she has some skills, she dares to mock others. She'll suffer soon enough. Chapter 211, A Strong Opponent. Now they are going to get a taste of their own medicine. The 3 old men, in their arrogance, have never been reprimanded like this by a young girl. Indeed, the 3 old men teaching her a lesson would be justified, but it would be too much to kill her. In recent years, we haven't encountered such a talented student as this young girl. Judging from her age, around 15 or 16, she has already reached the unprecedented level of Spirit King rank 2, and truly cannot be underestimated. That's naturally remarkable. It took us at least 40 years to reach Spirit King rank 2, while this young girl's future is boundless indeed. But she still needs to survive the attack from the 3 old men first. The attention of everyone was once again drawn towards Chu Lingyue. She stood calmly under the moonlight with a composed face, unafraid and dignified. Just this much ability? Why not bring out your school's ace? Chu Lingyue said, her casual tone inciting anger among those present. Young girl, I advise you not to be too cocky. You'll regret it eventually. The 3 old men were so annoyed by Chu Lingyue's calm and carefree attitude that they even started shaking their beards in rage and glaring at her. Do modern children these days talk so arrogantly, without showing any respect for the elderly? Showing absolutely no politeness. If it weren't for Chu Lingyue's extraordinary talent, he wouldn't have the slightest affection for students who argued back and had a sharp tongue. As long as you have other tricks, unleash them all on me. Chu Lingyue boasted recklessly. Whatever it takes, if she could annoy the 3 old men, she would say it. No, this won't work. If you can withstand my 3 strikes, you win. But if you lose 2 out of the 3 strikes, then it's your defeat. A best of 3 series. Chu Lingyue stated. Yes, a best of 3 series. We should determine the winner sooner rather than later. Time is limited, the 3 old men declared. He was certain that within his 3 strikes, he could rip off Chu Lingyue's scalp. But no, this young girl was one he intended to accept. Having made up his mind, the 3 old men immediately attacked Chu Lingyue with relentless moves coming at her nonstop. Chu Lingyue reacted swiftly, avoiding each blow with great composure. She wouldn't allow herself to be struck easily, as circles of powerful force waves came crashing down, like cutting blades rushing towards her. Lightly tapping her feet, Chu Lingyue floated in the air momentarily, rotating nimbly to dodge these wave-like blade attacks. Swish, swish, swish. The sound was constant in her ears as Chu Lingyue heard her gown torn into several pieces from the collisions. Phew, lucky that it was just her dress being shredded. If it were her skin, there probably wouldn't be even a bone left. Once the first move ended, Chu Lingyue landed smoothly. The 3 old men couldn't suppress their frustration. Young girl, stop dodging and take a hit. This next round will count. That last strike doesn't. If you manage to endure my 3 strikes, I will let you go. Agreed. Let the elders bear witness. Chu Lingyue accepted, activating her martial spirit, colliding head-on with the 3 old men once more. Their strikes remained fierce, but this time Chu Lingyue didn't evade. She received each hit directly, pondering about Chu Xinyu and the others' current status. Noticing her absence, they would certainly come back to look for her. Should they discover her deceit, they definitely wouldn't leave peacefully, so a quick conclusion was necessary. The elder spectators beside them were shocked to see how effortlessly Chu Lingyue exchanged blows with the 3 old men, enduring their every heavy assault. In the face of approaching sharp blades, Chu Lingyue quietly summoned a few leaves in her hand, injecting 5 elements spirit techniques into them. Golden veins lay hidden within them before she released them stably a moment later. Bang bang bang. These leaves erupted forth, instantly severing the incoming light waves in midair. A mix of blue-white lights clashed in the atmosphere, dazzling brilliantly under the moonlight. This is... Not only the 3 old men, but also the watching elders showed expressions of astonishment. Young girl, what technique did you just use? That last move must have been powered by at least 70% of my spiritual force, yet you neutralized it entirely. Shocked beyond words, the 3 old men questioned Chu Lingyue, filled with unexpected joy inside. He had severely underestimated her capability. Such skills were rare to come by. This young girl simply had to be recruited. She was undoubtedly a rare talent across the whole Canglan Continent. Practicing martial arts for over 70 years, his techniques were nullified by a rookie. A story no one would dare believe. Don't worry about the technique I used. As long as you keep your promise. Stop the chatter, continue. There are still 2 more moves. Chu Lingyue remained calm and cool. One-on-one, she was sure to win. Regardless of how formidable the opponent's martial spirit might have become, with the enhancement of the 5 element spirit technique, she could either win, or at the very least, not lose. Lingering too long against these people wasn't wise. It was best to break free as soon as possible and reunite with Chu Xinyu and the others. Good. Without further hesitation, the 3 old men soared into the air once more, forming hand seals to initiate their assault. Behind them emerged a vast expanse of swirling green vortexes. Fierce winds surged around, as if attempting to suck everything in. Chu Lingyue's dress swayed dramatically amidst the gale, yet she stood firm like Mount Tai. Bathed in moonlight, she resembled a flower from high cliffs, only to be appreciated from afar. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed as she gazed upward at the vortex that had formed behind the 3 old men. Apparently, they were about to unleash their ultimate move. Oh, the 3 old men are going to use their self-created grand finishing move. I wonder if this young girl can withstand it. Yeah, across the entire city of Aoyan, no one has been able to survive this attack. It's not looking good for her. What do you mean not looking good? They fancy her so much, surely they will hold back. Once this is over, won't she just become our Tsuedon Academy student? But what if she survives the attack? An elder questioned. Is she even capable of that? I doubt even myself could defeat the 3 old men. There isn't anyone who can. One elder retorted, not showing any concern. So this little girl would officially belong to our Tsuedon Academy. Ha ha ha. The elder burst out laughing. It was almost a sure thing. Chu Lingyue still stared intently at the green vortex, her expression serious, as if observing an abyss, unsure of its exact power. She needed to find a way to counteract it. Suddenly, many icy blue-green spikes coalesced from the martial spirits within the swirling vortexes behind the 3 old men. Each spike was chilling and menacing. Go! Following their cry, the blue-green ice spikes immediately locked onto Chu Lingyue, shooting towards her one by one. Chu Lingyue quickly sensed trouble and swiftly moved aside, lightly stepping with her feet while retreating and ascending continuously. However, the ice spikes acted as if alive, relentlessly pursuing her. She hastily made new hand seals, forming a green protective barrier to try and keep the ice spikes away. Bang bang bang. But after less than 10 collisions, her shield collapsed under the pressure. She swiftly retracted the barrier and kept dodging midair, adjusting her position repeatedly. The hundreds of blue-green ice spikes followed her without pause, as if equipped with homing devices. No matter where she fled or tried to catch her breath, the ice spikes would promptly track her down. With a quick gesture, Chu Lingyue summoned leaves from the surrounding trees, drawing on the 5 elements spirit technique to turn each leaf into a sharp blade, launching them outward rapidly. Bang bang bang. The sounds of collision echoed incessantly, but only a fraction of the spikes were destroyed. Any gaps left behind were filled instantly. Indeed, this time she faced an incredibly strong and persistent opponent. Chapter 212. I won, let me go. Chu Lingyue held 10 leaves between her fingers and swung them again. The pop 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 sounds continued, but each time only one gap opened before closing quickly. Continuing like this would only keep draining her spirit energy. A sudden idea struck her, and immediately she began to rapidly form hand seals with both hands. 5 elements spirit technique, shift form, illusion. She chanted clearly, and in an instant, more than 10 figures identical to herself appeared out of thin air around her, solidifying into shape. The 3 elders and a few older men revealed expressions of shock. What kind of sect technique is this? How did it create so many identical little girls? Chu Lingyue quickly swapped positions with the more than 10 versions of herself. The observers dared not blink their eyes, yet they could no longer distinguish which was the real one. Oh, this little girl has some skill. Who would have thought she could come up with this move to break through the tracking array of the 3 elders? Haha, interesting, I like it. This little girl isn't bad either. She can conjure up so many replicas of herself. One doesn't know which sect technique she practiced. I want to see how you'll counter my phantom transformation. Chu Lingyue said, the ones she had created responding simultaneously, creating a confusing spectacle. The 3 elders were even more astonished. They didn't expect Chu Lingyue to use this trick to stall against them. Little girl, don't get too cocky, watch me. The 3 elders used magic once more, transforming the green ice cones directly into more than 10 groups flying toward Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue instantly ordered all her illusions to disperse. True enough, after disrupting the 3 elders' tracking formation, things felt less daunting. Chu Lingyue immediately flipped and kept throwing leaves, using them to block the incoming ice cone sharply. Swish, swish, swish. Pop, pop, pop. The sharp sounds continued in her ears. Chu Lingyue quickly reduced the intensity of the three elders' formations, but it wasn't enough. As long as the core of the array wasn't destroyed, he would soon initiate a second wave. If her disguise was penetrated, it would be even harder to deal with. Chu Lingyue kept dodging while focusing her gaze on the vortex behind the three elders' formation. It kept swirling endlessly, generating the green ice cones continuously. So, if she destroyed the formation, she would win. But how could she destroy the formation? Just when Chu Lingyue was at a loss, suddenly Fire Phoenix connected with her through the divine consciousness pool, saying, "Isn't cutting off the formation easy? Just fly over there." His secret art wouldn't dare harm himself, so while dodging, just make your move swiftly, and you will win. Fire Phoenix, who had been observing for quite some time, finally couldn't hold back. Chu Lingyue was so smart. How hadn't she thought of this? Fire, you're good," Chu Lingyue said excitedly, not expecting Fire Phoenix to still be useful in such a crucial moment. "That's right. Don't underestimate me. I am the leader of the Fire Phoenix clan. This is child's play," Fire Phoenix proudly said. I'll handle what's in front of me first." Chu Lingyue interrupted the connection temporarily, her figure flashing and changing position continuously, getting closer and closer to the three elders. As the three elders watched more than 10 Chu Lingyus flying toward him, he immediately hurried to increase the usage and defense of his ice cones. "Little girl, stop playing tricks and show your true self quickly. Stratagems are allowed in warfare." All the Chu Lingyus replied in unison, making it impossible to tell who was who. When Chu Lingyue approached the three elders, he truly panicked, his rhythm disrupted, constantly waving the ice cones. The ice cones danced chaotically, beginning to lose control, rushing towards the more than 10 Chu Lingyus repeatedly. Before Chu Lingyue could evade, seeing the ice cone flying in midair towards her, she acted swiftly. Her phantom forms emerged to shield her from harm, meeting the same fate as the ice cones and dispersing as green light in the air. Look, the real little girl is there. The attention of all the elder figures turned to Chu Lingyue. But then, Chu Lingyue was promptly shielded by all her phantom images, who subsequently dispersed rapidly and flew straight towards the three elders. "It's over. We can't tell who's who again. Will the three elders end up losing? This little girl seems to have found the flaw in the three elders' tracking formation. He's likely going to take a hit. Could it be that even the three elders aren't a match for this little girl? Should we let her go or not? Let's see how the situation unfolds first." The elder group hesitated. In an instant, their fight escalated to a climax. Chu Lingyue seized the opportunity and silently activated the 5 Elements Spirit technique hidden within her martial spirit. "Transfer," she whispered. Her agile figure vanished instantly from where she stood. In the next moment, she reappeared above the three elders' heads. Oh, the three old men didn't have time to rebuild their defense. Chu Lingyue suddenly took out 5 leaves and shot them into the tracking formation behind the three old men. Boom! A loud explosion. The center of the tracking array lit up with a blue-white glow, and the hidden golden stream quietly disappeared. The formation emitted a powerful wave, directly shocking both Chu Lingyue and the three old men flying backward. Chu Lingyue formed hand seals with both hands, trying her best to resist the deadly impact, retreating continuously until she was slammed onto the ground. The three old men were no exception. They got even more heavily struck and flew away far further than Chu Lingyue did. "Three old men. 3 old men." Several elders exclaimed in shock, quickly moving to catch the 3 old men just before they hit the ground hard. However, the impact force was so strong that it sent all of them flying backward. They crashed on the ground. "Ouch! Ouch! My aging bones." Their moans resounded around. In a blink of an eye, Chu Lingyue's figure appeared in front of the few elders. "One more move left. Shall we continue?" It was agreed that she would withstand their 3 attacks. The 3 old men struggled to stand up from the ground, waving their hands frantically. "No more. No more. Does that mean you admit defeat?" Chu Lingyue's lips curved slightly upward, showing a radiant smile, full of confidence. "How can such a little girl have so many tricks up your sleeve? What kind of sect art is this? And how come you wield it with such expertise?" The 3 old men asked. The other elders who fell down earlier also stood up now, feeling as if their bones were all scattered. "Yes, young miss, what sect art have you learned? It's so potent." The elders couldn't help but express their curiosity. "I invented it myself. You haven't answered my question yet. Since we are not going to continue, may I leave now?" Chu Lingyue asked. She didn't want to talk too much because Tsuedon Academy was dangerous after all. It was better to stay away from it. Her only aim was to get out of there as soon as possible. "Young miss, why don't you come to our Tsuedon Academy? Our academy needs talented people like you." The elders continued persuading her earnestly, unwilling to let her slip through their fingers. "Sorry, I am a student of Star Network Academy." "You're too late," Chu Lingyue replied calmly. Chapter 213. The next meeting will be a life and death struggle. I've won, and I'll leave first. I believe all of you are men of your word. Farewell. Chu Lingyue said modestly and refused, then turned to leave. "Little girl." The old man called out to stop Chu Lingyue's steps, took 2 steps forward, his eyes full of reluctance. "How did you see through my tracking formation?" He really wanted to know. What kind of talent and intelligence was it that could defeat him? This was the formation he created himself, and up to now in the city of Ao Yin, no one could break it. Chu Lingyue paused her steps for a moment, suddenly turned back, and smiled faintly under the moonlight. "Your tracking formation is very powerful, but its weakness is you yourself. If you can improve on this weakness, it would not be easily broken. After saying this, she turned around and walked away. The old man was utterly defeated, never expecting his painstakingly self-created tracking formation to have a weakness that was easily seen through and broken by a little girl. It seemed his practice was still not enough. Old man, what do we do now? Should we chase that little girl or not? She's so powerful. If she stays at our Suedon Academy, we will definitely cultivate a world-shaking young woman. Don't chase her. The old man covered his chest with one hand while waving the other, his gaze sharp as he said, since she insisted on joining Star Luo Academy, the next time we meet, she will be our opponent. Don't show mercy. From the moment Chu Lingyue decided to leave, he harbored the intention to kill. If she cannot be retained, then she must die? At that exact moment, near the corner of the main gate of Mahi City, Chu Lingyue leaned against the wall with one hand due to exhaustion, unable to bear gracefully any longer, and spewed out a mouthful of blood. Her entire body was filled with dull pain. The final blow's impact had directly disrupted her internal organs, and all she managed was to keep herself from falling down. Chu Lingyue slowly slid down to the ground, leaning against the city wall, her whole body hurting so much that she couldn't breathe. Mother, are you alright? Little Qingtuan emerged from the mental lake and squatted beside Chu Lingyue worriedly, tears welling up in her eyes. Mother, Little Qingtuan, mother is fine. Chu Lingyue weakly said, blood trickling down the corner of her lips, staining her clothes. The pain was too great. She sat cross-legged and closed her eyes to meditate. Mother, are you okay? You're badly hurt. Do you have any spirit liquid left? Little Qingtuan asked. Chu Lingyue shook her head, slightly opened, and then closed her eyes. No, mother will definitely prepare more next time. Mother, Little Qingtuan became frantic, completely unsure what to do. I'm fine, Little Qingtuan. Protect me while I meditate, Chu Lingyue said. All right, mother, Little Qingtuan absolutely won't let anyone get close to you. Little Qingtuan spread her short arms and stood guarding facing away from Chu Lingyue. In the meantime, 5 kilometers away from Mahi City, seeing Chu Lingyue taking so long to catch up, Chu Siyu and others felt something was wrong and rushed back without hesitation, completely ignoring Chu Lingyue's instructions. Rabbit, help me. I need to be by sister's side immediately. Chu Siyu anxiously said, hugging Cheetah Beast, wishing she could sprout wings and fly over there instantly. But elder sister instructed us not to look back for her, Cheetah Beast said. I am your master, and she is my sister. What if she encounters danger and gets injured? What will she do if we aren't by her side? Chu Siyu said, nearly going crazy with worry. All right, Cheetah Beast agreed. Chu Siyu stopped her steps and noticed Jiang Fu and others also halted. Why aren't you moving? Jiang Fu asked. I need to find Cheetah Beast and go to sister first. Either you guys wait here for me or take Lingling along, because Lingling is the person sister cares about the most. She mustn't be injured, Chu Siyu said solemnly, handing Lu Mo Ling over to Jiang Fu. But you are too weak. How will you handle real danger? Don't be a burden to Lingyue. I'll go, Jiang Fu said. Lingling, you take care of her. She absolutely couldn't let Chu Siyu fall into danger. I think I should go. All of you stay here, Xiangru stepped forward. How could he let Jiang Fu go when he obviously hoped she would remain in a safe place? All right, go ahead. Jiang Fu glanced at Xiangru without hesitation. Fu, just a moment ago, the mighty Xiangru instantly transformed into a whining baby, wanting to hang onto Jiang Fu's legs. Do you want to go or not? If not, I will, Jiang Fu coldly said, just couldn't stand Xiangru's cowardly attitude before her. I'll go, why wouldn't I go? You stay here, I'll be right back, Xiangru said. But the city wall is so high, you can't climb it. Chu Siyu hugged Cheetah Beast and said, let me go, I have Rabbit, it can dig tunnels. Oh this, Xiangru hesitated, realizing he indeed couldn't climb over. After debating for a while, he had no choice but to rely on Chu Siyu to set out. Ayu, I'll go with you. Lu Moli stepped forward. She didn't release the Qiongqi yet. All that allowed her to keep up earlier was the spiritual energy provided by Jiang Fu and the others. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to keep pace. You can't. Sister will scold me. Chu Siyu said, I'll go alone. Rabbit is here, so I'll be fine. Just at that moment, Chu Siyu's communication mirror reacted. The sound of di rang out, prompting Chu Siyu to quickly pick it up. It was Chu Lingyue who appeared on the screen. Excitedly, Chu Siyu nearly jumped in place. Sister, where are you now? Are you alright? Chu Lingyue knew that because she had not caught up all this time, they were likely to turn back. If they encountered the Suedon Academy members, escape would be hard. I'm fine. I've just shaken off the people from Suedon Academy. Find a safe place to wait for me. I'll catch up soon. Chu Lingyue said calmly from a wall corner, hiding any signs of weakness in her tone. Sister, why is there blood on your body? Chu Siyu keenly noticed. No, listen to me. I'll catch up soon. Just find a safe place. I can find you. Chu Lingyue said before quickly cutting off the communication. Cough, cough, cough. Another bout of intense coughing followed as the pain from the last blow came rushing back. The attack from the 3 old men was indeed deadly, but luckily fate had other plans for her. Mother, Little Qingtuan supported Chu Lingyue. Mother's fine. Don't cry, Little Qingtuan. Chu Lingyue consoled him. I'll feel better after a short rest. Mother, it's all my fault. I should be more capable of protecting you. If only father were here, he wouldn't let you get hurt, Little Qingtuan regretfully said, wishing his father could always be by their side. Little Qingtuan, this isn't your fault. Stop blaming yourself, or mother will be heartbroken. Chu Lingyue comforted him by holding his small hands. Little Qingtuan knelt down in front of Chu Lingyue, his blurry eyes locking onto hers. Mother, He pouted slightly. Mother is the best mother in the world. That's enough. Help mother keep guard some more, Chu Linghua said, resuming her meditation. On the other side, Chu Siyu stood firmly with Chitta Beast in her arms, resisting the urge to rush back. Chapter 214, updated early. Did you say something just now? Is there blood on Linghua's body? Lu Moling asked anxiously. Yes, I saw it, Chu Siyu nodded. What should we do? Linghua is currently. We cannot go look for her. Sister told us to find a safe place and wait for her. She will soon catch up. Chu Siyu said. Then let's go. After considering it for a while, Zhang Fuss didn't hesitate any longer and turned to leave in the opposite direction. Under the moonlight, their shadows were stretched long. Each of them looked listless, worrying about Chu Linghua. An hour later, Chu Linghua's condition improved a lot, but activating her martial spirit was still somewhat difficult. Fortunately, her spirit meridians were not damaged. Otherwise, without Jun Yiming by her side, they wouldn't be able to repair it temporarily, nor would she be able to summon her spirit. Mother, are you feeling better? Xiao Qingtuan asked with concern. I feel much better, let's go. Chu Linghua stood up and took a deep breath. She still felt her spirit meridians were congested, and she shouldn't activate her martial spirit within a short time. But she had to use the 5 elements transfer technique once to catch up with Chu Siyu's group. Chu Linghua formed hand seals, attempting to activate the transfer technique. However, she failed the first time, and another mouthful of blood spurted out as she knelt on one knee. Phew. Mother, your injuries are severe. Xiao Qingtuan's eyes welled up with tears. I know, but we need to quickly catch up with Yu's group. The longer we stay in Maha City, the more dangerous it gets. Look, the sky is about to brighten. Chu Linghua said. There was no other choice but to take the risk. But mother, given your current state. Xiao Qingtuan started. Before Xiao Qingtuan finished, the form of Fire Phoenix appeared before them. Didn't you call me? Isn't it just about leaping over this city wall? It's completely no problem for me. Fire Phoenix said arrogantly, actually feeling sorry for Chu Linghua, but unable to express it. I've said it. If you save me, I'll do anything you tell me. Don't forget me. I don't want you to kick the bucket before I can drive you for 100 years. Fire Phoenix's words were incredibly harsh, showing care, but also deliberately insulting. What are you talking about? Xiao Qingtuan clenched his fists and wanted nothing more than to punch Fire Phoenix. Can't you see that mother is injured? How can you say such things? Xiao Qingtuan. Chu Linghua stopped him gently, realizing what he couldn't. Fire Phoenix was worried about her. Fire, thank you, Chu Linghua said. Don't bother being polite. Fire Phoenix arrogantly turned its face away, then suddenly increased in size, large enough to accommodate Chu Linghua. Xiao Qingtuan, return to the Heart Lake first. Mother will summon you later, Chu Linghua said, and with a wave of her delicate hand, Xiao Qingtuan was brought into the divine Thought Heart Lake. Fire Phoenix lay down in front of her, making every effort so she wouldn't expend even an ounce of energy climbing onto its back. Hold my neck, Fire Phoenix said and carefully rose, careful not to let Chu Linghua fall. All right, Chu Linghua responded. As soon as she held Fire Phoenix's neck, it suddenly flew into the air, its enormous wings creating a powerful wind, making it hard for her to keep her eyes open. In the blink of an eye, Fire Phoenix had already ascended the tall city walls. Chu Linghua looked at the entire Maha City under the moonlight, which was a good place nestled by mountains and water. Unfortunately, after a while of incense, fire, fly in that direction. Chu Linghua pointed to a direction for Fire Phoenix to continue flying. If it wasn't because you're injured, I wouldn't let you ride me, Fire Phoenix said calmly, being stubbornly obstinate, but fully obeying Chu Linghua's command. Of course it cared about its master's injuries. Over the days with Chu Linghua, it had seen many things it had never witnessed before. Righteousness, strength, efforts, intelligence, all perfectly embodied in Chu Linghua. She was a great master. Its luck was truly excellent for meeting Chu Linghua. At this moment, Chu Siyu and others were anxiously pacing around aimlessly in an endless forest, constantly looking towards Maha City's direction. Look, it's almost dawn. Why hasn't Linghua come? Hasn't something happened to her? Lu Moling asked worriedly, unable to stand waiting a second longer. Thinking about Chu Linghua being injured without anyone trustworthy nearby made her very restless. Sister said to wait. We cannot leave, Moling. Wait a little longer. If sister doesn't come by daybreak, we'll all go find her together, Chu Siyu said. She was also anxious, continuously pacing with Chi-Tu Beast hugged in her arms. Still, she comforted Lu Moling. She hadn't been away from Chu Linghua for too long. In her heart, she felt both panic and unease. Since she met Lu Moling, she had always been with Chu Linghua, never apart, and she understood her anxiety well. All right, Lu Moling temporarily agreed and found a corner by a big tree to sit down, hugging her knees tightly around herself. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on the direction of Ma City. With Chu Linghua not present, she had absolutely no sense of security, even though Jiang Fu and others had already been interacting with her for about a month. Jiang Fu also found a spot and sat down. Xiang Ru approached, but did not speak, quietly staying close to Jiang Fu. Move further away. Jiang Fu shot Xiang Ru a glare, unwilling for him to be so close to her. No, Xiang Ru stubbornly refused. So Jiang Fu moved over instead, clearly unwilling to have Xiang Ru near her. Seeing this, Xiang Ru simply plopped himself onto the ground, disregarding the polite image he had maintained for quite some time. Even though Jiang Fu had rejected him more than 1,000 times, he continued in the same way, saying nothing extra. Chu Siyu kept looking around expectantly, hoping Chu Linghua would appear soon. In midair, Chu Linghua used the 5 elements spirit technique to locate Chu Siyu's position, which was less than a kilometer ahead. Hua hua, Put me down here, Chu Linghua said. The fire phoenix obeyed the order and immediately descended, gently placing Chu Linghua on the ground. It then transformed back to its original size, folding its wings with an expression that still looked arrogant. Is this where you wanted to be dropped off? How far is it ahead? With your injuries, can you walk that far? The fire phoenix's concern came out awkwardly. It clearly wanted to ask directly, but couldn't bring itself to do so. It's fine, I've improved a lot already. Thank you for your concern. Chu Linghua replied with a gentle smile, not at all upset by the harsh tone of the fire phoenix. In that case, fine then. Call me if you need anything else. The fire phoenix deliberately sounded impatient. All right, Chu Linghua responded, waving her hand and pulling the fire phoenix back into the divine thought heart lake. She adjusted her dress, noticing dried blood on her chest. In the blink of an eye, she changed into a new set of clothing, the color almost identical to her previous outfit. It wouldn't do to let them worry, would it? After tidying up, she strode confidently towards the direction where Chu Siyu and the others were located. Just a 1-kilometer journey took Chu Linghua quite a while on foot, until the moment the sun gradually illuminated the earth. Chapter 215, Concerns of the Partners. I can't sit still anymore. I'm going to find my sister right now. Chu Siyu took the lead, regretting listening to Chu Linghua's suggestion of finding a place to wait. This wait turned into a whole night. They didn't know how she was doing now. All right, in unison, they all agreed, immediately confirmed their direction, and headed towards Horse River City. But just as they had taken a few steps, Chu Linghua's figure appeared before them from afar. Sister, Linghua. They could hardly believe that Chu Linghua had truly arrived. They quickly ran toward her, surrounding her closely, finally putting their worries at ease. Are you all right, Linghua? Lu Mo Ling, who worried for the entire night and stayed strong during this time, lost control upon seeing Chu Linghua, immediately hugging her tightly. I'm fine. I've made you all worry. Chu Linghua hugged Lu Mo Ling back with her other hand, quietly comforting her. After seeing you off, I encountered some people from Chui Dan Academy. It took some entanglement to get away, so I came late, Chu Linghua explained. Did you get hurt? Several people asked in unison. It's okay. I only used up more spiritual energy, which slowed me down while I searched for you. But I'm alright otherwise, Chu Linghua replied. Injured? Let me see where you're hurt. Lu Mo Ling let go of Chu Linghua and began examining her hands carefully, her concern clearly written on her face. Not at all, Lingling. Chu Linghua reassured her while grabbing Lu Mo Ling's hand. After all, she was a Holy Spirit master and easily able to verify if she had been injured. She had hidden it very well. At least you're safe. We were so worried about you and feared something happened. No worries, I have gotten away from the Chui Dan Academy's pursuit. Let's hurry along and not let them catch up, Chu Linghua said, feeling warmth in her heart because of her partner's concerns. Chu Siyu, however, kept her face scrunched up, with the 3 big words, not happy, written all over her expression. Chu Linghua suddenly felt a bit of a headache, having just consoled one partner and needing to console another. In the future, don't walk us out when it's such a dangerous situation. How could we feel at peace leaving you alone to face everything? Chu Siyu pouted slightly, her emotions pent up for far too long. Especially previously when she saw Chu Linghua's bloodstains through the communication mirror, they seemed deliberately cleaned and concealed so as not to alert anyone else. She could clearly make out that it was blood, there was no mistaking it. So surely Chu Linghua must be injured, and that was why she had come slowly to find them. I understand. This won't happen again. This time, it was miscalculation. I hadn't expected that the Chui Dan Academy people would show up right after sending you away, Chu Linghua patiently explained. Let's go then, Chu Siyu said curtly, refusing to inquire further as she carried Chitta Beast ahead first. Lu Mo Ling followed, pulling Chu Linghua along. Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru also refrained from asking further questions. All that mattered was her safe return. Does Sister Linghua smell of blood? Chu Siyu quietly communicated with Chitta Beast. Chitta Beast struggled but nodded, acknowledging silently. Their noses were highly sensitive, and they could easily detect even faint scents. So I knew. She loves to push herself too hard. People from Chui Dan Academy kill without blinking. Could she escape so easily once surrounded? It must have been after fierce battles that she got away. Chu Siyu sniffed, reflecting deeply. If she were stronger or smarter, perhaps she could better protect her family. She swore, determined to train thoroughly, becoming a superior force that crushes all others, thus making it so that no one ever dared bully her family again. After walking about 3 to 5 kilometers, Chu Linghua's pace clearly slowed down. Still, so as not to raise their concerns, she continued following closely behind. Jiang Fu kept an attentive eye on Chu Linghua all the while. I am a little hungry. Should we rest for a moment? Jiang Fu suggested. Fufu, are you hungry? I'll find food for you right away. Tell me what you want, and I will guarantee to fetch it. Xiang Ru immediately became excited and questioned eagerly. Only when showcasing his culinary skills would Jiang Fu's icy attitude towards him soften a tiny bit. Naturally, he wouldn't miss any chance to approach Jiang Fu. All right, please catch a few fish quickly. I'm starving. Hurry. Jiang Fu sat directly onto a rock nearby, stating that she wouldn't proceed further until resting. Let's take a break as well, Linghua. Lu Mo Ling pulled Chu Linghua aside. All right. Chu Linghua faintly smiled, but her lips looked pale, her calm eyes glancing past Jiang Fu. It must have been intentional, right? It was obvious she noticed Chu Linghua losing stamina and therefore proposed to take a rest subtly. This type of subtle kindness was incredibly touching. I will look for some food as well. Sister, please wait for me here, Chu Siyu announced, hugging Chitta Beast, and promptly darted into the forest. Wasn't this another kind of delicate emotional expression? Lingwei, I also. You stay put. It's enough that you and Xiangru go. Chu Lingwei held back Lu Moling. Alright. Lu Moling sat down next to Chu Lingwei and took her hand, unintentionally probing her body with spiritual energy. Chu Lingwei felt Lu Moling's little scheme and immediately pulled back her hand. Lingling, I'm fine. Don't waste your spiritual energy. We still have a long way ahead. Lingwei, let me take a look so I can feel reassured. Lu Moling said pitifully. Having walked the whole way, her stamina was completely depleted, fearing that she had damaged her spirit meridians. Last night, she must have gone through a lot. The entire group had sensed Chu Lingyue's internal injuries, but not one person voiced it out, silently protecting her instead. It's fine, be a good girl. Chu Lingyue patted Lu Moling's head and spoke earnestly. You. Jiang Fu quietly sat at a distance from Chu Lingyue and Lu Moling, observing them without a word, her beautiful phoenix eyes cold and distant, making it impossible to read her thoughts. Chu Lingyue took out the map and opened it, revealing a three-dimensional diagram before her. She swiped her fingertip across it, showing their current location and the distance to Star Constellation Academy. We've already covered more than half of our journey. We will surely reach Aoyan City within 20 days, Chu Lingyue said. There are 2 cities ahead that we can bypass, though it will take a few extra days. As long as we arrive before the new student's enrollment date at Star Constellation Academy, that's fine. Jiang Fu spoke up, implying that she would agree with however Chu Lingyue decided to detour. Good, no problem at all. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. Suddenly, Jiang Fu stood up, walked to Chu Lingyue's side, took out a bottle of spirit liquid, and shoved it into her hand. Here you go. Then she returned to her seat. What is this? Chu Lingyue was puzzled. Don't ask too many questions. It's for you, just take it. With 20 days left on the journey, you are the backbone of our team, and you must lead us forward. Jiang Fu's concern came out awkwardly. Thank you. Chu Lingyue expressed her gratitude, opened the stopper, and caught a whiff of concentrated medicinal fragrance, medium-grade restorative spirit liquid. Its purity is at least 90%, so valuable, and it's given to me? Jiang Fu let out a soft hum and turned away, ceasing any further conversation with Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly, drank it in one gulp, and sat cross-legged on the spot, using the time before they returned to adjust her injured spirit meridians. Lu Moling stood nearby, looking serious. She knew Chu Lingyue was injured, enduring pain rather than wasting her spiritual energy, feeling even more bitter inside. Thank you. Lu Moling looked at Jiang Fu, her tone light, but extremely serious as she expressed her gratitude. It's fine. Jiang Fu responded with a faint smile to Lu Moling. For some reason, she couldn't be mean to her. Lu Moling looked at Chu Lingyue, who was meditating and hesitated for a moment before walking over to Jiang Fu and sitting down next to her. Fu, I have something to tell you. Lu Moling began in a low voice. Alright, go ahead. Jiang Fu's tone towards Lu Moling was genuinely gentle, even softer than when speaking to Chu Lingyue. Soon, I may not be able to stay with you all anymore. I want you to help me take care of Lingyue. Lu Moling said sincerely. Ever since we started this journey, I've always been causing trouble for Lingyue. You're leaving? Jiang Fu asked in confusion, never having heard Lu Moling mention it before. Yes, Lu Moling nodded. Does Lingyue know? Jiang Fu asked. Yes, she knows, Lu Moling answered. That's why I'm so worried about her. She always takes on everything herself, and even in dangerous situations, she places the safety of those around her above her own life. This time you saw it yourself. She can hide her injuries from everyone and bear the pain alone. How can I possibly leave knowing that? I promise you, I will take good care of her. Jiang Fu nodded seriously, agreeing to Lu Moling's request. How long will you be gone? Jiang Fu asked again. I don't know. Lingyue says it'll be quick, and I hope it is. Lu Moling smiled sweetly, her lips curling up into a flower-like, enchanting smile. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. In your absence, I'll take good care of Lingyue. Jiang Fu glanced at Chu Lingyue and sighed softly. She didn't understand Chu Lingyue's nature before, but after the incident in Maya City, she had a clearer grasp. Just as Lu Moling had described, Chu Lingyue values the people close to her more than anything, yet is stubbornly unwilling to let anyone see through her facade of strength. She sacrifices herself quietly, heartbreakingly so. Okay, thank you. Lu Moling thanked sincerely. Why are you asking me, and not someone else? Jiang Fu curiously asked. Ayu is Lingyue's sister. She always has Ayu on her mind. But Ayu's spirit power is weak, and Lingyue being protective, wouldn't want Ayu hurt or worried. In dangerous situations, Lingyue wouldn't involve Ayu. You're different. You have powerful martial spirit abilities. You can fight alongside Lingyue. I can't. Lu Moling's expression darkened. I am defenseless in protecting Lingyue effectively, but you can. So I'm asking you to always stay by Lingyue's side. She's strong-willed, but fragile. She only appears strong, refusing to let others see through her. I understand, I'll do it. Thank you for trusting me so much and telling me all this. Jiang Fu replied softly, but unlike her usual detached demeanor when dealing with ordinary people, there was a hint of genuine tenderness in her tone. After spending this month together, I really like you, so I'm willing to share Lingyue with you, Lu Moling said, blushing. Suddenly, Jiang Fu realized, so you. No. Lu Moling shook her head rapidly. It's not like that. My feelings for Lingyue are pure. She's the second person who's been truly good to me, even opposing her sect for my sake. She's my sister for life. Haha. Jiang Fu burst into laughter, their first genuine laugh after spending a month together. Lu Moling was stunned by her laughter. Ew, what's wrong? Jiang Fu reined in her laughter and asked. You laughed. In over a month of getting along, I've never seen you smile. Lu Moling tilted her head curiously. So you wear the veil because, according to Lingyue, you're very beautiful, even prettier than her by a margin, so you won't take off your veil? Lu Moling voiced her doubts. Jiang Fu covered her right cheek behind the veil, turned away, and suddenly her demeanor changed. She hadn't expected Chu Lingyue to describe her as beautiful to Lu Moling without mentioning her facial scars. Lu Moling was confused. What? Are you even more beautiful than what Lingyue described? Can I take a look? Lu Moling asked expectantly. No, it's not possible. I apologize. Jiang Fu's voice trembled slightly. At least not now. Please give it some time. Okay. Lu Moling agreed immediately. Then I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure the moment I see your true face, you will look as beautiful as a celestial fairy. Thank you. Jiang Fu expressed her gratitude. She had never been looked forward to with such eagerness, strengthening her determination to heal the scars on her face. Why are you thanking me? Lu Moling was even more confused. It's nothing. Jiang Fu smiled faintly. What are you two whispering about? Chu Lingyue opened her eyes after finishing her meditation and saw Lu Moling and Jiang Fu sitting together, laughing and chatting about something. She circulated her spiritual power through her body and felt the pain disappearing, replaced by a sense of well-being. It's nothing. Lu Moling waved her hand, her cheerful smile radiating across her face. Despite clearly having said something, her pretend act of innocence was both adorable and amusing. All right, has Ayu come back yet? Chu Lingyue asked. Not yet. She's been gone for quite some time now, but hasn't returned. I'll go check. Lu Moling stood up to leave. Lingling, wait here for me. I'll go look for her and be back soon. Chu Lingyue instructed gently as she sat back down beside Jiang Fu with a faint smile. A quick finger calculation later, she could tell exactly where Chu Siyu was. All right. Lu Moling obediently returned to sit next to Jiang Fu. Chu Lingyue gave a soft laugh, then silently cast a spell before heading deep into the forest. In less than half an incense burn, she found Chu Siyu carrying all sorts of delicious game, tied up and slung over her shoulder, while talking incessantly with Chitta Beast. Sister, is this enough for the elder sister's replenishment? If not, I can catch a bit more. Chitta Beast asked. Although it ate vegetables, its claws were anything but temporarily enough. Elder sister can't eat this much anyway. We'll have more than enough food for our next meal. Chu Siyu replied, though her expression was troubled. Elder sister is definitely injured, but she won't tell us. She's truly so strong. She's changed completely from who she used to be, inside out, like someone else entirely. If it weren't for the familiar voice and appearance standing right in front of me, I doubt it's her. Well, sister, do you like the current elder sister? Chitta Beast bounced along beside Chu Siyu, asking curiously. I like her, how could I not? Before, she always went against father, causing trouble that she shouldn't, while still getting into trouble that she should have avoided. She brought home many disasters, which father privately helped her cover up countless times. All this I witnessed. Chapter 2:17. But later she changed. I like her now and hope that she will never go back to being the person who just makes our father clean up after her. Yes, sister is right. Let's go. Elder sister is waiting for us. I wonder how she is. Chu Siyu said, speeding up her steps with Chitta Beast. Chu Lingyue hid behind a tree, came out after missing Chu Siyu, and watched her retreating figure leave. Alas, she sighed in her heart. I'm not really your sister. Your elder sister has gone. But from now on, I will take good care of you, and I will not let you down. Chu Siyu returned to her position where Xiangru had already come back. Everyone was sitting around, but Chu Lingyue was nowhere to be seen. She threw the game onto the ground. Lingling, where is my elder sister? Did she go look for you? Didn't you meet? Luo Ling abruptly stood up and asked. No, she. Aya. Chu Siyu anxiously jogged into the forest and bumped into Chu Lingyue who was walking slowly towards them. Elder sister, where have you been? You don't even know how to rest properly. Didn't we agree that you would wait for me? I went looking for you. Didn't find you. So I came back to see if you had returned. Turns out you were faster than me. If only I hadn't gone. Chu Lingyue said jokingly. Chu Siyu felt helpless. Never mind. I won't argue with you. Xiangru is already preparing. Let's hurry back and eat before resting and continuing the journey. Okay. Miraculously, Chu Lingyue only said one word, thinking that Chu Siyu has grown up and knows how to make arrangements, which is quite commendable. Chu Siyu turned her eyes away from Chu Lingyue and walked quickly back without letting her notice her concern. The awkwardness of their familial bond was displayed abundantly through her actions. Big sister. Actually, sister is really concerned about you. It's just that. Chitta Beast jumped to Chu Lingyue's side and explained. I know. Thank you. Chu Lingyue gave a gentle smile that made others feel as warm as the spring breeze. Chitta Beast nodded his head and quickly caught up with Chu Siyu. Chu Lingyue observed the harmonious picture of human and beast and realized she had chosen correctly. Chitta Beast was destined to be Chu Siyu's contracted magical beast. Sitting together as a group, all they heard was Xiangru talking endlessly, seemingly having endless things to say, but at least half of it was directed to Jiang Fu, who did not respond. Xiangru seemed very much like someone speaking to themselves. Another half of what he said was narrating amusing stories involving himself and Jiang Fu. It seemed 3 sentences couldn't pass without mentioning Jiang Fu. He truly cared deeply. Chu Lingyue thought silently. Perhaps Jiang Fu treated Xiangru so coldly because of the scar on her face, concealing her true self under a tough and cold demeanor. But she wouldn't expose this. Eventually, Jiangfu would understand that Xiangru has always been serious about her relationship and not out of sympathy or pity over her scars. As night fell, there was no longer any talk of rushing along in the dark. Chu Xiyu strongly opposed it and insisted they rest on site for the night. Chu Lingyue could do nothing to change her stubborn determination, so she readily agreed to comply with her wishes. After resting for a night, the group set off again. Chu Lingyue's condition was obviously improving. Chu Xiyu was inwardly pleased, seeing that taking a break was indeed beneficial. She was truly exceptionally intelligent. 15 days later, they were nearing Aoyan City. The people coming and going increased several-fold, almost all of them being freshmen heading for the Star Luo Academy. They no longer needed to look at the map, just following the large group would soon lead them to Aoyan City. By evening, Chu Lingyue and her companions deliberately found a place with fewer people to rest a little. For half a month on the road, they had hardly rested well. Have you heard? This year, many of the Star Luo Academy's new students have died. Even though the Academy sent people to protect them thoroughly, accidents still happened on the way to Aoyan City. Do you know who did it? Who? Chuidan Academy. I've heard that every year they set up obstacles at various checkpoints, capturing Star Luo Academy's people. If they refuse to obey, they get killed on the spot. 7 or 8 people gathered, heatedly discussing what they saw and heard on their way. One of them was even making a gesture of cutting his neck. Chuidan Academy is so cruel. They keep what they want for themselves and won't leave anything for the Star Luo Academy. Phew. Fortunately, we haven't encountered them yet, otherwise. Shoo, be careful what you say. We haven't reached Aoyan City yet. Who knows, maybe we'll run into them next moment. One of them warned. You're right, or we should travel overnight. I'm really afraid of meeting them. Some sighed fearfully. He struggled hard to get here, almost reaching the end, and doesn't want to run into trouble from Chuidan Academy just before the goal. Then we should set off now and reach Aoyan City as soon as possible, so Chuidan Academy can't do anything to us. Someone suggested, and immediately 7 or 8 people stood up and left in a hurry. Chu Xiyu whispered, they're gone. Let's take their spot then. It's an excellent position, sheltered from the wind and rain, and there's even a pile of firewood. What a great deal was right before their eyes. Chu Lingyue covered her mouth and chuckled. Good, free benefits are not to be missed. So they quickly occupied the spot that had just been vacated by those 7 or 8 people. Onlookers around them stared in astonishment. Wasn't this utterly shameless? Actually, it was simply because they hadn't run fast enough to beat Chu Lingyue and her group. Those who only knew how to criticize were just envious since they didn't get the advantage themselves. But they dared not easily provoke Chu Lingyue and her group, for they had no idea about their true strength. What if they accidentally angered a hidden powerhouse? That would amount to courting death. Thus, they only dared to mutter under their breaths. Chu Lingyue and her companions definitely heard them, but paid no attention. They could always fight back, and whoever won could have their way. As Jiangfu sat near the fire, she clearly exuded an intimidating aura, wearing a veil, cool and distant, with a bearing suggesting she was a cold expert through and through. Those who initially thought about confronting Chu Lingyue's group were immediately reduced to frightened turtles when Jiangfu gave them a cold glance. All right, let such a perfect spot go to them since they couldn't handle it anyway. When Chu Xiyu took out loads of delicious food from her spatial ring, everyone nearby drooled. Couldn't she see she was just craving people to death on purpose? The food grilled over the campfire sent the fragrance wafting miles around, filling the air with the savory smell of meat, which made people linger and envy endlessly. They wanted nothing more than to snatch some, for they had endured countless hardships along the journey, while others enjoyed such exquisite meals. It was downright infuriating. But what could they do? Could they brazenly grab the food without hesitation? Alas, people groaned and lamented, stomachs rumbling, swallowing saliva painfully. They kept glancing sideways at Chu Lingyue's group, hoping to instantly be invited to sit beside them for a hearty meal. Woe is me. Why must they endure such inhumane torture? Chapter 218. Do you agree? Hey, get up, we claimed this spot first. Just as everyone thought no one would dare to step forward, suddenly 3 or 5 individuals boldly rushed in and kicked over the fire with one strong kick. Chu Lingyue and others quickly moved away, narrowly avoiding getting caught up. Luckily, no one was burned. The people around them were delighted to see some drama unfold. Finally someone stood up for fairness. Ha ha ha. You. Chu Xiyu had a fiery temper, just about to explode when Chu Lingyue pressed her down. Wait a moment. Chu Lingyue whispered soothingly. But they're being too overbearing. Chu Xiyu was nearly fuming. Jiangfu, wearing a veil, had a serious expression as her sharp gaze scanned the 5 arrogant figures standing before her, looking like mischievous villains while contemptuously staring at her. Is this your seat? We clearly spotted it first. Move aside. The man who spoke was dressed in a white robe, his manner extremely arrogant and sly. Beside him, one of his henchmen squatted down, took a game from the rack, and respectfully handed it to him with both hands. Young master, you, please try it. This young master you tore into it unceremoniously in front of Chu Lingyue and others, loudly munching on it. Pretty good taste. They're all ours. Get lost if you know what's good for you. And don't let me see you again. That attitude was truly obnoxious, showing absolutely no regard for Chu Lingyue and the group. Fu, that was something I carefully prepared for you. Xiang Ru was displeased. How could someone else eat what he'd gotten for Jiangfu? Don't worry. Jiangfu said calmly, her eyes now glinting coldly. Hurl it out. Jiangfu opened her mouth in a calm, but icy tone filled with firmness. What? The few sidekicks around this young master you laughed like they'd heard a hilarious joke. Ha ha. Hurl it out? This belongs to our young master you. How dare you order young master you around? You insignificant woman. I advise you to stay where it's cool. Our young master you doesn't hit women, so consider yourselves lucky. Leave now if you know what's good for you. Their disrespectful tones caused a wave of anger within Jiangfu. The tension built up silently, as though invisible smoke was filling the air. A crowd gathered around, fully hoping for a clash between the two parties right away. It was hard to predict the outcome, but everyone was eagerly waiting. Hurl it out, Jiangfu repeated once more. She added a bit of strength next, implying that those in front of her might lose their heads soon. Stand back, watch the fun. Chu Lingwei pulled by Moling and Chu Siyu further back, stepping quietly back a couple of meters. Their sole focus was watching the show. Jiangfu going head-to-head with someone would surely be an interesting sight. Would she resolve it in one move, or would she play around a little first? Ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Let me, young master you hurl something out? Are you kidding? It's mine. Go cool off somewhere else, will you? I won't bother with petty women. Young master you was exceedingly arrogant. He clearly believed Jiangfu, with her small frame, wouldn't amount to much. Moreover, those who had been traveling with them had all stepped back. Clearly they were afraid, right? Chu Lingyue's retreat merely gave Jiangfu more room to maneuver, ensuring blood wouldn't splatter onto them. Didn't they call this foresight? Jiangfu narrowed her icy gaze, emitting chilling vibes throughout her body. Xiangru saw this and sucked in a breath sharply, instantly keeping his distance from her by several paces. Too terrifying. These folks had thoroughly infuriated Jiangfu, and they were mere fractions of seconds away from imminent demise. Suddenly, Jiangfu summoned her martial spirit, and a green glow burst forth from her palm, directly targeting young Master Yu. In a flash of lightning, Jiangfu's right hand already firmly gripped young Master Yu's throat, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Just a slight squeeze from her hand would result in his immediate death. Everything happened so fast that not only were the spectators still clueless, even his four henchmen hadn't come to their senses yet. Hurl it out. Jiangfu stared fiercely at young Master Yu, whose face turned red from lack of oxygen, flailing his dangling legs in midair. Dropping the game, he used his remaining strength to struggle against Jiangfu's grip, but she remained unmoved. Facing her, his counterattack was as futile as smashing eggs against a rock. The surrounding crowd held their breaths in fear. They couldn't believe that a small girl could single-handedly lift a man stronger than herself. Let go of young Master Yu. The four minions were truly terrified. When they wanted to approach, Jiangfu cast a chilling look that frightened them enough to shrink back. This woman was truly terrifying. I said spit it out. Jiangfu's tone was extremely cold. Her patience had its limits. Young Master Yu was utterly speechless, scared almost to the point of wetting his pants. However, with his neck tightly gripped, he wanted to vomit but couldn't. Disgusting. Jiangfu's delicate lips slightly moved, and she suddenly acted, disdainfully throwing young Master Yu away as if tossing a ragdoll. With great force, she sent him crashing into a nearby tree, uprooting it. Young Master Yu was now vomiting blood, lying pitifully on the ground motionless, barely clinging to life. Master Yu! Young Master Yu! His four lackeys were terrified out of their wits. Their feet were invisibly bound by some unseen force, leaving them unable to move an inch. In a flash, Jiangfu struck again, sending these four flying far off. Clap, 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 clap. Aya, 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 aya. Screams echoed incessantly. The crowd, who had gathered around, was thoroughly shocked. What kind of person was this woman? She had managed to subdue all 5 individuals in one move, not allowing any of them to fight back. Even more frightening was that no one could detect Jiangfu's martial spirit. It was simply too horrifying. Yet they simultaneously felt relieved that the person who had offended her wasn't them. Not daring to stay a moment longer, they wanted to flee. But their legs went limp, preventing them from standing, let alone running. They could only sit stiffly on the spot, staring dumbfoundedly. Amazing. Chu Siyu's eyes were wide open, truly admiring Jiangfu's prowess, subduing those bullies in one move. How dare they try to take their place? They deserved what they got. Xiangru's scalp was tingling, thankful it wasn't him who got hit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stand back up. Pretty cool, huh? No need for us to intervene. Fu is really capable. Chu Lingwei grinned. Cool. Lu Moling also praised Jiangfu as the second most impressive person she'd ever seen, with Chu Lingwei being the first. Shall we stick around here? If not, let's set off under the cover of night. Chu Lingwei asked, seeking the group's opinion. Let's go. It's truly a buzzkill. Chu Siyu remarked, noting how perilous human nature could be. Earlier, the onlookers were eagerly waiting for their downfall, but none anticipated such a fierce encounter. Had they suffered losses, those very same people might have come forward to kick them when they were down. All right, Chu Lingwei agreed. Chapter 219. Let's go. She strode over to Jiangfu's side and gently patted her shoulder. We'll travel through the night. It's just a few days' journey left. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. The moment Chu Lingwei touched her, she retracted her martial spirit, her entire aura becoming soft. All right. Fu, your hand must hurt. Let me blow on it, Xiangru offered quickly. Jiangfu turned away immediately. Do you want to die? No, I didn't mean to. Xiangru withdrew his hand, actually a little scared. After all, an angry Jiangfu was someone he dared not provoke, but yet he found himself teetering on the edge of her anger repeatedly. That was what they called troubling. Do we still need these? Lu Moling asked. We do, absolutely. Chu Siyu responded, then moved forward to neatly package all the unharmed wild game and took it along without leaving anything behind. They all departed boldly under everyone's quiet gaze. After they left, these people didn't even dare to look at the 5 who had been injured. only seeing them still rolling in pain on the ground. Their agonized wailing made one's scalp numb. Under the bright moonlight, the group traversed through the forest. Chu Siyu distributed some roasted wild game to each person, eating while walking. That fight was so exhilarating. Hu Fu, you were truly amazing, Chu Siyu said indistinctly, but couldn't help praising Jiang Fu a couple of times. They disrespected us first, Jiang Fu replied. Yes, those kinds of people should be thoroughly beaten and taught a severe lesson. Relying on having followers to do whatever they please, not knowing that there are others more capable? Where did they come from? Chu Siyu spoke with satisfaction. This time, our luck was good. If we encounter an expert, none of us might be a match for them, Jiang Fu said. Impossible, right? Chu Siyu obviously didn't believe it. Jiang Fu was this powerful. How could there be someone she couldn't beat? Proud Yin City gathers experts from all over the land. This year's new students at Star Luo Academy also come from all directions. We must never underestimate our opponents, nor reveal our strength. Otherwise, it will give those with ill intentions a chance to exploit our weakness, Jiang Fu explained. Have you been to Proud Yin City before? Chu Siyu asked curiously, as if Jiang Fu had been there based on her tone. Not yet. Jiang Fu lowered her eyelids, making her real emotions unfathomable. How do you know then? Chu Siyu pressed. Proud Yin City is located in the most suitable section of the Canglan Continent. On the left is the Hidden Sea's Verge, the city of supreme beings. On the right are 7 great cities. Our hill city is just the most inconspicuous of these, completely unknown. Jiang Fu went on to explain. And the Star Luo Academy has existed for hundreds of years in the Canglan Academy. In the past, almost all the martial spirits masters of the Canglan Continent originated from Star Luo Academy. Everyone strives to enter the Star Luo Academy. How many top experts do you think would participate in their admission process? Without error, by now, all talents from the 7 great cities of the City of Supreme Beings have already been recruited into the Star Luo Academy. The spiritual essence of our hill city is too thin compared to the City of Supreme Beings, which enjoys advantageous natural conditions and superior geographical position. Our cultivation speed can't possibly keep up. Our hill city does have the largest hill sun demon beast forest in all of Canglan, with a total number of demon beasts amounts to hundreds of times that of the entire Canglan region. Yet despite that, reality remains unchanged. Our Hillsun Demon Beast Forest is merely a place suited for demon beasts to inhabit. Jiang Fu systematically analyzed with reason, accurately addressing every problem. So, we should remain composed, avoid seeking attention, be among the least noticed, and suppress our sharpness to prevent making enemies everywhere, Jiang Fu concluded. Hu Fu is right. You remember that? Chu Linghua smiled. Sure, I've remembered, sister. Chu Siyu nodded. The world outside is too dangerous. We must be careful, Chu Linghua advised. Okay, sister, I'll follow you. Luo Mo Ling walked beside them silently. In a few days, they would arrive at Proud Yin City. She would be one step closer to Chu Lingyue's prediction, soon to separate. But she did not know yet in what way they would part. When she leaves, it should probably be due to the Lu family coming, she thought clearly in her heart. 3 days later, they stood in front of the grand gates of Proud Yin City towering high into the clouds, majestic and solemn, bustling with activity, mostly young people of their age flocking into the city. These people, could they all be new students heading to Star Luo Academy? There really are quite a lot. Chu Siyu was startled by the sight. It's possible. As far as I know, within Proud Yin City, there seems to be only the Star Luo Academy. As for the Chuidan Academy, it's situated 5 kilometers outside of Proud Yin City on Chuidan Mountain, Chu Linghua explained. How do you know? Chu Siyu looked at Chu Linghua like a little fangirl. Chu Linghua took out the map with a look of helplessness on her face. Didn't I tell you already? It's all written on the map. You didn't look when I told you to. Now you know the consequences of lacking knowledge. We must fully understand everything about Proud Yin City so that we can be more prepared in the face of danger and not be passive, Chu Linghua said, which also served as an early lesson for Chu Siyu. Chu Siyu blushed. I understand, sister. I'll catch up on my knowledge later. Let's go. Let's enter the city first, Chu Linghua said, putting away the map and walking briskly at the front. Luo Mo Ling and others quickly followed. Entering Proud Yin City was very smooth. The bustling city was filled with all sorts of people coming and going. They were soon lost in the crowd, where there were countless handsome men and beautiful women, making them appear quite ordinary. Truly, it was a vast world full of wonders. Chu Siyu walked around like someone who had never seen the world before. Fufu, do you like this? I'll buy it for you, Xiang Ru said, wanting to buy everything nice looking for Jiang Fu. Do you have that many spirit coins? Jiang Fu asked with a soulful inquiry. Boss, how many spirit coins does this cost? Jiang Fu stepped forward to ask. The boss chuckled and said, Mrs. Good Eyesight. This is made from top-grade white crystal. It only costs 3,000 spirit coins. Will you buy it? Jiang Fu turned her head to look at Xiang Ru. The warm and enthusiastic smile immediately froze on Xiang Ru's face. It was truly an unaffordable price even if he sold himself. What kind of ability is it to want something you can't afford? Jiang Fu gave him a scornful look, put down the white crystal hairpin, and turned to walk away. Xiang Ru fumbled with his pouch. The price was so high that even selling himself wouldn't cover it, so he could only sadly follow Jiang Fu's steps. Fufu, when I have money, I'll buy it for you right away. Please don't be angry. How can I depend on the future when you can't afford it now? Jiang Fu coldly said, clearly not giving Xiang Ru a pleasant expression. I will definitely earn more spirit coins. Believe me, won't you? Give me a chance. Xiang Ru became anxious. How could he be so poor? Even he looked down on himself. Xiangru really lacks backbone. Chu Siyu quietly criticized. They are true love. Chu Lingyue softly responded. What is true love? Chu Siyu was confused. You'll know eventually. Chu Lingyue covered her mouth and laughed. It was most amusing when Jiang Fu teased Xiangru. They were truly a pair of bickering lovers. Chapter 220. Startled. Chu Siyu was utterly confused, not understanding at all the romantic talk coming from Chu Lingyue. She walked behind Jiang Fu and Xiangru, watching their extremely strange interactions, and couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. The five of them strolled down the bustling streets of Aoyan City. It was indeed a flourishing metropolis, far livelier than Hill City by an unknown multiple. As twilight approached, vendors along the broad street hung red lanterns everywhere, with cries of hawking never stopping. People moved to and fro in an endless stream. A scene of great prosperity. It was extraordinarily beautiful. Just as the group was looking for accommodation, suddenly a commotion grew louder from afar. A cluster of people were pushed aside by something moving toward them at great speed. The crowd quickly dispersed. Move aside. Move quickly. Do not obstruct the way. The heavenly beast is startled. No responsibility for collisions. Chu Lingyue acted swiftly, pulling Lu Moling and Chu Siyu aside to avoid the unexpected collision. A winged demonic beast with snow-white fur suddenly burst out of the crowd. On its head were glittering antlers, its white fur flowing gracefully with the wind. Its forehooves made constant trot-trot-trot sounds. The first thing Chu Lingyue saw was the girl riding the heavenly beast. Dressed in pure white flowing clothes, she continuously tugged at the reins trying to stop the heavenly beast, but was unable to gain any control. Hurry, move aside. Do not block the way. The girl shouted in panic. By now, at least dozens of people had already been trampled on the street where the heavenly beast passed, but it showed no signs of stopping. Behind the heavenly beast, there was a large retinue following close behind. Miss, be careful. The heavenly beast has become startled. I can't stop. Please move away quickly. The girl shouted urgently. Right in front of her, a small child couldn't evade in time, falling abruptly to the ground, while the nearby mother let out a heart-rending scream. My child, Ayu, take good care of Lingling. Chu Lingyue's phoenix-like eyes narrowed as she activated her martial spirit. Her body flashed, reacting swiftly. She kept in mind Jun Yeming's words, refraining from using elemental spirits before people. Seeing that there wasn't enough time, she floated lightly in the air, landing swiftly on the back of the heavenly beast. She embraced the girl, both of their hands grabbing the reins tightly, driving together side by side. Whoa! Chu Lingyue exclaimed as she wrapped her hands around the girl's supple waist, holding the reins firmly. In a state of calm amidst danger, she managed to pull up the heavenly beast's head. The heavenly beast immediately leaped over the little baby. They touched down precariously. The mother immediately came forward to carry her baby away. Trot, trot, trot. Though calmed down somewhat, the heavenly beast, still startled, continued rampaging through the streets. With the added weight on it, the creature grew increasingly frantic, attempting to throw Chu Lingyue and the girl off its back. You, who are you? The girl's voice was clear, but filled with panic. Do not speak. Chu Lingyue advised, calmly controlling the heavenly beast, navigating directly past crowded areas towards the city gates. Inside the city, Jiang Fu and Xiangru, recovering from their initial shock, located Lu Moling and Chu Siyu. Where's Lingyue? On the heavenly beast, with that girl, they've already run far ahead. Chu Siyu answered, her anxiety evident. All right, we should find a place to stay and wait. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Fu said, Lingyue will be fine, she'll catch up soon. But, there's no but about it. We should go first. If she hasn't returned by nightfall, I'll go look for her, Jiang Fu said, leading Lu Moling and the others quickly away to find a place to stay. After Lu Moling left with Jiang Fu, a shadow clad in dark ink stepped into her previous position. You have come out from the netherworld? Excellent. An evil smile rose on his lips. He then disappeared among the crowd. Now saying nothing more, Chu Lingyue guided the heavenly beast out of the city gate of Aoyan City, finding a wider space where they could better handle the creature. Whoa! Chu Lingyue still held the reins, but the heavenly beast continued wildly galloping. Moving at an incredible speed, they quickly left the servants far behind, until they were completely out of sight. Who are you? Get off quickly. The heavenly beast is uncontrollable. The girl kept wriggling in distress, but Chu Lingyue paid no attention to her actions. If you wish to die, keep moving randomly like this, she warned sharply. The girl stopped struggling immediately, allowing herself to be held in Chu Lingyue's arms. Chu Lingyue released one hand, subtly employing the 5 elements spirit art behind her. In an instant, the agitated heavenly beast began to calm down gradually, lowering its trotting speed. Finally, it came to a halt. Chu Lingyue immediately dismounted, gently patting the heavenly beast's neck. Not bad, it's a high-grade demonic beast. The girl finally breathed a sigh of relief and dismounted from the heavenly beast. Her cheeks were flushed red, her forehead covered in fine sweat. Who exactly are you? In the next moment, the girl became wary of Chu Lingyue, pointing her sword at her, ready to fight at any moment. I saved you, and this is how you treat your savior? Chu Lingyue said lightly, unfazed by the girl's words. She circled the heavenly beast once, tilting her head slightly. She saw a thin, pale silver needle embedded in the creature's rear end, quickly pulling it out. It was at least 10 centimeters long where it had sunk in. Tisk! Chu Lingyue clicked her tongue. Do you have an enemy? She looked at the girl, whose appearance was water-like and clear, with a pair of phoenix eyes that made her very recognizable. yet her eyebrows were raised, giving her face a somewhat fierce look. I don't have any enemies. The girl denied outright. Then how did this silver needle get there? And what about you? Why were you riding a demon beast on the street? Don't you know it's forbidden to ride within the city? Chu Lingwei countered. The girl was momentarily speechless. I knew. I was riding at my family's stables. But who could have expected the heavenly beast to suddenly lose control? She pursed her lips. That's strange. This silver needle I personally pulled from the heavenly beast just now. Chu Lingwei said as she watched the sun about to set. She shoved the silver needle into the girl's hand and turned to walk back into Aoyan City. Hey, wait for me. The girl called out when she saw Chu Lingwei turning away. She immediately followed with the heavenly beast. What's your name? You saved me. How am I supposed to repay you? The girl's tone was brash, not sounding at all like someone intending to thank Chu Lingwei. It was more like someone seeking revenge. There's no need for repayment. Good deeds are done without leaving a name. Chu Lingwei replied indifferently, adding if it weren't for the little child, she truly wouldn't have bothered saving anyone. What did it matter to her? Wait a moment, go with me. The city gates must be closed already. The girl said, they shut the gates once it gets dark. Do you think because I go with you, we can use a back door? Chu Lingwei asked, though her steps slowed down considerably. Exactly. I'm the daughter of the city lord of Aoyan City. The girl proudly declared, boasting. No one would dare block me whether I want to enter or leave. All right then. Chu Lingwei responded, walking a bit closer. Chapter 2:21. Ao Yanqing. Are you Ao Yanshui? Chu Lingyu paused in her steps, and an inquisitive gaze immediately fell upon the young girl as she asked. The girl was startled for a moment, but quickly denied it. I'm not Ao Yanshui. I'm Ao Yanshui's younger sister, Ao Yanqing. Ao Yanqing touched her cheeks, puzzled. Why do people always mistake me for Ao Yanshui? Are we really that similar? Are you twins? Chu Lingyu curiously asked. Ao Yanqing nodded. Yes. Who are you? Why have I never seen you in Aoyan City before? Ao Yanqing scrutinized Chu Lingyu and asked. She was incredibly beautiful, with an exquisite oval face that was quite striking, her flawless white skin making one feel no envy towards her. I just arrived here and met you in the frightened Tantian beast. Chu Lingyu said lightly, but was calculating internally that if she passed through Ao Yanqing, she would surely find Ao Yanshui. Wouldn't that lead to finding Chu Shua as well? Thank you for saving me. When I return to the city, I'll definitely send you some jewels in gratitude for saving my life. Where do you live? Ao Yanqing asked. I haven't settled down yet, Chu Lingyu replied. In that case, let me help you find a place to stay. If you don't mind, come stay at my estate. Ao Yanqing suddenly excitedly invited her. Can I? Chu Lingyu didn't rush to decline. You can. You saved my life. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't be safe right now. Ao Yanqing said, tightly gripping a slender silver needle in her hand, her eyes turning fierce, resolving to absolutely not let off whoever was plotting against her. In that case, I thank you in advance. Once I find a place to stay, I'll leave immediately. Chu Lingyu agreed. Perhaps this was not a bad way to find Ao Yanshui. That's settled then. Ao Yanqing said. Oh, by the way, I haven't even asked your name yet, she added. Chu Lingyu. Chu Lingyu revealed her name. Chu. Ao Yanqing furrowed her brows. Why surname Chu? She muttered softly. There are plenty of people surnamed Chu across the whole Canglan Continent. Does Miss Ao Yan have any enmity towards those who are surnamed Chu? Chu Lingyu asked, preparing to quickly depart. Upon hearing this, Ao Yanqing, leading the Tantian beast, hurriedly caught up with her and repeatedly explained behind her. No, it's not like that. It's just that I know someone who is surnamed Chu, and had preconceived notions about you momentarily. That wasn't what I meant. Chu Lingyu curiously asked. So indeed there is someone surnamed Chu who caused issues for Miss Ao Yan. It's not about being upset or not, it's just. Ao Yanqing opened up hesitantly, then finally stopped speaking. Forget it. Let's say I never mentioned it. Follow me. Chu Lingyu didn't ask anymore and followed Ao Yanqing into Aoyan City. Just as she had said, the city gate was already closed, but once the guards saw her, they immediately opened the gate, and she confidently led the Tantian beast inside. Privileges were great, no obstacles at all. Ao Yanqing took Chu Lingyu back to her residence. Soon enough, all the attendants who had been searching for her for so long kneeled in the courtyard, requesting forgiveness unanimously. Ao Yanqing had originally intended to reprimand them thoroughly, but since Chu Lingyu was present, she decided to let it go temporarily. Everyone, go take 20 stick beatings. Ao Yanqing ordered. This was the lightest punishment. If it weren't for Chu Lingyu's presence and consideration for appearances, she truly wanted to have them dragged out and killed. Yes. The attendants trembled with fear and retreated with overwhelming gratitude. For Ao Yanqing's contrasting behavior, Chu Lingyu did not dwell on it much. She usually must not be someone easy to provoke, but it was none of her business. In the evening, meals were prepared. Ao Yanqing kept expressing her gratitude while dragging Chu Lingyu along, but Chu Lingyu only accepted briefly and expressed that she would leave after resting tomorrow morning without disturbing more. Ao Yanqing wished Chu Lingyu could stay for several nights, but she declined politely each time. This is where you will be staying. Call for me directly if there's any need. Ao Yanqing brought Chu Lingyu to settle down at the guest room in the side courtyard. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Ao Yan. Chu Lingyu slightly bowed her head and politely said, no need for such formality. If you hadn't saved me today, I might have perished. Thanking you is not enough. Ao Yanqing fulfilled all her pleasantries. Politeness. Qing'er. Outside the side courtyard, An anxious voice grew louder and closer. Miss Chu, please rest first. My sister has arrived. Try not to come out. Ao Yanqing suddenly called out anxiously, then quickly turned and walked away. All right. Chu Lingyu entered the room leisurely and closed the door behind her. It was Ao Yanshui coming. These two sisters had interesting dynamics. Sister. Ao Yanqing composed her expression and soon greeted her, as Ao Yanshui anxiously pulled her hand asking, I heard that you were startled at the horse ranch today, and that you rode the Tongtian beast through the streets, trampling on the citizens. What exactly happened? Ao Yanshui asked with a solemn expression. It was someone's deliberate doing, sister. Take a look at this. Ao Yanqing handed Ao Yanshui the delicate silver needle. This was taken from the Tongtian beast. Someone deliberately wanted me dead. Fortunately, I survived. Recalling the harrowing scene, Ao Yanqing still felt lingering fear. Someone wanted to kill you? Ao Yanshui furrowed her brows tightly. This silver needle is incredibly fine and soft, but extremely resilient. It would require skill and strength to pierce the thick skin of the Tongtian beast. I know, so it must have been someone trying to harm me. Ao Yanqing's eyes turned cold, revealing a glint of murderous intent. If she ever found out who did this, that person wouldn't leave a single bone intact. Who did you go to the horse ranch with today? Ao Yanshui asked after putting away the silver needle. Just the few young misses from the households of the top generals under father's command. They can't lift a finger or do any physical labor. They definitely weren't capable. Ao Yanqing quickly ruled those girls out. They might have the idea, but not the guts to dare move against her on her own turf. Absolutely impossible. I'll investigate this matter. You've had a shock today, rest well. Ao Yanshui said. I know, sister. By the way, I heard there was a young lady who saved you today. Where is she? Ao Yanshui inquired. After thanking her, I invited her over, but she refused repeatedly. After bringing her back to Ao Yin City, she just left. Ao Yanqing replied, looking steadily into Ao Yanshui's eyes, entirely composed. Why didn't you keep her around to properly thank her? Ao Yanshui gently scolded. I wanted to, but she refused and I didn't want to force her. Don't worry, sister, if I see her again, I will treat her lavishly, Ao Yanqing said. Then I'll return home now. Increase the number of people guarding the residence these few days. Whoever tried to harm you will surely try again once they realize you're unharmed. Ao Yanshui advised. I understand, sister, you may go back first. I'm a bit tired too, Ao Yanqing said. All right. Ao Yanshui didn't linger and turned to leave. As Ao Yanshui left, Ao Yanqing took a deep breath, narrowly avoiding being caught off guard. She glanced at the side courtyard, then also turned to leave. Chapter 222, Starsu Sect. Chu Lingyue sat in the guest room, the candlelight translucent. The guest room was indeed luxurious. This was the rich Ao Yin family, whose load-bearing pillars were even inlaid with gold edges. Very nice. She sat down and took out her communication mirror, contacting Chu Siyu calmly and deliberately. Chu Siyu, currently at the Star Luo Inn, received the communication from Chu Lingyue and felt as if fire were burning under her eyebrows. AG, where are you right now? Not only Chu Siyu's face, but also Lu Moling and Jiang Fu's worried faces appeared on the communication mirror. Where are you? Have you settled in well? Chu Lingyue countered, as calm as ever. We're at the Star Luo Inn. You wouldn't believe it. One night costs so many spirit coins. Chu Siyu exaggeratedly held up 5 fingers, proving that living expenses in big cities were indeed terrifyingly high. Didn't I give you a platinum card? Spend freely. If it's not enough, ask me for more. Chu Lingyue smiled. Rest well tonight. I'll find you guys tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Where are you now? Chu Siyu asked, confused, looking around at Chu Lingyue's surroundings which seemed to be much better than their place. It's probably because you saved a very wealthy young girl today, right? Chu Siyu covered her mouth in shock. Exactly, a rather affluent family. So don't worry about me. I'm eating and drinking pretty well here. Chu Lingyue still had a radiant smile. All right. Chu Siyu stopped asking further. Just remember to come back early tomorrow. I understand. Rest early. Lingling should rest early too. Chu Lingyue said, then immediately cut off the contact. That night, she silently appeared in various corners of the Ao Yanqing estate. But apart from treasures, there was no other information in the house that she needed. Deciding it wasn't worth staying any longer, she went back to her guest room to rest and made plans for the next day. The next morning, Chu Lingyue left a letter in her guest room and quietly bid farewell. She wasn't interested in Ao Yanqing, but what about Ao Yanshui? She wanted to find a way to get closer, yet she didn't know where Chu Shual was or if he was at Star Luo Academy. But she didn't rush to Star Luo Inn to meet them either. Instead, she used the transfer technique and went to Star Thu Sect. Fortunately, there was a mark on the map, otherwise, it would have been hard to find. As dawn approached, Chu Lingyue's figure appeared before the gate of Star Thu Sect. The gates were tightly closed, tall walls overgrown with mossy plants. It looked like this place hadn't been lived in for quite a while, though from the outside, there was no sign of desolation or decay. It was utterly quiet, with no people coming or going. Star Thu Sect's location was truly the most remote part of Ao Yin City. Chu Lingyue lifted her skirt and strode forward boldly, gently pushing open the gate. Creak. With a creak, the gate was pushed open by Chu Lingyue. But just as the next moment came, the gate to her right toppled toward her uncontrollably. Quick-witted, Chu Lingyue swiftly dodged. Bang! The gate that had seemed sturdy before instantly broke into 2 pieces, brittle and fragile, stirring up clouds of dust. Chu Lingyue immediately covered her nose and mouth. Afraid to touch the other door as well, she cautiously entered sideways. Instantly, an earthy smell spread out. Frowning deeply, the smell was somewhat overwhelming. The courtyard was full of weeds, leaving nowhere to step properly. Each step she took amidst the weeds was careful and meticulous. Yet she could still feel countless broken stones beneath her feet, risking falling through without caution. After bypassing the front yard, she explored for a while, heading directly toward the ancestral hall of Starthu sect. What is this? Chu Lingyue stood before the doors of the ancestral hall, seeing massive lion door handles bound by 3 thick locks, heavy iron chains wrapping tightly around them. Each chain was at least as thick as her wrist, gleaming silver despite time's corrosion. SSSS. Chu Lingyue furrowed her delicate eyebrows. This difficulty couldn't stump her. She summoned the Xian Yu sword straight away. No matter how hard the mysterious iron, in front of it, all seemed fragile. Clang! Chu Lingyue swung the Xian Yu. White sparks flashed as the sword collided with the iron chains, the 3 layers of locks breaking immediately, losing its binding power, heavily falling to the ground. Of course, Xian Yu works best. Chu Lingyue couldn't help but marvel, watching the shining Xian Yu. Praised, Xian Yu suddenly became arrogant. That's right, I am the hardest Xian iron on the Canglan Continent. There's no chain I can't sever. Yes, you're absolutely right. Chu Lingyue exclaimed, and put Xian Yu back. Using both hands, she forcefully pushed open the doors of the ancestral hall, causing a rise of dust. She covered her nose and mouth, gently swinging her sleeves to fan away the wind. Gradually, the dust settled, and she lifted her foot, stepping over the threshold. In sight, right in the middle of the ancestral hall, were dozens of tablets. Strangely, inside the ancestral hall, it was clean as snow, completely dust-free, and everything was neatly arranged. This formed a stark contrast to the dilapidated environment outside. It was as if someone often came here to clean. She strode forward, picked up the neatly stacked incense and candles at once, and ignited them with her martial spirit. I have been entrusted by Master Ho Zheng of Starthu sect. I've come today to retrieve the 5 Elements Spirit Techniques notebook. Elders, please do not hold this against me. As soon as she placed the incense, it began burning rapidly before her very eyes. Is there any spiritual presence in Starthu sect? Chu Lingyue immediately became intrigued and casually grabbed another handful of incense sticks, lighting them all up. The incense then burned fiercely just as before, quickly turning into ashes. A spirit refers to the souls of those who have passed away but continue to linger in the ancestral hall due to being worshipped and nourished by the offerings. While they enjoy the sacrifices made to them, they also protect the entire sect. No wonder the shrine was spotless. It turned out there really were spirits present. For such a long time without anyone making offerings, no wonder the incense had burned so fiercely when she lit it. If that's the case, why not do one more favor? Chu Lingyue touched her chin, gazing at the ancestral tablets before her, and suddenly decided to do something kind. She formed seals with both hands, her gaze becoming focused as her left eye, a normally brown iris, was now overtaken by a flash of purple. 5 Elements Spirit Techniques, Celestial Pole Shift. As the spell incantation sounded, a circular disc-like formation materialized beneath her feet, golden light streaming endlessly from it. This light transformed into snake-like beams that spread throughout the entire shrine. Suddenly, the spirit tablets in front of her began to tremble violently. One by one, ghostly figures coalesced before her eyes. SHHSHSH. A sudden chorus of rustling sounds filled the air, and many ethereal white forms floated above the tablets. All old men with benevolent faces, showing expressions of surprise upon seeing Chu Lingyue. Little girl, who are you? More than a dozen old men drifted around Chu Lingyue, circling her curiously. Chu Lingyue retracted the 5 Elements Spirit Technique, calmly looking at the over 10 elder spirits hovering around her, their bodies floating without legs, likely because years of neglect had caused their lower halves to fade. My name is Chu Lingyue. Elder Master Ho Zheng has asked me to collect an item. I apologize for disturbing your peace today, elders. Her tone was respectful and sincere. Chu Lingyue, what a fine little girl. You've actually managed to wake us from our slumber. Haha, your future is boundless. Over a dozen elderly spirits circled around Chu Lingyue, laughing with admiration. Chapter 223. I compromise, alright? Suddenly, an elder with a white beard pushed his way to Chu Lingyue and asked in great surprise. What? Ho Zheng sent you here? Where is he? Why didn't he come himself? He can't come for now. Chu Lingyue replied. I thought Ho Zheng was dead. Who would have thought he was still alive? The old man stroked his snowy white beard as he mused. Ho Zheng's still alive. Back then, the Lihuan sect did not kill him, but merely destroyed his cultivation and imprisoned him. Chu Lingyue continued. I know somewhat about what happened in your Star Host sect before. I'm here today, just to collect my payment. Could all of you please make it easy for me? Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. Destroyed cultivation? Then who will inherit our Star Host sect? Is it impossible? The elders murmured amongst themselves. With no one left to venerate, why stay? It might be time to ascend sooner than later. I don't know. I'm only here to take what's owed to me. Chu Lingyue shrugged helplessly. What kind of payment? Did you two make some sort of deal? The elder inquired again. Not exactly. I saved him and received corresponding payment. He informed me that it was stored within the ancestral hall of the Star Host sect, so I've come to pick it up today, explained Chu Lingyue. Well, alright then. Take whatever you need and leave. We won't trouble you further, said the elders. They suddenly felt troubled. It appeared the Star Host sect would no longer continue. Better prepare early, they decided, and ascend heavenward soon enough. Thank you. Without another word, Chu Lingyue followed Ho Zheng's instructions and searched for the hidden room within the clan temple, but after much effort, she failed to find it. May I ask where the hidden room is? She humbly sought guidance. That's simple. It's under the offering tablet. You just gently turn the incense burner to the left, and it'll open, the elders instructed. Thank you. Chu Lingyue returned to the altar, gently turning the incense burner to the left. Immediately, there was a sound behind the tablet, and a small box was revealed. She stepped forward quickly, pulled out the rectangular box inside, opened it immediately, and flipped through its contents. There lay exactly what she needed, the 5 Elements Spiritual Techniques Handbook along with other cultivation methods. She closed the box without further inspection and prepared to leave, holding it firmly in her arms. Wait. Suddenly, one of the elders floated in front of Chu Lingyue, blocking her way. Are you taking everything with you? Chu Lingyue nodded, gripping the box more tightly. Is there something inappropriate? All the items in this box were promised by Ho Zheng to be hers. Could Ho Zheng renege on his words? This box contains secret techniques of our Star Host sect. Are you sure Ho Zheng gave these all to you? Over 10 elders floated towards Chu Lingyue, all wearing expressions of doubt. Yes, we agreed upon it fully. Everything belongs to me now. Furthermore, we struck an oath, Chu Lingyue responded, showing them her palm to reveal the imprint left by their pact. This cannot be faked. After carefully observing the mark on Chu Lingyue's hand, which indeed carried Ho Zheng's essence, the expression on the elders' faces transformed from suspicion to amazement. So you're the one Ho Zheng recognized as the next inheritor of the Star Host sect. All right then, take it, it's all yours. Practice hard, young lady. The task of promoting the Star Host sect rests on your shoulders. Over 10 elders earnestly urged her. Now we've found someone to continue our lineage. Chu Lingyue was stunned. What? So, Ho Zheng made this deal with her for a reason, entrusting her with the entire Star Host sect? But she only intended to collect her reward. When did she agree to inherit the sect? Chu Lingyue stayed silent, quietly pulling out the 5 Elements Spiritual Techniques Handbook she needed from the box. What do you mean by this? Dozens of elders stared at her incredulously. I'm not interested in the Star Host sect. You might as well choose someone else to inherit it. I'll take what's due to me, and leave the rest aside. Consider me unlucky, Chu Lingyue stated seriously. No, you've already accepted it. Is it proper to reject it now? The dozens of elders became visibly anxious, not expecting Chu Lingyue to show such reluctance, unwillingness to assume the role of sect master. It's perfectly fine. I haven't taken anything yet, so I'm returning it now. Pretend I wasn't here today. Chu Lingyue chuckled lightly. In truth, nothing they could say mattered, because had she known that Ho Zheng tricked her into coming here to inherit the sect master position, spreading the fame of the Star Host sect, she would never have come. Besides, she'd long since studied the 5 Elements spirit arts thoroughly. Was this incomplete copy really necessary? If not for curiosity about Ho Zheng's progress with the 5 Elements spirit arts, she wouldn't even bother. Trouble brewed thick in the air. No, you must take it even if you don't want to. Since Ho Zheng has handed over the secret techniques of the Star Host sect to you, this shows that you have the strength to inherit the position as sect master. No excuse. Over a dozen elders squawked on incessantly around Chu Lingyue, pestering her nonstop and refusing to let her leave. I don't want it anymore, all right. Chu Lingyue also grew impatient. She simply placed the box beside the cauldron and turned to walk away. Stand still, young lady, no leaving. The more than 10 elders quickly blocked the doorway, determined to keep her there. Whether I leave or not isn't for you all to decide. Chu Lingyue said, since I can summon you all, I can certainly subdue you back. Even if you do, we won't let you leave. Try us. These more than 10 elders were desperate for their future offerings and vowed to stop her by any means. Indeed, Chu Lingyue's perfectly beautiful little face became serious. A flick of her hand, and over a dozen elders floated helplessly in midair, unable to move. What have you done to us? All the old men felt incredibly astonished. They were just spiritual entities. And yet, they couldn't act independently. Ho ho ho. Farewell, gentlemen. Chu Lingyue smirked playfully and strode proudly out of the ancestral hall. The elders inside cried miserably in unison. Young lady, please don't go. What will become of our Star Host sect if you leave? Is our lineage truly doomed to end with none to carry on? Clutching her ears, Chu Lingyue quickly left the Star Host sect, determined not to inherit anything. She suddenly thought about the sect's secrets given by the other 3 sects, estimating their intentions were the same, to have her magnify the glory of the 4 sects. Why did she get saddled with such a task? So troublesome. Inside the ancestral hall, right after Chu Lingyue departed, the elders regained movement. They clung to each other and sobbed bitterly. Wah! Our Star Host sect is really finished. In the future, no one will offer incense to us. Maybe we should ascend to heaven sooner rather than later. Just as they hugged each other crying, lamenting the injustice of fate, a graceful figure returned unexpectedly. She directly picked up the box left beside the cauldron. Her little face was already grim. Just once. I only agreed to continue offering incense to sustain the Star Host sect, but I'm not responsible for its prosperity. She sighed, realizing destiny had pushed her into this role, impossible to escape. Since it was foreordained, she might as well accept her fate. Upon hearing this, more than a dozen elder immediately swarmed Chu Lingyue again, laughing loudly. No problem at all. As long as the incense keeps burning, it doesn't matter whether the sect thrives or not. Chu Lingyue's lips twitched. It was clear that they would do anything to ensure the continuation of their offerings. Chapter 224. The 10,000-year great genius was tricked. She expressed her doubts, but there was nothing more she could do. In the end, after lighting one last set of incense for them, she fled as if carrying the box was her life depending on it. Little girl, remember to come on every 15th day of the month to light incense for us. Wailing, More than 10 old men floated by the entrance of the ancestral hall, waving their hands to Chu Lingyue with great reluctance. I know, Chu Lingyue exclaimed and rushed out of the star constellation sect in a flash. Ah, maybe this is fate's arrangement. Stepping out of the star constellation sect, Chu Lingyue cast another spell, restoring the gate of the star constellation sect back to its original state. She tucked away the box and quickly left using the transfer technique. Inside the Star Luo Inn, Chu Lingyue silently climbed into Chu Siyu's room. There she was, lying on the bed, sound asleep. Siyu? Chu Lingyue tiptoed to the bedside and squatted down. She gently brushed a strand of hair from Chu Siyu's face. Siyu? She whispered again, but Chu Siyu only furrowed her brows and turned over, completely unaware of Chu Lingyue's presence. Are you sleeping that deeply? Chu Lingyue bit her lips, then grabbed Chu Siyu's ear and shouted loudly, Siyu. This shout made Chu Siyu's spirit almost ascend to heaven. Ah! Chu Siyu jumped up with fright, her limbs stiff as a board. Ha! Chu Lingyue covered her mouth and laughed. It's me, eldest sister? Chu Siyu finally focused her eyes on Chu Lingyue. Her face showed sheer distress. Eldest sister, how can it be you? You truly scared the life out of me. What on earth are you doing? Chu Siyu collapsed onto the bed, patting her startled little heart. She was so close to being scared half to death. I called your name many times, but you didn't wake up. You were sleeping so soundly that if someone bad came, they would have taken you away without you even noticing. Chu Lingyue mocked her. That wouldn't happen. I just didn't sleep well last night waiting for you, so I overslept a little. Chu Siyu's cheeks reddened slightly. It was embarrassing to be caught sleeping in by Chu Lingyue, wasn't it? Okay, where's Lingling? Chu Lingyue asked. In the next guest room, Chu Siyu said as she sat up and straightened her dress. By the way, eldest sister, where did you go yesterday with that young lady? Who is she? Chu Siyu asked curiously. It's Ao Yanqing, Ao Yansno's younger sister. Chu Lingyue answered while casually sitting on a stool and taking a sip of tea. Ao Yanqing. Chu Siyu was both excited and puzzled as she sat in front of Chu Lingyue. She's Ao Yansno's younger sister? Did you see Ao Yansno, or did you see brother? No, I only saw Ao Yanqing. Chu Lingyue replied. I currently don't know where brother is. We probably need to get to Star Luo Academy first before we can find out. Alright, then when do we go to report at Star Luo Academy? Chu Siyu asked excitedly. Star Luo Academy, which all students in the Canglan Continent dreamed of, was somewhere she couldn't wait to enter. In 5 days is the new student celebration at Star Luo Academy. It's not too late for us to go then. For now, let's take a good rest here in Ao City these few days. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. Fine. Chu Siyu thought about it and agreed. Let's do it this way. Siyu, go ask the innkeeper to prepare some breakfast. Eat it in your room. I'll go find Lingling. Chu Lingyue put down her teacup and stood up. Alright, eldest sister, I got it. Chu Lingyue walked around to the adjacent room and knocked on the door rhythmically. Knock, knock, knock. Unlike her straightforward manner with Chu Siyu, she was extremely gentle towards Lu Moling. Who's there? A drowsy voice of Lu Moling came from inside the room. It's me, Lingyue. Chu Lingyue announced herself immediately. Lingyue. Upon hearing Chu Lingyue's name, Lu Moling immediately scrambled up, neglecting to put on her outer garment, and went to open the door to invite her in. Chu Lingyue closed the door tightly behind her. Be careful. The weather is getting colder, don't catch a cold. Rest assured I won't. Lingyue, where did you go yesterday? Why did you return so late? Lu Moling held Chu Lingyue's arm and asked anxiously. Last night, because Chu Lingyue wasn't there, she had slept poorly. Yesterday, I did something big. This morning, I took a detour and visited the Star Constellation sect, only returning from there. Chu Lingyue said, then sat down and began telling Lu Moling about her journey from yesterday to this morning. Everything was spilled out, complaints included. Generally speaking, those old men insisted I take over the Star Constellation sect and become the sect's lord or whatever it is. I guess the other 3 sects are probably similar. They handed me the secret methods of the sect not out of gratitude for me, but trying to make me spread the glory of their sect. The more Chu Lingyue spoke, the angrier she became. How could such a smart person like her be tricked by a bunch of old people? Huh. To her surprise, Lu Moling actually covered her mouth and laughed. What's so funny? Chu Lingyue was confused. She was furious, but Lu Moling could still laugh about it. Stop. What had she gotten herself into? All she wanted was to be a laid-back cultivator, to stand side by side with Jun Yiming at the same height as soon as possible and fly together as mates. This was her ultimate goal. Isn't this great? You'll spread the greatness of the 4 sects far and wide, becoming a legendary figure across the entire Canglan Continent. How amazing would that be? Lu Moling exaggeratedly said. Do I need that? Chu Lingyue paused, then countered with a question. Did she really need to become a legendary figure for the whole Canglan Continent? No, she didn't. The once apex predator in her previous life knew well that the higher you climbed, the more people envied you, and the fall could leave you without even bone dust left. So, she didn't want to be a legend. All she needed was to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jun Yiming. One lifetime, one partner, just thinking about it was wonderful enough. You do. Get stronger, then look down on everyone, so no one will dare bully you. Lu Moling firmly declared. Were you frequently bullied in the past? Chu Lingyue rested her chin on her palm, curiously watching Lu Moling and seriously asked. I. Suddenly, Lu Moling fell silent, the light in her eyes dimming swiftly. She bowed her head quietly, lips tightly pressed. Many painful memories flooded back. In the Lu family, she had always been the one who was bullied in every life. Lingling. Chu Lingyue took Lu Moling's hand gently and said softly. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to bully you. I'll protect you. Lingyue. Lu Moling pouted, almost crying again. Tears brimmed her eyes as she raised her little head, trying hard not to cry. She was overwhelmed with emotion. Growing up, apart from Qiongqi, only Chu Lingyue had ever been this good to her. Don't cry, or your eyes will swell up and won't sparkle anymore. Chu Lingyue tried to comfort her in a rather outdated way. No, it's not that I want to cry, it's that I can't help myself. For a very long time, aside from Chi-Chi being there for me, no one has ever stood beside me. What? I'm really too touched, Lingyue. Lu Moling sniffled softly, truly moved by emotion. Chapter 225, Preparation. Really, Chu Lingyue was extremely heartbroken. No wonder when she saw Lu Moling for the first time, the hatred in her eyes was so intense. Lu Moling kept nodding, but it's different now. I have you, I have Chi-Chi, and also you and the others. Yes, Lingling, we will always be on your side. Chu Lingyue stood up and gently held Lu Moling in her arms to comfort her. So no matter how the divination shows separation, we will eventually come together. We are the ones who naturally fit together, Chu Lingyue said, but couldn't help but correct. It's not the same kind of fit as with Jun Yiming. I am spiritually compatible with him, our future divine couple. We mustn't let Lu Moling confuse the two. She would surely claim Jun Yiming. Okay, I understand. I'm not jealous. Lu Moling wiped away her tears. You are truly. Chu Lingyue affectionately shook her head. There was nothing she could do with the soft and sticky Lu Moling. How about we stroll around Aoyan City these few days? Chu Lingyue smiled, wanting to spend a rare leisurely time with Lu Moling in the final few days. The signs of separation were drawing near, and she already knew. At the moment Lu Moling stepped into Aoyan City, the people from the Lu family had noticed, and finding her was just a matter of time. All right, Lu Moling nodded. I'll follow whatever Lingyue says. During breakfast, Jiang Fu kept paying attention to Chu Lingyue. Yesterday, the person I saved was Aoyan Qing, the daughter of the Lord of Aoyan City, Aoyan Snow's twin sister. They look extremely alike. Chu Lingyue explained what happened yesterday. My brother Chu Shua had a marriage contract with Aoyan Snow. No, the marriage contract has not been dissolved. This visit to Xinghua Academy is also to find my brother, Chu Lingyue explained. That's simple. Jiang Fu didn't believe it. Not exactly. I came here to improve my Wu spirit, to become the right-hand helper of my future husband. Chu Lingyue couldn't help but feel proud when mentioning this. Future husband? Apart from Lu Moling, everyone fell into deep shock. Sister, where did you get a husband from? Chu Siswang nearly jumped in fright. How did she not know about this? Could it be that her elder sister was secretly seeing someone else outside? Ugh, too beautiful an image to contemplate. You have a husband. Jiang Fu was also surprised. She thought a woman with such gifted talents like Chu Lingyue would need a man of equal prowess, but unexpectedly, she had already secured her future husband. Not quite yet, but in the near future, I will make him my husband. Chu Lingyue proudly declared, unable to contain her eagerness and anticipation. So who exactly is your husband? Xiang Ru became more curious. Chu Lingyue stroked her chin, her long fingertips lightly tapping a few times before instantly summoning Mo Sha. Miss Chu, Mo Sha, entirely wrapped up except for a pair of eyes, knelt half before Chu Lingyue. This is Master Mo Sha, Chu Lingyue said, having specially summoned Mo Sha so they could see more clearly. The master of Mo Sha. Mo Sha respectfully said. Oh, it's Mo Sha? Sister. Chu Siswang recognized him. Mo Sha was the one who obeyed orders to rescue her that day in the Beast Forest. She wondered where such a mysterious expert in her sister's entourage came from, and now realized he was her future brother-in-law. Too excited, she had no idea what her future brother-in-law looked like. What kind of beauty would attract her sister? I'll introduce him to you when he comes looking for me next time. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. That'd be great. Xiang Ru was the first to agree. What's it got to do with you? Jiang Fu glared sharply at Xiang Ru, hoping he understood his place. Defeated by Jiang Fu's rebuttal, Xiang Ru pulled his neck back, silently sitting there without daring to utter a sound. Lingling, have you met my future husband? Chu Siswang asked. Lu Moling should know, since they were always together, inseparable shadows. Yeah. Lu Moling slightly nodded. Sort of met. She observed him from afar for several days. Maybe it counts as meeting? Truly? What's my future brother-in-law like? Chu Siswang was ecstatic, continuously questioning. Lu Moling really couldn't find suitable words to describe Jun Yiming at the moment. How about next time Lingyue brings you all to meet? She couldn't come up with a nice adjective after much contemplation. All she could think about were the words Qiongqi told her, that he was a great demon king. She shivered all over. All right, I'll find an opportunity, bring you all to meet him, Chu Lingyue said. Yes. Chu Suyu was the happiest. No, she must solemnly write this exciting good news into her letter home and inform her father. Time flew by. Today was free time. Chu Lingyue only took Lu Moling to the street. Since they had come to Aoyan City, there was no need to fear people from Chui Shan Academy coming to look for trouble. This was Xing Luo Academy's territory after all. No matter how daring they were, they wouldn't dare to move against them in Aoyan City, right? Where was the prestige of the city lord of Aoyan City? The bustling streets were crowded with a continuous flow of people. Chu Lingyue even dragged Lu Moling around and spent quite a bit on various goods, most of which were spirit liquids. Just one sip was equivalent to drinking 10 bowls of restorative soup. She wanted to prepare as much as possible for Lu Moling, just in case anything happened when she wasn't around, allowing Lu Moling to protect herself. But buying 10 bottles of medium-grade restorative spirit liquid drained all the soul coins she had on her person. Her platinum card was with Chu Siyu, so the amount she could mobilize at the moment was very limited. Yet, She gritted her teeth and bought them anyway. When she had the time, she would refine her own spirit liquid. Not only would it save on soul coins, but the purity could be increased to 98%. This time it was rushed because Lu Moling would soon bid farewell to her, leaving no time for refining spirit liquids. After returning to Star Luo Inn, Chu Lingwe handed over a space ring to Lu Moling. This is for you. She had made ample preparations for Lu Moling's departure. What is it for me? Lu Moling asked in surprise. This was one of Chu Lingyue's most frequently used ones. Rest assured, I've emptied it out already. Everything inside is prepared for you. It can save your life in an emergency. If you need to, immediately pull out the communicator and summon me. By the time you count to 10, I will appear before you, Chu Lingyue said, having everything planned out for Lu Moling. If she promised to protect her from being bullied, then she intended to keep that promise to the end. Lingyue, Lu Moling began to feel moved and wanted to hug her. Chu Lingyue held her hands in front of her chest. Don't say those words of gratitude. We don't need to talk about such things between us, so stop getting teary-eyed. Otherwise, I'll feel like I haven't prepared enough for you. Well, alright then. I'll accept it. You don't have to prepare more for me. This is already plenty, Lu Moling said as she put on the space ring and detected its contents, neatly arranged with clear organization. Chapter 226. Wait for me to come back. On the other side, Ao Danxing knocked on the door for a long time without any response. She pushed it open and saw a farewell letter placed on the table. When she opened it, there were only 4 elegant big characters written on it. Thank you for your hospitality. Ao Danxing tightly held the letter in her hand. People, no matter what method you use, you must find my savior for me. How could she let her benefactor leave without saying goodbye? She had to find them and thank them properly. 3 days later, Xinglua Inn. The moon hung high like a round plate above their heads, adding a touch of misty brightness to the entire city of Aodian. A group of people stood neatly in front of the Xinglua Inn, their presence towering and formidable. Chu Lingyue, who was in deep sleep, suddenly opened her eyes, sat up, and a sound resonated in her mind. The time has come. She slightly turned her head and saw Lu Moling standing beside her, staring at her with disbelief. Lingyue. Though she thought she spoke softly enough, it still woke Chu Lingyue up. She only wanted to leave quietly, not wanting farewells to stir sadness within her. I'll send you off. Chu Lingyue got up and dressed neatly. Lingyue. Lu Moling pouted her lips. She really didn't want to leave, but she had to go. Go ahead and be reassured. I've already consulted the oracle for you. In less than 3 months, you will return to me. I'll wait for you. Chu Lingyue consoled her. All right, I will return as soon as possible, Lu Moling declared firmly. In this life, no one would dare manipulate her again. Not even the Lu family. Let's go, Chu Lingyue said, leaving Xinglua Inn side by side with Lu Moling. Jia, accompanied by the sound of the Xinglua Inn's door opening, densely clad individuals wearing the same attire stood straight on the street. In front of them was a melancholy man in black, average-looking but with an extraordinary air. His features bore some resemblance to Lu Moling's. However, his smirk exuded a chilling coldness. Lingling. The man took large steps forward, extremely surprised upon seeing Lu Moling. He reached out to touch her. Lu Moling took a step back in disgust, keeping her distance from him. Lu Xiran, stay away from me. Her sudden shout startled Chu Lingyue, making her tremble. It was the second time she had felt this intense animosity from her. Clearly, Chu Lingyue disliked the Lu family immensely. What kind of unknown pain had she endured? Suddenly, Chu Lingyue harbored a desire to prevent Lu Xiran from taking Lu Moling away. Even more so did Lu Xiran retreat his hand and maintain distance from Lu Moling. All right, I won't touch you. Have we been apart for so many years that you don't even want to call me brother? Do you deserve it? Lu Moling turned her face away, refusing to give Lu Xiran any regard. Unfazed by the insult, Lu Xiran quickly shifted his gaze to Chu Lingyue. Who is this young lady? When they last met in the Yuming region, Chu Lingyue was wearing a veil, so it made sense that he couldn't recognize her. My friend, is there something wrong? Lu Moling fiercely shielded Chu Lingyue behind her and replied rudely. If it's none of your business, then stop prying, or risk losing your head. If you came looking for me, let's go, I'll follow you. Lu Moling's delicate little face radiated a cold atmosphere. Good. Brother thought you wouldn't come with me. Lu Xiran's profound eyes revealed unusual emotions. Don't blabber. Are you going or not? Lu Moling said coldly, showing no patience for Lu Xiran's delay. Let's go now. Lu Xiran responded, delighted that Lu Moling agreed to return with him willingly. Bye, Lingyue. Lu Moling glanced at Chu Lingyue one last time with reluctant eyes before leaving with Lu Xiran. Chu Lingyue stood where she was, watching the massive troop gradually disappear from her view. Wait for you to come back. She smiled faintly, turned around, and went back to Xinglua Inn. The next morning, when Chu Lingyue appeared alone in Chu Siyu's room to have breakfast, everyone was stunned. Where's Lingling? They asked. She left last night. Chu Lingyue sat next to Chu Siyu, picked up her chopsticks elegantly, and started eating. She left. Chu Siyu asked surprisingly, why didn't Lingling tell us she was going? At least we could have seen her off. She feared she wouldn't be able to leave if she saw you all coming to see her off. Rest assured, I've conveyed your heartfelt farewells for you. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. Besides, she'll only be gone for 2 or 3 months, don't worry. But, she didn't say she was leaving. Without Lu Moling around, Chu Siyu lost her appetite, feeling as though a big piece of her heart was suddenly missing. It was too sudden. Yes, she didn't say anything because she feared parting with all of you. In due time, she'll return. After breakfast, why don't you go outside for a stroll? I need to check the entrance hours at Xinglua Academy, Chu Lingyue said. I'll go with you, sister. Chu Siyu was extremely excited. Then shall we go together? Jiang Fu asked. I have nothing better to do. All right. Chu Lingyue agreed. If Jiang Fu went, Xiang Ru would definitely stay close by her side. By the way, Au, how many soul coins do we have left that we can use? Chu Lingyue inquired. She had spent all of hers the day before and didn't have a single coin left. Sister, I just renewed our guest room yesterday, so there's not much left. Chu Siyu answered. Fufu, what about you? Chu Lingyue asked. None. Jiang Fu shook her head. She and Xiang Ru were both penniless. All their soul coins were used up on food and lodging at Xinglua in over the past few days, leaving them without a penny. In that case, let's check out and head to Xinglua Academy today. Chu Lingyue touched her nose as she spoke. Suddenly feeling the pinch of being broke, she decided they should find some way to earn soul coins soon to avoid this predicament. Since they were going anyway, heading straight for Xinglua Academy made sense as it provided food and lodging. This was the best compromise. They couldn't afford another night elsewhere. All right, it seems there's no other choice, Jiang Fu concurred. I feel the same. Chu Siyu hadn't expected the daily expenses in Aoyan City to be 10 times or more than those in Hilltown. No amount of soul coins Chu Lingyue gave her would be enough. All four came to an agreement. After breakfast, the group set off in grand fashion toward Xinglua Academy. At the first entrance stone marker of Xinglua Academy, a large number of students gathered, forming a long queue. A quick estimate put the crowd at over 1,000 people. After registration, one could officially enter Xinglua Academy. Chu Lingyue's group waited at the back of the line, unaware that Xinglua Academy had already begun admissions 2 days earlier. Had it not been for their soul coins running out, they might have delayed coming until the last day of new student admission. Before long, it was their turn. They took out the freshman admission token given to them by Min Si earlier, astonishing the elderly official handling enrollment. He glanced several times at Chu Lingyue and the others, but quickly regained his composure. The elder successively handed them thin wafer-like plaques with room numbers inscribed on them. Follow the directions. Find the corresponding room number indicated on the plaque. It will be your place of residence until the day of the freshman orientation. Chapter 227, Embarrassment. Thank you. Chu Lingyue and a few others expressed their gratitude, then followed the instructions on the sign for new students, climbing the towering staircase. At a glance, there were at least over 1,000 steps. In front of them, many new students were already panting as they climbed the stairs, with quite a few giving up halfway. As soon as they entered, they noticed their bodies suddenly felt heavier, as if something was pressing down invisibly on their shoulders. Sister, what's happening? Chu Sibian nearly lost her footing when stepping onto the stair. She could hardly lift her feet and couldn't lift her shoulders either. It must be an intentional pressure barrier set up by the academy. Keep your strength and continue to climb the stairs, Jiang Fu said. So high. Chu Sibian seemed dazed but gritted her teeth and began climbing again. I will climb. Since this was the first test that the Star Luo Academy had set for them, she readily accepted it. The four of them gradually ascended, starting off lightly footed, but the higher they climbed, the more pressure they faced. The higher one's martial spirit is, the harder it becomes. If you can't make it, you should give up, Jiang Fu said. The clever girl had already figured everything out. These steps tested one's martial spirit level. Chu Lingyue nodded. She clearly felt her legs become heavy like lead, every step taken showing how laborious it was. Even so, she stood upright, looking calm as though nothing happened. After half an incense stick time, they finally climbed 500 steps, far surpassing many who arrived earlier than them. Still, even they felt very strained. Sister, Chu Sibian complained bitterly, never expecting that the first big challenge at Star Luo Academy would be climbing 1,000 steps. Just hold on a bit longer. We're halfway there, Chu Lingyue said, glancing at Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru. Though both appeared relaxed on the surface, their pressure wasn't any less than hers. Both their martial spirits matched hers closely, making these 1,000 steps just as arduous for them. Struggling step after step, Chu Lingyue set an example and climbed upward in large strides. Seeing this, Chu Sibian couldn't afford to fall behind, her shaky legs forcing her onwards resolutely. She didn't want to be a burden. She wanted to grow stronger, to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Lingyue. Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru also quickly caught up. Soon, they surpassed the frontmost freshmen, all sitting on the stairs pounding their leg-heavy legs while gazing helplessly at the entrance to Star Luo Academy only a few steps away, sighing incessantly. Just at the great stone gate entrance of Star Luo Academy, the elder who had processed their admissions earlier glanced at them sideways with satisfaction. It seemed this year's freshmen were more excellent than those from previous years. Half an hour later, Chu Lingyue was the first to reach the summit. Taking the final step, she instantly felt all the pressure lifted from her body, flowing smoothly once more. Closest to them among those on the stairs were stunned. After struggling tirelessly day and night, someone had reached the top before them. Envious glances were exchanged. Climb up fast. Chu Lingyue squatted at the top of the stairs, propping her head with one hand, waving towards Chu Sibian, looking playful and lively. By now, Chu Sibian was merely 10-odd steps away from her, yet lay exhausted on the stairs. Sister, I can't climb anymore. Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru continued climbing slowly. Chu Lingyue had better stamina and reached the top first. Hold on a bit more. I'll wait for you here, Chu Lingyue said patiently. Chu Sibian clenched her teeth, pushing herself forward despite her hunched back, each step being incredibly laborious. Her goal was right before her eyes. Giving up was definitely not an option. Suddenly, Chu Sibian surged with unexpected energy and rushed ahead of Xiang Ru and Jiang Fu, charging directly towards Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue was startled by Chu Sibian's burst of vigor. Sister, catch me. Suddenly, Chu Sibian stepped firmly, breaking free of her restraints, leaping into Chu Lingyue's embrace. Caught off guard by Chu Sibian's sudden action, Chu Lingyue barely managed to catch her. Pata! The two fell backwards together due to inertia. Ouch! Chu Lingyue caught Chu Sibian securely, yet they tumbled in perfect sync, ending up face down in the dirt. Ha! Chu Sibian got up laughing cheerfully. Sister, I told you I could do it. At this moment, Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru both ascended the last step, calmly watching the antics of the childish duo. They had grown used to such behavior during their journey together and found no reason to be surprised. They always knew how to inject laughter into somber moments. What a pair of lively treasures. Jiang Fu didn't expect Chu Lingyue to be so down-to-earth and easy to get along with, which made her want to approach her even more. Perhaps, as Luo Ling said, the few of them could be together forever. Jiang Fu couldn't help but look forward to the days when they would joke and laugh happily in the future. But at the same time, she touched her right cheek, looked down, and fell silent. You, can you give me some hint next time? Chu Lingyue got up from the ground, and Jiang Fu instinctively reached out to help. Thank you, Fu Fu. Chu Lingyue's smile was radiant, a sincere smile that instantly melted Jiang Fu's heart. Don't mention it. Jiang Fu turned her head away, and the cheeks under the veil were slightly red. After pulling Chu Lingyue up, she quickly withdrew her hand, blushing. Chu Lingyue didn't expose her. Jiang Fu's personality was particularly awkward, wanting to be nice to her, but also wanting to stay away from her, extremely torn. Wenyi-san, it's so beautiful. Chu Sibian stood on the grounds of Star Luo Academy, where she had longed for, looking far into the horizon, and saw their broad view overlooking the entire Ao Yin city. The stairs were densely filled with new students, appearing as small as sesame seeds in their sight. Is it? Chu Lingyue shrugged, reminding Chu Sibian to check behind. Why don't you try looking in another direction? Chu Sibian turned around, looking up at Star Luo Academy, amazed enough to almost drop her jaw. Ow! How can it still be so high? Before her eyes appeared floating islands in the sky, beneath which flowed rivers and mountains enveloped in clouds and mist, resembling an endless expanse of fairyland. And according to the signpost for freshmen, they still needed to climb upwards, requiring at least another 1,000-step staircase, as before to truly reach the entrance of Star Luo Academy. This is just too exaggerated, isn't it? I know Star Luo Academy is famous, and even people across the whole Canglan Continent fight tooth and nail to get here. But surely it shouldn't be this ridiculously vast. Chu Sibian couldn't help but complain. This is nothing. Perhaps what we see now is just the tip of Star Luo Academy's iceberg. Chu Lingyue covered her mouth and laughed lightly. It can't be. Chu Sibian's expression was extraordinarily complex, indescribable. Let's go, don't waste time. Chu Lingyue said. Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru quickly followed up, while Chu Sibian lagged behind again and reluctantly caught up. This 1,000-step staircase was apparently much easier, taking less than half an incense stick of time for them to reach the majestic entrance of Star Luo Academy. And among the freshmen, the four of them were the first to arrive at the gates of Star Luo Academy. Chapter 228, Bankrupted Directly. The four of them followed the sign to their temporary rest area. Chu Lingyue and her three companions had dormitory room numbers that were in sequence, all located in the 8th dormitory building. Their rooms were numbered 890, 891, 892, and 893 respectively. This indicated that there must be at least 889 new students ahead of them who were also lingering on the steps of the Star Luo Academy. On the way to the 8th dormitory, they didn't encounter a single person. Chu Lingyue's room number was 891. From afar, within a radius of 5 miles, there were rows upon rows of neatly arranged small mansions, each marked with a number. Chu Lingyue and the others followed the road signs to Building 8 and walked straight inside. The labeling was straightforward. First row, first building, second row, second building, and so forth. Each building contained 100 rooms. They were assigned to the last ones. The front few buildings probably housed older Star Luo Academy students. But after walking for a while, they didn't see a single senior student. Every household's doors were tightly closed, which likely meant school hadn't started yet, and the students were out training. After roughly half an incense stick time of walking, they arrived in front of room 890. Sister, I'm here. Chu Sibiu stood by the tightly shut door, holding the room card. All right, let's take a look inside, said Chu Lingyue. She quickly walked to her own room, and after swiping the room card near the sealed door, there was a click, and the tightly shut door opened. Would you like to rest for a bit? Chu Lingyue held the room card and turned around to politely ask. Yes. Jiang Fu nodded, then continued walking forward. Xiang Ru noticed this and quickly bid farewell, catching up to her. Chu Lingyue strode into the courtyard surrounded by bamboo fences. There were 2 floors in total. The first floor was a living hall used for receiving guests, while the second floor was for bedrooms. It was clean and tidy but completely empty. All furnishings would have to be provided personally. There was only one room available for each resident, with the rooms in the previous buildings appearing to be much larger. Fortunately, before she left, Chu Lingyue had taken everything she wanted, even her soft pillow. With a wave of her hand, she swiftly arranged her belongings. Amongst them were a soft bed and a small desk, along with a full set of fine tea utensils. Truly, having a spatial ring makes things much easier. Chu Lingyue took a teapot and fetched some mountain spring water diverted into the courtyard, returning to her little table. She sat cross-legged and used the boiling spirit charm to heat the water slowly. How relaxing could this moment be? She propped her head up with one hand, gazing out through the wide glass corridor, seeing only roofs as level as her view. She remembered that from the earlier buildings, one could get a clear sight of half of Star Luo Academy's landscape. Very beautiful indeed. Their current location was in the middle, squeezed in a less elevated position where all they could see were roofs surrounding them. If one stepped outside, towering mountains on both sides came into view. According to the indicators, these mountains served as the training grounds of Star Luo Academy. Behind the mountains lay the teaching areas for the three elders, although Chu Linghua hadn't gotten the chance to visit yet. With 2 more days until the formal enrollment ceremony for the freshmen, she decided to use the opportunity to learn more about the academy. Unintentionally pressing the nearby room card, Chu Linghua suddenly saw beams of light flash. From the room card, a pure white text appeared, revealing the freshman handbook. Chu Linghua couldn't help but smile. Just as she thought. How could entering school possibly be without a freshman manual? She read it carefully. In summary, fresh students could temporarily stay at the dormitories before formal enrollment. But if someone got eliminated during the official enrollment process, they would have to pack up and leave Star Luo Academy immediately. However, during this period, the cafeteria required payment in soul spirit coins to purchase food. Furrowing her eyebrows, Chu Linghua mumbled, I should have come earlier to stay in the dorms, so I wouldn't waste so much money. Eating doesn't cost that much. But even with the newcomer token, entering Star Luo Academy still doesn't count as becoming an official student. It seems like the upcoming enrollment ceremony in 2 days won't be simple. Chu Linghua analyzed the situation. Soon enough, the tea water boiled, and its aroma filled the air. She leisurely brewed herself some tea. The accommodation for the next 2 days was secured, but what were they going to eat? They probably didn't have much money left on them. By evening, after waking up from a nap, Chu Linghua's stomach was rumbling with hunger. Little Qingtuan, Huahua, do any of you have anything to eat? Chu Linghua sat cross-legged in front of her bed, clutching her belly, feeling utterly powerless due to hunger. No, mother. Little Qingtuan stood in front of Chu Linghua, fidgeting with her fingers and clearly upset. Not only do we not have food, we don't even have spirit liquid either. My tummy is starving. Startled, Chu Linghua jumped to her feet and asked in surprise, we don't have spirit liquid left too? Yes, all gone, eaten up by us, so mother. Huahua and I are both starving. Little Qingtuan covered its deflated belly. It hadn't eaten spirit liquid for several days and had been too scared to speak up. Chu Linghua stroked Little Qingtuan's small head. Poor thing, my dear. It's all because mother has neglected you too lately. Huahua, just rest assured, within 5 days, I will surely fetch some spirit liquid for your nourishment. Or, shall we eat something else first to fill our bellies? Chu Linghua asked. But mother, we don't have anything else left. Little Qingtuan looked even more pitiful now. Fire Phoenix stood coolly nearby with folded wings, remaining silent. In that case, wait a moment. I'll go ask you and Fufu right now. At the very least we need to have our fill, Chu Linghua said. She gathered Fire Phoenix and Little Qingtuan into her mental heart lake, tidied her skirt, and headed toward Chu Siyu's place. Unexpectedly, drizzling rain started outside. The weather became increasingly chilly. Cold wind blew down her neck, making her shiver all over. She immediately put on an extra outer garment. Chu Linghua unfolded her oiled paper umbrella and briskly walked into the ring. In front of room 892, Chu Linghua knocked on the tightly shut door. Fufu, she called out. Jiangfu peeked her head out from the second floor to look around. Just as she was thinking of Chu Linghua, here she came. What a coincidence. I'm here. Following the voice, Chu Linghua tilted her neck upward to see Jiangfu leisurely resting on the short table by the balcony while still wearing her veil. Call Xiangru. Let's meet at Yu's room. I've got something to discuss. Chu Linghua shouted. Jiangfu immediately stood up. Understood, I'll be right there. Receiving her reply, Chu Linghua then went to room 890. As soon as she approached, Chu Sibiu saw her and quickly ran to open the door for her. Sister, why did you come? Chu Sibiu was delighted. It's raining so heavily. Come in quick. Yes, Fufu will also come shortly, Chu Linghua said as she entered. All right, I won't close the door then. Chu Sibiu responded while hastily pulling Chu Linghua inside to sit down. Chu Sibiu fumbled about preparing tea, but she didn't have any food either. Not long after, Jiangfu and Xiangru arrived, shutting the door behind them. Putting away their umbrellas, they sat cross-legged opposite each other. Chapter 229, embarrassingly short on funds. I wonder why Lingyu asked us here. Jiangfu asked first. Chu Siyu was busy serving tea and water to everyone seated. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly and said, check the freshman handbook. Where is it? Jiangfu and the others had not yet realized where the freshman handbook was located. Chu Lingyue immediately took out her room card and tapped it, causing words to appear hovering in the air. Jiangfu and the others instantly read with surprise. Oh, this is so magical. We should have come earlier. We wouldn't have wasted so many soul coins on lodging then. The food isn't even an issue. The formal enrollment ceremony is 2 days from now. Does that mean we're not considered official freshmen of Star Luo Academy until then? Chu Siyu asked curiously. More or less. So for these 2 days, we'll have to figure out our own food. Chu Linghua laughed as she asked. So I wanted to ask, how many soul coins do all of us have altogether? At least we need enough to eat. Chu Siyu immediately pulled out all her remaining soul coins from her spatial ring, plus the platinum card given by Chu Linghua, which has already been completely drained. I only have these left. Added up in bits and pieces, it's no more than 200 soul coins. There's no longer any soul coins in the platinum card. Just for our accommodation, we've already spent over 3,000 soul coins, plus food expenses and other things. That's about it. She had already managed the finances carefully, but living expenses in Aoyang City were genuinely too high. far beyond what ordinary people could afford. I still have 500 soul coins. Jiang Fu brought out everything she had saved, but it was only this much. I have 200 soul coins. Xiangru also honestly took out all he had saved. He didn't know if it would be enough to cover their expenses for these 2 days. This was Chu Lingyue's first time experiencing such a shortage, and quite shamefully, she pulled out 1 coin. Sorry, my recent expenses have been rather large too, and all I can currently come up with is 1 soul coin. She awkwardly touched her nose tip, feeling truly embarrassed. Currently, our 4 combined have 901 soul coins. It should be enough to sustain our meals for 2 days, but we should still go check at the cafeteria, Chu Lingyue said, feeling utterly humiliated that she might lead them to starve. All right, Jiang Fu and Xiangru agreed. Say do and act. The 4 set off towards the Star Luo Academy canteen in high spirits. By the time they left, the rain had already stopped, leaving the air filled with the fragrance of soil. They followed the signposts and made their way towards the canteen. It was roughly half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before they arrived, fairly quick. When they reached, there was not a soul in sight in the canteen. It was just the 4 of them. All the other freshmen hadn't yet reached their dormitories. The spacious canteen was capable of accommodating more than 1,000 people, extravagantly decorated, and eerily quiet. Here, the supply method was an automated line. Not a single person was present to serve food. Clear price tags were displayed on the menu along with a sign up front. It stated that the newly admitted students for this year had yet to receive their Star Luo points coins and hence could only use soul coins for purchases. 1 Isan, the cheapest meal costs 200 soul coins per meal. What are we going to do? Chu Siyu panicked. They only had enough for 1 meal. What about the next? Don't rush. There's another sentence below the announcement, Chu Lingyue pointed out. In small print, but very clearly written, it stated that if one lacks sufficient soul coins, one may go to the Star Luo Mission Center to take on missions and earn Star Luo points coins. Can we really do that? Chu Siyu questioned doubtfully. It's written pretty clearly. Yes, we can, Chu Lingyue affirmed. So when should we set out? At least we should make sure we eat full meals before the official enrollment, right? Chu Siyu exclaimed eagerly. Tomorrow, let's enjoy one last meal, use the leftover soul coins for breakfast tomorrow morning, and then set out. How does that sound? Chu Lingyue proposed. I agree, Jiang Fu nodded. I also agree, Xiangru raised his hand. Whatever Jiang Fu says goes without question for him. We follow Wen Yisan's plan, Chu Siyu voiced out, agreeing as well since there seemed to be no other alternative at the moment. That settles it. Let's each order the cheapest package, 4 packages totaling 800 soul coins, leaving us with 101 soul coins. That should be enough for each of us to grab a bun in the morning. Chu Lingyue felt she had never been in such a dire situation. They needed to work hard to make some money. All right, let's follow Wen Yisan's plan. With gritted teeth and determined footwork, Chu Siyu decided. All 4 quickly came to an agreement and immediately ordered 4 identical cheapest meal sets. After eating, they returned to their respective dorms. On the pitch-black road, not a single soul was around. White lanterns lit the way through cobblestone streets, illuminating an entire dormitory area where not a single house remained alight. Especially the freshman dormitories, which were darkened everywhere. Could it be that only the 4 of us successfully made it up here? Chu Siyu clung onto Chu Lingyue's arm and asked. Although the 200 soul coin meal was relatively bland, they ate until fully satisfied. Burp. Chu Siyu couldn't help but burp. She was truly stuffed. Eating even though you couldn't finish that much. Chu Lingyue shook her head helplessly. That's because if I don't eat enough this time, I don't know when the next meal will be, Chu Siyu said, as she really feared being hungry. Why blame me? Why not mention Xiangru too? He ate just as much as me. Chu Siyu pulled Xiangru into the conversation so that she wouldn't be the only one criticized. Don't blame me, Siyu. Can we be the same? I definitely ate more than you. Xiangru argued back in dissatisfaction. Not true. Aren't we the same kind of person? Chu Siyu placed her hands on her hips, unyielding. Xiangru, Jiang Fu suddenly called out coldly. Say less. Let it you off. Yes. As soon as Xiangru heard Jiang Fu's words, he fell silent without any resistance. That's the power of love. Humph. Chu Siyu grinned smugly. After their walk, everyone returned to their respective courtyards and rested. Chu Lingyue summoned Little Qingtuan and Fire Phoenix out. Then she also called out Emo Sha. Miss Chu. Emo Sha knelt down before Chu Lingyue. Is there anything to eat? She scratched her head, not expecting that once again she had to ask for Emo Sha's help due to her 2 pets starving along with her. Emo Sha paused for a second, then quickly took out 2 dry, hard pancakes from his pocket, offering them with both hands. I have 2 more pancakes, Miss Chu, if you do not mind. Do you want pancakes? Chu Lingyue turned to ask Little Qingtuan and Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix lifted her head arrogantly, full of disdain. Little Qingtuan wildly shook his head, tearfully pleading. Mama, I don't want pancakes. I want spiritual liquid or meat. But Mama doesn't have. Chu Lingyue pulled Little Qingtuan into her arms with tears almost streaming down her face, consoling. Be good, Little Qingtuan. Mama is at her wit's end. Can you endure it for 2 more days? I promise to get some soon. But I don't want pancakes. Little Qingtuan was close to crying. He was genuinely starving. Chu Lingyue rubbed her forehead, feeling troubled for the first time. Then, Emo Sha tentatively took back the pancake. How about this? I'll try my best to find something. He couldn't bear seeing Chu Lingyue struggle because of feeding Lord Zhuchue's pet. In that case, thank you very much. Chu Lingyue handed over an important task to Emo Sha, deeming it a good method. Sometimes it wasn't necessary to hold rigid pride. Solving the current predicament should come first. Chapter 230, A Mind That Doesn't Work Well. Mo Sha quickly departed. Chu Lingyue wasn't idle either. She rummaged through everything in her spatial ring, spreading it all out. She sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at a few spiritual herbs in front of her, as well as the secret treasures and artifact spirits given to her by Ho Zheng and others. She casually picked up the compact and convenient artifact spirit cauldron, and an idea immediately struck her. Why not take some time to visit the Spirit Apothecary Guild? Maybe I can obtain my practicing certificate. Passing the evaluation early means I won't be strapped for cash anymore. Chu Lingyue slapped her right hand with her left and instantly agreed with herself. That's right. I should go to the Spirit Apothecary Guild one day. With my extraordinary talent, there's no way I'll starve. Mother? Which day will you go? Little Qingtuan sat with his legs crossed, one hand supporting his elbow while the other stroked his chin. His tiny face looked incredibly serious. Chu Lingyue replied, Tomorrow, we'll check if there are any suitable missions at the Xing Luo Academy Mission Center. If there aren't, I'll go directly to the Spirit Apothecary Guild. I cannot let you guys keep starving, right? She gently patted Little Qingtuan's head, saying, You truly have my sympathy. In the past, when I was alone, I never thought about so many things. As they say, when one is full, the whole family isn't hungry. But mother, you now have me, father, Firefire, Uncle Mo Sha, and even sister you. Little Qingtuan tilted his head. Chu Lingyue suddenly narrowed her eyes, spotting a mistake. Wait a moment, Little Qingtuan. Did you mix something up? You call me mother, but then you call you Guji, sister. Chu Lingyue focused on this peculiar point, refusing even the smallest discrepancy. Then what should I call her? Little Qingtuan covered his mouth, looking puzzled. Being mother is fine for you. Calling others by different names doesn't matter. Mother, don't fuss about it. So, mother, because we're here with you, you're not alone anymore. Little Qingtuan crept over to Chu Lingyue, as if sensing the loneliness and emptiness deep inside her heart, feeling increasingly sympathetic towards her. He wondered what kind of unknown suffering his mother had endured in the past that made her fall into the habit of thinking like a lone person. He really felt sorry for her. Yes, mother now has you. So we need to earn spirit coins to make sure you eat enough every day. Chu Lingyue gently pinched Little Qingtuan's chubby cheeks. Indeed, I believe in mother. Little Qingtuan responded cheerfully. Of course, Chu Lingyue was personally chosen by him to be their future mistress. She absolutely had the capability to ensure they were well fed. Time passed bit by bit. Chu Lingyue sat at a low table, dozing off with her hands supporting her sleepy head, nearly slouching to the ground. Little Qingtuan quietly took a cloak and draped it over Chu Lingyue, then silently stayed by her side. Fire Phoenix also acted maturely, sitting close to her to provide warmth. The human and two beasts formed a peaceful picture together. It wasn't until midnight that Mo Sha returned in disarray, holding two barely alive game animals. Miss Chu, your subordinate has returned successfully. The sound of Mo Sha's arrival immediately woke Chu Lingyue from her sleep. You're back. It's game meat. Uncle Mo Sha, you're the best. Thanks for your effort. Little Qingtuan was almost ready to jump into the air in excitement. Seeing Mo Sha's disheveled clothes, Chu Lingyue guessed he must have gone far to catch these animals. You've worked hard. Why don't you stay for a meal? I'll prepare it right away. Mo Sha was stunned, unsure whether he should accept. If the master learned that his future mistress had personally hosted him, he might even explode. Just thinking about it gave him chills down his spine, and he politely declined. No need. I'll take my leave. Before Chu Lingyue could protest, his figure leaped out the window and vanished into the night. Ale. Little Qingtuan ran to the corridor balcony with the game in his hands, trying to see further, but Mo Sha was already out of sight. Mother, Uncle Mo Sha has gone. Then he trotted back on his short legs to kneel beside Chu Lingyue. Okay, wait while mother prepares some good food for you. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly, carrying the game and confidently striding into the courtyard to process them efficiently. Little Qingtuan perched on a tall wooden step, swinging his little legs with great anticipation, as Fire Phoenix stayed silent next to him, tightly gripping its claws as it waited. Even though it was hungry too, its pride wouldn't allow it to say anything. Chu Lingyue set up a fire, and within half an hour or so, the food was ready. She handed one portion each to Little Qingtuan and Fire Phoenix, watching them relish every bite. A gentle smile remained on her lips as she looked up at the clear, star-filled sky, reminiscing about Jun Yiming's handsome and devilishly charming face. His every glance and laughter resonated in her heart. Oh, how much she missed him. She didn't know what he was doing at the moment, or if he was thinking of her just as much. At first, her only goal was to avenge herself. But now that goal had escalated. She aimed to cultivate her martial spirit, hoping to stand side by side with Jun Yiming as the most perfect couple and make people envious. Mother is thinking of father again, Little Qingtuan asked unclearly, his cheeks stuffed full. How do you know? Chu Lingyue curiously countered. Every time she felt touched in her heart, Little Qingtuan could always pick it up. Because Little Qingtuan and mother are one. I was born from mother's essence blood, my veins flow with your blood. And because my mind is connected to father, whenever mother thinks of him, I can feel it. Little Qingtuan said proudly. Chu Lingyue's lips twitched. So every time she had improper thoughts about Jun Yiming, Little Qingtuan could sense it, but chose not to speak up. She couldn't accept this. How could a little brat peek into her thoughts? She must cut off this link somehow, or wouldn't she be like the emperor with no clothes, exposed in front of Little Qingtuan? She refused. Why isn't mother speaking anymore? Little Qingtuan asked puzzled. There were some things he couldn't figure out. He could only sense Chu Lingyue's unusual feelings when she thought of Jun Yiming. As for any wicked ideas, they evaded his senses. Nothing. Eat quickly. Mother is a bit tired, so I'll go upstairs to rest. Wash your hands after finishing eating. Chu Linghua patted little Qingtuan's head and went upstairs. Doesn't mother miss father? Little Qingtuan tilted his head to ask again. Chu Linghua just waved her hand and climbed the stairs. Fire Phoenix snorted coldly at little Qingtuan, then continued eating with an oomph. Why did he have to bring that up? Could Chu Linghua even respond to him? What did I say wrong? Little Qingtuan was still confused, completely unaware why. Do you not remember what you said? Haven't you got a clue? Fire Phoenix didn't want to continue this conversation. Sometimes little Qingtuan truly acted like an idiot, speaking without using his brain, and having an emotional quotient lower than imaginable. Even if he knew certain matters, shouldn't he avoid blurt them out blatantly? What did I say? Little Qingtuan was stubborn now, jumping around. Aren't you clear on what you said? Fire Phoenix took issue with little Qingtuan now. Its fusion with the beast's soul was almost complete. It wasn't afraid to fight. It was ready to battle anytime. Chapter 231, no title. What did you say? Have the guts to repeat that. Xia Qingtuan was furious, hands on her hips, ready to fight Huafeng. Huafeng was also angered and stood up against Xia Qingtuan with no less ferocity. What if I do repeat it? You fool. You. Just wait till I beat you up. Xia Qingtuan erupted in anger and immediately started fighting with Huafeng. Come on then. Who's afraid of who? Unable to control his fiery temper, Huafeng had already reached his limit and fiercely fought back at Xia Qingtuan. Yeah. Take this. The two rolled around in the yard, so evenly matched they were hard to separate. Inside the room on the second floor, Chu Linghua had just lain down when she heard the noise in the courtyard. She pulled the soft silk quilt over her head, but it didn't help. In the courtyard, Xia Qingtuan and Huafeng were still furiously beating each other. Yeah. Take this. Chu Linghua threw off the quilt and got up, stepping out onto the corridor to shout loudly outside. Quiet. Huafeng and Xia Qingtuan instantly stopped fighting, standing there stunned, their heads turned upwards to stare dazedly at Chu Linghua. It's over, Mom is angry. Xia Qingtuan silently realized things weren't good, forcing a stiff smile on her chubby little face. Mom. Her small hands fidgeted nervously. Huafeng huffed and turned its head away, aware that it too had upset Chu Linghua and therefore chose not to speak. In the middle of the night, can't you stop making noise? Haven't you checked the time? Chu Linghua held her forehead, deciding that it was time to establish some rules for Xia Qingtuan and Huafeng. They always started fighting without thinking twice. Having obtained Beast Yuan, the proud Huafeng wouldn't endure the previous submissive attitude towards Xia Qingtuan. The result of them fighting was only mutual destruction. Who will be responsible for any injuries? Isn't it still me? I'm sorry. Xia Qingtuan bent over to apologize, head drooping low, utterly ashamed and unwilling to lift it. Qingtuan, Huahua, Mom needs to sleep, right? Can you two lower your voices a bit when you fight? Chu Linghua placed her hands on her hips seriously as she began educating them. Suddenly disappearing from where she stood, her figure reappeared before Xia Qingtuan and Huafeng. Mom, we know we were wrong and won't do it again. Xia Qingtuan completely unleashed all his sad skills as he cried, clinging tightly to Chu Linghua's leg for forgiveness. Chu Linghua looked calmly and seriously at Xia Qingtuan. What did Mom say last time? Have you forgotten? You can arrange a duel, but you shouldn't start fights randomly. We must sit down, calmly discuss matters and make sense, understand? Chu Linghua said sternly. Mom, we know we were wrong. Don't scold us again this time. It was because Huahua provoked me first. Xia Qingtuan reported. Anyway, he didn't want to be criticized alone. It was because you hit me first, wasn't it? Huafeng argued. Although acknowledging the fight, it denied starting it. Xia Qingtuan. Chu Linghua burned with anger. How dare he initiate combat? Mom, you heard that Huahua provoked me first. How could I possibly strike otherwise? After all, I am so cute and obedient. How could I be a bad child? Xia Qingtuan pitifully stared at Chu Linghua, tears gathering in his eyes, but unwilling to let them fall. Believe me, Mom. Xia Qingtuan pouted. All I did was call you a fool, which you inherently are anyway. Huafeng subtly pointed at something about Chu Linghua and Jun Yiming. Chu Linghua's lips twitched slightly. Upon being reminded by Huafeng, she immediately understood the reason behind their quarrel, just like that. This time it ends here. There won't be another next time. I'm going back to sleep, humph. Chu Linghua turned around and flew upstairs, returning to her room to hide under the covers and rest. Her cheeks glowed red. It seemed she too could blush one day. Damn, she didn't even know when Jun Yiming would come see her. Watching Chu Linghua suddenly retreat, both Huafeng and Xia Qingtuan were momentarily confused. So that's it. Humph. Xia Qingtuan snorted coldly and stomped upstairs, eager to get close to Mom. Seeing this, Huafeng flapped its wings and flew upstairs too, heading for Chu Linghua. The two beasts clashed looks, a silent battle beginning for supremacy once more. Chu Linghua, buried under her quilt, was totally unaware and soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight spilled into the room. As Chu Linghua slept, she abruptly opened her eyes and sat up. Xia Qingtuan and Huafeng emitted sweet snores, sleeping soundly beside her. A gentle wave of her hand absorbed the two beasts into her spiritual mind lake. After finishing their morning routine, the four of them immediately headed to the cafeteria at Star Luo Academy. Just like yesterday, only the four of them were present in the cafeteria today. Sister Chu, there really isn't a single person at Star Luo Academy? From yesterday until now, they hadn't encountered another living soul. It's not yet time for school to start. Everyone must still be away. Chu Linghua explained as she stepped forward to check the menu. The situation was roughly as they had guessed the previous day. Adding up all their spirit coins wouldn't be enough for more than 1 bun per person. They would truly starve if they didn't take on any more tasks soon. Chu Lingyue quickly placed an order for 1 bun per person, treating each like a treasure as they held it carefully in their hands before heading towards the mission posting center at Star Luo Academy. Before they'd even had a chance to properly tour the most prosperous parts of the academy, they had already set off for a new task. Unlike the dormitory area, the mission posting center operated around the clock with people stationed there. Surprisingly, many students came and went throughout. The pendant hanging from their waists could reveal how long they'd been studying at Star Luo Academy. More tassels on the pendants meant they had been there longer. There were also color distinctions indicating which of the academies for elders classes the students belonged to. As for the martial soul rankings, they hadn't been updated yet. There were people coming and going at the mission posting center, each focused on picking up tasks, with no one paying attention to whether there were new students among them. Chu Lingyue and the others walked straight in. The grand hall was at least 10 meters tall, majestic and splendid, able to accommodate thousands of people. This is the prestigious Star Luo Academy. No wonder it's the academy everyone fights to get into across the whole Canglan Continent. It's magnificent indeed. Chu Siyu sincerely remarked. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly and led them forward swiftly. Plaques on all 4 walls were slowly flowing, displaying the latest missions available. Behind those displayed were the Star Luo Points coins, but since they hadn't officially become students yet, they could exchange these earned Star Luo Points coins for spirit coins at a ratio of 1:10. That is, earning 1 point coin would allow them to exchange for 10 spirit coins. Chu Siyu stroked his chin thoughtfully. No wonder the food in the cafeteria is so expensive. It's due to the exchange rate. Chapter 232, the first task. What kind of task should we take? Chu Siyu asked, looking up at the scrolling large screen with dazzling eyes. Over there it says. Jiang Fu pointed to the vacant spot ahead, which was a plaque for freshmen. The words on it were Freshman Tasks Area. Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru quickly approached. There sat a middle-aged man of about 40 leisurely fanning himself. Excuse me, teacher, is this where we can get the freshman tasks? Jiang Fu politely inquired, but her voice sounded cold. The man raised his head and curiously checked them out. You're the new freshman this year? That's correct, Xiang Ru replied. The man stood up abruptly but managed to suppress his astonishment. So you 4 were the fastest ones to arrive at Star Luo Academy yesterday? It took you less than 2 hours. We did. Xiang Ru looked puzzled. Was there something wrong with that? The man was shocked. That checkpoint had been set by the dean himself. Just the 1,000-step staircase could eliminate more than half of the people. Even if they didn't fail, it would take 2 or 3 days to climb it. And these young men and women managed to climb those 1,000 steps within just 2 hours. Never before, never after. It was set personally by the dean. Even they, the old-timers, needed some time. These freshmen weren't simple. So, teacher, do you have any tasks suitable for us? We are so poor we can't even afford food, Xiang Ru said sheepishly, as a proud man. Admitting this was embarrassing. There are jobs indeed. In past years, there wasn't any setup, but noticing that many newcomers face such hardships, our teachers devised this improvement. Work for the academy, earn Star Luo points, and exchange them for soul coins. I am Tsang Qiong, call me Teacher Tsang. Tsang Qiong introduced himself. This was his 2nd year serving as a tutor at Star Luo Academy. Even though it was a small position without much teaching duty, he found it pretty good already. At least no worry about food and clothing. So from now on, the costs over the next 2 days can be earned by working here. I can always post tasks for you, Tsang Qiong mentioned. Thank you. Xiang Ru expressed gratitude. So check it out yourselves, what level of difficulty tasks you want to take. Ranging from 1 star to 5 star, corresponding rewards vary accordingly, Tsang Qiong gestured. With a wave of his hand, the large screen behind him immediately showed various tasks arranged from 1 star up to 5 star levels. Neatly ordered, everything clear at a glance. Sister, how many stars worth of tasks shall we take? Chu Siyu was unsure since this was their first attempt to receive a task. Fu, you decide. Chu Lingyue responded. She wanted to relax before officially enrolling at Star Luo Academy. Let's go for a 5-star task. The 4 of us can form a group well. Jiang Fu considered afterthought. Yes, Fu's decision will hold. Xiang Ru nearly jumped with joy, surprised that Jiang Fu included him too. Sob, truly moved. Also, thanks to Chu Lingyue, he managed to benefit a little bit, thus being more grateful towards Chu Lingyue. Jiang Fu gave Xiang Ru an icy glance. Could you act normal? Xiang Ru immediately composed himself, standing tall and silently beside Jiang Fu, maintaining a calm demeanor. A 5-star task. Friends, I think starting with a simpler task might be better. Is it your first time visiting Aoyan City? You know nothing about its dangers, Tsang Qiong advised. He wondered where the confidence of these freshmen came from, even though they broke through the first barrier within 2 hours with their innate talent. But taking a 5-star task right away was too risky, especially given their lack of knowledge about the rules. We will take the 5-star task, Jiang Fu firmly stated, because it promised 200-point coins. 200-point coins converted into soul coins at a 10-to-1 ratio equals 2,000 soul coins. Once they completed it, there'd be no worry about eating and drinking for these 2 days. She intended to settle things once and for all. Anyway, with 4 people, there's nothing wrong with tackling the same task. Doing separate 1-star to 2-star tasks wasn't necessary. They were a team, an entity, so it was crucial to stick together. Alright then. But this 5-star task might be challenging for you. Let's roll again. Tsang Qiong decided to give them another chance to make a choice. Being newcomers, he couldn't help but feel lenient towards them. They couldn't, before even entering the academy. Thank you. Jiang Fu thanked sincerely. Seeing Song Qiong's kindness, she accepted graciously. You're welcome, Song Qiong said, immediately waving his hand and randomly shaking the large screen again for them. When the large screen stopped, Song Qiong was rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that this 5-star task was even harder than the previous one. This was supposed to be random. He had already given them a chance. In hindsight, he might as well not have bothered. Look, sister, the reward for this mission is higher. There are actually 300 points. Chu Siyu was almost jumping with excitement. No, this doesn't count. I'll give you another chance to reshake the task. Song Qiong interjected, only to find that the tasks were getting increasingly difficult each time the system shook. But what he hadn't anticipated was that the third randomly assigned task was even harder, and there was only one 5-star task. Song Qiong completely lost it. He regretted bitterly that his misjudgment had led them to the hardest task for newcomers. How about, I cover your food and drink these 2 days? Thank you, teacher Song, but that's inappropriate. We can take this task. Jiang Fu refused without hesitation, thinking, isn't it just a 5-star task? With higher rewards, it should be fine. But what? It's a task worth 500 points. We've taken it. Chu Siyu cheerfully said, stepping forward quickly and directly pressing on the screen, thus instantly receiving the task. Hold on. Song Qiong didn't manage to stop him as a blue glow resembling some kind of spiritual essence seeped into their 4 palms, showing the task details immediately. Song Qiong sighed regretfully. Actually, you could choose an easier task. For you freshmen, this task is indeed too difficult. It's fine. We originally came here to earn points. Chu Siyu replied excitedly. Spreading her hand, she saw the task content immediately floating in front of her like magic. This task comes from the southern blue cloud town of Aoyan City, less than 5 kilometers away from the city. Song Qiong explained thoughtfully. This task was released last semester, having been attempted 6 times, yet never completed, making it relatively challenging. How did it end up in the list for freshmen? You're welcome, Chu Siyu responded happily. Opening her palm, the task information appeared in suspension before her. Chapter 233, no title. I don't remember assigning it as a freshman task. Did the system malfunction? Song Qiong pondered deeply. It seemed so. He would have to take time to repair the spirit of his device, fearing it was in disrepair after years of neglect. It's no problem. This task is provided by the villagers of Lanyun Town. 500 G-Fun coins have been allocated, and currently 250 G-Fun coins have already been paid. The remaining 250 G-Fun coins will only be paid after the task is successfully completed. But if you fail to complete the task, you must return the 250 G-Fun coins intact, Song Qiong said. We understand. The task is that the daughter of the village head of Lanyun Town is plagued by a strange illness that has not yet been cured. Your task is to go to Lanyun Town, find out the reason, and cure the village head's daughter, Song Qiong stated. This is simple. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. Wasn't this effortless for her? Is 500 G-Fun coins so easy to earn? She couldn't help but rub her hands together quietly and knew she had to set off as soon as possible. You have less than 2 days. By tomorrow evening, whether or not you can complete the task, you must hurry back. If you miss the freshman enrollment ceremony, there will be no way for you to stay at Star Luo Academy. Song Qiong kindly reminded them. Even if the task was completed, it wouldn't matter. Here are 250 G-Fun coins. You can exchange them for anything of equal value within Star Luo Academy. Song Qiong then handed an ordinary G-Fun card to Chu Siyu. Good. We know. Let's set off now. Chu Siyu accepted the card with joy in her heart. She definitely had to buy some food to eat on the road. Thank you. Xiang Ru expressed gratitude, and the 4 left one after another. Song Qiong stood in place with one hand behind his back, gazing thoughtfully at their backs until they disappeared from his sight. These 4 freshmen were ambitious and might run into trouble. As soon as Chu Siyu and the other 3 left the task center, they handed over the G-Fun card to Chu Lingyue. Sister, you keep this. Take it first to the cafeteria to buy some provisions, and we'll eat them along the way, Chu Lingyue smiled. The G-Fun coins from Star Luo Academy could only be used within the academy, but could also be exchanged for soul coins to use outside. But there was no time to exchange now, so just buy some food at the cafeteria and leave immediately. So I'll go now. Chu Siyu brimmed with energy and rushed towards the cafeteria. Chu Lingyue and the others went to a nearby pavilion to wait. Within half a stick of incense, Chu Siyu returned fully loaded, and the 4 immediately set off grandly towards Lanyun Town. The way out was the same as the way in, 2,000 steps divided into 2 segments. On the last 1,000 steps, there were more than 10 people who were almost climbing up. With each step upwards, the feeling of having a 1,000-gene boulder pressing on both shoulders became unbearable. How were they supposed to climb up? When the new students saw Chu Lingyue and her group of 4 leisurely passing by them, they were jealous enough to grind their teeth. What kind of skill could allow them to climb 1,000 steps in 2 hours? They had been stuck on these 1,000 steps for a whole 3 days. Perhaps because they had successfully broken through the first checkpoint, the suppression effect of the steps no longer worked on them. Under the envious and resentful gazes of everyone, they easily descended the mountain. At the gate, the same old man was guarding as before. When he saw them, he was really astonished. How did you come down? The elder stood up, adjusted his reading glasses. His memory was extraordinary, and he absolutely wouldn't mistake anyone, especially since the 4 of them held admission tokens issued by the most prestigious elders of Star Luo Academy. We're going out. Chu Siyu innocently replied. We've received a freshman task. Can't we go out? Freshman task. Have you reached the dormitories of Star Luo Academy? The elder stood up, slapped the table, completely shocked. Yes? Is there a problem? Chu Siyu was confused. Hiss. The elder drew in a sharp breath of cold air, looking pensive. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead. You must return by tomorrow evening. Regardless of whether or not the task can be completed, if you miss it, even if you've passed the first stage, you won't become a student at Star Luo Academy. The elder advised them. All right, thank you. Chu Siyu promised. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fu and the others were already far away, and Chu Siyu quickly caught up. Chu Lingyue held a map of Ao Duan City in one hand while sliding it with the other, searching for the location of Lanyun Town, then clicked inside, and the most convenient and quick route to proceed appeared clearly in her mind. Chu Lingyue put away the map and led the three to Lanyun Town. After leaving Ao Duan City, it was less than 5 kilometers. They walked for only half an hour before arriving. In front of the stone gate of Lanyun Town, Chu Siyu and the others were still munching on dry rations. A single bun wasn't enough to stave off hunger, so they slowly entered while eating something to fill their stomachs. The 3 large characters, Lanyun Town, were carved on the side of a towering stone stele, but there was an air of desolation about the place. There weren't many villagers coming and going in the town. However, as soon as they spotted strangers, they couldn't help but gather together, looking at them curiously with more than just a few glances. The newcomers were indeed handsome men and beautiful women, standing out markedly against the scenery of Lanyun Town. Seeing the villagers pointing and whispering out of curiosity, Chu Lingyue walked straight up to ask, "Excuse me, could you tell us how to get to the village head's house?" "Are you here to see the village head?" the villagers asked, and at the mention of the village head, a deep fear appeared in their eyes, as if they were extremely afraid of something. "Yes, we are freshmen from Star Luo Academy. We've come on a mission this time, arriving at Lanyun Town. So, may we kindly ask for directions to the village head's house?" Chu Lingyue replied. "Oh, is it regarding the village head's foolish daughter again? After people from your Star Luo Academy last came last year, no one has returned until now. It's been a whole year, and I didn't expect that anyone would still remember," one of the villagers remarked. "Could any of you guide us there?" Chu Lingyue politely inquired. "Just go straight ahead all the way, then take a left into the alleyway, and you'll reach the village head's house," a villager said, merely pointing the way without any intention of accompanying them. "Thank you." Chu Lingyue expressed her gratitude and called Jiang Fu and the others to leave. On the way to the village head's house, Jiang Fu walked shoulder to shoulder with Chu Lingyue, asking, "Just now, the villagers seemed a bit scared when they mentioned the village head's daughter. Wasn't it said that the village head's daughter is plagued by some strange illness? Why do they call her foolish?" There's fear in their expressions, suggesting there might be another reason behind it, Jiang Fu analyzed. "All right, let's take a look and find out," Chu Lingyue nodded. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of the village head's home, where the closed gates looked slightly desolate, and loud cries and tantrums of a young girl echoed from inside. Xiangru quickly stepped forward and knocked heavily on the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Is the village head home?" In a moment, someone came to open the door cautiously, pulling it open just a crack, peeking outside nervously at the 4 of them. They were originally prepared to lose their temper, but seeing the visitors' elegant attire and dignified demeanor, they immediately suppressed their anger. "Who might you be?" "We are from Star Luo Academy. We've taken the task posted by the village head in our academy and have come to resolve it," Xiangru responded courteously. "So, you're from Star Luo Academy. It's been a whole year, and you still remember this matter." The elderly person opened the gate fully, letting down his guard but sighing repeatedly. Chapter 234, Lone Spirit. He had his hands clasped behind his back, hunched over as if he was bowing at a 90-degree angle, his white hair tousled, his frame emaciated. His face was lined with wrinkles and looked utterly devoid of vitality, making him appear as though he bore an omen of bad luck. "Who might you be?" Chu Lingyue asked politely, narrowing her phoenix-like eyes slightly. "I am the village chief of Lanyun Town, Lanzhan. Please come in. Let me explain everything in detail," Lanzhan said as he opened the gate to allow them entrance. The courtyard was spotlessly clean but lacked extra seating, so Chu Lingyue and her companions stood there waiting. Lanzhan quickly prepared a steaming pot of tea and placed it on the stone table. "Just some plain tea, I hope you don't mind." Though steady in his steps, Lanzhan's appearance made him seem older than his actual age. He looked like someone who had already reached 100 years old. "Thank you." Chu Siyu expressed gratitude. "May I ask where your daughter is?" Chu Lingyue questioned. Time was not on their side. She needed to find out the truth and act accordingly. "Just fell asleep. Perhaps later would be better? We wouldn't want to disturb her rest, or she'll throw another tantrum." Lanzhan sighed deeply. Soon after, 2 small stools were brought from the main hall. Seeing this, Chu Siyu quickly helped carry out 2 more stools and placed them in the courtyard for everyone to sit. "Might I inquire when the young lady fell ill?" Chu Lingyue asked courteously. "I don't know exactly, but I remember that she went up to the back mountain once, and upon returning, fell seriously ill. After waking up, she seemed changed, becoming loud and disruptive. At first, the symptoms were mild, just babbling nonsense. Later, it got worse, causing chaos throughout the entire town of Lanyun. Out of desperation, we sought help from Xinglua Academy. They've sent people 6 times, but every time they only inspected briefly and then left, stating there was nothing they could do. It's been 3 years now. I kept increasing the reward, but no one from Xinglua Academy has come again." Lanzhan lamented repeatedly, shaking his head sorrowfully. "May I go see your daughter?" Chu Lingyue inquired, suspecting there might be something noteworthy. From Lanzhan's facial features, it appeared ominous. There was always a dark cloud hovering above his forehead that never dispersed, even at noon. "Yes, But please don't wake her or she'll start throwing a fit again. Lanjun hesitated for quite a while before agreeing, hoping this time there'd be a chance to save Lanlan. Thank you. Chu Lingyue replied gratefully, instructing Jiangfu and the others to wait in the yard while she investigated further. Passing through the great hall, the long corridor grew colder the closer they approached. Chu Lingyue's hands suddenly turned cold as the temperature dropped dramatically in the backyard, making her spine shiver unnaturally. What's going on? Chu Lingyue furrowed her fine eyebrows. She saw Lanjun walking ahead slowly, still keeping his hands behind his back, explaining along the way. These past few years, Lanlan's consciousness has grown increasingly unclear. Occasionally, during midday, she can act somewhat normal, sitting outside to bask in the sun. However, starting from 2 days ago, her mental state has worsened. Previously, we had a few old servants, but due to the fear of Lanlan potentially doing something incomprehensible and harming them, I dismissed them. Now, only 2 strong young men remain to assist me. Miss, how old do you think I am? Lanjun suddenly asked. I have no idea. Could you tell me, Chief Lan? Chu Lingyue responded. I'm merely 50. Lanjun bitterly chuckled. Ever since Lanlan became sick, my body began aging rapidly. Experts from Xinglua Academy came and couldn't determine any specific cause, leaving us helpless. Chu Lingyue frowned slightly, her elegant gaze reflecting deep thought. If Lanlan has been sick for 3 years, what caused such rapid aging in Lanjun? Clearly, something hidden lies beneath the surface. Yes, on last month's full moon, exactly 3 years passed, Lanjun continued. Let's continue, we're almost there. He led Chu Lingyue forward, and she followed his footsteps pensively, staring at his decrepit figure which was hard to believe as belonging to someone not yet in his hundreds. What accelerated his aging process? Could it really be something that the whole Xinglua Academy failed to detect? Chu Lingyue felt hesitant and instinctively scanned the surroundings. Her eyes flickered, and instantly, a golden glow enveloped her left eye. As she gazed across the court, all its layouts and formations were immediately revealed in meticulous detail. Moreover, through her vision, she clearly observed the Feng Shui formation of the entire back garden laid out before her. At this moment, she fully comprehended the situation. Suddenly, as her gaze swept the rooms, it froze at the foremost chamber. There, on a bed, lay a girl whose body was being infested by countless black shadows swirling chaotically around her, densely packed. These formless entities occupied her entire room, much like aimless ghosts, parasitizing within her very existence. The sight was horrifying. Chu Lingyue's eyes gleamed as her left eye quickly reverted to brown pupils. A flicker of shock appeared in her gaze when she realized that Lanlan's body was being overtaken by countless lone spirits. Lone spirits, a form of spirit energy, were homeless and unworshipped ghosts transformed into wandering shadows. As their consciousness faded with prolonged existence in the human world, they eventually disappeared altogether. However, the lone spirits within Lanlan's body were not only innumerable, but also clearly visible. They appeared as bright as newly departed souls about a month old. This shouldn't be. How could so many lone spirits gather here? Chu Lingyue furrowed her brow deeply, sensing something suspicious. She had to proceed with caution. In the Canglan Continent, lone spirits should be rare. If families properly claim and bury their deceased, these would become ordinary spirits rather than lone spirits. Only spirits with strong spiritual power can persist consciously. The stronger one's cultivation in the previous life, the more powerful their spirit becomes, like the over 10 ancestors worshipped in Xingqiu sect. Ordinary spirits lack significant spiritual energy and cannot serve as carriers, fading away in the cycle of reincarnation. These lone spirits. There shouldn't be this many lone spirits. Chu Lingyue couldn't believe it, for she had never encountered such an overwhelming quantity of them before. We're here. Blue just fell asleep not long ago. Miss, please keep your voice down, Lanjun said softly. He didn't know why, but he felt inexplicably at ease in Chu Lingyue's presence. This young lady was extraordinary. Thank you. Chu Lingyue inclined her head respectfully. With delicate precision, Lanjun pushed open the door to let Chu Lingyue enter. Without hesitation, she stepped inside. The moment her right foot crossed the threshold, the lone spirits in the room sensed something unusual, becoming agitated and restlessly moving around. Village chief, give me a moment. I promise I won't disturb Lanlan's rest, Chu Lingyue politely assured him before closing the door behind her. Lanjun waited outside, surprisingly agreeing without resistance. He couldn't explain why, but Chu Lingyue's presence filled him with warmth, dispelling years of coldness from his body. A strange sense of trust naturally emerged. Chapter 235, Blue Array's Forbidden Technique. The moment Chu Lingyue closed the door, her left eye slightly gleamed with gold, and a sharp gaze once again swept across the entire room. It was still filled with countless lonely spirits swirling around her. She stared ahead and strode in confidently. All the lonely spirits immediately circled around her, making way for her. They appeared to be very afraid of her. Chu Lingyue pretended not to notice them as she walked over to Lanlan's bed. She was sleeping soundly, unconscious and defenseless. Her body was so emaciated that the outlines of her bones were visible. Her face was yellowish, and her forehead had a dark hue. Clear signs of being plagued by lonely spirits which affected those nearby. Blue Array's rapid aging was definitely related to Lanlan. As Chu Lingyue approached Lanlan, the lonely spirits around her instantly floated away, showing an unimaginable level of fear. Some even trembled violently. Even the unconscious spirits felt fear for her. Just how terrifying must she be? Chu Lingyue extended her hand and gently grabbed Lanlan's hand, effortlessly pulling her up from the bed and sitting her upright. She leaned closer, noticing that there wasn't even a single hair strand on the back of Lamlin's head, revealing skin tinged with bluish purple. Upon touching her scalp, an icy sensation spread, as if her whole person had been plunged into an icy dungeon. Hiss! Chu Lingyue quickly withdrew her hand. Lonely spirits have been following her too long. They've already infiltrated her brain. Chu Lingyue gently laid Lanlan down flat and formed hand seals with both hands. 5 Elements Spirit Technique. Concentrate within, summon soul. She wanted to probe into Lanlan's mind to see if there was still any self-awareness left. If entirely swallowed by lonely spirits, recovery would be impossible. Her body would only become a vessel for these spirits, turning her into a zombie, a living being but no longer belonging to this world. The 5 Elements Spirit Technique's mark was instantly infused into Lanlan's consciousness. Chu Lingyue herself grew silent, yet her consciousness had already entered Lanlan's mind. At the instant Chu Lingyue opened her eyes, she saw a chaotic realm filled with countless lonely spirits. They continuously emitted deep cries around her ears. It made her scalp crawl. There are unbelievably many of them, at least tens of thousands. These lonely spirits moved far away from her upon sight, not daring to harm her. With light steps, Chu Lingyue wandered aimlessly through Lanlan's consciousness, searching for her awareness. Lanlan, come out. Your father is waiting for you. Come out now, Chu Lingyue shouted loudly. But all that responded to her were endless wistful sounds, accompanied by countless lonely spirits floating past her overhead. Searching without direction yielded nothing, yet the fact that the lonely spirits could gather freely within Lanlan's consciousness suggested her mind hadn't been completely overtaken. Chu Lingyue closed her eyes briefly, and her phantom-like figure instantly disappeared from within Lanlan's consciousness. Upon reopening her eyes, she saw Lanlan suffering agonizing pain, tormented in her sleep, and unable to awaken. Chu Lingyue formed hand seals again, using the soul-capturing technique to deepen Lanlan's slumber. Her piercing gaze swept through the entire room. All lonely spirits huddled motionlessly in the corners, trembling with fear. Was she really that frightening? Chu Lingyue touched her cheeks. How could they be scared of her? Her beauty was unparalleled. Too harsh, isn't it? Chu Lingyue stood up and approached the lonely spirits. Seeing her, they became more terrified and shrank against the ceiling. Even spiritless lonely spirits fear me. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Then, forming hand seals, golden arrays appeared underfoot. This time, the lonely spirits shook even more violently, emitting panicked shrieks. Chu Lingyue retracted the golden array, watching their trembling forms and covering her mouth to laugh softly. I was just scaring you. Look at your cowardice. Chu Lingyue shrugged, turned, and stepped out of the room. Outside, Blue Array awaited, quickly coming forward when he spotted Chu Lingyue. How did it go? Chu Lingyue inspected Blue Array, silently gazing at him. Did you use some forbidden technique? Her question startled Blue Array greatly. How do you know? Staggering back several steps, Blue Array developed a defensive stance, thinking he had acted stealthily, but had been discovered by this young woman. Aging rapidly within 3 years is unnatural. Just now, I noticed that Lanlan was surrounded by countless lonely spirits. Your accelerated aging seems connected to these spirits, correct? Chu Lingyue asked with a pleasant smile, not pressuring Blue Array to respond, merely posing a simple question. Blue Array looked down. If I didn't do this, Lanlan would have long since. He trailed off. So you know that she is plagued by lonely spirits, but you never told anyone. Even when the Xing Luo Academy came knocking several times, they left empty-handed. Chu Lingyue inquired, her curiosity growing. You must carefully tell me every place Lanlan visited before the changes 3 years ago, and everything she came into contact with. Is there any way to save Lanlan? Blue Array clung to hope for Lanlan. He had used a forbidden technique, sacrificing his youth to preserve Lanlan's spirit from being consumed. It depends on you. If you spill everything without omission, I might have a way to save her. Her consciousness is too weak, and I can't locate it, Chu Lingyue said with a faint smile. In that case, give me one of Lanlan's favorite objects or let me know if there's someone she is most attached to. Chu Lingyue asked. There is. It's in her room, Blue Array responded. Alright, then first explain the whole story to me. Chu Lingyue sat leisurely on the steps, resting her chin on her hand as she glanced inside, and said, There are at least 10,000 lonely spirits in the room, all rushing into Lanlan's body. Do you know she has been through endless torment? Her consciousness keeps resisting the invasion of the lonely spirits, but she fights alone without aid. Chu Lingyue stated lightly, though deeply moved inside. Even she had never seen so many lonely spirits gathered on a single girl. During these past 3 years, the pain in her heart must have been immense. Lanlan. Blue Array suddenly broke down in tears, sighing deeply. She should have perished 3 years ago, but because you forcibly used a forbidden technique to keep her in this world, she lingered on for 3 years. And throughout these 3 years, she suffered incessantly. Chu Lingyue truly did not want to disclose these facts, yet from Blue Array's reaction, it seemed he was unaware. What? Blue Array couldn't believe it, trembling all over. I'm the reason Lanlan has lived in agony. I shouldn't have kept her alive. At this point, your guilt won't change anything. Chu Lingyue made Blue Array face the truth. But it hasn't been entirely for the worse. You've managed to preserve some of her consciousness within her spirit. If we could wake her up, there is still a chance for her to become normal again. Miss, can you drive away the lonely spirits? Blue Array asked astonished, hearing the certainty in Chu Lingyue's voice. She wouldn't speak like this unless she was confident. I may be able to, but if you don't tell the truth, I can do nothing. Chu Lingyue smiled, making no effort to conceal her intentions. Chapter 236. Concerning the Demon Spirit. Lan Zhan suddenly knelt before Chu Lingyue, hands clasped together in prayer, continuously imploring. Miss, please, save Lan Lan. Lan Lan has had a hard life. I cannot accept such a deep bow. Please stand up and speak. Chu Lingyue calmly lifted Lan Zhan to his feet. 3 years ago, Lan Lan intruded into the back mountain, which is also called Tomb Mountain. Every night, there are endless howls. No one from Blue Cloud Town dares to go there. But one day, an injured stranger arrived at Blue Cloud Town and was luckily taken in by me. With time, Lan Lan developed feelings for him. The man was honest and diligent, so I agreed to let them marry. But half a month later, someone from the Star Luo Academy suddenly came to look for him, claiming that his body had already been invaded by a demon spirit. Lan Lan is a foolish child, insisting on keeping the secret for him. As her father, I absolutely couldn't watch Lan Lan get dragged into danger. So, I lied and said he had died long ago and his corpse was left in the back mountain. The people from the Star Luo Academy then went to search. But who could have guessed that Lan Lan actually hid him in the back mountain? When she found out, the man had already been. At that moment, Lan Lan's character changed dramatically. She often talked nonsense in front of the mirror or secretly ran away from Blue Cloud Town when I wasn't paying attention. It's all my fault. If I hadn't fabricated the lie, Lan Lan wouldn't have become like this now. Lan Zhan kept pounding his chest, regretting endlessly. So, destiny is something you can never escape from. No matter what means you use, what should come will eventually come, Chu Lingyue stated calmly. She had long since let go of her views on fate and humanity. So what matters now isn't regret, but solving this problem. Village chief, do you know where the man was originally buried? Chu Lingyue asked. I know. At the time, it was Lan Lan who buried him herself, Lan Zhan replied. Take me there, Chu Lingyue said. But it's in the back mountain, the Tomb Mountain, Lan Zhan hesitated. Don't worry, I just want to take a look. I won't desecrate anything, Chu Lingyue reassured him. After all, even if there were 100 ghosts, they couldn't threaten her as the soul had settled in Lan Lan already. Alright, we'll go afternoon, when the yang energy is strong, Lan Zhan suggested, still worried Chu Lingyue might be harmed. Alright, I'll immediately have the old servant prepare some food. Please wait a little while, miss, Lan Zhan offered, feeling happier than ever knowing Lan Lan might be saved. After Lan Zhan left, Chu Lingyue stood with her hands behind her back, looking towards Lan Lan's room. Her pupils again glowed gold, and she saw a streak of black smoke drift from the rooftop towards the southeast direction. Southeast direction. Chu Lingyue's expression became serious. According to what Lan Zhan mentioned, the Star Luo Academy had been involved early on. They took only the man's life, and then left without further dealing with the demon spirit within him. So, she needed to investigate further before making a conclusion. Little Qingtuan, what does a demon spirit really look like? Chu Lingyue asked. In the Divine Mind Lake, Little Qingtuan was leisurely lying on a lotus leaf, drifting on the water. Upon hearing his mother's call, he straightened up promptly and explained, Mother, demon spirits are very strange things. They can change endlessly, even parasitize in the bodies of those with weak willpower, gradually eroding their hearts and bodies, slowly transforming others into themselves and replacing them. In short, demon spirits are extremely dangerous entities that have always threatened the entire Canglan Continent. Were it not for Father suppressing them alone, the entire continent would have collapsed. Occasionally, there are still a few escapees, Little Qingtuan continued. So your father is currently suppressing the demon spirits in the Void Realm? Chu Lingyue questioned. Yes. However, Mother, if you miss Father, Little Qingtuan will try to find a way. Little Qingtuan suddenly got an idea. In his heart, suppressing the demon spirits wasn't as important as having Father and Mother reunite. No, we must handle our priorities first. Let's discuss the rest later. Chu Lingyue declined gently. She truly wanted to reunite with Jun Yiming, but this matter couldn't be rushed. Alright, Little Qingtuan responded. So what exactly does a demon spirit look like? How can I identify it? Chu Lingyue asked. This question concerned her most. If the man had truly been possessed by a demon spirit and killed by the people of the Star Luo Academy, it might not mean his end. It's likely that the demon spirit sought another host. If this were true, did it mean the people from the Star Luo Academy made a mistake, or were they completely unaware? Or perhaps someone was insincerely following orders, deliberately letting the demon spirit escape? Before seeing the man's grave, she had 1,000 hypotheses swirling through her mind. Mother, this is for you, Little Qingtuan said, and as Chu Lingyue opened her hand, a red feather appeared in her palm. What is this? Chu Lingyue was surprised. It was still warm. It's my feather. Mother, don't you want to test if the corpse of the killed man was possessed by a demon spirit? Place my feather on his grave. If there's any strange movement, it means he was possessed. If not, then he wasn't, Little Qingtuan explained. His feathers symbolize purity and can cleanse all filth. What if there is? Chu Lingyue asked. This matter was most clear to Little Qingtuan. If so, when the host was killed, the demon spirit escaped to seek another host, Little Qingtuan said. To completely kill a demon spirit, how easy could that be? Just cutting someone's neck was far too simple. Good, Chu Lingyue said. After lunch, Chu Lingyue intended to go to the back mountain alone with Lan Zhan. However, Chu Siyu and others were worried, so she called for Zhang Fu to join her, leaving Xiang Ru and Chu Siyu behind to guard Lan Lan. The group immediately split into two teams. With fearless determination, Lan Zhan led Chu Lingyue and Zhang Fu straight toward the back mountain. They carefully took a detour to avoid being seen. Within half an hour, they arrived. Chu Lingyue stood on the hillside and gazed forward, noticing the location directly in the southeast direction of Lanlan's room. Chu Lingyue's left eye shimmered, with golden glimmers hidden within. Once again, from afar, she saw that streak of black smoke, hovering above Lanlan's rooftop and extending toward the back mountain. In the blink of an eye, Chu Lingyue hid the golden hue of her pupils. Mrs., this is where the man is buried, placed there by Lan herself. Lanzhen identified. Chu Lingyue nodded, walking shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Fu slowly toward Lanzhen. Under their feet lay countless small graves, which they carefully avoided as they moved forward. The entire mountain was covered with graves. Almost none had headstones, packed densely enough to make one's skin crawl. Just now, what were you looking at? Did you find something out? Jiang Fu asked. Being exceptionally intelligent and observant, Chu Lingyue must have found a clue but hadn't had time to share it yet. I suspect it has to do with the demon spirit. Chu Lingyue pulled her lips into a faint smile. You mean, Lanlan's condition is because her body was invaded by the demon spirit? Jiang Fu asked in astonishment. Chapter 237. What confines you is your heart. Let's not jump to conclusions yet. It's just my guess. She is surrounded by solitary spirits. I've checked, and these spirits don't intend to harm her. They just hover around her. When they saw me, they were scared and moved away. So, Chu Lingyue said softly. I see. If it's indeed the mischief of a demon spirit, it's beyond our ability to deal with it. Jiang Fu held Chu Lingyue and responded seriously. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chu Lingyue patted Jiang Fu on the shoulder confidently. All right. Jiang Fu stopped talking further. The two passed through weathered tombstones and walked over to Lanzhen's side. That's it. Although there's no tablet now, I would recognize it even if it was turned into ashes. Lanzhen said. All right. Chu Lingyue nodded and then took out the red feather given to her by Qingtuan, inserting it directly onto the tomb. Half a minute passed, but the bright red feather showed no change. What? Lanzhen was puzzled. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly, looking at the feather and waiting patiently. After a minute, the bright red feather began to react, black glow emerging from the tomb mound and dispersing in the air. Lanzhen was greatly shocked. What is this? Chu Lingyue and Jiang Fu remained calm. Lingyue, what is this? It's a demon spirit, Chu Lingyue mouthed silently. I see. Then, Qingtuan's feather also turned into light and dissipated in the air. Let's go back first, Chu Lingyue said. She had verified clearly enough that matters involving demon spirits were serious business. As Qingtuan had mentioned, Lanlan might be. She had to re-enter Lanlan's consciousness again. Leaving, Lanzhen, hunching his back, hurriedly caught up. On the way back, Chu Lingyue stayed silent, carefully thinking through every detail. There must be something suspicious she overlooked. Lingyue. At the door of Lanzhen's house, Jiang Fu called out to Chu Lingyue. I found a problem. Chu Lingyue pulled Jiang Fu aside and analyzed everything from start to end. A demon spirit parasitized inside that person and escaped to here. So, where exactly did he come from? According to the village chief, the man arrived already severely injured. He must have been chased here. Chu Lingyue analyzed. Thus, this situation is much more serious than we imagined. I understand. But why do you care so much about the demon spirit? Such matters should be handled by those at higher ranks. Our goal is merely to accomplish our tasks on time. Jiang Fu reminded her. Do not put yourself in danger for something unrelated to us. Okay, don't worry. Chu Lingyue promised. Now that we know, follow me. To where? Jiang Fu didn't understand. Just come along. Chu Lingyue led Jiang Fu into Lanzhen's home, bypassed the front courtyard, and quickly went toward Lanlan's room. Why are we here? Jiang Fu didn't get it. Come inside. Chu Lingyue pushed the door open and dragged Jiang Fu inside, closing the door behind them. Can you see the solitary spirits in the room? Chu Lingyue asked with a smile. Jiang Fu scanned the room, but saw nothing. What solitary spirits? She shook her head. There's nothing. What am I supposed to see? Do you want to take a look? Chu Lingyue asked teasingly. Yes. Jiang Fu nodded. She wanted to see what Chu Lingyue could see as well. Okay. Chu Lingyue agreed, quickly forming hand seals while quietly chanting. 5 Elements Spirit Art, Divine Concentration Glimpse. Golden flowlight emanated from her hands and quickly coalesced into Jiang Fu's eyes. A warm sensation traveled through Jiang Fu's eyes, and she gently closed them. Open your eyes and take a look now. Chu Lingyue covered her mouth with a faint smile, fearing that she might startle Jiang Fu, preparing her mentally. Yes. The moment Jiang Fu opened her eyes, she was startled by the multitude of solitary spirits in the room, causing her to instinctively step back. Chu Lingyue quickly supported Jiang Fu's slender waist. Don't worry. They won't hurt you. Jiang Fu was thoroughly shaken. She had never realized that from Chu Lingyue's perspective, this continent was full of such strange spiritual creatures. What are these exactly? After quite some time, Jiang Fu regained her composure, a mix of panic and calm. They're solitary spirits, those who die in desolate mountains and wilds, their bodies left unclaimed, their souls having nowhere to go, absorbing the yin energy of heaven and earth, accumulating day by day until they transform, though they will eventually dissipate completely over time. Chu Lingyue explained. This is the first time I've seen so many solitary spirits gathered in one place. Chu Lingyue formed an intent with her thoughts, extending her palm. A wisp of solitary spirits seemed summoned, floating involuntarily toward her hand and gathering there. Do you want to feel it? Chu Lingyue asked. Hesitant but curious, Jiang Fu extended her hand. Chu Lingyue transferred the solitary spirit in her own hand to Jiang Fu's. Holding her hands together, she could actually feel a trace of warmth. They still have warmth. Jiang Fu felt the world become fascinating for the first time. The warmth comes from the last bit of heat they felt in life, and over time, it will gradually fade from them until they completely disappear from this world, Chu Lingyue explained. How can I feel them? Jiang Fu asked in wonder. I can make you see them, and I can let you feel them. There are so many injustices in the world, but that we live peacefully is our greatest luck. We should not abandon ourselves. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. Lingyue, Jiang Fu felt enlightened, suddenly understanding why Chu Lingyue had brought her here. I just wanted to broaden your horizons, nothing else. Chu Lingyue waved her hand, and the solitary spirit in Jiang Fu's palm flew away, merging back with the others. You guard outside for me while I enter Lanlin's consciousness, Chu Lingyue said. All right, Jiang Fu agreed. You be careful, and I'll wake you up anytime if needed. Chu Lingyue nodded and then asked Qingtuan for another one of his feathers before entering Lanlin's consciousness. She had already used soul-capturing arts, plunging Lan into a blissful dream. She wouldn't suffer from pain at the moment. It was still chaotic inside Lanlin's consciousness. Solitary spirits floated freely around, occupying Lanlin's body entirely and wandering everywhere unimpeded. They could even come and go as they pleased within her consciousness. Chu Lingyue suddenly realized these spirits seemed to have been given permission to move freely. Holding the feather in her left hand, Chu Lingyue focused her thoughts and stretched out her right hand. The solitary spirits responded as though having their own consciousness, flying straight toward her palm. Whenever she moved her thoughts, the spirits no longer feared her. The warmth of the 5 elements spirit arts was what they craved instinctively. Do you wish to achieve eternal rest and never wander in this world again? Chu Lingyue asked the solitary spirit in her hand, and it swirled once more before settling down in her palm. Chu Lingyue's lips curled slightly. Fine, I'll grant you this passage. With a shift of her intentions, golden eyes flashed, and her hand was filled with golden glow, assimilating the solitary spirit until its figure slowly disappeared from the mortal world. All the aimlessly drifting solitary spirits within Lanlin's consciousness sensed an inexplicable power and suddenly surged towards Chu Lingyue all at once. They also wished to leave, seeking eternal peace. If you want to go, fine. But first, take me to where Lan is. I need to find her, Chu Lingyue declared. But as if understanding her words, these spirits were frightened and began fleeing recklessly in every direction. Chapter 238. Do you also want to be released? Hey, what's wrong with you? Take me to Lanlin's side. She must still have some residual consciousness left. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be here. Chu Lingyue shouted, but these lonely spirits had already flown far away, ignoring her completely. It seemed as though they were afraid of something. Could it be that a demon spirit is also in Lanlin's consciousness? Chu Lingyue couldn't help but suspect that the only thing besides herself that could make these weak-willed spirits so afraid was the demon spirit. In that case, she had no choice but to use her ultimate technique. Her hands quickly formed the seal, and suddenly a golden disc array appeared beneath her feet. Golden and purple lights intertwined, and she recited the spell of the 5 elements spirit technique. 2 beams of light flew out, constantly intersecting with each other. In an instant, they surrounded the fleeing spirits into a sphere and directly brought them back before her. Chu Lingyue crossed her arms and strode forward. The golden and purple lights formed a protective barrier, and the black shadows trembled within the protection. Though their consciousnesses were weak, they weren't completely non-existent. They sensed danger, which is why they were drawn to Lan and entered her realm of consciousness. Chu Lingyue also noticed this issue. Normally, lost spirits should float at the most cold and dark places in the human world, yet here the spirits were all lingering around Lan. There must be something about her that subtly attracts these wandering spirits. I know you can understand what I'm saying. How about this? You lead me to find the remnants of Lanlin's consciousness, and I'll release you. How about letting you have another life? Said Chu Lingyue. But if you refuse to cooperate, then I'll crush you, erasing you from existence. She certainly had the ability. The lonely spirits trembled in fear at Chu Lingyue's threat, hugging each other for warmth. Well then, now I'll let you go. You can choose freely, said Chu Lingyue, pulling the corner of her pink lips up. With a wave of her hand, the seal enveloping them transformed into light, disappearing without a trace. The lonely spirits didn't want to be scattered into oblivion. Helping Chu Lingyue would allow them to immediately reincarnate. Such a good thing. They would no longer be aimless ghosts floating through the world and leaving nothing behind. They started swirling around Chu Lingyue. Though unable to produce sound, she had already felt the spirit's decision, albeit hesitating a bit in fear. Are you afraid of something? In Lanlin's mind, are there others aside from yourselves? Chu Lingyue asked. Then these spirits vied to drift to her front, but remained speechless. You may rest assured. As long as you guide me over there, it won't involve any of you. I keep my word. Chu Lingyue reassured again and again. The spirits looked at each other and led Chu Lingyue forward. She quickly caught up. Not knowing how long they walked, it was still a vast sea of white fog. She did not realize how extensive Lanlin's mind could be. If well trained, it might become quite potent. After less than half a stick of incense burning time, the spirits refused to move further. Is it here already? Chu Lingyue asked. However, except for the mist, there was nothing visible or perceptible. The spirits stopped moving, meaning it was indeed here. All right, I'll release you now. True to her words, Chu Lingyue made a double seal with her hands, her left eye pupil turning from brown to golden, symbolizing protection. She absolutely had the power to send them to their next life. It would just consume a bit more of her spiritual force. The 5 elements spirit technique, metal spirit protection, do. At the last word, a golden 5 elements spirit technique formation appeared under the spirits. The 28 lunar mansions' destiny disk spun, starting, and golden streams emanated, seeping into the spirits' bodies. A long-awaited warmth enveloped them entirely, and their black forms became fainter and fainter. They would go to a new place and find their home. In the final moment before being released, a dreamlike voice sounded in Chu Lingyue's ear. Ahead, a demon spirit confines Lanlan's soul. Thank you. The golden array dissipated along with the spirits. Chu Lingyue gazed ahead, a slight smile curling on her lips. Truly a demon spirit. Interesting. Chu Lingyue held her head high and stepped boldly forward. She wanted to see exactly what kind of form the demon spirit took. Mother, in the heart lake of divine thoughts, little Qingtuan called incessantly. Chu Lingyue responded. Give mother the feather. When near the demon spirit, the feather will dissipate, said little Qingtuan, painfully plucking a red feather from himself and handing it over to Chu Lingyue. All right, mother understands. Don't worry. In the right hand of Chu Lingyue, a red feather from little Qingtuan appeared out of thin air. Since she was in Lanlan's consciousness, little Qingtuan couldn't appear. Good mother, leave if you sense danger, all right? Little Qingtuan said. Chu Lingyue nodded. What appeared in Lanlan's consciousness was only her own, not her physical form. Chu Lingyue held the feather that little Qingtuan had given her and stepped forward boldly. The fog grew thicker, and a bone-chilling cold seeped through her skin, making her shiver uncontrollably. Is this the aura of the demon spirit? Chu Lingyue could sense it. It was completely contrary to her energy. If she were the scorching sun in the heavens, then this feeling would be the freezing cold from the 18th level of hell. Every step became increasingly difficult. After 10 steps, the feather in Chu Lingyue's hand reacted, suddenly transforming into a streak of red light and flying away. Chu Lingyue's gaze hardened as she looked ahead. We're here. She made the seals with her hands and conjured a golden light with a simple spell. It shot forward and dispersed the thick fog instantly. Chu Lingyue hurried after it. Before her eyes, a faint white glow emerged, flickering dimly, extremely weak. Lan. Chu Lingyue called out softly. The glow seemed to have heard her voice, as it began to blink faster. Lan. Chu Lingyue tried again, her pace quickening. Her purpose was to awaken Lan, regain control of her body, and draw out the demon spirit. The further she moved towards the glowing light, the farther she felt it slipping away. She stopped momentarily, realizing that the demon spirit had already taken control of Lanlan's soul and was preventing her from getting closer. In an instant, she found herself stepping out of Lanlan's realm of consciousness. As soon as she opened her eyes, all the lonely spirits in the room swirled around her excitedly. Do you also wish to be released? Chu Lingyue asked with a smile. Jiang Fu tilted her head, showing confusion. Chu Lingyue had already amazed her enough with her mysterious powers, but now she was actually communicating with these dark lonely spirits? Wow. She couldn't believe her eyes. Fortunately, Jiang Fu had a high tolerance, or else she would have been frightened out of her wits just moments ago. Lingyue, can you hear what they are saying? Jiang Fu voiced her lingering doubts, though she had many more questions she knew weren't appropriate for the moment. I can feel them. Chu Lingyue gave a warm smile. So many lonely spirits. Did they scare you? Jiang Fu shook her head, sighing. A little bit, but it's fine. I never imagined there existed such supernatural beings who can help the souls to transcend. Chapter 239, Precious Memories. There are many things you couldn't imagine. I can show you more, such as the existence of a spirit like Gu Ling in this world, which will probably overturn your understanding and worldview of the Canglan Continent. Chu Lingyue laughed. Really? Jiang Fu was surprised. Yes. Chu Lingyue said, gently stroking Lanlan's body as she leaned down. What are you looking for? Jiang Fu asked. I'm looking for Lanlan's most precious thing. If it is precious, it must be kept close to her body. Chu Lingyue said that she would use this thing to awaken Lan, making her consciousness clearer so that she could fight against the magic spirit and regain control over her body. You're right. Jiang Fu said. Soon, Chu Lingyue took a black jade pendant from Lanlan's collar. There were characters engraved on it, Lan and Qing. It should be this. They carved their memories together. Holding the black jade pendant, Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. I found Lan, but there's a problem. I'll go inside once again. Fu, you watch over for me. Don't let anyone disturb me, not even you and others. My spiritual awareness has left my body. Any disturbance could cause harm. Chu Lingyue warned earnestly. All right, I remember. But can you hurry? It's getting late. Jiang Fu said. But I just went in for a short while. Chu Lingyue frowned, replying. It seemed that time flowed differently inside the spiritual awareness than outside. She had to hurry and drive away the magic spirit before tomorrow evening to wake up Lan. When you went in, I lit an incense stick. Look, this is already the 10th one. Jiang Fu said. Indeed, the small incense burner on the table was full of ash, with one incense stick burning halfway through. So fast, I only went in for about an incense stick's time. Chu Lingyue pursed her lips. The flow of time in Lanlan's spiritual awareness was astonishingly slow. Could it have anything to do with the magic spirit? She couldn't help but doubt. If by dawn I haven't awakened, you crush this leaf, Chu Lingyue said, passing a leaf to Jiang Fu. There were no other convenient objects at hand except for the leaves imbued with 5 elements spirit arts, which were plentiful, convenient, quick, and suitable for everyday use. A leaf. Jiang Fu was confused. What does this mean? Just crush it in time, and I'll come out whenever possible. Chu Lingyue smiled, without offering much explanation. All right, I understand. Go ahead. Jiang Fu stopped asking. Chu Lingyue's mystery indeed exceeded her understanding, and there must be many secrets about her still unknown. She didn't want to delve into it. but she was becoming increasingly intrigued by Chu Lingwe. Choosing her was indeed the right decision. More importantly, her admiration for Chu Lingwe deepened. Chu Lingwe had just entered Lanlin's spiritual awareness when Chu Siyu and Xiangru arrived at the door. Sister, are you in there? Jiang Fu quickly went to open the door, but left only a narrow crack. Sorry, Au. Ling Yu said please protect her outside. She is trying to save Lan Lan. Do not allow anyone to disturb her, otherwise all her efforts will be wasted. Jiang Fu's eyes showed caution. Xiangru needn't be told twice. Whatever Jiang Fu said, he followed completely. Alright, I understand. I will definitely guard sister outside, ensuring no one gets close. Chu Siyu's gaze was determined. Her family held the heaviest weight in her heart. Especially Chu Lingwe, whatever she says is right. Alright, thank you for your effort. Jiang Fu said, raising her eyes and catching sight of Xiangru's face. He was grinning foolishly at her, truly like a simpleton. Jiang Fu rolled her eyes at Xiangru and shut the door tightly without even giving him a friendly look. Xiangru was denied entry, feeling awkward as he touched his nose tip, yet he wasn't angry. He indicated that he had become accustomed to being rejected by Jiang Fu, but so what? He liked it. This was undying love. He indulged himself in daydreams. Seeing their awkward interaction, Chu Siyu thought nothing of it and turned to sit on the stone steps guarding the entrance. Xiangru insisted greatly, standing straight at the door. If we say Chu Siyu was guarding Chu Lingwe, then he was guarding Jiang Fu. Inside the room, Jiang Fu quietly stood beside Chu Lingwe. Countless solitary spirits floated around leisurely in the room. Holding the black jade pendant, Chu Lingwe stared forward at the flickering, weak light. Lan Lan, is this the jade pendant you and your lover carved together? I've brought it here for you, come quickly. Chu Lingwe constantly waved the black jade pendant with her raised right hand, slowly stepping closer to Lan Lan. If it weren't important, why place it closest to the heart? She firmly believed in Lanlin's affection for that man. Lan Lan, I brought the jade pendant for you. Chu Lingwe continued to call out. In front of her eyes, the faint glow grew brighter and brighter, and she also got closer and closer, not like before where she couldn't get near. Therefore, Lan Lan could still control her own body and had not been completely taken over by the magic spirit. The jade pendant has engraved characters, Lan and Qing. I guess the Qing is the name of your beloved, Chu Lingwe said as she revealed the inscriptions on the jade pendant. Indeed, she was getting closer to that flickering light. Give it to me. A sudden burst of light flashed in front of Chu Lingwe. She used her wide sleeves to shield herself, but the jade pendant suddenly flew out of her hand. The jade pendant. The light gradually faded, and Chu Lingwe opened her eyes to see a faint figure of a woman appear before her. The woman wore a green dress, with a delicate face, a frail body, and appeared quite sickly. In her hands, she held the black jade pendant like a precious treasure, filled with beautiful memories in her eyes. Chu Lingwe stood there silently observing this incomplete soul. Her legs had already been assimilated into transparency. If Chu Lingwe hadn't brought the jade pendant to call her, Lan Lan might have remained unconscious. This is the token of love between me and a Qing. It was carved by both of us with our own hands. Lan Lan spoke weakly. She was barely alive, sustained only by the last belief in her heart. Thank you for bringing it back for me. Lan Lan looked at Chu Lingwe and said, there's no need for thanks. It originally belongs to you. Chu Lingwe smiled politely. Your father has yearned for you for many years. Would you like to go back and take a look? Lanlin's gaze flickered with a fleeting excitement, then dimmed again. I can no longer return. I am willingly bound in this chaotic realm. Since you could come here, please deliver my apology for me. In the next life, I will fulfill my filial duty. Lan Lan said, do you know how much your father has sacrificed for you these past 3 years? In just 3 years, he has given up at least 50 years of his lifespan. Can you truly disappoint him like this? Chu Lingwe asked. She originally thought that once Lan Lan regained consciousness, she would immediately follow her back. She also wanted to speak up for Lan Zhan, who had performed forbidden techniques for 3 years just to sustain Lanlin's remaining breath. How heartbroken and sorrowful must the father feel when his daughter refuses to see him? Lan Lan choked up. How could she not want to see him? But she couldn't. Please tell my father for me not to waste any more effort on me. Let me go. Chapter 240, Lanlin's Tears. Lan Lan cried with sadness, her tears flying like transparent rain. Chu Lingwe's face was expressionless. Your father used a forbidden technique to keep a fragment of your soul in your body to protect you, and summoned countless lonely spirits to guard you, preserving your last bit of vitality. What you said really does not live up to his efforts. Lan Lan stopped crying, her face filled with sorrow as she stared at Chu Lingwe. My father. Or do you think you could really survive until now? The last trace of consciousness must have been devoured by the spirit long ago. Only you still live in your own lie. Chu Lingwe boldly said. Actually, everything she said was just speculation, not certainty. But the presence of the lonely spirits around Lan Lan explained everything. She didn't have the capability to summon so many spirits herself. Plus the accelerated aging of Lan Zhan, it could only be him. There is a forbidden art that allows equivalent exchange. To prolong Lanlin's life forcibly, he had to use certain forbidden techniques that go against the natural order. The art of reversing destiny. It's a forbidden technique even she wouldn't dare to use. No matter whether in her past life or this one, she never thought of using it. If she had used the reverse destiny art in her previous life, she wouldn't have been forced into sitting in meditation. And yet Lan Zhan dared to use it. The existence of the lonely spirits already speaks for itself. This is the strongest proof. My father. Lan Lan floated in front of Chu Lingwe, trying to hold her hand, but each time she missed. Your father's lifespan is almost over. Do you really want to keep avoiding it? If you continue this way, he will disregard everything to prolong your life until his life ends and he falls into eternal destruction. Chu Linghua said. Lan Zhan's spiritual power isn't strong. Otherwise, how would just the backlash of reversing destiny make him age 50 years and 3? No, I can no longer let my father take risks for me. I am not worth him doing this. Lan firmly said with determined eyes. I should have followed a Qing long ago. He shouldn't have kept me here. In that case, you need to find a way to wake up and become strong enough to control your own body. Otherwise, no one can help you. Chu Linghua said. But Lan looked at her flickering hands. If it weren't for you awakening me, I might have continued to sleep forever. Right now, I don't have the ability to control my body. No. Lan suddenly came to her senses. How did you get in here? You must leave. It will kill you. Hurry up and go. She tried to shove Chu Linghua away, but went straight through her body. I can't. Please just go. I can't let you die here. I cannot return because if I do, that thing will seize my final awareness and I will endanger everyone in the Blue Cloud Town. I can't go back. Lan screamed desperately at Chu Linghua. She remembered why she had confined herself within her consciousness. She couldn't be selfish. Is what has trapped you, a demon spirit? Chu Linghua asked calmly. She wasn't afraid at all. Since she had come, even if she faced the demon spirit, she still intended to take Lan out. What Chu Linghua wanted to achieve, not even the King of Heaven could stop her. It's a black fog. It will devour everything, including everyone in Blue Cloud Town. If I keep it trapped in my consciousness, it won't harm others. A Qing has already died because of it. I can't let others join him in death, Lan sobbed. This was the last thing she could do for Lan Zhan. She wanted to protect her family. What if I say, I can do it? Chu Linghua crossed her arms confidently and asked. What? Lan wore an incredulous expression. Can you do what? Destroy the demon spirit that killed a Qing? She floated beside Chu Linghua and asked bitterly. I've tried so many methods. None of them worked. Can you destroy it? A Qing told me long ago, there was something inside him that kept trying to control him. But he didn't believe in fate. However, he was eventually found by people from the Star Luo Academy. It wasn't the demon spirit who killed a Qing. It was the people from Star Luo Academy. Lan laughed bitterly. I clearly said a Qing could control the demon spirit. But did those from Star Luo Academy listen? They still pierced a Qing's chest and lungs with sword after sword, then left without uttering a single word of apology. Lan recounted the events right before Chu Linghua. A Qing died in my arms. He said, don't hate the people from Star Luo Academy. They were just following orders. Look, a Qing was so kind. But what reward did he receive? None at all. Lan became more and more agitated. I buried a Qing with my own hands. The demon spirit negotiated with me, saying it could resurrect a Qing. I agreed, allowing it to reside in my body. But a Qing couldn't be revived. It tricked me. It even took over my body, and I was entangled with it. In the end, I chose to lock it away together within my consciousness. I've gone mad, but father still. Lan became increasingly sorrowful as she spoke. So please, help me tell father to burn me completely to ashes. This way, the spirit will be gone too. Then bury me together with a Qing, okay? Lan pleaded. To kill the spirit, there's only one method, burn my body along with it. However, Chu Linghua smiled faintly and replied with feigned distress. Your father's request is for you to come back to life. I accepted the mission, which is solely to bring you back. If I were to just set you on fire, wouldn't I miss out on a generous reward? You know, I already spent it this morning. So, you don't have any other choice. How could it be like this? Lan was truly incredulous. Sorry, I'm only responsible for waking you up. As for the rest, I don't care. Chu Linghua shrugged her hands helplessly, didn't she? If it could all be resolved by a single fire, she would actually have an easier time. But no, she had to follow through with the task. But I can't wake up. If I do, the spirit will take the chance to escape and harm everyone in Blue Cloud Town. Lan firmly refused. Since she couldn't let the spirit run rampant, she decided resolutely to die, because a Qing was already gone. Let eliminating the spirit be her responsibility. I can't agree. Chu Linghua harshly rejected. You must go with me. You leave. I'll guard the spirit until the day I no longer exist in this world. Lan coldly refused, turning against her immediately. Even though Chu Linghua was trying to reason with her kindly, their purposes were clearly divergent. I'm taking you out. Chu Linghua softly smiled, determined since finding Lan that she wouldn't leave without her. I won't go out. Leave. Lan suddenly flew off in anger toward the opposite direction. Chu Linghua followed at a steady pace. Once having found her, Lan wasn't getting away easily. Wherever you hide, I will find you, Chu Linghua declared. Chapter 241, Lanlan's Decision. Rubbish. This is my spiritual awareness. How could you? Before Lan finished her sentence, Chu Linghua suddenly appeared in front of her. Terrified, Lan took a step back with a deathly pale face. How could this be? This is my spiritual awareness. How could you catch up to me? I've already said it. I'm going to bring you back, so there's no way for you to escape. Chu Linghua smiled faintly as Lanlan's spiritual awareness was too weak. She could easily capture her like an eagle catching a chick, couldn't she? The moment she found Lan, she had already taken absolute control, all thanks to her extraordinary spiritual awareness. No one could match her. It's absolutely impossible. This is my spiritual awareness. The controller can only be me. There's no way you can keep up with me. Resolute, Lan swung both her hands, immediately enveloping Chu Linghua with thick mist. Lanlan's figure then vanished in the fog, out of sight. Chu Linghua stood still at her place, calmly watching Lan escape. Since I cannot drive you away, then I will confine you forever within my spiritual awareness. Ha! Lanlan's voice echoed from all directions. Chu Lingyue calmly retorted, is that so? Do you not care about your father anymore? You're threatening me? Lanlan's voice suddenly turned fierce. Not at all. I'm just speaking the truth. If you care about your father, then wake up as soon as possible. Chu Lingyue said indifferently, offering her some sound advice. If Lanlan didn't listen, then she would have to resort to brute force. This has nothing to do with you. Lanlan, consumed by rage. Don't interfere with me. I've made up my mind. What about your father? Are you willing to abandon your only remaining family member? Chu Lingyue kindly persuaded Lanlan, hoping she could let go of her obsession. Sacrificing my whole life for someone who has already passed on is not worth it. It's none of your business. Lanlan lost her temper. Suddenly, a surge of black surged toward Chu Lingyue from the dense fog. She immediately dodged. From all sides, there were surging tides. Chu Lingyue glanced cautiously at her wide sleeve, which was torn apart by the black mist just now. If she hadn't reacted fast enough, she might not even have been able to save her arm. Is this what a malevolent spirit is capable of? It possesses such terrifying power, yet Lanlan can still control it. Has it been absorbed by her soul? Matters were beginning to turn troublesome. She had unintentionally caused Lanlan to lose control. As countless black mists attacked her, a streak of golden light flashed before her eyes, and in the next moment, she suddenly became lucid. Lanlan's figure appeared where Chu Lingyue had disappeared into thin air, utterly shocked. She can move freely in my spiritual domain. This woman is no simple character. Lingyue, are you alright? Jiang Fu supported her swaying body. Chu Lingyue held her forehead. Opening her eyes, she saw that she had returned to the room. It was Jiang Fu who had awakened her on time. I'm fine, she said with composure despite the situation. It was perilous just moments ago. The surging mist from all sides nearly crushed her spiritual awareness. She was very powerful. The day has already dawned. Jiang Fu stated, I just woke you up. She never thought that little leaf would actually work. Isn't it incredibly miraculous? So fast. Chu Lingyue frowned tightly. She entered not more than half an hour. And it turned out to be a night. You and the others guarded you throughout the night outside. I sent them off to rest earlier. Jiang Fu asked, are you alright? What happened? There's the presence of a malevolent spirit inside Lanlan. I saw it. Chu Lingyue's expression tightened. Matters became serious. Primarily, Lanlan can actually control the malevolent spirit and fight against me. Huh? Did you get hurt? Jiang Fu asked with concern covering her face. Look, Chu Lingyue lifted her right arm. As seen, her sleeves were eroded halfway by something. In Lanlan's spiritual awareness, I was attacked by the malevolent spirit, all reflected in reality. The malevolent spirit is indeed formidable. Your sleeves. Jiang Fu gripped Chu Lingyue's right hand, becoming cautious. I'm fine. My sleeves were only wrapped by the malevolent spirit. Luckily you awakened me in time. Otherwise something major would happen. Chu Lingyue laughed. Always in Lanlan's spiritual awareness, she was its master. No matter how strong one was, how could one avoid danger again and again? As long as you're safe, then what should we do now? We must return tonight to submit our task. If we fail to complete it, we'll have to return half of the integral coins already received. Jiang Fu mentioned. Chu Lingyue rubbed her temple. I'll try my best. The malevolent spirit is truly hard to deal with. Lanlan wouldn't listen to any advice. She is solely focused on guarding the malevolent spirit. Why? Jiang Fu didn't understand. To seal the malevolent spirit was her lover's unfulfilled wish. She wants to complete her lover's unfinished wish. Whatever advice I gave didn't help. She even used the malevolent spirit against me. Not driving it away, but dealing with it. This shows that Lanlan's obsession has deeply penetrated her very being. She will not give up on continuing to seal the malevolent spirit until she exhausts herself. What should we do then? Jiang Fu asked, feeling utterly helpless and turning to Chu Lingyue for hope. First, get me something to eat. I'm hungry. Chu Lingyue said. She would take a short rest, thinking about how to persuade Lanlan to abandon her fixation. Alright, I'll go now. Jiang Fu replied, quickly leaving the room. Chu Lingyue sat on the stool, crossed her legs, displaying an unmatched confidence. Closing her eyes, she entered light sleep, but in fact her consciousness had already traveled to the divine awareness lake. Mother, why have you come? Upon seeing Chu Lingyue, little Qingtuan immediately ran over, hugging her tightly. Little Qingtuan, tell mother, is there any way to deal with the malevolent spirit? Chu Lingyue squatted down, holding little Qingtuan in her arms. Does mother wish to confront that malevolent spirit? Little Qingtuan tilted her head, saying, I might be able to deal with it, but I need to draw it out first. In that sister's awareness, I can't enter. Drawing it out is easier said than done. Chu Lingyue frowned in frustration, nearly getting overwhelmed by the malevolent spirit earlier. If Lanlan remained steadfast, she would have no way of drawing out the malevolent spirit. What should we do, mother? Little Qingtuan held Chu Lingyue anxiously. Did mother just clash directly with the malevolent spirit? There's a faint trace of its presence on your body. Yes, Chu Lingyue nodded. I managed to escape, so don't worry, I am unharmed. But mother has no way of drawing out the malevolent spirit. Do you have any other ideas, little Qingtuan? Little Qingtuan's face showed deep concern as her brows were knitted together. Perhaps we could try luring it with a stronger soul, encouraging it to possess one. Chu Lingyue perked up. How exactly should we lure it? Go on. Use mother's 5-element spiritual arts. Open the formation with blood. The malevolent spirit loves drinking blood the most. If mother's blood proves appealing, perhaps it will emerge. Little Qingtuan suggested. But mother, This method is very risky, it might not work. If it succeeds, the malevolent spirit will enter Mother's awareness and seize control of Mother's body. If Mother cannot gain the upper hand in time, the malevolent spirit will have the opportunity to exploit the situation. Little Qingtuan worriedly warned. Chapter 242, Only One Way. Is this the only way? Chu Lingyue asked with a smile. For now, this is the fastest method. Mother has to go back today to hand over her mission. If it fails, how much will we have to compensate? Xiao Qingtuan said. He didn't want his mother to take such risks, but what could he do? Then fine, let's do it your way. Chu Lingyue slapped the cutting board and made an immediate decision. In that case, Xiao Qingtuan will accompany Mother. Xiao Qingtuan said. In the end, he was still worried. If anything happened to Chu Lingyue, he would be devastated. Don't worry, it's better if you don't show up. Mother can handle it. Chu Lingyue said, glancing at the proud fire phoenix before leaving. Mother! Mother! Xiao Qingtuan sat on the ground as Chu Lingyue had already gone. Serves you right. Why did you tell her this method? Although it's quick, it's also dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to being retaliated by the evil spirit. Can't you see this clearly? The fire phoenix mocked non-stop, and it wasn't lying. Hasn't anyone examined whether Chu Lingyue's power could rival the evil spirit? She's facing it for the first time. One mishandling could cause severe consequences. If she can't eliminate the evil spirit immediately after attracting it, everyone in Lanyun town would be in danger. Why didn't you say that earlier? Why wait until Mother leaves to speak up? You did this intentionally, didn't you? Xiao Qingtuan stood up from the floor, hands on his waist, glaring angrily at the fire phoenix. What could I have done when you've already spoken? Could I have stopped it? The fire phoenix arrogantly turned its head away. So what now? If Mother is in danger, I won't be able to forgive myself. She won't even let me help her out. What should I do? Xiao Qingtuan was frantic, completely lost without a solution. Hua, why don't you say something? What if something happens to Mother? This demon spirit must be very fierce. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived this long and controlled Lanland's consciousness. Xiao Qingtuan ran over to the fire phoenix with short legs and asked, what good solution can I provide? In this situation, I'll just go out and help her. It'll definitely not work with her alone, the fire phoenix said. Then go. Hurry up, don't waste any time. Xiao Qingtuan urged. What's the rush? There's no hurry. The fire phoenix didn't budge. Xiao Qingtuan was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, but the fire phoenix remained completely unmoved. Just wait a bit longer. The fire phoenix deliberately acted cool, determined to irritate Xiao Qingtuan. Inside the room, just as Chu Lingyue woke up, Jiang Fu entered carrying food, which smelled delicious and stirred Chu Lingyue's hunger. Eat first. If it's not enough, I'll get Xiangru to prepare more, Jiang Fu said, passing bowls and chopsticks to Chu Lingyue. Did Xiangru make it? Chu Lingyue ate enthusiastically, truly starving. She needed energy to subdue the evil spirit. Yes, Jiang Fu nodded. Let me know if there's anything not to your taste, and I'll ask him to improve. It tastes very good. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly but couldn't help teasing. You really have deep feelings for Xiangru. That's nonsense. Stop joking around. I have no feelings for Xiangru. Jiang Fu instinctively refuted, without a moment's hesitation, distancing herself from the relationship. You're so eager to distance yourself. Be careful, someone might take advantage of the gap, Chu Lingyue said. No one can. Jiang Fu quickly rebutted Chu Lingyue's statement. Chu Lingyue was astonished by how fast it came. So you still claim you don't have feelings for him? Jiang Fu had no response. Your face, I can cure it, Chu Lingyue said after finishing her meal. Putting down her bowl and chopsticks, she stared at Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu immediately covered her right cheek, looking at Chu Lingyue with excitement in her eyes, full of hope. Can you really heal my face? Yes, may I take another look? Chu Lingyue asked, wanting to observe more carefully. Sure. Jiang Fu did not hesitate, removing her veil and revealing her right cheek covered with red spider-like veins. Chu Lingyue stood up. May I touch it? Even though she had seen countless difficult cases, when she saw the scars on Jiang Fu's face, she was still moved. She used to be stunningly beautiful, but because of these red scars, her appearance was ruined. Of course. Jiang Fu nodded. Chu Lingyue extended her right hand, gently landing it on the uneven red scar. The feeling was exactly as she imagined. How many years has this been on your face? 10 years. Jiang Fu replied. I've had it since I was 5. It has been with me ever since. Chu Lingyue noticed the red spiderweb-like veins extending further down to her neck than she had seen before. This thing keeps growing over time. 10 years, it's hard to remove. Chu Lingyue retracted her hand and sat back down on the stool, leaning her head on one hand. You sit down first, we'll talk slowly. Upon hearing the phrase, not easy to remove, Jiang Fu's heart was filled with anxiety. Is there still hope for my face? She put her veil back on, her expression slightly gloomy. Fu, do you know what is on your face? Chu Lingyue asked. I don't know. Since I could remember, it has been on my face, as if it has a life of its own, growing with me. In recent years, it has become even worse. I have tried many methods, but I couldn't control it at all, Jiang Fu said. She didn't know exactly what it was. My mother told me when I was young that it was because I touched something and ruined my appearance, Jiang Fu added. But it's not about ruining your appearance. It's parasitic, Chu Lingyue explained. I once saw an identical case, and fortunately, I successfully helped remove it. So, I know a way, but we can't do it now. Why? Jiang Fu stood up in excitement. Please sit down and let me finish, Chu Lingyue said. Jiang Fu suppressed her excitement and sat back down. Why? I've dreamed of removing this from my face. Because I don't have such a precious treasure in my possession right now. It might take some more opportunities to come our way. Chu Lingwei replied. I see. So, it's not about ruining my appearance, but rather, it's a parasite. Jiang Fu gently touched her cheek, hardly believing it. The thing parasitically living on your face survives by feeding on your essence and blood. The stronger your cultivation becomes, the bigger it grows. Therefore, you can slow down your cultivation pace a bit. If it spreads throughout your neck, even I would be unable to help, Chu Lingwei warned. All right, I understand, and I'll try to control it, Jiang Fu replied. But also, due to this parasitic presence, your cultivation power has doubled, Chu Lingwei continued. So, it's fine. Currently, it poses no harm to you, and it will only increase your cultivation efficiency. I will find the treasure as soon as possible and remove it for you, Chu Lingwei promised. Really? Jiang Fu couldn't believe it. Her face could still be saved. Am I dreaming? Chu Lingwei had never seen Jiang Fu so openly express her emotions before. Chapter 243, Separation. If I say there is, then there is. So calm down. I've just taken a careful look. You shouldn't attempt to advance in cultivation for the next few months. Chu Lingwei became serious. The stronger your spiritual power becomes, the stronger the thing parasitizing on your face grows. By that time, it will make my operation more difficult. All right, I understand. I'll keep this in mind, Jiang Fu said. Chu Lingwei nodded her head. For now, we'll leave it at that. I'll bear this matter in mind, and we'll find a way to obtain a spirit treasure for you. What kind of spirit treasure? Jiang Fu asked. Chu Lingwei stroked her chin while tilting her head, saying, You'll know when the time comes. I will manage it, don't worry. All right, thank you. Jiang Fu sincerely expressed gratitude. Don't be formal with me. We are who we are. Chu Lingwei laughed. All right, now I must lure out the demon's soul. Huh? Are you willing to take the risk? Jiang Fu was astonished. We only have half a day left. We must return by evening to report. Tomorrow is the ceremony for the new student's entry. We can't be late, Chu Lingwei explained and chose the fastest method possible. Is there anything I can do? Jiang Fu offered willingly. Protect me from disturbances. Just stand nearby and observe. Don't intervene unless it's necessary, Chu Lingwei said, knowing Jiang Fu wouldn't be able to help much anyway. All right, I understand. Jiang Fu agreed. Chu Lingwei looked around the room, seeing that lonely spirits still lingered, refusing to disperse due to her earlier mention of guiding them into the afterlife. You wish to be released, right? Chu Lingwei said. Upon hearing her words, the spirits became even more restless, circling around Chu Lingwei and Jiang Fu nonstop. Fine, I will guide you into the afterlife right now, Chu Lingwei agreed. She pulled out the Xianyu sword and walked to the center of the room, beginning to trace something onto the ground. Jiang Fu retreated to the side, watching intently as Chu Lingwei moved rhythmically in the air, though she could not decipher what was happening exactly. Time passed bit by bit until Chu Lingwei finally retracted the Xianyu sword. Now, I will release your souls. As she spoke, Chu Lingwei stood where she had been drawing earlier and rapidly formed hand seals in an intricate manner that was entirely foreign and bewildering to Jiang Fu. What on earth was this? She could actually form such complicated seals. After finishing the seals, a complex golden array appeared beneath Chu Lingwei's feet, a completely unfamiliar sight to Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu was struck with amazement like never before. The Five Elements Spirit Art, the infinite power of heaven and earth, release. As Chu Lingwei's voice faded, streams of golden light seeped out from the array and floated up high into the air, embedding themselves into the bodies of the solitary spirits. Jiang Fu's mouth hung wide open as she gazed unblinking at the incredible scene unfolding before her eyes. It was as though the solitary spirits were granted salvation, slowly fading away one by one. In the blink of an eye, all the spirits in the room disappeared entirely, having all been guided into the afterlife. So just how powerful was Chu Lingwei's strength truly? The pure and warm spiritual energy emanating from her left, even Jiang Fu deeply moved. Chu Lingwei fell to one knee, having expended too much spiritual power, leaving her suddenly feeling drained of energy. Lingwei, are you alright? Jiang Fu practically sprinted to Chu Lingwei's side and caught her before she fell. I'm fine. Chu Lingwei waved her hand dismissively. I tried to release too many spirits at once, so my spiritual power has temporarily depleted. She thought to herself, if Lu Moling were here, she would have already healed her by now. She wondered where Lu Moling might be now, whether she was eating well and living comfortably. Take a short rest. Jiang Fu supported Chu Lingwei as they sat on the ground. She immediately brought tea water for her to sip and catch her breath. After a long while, Chu Lingwei recovered somewhat, saying, I'm ready. Fu, go stand aside. Let me lure out the evil spirit. But you're too weak now. Shouldn't you rest longer? Why don't we wait a little more? Jiang Fu worriedly advised. No, I need to act fast. We don't have much time. Chu Lingwei replied, standing up again and forming the seals with her hands anew. Seeing this, Jiang Fu couldn't argue further and silently stepped back, prepared to come to her aid at any moment. With the seals complete, Chu Lingwei suddenly stretched out her left hand while concentrating her martial spirit in her right. Immediately, a cut opened on her palm, fresh red blood pouring onto the floor. Patter. The blood hit the ground, and beneath Chu Lingwei's feet reappeared an identical array to the previous one, but its color had now turned purple, an even more profound and mysterious hue than before. Jiang Fu was utterly stunned in place. Where did Chu Lingwei acquire such immense power? What exactly was this formation? After studying so many secret arts, she had seen none like this. Infinite power of heaven and earth, Five Elements Spirit Art, activate. Following Chu Lingwei's words, she pressed her hands together in prayer. Blood that had pooled within the array lifted up into the air, flowing directly toward Lan Lan. In the blink of an eye, it landed on Lan Lan's forehead. Lan Lan's face suddenly contorted with pain, twisting incessantly. She struggled fiercely in her sleep. Come out. Don't struggle uselessly. Chu Linghua shouted loudly. Suddenly, Lan Lan opened her eyes. But both were pitch black, the whites completely gone. She was forced to sit up by Chu Linghua, emitting a voice so rough it was far from a woman's. You can't possibly stop me. I will obtain this body no matter what. Do you actually think you can pull me out from within her? Forget about it. Hara, not your decision. Chu Linghua abruptly retorted. Her hands formed seals again, and instantly, a streak of purple light materialized, encasing Lan Lan's entire body. Under immense pressure, only now did a shadow of black mist flash within Lan Lan's body. This was the true form of the demon soul. It had indeed already attached itself to Lan Lan. It was evident that Chu Linghua was straining at her limits to tear away the demon soul. That trail of blood acted as the key. The demon soul was being torn apart with great suffering as Chu Linghua attempted to peel it off from Lan Lan's consciousness. Let me go, or I'll drag her down with me. If I die, she won't live either. The demon soul threatened amidst its torment, letting out hoarse growls as it reached its limit. Never had it imagined Chu Linghua would possess such overwhelming power, able to extract it. Do you think you have that chance? Chu Linghua coldly laughed. With the remaining spiritual energy she still possessed, it was enough to fully expel the demon soul from Lan Lan's mind. In that very instant, Lan Lan's essence suddenly regained control over the body. No, you cannot do this. The demon soul must not be separated. I promised Ching A that I wouldn't let the demon soul harm the Blue Cloud Town. By doing this, you're essentially sentencing all the people in the Blue Cloud Town to death. Lan Lan, stop being stubborn. Back then, because of the demon soul, the one you love left. Haven't you realized yet? Sealing it inside your body. What about yourself? Have you ever considered your family? Chu Linghua reasoned, hoping Lan Lan would relent rather than oppose her. Otherwise, it would only make her expend more spiritual energy. A single misstep could result in backlash against Lan Lan, leaving no way for recovery. A situation where both parties lose. This is an outcome she didn't want to see happen. Chapter 244, Crisis. Have I not thought of it? But I have no other way. A Qing sacrificed herself without regret, and all I can do is to help Lan Yun Town through this calamity. The evil spirit was brought by a Qing, and I deeply loved her. Therefore, it's my duty to take responsibility for this. Lan Lan said stubbornly. Ever since she made the decision 3 years ago, there has been no turning back. Chu Linghua's gentle words only made it harder for her to decide. On one side, she had her closest family. On the other, her promise to her beloved A Qing. What could she do? There was no choice for her. Lan Lan, the deceased are already at rest. I have a way to deal with the evil spirit. Think about your father, how much he has sacrificed for you. He gave 50 years of his life without hesitation. Do you know how much he loves you? Chu Linghua tried to dissuade her earnestly, knowing just how determined Lan Lan could be. What methods could you possibly have? If the evil spirit leaves my awareness, don't you realize the situation would be out of our control? Do you think you're saving me? You're endangering the entire Lan Yun Town. Lan Lan said furiously. Her face began to twist, looking tormented as the evil spirit fought with her for control over her body. Chu Linghua sighed repeatedly. She had advised everything she could, but Lan Lan wouldn't budge, fixated solely on her promise to a Qing. Jiang Fu quietly stood aside, watching the intense struggle between Chu Linghua and Lan Lan. The powerful gale winds prevented her from getting closer, so she could only watch anxiously from afar. Suddenly, Lan Lan let out an angry roar, her voice becoming rougher. Chu Linghua became even more cautious, focusing her gaze on Lan Lan and anticipating her next move. In the blink of an eye, Lan Lan's pupils turned pitch black again. No good. The evil spirit had taken control of Lan Lan's body, now owning the dominance. The situation was worsening rapidly. If Lan Lan had been in control of her own body, it would have been somewhat easier to expel the evil spirit. However, the spirit proved more cunning than expected, difficult to subdue. Did you actually believe that Lan Lan could truly dominate me? I merely allowed you to see her resolution. Don't bother struggling uselessly any longer. Based on you alone, you cannot defeat me. The evil spirit laughed wildly. Don't act recklessly anymore, or I will destroy the entire Lan Yun Town, making everyone die alongside your stubbornness. Nonsense. I have my own ways to deal with you. I'll force you out of Lan Lan's awareness. What could you possibly do about it? Chu Linghua wasn't someone easily frightened. For a mere evil spirit to act so arrogantly in front of her was clearly disrespectful. Chu Linghua accelerated the speed of forming seals with her hands, aiming to quickly separate the evil spirit from Lan Lan's mind. It couldn't wait any longer. While Chu Linghua pondered strategies, a sound from Huafeng reached her consciousness. Chu Linghua was overjoyed, never expecting Huafeng to actively offer her assistance. Without any hesitation, she immediately released Huafeng from her mental lake. A deep red figure gradually materialized behind Chu Linghua. Not only was Jiang Fu deeply shocked, but also the evil spirit. No one had expected Chu Linghua to possess a contracted magical beast. And what's more, a divine bird like Huafeng, a divine beast. Almost impossible to find across the whole continent. Yet Chu Linghua casually pulled out a divine phoenix, as if it were nothing. Jiang Fu was utterly astounded. The divine phoenix. Is this the same phoenix that the Star Luo auction house lost its spirit core from? Because of her focus on Chu Lingyue, anything related to her left a deep impression. Now seeing before her, it was a complete phoenix with its spirit core restored, something they believed lost forever. Zhang Fu's expression towards Chu Lingyue at this moment was filled with both shock and admiration. Truly, greatness was destined for those chosen by heaven. Zhang Fu was certain now, following Chu Lingyue was indeed the right choice. You petty evil spirit, how dare you show off your tricks in front of me? Surrender at once. Hua Feng roared mightily, instantly intimidating the evil spirit. Hua Feng was its mortal enemy. All fire attribute magical beasts were natural enemies to spirits. This realization caused it great fear. It's impossible. How could a mere woman like you possess a divine beast? Absolutely impossible. The evil spirit couldn't believe it. But there in front of it stood the phoenix radiating divine power, its body emitting fiery light directly pulling its spirit core. What? Let me show you what's impossible. Chu Lingyue sneered coldly and issued an order. Hua, capture the evil spirit. I'll separate it from Lanlan's awareness. No problem, Hua Feng said confidently. Immediately, fiery light surged around its body as it charged straight at the evil spirit. Escape was too late. Its darkened form was already tightly gripped by the phoenix. Since the evil spirit was still within Lanlan's consciousness, in order to avoid harming her, Hua Feng did not immediately choose to burn it to ashes with fire. No matter how the evil spirit struggled, it was futile. Its body was tightly held by Hua Feng, not only unable to escape, but it couldn't even retreat back entirely into Lanlan's consciousness to hide. The danger was gradually closing in on it. In a moment of desperation, the evil spirit switched its form with Lanlan's awareness. Wait! Chu Lingyue shouted to stop it. Lanlan's eyes returned to normal as the evil spirit pushed her out to block Hua Feng from capturing it. That evil spirit had no integrity at all. It was a coward. Let me go? You let me go. Lanlan, who had been forcibly awakened by the evil spirit, was unaware of what had suddenly happened. She only remembered arguing with Chu Lingyue earlier, both having intentions to fight. Unexpectedly, when she woke up again, Chu Lingyue was already grappling with her. Lanlan. Chu Lingyue looked grave. She could have continued sleeping, but the evil spirit insisted on waking her up to use her as a shield against Hua Feng. Was it counting on the fact that Chu Lingyue wouldn't harm Lanlan? The tactics of the evil spirit were truly despicable and infuriating. If Lanlan kept dominating her own body and mind, expelling the evil spirit would become even more difficult. Chu Lingyue needed to devise a strategy carefully, finding a way to extract the evil spirit instantly. You should stop interfering with me. I know exactly what I'm doing. You shouldn't be here. Lanlan angrily roared at Chu Lingyue as if she'd gone mad. I can destroy the evil spirit. Your sealing will only last temporarily. What you're doing will eventually cause retaliation against the entire Lanyun town, including your father. He is just outside the door right now. Would you really refuse to see him? Chu Lingyue said. Lanlan was simply too stubborn. Giving up her whole life because of a promise wasn't worth it. What? Lanlan finally realized this. She stretched out her hands, moved them slightly, sensing that she had regained control over her body. She had awakened from the endless darkness. Yes, you've woken up. Would you like to meet him? Your father, Chu Lingyue said. Chapter 245, deeply moved. Is father really outside the door? Lanlan asked shakily, her red-rimmed eyes staring at the entrance where the gate remained firmly closed. Chu Lingyue nodded. He has been outside all along. It was your father who sought our help. He truly longs for you to awaken and is even willing to pay any price to keep you. She said seriously to Lanlan. Do you know if you keep clinging to a dead person's promise, are you being fair to your father? Chu Lingyue added. I've said it before. I can eliminate the demon spirit without harming anyone in Lanyun town. She reiterated her assurance. Lanlan, with tear-streaked face, felt deeply moved but still hesitated. Could she really trust Chu Lingyue? After all, the demon spirit cost Qing her life back then. If it were released, the danger of the demon spirit would be unpredictable. How could she possibly take that responsibility? You should stop wavering. The demon spirit is using you, fearing nothing more than my ability to annihilate it. Look at Fire Phoenix. Fire attributes alone are fully capable of destroying the demon spirit. It fears my strength, which is why it drags you down into its scheme, banking on my inability to harm you. Chu Lingyue continued. She was correct. She could not harm Lanlan. If there were so much as a scratch on Lanlan, she would never get her due payment and would have to return what she had already received. Well, she'd almost spent it all. What would she return now? Would she be expelled even before school begins? All right, I'll give it a try. Lanlan finally relented. Since Chu Lingyue seemed utterly confident, she decided to believe her. Not just for Qing, but also for her father and everyone in Lanyun town. Chu Lingyue awaited good news, keeping Fire Phoenix calm. Zhang Fu remained composed, standing silently in the corner, arms crossed over her chest. Admiration for Chu Lingyue radiated from her gaze. She was truly worthy as an idol, both beautiful and fierce. But she maintained an aloof demeanor outwardly, concealing her excitement deep within, appearing as cold as ice carved from a millennium's frost. Fire Phoenix reigned in its power, patiently awaiting for Lanlan to release the demon spirit from her consciousness. If it weren't for Chu Lingyue, I wouldn't even care about you, Lanlan. That demon spirit would have been burnt to ashes ages ago. But before they could celebrate, Lanlan's pupils contracted sharply once again, turning pitch black. Her features twisted grotesquely, becoming hideous. You can never succeed. I'm already intertwined with her lifeline. If you strip me out, she dies too. Don't think that having the divine beast Fire Phoenix gives you the upper hand. I'd rather die taking someone with me. The demon spirit retorted, making it crystal clear that since its demise was inevitable, it intended to go down fighting recklessly. Isn't it precisely her that you care about? A mere human wants to contend with me? When I am gone, countless other demon spirits will descend upon the Canglan Continent. That day will be your end. None of you will survive, ha! The demon spirit roared defiantly. Chu Lingyue tightened her focus, observing Lanlan dominated by the demon spirit. Was she unable to overcome the demon spirit? Her hands hidden beneath wide sleeves clenched repeatedly while she waited patiently. You will never succeed. This is my body. Suddenly coming to, Lanlan struggled against the demon spirit continuously. What do you mean your body? It's mine. Sooner or later, I'll digest you completely. The demon spirit resurfaced. The two forces pulled each other to their limits within the same body. Chu Lingyue had momentarily withdrawn, her crimson blood floating around the formation beneath her feet. Lingyue, Jiangfu called softly. Watching Lanlan's consciousness being forcibly suppressed by the demon spirit, it seemed like she might soon fall asleep, a step lower than the enemy. Yet for its own survival, the demon spirit absolutely wouldn't consume Lanlan. It needed her as the final bargaining chip against Chu Lingyue. How could it bear to lose her? Chu Lingyue turned around, softening her gaze toward Jiangfu. Yes, why didn't I think of this? Fufu, quickly go bring the village head inside. Only Lanjin held the power to motivate Lanlan, undoubtedly overpowering the demon spirit through sheer willpower. All right, I'll go right away. Jiangfu immediately left the room and brought in Lanjin. Outside, Chu Suyu and Xiangru approached instantly. Fufu, how's the situation inside? Fine. Jiangfu responded nonchalantly, bypassing them and walking straight to Lanjin. Lingyue said you can go in. Me? Did something happen to Lanlan? Lanjin stood on his cane, quivering slightly and asking anxiously. Wrinkles lined his worried face. Not quite. You'll understand when you enter. Jiangfu stated simply, adhering to her usual reserved character of speaking little to others unless necessary. Even less so now unless prompted by Chu Lingyue's request. All right, I'll go in immediately. Lanjin dropped his cane and immediately walked into the room with his stooped back. Hey, can we go in? Chu Suyu grabbed Jiangfu's hand and asked urgently. Jiangfu remained as calm as ever. Lingyue didn't say. She was truly stiff-necked. All this. Chu Suyu stood there dumbly, as did Xiangru. I'll go in first. You two keep guarding outside for a while longer. Lingyue is about to resolve the issue. Jiangfu couldn't help but add a few words. All right, I will. Chu Suyu agreed. Jiangfu nodded, giving Xiangru a glance before stopping herself mid-word. Then she boldly entered the room and closed the door behind her. Xiangru stood there blankly staring at where Jiangfu had gone inside, laughing foolishly. Just now Fufu smiled at me. Didn't you see it, Suyu? Chu Suyu awkwardly moved aside, keeping distance from Xiangru. I don't know what you're talking about. I saw nothing. Don't ask me. Ho ho ho. Fufu really did smile at me just now. She looked so pretty when she smiled. Xiangru was already lost in his own fantasy world, sitting foolishly on the stone steps. Chu Suyu wished he could stay 8 feet away from Xiangru. He was clearly obsessed. Inside the room, Lanjin's eyes moistened. Lanlan. Lanlan. It's your father here. Open your eyes and look at me. It was clear Lanlan suffered immense pain, her hands tightly gripping her head, her eyes bloodshot and terrifying, doing her utmost to fight against the demon spirit and trying to drive it out of her consciousness. However, the demon spirit clung to her like an unshakable parasite, constantly entangled within her consciousness. The two were continuously pulling at each other. Keep calling her name. Her consciousness is at a disadvantage. Only you can help her defeat the demon spirit. Chu Lingyue said. Demon spirit. Lanjin was shocked, realizing all at once. It made perfect sense. Lanlan, my child, why are you so foolish? It's not worth it for you to do this. All your father wants is for you to live, to be happy. We can think of ways to deal with the demon spirit together. You're my only daughter. Lanlan, wake up quickly. At that moment, Chu Lingyue also found herself at a loss, capable of only relying on Lanlan's willpower. If she successfully seizes the control of her body, she can easily separate the demon spirit from her consciousness. If she cannot. Chapter 246, Resolution. Father. Lanlan heard Lanjin's call and finally managed to suppress the demon spirit, but only for a fleeting moment. Her head throbbed with pain, and she once again held it tightly in her hands, suffering greatly. Get out of me. Lanlan roared furiously. But the next moment, the demon spirit took over her body again. Ha ha ha. I will not leave. Your body is mine. Thinking of killing me? Never. The demon laughed maniacally, distorting Lanlan's features horribly. Lanlan, it's your father. Look at me. Lanjin pleaded, tears streaming down his face. No matter how much he had calculated and planned, he never foresaw that the demon spirit would have possessed Lanlan's body for 3 whole years. How painful and difficult her life must have been all this time. Yet there was nothing he could do at the moment. All he could do was helplessly watch Lanlan suffer, as if in boiling water and fire. I beg you, save Lanlan. She's my only daughter. Suddenly Lanjin knelt before Chu Lingyue. Please rise. I'll try my best, Chu Lingyue solemnly said. Keep calling out to Lanlan, she instructed, forming hand seals quickly. A golden light burst forth, enveloping her blood and transforming into red beams of light, wrapping around Lanlan. The demon spirit started screaming in agony. You cannot dare. Do you not care about her life? I want yours. Chu Lingyue yelled fiercely. Her gaze grew firm and serious. Lanlan, wake up. Look at your father. Lanjin called out. Lanlan's consciousness alternated with the demon spirit's influence, increasing her torment. Father. Lanlan struggled mightily to fight the demon spirit for dominance. Her one eye was pitch black, the other restored to brightness. She aimed to break through this barrier and expel the demon spirit from her awareness. You stopped this futile struggle already. If we die, let us die together. The demon spirit threatened as its form had already been captured by Chu Lingyue, who had somehow used an unknown method rendering it completely unable to break free. Not possible. Chu Lingyue cried out loudly, accelerating the formation of the seals. An endless flow of golden light flowed into Lanlan's body, aimed to drive the demon spirit out. However, the demon spirit seemed deeply rooted within Lanlan's consciousness. Ultimately, it would still be on Lanlan herself. Chu Lingyue could merely capture the demon spirit. With a roar of anger, Lanlan suddenly summoned immense courage and completely expelled the demon spirit from her own awareness, forcing it out entirely. No longer able to cling to Lanlan's consciousness, the demon spirit was astounded to find its dark figure truly cast away by Lanlan. Above Lanlan's head, a thick black mist immediately floated out. Before it could react, Chu Lingyue instantly trapped the demon spirit while the fire phoenix seized the opportunity and launched its attack. Crimson brilliance shone brightly from the room so much that even Chu Xiu and Xiangru outside in the courtyard couldn't help but close their eyes. Impossible. With a wail of agony, the dark figure of the demon spirit was reduced to ashes by the crimson light. As the crimson light faded, Lanlan fell limp. Chu Lingyue moved her intent and effortlessly caught Lanlan as she lost consciousness. Lanlan, realizing what happened, Lanjin cried out and unsteadily approached, trembling all over. Lanlan. Chu Lingyue immediately used the 5 Elements spirit technique to probe, confirming her stable state. She had only fainted temporarily. Don't worry, Lanlan is fine. What about the demon spirit? Asked Lanjin. It's dead. Chu Lingyue simply replied, placing Lanlan on the bed and covering her with blankets. She needs time to rest, but with proper care, she'll recover soon. Is there really no other issue? Lanjin asked incredulously, astonished at how Chu Lingyue's quick actions resolved his years-long torment in just a moment. No other issues, Chu Lingyue confirmed. The fire phoenix proudly stretched its neck. It believed it was truly the most powerful. To it, such a demon spirit was like a tiny spell compared to its abilities. Imagining it could escape, it was dreaming. Thank you. Chu Lingyue expressed gratitude to the fire phoenix and dismissed it back into the spiritual lake of her mind with a wave. The golden 5 Elements spirit array completed its mission and vanished completely. Lingyue, are you alright? Jiangfu asked with concern. I'm fine. Chu Lingyue shook her head, indicating some energy depletion from using her essence blood earlier. A cut on her left palm had already coagulated. Shaken, Chu Lingyue swayed slightly. Jiangfu, noticing, immediately supported her. Are you okay? Yes, I need rest, Chu Lingyue said. Without spirit liquid in her spatial ring, she was too weak to stand alone without Jiangfu's support. What time is it? Chu Lingyue asked. She noticed Lanjin still standing dumbfounded in front of Lanlan, both heartbroken and incredulous as he looked at her sleeping form. An hour, Jiangfu replied. Let's go, Chu Lingyue said. Okay. Villager chief, Lanlan will be fine now. We must take our leave, Chu Lingyue politely said. Don't go so soon. Please stay for a meal before leaving. Lanjin warmly invited them, since Chu Lingyue and her group were his saviors. How could he not thank them with a proper meal? No thanks, we need to return and report. Chu Lingyue gently refused Lanjin's offer. Yes, here, Lanjin said, handing over an emblem that had been sealed for 3 years. Take this token back to claim the reward. Thank you all very much for your help. Lanlan and I owe you greatly. Thank you. Jiangfu accepted it and continued to support Chu Lingyue. One more thing, villager chief, don't spread the word about the demon spirit. Do not let ill-intentioned people find a chance to exploit the situation. Everything you've seen today in the room must remain strictly confidential. Chu Lingyue warned him carefully. Understood, Lanjin responded. Do not see us off. Farewell. Chu Lingyue gave a salute with her fist before being supported by Jiangfu to leave. Sister, Fufu, are you okay? Chu Xishua and Xiangru, who had been waiting by the door, immediately rushed forward anxiously when they saw Chu Lingyue being helped out by Jiangfu. Sister, are you injured? Chu Xishua worriedly asked. I'm fine. The mission has been successfully completed. Let's head back, Chu Lingyue said. It's done. Chu Xishua and Xiangru both paused in shock, recalling the red brilliance from earlier. Yes, don't ask more questions. Let's hurry back before evening. Tomorrow is the new student enrollment ceremony. Before that, let's have a good meal and sleep well, Chu Lingyue said, her spiritual energy already exhausted. She needed rest in order to prepare for tomorrow's ceremony. Whatever lay ahead was unknown, and she had to approach it with caution. Okay, Chu Xishua stopped questioning and walked to Chu Lingyue's left side to help her along. I'm not paralyzed, I can walk, Chu Lingyue sighed, feeling rather awkward having both of them supporting her like they were helping a critically ill patient. Her condition wasn't as severe as they imagined. Chapter 247, Tough Battle. But Jiangfu and Chu Xiu simply couldn't listen, as they helped her walk out of Lanyun town. By evening, Chu Lingyue and her group appeared as scheduled at the front gate of Xingluo Academy. The towering staircase still stood high into the clouds, and by its side sat the same old man. He heard the noise and looked up to see them, shocked instantly. He quickly put on his reading glasses, his gaze of astonishment lingering on Chu Lingyue and her companions. I've heard you took on a task in Lanyun town. Could it have failed? Chu Lingyue was already able to walk on her own. Facing the old man's confusion, she gave a faint smile. Take a guess. The group passed the old man, striding confidently up the steps. The old man placed his hands behind his back, rising with a hunched back. He watched Chu Lingwei and the others disappear into the stairway, murmuring to himself, "Tsk. These young ones are no ordinary folk." On the staircase, many freshmen had already slipped and fallen back down, sitting listlessly on the steps, completely unable to ascend halfway through. Seeing Chu Lingwei's group passing by effortlessly, their hearts were filled with amazement. They went up, then returned only to ascend again, so easily? People compared against people can truly be infuriating. Chu Lingwei and her companions didn't linger any longer, quickly ascending past those who envied and hated them from below. Fu, go settle the mission," Chu Lingwei said. "You, help me return to rest." She only wanted to create more space for Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru to interact. "All right," Jiang Fu responded without hesitation. "I'll handle the task handover, then come find you." "Okay." Chu Lingwei nodded while giving Xiang Ru a subtle glance. Xiang Ru instantly understood, catching up to Jiang Fu's pace. Fu, wait for me. Xiang Ru is really obsequious, isn't he, big sister?" Chu Siyu just couldn't bear it. "Haha, even you noticed." Chu Lingwei teased. "Yes, you wouldn't know this, but whenever you and Fu were inside the room, Xiang Ru would always loiter outside, occasionally peeping in from time to time hoping to immediately rush in." Chu Siyu spoke, finding herself baffled by Xiang Ru's behavior. "That's love. He has Fu constantly on his mind, hence why he doesn't feel reassured," Chu Lingwei explained. "Is it like how I keep thinking about you?" Chu Siyu asked, puzzled, throwing a counter question. "How can it be the same?" Tsk. Chu Lingwei didn't bother continuing further. Chu Siyu's head lacked insight, focused day in and day out solely on cultivation and enhancing her spiritual powers. Let's return to rest first," Chu Lingwei suggested. She felt utterly exhausted and needed some good rest in preparation for the freshman enrollment ceremony tomorrow. That night, Chu Lingwei fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, skipping dinner entirely. After handling the mission, Jiang Fu came by, gave her some reminders about resting properly, and then left. Deep into the night, a tall dark figure stealthily appeared in Chu Lingwei's bedroom. She hadn't sensed anything unusual and had fallen deeply asleep. Jun Yiming stepped forward, extending his slender palm, lightly landing it on Chu Lingwei's forehead, transferring a gentle bluish-green spiritual force into her. "Why do you push yourself so hard? A blood-drenched confrontation against an evil spirit shouldn't have been something you could manage." Jun Yiming sighed with exasperation, looking at her left palm where the wound had scabbed over. His large hand covered it momentarily, and the scar vanished without a trace. A warm sensation rippled through her body. In the darkness, Chu Lingwei suddenly opened her eyes, alarm evident in her voice. "Who's there?" She shot up immediately. In the darkness, she locked eyes with Jun Yiming, her heart momentarily missing a beat before pounding furiously. She promptly threw herself into Jun Yiming's arms, softly whispering, "Brother." Her soft kitten-like murmur sent ripples of longing coursing through him. Days upon nights of unmet desires finally converged within him. "It's me," he murmured hoarsely, yearning evident in his voice. Still familiar was her scent, warm and intimate. Chu Lingwei's flexible hands circled around Jun Yiming's neck, rubbing against his chest, absorbing the calming essence that only belonged to him. "I've missed you so much." She released all the suppressed emotions pent up within her, never once imagining that he would suddenly appear before her, both surprising and elating her. "I miss you too, said Jun Yiming as he tightened his embrace on Chu Lingwei. After a long pause, Jun Yiming reluctantly loosened his grip, but his expression turned grave. "Why did you face the evil spirit alone? Do you not understand the danger involved? It's far beyond your control." Chu Lingwei smiled helplessly. "I wasn't aware it was an evil spirit, but fortunately, everything has been settled. Brother, there's no need for you to worry so much." Deep down, Chu Lingwei suspected it must have been little Qingtuan saying something which made Jun Yiming hurriedly come to her side. "How could I not be anxious? Do you know my heart was all tied up?" Jun Yiming said, clearly furious. However, the moment he laid eyes on Chu Lingwei, all that fury vanished. Alas, she left him completely helpless. "Sorry." Chu Lingwei immediately clung to Jun Yiming like a koala, rubbing against him constantly. "I've realized my mistake, and I won't dare do it again." No, she would dare. She had figured out fire attributes could counteract malevolent spirits, and both Little Qingtuan and Fire Phoenix were fire attribute magical beasts, so she became reckless. This must be what they called acting with impunity. "Indeed, you've realized your mistake." Jun Yiming's tone softened immediately as he wrapped his arms around Chu Lingwei once more, gazing at her with gentle affection, making countless stars pale in comparison to the warmth in his eyes. Chu Lingwei nodded obediently. "Next time, I really won't take such risks." Fortunately, the malevolent spirit wasn't too strong, otherwise, I wouldn't have escaped unscathed. She knew her limits. "Good that you understand." Jun Yiming sighed helplessly. "Did brother come today because of concern for me?" Chu Lingwei asked mischievously, wanting to see the look on Jun Yiming's face when he worried over her, utterly captivating. "The freshman enrollment ceremony of Xingluo Academy is tomorrow. You dealt with the malevolent spirit and used the 5 Elements spirit techniques, exhausting an enormous amount of spiritual power," Jun Yiming explained, which was why he kept tearing through dimensions to get here. "I've said before, unless necessary, avoid showcasing the 5 Elements spirit techniques in front of others. If someone ill-intentioned targets you, trouble will keep coming. Your martial spirit now is insufficient to protect yourself," Jun Yiming warned. "Yes, today is an exception." Rest assured, no one knows. Chu Lingyue assured him. As for you, since you came out of worry for me, I am delighted. In brother's heart, I am truly the most important. Chu Lingyue began planting ideas in Jun Yiming's mind again. To ensure you can handle things tomorrow, yes. Jun Yiming indulged her, thus delivering spiritual energy to replenish her. What exactly is this freshman enrollment ceremony of Xing Luo Academy? Chu Lingyue asked curiously, refining the newcomers' physiques. Times are tough. Even the academy has started adopting survival of the fittest policies. Should one fail the freshman trial, they will be eliminated. Jun Yiming explained earnestly. Chu Lingyue's expression grew cautious. I understand. To successfully enter Xing Luo Academy, there is still a tough battle awaiting me tomorrow. Chapter 248, Loving You. So, Xiao Qingtuan told you, and that's why you came looking for me. Chu Lingyue said with a smile, her fingers playing with a lock of his hair. Her lively and mischievous eyes were profound yet filled with deep affection, making Jun Yiming feel restless. Was she really going to be this alluring? Unable to resist, Jun Yiming embraced Chu Lingyue's willowy waist, pulling her tightly into his arms. As they locked eyes, the tenderness between them ignited a heated spark in the air. Chu Lingyue made the first move, placing her two restless hands on his chest, as if trying to push him away, but only drawing closer into his fiery embrace. Big brother, why are you holding me so tight? Aiyu. Jun Yiming's throat moved up and down, his voice suddenly becoming hoarse. Chu Lingyue's eyes appeared innocent, yet hinted at seductive allure. Did she truly not know what she was doing to him? It was merely a feigned innocence. He understood well Chu Lingyue's enchanting methods, which were no ordinary tricks. Yet he was so slow to realize it. Utterly infatuated with her, he had fallen madly in love with her, beyond any cure. This life would have no one but her. What's wrong, big brother? Chu Lingyue skillfully played dumb, tilting her head slightly to show complete innocence, feeling confident that she showed no weakness. Even if Jun Yiming saw through her, she knew she could retreat gracefully. Slightly, she'd already decided on him, and she couldn't wait any longer. Unfortunately, this person was just too dense, otherwise, she'd already had him long ago. You asked me what's wrong, but I should be asking what's wrong with you. Jun Yiming's tone grew even deeper, the situation spiraling increasingly out of control. He wanted to do something, but he feared she might actually be unaware, unintentionally tempting him. He was truly caught in a predicament. Staying wasn't an option, nor was leaving. Jun Yiming held Chu Lingyue's exquisite face in his large hand, gently caressing it. Aiyu. Chu Lingyue covered his hand with hers, replying softly. I'm here. Their eyes met once again, love filling the air between them. His heart suddenly began racing out of control, like a young deer wildly bounding. Staring deeply at the figure before him, he didn't know how to react. What does big brother want to say? Chu Lingyue spoke up, breaking Jun Yiming's inner turmoil. Regaining some composure, he began shifting focus. The entrance ceremony for the new students tomorrow is an examination, Jun Yiming warned solemnly. Chu Lingyue nodded. Yes, I know. Big brother, is there anything else you wish to tell me? Approach it carefully. This batch of newcomers hails from across the whole Canglan Continent, especially from the city of supreme beings. Jun Yiming continued, but to Chu Lingyue, what he said seemed trivial since she already knew everything. He probably meant something else, but found difficulty expressing it. Sigh. Even someone as decisive as him sometimes struggles to articulate clearly. Alright, is there anything else? Chu Lingyue asked, maintaining an innocent gaze that seemed completely oblivious to deeper issues. Big brother speaking. Chu Lingyue suddenly leaned forward, moving even closer, able to distinctly catch the scent that was uniquely his, a smell so captivating it intoxicated her. Overcome, she instinctively pressed herself closer to him, growing more unrestrained. No. Jun Yiming abruptly grasped her restless hands. Do not act this way. He was losing control, a primordial force inside threatening to burst forth. Though striving to restrain himself, Chu Lingyue kept teasing him, throwing him into a frenzy. Big brother, why not? Is something wrong with me? Am I too close for your liking? Her eyes reddened slightly, as though on the verge of tears, her sadness palpable. No, Jun Yiming denied it immediately. It was because she was too near that he was acting this way. Well then, what is it, big brother? Tell me. Chu Lingyue suddenly knelt up, her hands cradling his sharp-cut face, the warmth of her breath intoxicating. Before Jun Yiming could control himself, he lunged towards Chu Lingyue. In an instant, their positions were reversed. Chu Lingyue felt dizzy, finding herself now beneath Jun Yiming. With overwhelming strength, he pinned her wrists high above her head, his dominance momentarily stunning her. But soon, a victorious smirk spread across her lips, sensing the prize finally within her grasp. Big brother. Chu Lingyue's voice was playful and melodious, continuously ringing in Jun Yiming's ears. Lost in his daze, his gaze fixated on Chu Lingyue dreamily, almost spellbound. Seizing his momentary lapse, Chu Lingyue suddenly lifted her head, planting a light kiss by his lips before withdrawing. Is this what big brother wants? Chu Lingyue teased slyly, her eyes gleaming mischievously. Jun Yiming's heart, due to Chu Lingyue's initiative, had the tension of a taut string suddenly snap. He surged forward abruptly. Aiyu. Suddenly, I've become somewhat strange. He had no idea what was happening to him. All he wanted was to entwine with Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue widened her eyes as she stared at the handsome face less than 5 millimeters away from hers, slowly losing herself. The delicate sensations spread through her body, making it impossible for her to remain in control. Time flowed by bit. No one knows how long it lasted until Jun Yiming suddenly stopped. He realized it was enough. Otherwise, he feared he might not be able to control himself any longer and would crave even more. He knew it wasn't the right moment. Be good. Jun Yiming released Chu Lingyue, sitting upright to fix his disheveled robes. He sat still as a mountain. Chu Lingyue, however, chuckled softly. How restrained Jun Yiming was, never giving in to the slightest indulgence. It gave her plenty to look forward to in the future. Chu Lingyue rose up and embraced Jun Yiming's neck from behind. Brother, are you leaving tomorrow? She asked, her voice tinged with reluctance. Who wouldn't treasure every second they could spend with him? Yes, tomorrow I won't be able to attend the entrance ceremony with you, Jun Yiming replied, holding Chu Lingyue's small hand tenderly in return. His voice carried deeper reluctance. Is it because of the spirit entities in the void realm? Brother has to suppress them constantly, doesn't he? Chu Lingyue asked worriedly, knowing just one spirit entity was troublesome enough, let alone the countless ones sealed within the void realm. The one in Lanyun Town is merely an escaped beast, but there are others as well. You must stay vigilant. Spirit entities specialize in clouding people's minds, Jun Yiming cautioned earnestly. You're not allowed to use the 5 elements magic anymore, especially at Star Luo Academy, understood? Jun Yiming remained anxious despite all his reminders. All right, I promise, Chu Lingyue solemnly agreed. She knew that everything Jun Yiming did was out of care for her. Good girl. Jun Yiming smiled faintly, satisfied, and unwillingly let go of her hand after squeezing it gently. Chapter 249, I'll miss you. It's you I worry about. The dangers of the void cannot be underestimated, and I fear that you may get injured as you did last time, Chu Lingyue said, taking the initiative to place Jun Yiming's hand on her cheek, gently rubbing it. Only then did Chu Lingyue realize that the wound on her left palm was gone, restored to its former smoothness. Brother, my hand, she exclaimed, excitedly showing him her open palm. The wound is gone. Brother, you're truly amazing. Indeed, Jun Yiming seemed all-knowing. From now on, don't use your blood to activate the 5 elements spirit art. It harms your foundation much more than just cutting your palm, Jun Yiming said solemnly. He rushed to her side when he learned that Chu Lingyue had used her blood to activate the 5 elements spirit art. It is absolutely forbidden for the practitioner of the 5 elements spirit art to use their own blood as an array inducer, as it can lead to many unforeseeable consequences. Even worse, it could cause irreversible harm to her body. There were good reasons why the 5 elements spirit art was considered a forbidden technique. Harming others and oneself, it could support or overthrow. But everything turned out fine, didn't it? Chu Lingyue began joking around with Jun Yiming. Don't worry, I know my limits. She didn't want to do it either, but in order to summon the evil spirit, she had no choice but to use the simplest method. For her, it merely consumed double the spiritual power. She wouldn't use any higher-level versions of the 5 elements spirit art. She knew the severity too well. Hardly having been given another chance at life, she cherished it all the more, including the person before her. Alas you, Jun Yiming sighed inwardly. What could he do with Chu Lingyue? Still, he would spoil her, holding her close and shielding her from all danger. Brother, did you miss me? Chu Lingyue pouted, hugging his neck and cooing. I did. Jun Yiming buried his head in Chu Lingyue's neck, sniffing her scent, greedy for more. I missed you just as much, Chu Lingyue murmured softly, longing to cling tightly to Jun Yiming. Tomorrow, you'll leave. I hate to see you go, Chu Lingyue added. So do I, Jun Yiming responded. Are you sleepy? He asked gently. Chu Lingyue shook her head. Not at all. I want to stay close to you. She treasured this moment too much. After meeting Jun Yiming, her wish became to remain by his side forever. This became her sole goal. Originally, she intended to live a laid-back life, peacefully being a nobody and enjoying herself leisurely. But evidently, that wouldn't work now. She must strive to stand at the same height as Jun Yiming. I'll keep you company, Jun Yiming said, pulling Chu Lingyue down to lie with him, embracing her until she fell asleep. Curling up in Jun Yiming's embrace, Chu Lingyue hesitated to close her eyes, fearing she might wake up only to find him gone. Yet within moments, she sank into a deep slumber. Once Chu Lingyue's breathing stabilized, Jun Yiming carefully rose and stepped out. Looking back one more time at Chu Lingyue, he lightly leaped into the courtyard. Mo Sha, Jun Yiming called. In an instant, Mo Sha appeared before Jun Yiming, devoutly kneeling half down. Master. Jun Yiming stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a king as he glared down at Mo Sha. Guard her well. Don't let her fall into danger, he said, suppressing his anger, utterly unable to do anything about Chu Lingyue. This time, let it slide, but there will be no leniency next time. Yes. Mo Sha trembled, already sensing Jun Yiming's wrath. Go, Jun Yiming said, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to Chu Lingyue's side, gently brushing away the strands of hair falling on her forehead, tenderly gazing at her rosy face, unable to resist the urge to kiss her. He leaned down, placing a soft kiss on her clean forehead, then cradling her. Chu Lingyue stirred slightly, finding a comfortable position and drifting off again. Early the next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed in, waking Chu Lingyue with a soft hum. Jun Yiming was no longer by her side. She sat up slowly, her hand touching the spot beside her where warmth lingered, indicating he'd just left not long ago. Chu Lingyue felt inexplicably complex inside. It seemed that having weaknesses made her sentimental, hesitant, and filled with greedier desires. How she wished Jun Yiming could always stay by her side, never leaving even a step. She also knew it wasn't possible. He bore the responsibility of the entire continent, caring for all the people. Truly difficult, she sighed. But just as quickly, steady footsteps approached, and she looked dumbfounded at the door, watching a tall, imposing figure appear before her eyes. "Brother, you haven't left." Chu Lingyue nearly screamed in surprise, immediately jumping up barefoot and rushing toward Jun Yiming. "Be careful, the ground is cold." Jun Yiming scooped Chu Lingyue into his arms and carried her back to the bed. Squatting down, he gently put her shoes and socks on. Chu Lingyue, flustered by his attentiveness, hurried to stop him. "Brother, I can do it myself. Don't move around," Jun Yiming said. Brother is so nice." Chu Lingyue suddenly blushed, looking coy. "All right, are you hungry?" Jun Yiming got up and led Chu Lingyue downstairs by her small hand. "Isn't brother supposed to leave?" "What?" Chu Lingyue asked in confusion. She thought Jun Yiming had already gone, feeling disappointed. But then she realized that he had prepared a delicious breakfast for her. "I'll leave in a couple of days." Jun Yiming, sparing few words, filled Chu Lingyue's bowl with porridge. "Really, brother?" Chu Lingyue was too excited to express herself, but quickly her mood darkened. "Will it delay, brother? If so, please return to the void at once. There's no need to keep me company. I will take good care of myself." "There's no issue, just a couple of days. The malevolent spirits cannot break through the seal. Even half a month would be fine for him." "All right." Chu Lingyue agreed obediently, occasionally glancing up at Jun Yiming, finding him truly handsome. Just looking at him brought her immense satisfaction. "Don't stare at me all the time, eat your meal properly." Jun Yiming knew without even raising his head. Caught. Chu Lingyue immediately focused on her food. "Did you prepare all this so early in the morning?" Chu Lingyue asked. The taste was really good, and she never expected Jun Yiming to have such a hidden skill. "I learned it. I'm glad if you like it." Jun Yiming skipped over the details, but was secretly very pleased by Chu Lingyue's praise. "Learn and teach, brother is really great." Chu Lingyue praised. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Jun Yiming's ears turned red, and he remained silent. Chu Lingyue smiled broadly, knowing full well he was shy. How innocent. She loved it. In less than 2 incense sticks time, Chu Siyu arrived at her courtyard gate and called out loudly, "Sister, are you awake? Au is here." Chu Lingyue, who was still in Jun Yiming's warm embrace, immediately stood up. "Brother, wait for me in the room today. I'll come back right after the new student enrollment ceremony." Chapter 250, The 7 Imperial Clans. Chu Lingyue stepped forward, tiptoeing and stretching out her arms in an effort to embrace Jun Yiming. But alas, he was too tall for her to reach even on tiptoes. Seeing this, Jun Yiming immediately bent down, effortlessly scooping Chu Lingyue into his arms and lifting her up. Chu Lingyue shyly buried her head in his neck, greedily refusing to let go. "Brother, you must wait for me to come back. Don't leave without telling me." She was afraid that when she returned, she wouldn't see him again. "All right, I promise. You take care of yourself as well. Today, the heirs of the 7 imperial clans of the Supreme One City will all be here," Jun Yiming said with concern. Chu Lingyue nodded. "All right, I'll remember. Go then." Jun Yiming gently placed Chu Lingyue down and pressed a soft kiss to the corner of her lips. Chu Lingyue gave a bashful smile and walked out. As it turned out, Chu Siyu was still eagerly waiting by the fence for her. "Sister, you're out," she exclaimed excitedly. "Did you rest well last night?" Chu Lingyue had looked exhausted yesterday, but today she radiated vitality, all signs of fatigue gone. "Yes, very well. Where are Fufu and the others?" Chu Lingyue asked as she strode out confidently. "They're coming." Chu Siyu pointed to the right. Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru appeared slowly in her line of sight, just like usual. Jiang Fu remained aloof, ignoring Xiang Ru, who tried hard to cozy up to her. "Lingyue, are you feeling all right?" Jiang Fu approached and asked. "I'm fine. It's about time. Let's go." Chu Lingyue smiled and briskly walked towards the main hall of the Star Luo Academy. Chu Siyu quickly caught up and linked arms with Chu Lingyue. Jiang Fu followed and handed Chu Lingyue a bank card stamped with the words Star Luo Academy. "I exchanged it yesterday. It's for you. What do you need to give it to me for?" Chu Lingyue laughed. "You can keep it. I'm not particularly good at managing finances," Jiang Fu replied, gently declining. Being used to a laid-back lifestyle, most monetary matters were probably handled by Xiang Ru. As Chu Lingyue contributed the most, it was only fair she receive it. "In that case, let's give it to Siyu to manage," Chu Lingyue suggested. She knew that during their time in the Chu family, Chu Siyu was responsible for managing the household finances, excelling in handling these tasks. To me, Chu Siyu was astonished. Chu Lingyue had entrusted her with all the financial responsibilities, a gesture of complete trust that left her unprepared and deeply honored. "Indeed, among us 4, only you can handle such a responsibility. Both me and Fufu have grown used to being relaxed. As for Xiang Ru, don't even get me started. This task falls solely to you," Chu Lingyue said earnestly, patting Chu Suyu's shoulder. "Siyu, you're the smartest among us and the best at accounting. Please don't decline. What does Fufu think? And what about Xiang Ru?" Chu Lingyue asked each person individually. "No objections," Jiang Fu replied. "If Fufu has no objections, neither do I," Xiang Ru echoed. "Well, if that's the case, I guess I should accept the responsibility rather than refuse it." Chu Suyu's face felt hot with embarrassment. For the first time being given such an important task, she felt a sense of pride from being trusted by her team. "I won't disappoint your expectations. I'll surely take good care of everyone's money." "Good job," Chu Lingyue said. "Thanks for your hard work," Jiang Fu added solemnly. "It's no trouble at all. Then I'll take it." Chu Siyu accepted the bank card of Star Luo Academy shyly, placing it into her spatial ring. "Now that's settled, we should go eat something in the cafeteria first since there's still plenty of time," Chu Siyu proposed. After having a good meal, they could look forward to the challenges ahead. Sure, Xiangru agreed. Chu Lingwei didn't mention that she'd already eaten and joined them to go together. On their way to the canteen, they encountered many students wearing 3 different types of school uniforms: blue, navy blue, and white. These 3 colors corresponded to 3 different professions: white for pharmacy spirit masters, navy blue for tool spirit masters, and blue for martial spirit masters. The majority were students in blue uniforms, making up about 70%. Tool spirit masters made up around 20%, and pharmacy spirit masters 10%. There were also some new students like them who had come to attend the freshman enrollment ceremony, roughly 500 people or so. The cafeteria was already overcrowded, with long queues lined up. Chu Lingwei and the others stood in line behind them. So many people, sister. Chu Suyu couldn't help but marvel. So this is how Star Luo Academy looks, truly impressive in its scale. This probably isn't everyone yet, Chu Lingwei said with a smile. Not everyone. Chu Suyu was surprised. Today, with the freshman enrollment ceremony happening, many have likely already gone to the main hall. Chu Lingwei explained. Got it. We're going to show our strength today. Chu Suyu clenched her right fist, brimming with determination. Don't boast. Among today's incoming freshmen, there are many we shouldn't provoke if we can avoid it, got that? Chu Lingwei whispered. Are there any freshmen more skilled than sister? Chu Suyu was shocked. To her, Chu Lingwei was the most powerful person she knew. The heirs of the 7 royal families from Supreme One City have come, Jiang Fu remarked seriously. How do you know this, Fufu? Chu Suyu asked even more surprisingly, since she had never left Hillock City, and yet had heard tales about the legendary 7 royal families of Supreme One City. I did some inquiries. Jiang Fu replied indifferently. Oh, when? Chu Suyu questioned. When we just arrived at Ao Yin City. Jiang Fu answered. You inquired right then? Chu Suyu was completely stunned. Jiang Fu was always meticulous and decisive. She admired that about her. Yes, I heard Star Luo Academy's entrance requirements this year are very strict. We should tread carefully. Jiang Fu said. I understand. After waiting for about the length of time it takes to burn an incense stick, it was finally their turn. Chu Suyu and the others picked what they loved to eat. At Star Luo Academy, the food supply was abundant, but Chu Lingwei merely ordered a simple bowl of congee with a small dish as a token meal. Sister, why are you eating so little? Chu Suyu and the rest sat down at a 4-person empty table. It was a day where stamina would be drained, so surely one ought to eat more. So, she gave some from her own plate to Chu Lingwei. Sister you. Chu Lingwei sighed inwardly. Could she tell them she was already full? Zheng Yiming had already fed her enough before. What's wrong, sister? Are you not feeling well? Chu Suyu inquired with confusion and concern, wondering if Chu Lingwei had lost her appetite due to expending too much spiritual energy the previous day. Not exactly. I'm just not hungry. Chu Lingwei gently explained. I ate a bit earlier this morning and don't feel like eating much now. Can you help me by eating more? Oh, I see. Chu Suyu ceased questioning, taking it that Chu Lingwei must have eaten already. Chu Lingwei finally breathed a sigh of relief, though Jiang Fu noticed and looked at Chu Lingwei thoughtfully. Jiang Fu was certain now. Her admirer had visited yesterday. How intriguing to find out that Chu Lingwei could be bashful too. In the cafeteria, everyone was preoccupied with their own business and had no attention spared to notice these 4 individuals. Chapter 251, The First Trial. After leaving the cafeteria, Chu Lingwei and the others followed the other students into the main hall of Xinglu Academy. However, the freshman enrollment ceremony was actually set up on the arena in the back playground of the hall. When Chu Lingwei and her 3 companions arrived, there were already thousands of people gathered there. This way, Jiang Fu observed the entire playground and, seeing the freshman channel, immediately called them to go that way. They were undoubtedly the latest freshmen to arrive and had to stand at the very back. In a short while, more than 10 old men appeared above the arena stage, all seated in prepared chairs. Some of them had white beards and clearly looked over 100 years old. The previously boisterous playground suddenly fell silent, as everyone fixed their eyes respectfully on the elders on the stage. Of the first 10 figures, she didn't recognize any. But when Min Si, dressed in dark blue elders' robes, appeared, Chu Lingwei immediately recognized him. It turned out Min Si was an artificer master. Following close behind him were Wu Ling masters Peng Yuanhu and Meng Gan. It seemed the old man with the white beard sitting in the middle must be the dean of Xinglu Academy, Chu Lingwei guessed. After waiting about half the time it took for incense to burn down, the last female elder dressed in white finally arrived gracefully. She was young and beautiful, rivaling Min Si in elegance. Each step carried an aura of strength. Compared to Min Si, she lacked some gentleness but exuded more heroic beauty, with an extraordinary and refined demeanor. So this was the spirit healer master. Chu Lingwei had thought that those who served as Xinglu Academy's elders were always older-looking seniors, making Min Si an exception, but there was yet another exception. Interesting. All the elders' eyes turned towards her. They nodded slightly with admiration and affection in their gazes. She responded politely and sat down nearest to Min Si. The two leaned forward close together, whispering something quietly. Their laughter broke out occasionally, stirring emotions and creating a wonderful scene. Then came the turn of the dean, who stood up with a grand presence, emitting a formless pressure that swept through the entire area, stunning everyone with his powerful aura. Today marks the triennial freshman enrollment ceremony of Xinglu Academy. Unlike past years, this year, the new students must pass 5 trials to officially enroll. As soon as the dean's words landed, the freshmen burst into murmurs of surprise, not expecting this. They had assumed obtaining the academy's token would make them official freshmen, never anticipating an entrance examination. At the left front of the stage, a great white gate abruptly appeared out of thin air, 7 feet high and 5 feet wide. This is a virtual realm. As long as you can successfully come out, you will directly become students of Xinglu Academy. Enter in order now. The dean wasted no time on pleasantries, getting straight to the point and inviting them into the virtual realm. Peng Yuanhu rose and guided the freshmen one by one into the virtual realm. The veteran students of Xinglu Academy were invited to spectate, though those unwilling to watch could leave. With around 500 or so freshmen, it only took a short while before it was Chu Lingyue's group's turn to enter. Don't get lost. Chu Lingyue tightly held on to Chu Sibiu, fearing she would fall behind. I know, big sister. Chu Sibiu, encountering such a grand spectacle for the first time, felt inevitably nervous and moved closer. Jiang Fu showed no signs of tension, walking with Chu Lingyue directly into the virtual realm. Xiang Ru closely followed behind. A sudden flash of white light blinded them temporarily. Once the transportation ended and they reopened their eyes, the world before them had completely transformed. The virtual realm revealed its own unique domain, a vast green forest stretching endlessly, lush and verdant. Big sister, where are we? Chu Sibiu asked. I don't know yet either, Chu Lingyue said as she waited for the first task. Fortunately, the four of them weren't separated, but behind them were still dozens of other freshmen, looking lost and even grumbling aloud. Why aren't we already considered students of Xinglu Academy? We clearly went through the selection, so what's going on? I don't know. We're just as puzzled. Do we really have to pass these 5 tests to officially be accepted? That's really tough. The freshmen complained nonstop. Chu Lingyue and her companions remained calm. Xinglu Academy naturally wanted to thoroughly test the true abilities of its incoming students during the enrollment ceremony to select the most qualified ones. Times had changed. Survival of the fittest was now applicable even to the academy. Selections would indeed be made, keeping only the best talents. Moments later, Min Si's voice rang out overhead, accompanied by her suspended holographic projection. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her waist delicate, truly setting an example among the elders, an outstanding individual at a young age. The first trial is to find the Yuhuan Xianbao flower within an hour. Once you find it, you pass this trial, Min Si explained. What kind of rare treasure is this Yuhuan Xianbao flower? I've never even heard of it. The freshmen immediately began buzzing with excitement and confusion. None of them had ever seen it before. How were they supposed to find it, or even know where to look? This seemed like deliberate torment. The hologram of the Yuhuan Xianbao flower has been sent to your enrollment tokens for reference. You may review it now. Min Si's enchanting voice sounded again. The countdown begins now. With that, Min Si and her floating projection vanished without a trace. Chu Lingyue immediately pulled out her freshman token, and with a thought, the hologram of the Yuhuan Xianbao flower appeared before them. It was a cluster of small yellow flowers, with purple veins in its leaves, sharp-edged leaves, and round petals. It looked very appealing. This is the Yuhuan Xianbao flower. It's truly beautiful, Chu Sibiu remarked, amazed by its appearance since she hadn't seen many rare treasures like this. Even Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru had never come across it before, so they took some time to memorize the features of the Yuhuan Xianbao flower and imprint it in their minds. Chu Lingyue glanced around and mentally reviewed all the rare herbs she had learned about from books, recalling where this particular one grew. This way, Chu Lingyue raised her head, checking the position of the sun, then led Chu Sibiu and the others toward the rear part of the forest. Jiang Fu and the others quickly followed. Do you already have a rough idea of its location? Have you seen it before? Jiang Fu's curiosity grew, bordering on disbelief. Chu Lingyue touched her nose lightly. I've seen it before, at least in the library archives. So I remember its general growth patterns. It shouldn't be too hard to find, but the forest is vast, so we need to identify the correct area where the Yuhuan Xianbao flower grows. I see. Jiang Fu understood. By the time Chu Lingyue and the group had wandered far ahead, the other freshmen were still standing there helplessly, unsure of what to do. They only had an hour. Where were they supposed to start looking? As expected, most would likely fail this first test. They all looked disheartened. However, Chu Lingyue and her companions strolled through the forest as if it were just a casual outing. Big sister, Chu Sibiu couldn't understand why Chu Lingyue seemed so relaxed and carefree while exploring. The humidity isn't enough yet, so we need to move forward, Chu Lingyue observed. The Yuhuan Xianbao flower grew in damp areas that also received sunlight. She continued, tracking the sun to determine the direction. For Chu Lingyue, this first trial was ridiculously easy. It was practically a free point. Without any difficulty, she knew exactly where to go. Chapter 252, What title? The virtual illusion was indeed vast. Chu Lingyue and her 3 companions had walked for at least half an hour without encountering another person. She guessed that the 5 maps tasks were all randomly assigned, and the next time, their group of 4 might be split apart. After walking for less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Chu Lingyue stopped in her tracks. A faint rustling sound reached her ears. Be careful, there's something around us. Chu Lingyue's face was full of caution. You wait here for a moment while I go check. With a light step, she leaped onto the treetop and disappeared into the forest ahead. Jiang Fu and the other 2 rested on the spot, waiting quietly for Chu Lingyue to return. Before long, Chu Lingyue landed lightly on a tree branch. Below her feet lay a swamp area teeming with monsters. 2 types of monsters were fighting over territory, leaving no place safe to step. This was the only way forward, so her gaze swept the surroundings before setting off again to scout. Chu Siyu and the others waited for a short while before Chu Lingyue returned. Let's go. We'll detour. The path ahead is a marshland covered with monsters. Let's not disturb them. After all, They had less than half an hour left. It would be safest to find the illusory mystic flower first. The rule was only about the time limit and did not specify their mode of action. All right, we'll follow, sister, said Chu Siyu as the trio followed Chu Lingyue towards another direction. They ascended the treetops, never once touching the ground, silently slipping through the marshland to avoid attracting the monster's attention. By then, obtaining the illusory mystic flower would become even harder. Luckily, they passed through smoothly, and Chu Lingyue continued leading them. She was relying on her knowledge of where the illusory mystic flower typically grew. After 2 incense sticks worth of time, they truly found the illusory mystic flowers, scattered along the edge of a cliff. They bloomed in clusters of small yellow flowers, their veins purple, leaves sharp, petals round, truly more beautiful by far than the projection had shown. However, there was still one obstacle before them. The illusory mystic flowers were right in front of them, yet they stood rooted to the spot. In front of them lay a 100-meter-long stretch of marshland, constantly bubbling up with gas bubbles of varying sizes. Sister, how do we reach it? Asked Chu Siyu. Even if they activated their martial spirits to fly across, it would be difficult to easily get the flower, since there was no solid ground to stand on in the marsh, and the illusory mystic flowers grew atop it. With no support beneath their feet, how could they retrieve the flowers? Fufu, do you have any good ideas? Chu Lingyue crossed her arms, smiling as she asked. Just fly across. Find a plank, place it underfoot, and grab the illusory mystic flower as quickly as possible, Jiangfu suggested. Her method was straightforward and decisive, without any unnecessary complexity. But we don't have a plank, Xiangru pointed out his issue. Aren't you capable? For someone like you, this should be nothing. Jiangfu rolled her eyes. If she hadn't noticed Xiangru there, she wouldn't have even raised such a stupid question. How Fufu trusts me. I absolutely won't disappoint your expectations. Let me prepare now. Please wait just a little. Xiangru was overcome with excitement, darting deep into the forest and rolling up his sleeves to work fervently. Chu Lingyue and Chu Siyu simultaneously froze. Xiangru truly had a brain that worked differently from most people and seemed highly motivated. Just wait, Xiangru acted swiftly. He'll get it done in less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Jiangfu stated nonchalantly. She wasn't worried at all. Chu Lingyue smiled faintly. Apparently, Jiangfu had decided Xiangru was her guy, ready to follow her orders, which suited perfectly fine. Chu Siyu was really surprised. Were there truly men like Xiangru in the world who were obedient and agreeable to every request? Sure enough, within less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Xiangru returned carrying a fresh wooden board on his shoulder. Fufu, what shall we do now? It's simple. Fly across, place the board underfoot, and grab the illusory mystic flower as fast as possible, said Jiangfu. All right, I'll go now. Xiangru complied instantly without complaint. Because there were no specific rules set, Xiangru managed to pick 4 illusory mystic flowers alone, and their team would consider passing the first level. As Jiangfu had predicted, Xiangru moved swiftly. Within the blink of an eye, he gathered the 4 illusory mystic flowers. His feet pressed down momentarily on the wooden board for leverage, causing his body to leap immediately into the air, escaping the swamp region. He excitedly handed the 4 illusory mystic flowers to Jiangfu. Fufu, look, I successfully retrieved them. Your strategy works best. Chu Siyu, standing beside Chu Lingyue, felt so awkward he could have carved himself a whole apartment. This was clearly him trying to curry favor without proper context or situation. Jiangfu responded indifferently, but seemed fairly satisfied. Then she distributed 1 flower to each member. The moment the illusory mystic flowers reached each of their hands, a holographic projection of Min-Si immediately appeared before them. Min-Si also looked curiously at the 4 of them, exclaiming in surprise, Huh? I didn't expect that the ones to complete the first task would actually be you 4. What a coincidence. Min-Si remembered Chu Lingyue and her companions extremely well. The incident in Hillock City had thoroughly changed her perception of this year's freshmen. Even in the small towns within the Canglan Continent, there were many extraordinary talents hidden away, which made her appreciate them even more. Especially Chu Lingyue, the holy maiden of Hillock City. The strength she had displayed was far from what Dong Fengyu had described. She seemed the most ordinary among the 4. Yet, for some reason, Min-Si held a special fondness for her. This student, she had decided, must become hers. However, as a device soul master, Min-Si wasn't sure if Chu Lingyue's potential suited the cultivation of device souls. This still needed consideration. She eagerly awaited their upcoming performance. Not only Min-Si, but the entire playground erupted with excitement. On the large screen, the figures of Chu Lingyue and her 3 companions were clearly displayed, causing onlookers to express admiration. It seemed that this year's freshmen were truly strong. Did you hear? The fastest ones to pass the first trial this year are these 4. Rumor has it that within 2 days, they also accepted the Lan Yuntown mission at the Star Luo Task Distribution Center, completing it in less than 2 days. Lan Yuntown? Isn't that the mission we abandoned last year? Yes, that's right. It was our city's only Lan Yuntown mission. They actually succeeded? All students who had taken the Lan Yuntown mission in previous years blushed in embarrassment, but also couldn't help feeling bu-fu cheat, unwilling to concede. Wasn't this clearly slapping their faces? This year's freshmen were indeed audacious. They hadn't officially joined Star Luo Academy yet, but already dared to look down on them. This was unbearable. If they managed to successfully enroll in Star Luo Academy, those 4 would certainly get what they deserved. There'd be hell to pay for them. At this point, the woman seated beside Min-Si leaned close to whisper softly in her ear, Do you know? Just a couple of days ago, these 4 broke the Lan Yuntown mission record. What? Min-Si was shocked. These four. But soon, she calmed down and added, "Ah, I understand now. We'll talk about it later." The woman nodded and continued observing the freshman. Chu Lingyue and her companions stood where they were, gazing at the floating hologram. They noticed Min-Si exchange whispers with the female elder by her side, but their voices were muted. They could hear nothing. Chapter 253. Haven't thought of a title because I'm too lazy. Soon, the sound resumed, and Min-Si stood up to announce their successful entry into the second round. Once again, a dazzling light flashed before the four of them. When Chu Lingyue opened her eyes again, she found herself alone. Jiang Fu, Xiang Ru, and Chu Siyu were all gone. Siyu? Fufu. Chu Lingyue looked around, but only saw an endless desert. The scorching sun above was almost blinding. Chu Lingyue took out a parasol from her spatial ring to block the intense sunlight. It seems they've really been separated as I thought, though I have no idea where they've been randomly sent. Chu Lingyue shrugged, not at all worried about Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru. However, Chu Siyu had little worldly experience despite his knowledge from travels. He'd never encountered such a situation. Oh, a sudden idea struck Chu Lingyue. Since there were no rules, couldn't she contact Chu Siyu with the communication mirror? If they were in the same illusionary realm, it should work. Chu Lingyue pulled out the communication mirror from her spatial ring and immediately attempted to connect with Chu Siyu. The communication mirror shimmered with a green glow, showing they were on the same task, but had been teleported to different locations. However, after a long wait, the call did not go through. She temporarily gave up. I'll find them later, eventually. Just as she started walking, Min-Si's holographic projection appeared right in front of her. It must be a unified projection for the entire virtual illusory realm. Congratulations for making it to the second stage. All first-year students are now in the desert map. Kill 1,000 magical beasts to proceed to the next stage. Min-Si announced. So all the freshmen were currently in this map. Each person had to kill 1,000 magical beasts. It seemed this desert map would be filled with them. There are still no rule or time restrictions, so please feel free to unleash yourselves. In this map, only basic-level magical beasts will appear, though there's a 10% chance to trigger a high-level beast. Be cautious. I await you all in the third stage. After speaking, Min-Si's figure disappeared. Chu Lingyue stood alone atop a tall sandstone mound in the desert. She gazed far ahead, nothing but a seemingly endless expanse of sand, without a hint of green anywhere. I should have given both Fufu and Xiang Ru communication mirrors. Chu Lingyue muttered and criticized herself aloud. Her delicate hand, hidden under wide sleeves, pinched gently as she tried to locate Chu Siyu. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes. Oh, they're over there. Chu Lingyue looked toward the southwest direction and set off hastily, but her pace was leisurely rather than rushed. On the large screen displaying multiple feeds in the training field, Chu Lingyue's image appeared prominently. The upperclassmen developed some interest in her. They admired her beauty, thinking that this year's freshman class was truly impressive. In the crowd, Ao Yanqing stared wide-eyed at Chu Lingyue, astonished that her savior was actually a first-year student at Star Luo Academy. Beside her, Ao Yensno, with a proud demeanor, asked carefully, "Qingqing, do you know this woman?" She noticed how Ao Yanqing became visibly moved upon seeing Chu Lingyue. Ao Yanqing quickly turned away and denied it with waving hands. No, sister, I don't know her. I just think this year's freshmen are quite interesting." "Is that so?" Ao Yensno expressed doubts, but didn't say more. "By the way, have you found the woman who saved you last time?" "Not yet." Ao Yanqing shook her head. "I've sent people to search. We should have news soon. You must thank her sincerely when found." "I know, sister," Ao Yanqing replied. Suddenly Ao Yensno glanced backward, and a shadow immediately left. "I have something else to deal with. You can watch slowly." "All right, sister, go ahead." Ao Yanqing smiled and secretly wished Ao Yensno would leave sooner. Once Ao Yensno had truly departed, Ao Yanqing began focusing on Chu Lingyue again. Never had she expected her benefactor to be so powerful. Just then, the massive floating virtual screen rapidly changed. It suddenly split into 9 small windows, showing the heirs of the 7 royal families of Supreme City. One window was allocated to Chu Lingyue, while another showed other groups of freshmen. No one in the scene had anticipated that Chu Lingyue alone could rival the 7 royal families in prominence. Her elegance and bearing matched theirs without any shortfall. Everyone knew all the windows were system allocated. Who, then, was Chu Lingyue, and where did she come from? For her to possess such capability that even the system paid attention to her, people naturally grew more curious about her. Meanwhile, Chu Lingyue in the desert map was unaware of what happened outside. She focused intently on fighting magical beasts while searching for Chu Siyu and the others. It could be seen that she had already single-handedly killed over 100 low-level magical beasts, and the number displayed at the upper right corner of the window was the amount of magical beasts Chu Lingyue had killed. Wow, this freshman named Chu Lingyue is too strong. In less than half an hour, she has already killed over 100 low-level magical beasts all by herself. If she keeps this up, won't she be the first to complete the second task? Yes, look at the other 7 royal families. None of them have surpassed her. Quick, look. That's Lan Shumong from the City of No Thought, also the younger sister of Lani Ru, ranked in the top 10 of our Star Luo Academy. And yet, even this daughter of heaven lags behind by dozens. Within one of the windows, there stood a graceful white figure continuously killing low-level magical beasts, with every move fatal and her posture elegant. But Lan Shumong's beauty certainly deserves the title of stunning beauty, while Chu Lingyue slightly falls short. The senior students were all discussing which woman among these possessed superior beauty, their gazes clearly biased. There's also Sheng Wanju from Yingfeng City, an incredibly rare beauty with sweet looks and outstanding martial spirit. The senior students all praised her, acknowledging how fierce the incoming freshmen were. Hey, wait a moment, there's suddenly a little girl next to Chu Linghua? Who is that? She seems unfamiliar. Everyone's attention immediately shifted back to Chu Linghua, their eyes glued to Xia Pianpian, truly the most doll-like decoration they'd ever seen. A little girl carrying a big cleaver stood in front of her. She appeared to be about 12 or 13 years old, her cheeks red, her lips curved upwards in bright pink hues, her two large eyes shimmering like stars. It's you. Xia Pianpian looked at Chu Linghua, blinking her eyes with surprise, and smiled. Xia Pianpian? Chu Linghua simultaneously recognized Xia Pianpian as well. Never would she have expected that after 3 months, they'd meet again here. It was fate. It's me. I didn't expect to meet you here. How amazing is that? Xia Pianpian casually rested the huge cleaver on her slight shoulders and crossed her hands behind her back, looking at Chu Linghua with a cute expression. All right, have you seen my younger sister? Chu Linghua asked, knowing Xia Pianpian had come precisely from the southwest direction. Not yet. Are you going to find your sister? How about we team up? The desert map is so vast, it's quite boring for me to fight magical beasts alone. Xia Pianpian touched her nose tip, extending a sincere invitation to Chu Linghua. Chapter 254, Big Change, The Lowly. Xia Pianpian was dressed in a red and white dress. Her buns were decorated with 2 big bows on each side, and tassels hanging naturally from them carried tiny red bells that chimed softly as the wind brushed her bangs to her eyebrows. The sound of the chimes complemented her round face, exuding an air of innocence. Her wide eyes revealed pure innocence, fresh and adorable, evoking no suspicion in others. Is it okay? Xia Pianpian noticed Chu Linghua gazing at her intently, without saying anything, so she tilted her head slightly to one side, revealing a somewhat awkward smile. I'm alone anyway, so why don't we? All right, Chu Linghua agreed. Yes, I don't have to do this quest alone, great. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xia Pianpian let out a joyful shout, her gestures radiating pure cuteness. The senior students watching couldn't help but blush at how overly cute she was. Apparently, they now focused even more attention on Xia Pianpian. Cheers followed one after another. Unaware, Xia Pianpian enthusiastically reached over and grabbed Chu Linghua's arm. That's settled then. Let's go? First, let's find your sister. You're not going to do your quests? Chu Linghua asked with a faint smile, still not used to being touched by Xia Pianpian, but didn't push her away either. It can be done along the way, no problem. Low-level monsters are everywhere, ready anytime. As long as there's someone with me, that's all good. Xia Pianpian blushed slightly. It was her first time getting close to someone alive like this. All right, replied Chu Linghua, surprised at how spontaneous Xia Pianpian was. It seemed there was no issue for her either. Having someone around on the journey would make it easier for mutual assistance and add some fun. Thus, the two set off toward the southwest direction, fighting monsters along the way. But their performance left the audience stunned. They were soon surrounded by a group of low-level monsters, easily over 100 in number. They snarled and bared their teeth, ready to attack at any moment. Already slung over Xia Pianpian's neck was a large broadsword, which was now eager for battle. Seeing so many low-level monsters, a fire ignited within her heart. It was time to display her full power. From here on, we fight separately. Despite joining forces, the goal was clear, to finish the task individually. She wasn't about to give up her chance. Absolutely. Chu Linghua's fighting spirit flared too. If Xia Pianpian wanted to play, she'd play well. Hey, here comes my move. Suddenly, Xia Pianpian grabbed her huge sword with her right hand, leaped lightly into the air, and charged towards the group of monsters. This unexpected contrast between innocence and fierce strength made the onlookers drop their jaws in disbelief. What? Too powerful. She is such an explosively cute lowly. Where does she get the strength to wield a sword that weighs dozens of pounds? That's right. Everyone shouted in surprise, eyes bulging wide in disbelief. Could it be? This was the real power of a lowly. Is this world changing too fast? Chu Linghua did not rush to act. All her focus was captivated by Xia Pianpian. She possessed a 7-stage spiritual cultivation strength, at least stronger than when they met in Hill City, no doubt. Yeah. Here comes my move again. Xia Pianpian went berserk amidst the low-level monsters, and Chu Linghua followed suit. In an instant, her figure disappeared, only to reappear outside the circle of low-level monsters. With her backhands crossed behind her, she turned and caused a wave of low-level monsters to collapse where she had just stood, letting out their last breaths. Onlookers grew even more amazed. Wow, these rookies this year were truly extraordinary, each possessing remarkable strength and skills. Their senior positions were now seriously under threat. So strong, huh? Let me try too. Not wanting to fall behind, Xia Pianpian swung her broadsword again and ran forward relentlessly. Another batch of low-level monsters succumbed to her blade. Chu Linghua, on the other hand, fought independently, focusing on her own targets yet never hindering Xia Pianpian. Their battle scene blurred everyone's vision quickly. Soon enough, they had evenly split the over 100 monsters, leaving not a single one standing. Xia Pianpian hoisted the heavy broadsword back onto her shoulder and walked confidently up to Chu Linghua. Above her head floated a virtual number representing the amount of slain monsters. 203. So strong are you? Xia Pianpian grew increasingly excited. She must challenge Chu Linghua further. It would be extremely entertaining. Haha, not bad yourself. Chu Lingwei replied with a concerned smile. The number above Xia Pianpian's head displayed 198, a commendable score showing her exceptional skill. Let's go, said Chu Lingwei. Time was no longer an option as she continued forward, seeking Chu Suyu. She wondered how her sister was faring. All right, Xia Pianpian laughed heartily, her left hand holding Chu Lingyue's arm and her right shoulder bearing the large cleaver. Together, they continued across the desert, spreading harmony around them. This shocked all onlookers. What? Aren't these two human? The ones who just moments ago were evenly competing against each other in slaying low-level monsters had now turned into best friends. Did you hear? Chu Lingyue is the Holy Maiden of Hill City, someone from the crowd said. The Holy Maiden of Hill City? Is that the Hill City near the Beast Forest? Another asked. Yes, that's the one. It's only a small town. What makes their Holy Maiden special? How could she compare to our academy's proud Ao Danchua? Not even close. Even Lan Iru surpasses her in every way. Someone else chimed in. That's true. Both Ao Danchua and Lan Iru are infamous female leaders in our academy. Not only beautiful, but unmatched in power. There are also royal members from Supreme City. Their power easily dwarfs those two. Entering Xinglua Academy doesn't mean anything. There's still no match. The crowd burst into laughter. An hour later, something strange occurred. After Chu Lingwei and Xia Pianpian, not a single low-level monster was seen again. Could it be because they were too strong, scaring off even the lowest-level monsters? Xia Pianpian had already finished her water supply, her rosy cheeks shimmering with a thin layer of sweat. If it weren't for Chu Lingwei carrying an umbrella, she would have surely been sunburnt by now. Chu Lingwei handed over her water bag to Xia Pianpian. Have some. Thanks. Xia Pianpian accepted it without hesitation, taking a big gulp, but almost immediately, she got choked, coughing up a storm. Peep, cough, cough, cough. Why is this alcohol? Xia Pianpian looked utterly dumbfounded as her face flushed visibly redder by the second. Sorry. Chu Lingwei chuckled and apologized before pulling out another water bag from her space ring. She handed it over to Xia Pianpian. This one isn't wrong. Just take it. Seeing Xia Pianpian hesitate, Chu Lingwei couldn't help but question. Had trust between people disappeared so easily? Then Chu Lingwei took a sip herself to prove it. It's really water. I'm not lying. I accidentally picked up the wrong one last time. She forcibly swapped Xia Pianpian's wine-filled pouch with her own water-filled one. Chapter 255, Fight Fire with Fire. Xia Pianpian cautiously sniffed the water and, after making sure it had no smell of alcohol, gulped down several large sips. Thank you. You're welcome. Chu Lingwei shrugged, handing over the umbrella to Xia Pianpian. She pulled another one from her storage ring and opened it above her head. Are you really carrying these things around all the time? Asked Xia Pianpian, increasingly astonished by the items that were rarely needed but turned out to be crucial when the time came. Chu Lingwei impressed her with this practical approach. The sun is scorching. You must protect your skin, Chu Lingwei said casually, displaying her profound knowledge of health preservation. Wow, exclaimed Xia Pianpian, starting to deeply admire Chu Lingwei. Thank you for lending me your umbrella. You're too kind, Chu Lingwei responded, smiling gently, her eyes gleaming beautifully. This made Xia Pianpian's face flush, and she knew it wasn't due to the heat, but because Chu Lingwei warmed her heart. As Chu Lingwei moved further away, Xia Pianpian followed quickly with her umbrella raised high. Hey, wait for me. Half a jaw stick later, Chu Lingwei stood on a tall peak in the desert, gazing into the distance. The number of low-level demons she faced dwindled more and more, and she realized that every freshman needed to kill 1,000 low-level demons, so the low-level demons in the desert might not be enough for everyone. Otherwise, by now, she should have killed her quota. But apart from two earlier groups of demons she encountered, she had only seen scattered individual ones. This was the ingenious part of this test. To gather 1,000 low-level demons and pass, it required not only speed, but also precise sensitivity in locating demon traces. Otherwise, staying here for half a month might not lead to killing 1,000 low-level demons. Thus, while looking for Chu Siyu and others, she also had to accurately find where the low-level demons gathered. If not, other freshmen might beat them to it, and they might fail this challenge. As Chu Lingwei pondered, Xia Pianpian tilted her head and looked far into the endless horizon. There are people over there hunting low-level demons. Following Xia Pianpian's gaze, Chu Lingwei indeed saw some flickering shadows in the distance. Let's go take them, Chu Lingwei suggested matter-of-factly, as this seemed like the only way to pass at this point. Isn't that inappropriate? Xia Pianpian, shocked, expressed her difficulty. She hadn't done such a thing before. It didn't seem fair. Would you rather fail the test? Chu Lingwei countered. I don't want to fail, but we don't have to snatch them, do we? There are so many low-level demons in the desert. We could just find another place, Xia Pianpian reasoned, still not comprehending the gravity of the situation. We've been walking for more than an hour. How many low-level demons have we hunted? Chu Lingwei questioned her. 200, Xia Pianpian answered, noting the exact count floating above her head, 198. So, within more than an hour, we haven't come across a single low-level demon. Don't you find that strange? Chu Lingwei continued probing. Yes, Xia Pianpian mused, starting to see the truth behind it. While the second test has no limit on time, there simply won't be enough demons for all 500 students, Chu Lingwei hinted delicately. Why? Xia Pianpian blinked her big eyes innocently, still staring blankly at Chu Lingwei. Her mind just couldn't grasp the concept yet. If there were less than 10,000 low-level demons in the desert, wouldn't that be insufficient? Chu Lingwei posed another question. 1,000 each for 500 people. Do you think that would be enough? Xia Pianpian began counting on her fingers. It seems not enough, and even worse, half of the new students might fail the second test. Therefore, if we don't act decisively, we will surely fail too. Chu Lingyue stated firmly, finally clarifying matters in Xia Pianpian's mind. What are we waiting for then? Let's get going. Xia Pianpian suddenly understood and paid no attention anymore to fairness or decency. She had to pass the test. She immediately ran toward the group fighting nearby. You run slower. Be careful of quicksand. Chu Lingyue helplessly called out and hurriedly followed her. Xia Pianpian truly acted impulsively and eagerly, showing her extreme determination to pass the test. Hurry up, Xia Pianpian shouted back, already running far ahead. When the two girls arrived, there were still at least 300 to 500 low-level demons left. This group was even larger than what they had previously encountered. Xia Pianpian didn't hesitate. She swiftly rushed into the crowd of demons and engaged in fierce battle. Chu Lingyue wasted no time either and quickly joined in the fight. In the midst of battling the demons, two other freshmen were paired together, skillfully wielding their spiritual weapons. When they noticed Chu Lingyue and Xia Pianpian charging in unexpectedly, their faces immediately soured in displeasure. Quick look, they've met with Lu Qianxiu from Ruli City and Sheng Wanqiu from Yingfeng City. The crowd on the playground immediately burst into chaos. No one had expected Chu Lingyue and Xia Pianpian to encounter the successors of two imperial families. And they were even seizing low-level demons. They were the future leaders of two cities among the unparalleled one cities, and yet these two dared to be so reckless as to snatch their prey. Lu brother, what's wrong with these two? Sheng Wanqiu stood her ground, silver whip in hand, glaring at the two unexpected intruders with hostility. How dare they seize their demons right under their noses? It was utterly shameless. Lu Qianxiu looked even less pleased. Don't worry about them for now. Let's quickly hunt down the demons. All right, Sheng Wanqiu said no more and rushed into the battle. Of course, they knew the rules of this level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so averse to the two girls. However, Chu Lingyue and Xia Pianpian moved too swiftly and managed to eliminate all the low-level demons before they could react. One thing an uncle might endure, but a wife certainly wouldn't. Sheng Wanqiu flew into a rage. Leaping into the air, she lashed out with her silver whip. You truly know no shame. These demons were ours first, and you still dare to take them. I'll make you regret crossing me. Suppressing her short temper with difficulty, Sheng Wanqiu summoned her martial spirit and attacked the two without mercy. Be careful. Chu Lingyue tilted her body back, both feet tapping the ground lightly, flying backward to avoid Sheng Wanqiu's explosive attack. Pang, pang, pang. Countless sand particles were blasted away by the force, creating a magnificent scene. There are no restrictions in this second test. Whoever kills owns it. Where's there any snatching? Xia Pianpian retorted. Due to dodging a split second too late, she had been covered in dust, continuously brushing the grains off. These demons belong to my companion and me. Why don't you go back where you came from? Must you compete with us? Sheng Wanqiu's voice trembled with anger. She had never suffered such indignity throughout her life. Normally elevated far above others, no one ever dared to be so disrespectful as to seize what she set her eyes on. Chu Lingyue remained calm. The second test was essentially a race for grabs. She merely acted according to the rules and didn't target anyone specifically. Hunting low-level demons depended on ability, and who killed them, they owned. She also hadn't missed noticing earlier that these two had forcibly seized this group of low-level demons from other freshmen, injuring those in the process. Reaping benefits like a fisherman capitalizing on others' battles. Why shouldn't she be able to do the same? Chapter 256. You are incredible. Where did you see that? Earlier, I clearly saw you snatch a low-level magical beast from someone else. We merely followed your lead. Chu Lingyue spoke, taking large strides to stand beside Xia Pianpian. The two stood side by side, one tall and one short, one cute and the other beautiful. You? Sheng Wanqiu became extremely agitated, realizing her previous actions had been seen by these two women. Lu brother, look at these two. They're shamelessly boasting. When have we ever taken things from others? It's just survival of the fittest. Sheng Wanqiu stomped her feet in front of Lu Qianxiu and began pouting childishly. Xia Pianpian let out a small, cute voice. We're simply practicing the survival of the fittest as well, but we aren't as ruthless as you. You directly chased the person away and didn't even leave a single low-level magical beast for the other freshmen. Humph. She carried a large machete on her shoulder, and her angry expression made her appear strangely adorable. Is this what they call charming contrast? You. Sheng Wanqiu was so enraged her cheeks turned bright red. She glared at them with hatred, but soon recovered. Brother Lu, look at them. What cunning mouths. They twist white into black. Hurry up and teach them a lesson. What? Can't argue back, so you want to fight? Xia Pianpian placed her hand on her hip, looking quite intimidating. Her arrogance grew stronger because Chu Lingyue was there supporting her. She had just witnessed Chu Lingyue being incredibly fierce, killing magical beasts as swift as lightning. Brother Lu. Sheng Wanqiu kept stomping on the ground, thoroughly frustrated. She couldn't understand why these two insisted on opposing her. Just because she took some low-level magical beasts from other freshmen? What did that have to do with them? Lu Qianxiu's eyes were cold and piercing. Ladies, we have no grudges or grievances against you. Why must you specifically target us? Have we ever targeted you? We simply don't agree with how you conduct yourselves. Chu Lingyue smiled gently. If you wish to hunt magical beasts, then everyone should rely on their own abilities. Snatching from others, what's the point in that? You're not any different. Lu Qianxiu exclaimed, filled with anger. Just doing the right thing and teaching you how to act properly when necessary. Chu Lingyue giggled behind her hand, apparently perceiving that Lu Qianxiu was more calculating while Sheng Wanshu lacked patience. Pian, let's go. Chu Lingyue stated calmly, believing they'd already given them enough of a lesson. There was no need to linger and quarrel further. Don't leave. Sheng Wanshu wasn't about to allow them to go. She waved her silver whip, viciously attacking their backs from behind. As the princess of a noble lineage, how could she tolerate being taught manners by two unknown women? If word got out, her reputation would be ruined. There was no way she wouldn't give them a proper punishment. Be careful, Chu Lingyue warned. A powerful gale struck from behind, prompting both Chu Lingyue and Xia Pian to immediately separate, standing one to each side. Sheng Wanshu's silver whip swung wildly and missed its target entirely, smashing forcefully onto a pile of gravel and sending sand flying everywhere. Bang bang bang. Indeed, Sheng Wanshu's strikes were cruel. If they had been hit by her whip, it might have shattered their spines. But Sheng Wanshu didn't stop, activating her martial spirit once again, lunging fiercely at Chu Lingyue. Take this. Chu Lingyue, quick on her feet, deftly dodged the harsh attacks from Sheng Wanshu and continued to retreat. Sheng Wanshu relentlessly pursued her, swinging her silver whip around wildly, emitting glowing green light all over. Chu Lingyue stopped dodging, deciding instead to engage her in a battle. After all, it was Sheng Wanshu who initiated the conflict, and Chu Lingyue retaliated only for self-defense. The second test never said anything about not fighting back if attacked, did it? Since there were no rules laid down, nothing could be blamed on her if something went awry. Clap clap clap. In the blink of an eye, Chu Lingyue caught Sheng Wanshu's direct attack with bare hands and forcefully pulled the silver whip, resulting in a tug-of-war between them. Let go. Sheng Wanshu's rage exploded. She couldn't believe that there existed such an insolent individual within the Canglan Continent, someone who dared seize her silver whip. Do you know who I am? I'm Sheng Wanshu, the royal princess of Yingfeng City, and Lu brother is the prince of Liuli City. No matter who it is, none can afford to offend me. Sheng Wanshu roared furiously, pulling hard on the silver whip. And so? Chu Lingyue asked calmly. In Xinglua Academy, everyone is equal. Will showing off your extraordinary status make me bow before you? Could you really think your imperial identity will let you come and go freely in Xinglua Academy, where wrongdoings won't be held accountable? Chu Lingyue sarcastically replied. Sheng Wanshu's normally exquisite features contorted in frustration. She hadn't expected this woman to be so articulate, leaving her unable to find any counter-arguments. Wasn't it enough that she merely stole a few magical beasts from the freshmen? Did it have to end like this? Watch me beat you to death. Sheng Wanshu cried, reactivating her martial spirit, violently shaking her silver whip, breaking free from Chu Lingyue. Chu Lingyue's eyes narrowed, retreating to a safe distance as she said, feeling embarrassed because I hit the nail on the head? If this can be tolerated, what cannot? Do you really think I can't beat you? Sheng Wanshu exclaimed, her entire body exploding with dense emerald radiance. She had been completely enraged by Chu Lingyue. How could her dignity be challenged so openly? Level 7 Spiritual Cultivator. Xia Pian hadn't expected that Sheng Wanshu possessed such formidable strength. Compared to a martial spirit, Chu Lingyue might be at a disadvantage. Chu Lingyue had never revealed her true abilities in front of others, and Xia Pian began to genuinely worry. Regardless of how strong Chu Lingyue was, against an absolute martial spirit, she would only suffer losses. She happened to be stronger than Chu Lingyue, so Sheng Wanshu insisted that Xia Pian should face her. After all, Xia Pian was at stage 1 of Spirit King. Handling Sheng Wanshu would be as easy as pie. Xia Pian's expression changed as she suddenly charged toward Sheng Wanshu with her massive machete, which weighed almost as much as she did, creating a chiming sound from its iron rings that echoed powerfully through the air. In an instant, she swung it down directly toward Sheng Wanshu's forehead. Sheng Wanshu quickly pulled back the silver whip, turning around just in time with both hands holding the whip high above her head. It was too late to dodge. She had no choice but to forcefully withstand the heavy strike that fell like a 1,000-pound rock. The silver whip slipped down from her left hand while Sheng Wanshu gritted her teeth, struggling hard to maintain its position so as not to get split in half right there and then. The blade was merely centimeters away from her face. Both of her legs were already sunken deep into the sand due to the immense weight overhead, yet she dared not loosen even for a moment, desperately resisting Xia Pian's attack with all her might. You should come at me instead. What's your issue attacking Chu Lingyue? Can she even stand up to you? Xia Pian spat out harsh words in a cute little girl's tone. Standing aside watching the scene unfold, Chu Lingyue idly touched her nose tip. There was no problem at all with her reprimanding Sheng Wanshu. It seemed Xia Pian misunderstood her quite deeply. But this was fine. It saved her a lot of trouble. Pian, let's talk things out nicely without throwing punches. Chu Lingyue lightly intervened from the side, although her persuasion was only symbolic. Chapter 257, Jump Up and Hit You. She already jumped up to hit you, and you don't punish her? Are we supposed to suffer? Xia Pian said fiercely, but her voice that resembled a child's was quite amusing. You? Sheng Wanshu was absolutely enraged. Restrained completely by Xia Pian, she wouldn't tolerate anyone challenging her limit. Luo Gij, the two of them are bullying me together. Hurry up and help me teach them a lesson. Sheng Wanshu pleaded pitifully. Since she couldn't beat Xia Pian, she would let Lu Qianxiu help her. Let go of Wanshu. Direct your grievances at me. Lu Qianxiu came forward immediately to assist. Don't. We have no grievance. The one who started this was actually Sheng Wanshu. If she stops harassing us, then that would be it. Let's go our separate ways. Chu Lingyue quickly defined priorities. First, she and Xia Pianpian had no intention of bullying anyone. It was only because they disliked their arrogant behaviors and decided to teach them a little lesson, letting them know there's always someone better, definitely not someone they could treat lightly. Luo Gij, don't listen to them. Look at me now. I am the one getting beaten. Help me push these people away, Shen Wanshu said. Her legs were sinking deeper and deeper into the sand. If it continued, she would be caught in quicksand, leaving her unable to climb out. Let go of Wanshu quickly. Lu Qianxiu realized the situation and pulled out a white jade flute from thin air, attacking Xia Pianpian. Hidden in his moves was a lethal intent. To want to kill Xia Pianpian was unacceptable. Chu Lingyue swiftly intervened, blocking Lu Qianxiu's way. At least let Shen Wanshu get more of a taste from Xia Pianpian. She'd take on Lu Qianxiu herself. Bang! Chu Lingyue and Lu Qianxiu instantly fought each other. I am your opponent. Do not dare approach Pianpian. At that moment, the large screen on the playground suddenly switched automatically from Chu Lingyue's fight window, showing Jiang Fu and Xiang Ru walking amidst the desert with swirling sands. Above their heads, the numbers shown were even more astonishing. Both had hunted over 500 low-level magic beasts. With this pace, undoubtedly, first place for passing the level would be theirs. On the side, where nobody noticed, Chu Lingyue and Lu Qianxiu were engaged in a fierce battle. She didn't expect Lu Qianxiu's spiritual martial arts spirit to be the same as Sheng Wanshu's 7th rank spirit cultivation, but compared to Sheng Wanshu, he was almost at the point of advancing, only needing a bit of an opportunity. He must have been stuck at the 7th rank of spirit cultivation for about half a year. Seeing Lu Qianxiu's strength at the 7th rank, Xia Pianpian couldn't help but worry about Chu Lingyue. Oh dear, he is too strong for you to handle. Let's leave, I will hold them back here. 2 at the 7th rank versus 1 at the 1st rank of the Spirit King stage. Holding them off for a while should be no problem. As long as Chu Lingyue isn't defeated, everything will be fine. She can easily escape. However, what Xia Pianpian hadn't expected was that in the blink of an eye, when her attention wandered, Sheng Wanshu took advantage of the gap, pushing forcefully and sending her great cleaver flying out of her hands. Cleaver gone, Xia Pianpian showed a look of surprise, abandoned restraining Sheng Wanshu, and immediately chased after her cleaver. Without hesitation, she turned her back completely to Sheng Wanshu. This was an excellent opportunity for him. Seeing this, Sheng Wanshu used her feet powerfully, leaping into the air, swinging her whip towards Xia Pianpian's back. Die. She had a terribly vicious look in her eyes, using all her might for this swing. Xia Pianpian's eyes were only fixed on retrieving her cleaver, paying no attention to Sheng Wanshu. Absolutely, her cleaver mustn't be left behind. It was her treasure. Trouble. Chu Lingyue saw trouble coming, pushing Lu Qianxiu forcefully away with her hands, realizing it was too late to intercept Sheng Wanshu. But actions delayed are often faster than words imply. She swiftly pulled out a piece of leaf, gold glimmering inside its veins before disappearing, then hurled it straight at Sheng Wanshu. It collided accurately in midair with the silver whip in her hand, precise and decisive, throwing Sheng Wanshu far away. Suddenly, there was a shriek of pain from Sheng Wanshu. Her palm stung painfully, losing control of her body as she fell directly onto a pile of gravel, falling flat on her face. Phew, cough, cough, cough. Sheng Wanshu got up from the ground, couldn't stop coughing, and her face was covered with sand, continuously spitting it out. She looked absolutely disheveled. You've bullied us too much. Sheng Wanshu pointed angrily at Chu Lingyue, really feeling bullied. Never, in all her life, had anyone dared bully her like this. Finally, Xia Pianpian managed to grab her cleaver, hugging it like a treasure in her arms. She was totally confused why Sheng Wanshu ended up sprawled out on the gravel, heap looking so wretched. Luo Qianxiu had just noticed Chu Lingyue's action. Though it was only for a fleeting moment, he saw her throwing something towards Sheng Wanshu, which caused her to be thrown into the gravel. You've used a trick. Luo Qianxiu held his jade flute and pointed at Chu Lingyue without any further words before launching another attack on her. Before Chu Lingyue could say anything, she found herself tangled up with Luo Qianxiu once again, neither backing down. Seeing this, Xia Pianpian, wielding her heavy broadsword that weighed dozens of jin, joined the battle between Chu Lingyue and Luo Qianxiu, completely forgetting about Sheng Wanshu. Sheng Wanshu, realizing that Xia Pianpian didn't even take her seriously, grew more enraged and charged towards them, whipping her silver whip. Dare to ignore me. Watch as I beat you both until you're crawling. The 4 of them were now locked in a fierce battle with 2 on each side. They each pulled out their ultimate skills. Xia Pianpian summoned a tornado, instantly raising sand and gravel high into the air in spirals. Sheng Wanshu was gradually being driven back. She hadn't expected Xia Pianpian to be so powerful, having her spirit power reach the 1st stage of the Spirit King. How can such a small body have such explosive strength? She was the daughter of the heavens, yet her spiritual martial arts abilities fell short of a young girl's. If people knew, they would laugh her off the stage. Snap! Sheng Wanshu wielded her silver whip while lightly tapping her feet, moving closer to Luo Qianxiu's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Brother Lu, be careful, these 2 are not easy to deal with. She had already sensed it. Chu Lingyue had seemed dangerous at first, but now she realized Xia Pianpian was even more so. She was already 1 stage above Sheng Wanshu at the 1st level of the Spirit King stage. Even if the difference was minimal, it represented a whole level of advancement. And that made all the difference. She must join forces with Luo Qianxiu if they wanted to defeat Xia Pianpian. However, they still had Chu Lingyue to handle. and Sheng Wanshu started feeling overwhelmed. If she had known the combined force of the two girls would be so strong, she would have let them go earlier. She never thought she'd cause so much trouble by underestimating their capabilities. It was impossible to retreat now without losing face. What poor luck she had today, running into these two who brought nothing but bad fortune. Ugh, what an ominous day. Yeehaw. Lingwe, move aside. Xia Piampian lifted her hands high, spinning the giant cleaver in circles, summoning another whirlwind. Strong winds swirled violently, blinding everyone in the thick cloud of sand and wind. Chapter 258, Suffering a Silent Loss. Chu Lingyue quickly darted away, retreating to a safe spot. But Lu Qianxiu and Sheng Wanshu weren't as lucky. A sudden gust of wind swept them up into the air when Xia Bianbian unleashed her fierce wind. Two piercing screams rang out as Sheng Wanshu and Lu Qianxiu were lifted off their feet, spinning along with the twister. Xia Bianbian jammed her large cleaver deep into the sand, hands on her hips, laughing so hard her face nearly split. Let's see if you dare to oppress others anymore. Fell into my hands. That's just your bad luck. In just a few steps, Chu Lingyue reached Xia Bianbian's side. That's enough of a lesson. Let's go. As they spoke, the twister was gradually dissipating. It wouldn't be long before Sheng Wanshu and Lu Qianxiu broke free, ready to retaliate. Let's get out of here. Find Chu Siyu and the rest. Pass the second checkpoint as soon as possible. Fine, I'll follow you, Xia Bianbian replied, storing her large cleaver in her space ring and continuing toward the southwest alongside Chu Lingyue. Just as Chu Lingyue and Xia Bianbian had left, Sheng Wanshu and Lu Qianxiu broke free. Their figures vanished immediately. Lu brother, look, these two actually dared to play around with us. We can't let this go. Sheng Wanshu tugged forcefully at Lu Qianxiu's hand. Despite her beautiful face now being covered in grit, she looked utterly ridiculous. Wiping his eyes, Lu Qianxiu stared with dark intentions. Wanshu, don't worry. Next time we meet, I will make sure they regret it. One Chu Lingyue, one Xia Bianbian. Very good. Sheng Wanshu remembered their names, determined to give them what they deserved later. Chu Lingyue and Xia Bianbian had walked far away by then, when suddenly a strong windstorm blew past. Ha ha ha. That Sheng Wanshu and Lu Qianxiu must be absolutely fuming, said Xia Bianbian with obvious delight. Still laughing, Xia Bianbian didn't care about offending people. In a world where the strong ruled, they could think of retaliating once they could match her strength. Do you not fear revenge for making fools of them today? Chu Lingyue asked. Not afraid. How many can beat me? Xia Bianbian was extremely confident in her own abilities. Beyond yourself, there are always better ones. They may not defeat you alone, but who knows if they might send a group to quietly attack you. After all, they are from the royal families of two major cities, with immense influence, Chu Lingyue pointed out. So what? Can royalty act above everyone else? All we did was uphold justice. Xia Bianbian stood resolute, completely unafraid. Chu Lingyue sighed lightly, deeming Xia Bianbian overly young. You don't have to be scared. I'll protect you. Xia Bianbian patted her own little chest despite standing nearly at the shoulder level of Chu Lingyue. Yet she radiated great strength. She truly had the power to ensure Chu Lingyue's safety. You can protect me temporarily, but not forever. Chu Lingyue joked half-heartedly as both of them continued walking forward amidst the intensifying windstorm, which stung their eyes. Chu Lingyue put away her umbrella and took out a straw hat, putting it on to shield against the windstorm. She handed another straw hat to Xia Bianbian. Put it on. The storm is too fierce. Thanks. Xia Bianbian blushed slightly, folding her umbrella and handing it over to Chu Lingyue. You keep it, Chu Lingyue said, adding that once given away, items should not be asked back. Much appreciated. Xia Bianbian's cheeks flushed even redder as she accepted the umbrella and curiously asked, how do you manage to carry such inconspicuous equipment with you all the time? Such items had never crossed her mind. They seemed trivial until moments like these, proving vital in unforeseen situations. Could Chu Lingyue predict the future? Preparation. Chu Lingyue smiled, indicating her habit. I understand now. Xia Bianbian was deeply impressed by Chu Lingyue, admiring her conduct-worthy emulation, a true example of modern womanhood. Now, which way should we go? The windstorm is overwhelming. Xia Bianbian clutched the straw hat firmly, almost losing it in the strong winds. Let's find a place to hide first. This storm is too fierce. Chu Lingyue squinted slightly, noting the path ahead blocked by the relentless sandstorm. Trying to cross it forcibly might lead to dangerous quicksand from which escaping would be difficult. All right, listen to you, Xia Bianbian agreed. This way. Chu Lingyue checked their surroundings briefly, noticing a large mountain ahead, likely providing temporary shelter. Taking the initiative, Chu Lingyue grabbed Xia Bianbian's hand, forging through the windstorm together. The unexpected gesture startled Xia Bianbian momentarily. Hold on to me, Chu Lingyue explained simply. She certainly didn't want them separated or Xia Bianbian lost in the tempest. Sure, Xia Bianbian nodded, returning the grip, feeling an unusual warmth and slenderness from Chu Lingyue's hands. In her whole life, this was the first time holding hands with anyone. It felt strange yet indescribably comforting. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, they spotted a crevice big enough for both of them. Without hesitation, they squeezed in quickly. Because of the heavy wind and sandstorm, Chu Lingyue took out her bedboard from the space ring, propped it against the cave entrance to block out the pervasive yellow sand. After a brief rest, Chu Lingyue's communicator flickered. She picked it up, and Chu Siyu's figure immediately appeared on the screen. Sister, I finally found you. Where are you? The wind and sand are too strong. I can't see clearly. Chu Siyu said anxiously, covering her face with one hand as she moved forward. But before Chu Lingyue could speak in time, a colossal shadow suddenly appeared behind Chu Siyu, launching a fierce sneak attack. "See you behind you," Chu Lingyue shouted loudly, inwardly alarmed. Chu Siyu turned around at the sound and was instantly frozen by the sudden appearance of the monstrous creature behind her. With a cry of anguish, the communicator fell from her hand into the sand. All Chu Lingyue could hear were faint sounds of struggle. No matter how she called out, Chu Siyu didn't respond. "See you. See you." Chu Lingyue's face showed deep concern, and she pushed aside the bedboard, rushing out immediately. Seeing this, Xia Bianbian pulled Chu Lingyue back in time. "The storm outside is too violent. We can't go out yet. Ayu encountered a powerful monster. I need to find her," Chu Lingyue said. She had reason to suspect that the creature behind Chu Siyu was the hidden version monster, an advanced one with only a 10% chance of appearing. She feared Chu Siyu wouldn't be able to handle it, especially in such fierce winds. "I'll go with you," Xia Bianbian said. She didn't want to stay alone either. "All right," Chu Lingyue agreed, putting away the bedboard, then grabbed Xia Bianbian and plunged into the sandy windstorm, constantly determining the direction where Chu Siyu was located. The communicator would easily help her locate the position. This way, Chu Lingyue calculated quietly with her fingers under her wide sleeves, pulling Xia Bianbian forward quickly. Xia Bianbian couldn't understand why Chu Lingyue's sense of direction was so incredibly strong. The vast desert was all yellow sand without any distinguishing features. Yet she managed. It was simply amazing. Deep inside her heart, Xia Bianbian began to admire Chu Lingyue intensely. "Follow closely, we're almost there," Chu Lingyue said, getting closer and closer to Chu Siyu. Chapter 259, Found Chu Siyu. But just at this moment, their way was suddenly blocked by a group of low-level demons that had emerged from under the yellow sand. This time it was different from the previous ones. There were at least 500. She suddenly felt they were very annoying. Letting go of Xia Bianbian, she immediately summoned her Xianyu sword. Her feet touched the ground, and then she floated in midair. With her right hand tightly gripping the Xianyu sword, she swung it straight at the low-level demons, Billionairebooktok Huangquan. She mouthed the incantation clearly, and immediately an extremely strong gale erupted. A green light wave flew out of nowhere. In just one move, the 500 low-level demons fell to the ground, losing their breath. Xia Bianbian, whose eyes had been blinded by the wind and sand, was completely shocked. All she saw was that the low-level demons surrounding her suddenly collapsed, all turning into cold corpses. How terrifying! What kind of skill was this? Before she could react, Chu Lingyue had already put away the Xianyu sword and landed by her side. "Let's go." She didn't want to waste a single word and only wanted to reach Chu Siyu as quickly as possible. Though she had the cheetah beast by her side, even it was helpless against this sea of yellow sand. If they encountered quicksand again, she wouldn't dare to think about it. Xia Bianbian immediately looked up, subconsciously looking towards the top of Chu Lingyue's head, only to see that the number above her head had suddenly changed, 705. It was within the blink of an eye that she killed more than 500 low-level demons with just one move. How powerful was she? Xia Bianbian suddenly felt so scared. The frail appearance she showed was completely disproportionate to the strength she exhibited, wasn't it? Not only Xia Bianbian, but even the onlookers were stunned because they saw Chu Lingyue's name skyrocket to first place on the hunting demon rankings displayed on the big screen. The entire playground erupted in commotion. What exactly had they missed in just this short moment? The central position on the large screen showed Chu Lingyue and Xia Bianbian walking against the wild sands. What exactly happened just now? Even Min Si et al. Were startled. It was live broadcasting, and thus couldn't be replayed. Except for the people involved, no one could imagine what exactly had happened in that instant. But Chu Lingyue had surged directly to the top position with just one leap. What sort of strength was this? "Cici, is Chu Lingyue the student you have your eyes on?" asked Leng Jiarong, her smile becoming even more evident. This newcomer was indeed quite amusing. No wonder Min Si favored her. She would like her too if it were her, but alas, pharmacological masters were indeed far too few. If this Chu Lingyue could, her demonstrated talent was martial spiritual mastery, and those who excelled in both areas were as rare as the stars on one's fingers. There wouldn't be any fate between them, alas. However, Min Si was also an artificer spirit master, so perhaps she couldn't get much either. She can only like it, unable to take it in. Even if I fancy her, I cannot do anything. She does not belong to the same cultivation system as us, which limits her gifts, said Min Si, sitting back down, sighing continuously. As for Pang Yuanhu, he should be interested enough after all he had previously shown interest in Xiang Ru, Jiang Fu, Chu Siyu, and another Xia Bianbian. They are all martial spirit systems, and Pang Yuanhu absolutely adores them, said Min Si. As she spoke, she glanced over at Pang Yuanhu, who was indeed visibly thrilled beyond measure. So many at once. He can't digest them all. Let's give some to other elders. Meng Qian might also be interested, said Leng Jiarong with a face full of smiles. That's true. He definitely couldn't handle them all. As for Meng Qian, it's hard to say who he likes among these newcomers, but there are quite a few promising ones this year, not just those few. There are also other successors coming from the royal cities. The dean will certainly make special arrangements, said Min Si. Because before this, the dean had specially instructed her to bring Ying Shun from Huanghai City under her wing. She had this intention as well. Meng Qian. Leng Jiarong incredulously looked at Meng Qian, only to find him still completely upright, unmoved. Does he have thoughts on these new students? Apart from accepting Chu Shua as a new disciple, there truly hasn't been anyone else, said Leng Jiarong. whose countenance suddenly became melancholy. If Chu Shua hadn't been injured that year, he would have long been the pride of our Star Luo Academy. This has already returned. I believe it won't be long before he returns to his peak, said Min Si, suddenly linking Chu Lingyue with Chu Shua in her mind. Do you think there's any possibility that Chu Lingyue and Chu Shua are siblings? Lung Jiarong's face revealed bewilderment. Chu Shua is also from Hill City, and so is Chu Lingyue. Could there be some connection between the two? Min Si said, as she was most interested in gossip. Just ask afterwards, don't you know? Lung Jiarong said. By the way, why haven't we seen Chu Shua today? I don't know, Min Si answered. He has never liked such noisy occasions. Perhaps he's in the library. This kid has only been back for a short while and has locked himself in the library. It's time to take him out for some good tempering, Lung Jiarong said, also showing great affection for Chu Shua. Tempering? Let's wait a little longer. Have you forgotten the last lesson? Min Si whispered. Don't let Meng Qian hear this, or there'll be trouble again. All right, let's not mention this now. Focus on the match. Lung Jiarong smiled coyly, her beauty blossoming, leaving people unable to look away. Inside the virtual realm, Chu Lingyue was still dragging Xia Pianpian forward relentlessly. The wind and sand were becoming increasingly fierce. Their skirts billowed under the gale force winds, yet they showed no sign of retreat. What kind of belief kept driving her forward? The spectators all watched with bated breath, not daring to blink. We're getting closer, Chu Lingyue stated as a faint shadow began to appear before her. The storm seemed to weaken gradually. With increasing anxiety, she finally let go of Xia Pianpian's hand. Pianpian, keep going straight ahead. I need to find Brother Yu first. She couldn't wait any longer. Okay, go ahead. Xia Pianpian, whose stamina was running low, released Chu Lingyue's hand. Only half a beat passed before Chu Lingyue's figure started to recede into the distance. How can she be so fast? Xia Pianpian was astonished, but did not stay idle. She quickly followed behind. In the blink of an eye, Chu Lingyue had already reached the front of the monstrous beast. It was a magnified version of a centipede with at least 100 legs. Its body was bright red, topped with 2 huge black eyes, paired with heavy fangs filled with backward-facing spines. And there were 2 7-feet-long crimson antennae, lashing powerfully in front. Right in front of it was Chu Siyu, who was fiercely battling it. Brother Yu. Seeing the giant centipede-like beast attacking Chu Siyu, Chu Lingyue flashed in an instant, appearing by Chu Siyu's side like lightning. She drew her Xianyu sword, striking the beast's powerful antennae and severing it with a single blow. With a sharp shoo, the left antennae was torn from its body and fell into the yellow sands, immediately being buried by the shifting desert. Sister How. Chu Siyu could hardly contain his excitement upon seeing her. Blood seeped from his left hand, soaking his clothes, evidently having suffered a defeat at the hands of the centipede monster. His face, too, was smeared with splashed blood, vivid and shocking. Chapter 260, Centipede Demon Beast. Be careful, it's coming, Chu Lingyue said. There was no time to explain to Chu Siyu now. Just then, she had cut off one of the centipede demon beast feelers, enraging it completely. Chu Lingyue, holding the Xianyu sword with both hands, unleashed a terrifying green light wave once again and flew straight toward the centipede demon beast. She directly hurled the charging centipede demon